I possess a legendary beast pet that commands the awe of the world. Yet I face relentless suppression from school authorities and the city's elite families. They employ every means possible, attempting to seize my beast pet for themselves. In their eyes, the resources required to nurture such a divine creature are immense, and as a lowly commoner, I am utterly unworthy of owning such a sacred beast. Little do they know, I possess an infinite divine tier talent. Each level I gain grants me a golden divine tier attribute. As I step down from the awakening altar, preparing to leave, the teacher overseeing the grand formation called out to me, "Student Gu Changqing, would you consider transferring ownership of this legendary beast pet card?" Transferring beast pet cards was a common transaction, but I shook my head and firmly refused. "Sorry, teacher, I have no intention of giving it up." With that, I walked away. The teacher watched my retreating figure inside after a long pause. A legendary beast pet, what a shame. Upon arriving home, before I could even take off my coat, a melodious voice drifted from the kitchen. "Xiao Chang, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon." I responded and sat on the sofa, struggling to contain my joy. A breathtakingly beautiful face peeked out from the kitchen doorway, asking, "I heard you went to the awakening altar. How did it go? What tier of beast pet did you get?" I exhaled softly, sensing my mood. She quickly reassured me. "It's alright, luck plays a big part there. Later, I'll check the beast pet auction house. Your first beast pet must be a good one." Seeing her earnest expression, I couldn't hold back any longer. I rushed into the kitchen, lifted Yi Ruyan, still in her apron, spatula in hand, and exclaimed excitedly, "Sis, I awakened a legendary tier beast pet." Yi Ruyan froze for a moment before dropping the spatula in delight. "That's amazing. I always knew Xiao Qing was the best." With that, her delicate lips planted a kiss on my forehead. The celebratory mood made the meal especially joyful. Yi Ruyan reminded me, "Rest at home for a while. I'll go out and buy materials for you. A legendary beast pet isn't like the others, it needs thorough care. Make sure to complete the contract with it soon. Understand?" Listening to her motherly nagging, my heart warmed, and I replied with a smile, "Got it, my dear elder sister." As soon as Yi Ruyan left, I took out the red beast pet card and used a fruit knife to make a cut on my index finger. Just as my crimson blood was about to drip onto it, a sudden gust of wind surged abruptly in the room, blowing the falling blood onto the ground. I was puzzled about where the wind came from when the door was suddenly kicked open, and several people filed in, instantly filling the small living room. The leader said, "Gu Changqing, right? I'm Chen Ziming, the head of the Chen family. I want that legendary beast pet card of yours." Chen Ziming's eyes were sunken, and the greed in his bloodshot eyes became even more apparent upon seeing the legendary beast pet card. My breath hitched, and I quickly stashed the beast pet card into my backpack. Looking at the others besides Chen Ziming, my heart constricted sharply. I recognized all of them: the principal of Jinhai First High School, the grade-level director, and Li Haoran, the deputy mayor of Jinhai City. Suppressing the unease in my heart, I asked, "To what do I owe the honor of such esteemed leaders visiting my humble home?" Principal Wang of Jinhai No. 1 High School smiled warmly and sat down beside me, saying, "Changqing, we all know about your acquisition of a legendary beast pet. In principle, you would become a key focus of our cultivation efforts. However, as you are aware, a beast pet with legendary bloodline is a rare and precious find. Even if we were to pour all the resources of an entire city into it, the time and materials required to fully nurture it to perfection remain unknown. After repeated discussions between the school and the city lord's office, we have a proposal for you to consider." With that, Chen Ziming placed over a dozen material purchase lists from beast pet shops and a check for 3 million gold coins on the coffee table, saying, "Here is a golden beast pet card, all the advanced evolution materials needed for the pet's growth, plus 3 million gold coins. These are more than enough to make you an elite in Jinhai City." I retorted, "Principal, are you here to make a deal or to rob me? A legendary grade beast pet is worth over 10 million in the auction house and is practically priceless. You can't fool me just because I'm young." Chen Ziming's face darkened with greed, his mind fixated solely on the legendary beast pet. He said, "These offerings are already substantial. I advise you to recognize the situation and not do anything detrimental to Jinhai City. Moreover, the value of this beast pet is not just that of a mere pet, it will eventually become the divine guardian beast of Jinhai City. When that time comes, everyone will remember your selflessness. Haven't you taken to heart the moral and intellectual education of our Jinhai No. 1 High School?" I looked up and sneered, "Principal, are you trying to place me on a moral high ground? Both involve sacrificing personal interests for the greater good. So why is the Chen family head unwilling to contribute more? Don't go too far. Although I'm just a commoner, I also have the right to own this legendary pet. Either increase your bargaining chips, or forget about taking my legendary pet card." Chen Ziming threatened fiercely, "Either accept these terms and hand over the legendary pet card to me, or I'll make sure you're finished today." Seeing Chen Ziming reveal his true colors, Principal Wang stopped trying to persuade him. Li Haoran, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly snorted coldly. What a fine example of Xinhai No. 1 high school. Gu Changcheng, as the descendant of a hero, acts selfishly and disregards the greater good. Such a student is a destabilizing factor in the city. He adjusted his glasses and said emotionlessly, to prevent any mishaps, I, as the deputy city lord, hereby order that Gu Changcheng's treacherous ambitions must not be allowed to possess the legendary beast pet. Head of the Chen family, for the safety of Xinhai City, what are you waiting for? Upon hearing this, Chen Ziming approached me with a vicious expression. At that moment, Principal Wang stood up and left, while several other school officials stepped forward to restrain me. Chen Ziming produced a black card in his hand. Shocked, I cried out, a reverse contract card? What are you planning? Chen Ziming didn't answer. He pocketed the transaction proof he had slapped on the table, forcibly grabbed my bleeding finger, and drew a hexagram pattern resembling a summoning array on the table. He squeezed a drop of blood onto the center. Suddenly, a low, hoarse cry rang out. The legendary beast pet card flew out of my backpack, seemingly guided by the blood, and floated silently onto the drop of blood. Before long, the red hexagram contract formation shimmered with silver light, and an identical pattern appeared beneath my feet. The shadow of the blood flame crow behind me gradually solidified, eagerly trying to break free. But the next moment, Chen Ziming crushed the card, and countless eerie black tendrils emerged, some reaching into the legendary card while others tightly grasped the phantom of the beast companion, forcibly severing our bond using an inverse contract card. I struggled desperately, only to be firmly restrained by the school authorities. Helplessly, I watched as the beast's shadow was relentlessly pulled away, my pleading gaze fixed on Principal Wang. After locking eyes with me, Principal Wang immediately averted his gaze, and my heart instantly sank to the depths. The anguished roars of the beast rose and fell in the room, intertwining with Chen Ziming's frenzied voice. Chen Ziming shouted, as expected of a legendary beast pet, a normal reverse contract card can't extract it, but I came prepared. Submit willingly. With the nurturing of my Chen family, you will become the divine guardian beast of Xinhai City. Return to me at once. Suddenly, the beast shadow, nearly half pulled out by the black aura, became engulfed in thick crimson flames. Under the invasion of the bloody hue, the black aura of the reverse contract card was forced into retreat. However, the color of the beast pet card rapidly shifted from red to purple, cyan, yellow, blue, and green, until it turned completely snow-white. Only then did the black aura entwining the beast's shadow completely evaporate. Chen Ziming's face turned livid, and Li Haoran's eyes were bloodshot, barely suppressing his overwhelming rage. Neither of them had expected the legendary beast pet to resist so fiercely, even burning its own life force to defy the forced contract. Not only did they fail to obtain the beast pet, but its rank also plummeted from the bloodflame crow to an ordinary nightglow crow. Li Haoran suddenly glared at Chen Ziming, his expression furious, and his trembling right hand pointed at me. This is the kind of student your first high produces? Even if the deal wasn't agreed upon, you can't just destroy the beast pet. Principal Wang, how does your school educate its students? Is there any point in keeping such a student? With that, he stormed off. Faced with their false accusations, I felt neither sorrow nor joy, numbly stroking the now white beast pet card, my face ashen. The first high officials who had restrained me looked at Principal Wang in confusion. They had come to seize the legendary beast pet but never expected things to turn out this way. Principal Wang's expression darkened as he shouted angrily at Chen Ziming, Master Chen, even if the bargaining chips weren't enough and Gu Changcheng demanded too high a price, you can't resort to forbidden methods just to obtain a legendary beast pet. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of nearby residents, who hurried over to see what was happening. Chen Ziming immediately caught the hint and said, I never expected him to take such extreme measures, whether the deal succeeded or not. Our original intention was to protect and nurture this beast pet. It just goes to show how unpredictable human nature can be. Murmurs of discussion instantly rose outside the house. Someone asked, what happened? Apparently, Gu Changcheng obtained a legendary beast pet card. The Chen family and school officials came to negotiate a deal, but Gu refused to give it up and kept raising the price. In the end, the talks fell through, and Gu destroyed the legendary beast pet. Others questioned, wait, that doesn't sound right. I heard it was more like someone tried to steal it? The Chen family is the most prominent in Xinhai, with vast wealth and influence. Is there really a need for them to resort to theft? Hearing these external comments, which mostly favored their side, Principal Wang and Chen Ziming both breathed a sigh of relief. Principal Wang said to me, Changqing, what am I supposed to say to you? You've completely misunderstood our intentions. You're being too impulsive and extreme. Gu Changqing didn't move a muscle, thinking about the scene of the blood demon fire crow struggling in his mind, and muttered, was I wrong? Yes, it was me who was wrong. Wrong not to have deed it earlier. The mistake shouldn't be a fluke. Wrong shouldn't be. There is so much trust in the school. In front of the legendary beast pet, every originally amiable person was transformed into a jackal, wolf, tiger, and leopard. There are no more legendary beast favors. Guys, do you still want me to send you away? You kids, why do you talk like that? How are you taught in school? Sight unseen. Get out. A roll. Blocking out the words of reprimand from that level head. Okay, calm down. After all, the national exams are approaching. Principal Wang dragged the indignant Chen Ziming away. The living room was instantly quiet. There was no more hilarity to watch, and the surrounding neighbors went home to rest. Everything was quiet, as if nothing had happened. Gu Changqing had mixed feelings in his heart. It's like a piece of the heart is missing, and the reality before us is so stark. The first beast pet is crucial if you want to get a good rank in the national exam. Now, legendary beast favors reduced to white scrap. You were willing to sink into the abyss without giving up on me. So what reason do I have to give up on you? Gu Changqing quickly cleared his head, squeezing the wound open, and a drop of blood dripped onto the beast pet card. At first, the beast pet card was reluctant to absorb it anyway, not wanting to make a contract that. It was only after some threats from Gu Changqing that the blood slowly seeped in. A black crow, the size of a palm, appeared from a beast pet card that. It jumped onto Gu Changqing's shoulder and, with its sharp little beak, pecked away the unwiped tear tracks. A feeling of being connected by blood was born. Gu Changqing lovingly stroked the feathers of the night-bright crow. Even without the legendary bloodline, I will still be true to you, Kiki. The night-bright crow bowed its head and fell in response to Gu Changqing. Suddenly, the prompt from the abyss arrived. Congratulations on contracting your first beast pet, the Night Raven. You have officially become an Imperial Beast Master. Information panel open. Congratulations on the awakening of the Beastmaster's talent, Infinite Gold Phrase. Level up to 1. Talent triggered. Please draw gold words. A series of beeps caused Gu Changqing to freeze for a moment. He couldn't wait, and opened the information panel. Gu Changqing, Beast Pet, Night Raven, White Common. Rank, 1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Title, Junior Beast Master. Talent, Unlimited Gold Words, Unique. 1 gold word per level up. Note, words can only be given to the beast pet to which they are contracted, and the beast pet to which they are given may not be betrayed. This, really? Golden words? Gu Changqing rubbed his eyes vigorously. It wasn't until the beeping voice prodded him again that he tapped extract. Word extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the golden word, Great Sun Golden Flame Bloodline. A golden flame illuminated the Imperial Beast space with a golden splendor. The flames were so strong that just looking at them made my eyes hurt. It's like a sun. Gu Changqing couldn't help but get excited as well. Golden words. The corresponding bloodline is myth. Gu Changqing still couldn't believe it. Mythic level bloodline. That's a proper god level. Since the formation of the Imperial Beast system, it was also a miracle that had only happened to the first generation of the god of Imperial Beasts. Everyone looks to God, but there is no God. Right now, a mythic grade bloodline beast pet was just plainly in front of his eyes. It all happened so suddenly, like a roller coaster of ups and downs. Even Gu Changqing, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but have his heartbeat accelerate and his breathing become ragged. He opened his backpack and a golden flame hovered inside. With a tap, the introduction of the Great Sun Golden Flame appeared before his eyes. The Golden Flame of the Great Sun, bloodline level golden word. Introduction, the Supreme Divine Fire, nurtured by the sun, burns all things to the highest degree of greatness. Special ability, a beast pet that has been granted the ability to awaken its bloodline does not require additional constraints. The level and promotion materials reach the standard, and it will be 100% successful. Requirements, Fire-type bird beast pet. It's true. Gu Changqing forced himself to calm down and then the gold word. Choose to give it to the Night Raven. Does the golden phrase, Great Sun Golden Flame give the beast pet Night Raven? Yes. Golden words confer success. Your beast pet, the Night Crow, has been successfully promoted to a primordial sunbird. Gu Changqing couldn't wait and immediately opened the information bar. Beast's favorite, Hatsumomo bird. Grade, bronze. Rank, 1. Bloodline, Golden Flame of the Great Sun, gold. Attributes, Strength plus 10. Physique plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 70. Spiritual power, 500. Skills, Morphological transformation. True inflammation of the first sun. Flame immunity, passive. Golden crow's body. Rank promotion route, Night Bright Crow, ordinary, primordial sunbird, bronze, true fire sparrow, silver, 3 suns burning eagle, gold, cave void karma fire eagle, lord, sage monarch of the 9 margins of separation fire, king, supreme vermilion bird, legendary, supreme sun phoenix, legendary, great sun golden crow, mythical. Gu Changqing opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. All thoughts and emotions at this moment are reduced to 2 words. Chapter 4, Tea Master White Lotus. Rank, is a beast pet reaches the specified level? using the specified materials to break through the promotion. The strength of the bloodline's words will determine what rank the beast pet can reach in the future. But when he saw the night bright crow's other form, Gu Changqing realized what it meant to go against the grain. After fusing the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline, the four-dimensional attribute reached 100 points. It was already the pinnacle of firstborn beast pets. In addition to the first skill form switch, which is in the Night Raven and the Primrose Bird so switching form, the remaining 3 bloodline skills were more than enough to drop one's jaw. You should know that the average beast pet is 1 skill or no skill after the contract. Only when the class evolves does it have a chance to awaken the next skill. Most importantly, the Great Sun Golden Flame's bloodline progression routes from low to high were published. With upgrades and evolutionary materials at the ready, you'll be able to break through without a hitch. The golden words, scary as hell. What's going on? Greenie? Yi Ruyan had just entered the door when she saw the messy hall and Gu Changqing, who was sitting on the sofa with his emotions fluctuating. She busied herself by stepping closer and shaking him, seeing the undried blood on the table, and realized what was going on. Who is it? Which one in Jinhai City? Yi Ruyan was in a rare rage, like a lioness protecting her cub. Sis, it's okay. Gu Changqing forced down his inner joy and excitement, just speaking with Yi Ruyan about the Chen family, city lord's office as well as the truth that Jinhai Yi Gao had slandered him. As for the golden words and the mythical beast pet, he didn't mention a word about it. The mouths of those men, as well as the insanity, which at present he dared not touch. Even with unlimited gold words, until they are able to defend themselves, they will continue to be paralyzed by acting like the weak and the victim. Yi Ruyan's expression didn't budge as she subconsciously held Gu Changqing's hand and said, "Don't worry, sis will get you justice." Yi Ruyan, once a member of the city protectorate with her late parents, when the rules of the abyss were weak in restraining the ferocious beasts 7 years ago, the imprisoned ferocious beasts outside the city and even in the replicas broke out of their seals and emerged, forming a beast tide to launch a gruesome attack on Jinhai City. In that battle, many dazzling imperial beastmasters were killed in action. After the war, Yi Ruyan entered Jinhai First High School as a teacher and took care of Gu Changqing. Regarding her identity, Gu Changqing had previously heard a thing or two from his parents. "I don't know why I came to Jinhai City for some reason, and there is a force behind it that cannot be underestimated." After hearing her promise in person, Gu Changqing was even more confirmed. Gu Changqing flatly rejected Yi Ruyan's good intentions. A flicker of hesitation passed through her eyes and, it wasn't fear of those people or families, but pondering whether or not to use the power behind them. After spending so much time together, the two have become family. Yi Ruyan must have unspeakable hardships if she didn't reveal her true identity. He's scared, fear that Yi Ruyan would leave because of this. "Sis, I'll get it back myself. Trust me." Yi Ruyan seriously locked eyes with him, and only after a while did she collect the hostile aura on her body. "Well, I believe you." She understood Gu Changqing's temperament, the kind of person who would never act recklessly without dependence and confidence. "If I don't succeed, it won't be too late for you to step in." Looking at Gu Changqing's meaningful smile, Yi Ruyan was stunned. "Brat, what a mind to have. Go to sleep now. You have class tomorrow." "Okay." Seeing Gu Changqing enter the bedroom and close the door, the smile on Yi Ruyan's face ended abruptly. Looking at the blood on the table, a cold, chilling light emanated from his pupils. After entering the bedroom, Gu Changqing repeatedly confirmed that the bloodline as well as the talent of the beast pet was not an illusion, before drifting off to sleep with a contented smile. Early the next morning, awakening to the sound of Yi Ruyan's knock on the door, after scrubbing up and eating breakfast, the two headed to school shoulder to shoulder. Gu Changqing walked down the narrow corridor of the school building. Before he reached the classroom, someone called out to him right behind him. "Gu Changqing, wait." Looking back, it was class teacher Lu Mei. Lu Mei wears thick eyeglass lenses, ordinary looks, but affable. She pulled Gu Changqing to the corner of the stairs next to her and whispered, "I've heard all about you, but teacher believes in your character. The students I teach are unlikely to do things like that make the heavens angry." Gu Changqing couldn't help but be touched for a moment. Because of his special status, usually Lu Mei didn't take care of him. Alas, the teacher is a man of few words and can't speak for you. "Just came back from the meeting. The school means to let you go home to rest, but it's good. Adjust your mood to deal with the next national exam." Gu Changqing wasn't surprised. It would be a surprise if the school didn't do anything at all about him. "I understand, teacher. I'll go back to class and pack my things." "Good. Don't be discouraged. From the beginning your teacher thought highly of you. Go for it." "Thanks." Gu Changqing stepped towards the classroom, and as soon as he entered, the originally noisy atmosphere fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Gu Changqing was oblivious and came to his seat to gather up his books. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through there's a loud pop, immediately followed by a pain in the cheek. Gu Changqing looked up in shock. A beautiful-looking sister with a heavy bookish air was glaring at him angrily. The hand that hadn't yet dropped rose, about to slap it again. Gu Changqing's eyes lowered as he dodged the second blow and, "COCC, you're sick." Su Cici froze slightly, not daring to believe. "Gu Changqing, you scolded me. How dare you scold me? With an attitude like yours, you still want me to agree to your pursuit? Dream on. I now demand that you immediately kneel down and apologize to me, or else, you won't want to see me in the future." Gu Changqing was furious and laughed. Not long ago, he lost a bet and his punishment was to confess his love like COCC, who was a female student. The latter showed hesitation at the time, was very quiet and politely refused. Gu Changqing thought that this matter had stopped there. How long has it been since White Lotus was promoted to tea master? I thank your whole family, and don't worry, I'll never see you again. Gu Changqing just wanted to take his stuff and leave, gently bumping away from the unforgiving Su Cici. The latter's gaze glanced at the classroom door for a moment, collapsed to the ground on its own. Gu Changqing, I won't care about you anymore. Absolutely not. Hi, help me. Humph. It's just as well that you have no respect for your elders or Jinhai City, now so rampant that you're bullying even your classmates. Gu Changqing, you really can. The young man with a straight, gloomy and handsome figure stood at the entrance of the classroom, blocking Gu Changqing's way. Gu Changqing's heart burned with rage when he saw this person. Chen Hai, Chen Ziming's son, known as the Chen family's genius and future heir. For a moment, he figured out, somewhat. Chen Ziming came to rob the legendary beast pet. I'm afraid it was for Chen Hai. He took a deep breath and, Gu Changqing, be calm. Chapter 5, Skills Against the Odds. Hi, look at him. People's hands are bumped. Su Cici pinched her throat and clipped up her voice, hearing goosebumps fall all over her body. Chen Hai was very much affected by the touch of wrapping his arm into a soft bosom, reached out to touch Su Cici's head, and sneered, Gu Changqing, apologize to my girlfriend. You don't know it yet, do you? Cici is now my girlfriend. A trashy-licking dog like you is worthy of confessing to her? These two people, one is a cocky and arrogant son of the world, and the other is a master of tea cultivation. It's a perfect match. Get out of the way. Gu Changqing said coldly, I told you to apologize. Are you deaf? Su Cici snuggled into his arms and picked at the fire. Kneel down and apologize or you won't be able to walk out of the school. Then I might as well add to what happened last night to the outside world. Chen Hai froze, then glared at him viciously and whispered, Gu Changqing, do you really want to seek death? Humph, even if you said it, how many people would believe it? I want to pinch you to death. It's even easier than pinching an ant. Gu Changqing reached out and peeled Chen Hai away. Then please, get out of the way. You seek death. Chen Hai was furious and raised his fist to strike. What for? Don't you have to go to class? Go back to your seat and sit down. Lu Mei appeared at the right time to stop Chen Hai from getting rough. Gu Changqing nodded at Lu Mei before leaving the classroom. The moment he stepped out of the school's entrance, his pace quickened and he couldn't hold back any longer. Upgrade. Must level up the beast pet before the national exam. Principal's office. Yi Ruyan's puffy breasts rose and fell. Looking at the silent Principal Wang, she raised her tone. Gu Changqing is a student of Arjunhai No. One high school anyways. Not only should he suffer from aggravation and loss, but even the pot of punishment should be taken by him? Teacher Yi, this is the decision of the city lord's office. There's nothing I can do about it. Yes. Yi Ruyan collected her anger and said, then, I'll trouble the principal to bring a message to the Chen family for me that before the national exam, if he dares to have any more crooked thoughts about Shaoqing, there will be someone who will kick the Chen family out of Jinhai City. Even the people behind him won't be able to stop them. Principal Wang finally moved. Teacher Yi, why are you doing this? Calm down. Also blame me. If I had known that Gu's temperament is so rigid, I wouldn't have. Alas. Don't worry. I'll step in to warn the restraint. Then, please, headmaster. A few words that came completely out of his teeth. Well. Seeing Yi Ruyan off, Principal Wang picked up the phone on his desk and, hey, it's Wang Gang, and Yi Ruyan, who had left the office, came to the bottom of the teaching building, looked at the blue sky, and murmured, Little Chang, sister can only help you by a short period of time. Gu Changqing, who left the school, took a car and went straight to the replica plaza in the western part of Jinhai City. Replica Plaza. A training replica created exclusively for newborn Imperial Beastmasters. There are top-level copies of everything from level 1 to the next level of Imperial Beastmaster. Only the copies are poorly produced, with a heavy emphasis on acclimatizing the new generation to the combat environment. After Gu Changqing got off the bus, on the replica plaza, a team of Imperial Beastmasters flowed in front of each replica's light door, old with new, for without one. Come on, out of the level 1 beast pet set, plus 10 points of strength, an absolute newcomer's artifact. Level 5 hell difficulty. recruit powerful beast pet. Just as he approached, the sound of bustling voices wafted over. Gu Changqing hoofed it to the level 1 copy light gate. The hand had just touched it when the abyssal beep sounded. Copy, green grassland. Difficulty, normal. Rank, 1. Introduction. The ordinary green grassland is infected with mutations after the arrival of the ferocious beasts. This copy can accommodate a maximum of 5 people in a small team. You are detected as only one person. Are you waiting for a team? No. Are you entering the copy? Yes. The duplicate light gate cleansed out a red light, enveloping Gu Changqing's entire body. With a spinning of the sky, when he opened his eyes again, he was already in an endless green grassland, embroidered with the faint odor of blood caught in the grassy scent of the air. The 6 main star formation appeared under Gu Changqing's feet. The night bright crow let out a joyful cry and flew to Gu Changqing's shoulder. Kim, it's your turn to play. The night bright crow was black, and even when it transformed into its primordial sun bird form, it only had one more golden hair on its head. The final form of the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline was the Golden Crow, and Gu Changqing simply named it Little Gold. Little Gold's pair of black eyes turned spiritually, and then a golden hair leapt out of the head of the. Lifting his wings into the air, he flew over the grass half a man high. Gu Changqing was right behind him down there. He just pushed through the dense grass and, bah! A sheep's cry rang out, and a black sheep, staring with blood-red eyes and 2 sharp, slender teeth nourishing out. It was almost coming up to his face. Woj. Gu Changqing was startled and turned around to run backwards. The red-eyed black sheep bellowed harmlessly, but opened a mouthful of knife-pointed rows of teeth in hot pursuit. Nico! A chirp came from the air and Gu Changqing only felt a blazing heat graze the back of his neck and boom! A slight blast rang out and he looked back, dazed, only to see the black sheep that had been chasing him, wrapped in a ball of flame burning and, struggling for a few seconds, he collapsed reluctantly to the ground. Congratulations on killing the level 1 lower tier ferocious beast, vigorous black sheep, gaining +5 experience. This is dead? The grade of a ferocious beast was completely different from a beast pet. There are 8 levels: lower, intermediate, advanced, elite, ferocious demon, beast king, beast emperor, beast god. Initially, it is 1 rank higher than the imperial beastmaster or beast pet. Even though under the constraints of the rules of the abyss, the strength of the ferocious beasts was greatly diminished. Jin's 1 bite of first sun true flame will kill him in seconds. Was this the strength of a mythic class beast pet? With incredulity, Gu Changqing opened Little Gold's skill bar. Seeing the information on the 3 bloodline skills, the closed mouth opened wide again. True inflammation of the first sun, bloodline skill, releases a searing white flame that attacks the enemy from a distance, inflicting a damage value that multiplies the spiritual attribute by 2 times. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. Spiritual power consumption, 50. Flame immunity, passive skill. Ignores flame type damage of the same level and rank. Improves with the level of the beast pet. Golden Crow's body, bloodline skill. After releasing Golden Crow's body, flame skill damage is doubled. Subsequent abilities. Open with bloodline enhancement. My goodness, is this a mythic level bloodline beast pet? Strong makes no sense at all. No wonder it could kill a ferocious beast in seconds. How could the weak and vigorous black sheep withstand the damage of 70 points of doubled mental attributes? It's only unreasonable not to get spiked. And psychic drain, is that real? Little Kim had 500 points at her first birth, which means that in just 1 minute, it was able to release 10 first sun true flames at its limit. Such perverted firepower. How could those new generation Imperial Beast Masters, who needed to wait for a long time after releasing a skill, be embarrassed by their beast pets? Kim, go on. Gu Changqing's hot blood boiled up inside him. For a while, fireballs flew about in the sky above the green grasslands. Gu Changqing incarnated as a little stoner. After all, the recovery of the beast pet's spiritual power, in addition to returning to the Imperial Beast space, another way is to draw on the energy of the host. For almost 20 minutes, Gu Changqing only felt a surge of warmth in his body. Congratulations on leveling up to level 2. Infinite gold words triggered. Please draw. Chapter 6, the golden word, battle spirit boiling. There are new gold words to be claimed. Extract. Only to see a ball of golden light explode into thousands of golden strands of light. And finally there was one that surged into Gu Changqing's eyes. Word extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the gold word, battle spirit boiling. Battle spirit boiling, auxiliary gold word. Introduction. The surging blood of war boils in the heart, and the infinite will to fight rages like a monstrous fire. Even if there is a rift valley in front of you, and the sky is filled with gods and demons, there is no fear and there is no fear. Special ability. During battle, the beast's pet will receive a 0.1% increase in full attribute ability per second, with no cap. Requirements. A combat-type beast pet can be granted to use it. Cultured as he was, he couldn't help but spit out obscenities. What is meant by the golden word? That's what it is. Uncapped combat status stacks. a proper war machine. Kogain is already a powerful output, and with it, Gu Chongqing didn't even dare to think about how violent the images were. Empower. After conferring the gold word on the little gold, however, the golden glow was seen swooning on the surface of its body, and then turned into the color of blood and merged into its body. With unimpeded birdsong, Gu Chongqing looked at little gold's attributes again, and his mouth was suddenly in an O shape. Beast's favorite, Hatsumomo bird, grade, bronze, rank, 2, bloodline, golden flame of the great sun, gold, attributes, strength plus 20, physique plus 20, agility plus 20, spirit plus 140, spiritual power, 700, skills, morphological transformation, true inflammation of the first sun, flame immunity, passive, golden crow's body, good guy. Gu Chongqing's heart called out good guy, a gold phrase that doubles the four-dimensional attributes. Adding the quadruple increase of the golden crow's body and the true flame of the first sun would be nigh outrageous. Other people relied on cultivating heavenly treasures and equipment enchantments to increase the attributes of their beast pets. Gu Chongqing, on the other hand, relies on gold words. With the 2 golden phrases added to the body, the 3-legged golden crow was now beyond the now-known class divisions, completely over the top. If it is added later, what heights will it reach? Gu Chongqing no longer dared to imagine it. The sheep-like ferocious beasts on the green grasslands had relied on abusing the new generation of imperial beast masters to satisfy their sense of superiority in years past. Today, suddenly there is a god of killing. If it wasn't for the rules of the abyss deliberately making the ferocious beasts scatter so as to give the new generation time to adapt, it was estimated that in less than 10 minutes, Gu Chongqing would be able to kill through the copy. Watching the last of the white goat ferocious beasts turn into black charcoal, Gu Chongqing began to think, the next step should be to cross over and challenge the replicas. With Xiao Jin's combat power, it was completely possible to do a cross-level kill. If you have a mythical beast pet that surpasses the known grade classification and still follow the rules, you can wash up. Just then, only a gust of smoke and dust rose from the grass in front of the grass clippings laced with dust sped toward him. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed in front of his. Only 2 heavy objects were seen crashing together. Xiao Jin's modest size, hard not to fall into the wind. The smoke washed aside, revealing the true face of the man who started it all. A coyote walking upright on its hind feet, a blood-stained machete in one hand and a worn wooden shield in the other. Gu Chongqing used probing, and the information of the wild wolf instantly appeared before his eyes. Gray wolf, lower-level beast, rank, 3, attributes, strength plus 21, physique plus 15, agility plus 13, spirit plus 9, skills, defense, slashing. Introduction. Who is the king of the green grassland? The incomparable gray wolf with sword and shield, a level 3 inferior beast. The overall attributes are also only slightly higher than the sheep category. Xiao Jin's spiritual energy was still slowly recovering. However, the other 3 attributes, except for spirit, are superior to the gray wolf, combined with the increase in wariness, and the air superiority of each swooping down of his sharp claws left not so shallow wounds on the gray wolf. Not long after, as the sword broke and the shield shattered, gray wolf fell back and abyssal cues ensue. Congratulations on killing the lower-level ferocious beast, the gray wolf. Experience plus 10. Freshman copy of the green grassland has been cleared. Exit on your own in 10 seconds. That's it? Gu Chongqing was a bit uninterested. After exiting the copy, he directly jumped 4 levels and chose a level 5 copy. However, apart from rising a level, plus obtaining some pieces of meat from ferocious beasts, just a couple pieces of wordless white gear, the popping rate and experience of the duplicates are ridiculously low. And that's with him soloing and having the experience all to himself. The Great Sun Golden Flame Bloodline. Although it doesn't have those tedious promotion conditions, but the necessary few ingredients are still needed. And to get it, in addition to shelling out money to buy it at the Beast Pets franchise in town, another way is the highest difficulty copy at level 10, where killing the final boss has a chance of dropping it. Gu Chongqing stopped to continue brushing his copy, took a cab home and pulled a gray savings card out of a drawer. This card, a pension for a parent's sacrifice. Gu Chongqing turned on his computer and searched for the Beast Pet stores in the city, and began to check the prices of the required materials. Space Stone, 100,000, Fire Beast Stone, $50,000 apiece. Bloodline Evolver, Mud, 59,000, Bloodline Solidifier, 66,000. Calculating the total amount, it was as high as 300,000 gold coins. He rubbed his messy hair helplessly and smiled bitterly. Why are the poor getting poorer and the worldly families getting richer? The mere fact that the beast pet had been promoted in rank was enough to explain everything. Buy it. Changqing Gu enters personal information and the delivery address. At the payment screen, it stops. Only the computer screen showed that the store is not open for you to purchase services at this time. Gu Changqing froze and placed another order in another store, still with the same prompt. The same is true even if the price is increased. I'm back. The sound of the door opening sounded. Yi Ruyan entered the house and took off her jacket, walked behind him, looked at the prompts on the screen, and her face darkened for a moment. Can't buy it? It must be the Chen family's doing. Noble as the #1 family in Jinhai City, the Chen family's financial power rippled out to cover the entire city. Trying to do that is a breeze. Yi Ruyan used her own account and also refused to buy. Green. I may have done something wrong. For a moment, she thought about the warning she had given Principal Wang today. Her relationship was unknown to others, but some of the upper echelons of Jinhai City were well aware of it. Because of this, they were also afraid that Gu Changqing would take advantage of this relationship and rise to power, thus giving away the truth of that incident. Gu Changqing sighed, guessing roughly what was going on in his heart. Holding Yi Ruyan's hand, she smiled. It's okay sis, you're doing all this for my good. If you can't buy it, then you can't buy it. I'll go to the store tomorrow. You can't kick me out. Yi Ruyan looked ashamed. Xiaoqing, I really have a hard time. Before the words were finished, Gu Changqing got up and pressed his index finger against her vermilion lips. Sis, I'm not a kid anymore. I get it. Yi Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then stormed into a rage. Brat, dare to eat my tofu. The atmosphere in the house instantly became lively. After making a lot of noise, Yi Ruyan gasped for air, the two majestic mountains in front of her chest rising and falling. Gu Changqing's mouth was dry from watching. By the way, what do you need these materials for? No, you contracted a beast pet? It wouldn't be the one that downgraded to bloodless, would it? Chapter 7, another golden word. Aha! Without hiding anything, Gu Changqing summoned little gold out of the imperial beast space, as if sensing the different atmosphere between the two. After Xiao Jin came out, he jumped up and down to Yi Ruyan's feet. The golden hairs on top of his head wiggled around in a cute and delightful way. The girl had no resistance to such a tiny pet and bent down to hold it in her hands, smiling and teasing. After playing for a while, Yi Ruyan was still worried. Little green, I know that Nian Nian would rather burn its bloodline for you than leave. However, what about the national exam if you did it? Your parents expect a lot from you. Sister, you might want to take a look at Little Gold's attributes. Gu Changqing took the initiative to open the probing function to Yi Ruyan. Only his modified information. Yi Ruyan stared at Little Gold, and in a split second, her face revealed delight, followed by bewilderment. Gold level bloodline? Little green. It's, Gu Changqing nodded. It hasn't burned completely, and still retains a portion of its bloodline growth. After all, it's a legendary level beast pet. How could it be destroyed at will? It wasn't that Gu Changqing didn't trust Yi Ruyan. It was because of the trust that he deliberately concealed it. The world of the imperial beasts is full of strange and weird things, and all kinds of types. What you can think of, what you can't think of, exist. He dare not take the risk. After the joy, Yi Ruyan calmed down and worried. Little green, it's not that sis is striking you. With it alone, it still won't work. If I hadn't rushed out at that time and stayed to accompany you to finish contracting the beast pet first, maybe I could have saved it. Looking at Yi Ruyan, who was blaming herself again. Alas, it will have to be a good lie to the end. Sister, Little Gold's bloodline will recover little by little. No one has a before or after I, and since it's already happened, we have to look forward. Really? Gu Changqing nodded seriously. When have I ever lied to you? Sister, I'm hungry. I want to eat braised pork. Little glutton. Despite knowing that Gu Changqing was comforting himself, but his words are such that they give a sense of blind trust. Early the next morning, Gu Changqing, who was still asleep, was pecked awake from his slumber by Xiao Jin. The little guy opened his mouth and screamed, obviously hungry. Well, I know you're hungry. Gu Changqing took out the chunks of meat of the ferocious beasts that he had fought yesterday from his backpack, and Xiao Jin's eyes were glowing as he rushed up to them like a vicious ghost, feasting on them. By the way, it looks like there's one more chance to draw a gold phrase. Yesterday, I was busy reading the materials, and then I followed up by chatting with Yi Ruyan until very late, so I forgot about it. You have one more chance to draw. Do you want to draw? Extract. Gu Changqing rubbed his hands vigorously. This time, what words to give me? Before his eyes, countless dazzling golden lights intertwined, and in the end, only one strand flew out. Word extraction is complete. Congratulations on winning the gold word springtime for eaters. Springtime for foodies? What's with the word names? They're getting more and more abstract? Gu Changqing's mouth shattered as he checked the ability of the words. Spring of eaters, gold entry. There is a spring of eaters. Everything can be eaten. Stay away from picky eaters. Any item eaten by a beast pet can draw the maximum amount of attribute ability from it. The words are abstract and the ability descriptions are a bit of a tongue twister. With the belief that there was no such thing as a wasted gold phrase, Gu Changqing conferred it on Xiao Jin without saying a word. The little golden crow that was eating suddenly stalled, and then the speed of pecking at the pieces of meat grew faster and faster. Fast out of the stump. A whole dozen pounds of a piece of meat, gone in a flash. Moreover, it wasn't full yet, and it was frantically chirping and barking at Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing had two big heads. Eating like this, even if there was a gold mountain, he couldn't carry it. At that moment, the beep suddenly sounded. Eater's spring ability triggered. Your beast pet eats bloodthirsty porcupine meat pieces, +1 physique attribute. Add attribute points now. So that's how it is. Gu Changqing took out another white plate armor coat from his package. Defense, wooden vine armor. Grade, white. Attributes, strength +1. Agility +1. Kogain finished his meat and aimed his attention to the armor coat. And then, as Gu Changqing was dumbfounded, its sharp beak easily pecked open the wooden vines and ate them section by section into its stomach. In less than 2 minutes, a suit of armor was in its stomach. Eater's spring ability trigger. Your beast pet eats one piece of white equipment. Increasing attributes, strength +1. Agility +1. Looking at the increase in little gold's attributes, Gu Changqing briefly mapped out the abilities of the golden phrase. For meat, it was based on the grade of the ferocious beast's meat to determine the level of increased attributes. Gear, on the other hand, comes and goes. The better you eat, the more attributes you increase. It's really a case of what you eat makes up for what you get. Not a dime is wasted. Harsh water flowed from the corners of Gu Changqing's mouth. That gold word ability is also counterintuitive as hell. Seeing that there was no more food to eat, little gold flew to Gu Changqing's cheeks and begged for food with a hard sell. Gu Changqing was crying and laughing, looking at the pitiful few pieces of equipment in his package. It was intended to be used for money. After all, the material cost of promotion was not low. Forget it, the money is, no, we will earn again. With the only 4 remaining pieces of equipment removed, a red light blossomed in Xiao Jin's eyes and he dove in with a jolt. Eater's spring ability triggered. Your beast pet feeds on a piece of white equipment, increasing its strength by +1. Eater's spring ability triggered. Your beast pet eats 5 minutes, and the gears all in its belly. The latter, on the other hand, stared at his calves and rolled over on his back to lie on the ground, comfortable and cozy. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, was not without sighs of relief. Opening up is so damn cool. In this moment of effort, the 4-dimensional attributes of the 3-footed golden crow grew by 12 points. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth and shouted at the consuming 3-legged golden crow, "Go, take you to the beast pet store. You can't buy it online, and if the money is sent to you, you don't have to push it out." Gu Changqing took a taxi and went to the square in the center of the city. As far as the eye could see, there was a wide variety of stores related to beast pets, and there was an endless stream of customers coming in and out. And the biggest and most luxurious among them was the Eternal Beast Pet Shop. Rumor has it that the store is backed by the city lord's mansion. Many rare materials are not a problem with enough money. Just you. Gu Changqing walked up to the entrance of the lavish store and raised his foot just to step in. When he saw the welcome guests on both sides of the main door blocking him with a left and a right. "You're Gu Changqing, right? I'm sorry, our Eternal Beast Pet Shop. We don't take your business. Please leave." Gu Changqing's brows narrowed. Not even allowed to enter the door? Without pestering or asking too much, Gu Changqing folded his arms and went to another store on the side. However, every veterinary pet store, with the same excuse, stopped him at the door. And also in formation, a sign was taken out of the store and set up in front of the door. "Gu Changqing and the dog are not allowed to enter the beast pet shop." Chapter 8, Want to cut me off? Then I'll cut off your back. A 5-meter vacuum appeared around Gu Changqing's body. Passing customers also stopped to watch. Regarding Gu Changqing's name, they felt familiar, but they couldn't recall it for a moment. Amidst the exchanges, slowly, the eyes as well as the expressions changed. "Yo, I thought it was some big shot who had arrived. So it's the man of the hour from Jinhai First High School. Of course it's a man of the wind, who, in order to not let a legendary beast pet slip out of his hands, would rather let its bloodline essence be depleted than hand it over to the most suitable person's hands. For Jinhai First High School to be able to teach such a student, they must have been smoking from good deeds in their previous life. What are you all souring about? If you're capable, you can go to the abyssal altar and awaken yourself. Gu Changqing is just telling us with his actions that Jinhai City is nothing. I'm happy. I'm comfortable. Genius. Are you going into the beast pet store? Don't bother. Just tell me what you need. Do you want the poop of a ferocious beast? It's not expensive. I'll give it to you for free. Ha ha ha. You guys are too detrimental. How can you embarrass a genius? For a while, Gu Changqing became the target of talk and laughter and satire. The staff of the various businesses, too, were cooperating by holding up broomsticks and ropes in a repellent gesture. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, listened to their taunts with a smile on his face. Those people, still, dumped the pot on his back. What's going on? Get out of the way. At that moment, the crowd gave way. Chen Hai, as well as a few of his henchmen, came out with great vigor. Seeing Gu Changcheng, who was being resisted by the clerk, the corner of Chen Hai's mouth lifted up in a smile, ruthlessly taking a bite out of the bad anger in his heart. He glanced at a circle of shopkeepers with an ironic expression, and those who were gazed at by him subconsciously bowed their heads in fear. Do you guys know who he is? He's from our Jinhai First High School. Treated like this, did you ask me? A clerk trembled and weakly said, Xiao Chen, calm down. We are also working according to the rules. It's really that this man is notorious and selfish, being the descendant of a hero, but without the chest of his father. It is our credibility that is lost by doing his business. After his words, the other clerks nodded in unison. Chen Hai's face was grave and he spread his hands at Gu Changqing. I'll look like there's nothing I can do about it. He came up to Gu Changqing's ear and whispered, University fighter Gu, if you sincerely beg me and admit in public to the evil deeds you've done, they will, at once, make a way for you to enter the store. Yesterday by online that moment, he understood that those evil forces began to sanction. I just didn't realize that they would be so much movement, so much intensity. Thank you for your kind words, young Chen. I have nothing else but hard bones. Gu Changqing didn't stop, left the square and got in his car and went home. As soon as he left, the crowd watching dispersed. Chen Hai's face clouded over. Young master, just let him go? It's just a waste. Let's play with him. Chen Hai glared at him and said in a cold voice, are you trying to tell the people of Jinhai City that our Chen family is suppressing and retaliating against him behind his back? No, I definitely didn't mean that. Chen Hai's expression eased. Keep the public opinion festering, and the people will stay put for now. Yes, I understand. Taunted in public, ruthlessly stomped hard, preferably into the dirt. Chen Hai hated that he could not instantly make Gu Changqing infamous. He died out and disappeared into Jinhai City, but his father warned him that regarding Gu Changqing's side, he could be suppressed from all sides, never rise to the level of life. Chen Hai knew that the best chance to pinch Gu Changqing was gone. Humph, even if I don't do anything to you, in Jinhai City, you'll know what it means to struggle. What? All the beast pet stores in the city have turned you away. In the living room, Yi Ruyan angrily slapped the table. Are my words falling on deaf ears? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she pulled out the phone to shake someone. Gu Changqing hurriedly stopped her. Sister, don't be in a hurry. Can you not be in a hurry? Under Gu Changqing's pacification, Yi Ruyan sat down with an exasperated sigh and said, last night, I thought carefully about it, and the way to top the national exams is to break through to Intermediate Royal Beast Master and open the second Royal Beast space. Gu Changqing was stunned and then moved. Yi Ruyan had already calculated everything that would follow. A Beast Master is a primary Beast Master after contracting his first Beast Pet, and when the Imperial Beast Master level reaches level 10, using the different materials of the evolutionary route of the Beast Pet, he will be promoted to Intermediate Imperial Beast Master, opening the Imperial Beast space for contracting a second Beast Pet. Space Stone, an important material to open the Imperial Beast space. Now that the Beast Pet shop was blacklisted, it was almost impossible for a retail Imperial Beast Master to come up with something so expensive. To touch the poor odds is no different than winning the lottery. Gu Changqing had then read a post that some Imperial Beast Masters don't believe in evil, and have been brushing level 10 copies for a whole month. Not a hair out of place. So, I'm not even going to bet on the burst rate. Gambling on explosions, we don't have that much time. Really? Suddenly, Yi Ruyan realized something and looked incredulously at the victorious Gu Changqing. You want to, take the clearance record? The duplicate clearance record is an additional reward imposed by the Deep Blue Rule after the generation of the Fierce Beast duplicate. Anyone who climbs to the top and keeps the top 10 record score for 24 hours will receive rare materials. The Space Stone that Gu Changqing lacked, as well as other promotion materials, could be 100% owned by taking the record. The difficulty is that only the Hell difficulty is worthy of counting towards the clearance record. Little Green, have you thought about it? A Hell level difficulty copy is already almost as strong as a Ferocious Beast's original strength. Gu Changqing had already taken out his cell phone and searched out the rankings of the clearance records of each level 10 copy. In first place, Hao Ran was the gold medal team of the Eternal Beast Pet Shop. This team has a sick clearance record of 30 minutes and 3 seconds. Yi Ruyan looked at the almost unsurpassable record number and was filled with sadness. Passing is not the same as swiping a record. Passing is fine if you find the right methods and loopholes and use the time to grind them all. Online, there are a lot of sentinels who make a profit by writing clearance strategies, but to brush up on records, the requirements are even more demanding. Complementary teammates, knowledge of replicas, and powerful beast pets. You can't have one of the three without the other. Moreover, such a low-level copy, as a high-level Imperial Beast Master, she had already lost her qualifications to enter. Gu Changqing's reputation, deliberately rendered, had reached the point where everyone was shouting at him, and who would risk the world to team up with him? Yi Ruyan turned her head to look at Gu Changqing, who was consulting the information of the major copies, as if she had made some sort of great determination. Just as she was trying to find an excuse to leave, Gu Changqing closed his cell phone and stood up from the sofa. The information is pretty much read. Sis, let's go. Yi Ruyan froze. Where to? Gu Changqing hemmed and hawed. Incoming. The forces are united in boycotting his resources. That's good. I'll knock out all your resources. Chapter 9, Hell's Copy Record List. Yi Ruyan's entire body was still confused when she was pulled down from the car by Gu Changqing. Looking at the replica light gate in the plaza, he was busy pulling him aside and whispered, Little Green, don't get carried away. You're not thinking of entering the copy alone, are you? Yeah, it's too much of a hassle to find teammates and stuff. There's another thing he didn't say. Exclusive experience is the way to go. Yi Ruyan choked on a mouthful of old blood and wanted to spray him in the face. Feelings talk so much, they fall on deaf ears. For the first time, she felt that her little brother, who had been carefully cared for several years, was becoming stranger and stranger, losing her legendary beast pet, being planted, and being suppressed by all the major powers. If she were in her place, she would not know how to solve it without her own background. But he, instead of giving up on himself, was actively looking for a way to break the situation. Yi Ruyan seemed to see that he appeared to have some kind of dependence on him, and could go ahead without fear. Is it getting older? Starting to get indecisive? If you don't have a backing, then sis will be your backing to make it big. Yi Ruyan suddenly patted Gu Changqing's shoulder. In his stunned eyes, his full puffy breasts stood up, and a confident smile appeared on his stunning face. When Xiao Qing does something, she never fights battles she's not sure of. Go on. If anything goes wrong, you'll have sis to take care of it. Yi Ruyan's change, Gu Changqing saw it in his heart, as if he was relieved. The first time he saw Yi Ruyan, Gu Changqing felt as if he had seen a woman heroine who was resolute in killing. That glow is still fresh in my mind. But since the death of her parents, the heroine has shed her robes and turned into a faggy, nagging janitor. Everything is because of him. Now the peaks are turning and his legendary path is about to begin. Yi Ruyan, too, should go in search of her splendor. With my sister. No surprises. I'm going. Gu Changqing had just walked up to the level 10 copy. Just then, the replica light doors suddenly flashed red. Congratulations to the Zhenhai King Squad, breaking the record of passing the replica of the Chaos Lone Ridge. The beep sounded and drew a gasp of surprise. Gu Changqing clicked on the copy record list and his pupils shrunk slightly. Only the Eternal Beast Pet Shop, which was in first place, was kicked down. Copy of the Gone with the Wind, Inferno level, passing time record list. First place, Zhenhai King Squad. Clearance time, 29:11. Second place, Eternal Beast Pet Shop. Time to pass, 30:03. Third place, Imperial Beast Rose. Clearance time 33:64. Yi Ruyan also checked the record list and was surprised. Within 30 minutes, this Zhenhai King Squad, is it someone from the Royal Beast Master Association? Just wait, it'll be out in a minute. Soon, the replica light door gave birth to a vortex, and 5 figures slowly walked out from it. Behind the 5 people, all of them were followed by a powerful beast pet, and the beast pets of each of them were all above the gold level. The might emanating from his body was also ridiculously strong. These 5 people's beast pets were not only piled up by money, their bloodlines were also extremely excellent. They are the elite city guards guarding the East District. Seeing the costumes they wore, Yi Ruyan recognized them at once. The elite city guards of the East End? Gu Changqing murmured in his heart, instantly realizing the Eastern District was the location of the Chen family's old mansion base camp, and the city guards over there were basically all inextricably linked to the Chen family. It just made him not expect that the Chen family's response was really well thought out, and all the links were counted. Oh, isn't this the former Vice Captain Yi Ruyan? The leader of the 5-member squad noticed Yi Ruyan and greeted him familiarly. Yi Ruyan's face was gloomy. The purpose of the city guard is to protect Shanghai City from the harassment of ferocious beasts. When did they also become interested in low-level clearance records? What? Is the Chen family going down the drain? Can't afford to supply you with materials? The leader looked around at a circle of several brothers and spread his hands. Vice Captain Yi is biased in this statement. We are just the lowest level of junior soldiers, whereas you are born at the top of the Roman Avenue. Besides, we really need materials for promotion. You didn't come here because you want to rob it from us as well. Only, with your body and beast pet, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. I still have to face it. A high-level Imperial Beast Master lowering his own level to brush the clearance record of a low-level copy. Really, the more he lives, the more he goes back. Yi Ruyan frowned deeply after checking their levels. Little Green. All 5 of them used special secret methods to forcefully drop their rank levels. It seems that they don't even want you to dip into the clearance records. Gu Changqing nodded. He was familiar with Yi Ruyan and, outside of his words, he held some contempt for Yi Ruyan. Mud, come to abuse vegetables still abuse out of superiority. The elite of the city guards, brushing up on their records. That's it? Gu Changqing's voice was not loud, but it landed accurately in everyone's ears. For a while, the Imperial Beastmasters in front of the various replica light gates stopped in their tracks. Where's that yellow-haired brat from? He doesn't know the heights of heaven. When the copy record is a cabbage can break into within 30 minutes. Iran is a monster level well. Are the new generation of Imperial Beastmasters nowadays also high-eyed? In the crowd, there were also many students who naturally recognized Gu Changqing. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be Gu Changqing. Other people say I have to give him a couple of sentences. Gu Changqing? Well, no comment. Yeah, the ruthless lord who won't even let go of his own beast pet. Gu Changqing, go back to your home and stay there. Don't come out to discredit Jinhai first. High shapes and colors of speech are coming out of the woodwork. You're the Gu Changqing who awakened the legendary beast pet at the abyssal altar? The leader's gaze was sharp, as if he was trying to see through him. Yeah, shouldn't you have prefixed it with a couple more? Selfish, towny tumor, or something like that? This, Gu Changqing's preemptive style of speech made the latter not know how to take it for a moment. Are you that thick-skinned? You don't have any friends like that. Are you here to set the record straight? Gu Changqing pointed behind him. The people behind you, how scared they are. Legendary beast pets have been reduced to wasted pets, and you have to be careful too? Nima, the leader is going to break down. Did you answer what I asked? The corners of Gu Changqing's mouth were smiling, and he couldn't stand it after only a few words. Alright, you're also getting paid to do something. Otherwise, have to set a bet with you. Gu Changqing stepped forward and peeled away the blocking and somewhat confused leader. Please select the difficulty of your copy of the Rocky Lonely Ridge. Hell yeah. Only one person is detected in your team. The full team of the replica is 5. Do you want to enter? Enter. A copy of the hell level difficulty has been generated. Please enter the light gate. In the midst of everyone's bewilderment, Gu Changqing walked into the replica light door. This started? Chapter 10, Unknown Species NPC, Mysterious Beast Pet Card. You've entered the hellish copy of the Lone Ridge of Chaos. The light from the duplicate light gate gradually faded, and Gu Changqing's figure was revealed. Before he could wait to see the environment inside the copy, he only heard the sound of breaking air whistling, becoming more and more urgent. Gu Changqing raised his head and saw a huge rock with a diameter of 1 meter smashing down like a cannonball. He lifted his foot and was just about to dodge when his footsteps lurched. The feet, by now, had sunk into the soft, fine sand. Jean, Little Gold let out a cry, and a white blazing fireball spat out. It collided with the boulder in mid-air, only to see a layer on the surface of the boulder, slowly melting under the heat of the flames, a pitch-black stone man that fell from it. When it landed, it kicked up violent and wild sand. The information about the black stone man leapt forward in Gu Changqing's eyes. Unknown species of beast, black jade stone man, not ranked. Rank, 10. Attributes, strength plus 100, physique plus 300, agility plus 55, spirit plus 0, skills, rockfall, blackened berserker, eternal body. Looking at the stone body reflecting black light under the shroud of the swirling wild sand, Gu Changqing wasn't shocked by the intimidating attributes of the. How did you meet the NPC in the copy here? For the chaotic Lone Ridge copy, Gu Changqing had researched the past strategy thoroughly before he arrived. Just to his surprise, the rhythm of the copy changed after his turn. In the guide, it's only right that the first level after entering the copy is the sand monster. The location of the transmission, too, was indeed within the sandy soil, but the black jade stone man was only encountered after crossing the sand swamp and coming to the foot of the Tsanging Ridge. Phew! Gu Changqing took a deep breath and didn't think much about why the copy level had changed. The early appearance of the black jade stone man caused no sand monsters to come out to attack in the sand swamp. Also, as an NPC, there is no quest, but there is no inclination to attack. Jean called out again. Sharp claws grabbed Gu Changqing's shoulders, and then rose up into the air. Kogane's 4-dimensional attributes are doubled again after giving him the spring of eating. 40 points of strength was more than enough to grab Gu Changqing. The black jade stone man was indeed as Raider had said, and after coming out of the stone shell, he stood there motionless. Little Gold carried him as he soared over the head of the black jade stone man, toward the blurry, massive mountain that could be faintly made out beyond the sandy swamp. Snort! Suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of breaking air came again. Kogane instinctively dipped to the side. Only a black stone was seen, grazing Gu Changqing's cheek as it sped past. Warm liquid flowed down, and Gu Changqing reached out and wiped it away. The blood was actually black. Toxic. That was the first thought that came to mind. There was just no physical discomfort. Gu Chongqing was just about to command Little Gold to move away from the sandy swamp when he saw a first sun true flame trailing a long flame tail, blasting towards the black jade stone man. Immediately after that, Xiao Jin threw Gu Chongqing, dashingly turned around and lowered his mouth to hold the collar of his coat with his mouth. The sharp claws burning with white flame swooped down. Clank! The sharp claws arrived one step ahead of the fireball. Only, the white flames instantly dissolved upon contact with the black jade stone man's neck. The steel-like claws merely grazed several sparks, not even leaving a scratch. Kogain rose vertically, and the first day of True Yen arrived late. Boom! The whirlwind exploded with a powerful shockwave, setting off wild sand into the sky. In the center of the vortex, white flames steamed, burning the black jade stone man within. Xiao Jin fluttered his wings and switched his sharp claws to grab Gu Chongqing. Her face came up to rub against the dazed and confused Gu Chongqing's face, as if to say again, "Don't be afraid, I've avenged you." Gu Chongqing's brain was dizzy, and he managed to suppress the churning in his stomach. No, the side effects of moving the turret are too great. It's better not to go on until it's critical. Unprotected high-speed movement was not something that he, a junior Imperial Beast Master, could enjoy yet. After a moment's reprieve, the flames of the true flame of the first sun were also slowly dying out. Gu Chongqing's gaze was fixed. The raiders have also been mentioned as being able to kill the black jadeite man. There have been many comments made. Only 2 points. The inability to break through defenses, and the irony that the black jade stone man was too lazy to return fire. The true flame of the first sun is the skill with the most sufficient damage at the moment, especially with the spirit attribute of up to 280-odd points. No point in wasting time if neither can break defense. The wild sand disperses and the flames go out. That black body stood like a god of war. Not only was it harmless, the black color got a little deeper. Go! Gu Chongqing patted Xiao Jin's back without lingering. An unknown species that even Deep Blue couldn't determine, at least for now, couldn't be taken down. Nico! Little Gold rushed at the black jade stone man and snapped, as if in warning, but the next second, a sudden shadow came down. Gu Chongqing jerked his head up, and a rock that was more than 10 meters in diameter and resembled a small mountain hung just above his head. Mud! This copy is toxic, isn't it? The amiable, invisibly mocking black jade stone man had laid a deadly hand on him. Fortunately, in the face of the boulder's attack, Little Gold fully exerted the strength that a mythic-level beast pet should have, but the black jade stone man's attack became more and more sinister. Just as they entered safety, Rockfall appeared out of nowhere and chased them. It was clear that they didn't want them to leave. As time went on, under the superimposition of the warlike boiling of the Xiao Jin didn't run away either, and the 5-second one of the first sun true flame was desperately bombarding the black jade stone man. What was even stranger was that being burned by the flames, the falling rocks that were chasing them fell apart and dissipated into gravel. Gu Chongqing wrinkled his brows, and suddenly, the perpetual motion torso of the black jade stone man's 3 skills came to mind. Could it be that it won't let me go because it needs me to provide energy? At this point, Gu Chongqing put brushing the record behind him, seeing the flames disappear faster than once. That deep black color is even more oily. Until a full 10 minutes had passed, Xiao Jin's spiritual power empties and replenishes itself. Gu Chongqing had eaten a lot of pills and almost didn't get smoked to death by Xiao Jin. Suddenly, a huge repulsive force swept from around the black jade stone man. Immediately afterward, a crack crawled up the originally impenetrable black jade. 1, 2, 3, without a moment's effort, the black jade stone man was cracked all over, and was about to shatter at the slightest touch. Jin, get down there! Little Gold flew to the black jade stone man, and Gu Chongqing jumped down. He reached out and touched it gently. Wow! Half of the black jade stone man's body collapsed in an instant. Inside its body, it is hollow. A black card, silently suspended at the heart. Just then, black blood burst out of the cheek wound that had previously been grazed by the black stone. It landed right on the black card and quickly absorbed and fused. It all happened so fast. Before Gu Chongqing could figure out what was going on, the beep sounded. Congratulations on completing the special hidden quest, Unfillable Eternal Body, and receive a reward, a beast pet card of unknown species. Chapter 11, Setting Fire to the Mountain. Specific gold words, a black beast pet? Gu Chongqing pinched the card and frowned. Obviously, it was of a grade that was not within the ordering of the rules of the abyss. Such an unknown piece. I don't know if it's good or bad. Putting the black beast pet card into his package, Gu Chongqing raised his hand to grab Little Gold's paw and flew towards the sand marsh beyond. When you get out of the pass, make an extra effort to gather information about the unknown species. Thinking about the terrifying defensibility of the black jade stone man, he was still very moved. If the second beast pet can contract that kind of meat shield defense, then on the stage of the national exam, there will be no more worries. The roiling sands in the sand swamp gradually thinned out, and the outline of an isolated 100-foot majestic ridge slowly became clearer in the line of sight. When the wind and sand have faded, the glowing green landscape fills the eyes. Below the Kanjiing Ridge, the vegetation is lush and thickly wooded, and the mountain road leading up to the ridge is punctuated with the sound of birdsong from time to time. Little Gold had just landed on the ground with Gu Changqing when the beep sounded. The first stage of the Chaos Lone Ridge replica has been completed in 15 minutes and 4 seconds. Stage time ranking, 19th place. Stage 2 begins. Most of the time was wasted in the first stage of the sand swamp in order to give the Black Jade Stone Man plenty of energy. If the record is to be broken, the following stages will have to be all out. Jean, is it holding up? At this time, Little Gold's spiritual energy was less than half. The uninterrupted bombardment for more than 10 minutes, even with the 3 golden word strips added to the body. With the current grade and level, it was a bit overwhelming. Xiao Jin lowered his head and rubbed against Gu Changqing's belly, his bird's beak emitting a pampering and pleasing sound. Gu Changqing was helpless and patted its head. It was supposed to be a copy to upgrade and get food for it. It was a good thing that the food didn't hit the spot at all and nearly emptied the body. It's normal to get a little emotional. Pampered children are the best. Well, the back progress is all food, all yours. Upon hearing about the food, Xiao Jin's foodie attribute activated. It's all yours, and it's fueled by an unprecedented desire to fight. Gu Changqing stepped forward, and suddenly, the earth shook and a thigh-thick vine that broke through the ground. The straight spikes, sharp as blades, came straight at Gu Changqing's heart. The flames of hunger rose in Xiao Jin's eyes, instantly flashing in front of Gu Changqing's body. It's instinctive in the blood to deal with something that's long and straight and also soft and hard. After grabbing the tree vines with both claws, a mouthful of First Sun True Flame was sprayed over. Tree vines are already afraid of fire, only to hear a click sound, by the flames of the back end of the burning itself broken, and then submerged into the ground. With just this moment's effort, Gu Changqing found out its information. Sphinx Tree, Intermediate Beast, Rank, 10, Attributes, Strength plus 72, Physique plus 208, Agility plus 5, Spirit plus 30, Skills, Earth Spike Strike, Exuberant Vitality, a 10th level intermediate ferocious beast with this attribute. What a living target. But, Gu Changqing looked at the dense rows of tall trees as far as the eye could see, and his scalp went a little numb. This dense forest stretches all the way up the mountainside, and the overall length of the trail is probably around a kilometer. In other words, in addition to distinguishing which are the Sphinx bushes in the second stage, you also have to deal with attacks that will come at some point. A contest of speed and reaction, so to speak. But in the next second, a smile appeared at the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth. He turned his head to look at Kogain. Kogain was devouring the softened vines with gusto. One bite of a packet of water, crunchy and watery, with an aromatic herbaceous scent. Little Gold, I've heard that there's a particularly delicious ferocious beast on the ridge. What you're eating is garbage compared to it. The remnants of food from the gutter. You're the one I've given the golden word to, and you're already a supreme being at the super god level. That's all you eat when you're beyond God? If you can stand it, no one who is a master can. Currently in the juvenile stage, Kogain has the IQ of a few year-olds. When they heard Gu Changqing say this, their gazes were loud and clear. It met its eyes firmly, as if to say, I'll do whatever my master wants. Gu Changqing pointed at the dense forest. It's all garbage. Burn it all. Let's have a big feast. Phew! A sudden rush of wind passed by, and Little Gold had spread his wings and taken to the sky. The blazing true flame of the first sun condensed and blasted down towards the dense forest below. There was a violent explosion, and white balls of fire scattered in all directions, and wherever they fell upon the trees, whether it was an ordinary tree or a sphinx bushy tree, it burned. Within 2 minutes, most of the dense forest became a sea of fire. What's even more terrifying is that it doesn't even require any special targeted care from Little Kim. The human-faced bushy tree was already afraid of fire, and when the fire came together, it was even more unstoppable. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, stood leisurely in place. It's better to fool your own kids. It's just a shame that you can't pick up the gear from the fire. Suddenly, a beep exploded like a frantic echo. Slay the 10th level mid-level beast, the Sphinx Pope Tree, and gain plus 50 experience. Slay the 10th level mid-level beast, the Sphinx Pope Tree, and gain plus 50 experience. Kill the 10th level intermediate beast, Swift Wind Eagle, gained experience plus 25. Kill the 10th level lower level ferocious beast Swift Wind Eagle Cub, gained experience plus 10. Experience pops up like a rising tide, worthy of being a hell level difficulty copy. This experience, even if the experience required for each level was doubled, it was still easy to take at this rate of brushing monsters. Within a minute, the exciting upgrade alert came. Congratulations on leveling up 1 level. Unlimited gold phrase trigger. You can draw a random gold phrase once. Gu Changqing, beast's favorite, Hatsumomo bird. Rank, 4, experience, 20/800, title, Junior Beast Master, Talent, unlimited golden words, unique. Level 4 required 800 points of experience, and the rate of acquisition was gradually slowing down. The copy was nearing its end, and Gu Changqing rubbed his hands together for one more anticlimactic gold phrase. That way, the final boss won't be too much of a waste of time. Extract. Golden words in the draw. Congratulations on obtaining the golden word, Path of Destiny. The Path of Destiny? Gu Changqing doubtfully tapped on the introduction of the golden words. Path of Heavenly Destiny, special bloodline phrase. A path against the heavens full of thorns and perils that only a special beast pet can harness and use. Out a specific gold phrase. Chicken ribs. The beast pets as well as the ferocious beast atlases recorded in the textbooks alone were as high as 1,000. Not to add the undiscovered and undocumented. Trying to find one of them is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. Just as Gu Changqing regretted wasting an opportunity. Suddenly, the black beast pet card in the backpack, as if guided by something, a violent shudder went up. Chapter 12, The Oversubscribed Copy Boss. Is there any humanity left? The black beast pet card buzzed violently. The mysterious beast pet temporarily housed inside seemed to want to break through the card, but Deep Blue's rules are overbearing, rendering its actions useless. A beast pet that has not been contracted cannot be given a gold phrase. Gu Changqing took the black beast pet card out of the package and held it in his hand. Unsure. Are you attracted to familiar scents? The beast pet card moved again. Stay inside honestly and I'll consider making you my second beast pet. With Gu Changqing's promise, the black beast pet card quieted down. Putting it back, Gu Changqing couldn't help but think. Having just acquired the designated special gold phrase, the black beast pet card reacted. Is it hard to believe that the gift of infinite gold words is still offered randomly using himself as a reference? The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Don't want to. There's still quite a way to go before level 10. At this moment, the Tsanging Ridge had been completely reduced to a sea of flames. After the first sun true flame was extinguished, the fire did not go out, but instead formed a Tao blazing wave fire dragon, vowing to burn the entire ridge. The experience bar was still growing, only the magnitude had decreased down. The barrier that was about to break through the 5th level came to a hard stop. Be happy with what you have. The other sprint record teams, hating not a single monster that they didn't want to fight, went all out to compress their time. The fire had been going on for just under 7 minutes. The experience value was even more than 1.5 levels gained. There's still a lot of time to spare to maneuver away from the first place clearance record. Behind it, there was only one old monster. Kogain hovered above the scene of the fire, swooping down from time to time and, when he soared up again, he had a broken piece of equipment in his mouth and threw it down in disgust. Spring of Eaters can't absorb the attributes of all that gear. The second stage of the Chaos Lone Ridge replica has been completed in 7 minutes and 31 seconds. Stage time ranking, first place. Final phase begins. Due to the fact that you set fire to the mountain, the beasts of the replica have gone berserk and the difficulty of the stage has increased. When you kill the final fierce beast, the explosion rate will also increase. There is a higher probability of obtaining rare items such as Bloodline True Blood and Space Stones. The beast stormed off. Gu Changqing had just finished listening to the abyss's beep. There was a loud bang. Only a large crater several meters deep was blown out of the open space to his left. At the bottom of the pit, most of the white flames that surrounded Little Gold collapsed. Jean. Gu Changqing was shocked and jumped into the pit to check its injuries. After a moment, he let out a long breath. Luckily, there's a flame shield. Kim is not in any serious trouble. Just then, the earth trembled violently. Xiao Jin revitalized himself and grabbed Gu Changqing and flew up into midair. The scene before him left him dumbfounded. It wasn't just the earth that was shaking. It was the entire copy that was shaking a bit, only in the direction of the sand marsh. Several tornadoes formed from fine sand converged towards the ridge with a momentum that broke through the sky. The entire Tsanging Ridge boulders rolled down, pulling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The greenish-blue swift eagles that had not perished in the fire were gathered in groups at the top. As the mournful eagle chirps rose and fell, hundreds of swift-winged eagle feathers fluttered and eerily blended together, forming a large eagle's head. The main body of the Eagle Ridge, after rising nearly 3 meters, slowly extended its limbs. Huge amounts of fine sand filled the surrounding area, transforming into a flowing cloak of armor. I'm yet. At this moment, standing in front of him was a fusion-type monster with a height of 30 feet, an eagle's head, and a sandy coat. His knowledge of imperial beasts was very solid. He had infinite gold phrases, and several types of anticlimactic gold phrases were not at stake. But now, looking up at such a ferocious beast, it was tempting to say, what's in the textbooks is just fooling the kids. You call this a ING rampage? It's more like it. In the regular copy guide, the final guarding beasts are the swift-winged Eagle King and its henchmen who possess extreme speed. It's not just setting a fire. Is it necessary to use nuclear weapons to fight mosquitoes? Gu Changqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva and, The information about this fusion monster in front of him also appeared. Feral Demon Lone Ridge Watcher, Fusion Type Special Beast. Rank, 10. Attributes, Strength plus 300. Physique plus 300. Agility plus 300. Spirit plus 300. Skills, Swift Wind Eagle. 1,000 miles of quicksand. All things spring. Eternal body, passive. Description, a mutated ferocious beast forcibly fused by an unknown force. Defeating it will result in an unprecedented special reward. If you die in battle, you will become part of it. Fierce demon level. Although it was said that there were 200 ferocious beasts that had died in Gu Changqing's hands, if not 1,000, but at the highest, it only goes up to the intermediate level. Now, in front of him was a ferocious demon. It's a full span of 3 big grades. Gu Changqing looked up at the replica sky and, Nima, Abyss, you want me up, just say so, okay. The terrifying 4 attributes of 300 had completely surpassed the intensity that a level 10 side book should have. The 3 active skills were also unique to the 3 stages of ferocious beasts in that copy. No wonder little Kim got tapped out. Even the mythic level bloodline granted by the golden phrase was a small karami in front of this fusion monster. Hot breath puffed out of Kogane's mouth, and the temperature of his body rose as the white flames wrapped around Gu Changqing while rapidly coalescing in front of him. Jean fumed, vowing to avenge the slap. The fireball had been building up for a full minute, and was a meter in diameter. Only then, in an angry cry, did he drag his flaming tail towards the fierce demon. Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly flashed before him, and he seemed to see that the shadow of an unusually handsome divine bird wrapped around little gold. Could this be the body of the golden crow? Kogane's spirits suddenly lifted and wilted slightly. Under this strike, the spiritual energy that had been recovered with great difficulty was consumed in an instant. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, was frowning, as this fusion fierce demon had the most headache-inducing skill on its body. Permanent motion torso. This skill is possessed by the Black Jade Stoner. Gu Changqing couldn't take it. The fierce demon was having the special ability to fuse the skills of the fierce beasts that existed in the replica. Or, was it also one of the unknown species of ferocious beasts like the Black Jade Stone Man? Wherever the powerful type First Sun True Flame passed, space became distorted and blurred. The fierce demon did not make a move to. The eye saw the fireball getting closer and closer, heading straight for the eagle's head. Suddenly, Hawkhead's tightly closed eyes opened and the black pupils were like beautiful jade. An invisible wall of chi collided with the flying First Sun True Flame. Looking at the fireball whose power began to slowly diminish, Gu Changqing's heart thumped. Couldn't have guessed right, could it? If that's true, what's the point of having fun? Waste of time to start the next game before it's too late. A crunching sound interrupted his thoughts of quitting. Only the invisible wall of chi was seen to have spider-like cracks spreading. In the next second, the true flame of the first sun broke through it, and although its power was weakened, it was still powerful. There's drama. Gu Changqing was overjoyed. Soon, he was once again dumbfounded. At some point, the fierce demon's hand had already condensed a giant sword that was gathered by quicksand. A lumbering swing of the stone arm. A half-moon-shaped quicksand sword chi spread like it covered the sky. The true flame of the first sun had just come into contact with it, and was instantly wrapped around it. Out. Chapter 13, The Dark Trace. Passing the duplicates. The sky was filled with quicksand, centered on the fierce demon, covering most of the sky of the replica. This strike not only dissolved Little Gold's first sun true flame, it also completely knocked Gu Changqing's heart to the bottom. How can this be fun? Your own attacks are just scratching an itch. The fierce demon's casual strike was devastating coverage. Pressing is not even in the same league. Jean, Gu Changqing called out, already planning to exit. But Kogane tilted his head back and looked up at the yellow-orange sky, whimpering lowly twice. He thought the little one was upset and whispered reassurances. Don't mind it. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Your future is by no means comparable to its mere ferocious demon. When you grow up some more, you will be able to strike it down with your hand. Surprisingly, in response to his master's soothing words, Kim is bizarrely cranky. It suddenly turned its head and its sharp beak pecked Gu Changqing's belly. Gu Changqing was startled. He didn't expect that Xiao Jin would attack him. The next second, before he could react, as if the beak had crossed a barrier, when it was drawn, it held a black card in its mouth. Gu Changqing fixed his eyes on it. Wasn't this the Black Beast pet card in the package? It's hard not to. The black card was held in his mouth, and white flames instantly wrapped it. The card was nourished by the power of the flames and instantly reacted, swinging away in a circle of black ripples, and Gu Changqing's ears rang with a childish, stumbling voice. Silly bird, let go of me, you bit into my brother, loosen up and loosen your mouth or I'll hit you. Gu Changqing's jaw dropped, and after confirming it for a while, he finally determined that the sound was coming from the Black Beast pet card. The other is a bit more ebullient than its milky baby voice. Haiwa-chan, It's all because of the trouble you caused. Hurry up and lend me your power. Otherwise, humph. What? Power? Silly bird, I'm still a child. Son of a. If something happens to the master, I'll dismantle you, roast you slowly over a low fire, and eat you after you're moist with oil. Coarse, vulgar, violent. What is your master's business off? Me. Gu Changqing quietly listened, his heart happy. The textbook had learned that beast pets were capable of empathic communication with each other. Prerequisite is the same sentinel. Xiao Jin was a mythic-level bloodline, and it wasn't a surprise that he had this ability. On the contrary, the beast pet inside this black card was actually able to communicate with it. At least it shows one thing, its own ability is powerful. You don't want to lose, do you? Fine, when we get out, I'll have my master look for something glowing and shiny, and give you a holy light bath every day, so as to wash away the pitch blackness of your entire body. The two beast pets were stubbornly bickering, but suddenly Xiao Jin said something and immediately killed them, only to hear the beast pet in the black card milking a curse, unwillingly spilling raging black energy from it, wrapping it around the white flame. Nico! Xiao Jin cleared his voice and stuffed the black card back into Gu Changqing's package space. It flew high into the air, its body stimulated by the black energy, growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't slowly stop until it turned into a terrifying size of almost 10 meters. The body of the golden crow. This is the true body of the golden crow. Gu Changqing was busy checking Xiao Jin's status. Beast's favorite, Hatsumomo bird. Grade, bronze. Rank, 4. Bloodline phrases, golden flame of the great sun, gold. Battle spirit boiling, gold. Spring of eating, gold. Attributes, strength plus 40 plus 4, eating attribute. Physique plus 40 plus 3. Agility plus 40 plus 2. Spirit plus 280 plus 4. Spiritual power, 21,100. Bloodline ability stimulation plus 20,000. Skills, morphological transformation. True inflammation of the first sun. Flame immunity, passive. Golden crow's body. Status, darkness perpetual motion. Darkness negative attribute destruction plus 100%. Absorption plus 100%. Pieces of darkness traceability, maximum enhancement of the beast pet bloodline ability to stimulate, depending on the beast pet physique to determine the upper limit. After the disappearance of the state, all the attributes and skills of the beast pet will enter a cooling period of 5 hours. Looking at the status page in the info bar, Gu Changqing understood why Xiao Jin was holding the black card out. From the moment he entered the replica and encountered the Black Jade Stone Man, he unlocked the hidden quest, and it just so happened that the beast pet in the black card was the only key to defeating the fierce demon. Go on, Jin! Gu Changqing couldn't help but shout. A sharp cry responded to him from the little gold that had been uplifted by darkness trace. Immediately afterward, a raging monstrous fire rose up all over his body, blazing white and dark. The two opposing colors of energy mingled together in a surprisingly peaceful manner. Xiao Jin stretched out a pair of wings that were several times wider than his size and impacted towards the fierce demon. Gu Changqing watched quietly and couldn't help but feel emotional. This was the hegemony and might that the mythic grade bloodline Great Sun Golden Crow should have. The small mountain-like ferocious demon with black eagle eyes eyed the small gold wrapped in ferocious might and arrived, seemingly sensing the threat. He once again drew the quicksand giant sword and swung it several times. A wall of degrees of quicksand canopy that was going to flood the entire copy as if it were a wall. But in the next moment, a giant fireball with a diameter of 9 meters, scorching the black mist of the mists, broke through the blockage of the quicksand. Pure black aura flowed in the eagle eyes of the ferocious demon. It could be completely nullified by its perpetual motion skill under the enchantment of the status. Boom! The giant fireball exploded abruptly as it approached a dozen meters from the fierce demon. Countless small flames, like a meteor shower, did their best to cover the entire massive body. Bang! 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 Every fireball that fell produced a violent pop. Black and white flames are intertwining. As the blow-ups continue, the huge pillar of fire that rushed up to the sky reached the sky. Raging waves of fire and shockwaves spread outward. The overbearing power seems to be trying to make the earth whole again. Unable to do anything else, Gu Changqing had no choice but to jump into the big pit to hide. Suddenly, his brain was giddy and his whole body was rapidly losing strength. Is this going to smoke me to death? The Beast Master and the Beast Pet, once the contract is signed, are in a symbiotic relationship. Once one of them suffers a heavy blow, the other will also be damaged to varying degrees. Before, when killing a ferocious beast, one could completely crush it with their bloodline. Now that Xiao Jin was being forced to raise the strength of his bloodline by dark traceability, he was overdrawing his master's power to achieve his own recovery. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing pulled out a bottle of elixir and poured it out into his mouth. Luckily, it didn't take too long. The sound of the bombardment outside disappeared, and a dark shadow appeared above Gu Changqing. He looked up. Xiao Jin had turned into his night raven form and fell weakly into his arms. It was riddled with holes, cuts from birds pecking at it, and splinters from tree spikes. Get some rest. With a flash of light, Gu Chongqing put it into the Imperial Beast space. He climbed out of the large pit and looked off into the distance. What you see is a sky of fire and cratered debris. Gu Chongqing's heart is not in the right place. It's a skill that's best not used when you can. Congratulations on killing the feral demon grade special fusion fierce beast, Lonely Ridge Watcher, gaining plus 2000 experience. Congratulations on completing the final copy of the hidden quest and obtaining the special prop Pupil of Darkness. Congratulations on passing the hell level copy of Chaos Lone Ridge 4. Chapter 14, Expelled from School. What are the qualifications? Dog's ears. In front of the duplicate light door, Yi Ruyan quietly stood outside and waited, rubbing her hands tightly without stopping, but betrayed her state of mind at the moment. Gu Chongqing spoke with further words and confidence. As time continued to pass, Yi Ruyan's worries still erupted like a well. From time to time, he looked at the replica light door, nervous and complicated, like the first time he formally fought a ferocious beast. Vice Captain Yi, don't be in a hurry. Even if you can't pass the replica, dare to single-handedly go alone. The momentum is still there. Yi Ruyan glanced at the squad leader and grunted. Zhang, is the reward given by the Chun family so strong? Willingly letting you guys give up your future just to brush up on a low-grade copy record? It seems that more than a decade of peace has made you guys forget a lot. Zhang also did not brain. You do not need to provoke me. There is a give and take. The city guard is loyal to the city lord's mansion. You understand that. I really don't know how those heroic spirits who lost their lives in the beast tide for Jinhai City will feel when they see that their offspring are treated like this. You are still so compassionate. And yes, those who are in high positions have the heart of remembering the world. But likewise, it is also a shackle. Otherwise, how could it trap you in Jinhai City for more than 10 years? Yi Ruyan was irritated to the reverse scales and scolded sternly. Shut up, if you don't want me to cut it for you. Zhang immediately shook his hand and made the zipper sign on his lips. The last sentence before shutting up is for the sake of the former master teacher. Although the Chen family is restrained because of you and doesn't dare to do anything with Gu Changqing's life, it's hard to say otherwise. What do you mean? Yi Ruyan pursued the question, but Zhang returned to the team and resumed the attitude of not caring about things. Just then, the crowd gathered in the square parted a path on its own, only to see Lu Rinjia, the grade director of Jinhai First High School, accompanying Chen Hai, walked over full of solemnity. Su Sisi sat on Chen Hai's arm, and when she saw Yi Ruyan, she lowered her head in shame. Yi Ruyan looked at them unexpectedly and was surprised. Director Lu, what are you guys? Before Lu Rinjia could speak, Chen Hai coughed and clamored. Teacher Yi is also here. Ah, that's just right. For the previous incident where Gu Changqing did something that was outrageous to both the gods and the people, the city lord's office has already given the latest notice. For this reason, the school's senior management was outraged and specially held a general meeting to decide on his punishment. Director, show Mr. Yi the results of the punishment. Lu Rinjia compensated with a smile and pulled out a cut sheet, coldly shoving it to Yi Ruyan. Teacher Yi, since Gu Changqing isn't here, you'll be the one to pass it on. Yi Ruyan unfolded the adjudication book, and after browsing through the contents on it, she couldn't help but rebuke. You expelled him from Jinhai No. 1 High School? Director Lu, does the school authority really want to make things worse? The matter of the legendary beast pet. You guys just... Lu Rinjia interrupted Yi Ruyan with just the right amount of anger. Teacher Yi, the school administration is already being merciful by expelling him from Jinhai First High School. The matter of the legendary beast pet. What he did is a smear on Jinhai City as well as a desecration of the Imperial Beast Master. Yi Ruyan's towering chest trembled in anger, but reason told her that she couldn't be hard. The ruling is enough to say it all. While expulsion from school does not cut off the path to the big national test, but the most important thing about a prestigious school is the face. An Imperial Beast Master who has been ordered to drop out of school, whose character is questionable, and who has even been ostracized by an entire city. Basically, it will not be considered by the Imperial Beasts University. That's a tough enough move, ruthless enough to drive Gu Chongqing into the abyss, never to be recovered. The school should have dealt with Gu Chongqing a long time ago. With a character like that, it's a good thing that he didn't make a contract with a legendary beast pet, or else he would have become the biggest scourge of Jinhai City. Su Sisi took Chen Hai's arm, hating that she couldn't rub it into the nicely sized 220 meat. Chen Hai smiled with satisfaction. Teacher Yi, you have a big background, so why lose that face for a guy with a bad track record? Originally, the school's decision was to notify the whole country. Remembering that he is the descendant of a hero, he was only given one last chance to clean up his act. Yi Ruyan was extremely angry, pointing at Su Sisi and snapping, at a young age, the tea art is a great success, am I wrong? With Chen Hai by her side, Su Sisi's courage was even stronger. What kind of thing is Gu Chongqing? Also worthy of having a legendary beast pet? He's just a pauper. How much special care can he get even if he has it? A legendary beast pet isn't even something he can have. Wouldn't it be good to exchange it for something more suitable for him? A bottom crawler is going to want to do whatever it takes to crawl out of there, not be overly ambitious. If the legendary beast pet was in Hai's hands, with the Qin clan's abundant resources to cultivate it, it would have become Jinhai City's township divine beast in the future. He's burying great ambitions just for himself. You say, is he a sinner of Jinhai City? Expulsion from the school is considered light. He should be cleared out of Jinhai City. Everyone was silent as they listened to Su Cici's words. Are you two a couple? If so, it's too much control, isn't it? Legendary beast pet, who wouldn't want to keep it for themselves? If not, it's none of your business what choices people make. This anticlimactic speech is really not a family not to enter a door. Saying that, Su Cici pointed at Yi Ruyan and said contemptuously, Teacher Yi, you've always been self-possessed, and that's because you don't understand the logic of the life of the lower class. If you really have the ability, then make it out. Yi Ruyan's face flushed red and surprisingly did not retort. She did have the ability to change Gu Changqing's destiny, but didn't do it. Right at this moment, a clear and cold voice rang out from behind Yi Ruyan. What kind of thing are you? What choice does my sister make that I need a stinking like you to blindly compare? In the duplicate light door, Gu Changqing weakly walked out from it. Yi Ruyan was delighted and went to the front and said anxiously, How is it? Are there any injuries? Gu Changqing shook his head. Seeing the book of cuts in her hand, he smiled contemptuously. Jinhai First High School, it really sucks to the bone. Lu Rinjia was instantly enraged. Gu Changqing, you're a selfish, self-serving traitor who jeopardizes Jinhai City. Speaking out loud, what qualifications? What are the qualifications? Shut your doggy mouth and listen carefully with your doggy ears up. Buzz. As soon as Gu Changqing's words fell, the abyss's beep sounded in the square. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for clearing the hell-level difficulty copy of Chaos Lone Ridge. Topping the copy record listed no. 1. Time, 27:63, Chapter 15, A Belated Deep Love. Ah, it's worse than grass. The abyss's prompting sound was like a heavy bomb that landed straight on everyone's brain. On the record list, Gu Changqing's name mercilessly stepped on the Jinhai King squad that had just broken the record. What's incredible is that the other record holders are all in full 5-man squads. Gu Changqing, only one person. Zhang and the other members of the Jinhai King squad cast ghostly glances at Gu Changqing with horrified faces. With a difference of 2 minutes, others might not know the difficulty of it, they naturally knew, let alone boosting for 2 minutes, even 2 seconds, that would be beyond the limit. Not to mention the sand swamps that seriously slowed down the time schedule. The second phase alone cost them a lot of time and financial resources. Moreover, it was still the case that he had utilized special means to fall from the rank of Senior Imperial Beastmaster to Junior Imperial Beastmaster. Reduced dimensional strikes, numerical and experiential superiority, all kinds of super responsive delicacies and medicines to add to the mix. Even so, the record was broken, with a 2-minute lead in the rift. To be crushed so cleanly by a self-serving loser? How did you do that? Zhang's CPUs are dry burning and can't even figure it out. Cheating? Ah, how could I break your records without relying on cheating? After all, the punishment for wantonly dropping down in rank to compete for a low-level copy record isn't small, is it? Gu Changqing did not hide it at all and said it directly. And by the way, another stab in the heart of Zhang and others. He would have gotten through by cheating on his talent. But there's no trick. My talent is just counterintuitive. Bite me. Chen Hai and the others snapped out of the shock of Gu Changqing breaking the record. Following his words, he scolded. It really was by cheating. Gu Changqing, you still have the nerve to have the face to admit it. Su Cici also helped out. That's it. Really shameless to the extreme. Utilizing cheating means to maliciously snatch a copy record. The City Lord's Mansion and the Imperial Beastmaster Association will not let you off easily. Unknown peer-level Imperial Beastmasters also joined the wave of vocal criticism. Gu Changqing, a disgrace to Jinhai City. I suggest that the City Lord's office expel him from the city and leave him to fend for himself. Did you ever think of your parents when you cheated? The honor they gave their lives for was tarnished by you. To be born in the same era as this man is a great insult to us. Deportation from the city. Deportation from the city. The voices of support for expulsion are growing louder and louder. But there are still some of the Imperial Beastmasters who are not involved. Any Imperial Beastmaster who had experienced the difficulty of a hell-level copy was silent at this moment. Cheating? After the rules of the Abyss were invoked in the present world, there were rumors of powerful geniuses who had too much power, thus causing the rules to collapse. And yet there was never a case of exploiting the abyssal loopholes to their own advantage. Even though what Gu Changqing did was too unbelievable, a copy that had been hammered out over generations couldn't possibly be backdoored for him alone, could it? Yi Ruyan clutched Gu Changqing's hand and expressed her position. Gu Changqing returned a slightly warm smile. Sister, it's not over yet. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for completing the replica's hidden quest. The Chaos Lone Ridge replica will be temporarily closed for 1 hour. The reopened copy will present new ferocious beasts. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for unlocking the unique hidden quest chain. The first stage rewards have been issued. Abyss is a little less loud compared to when the record was broken. It still silenced the vast voices of revolt. Instantly, everyone's gazes swarmed towards Gu Changqing. In there was curiosity, envy, greed, desires of every color. Quests, is there a quest inside the copy? I don't know. I'm only 2 levels old. I'm not qualified to hear this. Is there any level 10 big brother to say what that hidden quest is? Isn't the reward very rich? I don't know the specifics. I can only tell you that the copy exists so far, only analyzing the possibility of a mission. I didn't expect it to be true, and it's still unique, and the rewards are absolutely falling off the charts. Yi Ruyan was first stupefied, then excited and, holding up the 2 male peaks, she slammed into Gu Changqing's arms. Brat, out of your league. Sniffing the scented air against my nose, feeling the wonderful touch of elastic against the, Gu Changqing had a rare blush. Sister, calm down. Realizing that the posture was not suitable for such an occasion, Yi Ruyan raised her hand and tapped his forehead. Kids, how dare you think of nonsense? Gu Changqing cried out wrongly. I didn't think of anything. No wonder, we didn't lose unjustly. Zhang walked up with a relief like a weight off his shoulders. To be able to solve a task that countless Imperial Beastmasters are suspicious of is enough to show your excellence. It seems that the rumors about your beast pets have been brainwashed by the rumors. I'm flattered. It's just luck. Abyss and Chang live commentary. Those Imperial Beastmasters who had shouted that they were cheating had all bowed their heads, and some even ran away in shame. Chen Hai's face was iron blue. His grip on Su Cici's hand increased in strength. The latter grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to attack. Gu Changqing, we'll see. With that, he dragged Su Cici out of the square. Lu Rinjia did not follow Chen Hai, but changed to a smiling face and said, Changqing, don't hold a grudge against the school. It's all a matter of necessity. Don't worry, I'll have a good word with the principal when I get back. After all, it's not our original intention to let the outstanding children stray. Yi Ruyan sniffed and laughed lightly, taunting, Director Lu, your attitude change is really big. Weren't you just shouting that Xiaoqing was cheating? Hey, that can't be helped. The school had to follow the decision that came down from the city lord's office. However, our hearts still think that Gu Changqing is a good student. Lu Ringjia's words changed. By the way, Evergreen, is there any reward for this mission you have obtained? It's not that the director wants to pry into your privacy, but a strong point. That way, we can also argue with the city lord's office to get you back in school. Reward. Gu Changqing opened the package and took out a cyan-colored card from it. On the card, an eagle is printed. This was the reward for the first stage that the hidden quest had just given. The Swift-Wind Eagle King. It's also just a beast pet card with a lord-level bloodline, and the rest are just a mess of cherished materials. It is estimated that in the back, there will be king level, legend level, and even higher. Pop. Lu Rinjia slammed his thigh and hated it. The school administration is confused. Confused. How can such a genius be expelled from the school? Go, follow me back to the school. The director will let you resume school even if you lose your position. With that, he was about to pull Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, however, dodged out of the way. Eyeing the surprised passerby, he sneered expressionlessly. Director, have you heard the saying? Late deep love it's cheaper than trampled grass. Chapter 16, The 3 Wind Falcons. Unexpected guests. Gu Changqing, you. Lu Ringjia's face flushed red. In front of so many people, he actually taunted and ridiculed without any fear. In the way of Gu Changqing's current particularity, he had to suppress the fire in his heart. Still smiling face to face. Alright, don't say anything angry. You're a talented student trained by Meizhenhai First High School, and your parents are both honorary Imperial Beast Masters of the school. There's also your allowance, your encouragement money, and so on, but it all came from here. Evergreen, I know you still have school in your heart. Misunderstandings are solved. Don't play childish. Gu Changqing was stunned as he looked at Lu Rinjia, who spoke eloquently, yet his face was as normal as ever. He really couldn't figure out how that was a good thing to say. Just now, same place, same crowd. His voice is still vibrant and deafening as he shouts about cheating. One can only say that, having practiced cheat to a certain point, it's really resistant to a nuclear attack. Yi Ruyan rolled her eyes straight up and mercilessly revealed it. Director Lu, it seems like you just said all of this. Either it's an honor awarded by the provincial capital Imperial Beastmaster Association, or it's something I've been busy finding connections to run out. When it comes to your mouth, it's all a function of school. In the face of Yi Ruyan's dissatisfaction, Lu Ringjia's posture remained unchanged. You're a teacher of the first high school, and the school authorities are looking at you in this regard. Teacher Yi, just don't count on it. What matters now is to restore evergreen school registration. Everything is for the national exam. With his sticky-toothed attitude, Gu Changqing wanted to vomit. He took Yi Ruyan's hand and said, "Let's go, sis. I'm going to comb through the quests and the rewards I've obtained. Come on, let's go home and make you something good." The two men crossed over to Lu Ringjia, pawing at the latter's outstretched arms as he held them back. "Director Lu, Gu Changqing, can't afford the school's favor. From now on, I have nothing more to do with Xinhai First High School." Lu Ringjia still wanted to argue, but the two had already blended into the crowd and disappeared. Damn Gu Changqing, it's not just that he took the blame once. So vindictive. Even the school's nurturing favor can be forgotten. White-eyed wolf. On second thought, no, we have to report it to the principal quickly. Not to mention the rewards of that hidden quest. If they were to be preempted by the other schools in Xinhai City, they would lose a lot of face. Gu Changqing and Yi Ruyan returned home, and the latter dug into the kitchen and started cooking a delicious meal. Gu Changqing sat in the living room and first checked Little Jin's status. Dark Traceback's buff status is so scary. Little Gold lay motionless in the Imperial Beast space as the majestic flames burned and healed its wounds. The zeroed-out spiritual energy never showed any signs of recovery. Gu Changqing was not without emotion. This is the second time that Kim has put it all on the line for herself. There is a sense between the Beastmaster and his beast pet. It also knows that copies can be withdrawn at any time. Nonetheless, it remains unreserved. From Xiao Jin's body, he experienced the same warmth as Yi Ruyan. Get some rest, and when you've recovered, I'll let you have it all at once. Hearing the eat, the deadly three-legged golden crow raised the weak bird head, nodded a few times and then slumped down again. Gu Changqing guffawed. The three golden words, favoring food, had the greatest impact. After that, Gu Changqing began to take stock of the gains from the copy trip. The first was the space stone that was currently the most needed, which was a whopping 3 pieces. The fusion feral demon exploded in 2 pieces, and the completion of the hidden quest rewarded 1 piece. The progress bar pulls up a big chunk. Other than that, it's a few individual materials. Sand Demon's Heart. Ingredients. Swift Eagle Beast Stone. Ingredients. Cattail Tree Fruit. Ingredients. The heaviest reward was undoubtedly that Swift Wind Eagle King's Beast Pet card. Gu Changqing's fingers caressed the Eagle King pattern on the card, and a message about it immediately surfaced. Swift Wind Eagle. Bloodline, 3-way Swift Wind, Lord. Green. Skills, Swift Wind Eagle. Extreme Speed. Low-level evolution. Description, possesses the weak bloodline of the 3-way Wind Falcon, with a very low probability of being able to evolve the bloodline level. There's not much to say about the Swift Wind Hawk King. Simply possessing a single bloodline phrase of 3-way Swift Wind was enough to call a name amongst Lord-class beast pets, simply because the 3-way Wind Falcon, both amongst the ferocious beasts and amongst the captured beast pets, all of them were well-deserved king-level peaks. The bloodline skill of the 3-way Wind Falcon, the wind blown out, is said to be able to dissipate the flesh, strength, and even the souls of the Imperial Beast Master and the beast pet. There is a horrible rumor that when the wind rises in the 3rd way, the soul will be scattered. Among the Imperial Beast Masters, only one 3-way Wind Falcon was captured and tamed to become the Imperial Beastmaster's beast pet. The person who owned this beast pet was Zhao Zhanxiong, the current head of the Xinhai City Lord's Mansion and the Royal Beastmaster Association. However, these were all unimpressive little caramels in Gu Changqing's eyes. No matter what bloodline you have, as long as I get a good look at it, I'll immediately make you shed your skin. Gu Changqing, however, was hesitant whether to choose the Swift Wind Eagle King or that unknown black beast pet for the second beast pet. It's better to finish the hidden quests first and see if the follow-up rewards a better beast pet. In his heart, the Swift Wind Eagle King couldn't really see it. Already having Little Gold, the King of the Air, was naturally not an option. As for the black beast pet card, despite having a sense for that particular gold phrase, still, there was something unsettling about something that even the abyss couldn't detect. In case a mysterious, unknown and powerful monster is released, if you can't grasp it, you'll be in trouble. The next step is to look for anomalies in each copy. Unfortunately, none of the copies below level 30 had any obvious abnormal NPCs like the Black Jade Stone Man. Gu Changqing scratched his head. Is it hard to believe that the clues are in the wild copies outside of Xinhai City? After completing the first phase of the mission, the objectives of the second phase of the mission are not given at all. It's all up to the Imperial Beastmaster, who takes the task to fumble around as if he's hit the big time. The nature of the copies inside and outside the city are, again, 2 extremes. The copies outside the city are called wild copies. The location of the light gate of every wild copy is almost always coiled with ferocious beasts. If you want to pass the wild copy, you will first have to experience a life and death struggle with the ferocious beasts. Again, The rewards and experience of the wild copies are an order of magnitude higher than those in the city. Even so, the only ones who dared to venture out of the city were high-level or higher Imperial Beast Masters. Gu Changqing considered whether or not to go out of the city and try his luck. Greenie, it's time to eat. The aroma that tantalized the taste buds filled the room, and Gu Changqing, who had returned to his senses from his thoughts, sniffed vigorously, and his stomach instantly rumbled. Coming to the dining table, picking up chopsticks and picking up a piece of braised pork, the whole person was suddenly sublimated in general. Yi Ruyan's cooking skills were really getting better and better. A world of difference from the first dark cuisine. Looking at Gu Changqing who was feasting, Yi Ruyan would smile, had just handed him a bowl of rice. Suddenly, a rush of breaks came from outside. Immediately afterward, a soft, fluffy female voice came in. Excuse me, is Mr. Gu Changqing home? Chapter 17, the female Highlander comes to snatch a man. Green tea still needs specialized grinding. Who? Yi Ruyan was surprised to open the door, only to see 6 beautiful-looking, expensively dressed and not youthful girls. After nodding to her, Warbler entered the modest living room. Gu Changqing, who was eating, glanced up and instantly froze. Good lord, where is this group of celebrities coming from? The 6 beauties, except for the one in the center who was slightly older. The other 5 were basically similar to Gu Changqing. If Yi Ruyan's face value was at 99 points, their scores were around 90. They're all first-class beauties. Who are you guys? Barging in here without saying hello. Manners? When Yi Ruyan saw Gu Changqing admiring with a straight face, even putting down his chopsticks, she couldn't help but feel a burst of anger rise in her heart, and her words were quite unpleasant. Hello, we're from Jinhai Female High School. I'm the senior class director, Xia Bing. They're graduating students who all want to come and see Jinhai's man of the hour. Xia Bing's smile was easygoing and had a feeling of being in the spring breeze. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. Yi Ruyan sighed in relief and glared at Gu Changqing, scaring him into immediately withdrawing his gaze and eating honestly. Jinhai Female High School. Come to see our family's little green what to do. If it's a viewing, look and see. I won't stay for dinner. The female classmate beside Xia Bing, who was just displeased with her attitude, wanted to speak. She was stopped by a raised hand. It's like this. I heard that Gu was expelled from the school by the first high school. In response to this, our principal paid extra attention. The school has decided to make an exception to student Gu Changqing's acceptance after many aspects of research and discussion. If he's willing, Jinhai Girls High School will pour in all of its resources to escort him through the national exams. Put. The rice that Gu Changqing had pulled into his mouth nearly spewed out. Jinhai Female High School he knows. More than that, the fame of this school, in the whole province and city are famous. The Imperial Beastmasters that came out of the female high were either collected by the major clans or were involved with certain large regiments. Even the wife of the current city manager graduated from the women's high school. In terms of relationship alone, the Chen family, the #1 Imperial Beast family in Jinhai, would have to fall below its peak, and they, who had always been unobtrusive and only cultivated outstanding female Imperial Beast Masters for the Imperial Beast world, had made an unprecedented move to pull a man into the school. Can I go to the girls' high school? Gu Changqing was filled with confusion and took out his cell phone to look at Rongyan. Still handsome and masculine. How did they get a look in? Xia Bing smiled warmly and said, don't be skeptical of our school's determination. We are sincere in recruiting you. Give me a reason. Gu Changqing was not a 3-year-old child, and it was almost unimaginable how much energy was behind the female high's so-called devotion. Pie in the sky, a pit in the ground. He wasn't simple enough to think that with a suspected legendary beast pet and a hidden quest, he could make them go crazy to such an extent. Yi Ruyan also frowned, and suddenly, seemingly thinking of something, she said offhandedly, you guys are trying to make Xiaoqing go to that place? Xia Bing nodded directly and without delay. Mr. Yi is a quick thinker. That's right, we're paying such a big price because we hope that after Gu's ability, she can go to the Forbidden Sea and search for her for us. Gu Changqing listened with a muddled head. Her? Who is she? Yi Ruyan's face was serious as she said in a deep voice. Jinhai City's last and only female city lord. Situ Tanya. That time when the beast tide attacked the city, there were only ferocious beasts on land, but not in the sea. That was because the female city lord led an elite team to kill the Forbidden Sea, but after the beast tide, that group of Imperial Beast Masters did not return. Xia Bing sighed. We have also sent out Royal Beast Masters to search for them, but the Forbidden Sea has been recovered by the rules of the deep sea, and no non-legendary beast pet is allowed to enter. Student Gu, we have learned that your beast pet has not been downgraded, or rather, there's still a chance to return to the legendary rank, right? Gu Changqing was not surprised that the intelligence was so accurate. To occupy the top spot on the record list says it all. Xia Bing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, as long as you agree. What the female high school can do, Just mention it. Yi Ruoyan looked at Gu Changqing, and there was movement in her eyes. As long as it was promised, the Chen family as well as the city lord's mansion would definitely have something to fear. Jinhai Women's High School does have that ability. Gu Changqing slightly considered the stakes, just about to answer. I disagree. Before his words were spoken, a growl came from just outside the house, interrupting him, only to see Su Sisi rushing in with a face of anxiety and anger. Behind him was Lu Rinjia and a few of the top brass from the first high school. I disagree. Su Sisi walked to the dining table and looked down at Gu Changqing, slightly easing her anxious mood and softening her tone. Evergreen, you are the pride of our Jinhai First High School. My pride. How can you transfer to a girls' high school? Is it, then, that you are willing to part with me? I've thought it over carefully, and I still have a place for you in my heart. The previous rejection was all because I cared too much about you and wanted to put some pressure on you to become better. Now that you've gotten even better, I agree to be your girlfriend. Moreover, Hai has already agreed that as long as you are willing to come back, the Chen family will remove the effects of those rumors for you. Just do it for me, okay? Su Sisi's eyes were reddened, and there was a hidden mist of water spreading. Gu Changqing didn't hear a word of her moving persuasion into his ears. Instead, it was as if she herself had made a great sacrifice to save the world from itself. Where's the self-conscious green tea? Dare to steal brother Gu from our female high school. Tea in the tea. For God's sake, there can't really be anyone who thinks that a pair of broken shoes can walk in front of people. Gu, who did I think it was? So it's one of young Master Chen's girlfriends. Hi, gee, it gives me goosebumps to hear that. Dare I ask, how many fish do you keep in your pond? The big ladies of Jinhai Female High School, with sarcastic words on their lips, surrounded Gu Changqing left and right. All kinds of tantalizing aromas drilled into the nostrils, and were exceptionally captivating. Su Sisi angrily pointed at them and helplessly turned to Gu Changqing. Evergreen, they are slandering me. Don't believe it. I'm innocent. Mr. Su, we don't know each other well. Please call me by my name. Gu Changqing's face was frosty. As for whether or not you're innocent, does it have anything to do with me? Su Sisi's pupils widened at her words. Evergreen, how could you do this? Oh, I'm sorry. I should have slapped you out with a big earful. The sight of you makes me spit out the meal I just ate. When Su Sisi was about to say something else, she was disliked by a few of the older ladies. It's too late for big snot to run down your mouth and no to shake it off. Get lost. Brother Gu is ours. Do you have money, power, or leisure? You don't have anything, and you have the nerve to say this and that. You've got a word for it. Su Sisi's face gradually reddened and warmed, and her sentences were solid. Evergreen, I've already given you a step down. If you don't come back, I'll never ignore you again. After that, she covered her face and left in a hurry. Gu Changqing's head was full of question marks. What kind of thinking is that? What dumbass author could write such a plot? Chapter 18, is this a begging attitude? Preparing to attack the outside copy. Su Sisi was so pissed off by the big ladies of Jinhai Girls High School. Lu Rinjia, as well as a few of the school's top officials, smiled rather awkwardly and looked quietly at the several young and beautiful beauties that, the left and right on the side, attentive, wanted to serve Gu Changqing his meal. The intel was wrong. Didn't you say Gu Changqing was in love with Su Sisi? According to the analysis, it's not just about a step up. As long as Su Sisi puts her foot down and says something soft, it's a handful. How is this? A few people looked at each other and quickly found the answer by heart. Still young kids, after all. With other girls watching, it's a perfectly normal maneuver to say something angry to save face. It seems to be in play after all. Ha ha ha, it's true that you're a talented young man. Lu Rinjia was the first to break the awkwardness left behind after Su Sisi left. Changqing what Sisi wants to convey is the heartfelt wish of all the teachers and students of our first high school. You are still too calm. Just ask, would we personally send away the genius that we have cultivated through thousands of years of hard work? The few remaining school leaders, along with the conversation, explained frequently, we're just in the way of pressure from above, and we're making a temporary method of withdrawing from the school in order to protect you, which I'm sure you understand. Yeah, creating that much public opinion. For the national exam afterward, the first thing is to quell the public's misunderstanding and prejudice against you. You should be able to see how much the school values you. Come back. The school is your home and your classmates are your family. As for you and classmate Su Sisi, if it's intentional, we'll still acquiesce. Yeah, this time she argued for you for a long time with the relevant people on the city lord's side. In her heart, you are a special existence. They finished, laughing even more. The chesty look made Gu Changqing want to laugh when he heard it. Pop! Half a bowl of rice was snapped on the table. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows and teasingly looked at the few people who had finished their performances. In that case, it's me who is small-minded and misunderstands the good intentions of the leading teachers? Lu Rinjia heard that there is a game, and said that Su Sisi is really good, and immediately added another fire. It happened for a reason. It was all a misunderstanding. How can we blame you? Let's go. The principal has organized a special ceremony for you to resume school, so let the past be revealed. Gu Changqing stood up with a smile on his face, while several beauties from Jinhai Female High School were worried, tried to say something and couldn't interject. Yi Ruyan rarely expressed her own opinion, with a believing light in her eyes. Seeing Gu Changqing walking this way, Lu Rinjia's few people were even more smiling. He also glanced at Xia Bing in a provocative manner, and the sneer was self-evident. In that case, Gu Changqing set his feet and came face to face with Lu Rinjia. I will, then, agree to the matter of cooperation with the female high school. Specifically, we'll have to discuss it. In the next second, Gu Changqing suddenly turned around and forcefully took Xiaobing's hand. In the latter's state of confusion, he sneered, Director Lu, thank you for taking care of me at First High, but I don't share the same fate as the Chen family, so I won't cause any trouble for the school. The smiles of several people froze on their faces, only now realizing that they had been tricked by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, Lu Ringjia's voice was gloomy. You've been given a great deal of face. Don't be ungrateful. The steps are given to you. Don't let student Su Sisi be disheartened. She can't cool down. How can a tea socializer let her body cool down? Gu Changqing paused for a moment. And who told you that I eat this? Director Lu, could it be that you like the feeling of being green? You, Lu Ringjia was choking on red warmth, and his hand shivered as he pointed at Gu Changqing. For that tiny bit, you're ignoring the alma mater that taught you to be an adult. You are dishonoring your heroes and don't deserve to have a monthly pension anymore. Xia Bing slowed down. Although Gu Changqing had only agreed to cooperate and hadn't agreed to join the female high school, but the purpose has been accomplished. Just that pension of 1,000 a month? That's not right. How do I remember? According to the degree of merit, Evergreen's parents were treated as A-class heroes. The two together, at the very least 7,000. Could it be that I'm misremembering? That's something we'll have to ask the relevant departments of the City Lord's mansion properly. Lu Rinjia and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Their D-rated treatment. How can they be A-rated? The Jinhai Female High School has always had a reputation, so it turns out that it is also outstanding in defaming its peers. Gu Changqing, do you see? A school like this will only lead you astray and make you the laughingstock of Jinhai City. Gu Changqing smiled unconcernedly, eyeing them, and I'm already the laughingstock of Town Hall, thanks to my good school. That was all a misunderstanding. Gu Changqing spread his hands. Fine. I'll return to school whenever the school authorities explain the ins and outs of that day at my house to the public. Well, I still have important things to talk about with Ms. Xia Bing right now, so if there's nothing else, I won't see you off. A few people were gray and their faces were cloudy. The eyes were avoiding Gu Changqing's gaze. What about this? Offend the Chen family as well as the Vice City Lord? They wouldn't dare even if they had 10 guts. Which one who can climb to a high position in a city is a good one to be messed with? Don't say childish things. We'll give you plenty of time to think about it. Consider it, my ass. That's my only condition. If you can't agree, don't come stalking me. Gu Changqing nonchalantly gave an expulsion order. Let's go, guys. Do I still need to give you a ride? Yi Ruyan's gaze was sharp as she gave a final warning. Humph. Don't regret it. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. It's not certain who will regret it. The annoying guy left, and a few female high beauties were going to pester him, but they were expelled from the house by Xia Bing with a look. Thank you for your trust in us. Obnoxious flies away. Please tell us how you want to work together? Materials, equipment, or beast pets, or to fight against the Chen family? Gu Changqing shook his head. Just apply a little pressure. The real score, I'll get it back with my own hands. As for the rest, there's no shortage for now. Such pretentious words confused Xiaobing. Before they came, all of Gu Changqing's information was collected and familiarized, and even what time to go to the bathroom and how many times a day were investigated clearly. The Chen family used the power in their hands to blockade all the beast pet stores in the city, almost cutting off his front path. There are many other programs that are targeted, things that are so huge that they have left him with no way out, and the man in question went so far as to say that he lacked nothing. Either they are arrogant and conceited, or they have a body of work. Xia Bing couldn't figure out that a legendary beast pet, no matter how precious it was still trash if it didn't grow. Where on earth does he get his confidence? Or was there some doubt in his mind about their sudden approach? It's not good for cooperation if you don't mention any conditions. Gu Changqing smiled. Who says I don't have conditions? My offer is simple. I want your school to facilitate me in the wild map. Chapter 19, Two Tidings. The Beauty Protection Corps. Wild copies? Xia Bing's face instantly changed. She had thought a lot about how harsh the conditions Gu Changqing would put forward would be. The school executives at the women's high school, too, are psychologically built up about it. In preference, he chose none of the conditions in its favor. Instead, it pushes itself to its death. Xia Bing was in a trance, thinking he had heard wrong, and opened his mouth to confirm. You mean, you're going into the wild copy? Gu Changqing smiled faintly. What? Is it hard to understand? Xia Bing subconsciously nodded. A wild copy. That's a real place of 9 deaths, compared to a beast tide that erupts only a long time apart. A wild copy is a purely straightforward burst of ferocious beasts. The city of Zhenhai is protected by the rules of the abyss, so in the copy, the Imperial Beastmaster can choose to exit versus continue whenever his life is in danger. Moreover, the Beast Pet Shop would sell some life-saving props, which would allow the Imperial Beastmaster to be free from the fear of danger to his life. But as soon as we get out of the city and officially step onto the map outside the city, then the protection mechanism of the abyssal rule will be completely ineffective. The wild copies, moreover, are the deadliest of the deadliest of the deadliest. In addition to the elixir, some other auxiliary props will be invalidated. Then dead is really dead. The normal process for 99% of the Imperial Beast Masters in Zhenhai City was to get into the school of their choice and learn everything they could about Imperial Beasts and their skills. Only after the Imperial Beast rank was promoted to Senior Imperial Beast Master and 2 or 3 beast pets were contracted would one consider stepping into the map outside the city. The death of a beast pet will only cause irreversible damage to the sentinel space, but is not life-threatening. Xia Bing looked at Yi Ruyan with a strange look, as if to inquire, is he always like this? Thinking and brain circuits are different from normal people. So you're not masochistic or mentally ill, are you? Yi Ruyan returned a bitter smile. She completely understood what was going through Xia Bing's mind right now. At that time, when Gu Changqing was alone and had to brush up on her copy record, this was how she felt. Well, since you dared to mention it, you have something to fall back on. However, we need some time. How long? 1 day. Gu Changqing shook his head. It's too long. To me, a single minute is precious. Xia Bing could see that Gu Changqing obviously knew very little about the map outside the city. There are currently a total of 5 wild replicas that can be accessed by exploring the out-of-city maps around Zhenhai City. Only, around these 5 replicas, the Imperial Beastmaster Association, the City Lord's Mansion, and the major clans in the city have Imperial Beastmasters under their command guarding them and setting up camps. She sighed slightly. Unfortunately, the female high school was not involved in the rights to use the copies, so it will be necessary to consult with the others. I hope that's understandable. So it is. Gu Changqing understood. 1 day is too long. I can only give you 5 hours. Xia Bing hesitated for a moment and said, okay, we'll do our best. Xia Bing left, and before she left, she still drew up a supplementary cooperation agreement with Gu Changqing. There is mutual peace of mind with Abyss supervising. During the waiting time, Gu Changqing heavily queried up the information on the map outside the city. It's just that there's so little useful information to be found online. It's as if someone isn't too keen on too much exposure to what's going on outside the city. Its purpose is self-evident. Beyond preventing the Imperial Beastmaster from sending himself to his death, it also serves to keep secrets about what comes out of the copy. Originally, Gu Changqing's intention was to take down the city's copy records first, at least to preserve the materials needed for promotion. The rewards of the available hidden quests are significantly better. Now with Zhenhai Female High School bottom, at least in terms of material needs, is no longer so embarrassing. While he was at it, he also wanted to see what kind of big fortunes the big guys were making behind everyone's backs. Yi Ruyan saw that Gu Changqing's mind was made up and knew that she couldn't stop him. Just ask for Gu Changqing's entire fortune and start preparing for the wilderness adventure. It wasn't until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Xia Bing arrived. 2 pieces of news, 1 bad and 1 good. Which one to hear first? Yi Ruyan, who had collected a large amount of supplies and was sorting them for Gu Changqing, sniffed and immediately said, okay. The good news is that the replica usage rights have been taken down, and it's still the most prolific of the 5 replicas. Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes and said, what about the bad news? That's the bad news. This copy has always been rated by the Imperial Beastmaster Association. We learned from the side that the major powers had also organized elites to go in. As a result, none of them came out. Xia Bing had a guilty conscience, conscious that the female high school had not honored the most preferable conditions. We've tried swapping with others, too, but Gu Changqing was already mentally prepared, but they've all agreed that no matter what you offer, they just won't change, right? Yes, only the Sentinel Guild is sore. Well, there it is. Gu Changqing didn't need to guess to know that the Chen family's blockade power was not to be questioned. Suddenly, his imperial beast space trembled and hummed. A majestic heat spread through the living room with him at its center. Gu Changqing was delighted in his heart and said soothingly, little Jean, don't make a fuss. I know you've recovered well. The blazing heat wave, which slowly faded. Xia Bing wiped the dried sweat on his forehead and said excitedly, is this the oppressive feeling of a legendary beast pet? This cooperation is truly a win-win situation. In her imperial beast space, a leopard with a snow-white body and a special pattern draped all over its body. The moment the heat wave of the three-legged golden crow surged out, it was as if it had smelled an unrivaled natural enemy. Shivering, he slumped in a corner of the space. It was pure suppression from the bloodline. To have such power before even ascending in rank, it was as if she had seen the image of Gu Changqing bringing back that legendary city lord from the Forbidden Sea. The food is ready. Yi Ruyan mentioned the large parcel to Gu Changqing's side. Gu Changqing reached out and placed the item into the parcel space. In Yi Ruyan's complicated emotions of wanting to speak, he held her hand in his palm. Sister, I understand everything. Don't worry. With it, self-preservation is not a problem. A dense mist rose in Yi Ruyan's eyes as she lovingly touched Gu Changqing's cheeks. It's my sister's fault for not being able to accompany you. It's too dangerous there to be left to your own devices. Gu Changqing's heart warmed up and laughed. That's for sure. I still have to accompany sis, and I still have to witness your splendor in the beginning. Some words from Zhang confirmed that something was wrong with Yi Ruyan's body as well as her beast pet. Even if Yi Ruyan wanted to follow, he wouldn't let it. To her, Gu Changqing couldn't tell what kind of emotion he felt. Also a mother and a sister. Or, our men will follow and never put him in danger. Yi Ruyan was then slightly relieved. After all, no one would want to openly go against the female high. When Gu Changqing got out of his house, he saw several beautiful women gleefully getting out of their cars and surrounding him. Ms. Xia, don't tell me that they are the ones who are going to protect me? Xia Bing nodded and laughed. Don't underestimate them. The strength of the Imperial Beast Rose is not that bad in Jinhai City. Chapter 20, The World Outside the City. The Landlord and the Landlord again. The Beast Rose? I think I've seen that name somewhere before. Gu Changqing pondered for a while and couldn't help but show his admiration to the five beauties. The list of records of the Chaos Lone Ridge replica, which was previously in third place, was the Imperial Beast Rose team. This team's fighting ability, it's not simple. Xia Bing got into the driver's seat, and after saying goodbye to Yi Ruyan, he watched Gu Changqing's expression from time to time through the rearview mirror on the way. Seeing that Gu Changqing's eyes took the few of them seriously, he laughed and said, "Don't underestimate the girls of our female high school." Gu Changqing nodded his head rather awkwardly, simply by clearing a hell-level difficulty copy and leaving a very good score behind. It's not something that first high can do. The female high school is really deep. The girl named Su Qing had two cute ponytails and a pair of soulful eyes that twirled around. Hearing Gu Changqing praising up, she saw a needle in the eye and said, "Brother Changqing, just join our girls' high school. If you come, any conditions can be granted to you yo." As she spoke, a dense pink mist flowed from her eyes. Gu Changqing only glanced at it, felt a blur before his eyes, and when he recovered, his heart could not help but rise with a feeling of goodwill and affection, and he subconsciously said, "I would like to." Nico! A piercing cry steeped through the carriage, and surging heat wrapped around Gu Changqing's entire body, as if Su Qing had suffered a heavy blow. Her face instantly turned white, and the pink color in her pupils immediately collapsed. Misunderstanding. Xia Bing hurriedly pulled over to the side of the road and turned his head to explain. The heat wave rolled in, which made Gu Changqing wake up from that strange feeling. He scornfully looked at Su Qing. Just now, it was her eyes. Su Qing, didn't I tell you not to just use the ability of your second beast pet? If the principal finds out, you'll be punished in the small dark room. Su Qing miserably whitened her face and squeezed out a forced smile. I'm sorry, Brother Evergreen. I'm not. Raising his hand, he was about to touch Gu Changqing. He subconsciously dodged, and a quick flash of light flashed through his mind. Charm, a mental skill? Xia Bing didn't expect Gu Changqing's knowledge base to be so thick, and the words of explanation were tossed aside as she sighed. I'd like to tie you up in the female high school. No wonder Su Qing would want to charm you. Gu Changqing wasn't annoyed, letting Xiao Jin quiet down and said, my parents left behind many books, and on one of them, there was a record of this. However, a skill like this that a beast pet unleashes through an imperial beast master is too rare. Xia Bing just smiled and didn't explain too much to him. Gu Changqing also had the sense to drop his gaze out of the car window. It's both private and better not to know. The car turned around in the streets of the city, and gradually the scenery around it became different. The crowds are sparse, and you can barely see a person every few minutes. The buildings in this area are also mostly square-based, even if they are multi-story buildings, are rare, and further on, the house disappeared. Instead, there was an unrecognizable wall of debris and a pit that was several meters or more than 10 meters deep. Gu Changqing immediately straightened up. He knew that the buffer zone had been reached. In front of the vehicle, under the illumination of the sun, a huge wall about 100 feet high, as if it was a huge dragon lying on the earth, stretching for thousands of miles. City boundaries. It was also Gu Changqing's first time here, but he had read about it from his computer. Whenever the tide of beasts broke through the rules of weakness, they would cross over and breach this encircling wall and unleash their most bloodthirsty and ferocious attacks on humanity. In this situation, Gu Changqing's mind, from time to time, flashed through a tragic scene of hell on earth. It wasn't until the car stopped that he saw that it was already before the city gates. Gu Changqing got out of the car and followed behind Xiaobing, slowly walking towards the city gates. Standing beneath the giant door, a sense of thickness came over him. Xiaobing took out his documents as well as the proof of leaving the city and handed it to the city guards guarding the city. The city guards looked over everyone and frowned when they saw Gu Changqing. Teacher Xia, the outside of the city is not a gentle place like the inside of the city. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to bring along a junior Imperial Beast Master. I can't help it if our principal hand-picked it, so just be accommodating, he said, quietly slipping the city guard a bag of money. Okay. The city guards took it and yelled for the door to be opened. Dozens of feet-high doors of unknown materials slowly opened from it to both sides. As soon as they were boarded, a thin gray mist seeped in through the doorway, whisking past Gu Changqing's face. The rich smell of blood stung his nose. His ears seemed to ring with the roars of beasts, the sounds of fighting and rage, sundering, and bad hope. Without being summoned by him, Little Gold flew out of the Imperial Beast space and landed on his shoulder. The negative effects of the fog, which diminished. Gu Changqing looked at the others. Besides Su Qing and Xiaobing, the other 4 girls were also being affected. On the contrary, the city guard could not help but show surprise when he saw Gu Changqing regaining his clarity so quickly. It wasn't long before the 4 girls were back to normal as well. After thanking the city guards, Xiaobing led them through the nearly 30-meter corridor of the city gate. At the end of the corridor was a scarlet door of light. Gu Changqing was also marveled by the human's handiwork. It took an unknown number of people's efforts as well as material resources to build the wall that surrounded the entire city. Go! Xiaobing was the first to walk through the light door. Gu Changqing followed closely behind to keep up, and after his feet stepped in, a beep sounded. You are about to leave Zhenhai City and enter the unknown and dangerous world outside the city. Do you enter? Yes/no. Gu Changqing clicked yes. The next second, the door of light flashed and, when his sight returned, he was already outside the city, and behind him, the towering walls had become a blur, shrouded in mysterious energy. It was impossible to see. You have entered the world outside the city. The abyss protection rules disappear, and some props will lose their effectiveness. Click, click, click. Several voices rang out from the body of Gu Changqing. Knew that it was the protective constraints of the abyssal rules shattering, and in the package, some of the props that Jiruyan had given him to accurately save his life had also turned dark gray. Let's go. It's still a ways to go until the replica camp. Samurai spoke up and reminded that. The originally warm expression tensed up. Yes, Gu Changqing answered and saw several summoning formations light up. The 5 beauties summoned their beast pets. Gu Changqing's attention was first placed on Su Qing's beast pet. It was a small, snow-white dwarf horse that timidly hid behind Su Qing as soon as it appeared, showing half of his horse's head. He looked curiously and timidly at Gu Changqing, as well as Little Gold on his shoulder. To Gu Changqing's surprise, the horse's forehead bulged with a small bag of a small, white, angular bone is very eye-catching. Could it be unicorns? Gu Changqing asked uncertainly. Su Qing sniffed and nodded cheerfully. Yes, a supportive unicorn. Don't be fooled by the cuteness of its appearance. Yo, it's powerful. Gu Changqing sked inside. Su Qing's family lineage must be extraordinary. Assisted unicorns are absolutely flying in price. No wonder their 5-member squad was able to clear the chaotic rock Lonely Ridge copy. In the Imperial Beasts, the auxiliary type of well-known beast pet was originally a phoenix. Its value, which was several times higher than other class pets of the same grade, just as Gu Changqing was lamenting the fact that there were dirtbags everywhere. Without realizing that, a shadow flickered in the grass not far away. Chapter 21, Interception. Strange skill. The world outside the city is vast with dense forests and rocky mountain tributaries, except for the faint odor of blood that could not be dissipated in the air, and the roars of the beasts that would come from the distance from time to time. Otherwise, it is no different from the city. The imagined sudden appearance of a ferocious beast-killing machine did not come as expected. Gu Changqing's puzzled and cautious look was in Xiaobing's eyes as she explained. This place has already been trodden by previous generations and belongs to a safer zone. Together with the constraints of the rules of the abyss, the ferocious beasts generally won't come too close to the walled zone. They like to live in groups around wild copies and are, relatively speaking, quite friendly to humans. Gu Changqing was quite puzzled. It was the first time he had heard of using the word friendly to a ferocious beast. It's kind of like treasonous. How many casualties have the ferocious beasts inflicted on mankind? And how many Imperial Beastmasters have died tragically under their tyranny? Her comment made Gu Changqing have a loss of favor. Xiaobing did not explain much and continued to lead the way ahead. There are times when words don't teach. The dense vegetation around them thinned out as they got farther and farther away from the walls. A rocky mountain of 10 or tens of meters is arranged in clusters, and a stream twists and turns between the mountains and forests, flowing into the unknown and misty sea in the distance. The city was called Jinhai City, but how far away the sea was and what kind of waves it was were all fixed in the computer network. From the moment he left the city, Gu Changqing compared the scene in front of him to the previous azure river and mountain. It's all wrong, it's all gone to hell. The abyss changed not only the species and ecology of this planet, but even the area expanded silently. Heads up, we're coming to the rock forest. Xiaobing's tone was serious, and in her hand, a flash of icy blue shone. A blue shield, depicting a tiger-like panther, was slung across the front of the group. The rest of the girls' high school sniffed as if they'd been trained, and stood in a 1-3-2 formation that, the beast pets, on the other hand, were split between the left, right, and back three sides of the group, maintaining a vigil. The first time he came out, Gu Changqing didn't know what to do, so he could only let Little Gold fly up into midair and observe the surrounding situation. The formation, though, kept him firmly in the center and doubly warm. Having traveled about 200 meters on this point, they had just reached the entrance trail to the rocky forest. A rocky mountain was seen, and a huge boulder several meters wide rolled down from above, crushing straight over. Gu Changqing was startled. This was an encounter with a ferocious beast? However, the Little Gold in the air was shaking its head at him and did not find any traces of the ferocious beasts. Xiaobing's face was however gloomy, holding his shield in front of him as he said, "The ferocious beasts during the beast tide are indeed humanity's greatest enemy. However, in the world outside the city, they are described as friendly to them because they do not invade their territories, and there are very few ferocious beasts looking all over the world to feed on humans. And here, the greatest enemy of the Imperial Beast Masters is their own kind." Gu Changqing did not yet understand the meaning of Xiaobing's words. Just above her shield, the pattern of the beast opened its mouth, and a gorgeous ice arrow condensed with cold air and shot towards the rolling boulder. White horse, give me strength." Su Qing was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten, and after pronouncing two ludicrous phrases, only then did she see her unicorn nodding contentedly, and the white light of the small horn bone surged out, enveloping Xiaobing. Being bathed in white light, the pressure on Xiaobing's body was a few points thicker and more severe. More ice arrows sped away, doing their best to freeze with the earth before the boulders rolled down to the front of the formation. And then, Little Gold spat out several small fireballs, burning the boulders into piles of red carbon. Xiaobing gazed at the white flames that were gradually dying out and was surprised in his heart. A flame temperature of this power was truly something only a legendary beast pet could achieve. Drifting off for a moment, she looked above the rocky forest above those small mountains. Her breath was sufficient to shout, "Jinhai female high school teacher Xiaobing, with my school students outside the city trial. If we are disturbing you, please bear with us. We are just passing by on a borrowed road, and we still know the rules. After passing through, we will not forget it since." No sooner had she finished her words than she saw a square of round stone at the top of the hill, as if it had been jerked by a huge force, and the round stone was thrown and flew, heading straight for Xiaobing. Boom! Instead of retreating, Xiaobing held strong with his shield. The tremendous force of the impact spilled out in all directions, and Gu Changqing, with his hands on her shoulders, still felt the full force of the recoil, and his organs shifted with the shock. "Mr. Xia, who are they?" It was already clear that it wasn't a ferocious beast that was blocking them in the rocky forest, so there was only one possibility. "I thought it was one of the clans occupying the rocky forest as a camp, but apparently not. This copy road has always been managed by the Imperial Beast Master Association, and accordingly, the probability of those bastards appearing is also the highest. It's my carelessness. In a moment, you and Su Qing and the others retreat as quickly as possible. I'll buy you guys some time." After Xiaobing finished speaking, she slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then her eyes became firm and determined. Gu Changqing shook his head. "To go together, the main reason is me. If not me." "Shut up," Xiaobing suddenly chided. "They are Imperial Beast Hunters who make a living by killing and looting. Vicious Imperial Beast Hunters who have been expelled from the city. Staying here will only become a burden to me." Nico, the Little Gold in the air, rushed at Xiaobing with a childish cry, and then returned to land on Gu Changqing's shoulder. His mouth kept opening and closing, even though Gu Changqing could not communicate verbally with his beast pet yet, but through the bloodline connection of the Imperial Beast space, it is roughly clear that a bit of, "It's pretty dirty cursing anyway." Xiaobing's mind was made up, and when Gu Changqing wanted to persuade him again, suddenly, just 2 meters to his left, a man wearing a black cloak and a purple demonic insignia on his chest, just out of nowhere, little by little, from head to toe, Su appeared. This scene can scare everyone. Little by little it appears. Not a projection or hallucinogenic skill. Such an ability is rare in the world. I found you. His voice was raspy and distinctive as if his throat had been splashed with sulfuric acid. As the words fell, the sound of breaking air and strong air pressure arrived at the same time. Look out! Su Qing was right behind him, and sensing that Gu Changqing was in danger, she lunged at his body. But in the next second, the powerful air pressure swept over the spot where Gu Changqing was standing, but Gu Changqing himself disappeared. That was close. I almost got caught. Gu Changqing's voice came from the air. By now, he had been carried into the air by Little Gold. Just as the unseen attack came, Little Gold activated his golden crow body at the right time and dodged it at a faster speed. While dodging, he cracked the shockingly bizarre technique. The black-cloaked man was surprised and quickly distanced himself from Xiaobing and the others. Gazing at Gu Changqing above the massive divine bird, he said, "Worthy of a legendary beast pet, we've changed our minds." Xiaobing was shocked. Evergreen, your head. Chapter 22, Only the weak will choose to hold together. At that moment, above the sky, an inverted black swamp of water appeared. A huge blister tumbles up from the bottom of the pool and, after the blisters burst with a loud pop, a black flame exploded like a firework. It quickly turned into a sea of fire in the sky. Immediately after that, raging black water poured down, and strands of electric arcs of the same color swam through it. 3 different kinds of power, under the mutual collision and intertwining, and the strange phase fusion. It transformed into a giant black snake, wrapped in the power of the 3 skills of electricity, fire, and water, and poured out to cover Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's brows furrowed. Such a beast pet skill was not rare. Xiaobing from below cried out in horror. No good. It's a fusion skill of the same power form. When Gu Changqing heard it, he straightened up and called out, "Good guy." That was a crushing card that could only be grasped by those who had been promoted to Senior Imperial Beast Master. It's still the kind of magnificent skill that's only possible in a million years. A collision between beast pets could make the original skill 10, or even 20 times as powerful as the overwhelming power. Instead of crowing again, the Little Gold looked up at the blackened stretches of the pool. After determining that he couldn't escape, he quickly built up his energy and prepared to carry it hard. This huge black snake with 3 skills converging. If Gu Changqing wanted to escape, he would be able to minimize the damage even though he couldn't escape. But once he left, Xiaobing and the others below would be the focus of the blow. Nima, spell it out. Little Jean, don't mind me. Whip it hard. The power of this move, although it was no match for that fierce demon fusion fierce beast, it has to be at least half as powerful. Xiao Jin was also ready to smoke down Gu Changqing. It had a flame immunity, and apparently the flame power of the fusion skill was beyond the scope of immunity. Move if you don't want to die. Gu Changqing drank low towards the bottom. Anxiety was written all over Xiaobing's face, and there was nothing he could do about it. She hadn't yet been promoted to a high-level Imperial Beast Master, and of the remaining few, all of them, except Su Qing, were low-level. But once Gu Changqing fell in this way, then Zhenhai Female High's plan of rescuing the female city lord would be completely lost. Gu Changqing, we won't. Let's go. Teacher. Su Qing interrupted Xiaobing's stubbornness and shook his head gravely. The latter met his eyes and finally shouted helplessly, "Go!" Before Su Qing left, he recited that laughing man's incantation to increase the status for the 3-legged golden crow. "Don't you die, or else the first place in the national exam will be mine." Looking at the several people struggling to escape the coverage of the skill, Gu Changqing sighed. Sure enough, he was running to himself. The human ghostly Imperial Beastmaster on the ground did not intercept them. "It's all gone, so we can do it without any reservations." Gu Changqing opened his backpack and pulled out the mysterious black card from it. Who doesn't have an undercard? The black card seemed to be anticipating what would happen next, struggling to detach itself from Gu Changqing's hand. "If you don't move again, I'll sell you at the auction house. Born through my hands, I am your benefactor. It's time for you to contribute." The black card was held in place and struggled less. Jean twisted his head and took it in his mouth. Only this time, it did not borrow the perverted increase ability of the black card to temporarily activate its bloodline. As Gu Changqing was surprised, he noticed the auxiliary skill Su Qing had applied to it. Glory of the Holy Light of Heaven, plus 200% protection against darkness, plus 100% reduction from darkness damage, plus 30% damage from beast pet skills, skills with radiant effect. My goodness, it's a support skill, and it's a strong one, not bad for a rare breed of unicorn. From the skills, it could be seen that Su Qing had already mapped out the evolutionary route towards the light. Gu Changqing sked inside. Sure enough, I'm not the only one favored. Those families that stood at the top of a city, even if they didn't have a talent like his, it will also be infinitely more catching up and approaching through underpinnings and financial resources. But I'm the real bug. For a moment, Gu Changqing stood up, looked at the black giant snake that was gradually taking shape, and coldly grunted. Fusion skill? Or is it because it's too weak? That's why it's chiming in. Xiao Jin was also infected by Gu Changqing's surging heart. With the auxiliary status, the size of the first sun true flame grew larger and larger. The white firelight grew brighter and brighter, and in the core of the center, there were faint wisps of golden light washing through. That's it. Little Gold was originally the ancestor of playing with fire, and the unique Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline was more than enough to compare to the sun. How can a small layer of darkness cover the light of the sun? Nico! The sound of cries traveled through the rocky forest, spreading out in all directions. Xiao Jin had gathered almost all of his spiritual energy, and the eye-piercing and eye-catching fireball, no longer swiftly. Instead, it slowly detached itself and flew towards the giant black snake that was lunging and biting. Boom! As soon as the light and the darkness came into contact, the terrifying energy instantly raged, and a violent shockwave spread. Even the ground blew up in a sandstorm. At first, the black giant snake was still able to fight against the true flame of the first sun, but it actually swallowed the fireball in one gulp, and immediately, the light exploded in its energy body. The giant snake's body also dissipated as fast as it could in the illumination. The remaining power of the true flame of the first sun was unabated, and it struck into the black watery swamp. It was only a matter of moments before the swamp evaporated and the sky returned to its original form. Whoa! 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 3 cries of pain rang out from the air in unison. Xiao Jin spread his wings, as fast as lightning, pecked at the air in one direction. At the same time sharp claws seemed to grab hold of something and yanked hard. A shower of avian blood and feathers spilled from the sky and a large black bird torn in two was revealed in Little Gold's claws, and on its sharp beak was a man in a black cloak with a demonic insignia on his chest. At this time, his heart had been pierced through, as if he could not live. With a mighty heave, the man hurtled toward the ground and fell. After stirring up a cloud of dust, there was no more movement. Congratulations on killing the vicious Imperial Beastmaster. Honor value plus 10. Shanghai City prestige plus 10. And a windfall. The honor value was useful in the career path, and it was an essential consideration if one wanted to join the City Lord's Mansion or the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Prestige, on the other hand, is reflected in the establishment of an organization or family, and the higher the prestige, the more prevalent the support from the people of the city. Kim, it's all yours. Don't let any of them go. Kogain was overjoyed that he could finally eat. The bird's head was as if it had been fitted with a piledriver, and the corpse of a 3-meter-long bird was eaten without any hair left in an instant. After the food was finished, it recovered quite a bit of its spiritual energy. With another scream, 2 more vicious sentinels were killed. Nearly the same birds and beasts' favorites became belly food. Eater Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on the gold level ranked beast pet Black Firebird, gaining 4-dimensional attributes plus 50, current max, and flame skill proficiency plus 100. Eater Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on the gold level ranked beast pet Black Thunderbird, unable to acquire attributes, lightning resistance plus 5%. Eater Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on the gold level ranked beast pet Black Waterbird, unable to acquire attributes, water system resistance plus 5%. Your beast pet 3-footed golden crow first sun true flame skill proficiency is full. Level up to level 2. Beep after beep after beep. Gu Changqing didn't bother to listen. He was looking at the ground, where the bodies of the 3 malignant Imperial Beast Masters were disappearing. Kogain lands in a dive. Gu Changqing jumped down from its back, looked around at the empty surroundings, and sneered, "Want to run away with the corpse? Unfortunately, it's already too late." Chapter 23 There's a way to heaven you can't go. Gulp. The sound of gulping resounded steeply across the open wasteland bulldozed by the shockwave. In the next second, Gu Changqing looked ahead to the left. Little Gold understood, and the first sun true flame in his mouth instantly condensed and completed. Moreover, a faint golden afterglow was born on the flames that were originally mostly white. The moment the fireball burned, the surrounding temperature instantly rose by more than 10 degrees. It was hard to imagine just how high the temperature of the energy contained in the fireball was. Gu Changqing was also stunned by the heat wave pounding on his face, and then looked at the skills that had been upgraded to level 2, and nothing else had changed. Only the damage of the flame skill had doubled from double to quadruple. With this kind of damage intensity, if it was converged at full strength, it was close to matching the strike from stacking the auxiliary status just now. God-level bloodline, terrifying as it is. Come out. Don't think that by relying on your beast pet's special talent, you're really godless. The fireball spewed out and burst into flames, forming a 5-meter-high flame tornado while blowing a crater in the ground. Black dust filled the air, and on the outskirts of the flames, a 2-meter-long chameleon revealed its true colors. Its mouth snapped open, and the first malignant imperator that appeared jumped out of it. This was followed by 3 corpses without hearts, which also fell out of it. The eyes of the malignant Imperial Beast Master showed panic, and his hoarse voice trembled. What do you want? Naturally, I want to ask you a few questions. Will you answer honestly? Dream on. we'll never do anything. Snort! With a crunch of bones, Xiao Jin was as swift as thunder and lightning. His petite body after the lifting of the golden crow's body flew through his heart. The malignant imperialist looked down in amazement at the empty hole at his heart, his head full of questions. No, say you're going to do it? According to the regular process, you should threaten and intimidate me, and I can't take it anymore before slowly spilling out the information you want to know? Xiao Jin swallowed the heart into his stomach in one bite, perhaps because Imperial Beastmasters could not trigger the spring of eating, and spat it out again in disgust. Gu Chongqing walked slowly to the malignant Imperial Beastmaster's heel, a smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. I knew you guys had the decency to beat a dead horse and not reveal information about your employer or organization. The malignant imperialist's pupils began to lax, trying to say something and opening his mouth feebly, unable to make any sound. His beast pet, the chameleon, was still trying to avenge his master's death when he was torn to pieces by Little Gold. Congratulations on killing the vicious Imperial Beastmaster. Honor value plus 10. Jinhai City prestige plus 10. Eater Spring Trigger, eat silver grade ranked beast pet chameleon. Gain 4-dimensional attributes plus 20. Fake breaking ability plus 5%. Only silver? But relying on the special skills of the chameleon, even when facing a strong enemy? It can be a surprise even when your opponent doesn't know it. As the malignant imperialist's body fell to the ground, 4 pale red rays of light fell out of him. Gu Chongqing walked forward to pick it up and couldn't help but smile. These were their parcel stock, and after opening and probing in addition to having a huge amount of money of more than $300,000, there was also a wide array of materials for beast pets. It was mostly low level, but it still made him turn up treasures. Bloodline fruit, skill elixir, and a space stone. It's really what's missing. Apparently, the gang didn't do much burning and looting. Yikes! A surprised voice rang out as Gu Chongqing fused the package into his backpack. Xia Bing, Su Qing, and the others went and returned. Seeing the 4 bodies on the ground, all but 2 turned their heads to cover their eyes. There was even one that vomited. It was really because Xiao Jin hadn't been gentle with his hands, and the area that had been poked through his chest was slightly larger. They just died? Xia Bing was in disbelief. She had seen the vileness of the vicious Imperial Beastmasters before. It's not so much about being strong as it is about being good at ambushes, surprises, and fighting the many against the few. That move, the fusion skill, was the best example. She had never seen or heard of a Sentinel Beastmaster escaping in one piece from their siege. Even all of them backfired. Now, Gu Chongqing not only did it. Look at the look. You're swimming without blushing. Could it be that his legendary beast pet is really not downgraded, as the school speculated? Su Qing, on the other hand, had a pair of eyes that were glowing with light, gazing at Gu Chongqing with dead eyes. That's awesome, Brother Evergreen. You're definitely deserving of first place in this year's national exam. Gu Chongqing laughed. If it wasn't for your last auxiliary boost, I wouldn't have been able to remain unharmed under that powerful skill. It would be a real shame if Little Gold of the mythic rank bloodline couldn't clean up a golden ranked beast pet. Xiaobing raised his hand and threw out a few ice arrows, freezing the 3 corpses before the ice arrows collapsed, completely destroying the corpses. Let's go. Making such a big commotion is already a place of wrongdoing. The group continued on their way. This time, they didn't encounter any more killers or ferocious beasts along the way. As darkness fell, it was out of the rugged and difficult rocky forest to the campsite of the field replica. Stop! This camp was expanded by hand, fenced with red blood acacia wood, and the entrance was guarded by an imperial beastmaster. The blood acacia wood was watered and grown with the blood of ferocious beasts, giving off an odor that they disliked. Xiaobing took out the pass order before releasing Gu Chongqing and the others inside. The camp was quite large, with vegetation cleared around it and a number of warning props and traps placed. A dozen or so wooden huts sat in an unorganized line, and from time to time, Imperial Beastmasters entered and exited, casting curious glances at them. Let's go rest first. The wild beasts at night are frequent, not conducive to making copies. How about it? Xiaobing asked Gu Chongqing for his opinion. He spread his hands. At your service. Yes. Xiaobing led the way, heading towards the largest cabin. Just opened the door. The originally noisy atmosphere instantly quieted down. A savage aura of pressure was pressed towards Gu Chongqing and the others. Xiaobing hurriedly raised the pass order up and said, "We are from Jinhai Female High and have come to brush up on our copies. The Imperial Beastmaster Association should have made arrangements." At that moment, a young man with a reddened face and an odor of alcohol staggered up, walked over and circled around them, finally fixing his gaze on Gu Chongqing. "You're that traitor from Jinhai City?" With a single sentence, Xiaobing's several faces changed drastically. Before Gu Chongqing could say anything, Xiaobing said grimly, "Shan Go, he's a member of our Jinhai Female High School, so think before you speak. Don't think that just because you've entered the Imperial Beastmaster Association through the Chen family's power, You can provoke my female high with impunity. Oh, ha ha ha, I can't imagine. The more you female Highlanders live, the more unintelligible you are. What kind of person dares to protect? Aren't you afraid of drawing fire in the end? He said, spitting into the ground. Wild copies are already strapped for resources and can only be entered once a day. Wasting the opportunity on him. What? Is it looking down on our Imperial Beastmaster Association? As Chen Go's words fell, 7 or 8 out of a dozen people in the room stood up. The eyes are not good. Gu Changqing pulled Xia Bing back and shook his head. Don't talk to crazy dogs, or what if they bite you? There doesn't seem to be any rabies vaccine here, right? Ha ha ha, he. Su Qing and a few other little girls couldn't help but laugh. Chen Go's expression changed wildly. Rubbish, what did you say? Gu Changqing pulled out his ears. It just so happens that I have a belly full of anger today and can't find the right person to vent it. You're from the Chen family, right? Coincidentally, there's a rightful owner for the grievances. Can you let me see how powerful the Imperial Beast Master Association is? Don't worry, it's point to point. It won't take your life. Chapter 24, Show your cards. I'm done pretending. Take my life? Chen Go looked back at his teammates from the Imperial Beastmaster Association in surprise. Did you guys hear that? He said that he wants me dead. Ha ha ha, Chen Xiao, you have to be careful. It's so scary to come up here and fight to the death. The members of the Imperial Beastmaster Association jeered as you spoke. Gee, do I admire you for having absolute confidence? Or do I admire your ignorance and stupidity? Chen Go gradually converged on his smile, his gaze icy cold, as if he was looking at a corpse that was about to lose its temperature. Evergreen student. Xia Bing tugged on Gu Changqing's coat at the back and whispered, I know that your beast pets have extraordinary battle prowess, and that even several gold-ranked beast pets can easily deal with them. However, it's better not to cause unnecessary trouble, especially him. I know. Gu Changqing's reply caused Xia Bing to choke on her words. If you know that, why do you knowingly do it? The Chen family of a few years ago was only an average prestigious family in Jinhai City, far from reaching its current status. He, on the other hand, came out of nowhere and rushed into the top 30 rankings in the national examination that year, and was accepted into the Green Dragon University, one of the 4 Imperial Beastmaster Academies. During the exam, most of the other Imperial Beastmasters were at the intermediate rank. Instead, he rode through the ranks and was promoted to Senior Imperial Beastmaster. Only, in the ring battle, it was lost to a supreme genius from Kyoto. After graduating from university, he returned to Jinhai City and was admitted into the Imperial Beastmaster Association by the current city lord. Others say that he was scared out of his wits by that genius and degraded himself. Taking advantage of the Chen family's rising prestige, he entered the association. By conservative estimation, he has already surpassed the Senior Imperial Beastmaster and opened up the 4th Imperial Beast space. Gu Changqing spoke Chen Go's basic information as well as his speculations in a flowing manner. Especially when it comes to strength, it can be a guess towards the top. This time, the girls of Jinhai Female High School understand even less. With such a high opinion of it and so much caution, why pick a fight? Junior Beast Royalist. Even if the beast pet was no more advanced, it was impossible to crotch 3 job titles in a row to challenge it. And, from the first official promotion of the first rank of Intermediate Sentinel, it will no longer be the beast pets that will be boosted, along with the Beast Master himself, who will dramatically increase his own combat power. After 3 ranks, along with Xia Bing, there was no telling how strong it would be. For the first time, Xia Bing's eyes began to twinkle as she looked at Gu Changqing. She was a little shaken with suspicion, and the one person that Jinhai Female Highness had thrown everything she had into trying to support, doesn't seem like the right choice. It wasn't a bad thing for a young Imperial Beastmaster to be sharp, or at least have a fair amount of confidence, but overconfidence becomes conceit. Over the years she had been a teacher, she had seen quite a few good potential seedlings, but none of them were as arrogant and cocky as Gu Changqing. A good stiff is easy to break, and sometimes it's not cowardly to retreat. Thanks to Mr. Xia's teachings, I know how to advance and retreat, but today's scene doesn't allow it. You, treating her good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Xia Bing's face reddened with anger. The mind is already made up to persuade the school administration. When they get back, too, can't put any more experience into someone who doesn't know any better. Let's go to the camp yard, or I'll see how you want me dead. But then, the same words I pass on to you, point blank, it won't kill you. One after the other, the 2 men came to an open spot in the center of the camp and stood opposite each other. The Imperial Beast Masters in the camp had put down their hands when they learned that someone was going to duel with Chen Go. In no time at all, the 2 were surrounded by nearly 30 people. Teacher, what should we do? Su Cheng jumped anxiously and turned to Xia Bing for help. What can I do if I seek my own death? Hey, the plan is going to be put on hold. Don't worry, Chen Go won't kill him. But, the latter words she didn't say, but they were obvious. Gu Changqing's reckless behavior is not false, but she knew more or less about Chen Go's temperament. It's not like the kind that actively seeks out trouble. Go Chen Xiao, don't be abused by a junior. Bet on it, bet on it. It's rare. Look at the way young Chen is getting serious on rare occasions. Chen Xiao, be careful. Don't really kill him. Listening to the members of the Imperial Beast Master Association flirting, Chen Go suddenly smiled. The drowsy state of what should have been drunkenness dissipated into nothing. I can't believe it. You really disregarded others and took the initiative to propose a match with me. There was less arrogance and cockiness in his voice and more indifference and skepticism. The Chen family has sent you out. Even if I don't want to look for trouble, you'll still try to rack me up by all means. In that case, why bother so much? Just outside of the city, he encountered the vicious Imperial Beast Master who intercepted him, and then he met such a legendary figure of Jinhai City in the camp. Even if he was stupid, Gu Changqing understood the intent. If he dies at the hands of a malevolent sentinel, it's just as well that it's all over. If he didn't die, Chen Go was the last hurdle. The purpose, of course, is simple. They had to clearly grasp what Gu Changqing's bottom card was. You're a lot smarter than I thought. If my cousin had half the heart you have, how good it would be. For the sake of the Chen family's grand plan, I have no choice but to be offended. Gu Changqing waved his hand. There's no need to talk about offenses between mortal enemies. Chen Go did not expect Gu Changqing to be blunt in his words, froze for a moment, and suddenly released a laugh. Good. Worthy of being an enemy who dares to provoke my Chen family. When you lose at the hands of my brother, I'll plead for mercy and let you go in pain. Then thank you very much. And in turn, I will consider sparing your life when I destroy the Chen clan. After some verbal sparring between the two, the air suddenly chilled. There was silence all around. Everyone held their breath, and a needle could be heard, only to see that Chen Go took the lead. His right hand swung forward and, 4 hexagram spell formations appeared on the ground, and when the light became more and more intense, the virtual images of 3 behemoths appeared in 3 of the spell formations. Two-headed dog, the golden sword of sundering, ice bird. As Chen Go read out the name of the beast pet, the essences in the hexagram array converged, revealing their true colors. A vicious dog with a black body and scarlet eyes that was about 3 meters tall and had 2 heads. A giant bird covered in ice blue color. Its size was close to that of a golden crow. The third, however, was a huge golden sword. The aura of solemnity filled the air, and when you looked at it, you could only feel your eyes aching, as if you were being stabbed by needles. The 4th hexagram array, however, was empty. Even so, Gu Changqing was so shocked that his mouth opened slightly. Unexpectedly, one of Chen Go's beast pets was actually an artifact pet. The giant golden sword abruptly became smaller and transformed into the appearance of a normal sword. Flying into Chen Go's hand, Chen Go gripped and pulled a sword flower, saying, the Imperial Beastmaster skill after the senior rank promotion. Now, I am the beast pet. As he said that, surging battle intent flowed from his eyes. Since you have a female high guarding you, don't hide your head anymore. That legendary beast pet of yours, it hasn't dropped its bloodline, right? Quickly summon it out and take a look. Let me see the might of a legendary beast pet. Gu Changqing collected his mind and said faintly, as you wish. And as Chen Go said, having survived the most dangerous of times, it's not loaded. Now, I'm showing my cards. Chapter 25, The Supreme Heroism of a Super God-Level Beast Pet. The attention of the crowd was all focused on Gu Changqing, though, no one would believe that a junior Imperial Beast Master would win, but they were extremely keen on legendary beast pets. Gu Changqing's mind sank into the Imperial Beast space, and Little Gold knew that this battle had to be fought out of name. Was holding the black card in his mouth, and his sharp claws kept scratching as if he were teaching a rebellious little brother a lesson. The voices of the 2 beast pets also echoed in the Imperial Beast space. No borrowing, shoot to kill. Borrow it or get tired of it with my fire. Burn, the hotter the fire the better. The harder it burns, the faster I grow. Then I will compel my master to throw you into a dark, black hole. If you do, then I'll borrow. But say yes, suck lightly, the last loss hasn't been made up yet. I have a feeling the master is going to do something this wave. Behave yourself and maybe I can keep you around. The 2 little ones, since yesterday's week wake up, speak no longer mix and knock. Milky voice, listening to Gu Changqing hard itch, come to the big job. If you do it right, you get whatever you want. If it's not done well, it's all punishable. There are rewards and penalties. This is the way of the royal beast. Gu Changqing left the Imperial Beast space, which was still in the preparation stage and needed a bit of time. He was seen walking up to the betting table in full view of the, looking at the space bag stacked full on the left side. There was no need to think that it must be Chen Go's. He rummaged through his backpack, pulling out rare materials such as the leader-level beast pet card as well as space stones one by one and slapped them where they belonged. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The moment the Lord-level beast pet card appeared, everyone's mouths opened wide. their foul mouths came out, and they breathed heavily. It's a Lord-level beast pet card. Moreover, it was still a beast pet with a special bloodline. If cultivated properly, even if it didn't reach the strength of the king level, it would still be in existence in the first tier of that grade. This guy, he's not crazy, is he? Doesn't it smell good for you? Or is there a better alternative? For a time, there was a large shift in their attitude towards Gu Changqing. Subsequently, those who were not admitted followed suit. Space stones, blood-shaping pills, and other delicacies were also pressed. Even Xia Bing and the others couldn't hold back their restless hearts. Only, with the exception of Su Qing, they all placed the winning party on Chen Go. Gu Changqing didn't care. As long as he was a normal person, he wouldn't bet on him. Looking at the table soon to be full of a wide array of material money, his harumph was dripping out. A handful. Everything is ready. There are many more to be found in abundance. Su Qing took out a fist-sized white jade stone and bet on Gu Changqing's side, then laughed. I'm giving you my pony's lifeblood, so you're not allowed to lose. Gu Changqing sniffed and grinned at the corners of his mouth. Can you change the word ah? Don't worry, it's wrapped. After that, he returned to his original position and said, sorry for the long wait. It seems that you are quite confident in your beast pet. Even that Hidden Quest's beast pet card has been taken out. It's a pity. Chen Go showed disappointment. I forgot to tell you, a month ago, our Imperial Beast Master Association hunted and killed a fierce demon-level beast that was about to metamorphose and evolve. Although it was in its weakened stage and its battle power was less than 8 out of 10, we still killed it. I, on the other hand, was the main output of battle power. You seem to have taken the rank disparity and overthought it. Gu Changqing pulled out his ears full of concern. Fierce demons, that's all there is to it. All of them are looking forward to how to divide up my bet, so I won't waste any more time. In the Imperial Beast space, Little Gold exuberantly screamed, clearly ready to go. The 6 main star formation slowly rose under Gu Changqing's feet. Immediately afterward, a blazing golden firelight, transformed into a tornado of momentum, rushed up to the sky. The burning light was so bright that people were afraid to look directly at it, so they could only close their eyes. The raging cold aura overflowing from Chen Go's icebird instantly fell apart. Waves of scorching heat swept through, and all of them were as if they were on the side of the sun, as if they were going to melt away at any moment. Nico! A cry like that of a phoenix, and a fierce hurricane swept through the camp, taking all the heat with it. Everyone opened their eyes, dumbfounded. What had been a dark night was now like day, only in the air. A big golden sun hung horizontally. Squinting closely, one could vaguely see the gesture of a giant bird flying through it. Gu Changqing was also astonished. Little Gold's stance wasn't this powerful when he killed that fierce demon-ranked ferocious beast. This image was close to the real golden crow of legend. He subconsciously entered the Imperial Beast space, and saw the black card lying there. The black had nearly faded to a blackish gray. The complaining voice is even more breathless. The little master, I believe you again. Just, it is you who gave birth to it. A weak voice, as if it was GA the next second. Gu Changqing quietly withdrew and checked Little Gold's status. No wonder it was so raw. The ability to overdraw the bloodline in advance had reached a terrifying 50%. It had taken on the true form of the Golden Crow. More fighting? Gu Changqing's tone was light as he looked toward Chen Go. The two-headed dog had long been lying on the ground shivering. Not only was it the suppression of the bloodline, but there was also the crushing of strength that could not be resisted. It was at best a lord level, even though it possessed the bloodline of a hell's 3-headed dog. The icebird shed the layer of ice on its body and became a completely bald chicken, motionless, like a statue. The only thing that was still hardened was the sword in his hand. Artifact pets are not rare, and their association with the Sentinel is deeper compared to other types. At this moment, sensing the struggle and pressure within the master's heart, the golden sword of sundering even broke away from Chen Go's hand on its own and defiantly stabbed into the sky. But the glint of it was so dull in the searing light that it was close to nothing. Gu Changqing raised his right hand, and then dropped it, only to see that the golden sun that wrapped around Little Gold slowly fell from the air towards the camp. The golden sword of sacrifice just contacted it. Click a crunch, from which a fold and break immediately disappeared. Whoa! Chen Go opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Gu Changqing in horror, saying, "Is your beast pet really legendary grade? Impossible. This can't be." His question is everyone's question. Even though legendary beast pets were extremely rare, it didn't mean that there weren't any. A full-bodied legendary beast pet does have the destructive ability to subdue a city or province, but that's also the full body. The rank is exactly equal to the bloodline level, fully activating the beast pet's form as it should be. And the cultivation couldn't be curved, tapping into all the potential with countless piles of materials and equipment. Where's Gu Changqing? 3 days full of time from contracting the beast's pet. You're telling me that a beastie with a 3-day contract can launch the sun? As one of the geniuses of Jinhai City, the top immediate combatant of the Chun clan's younger generation, the light in Chen Go's eyes slowly dissipated. As the golden fireball descended on the camp only 100 meters, he despaired. I admit defeat. When the word admit defeat comes out, the golden fireball swept over the camp in an ethereal arc before heading far to the west. Nearly 10 minutes later, a violent roar came through, and the earth trembled twice right after it. The camp was silent, the only sound being the swallowing of saliva. Everyone just felt a chill on their necks and escaped from the ghost gate. Gu Changcheng, on the other hand, cheerfully said he was sorry, and very nicely scavenged the loot on the table into his package. The prompt then exploded into a frenzy of bouncing as if it were a bomb. Chapter 26, The Golden Rule, The Sun Shines in the Sky. Congratulations on killing a lower-level beast, the Powerhorn Ant. You gained plus 66 experience. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast Blood-tailed Kite. Gain experience plus 100. Congratulations on killing the lower-level beast, the Bald Dog, and gaining experience plus 66. Xiao Jin threw out the super-large first Sun True Flame. I do not know which mountain hit. Kill alerts ringing desperately. Seeing the experience is like riding a roller coaster, jumping up and down one section at a time. Until, congratulations on leveling up one level. Unlimited gold phrase trigger. Please draw the gold phrase reward in time. Gu Changqing smashed his mouth as if he had found the secret method of upgrading. If this were to throw around in his spare time, it would be no problem to be promoted to Senior Imperial Beast Master before the national exam. But the next hint dissuaded him. Due to the severe overdraft of the bloodline of your beast pet, the first sun bird, it will be dormant for 12 hours. So serious. Consciousness probed into the Imperial Beast space. The Golden Crow's body had yet to unwind and retreat, and compared to its usual state, its figure had shrunk by nearly half. The black card was equally badly depleted, lying on Xiao Jin's body, slowly drawing on its flames to recover. It seems that the ace in the hole can only be used to save your life. It was better to rise to level 10 and contract a second beast pet before thinking about anything else. Hey, you're not happy about winning the pot. Su Qing beamed over, while her eyes were fixed on Gu Changqing's package. My baby, it's time to give it back. Sorry. Gu Changqing took out the white jade and the other delicacies and handed them over to Su Qing. Su Qing only took the piece of jade and laughed. I'm just propping up the scene. These things, I have a lot of them. Gu Changqing didn't make any pretense and stuffed the things back in again. False politeness with a rich woman is the same as playing a sword in front of Guangong, which is clownish behavior. Suddenly, Chen Go, who had suffered a blow, shouted at him in surprise, "Watch out!" As Gu Changqing was surprised, he only felt a chilly air current coming over him. Get out of the way. Su Qing reacted quickly and blocked in front of Gu Changqing. Bang, a heavy sound. A strong force came. The two people stacked like Luohan, flew out backwards, only to see a giant with a set of pitch-black armor, slowly revealing his figure. The 3-meter-long broadsword in his hand was draped with black thunderbolts. It was just about to capitalize on its victory when the 6-main star formation rose from under its feet and returned to the Imperial Beast space. Su Qing, Gu Changqing. The people from Jinhai Female High School were busy running over to check on the injuries. Gu Changqing was unharmed and fell into a fart squat. Su Qing's arm cut a sword wound that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. The skin and flesh flared out, and black arcs of electricity could be seen vaguely traveling around. Gu Changqing was enraged, staring at Chen Go in the distance and said in a chilling voice, "You want to die?" Chen Go was also in a cold sweat from fear. Gu Changqing's death, that was something the family was happy to see. If something went wrong with Su Qing, then the Su family in Jinhai Female High School would blow up. Pulling out all the injury medicines from his backpack space, he hastily said, "I just contracted a beast pet, and its loyalty isn't very high." Gu Changqing's heart palpitated, almost rolled over and became dead by the sword. He's got countless treasures yet to be unearthed. Under the piles of various expensive injury medicines, Su Qing's wounds quickly healed, only his face was still a bit white. "Thanks." Gu Changqing thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Su Qing smiled faintly and said in a voice heard only by the two of them, "Hurry up and contract a second beast pet." Gu Changqing was stunned, noticing the flickering pink color in Su Qing's eyes. His heart was clear. He still somewhat misjudged the ability of Su Qing's second beast pet. After a thrilling little episode, late night would come. When Gu Changqing returned to his room, Chen Go was already waiting for him at the door. "Something?" Chen Go squirmed a bit unnaturally. "You know, I don't really want anyone to die. Knowing that, it's about time to gather information on me." Gu Changqing bumped away Chen Go's shoulder that was blocking the way and pushed the door into the room. Xiao Jin's might did cause those present to despair no less. Chen Go has not been able to make an effective counterattack against him since the beginning. But, it's more like, willfully giving up and admitting defeat. As the door to the room was about to close, Chen Go said, "The Chen family is wrong. All wrong. I can feel it. It's not the legendary beast pet that has accomplished you. It's only you that can accomplish the beast pet. I'm tired. Bye. Gu Changqing closed the door to his room, not paying the slightest attention to Chen go outside the door. The heart, however, was beating rapidly. This guy is a little scary in his observation skills. Sit on your bed and start extracting gold words. Only countless golden lights flowed in front of his eyes, from which one flew out. Congratulations on your gold phrase, the sun shines in the sky. Gu Changqing couldn't help but be overjoyed at this kind of cradling explosive word name. He's figured out a pattern of infinite gold phrases that, the more you snuggle, the better it gets. Keep snuggling. A straight cool. A smile gradually spread as he checked up on the golden words abilities. Sun shining in the sky, gold phrase, used by specific flame beast pet. Bathed in the noonday sun's strongest moment, and within 1 minute, the beast pet's entire attributes and skills are increased by 1000%. The introduction to the entry is short and concise. Gu Changqing's eyes dropped as he watched. A tenfold increase, or an instantaneous increase, especially since it's included along with the skills. Is there no limit to the perversity of the golden word? It's only a minute, though, but for a minute, it's almost invincible. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing inflicted it on Xiao Jin. Little Gold, who was in deep sleep, seemed to sense something and whimpered twice. Gu Changqing then began to agonize over whether or not to choose the mysterious fellow within the black card for his second beast pet. The next day, when Gu Changqing woke up, there was a commotion outside the room, only to see that in the courtyard, Xia Bing, as well as a few beautiful students from Jinhai Female High School, were arguing with a few middle-aged people dressed as leaders. Even some greetings to family members are interspersed. Awake, Su Qing appeared at an unknown time. What's going on? It's not because someone made a big splash last night and scared the most outstanding genius of the Chun clan's younger generation out of his wits. That's not why the wind has spread to the city. Boring. Gu Changqing muttered a sentence and prepared to go back to the house. It's still 2.5 hours until Kogain recovers, and last night's one loot hasn't even been organized yet. Green. Before his feet could step inside, the call that made him sickened rang out. Su Sisi was full of surprise, and was just about to throw Gu Changqing a warm helping hug. The schools that were still arguing were moving faster than she was. Gu Changqing student, I am the vice principal of the second middle school. As long as you come, the second high school counts for nothing, but also our Jinhai self-supporting colleges and universities, our education. Don't all crowd, one by one. Gu Changqing student, I went to war with your parents chattering and self-reporting. They even lifted out Gu Changqing's parents. Just then, a faint voice from the gang caught Gu Changqing's attention. We, Private Independence High School, are willing to offer 1,000-year-old redeeming ginseng to help fix your sister's dark disease. Gu Changqing's heart pounded as he brute force pushed away the people in his way and came to the man. Returning sun ginseng? You really have it? Chapter 27, Mysterious Elder. Beast Riot. The skinny spectacled man in the crowd, seeing that Gu Changqing was extraordinarily concerned, immediately peeled away the people in front of him and said at the top of his lungs, yes, our private independence definitely does. Gu Changqing looked at the people crowding forward and frowned slightly. The man with the glasses looked weakly molded, and his eyes under the thick lenses occasionally showed some other emotions. Who did I think it was? It turns out it's the director of external recruitment at Independence High School. What? Want to use cajoling to deceive the evergreen students before the school collapses? The vice principal of the second middle school, with his big belly, taunted disdainfully. Others have seized the opportunity too. Don't listen to him, Mr. Evergreen. The 1,000-year rejuvenating ginseng is a one-of-a-kind superb delicacy. Not to mention Jinhai City, even the province may not be able to find it. Yeah, who in Jinhai City doesn't know that mess? Yi has a heavenly background. The forces behind her can't even do it. So just Independence High School can? Too old-fashioned fraudulent tactics. This is seeing Evergreen Sand's weakness. In your words, Lu Renjia heard the key points from it. Ms. Yi is an excellent teacher of my Jinhai First High School, and we and her family have been exploring solutions to her matter. The rejuvenation ginseng. We've been poking around for nearly 8 years and found nothing. Director Chi, you're still a bit young to try to use it to hoodwink the talented students of my school. Yo, being your genius student again? If I remember correctly, you personally threw the book of cuts in Evergreen's face. Now you regret it? Where's the face? Old Lua. In fact, your first middle school has even less face to show up here. The fact that the Evergreen students are not treated fairly is because they are being suppressed alive by your collusion. If it were in our school, the city lord wouldn't even be able to come. Su Qing whispered from the side. Horse hindsight. The first time Brother Evergreen was dropped out of school. How come I don't see you guys getting excited? The atmosphere, in an instant, fell to the bottom. Gu Changqing shouted high in his heart and reached out to pull the private independent director Qi into the room, saying, Gentlemen, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. The door to the room closed and the noise took over again. He sat on the edge of the bed and asked, 1,000 years of sun returning ginseng, do you really have it? The 1,000-year reducing ginseng was an extremely special material for promotion. Its first appearance was when the 4th-ranked spirit-level royal beastmaster was promoted to king-level royal beastmaster. According to the books, the advancement from spirit to king is no longer for the sublimation of the beast pet. Even the imperial beastmaster will have a transcendent transformation. This was indeed the case. As the first one to be promoted to the rank of king-level imperial beastmaster, that powerhouse, with his own strength, had resisted the beast tide in his city. After this incident, it was revealed that the one that could have such transformative power was that main ingredient, the 1,000-year-old reduced young ginseng. Not only was it a superlatively rare delicacy for promotion, but it also had the utility to cause the imperial beastmaster's flesh to shed its bones and repair dark wounds, only that it has no specific place or copy of the output. The predecessor back then also got it unintentionally. Families as deep and thick as Euruyans couldn't even find a single plant, showing its rarity. Director Chi, who had just been cowed by the siege, suddenly took off his glasses and his temperament changed abruptly. They were right. I do not indeed have the returning sun ginseng. His candor did not surprise Gu Changqing. Director Chi raised his eyebrows. Gu Changqing's reaction was beyond his expectations. Seeing that he didn't say anything and didn't kick him out, for a while, he couldn't pinpoint what Gu Changqing had in mind. However, we have information on the returning sun ginseng. Oh, Gu Changqing responded nonchalantly. Director Chi began to scratch the horse in his heart. What do you mean? And just now the attitude. A different person. A senior entrusted our old dean to keep the secret on his deathbed, and said that it would get us everything in the near future. This time, Gu Changqing raised a small amount of interest, but still didn't continue to say more. Director Chi's teeth clenched lightly, and his gaze behind his glasses was quite biting. There's that attitude again. Outside Jinhai City, near the sea, there was originally a small town, but after the great change in heaven and earth, it was occupied by ferocious beasts. Importantly, the rules of the abyss have very little constraints there, perhaps because it's too far from the city, and the ferocious beasts don't leave easily. Okay, I get it. Get out. Director Chi froze, his hand just resting on the doorknob, when he suddenly realized, my undercard, so easily lassoed out? Outside the door, the pink color in Su Qing's eyes was dissipating, while her feet went limp and she was held up by her female high companion. What's wrong, Cyan? Su Qing shook her head. It's fine, let's go back and rest first. Anything else? Gu Changqing asked in surprise. No. Then Gu Changqing opened his backpack and began to organize the clutter. At that, without lifting his head, he said, didn't that senior anticipate that? Director Chi was overjoyed. You've agreed to enter our school? No, crediting is still possible, but there's one more condition. When I get back to town, I want to see your old principal. Take names. Director Z's interest was undiminished, but he compromised. With Gu Changqing's current influence, even if he was only credited, he could bring a school on the verge of closure back to life. Then we'll be waiting at the school. In less than an hour, Gu Changqing finished organizing the items in his backpack. The materials used for promotion are basically complete, and at the same time, jumping at the chance to see what's next in the wild copy. The copy record resources that were extremely valued by the major beast pet stores, clans, organizations, and so on in the city were not premium goods here. The things that the people of the Imperial Beastmaster Association carried with them alone could be sold for a not-so-fabulous price when they were put into the city. Sure enough, playing the field is the best way to get rich. Gu Changqing entered the Imperial Beast space, and after a night's rest, Xiao Jin's state was obviously much better. Only the black card was still a dark gray color, and the buildup of this ace was, troublesome. I can't help it. It belonged to an unknown species that could not even be identified by the abyss, and the currently known means of storing energy was Little Gold's flames. Take a step and see what happens. With the two auxiliary divine skills of battle spirit boiling and sun shining in the sky, even without the black card's ability to transform and kill in seconds, trips through wild copies with no less success. Time is ticking away. Finally, with a loud phoenix cry, the room where Gu Changqing was instantly rushed up in white flames and turned into ashes. It wasn't long before Gu Changqing had a dark face, and over his shoulders stood the black crow that was feasting. Xia Bing and other senior officials from various schools swarmed up to them and were stopped by Gu Changqing. Gentlemen, I have no intention of joining any school, so I'd better return. Xia Bing sniffed, her face dimmed a few points, and said, Evergreen students, Mr. Xia, lead the way. Xia Bing sighed long and hard, knowing that the last glimmer of hope was gone. The good thing is that he did not terminate the cooperation. Under Xia Bing's leadership, the group left the campground and headed deeper into the wilderness. About 20 minutes into the journey, a rich red light was seen in the hazy distance. That's the entrance to the duplicate map right there. Xia Bing had just finished speaking, only to hear a deafening roar of a beast coming from that direction. Immediately afterward, the rumbling sound of treading the ground came closer and closer, like a million horses galloping. Not good. The ferocious beasts are rioting. Chapter 28 Wild Beasts with No Experience? Over there, is it all set? Zhenhai City Inner City. City Lord's office building. Inside the luxurious and spacious office room located on the top floor, a middle-aged man with a head full of barbed messy hair and unkempt, shaking the red liquid inside the goblet in his hand and looking out the window overlooking the infinite light of half of Zhenhai City. The smile at the corner of his mouth stretched as he asked this, as if he had thought of something funny. Someone fun. Reporting to City Lord. It has already been arranged. Estimating this point in time. It's just right. The young man dressed as a secretary in a suit responded without a smile. Just from the eyes, you could see a bit of concern. What? Starting to worry about this only child of the Gu family? Zhao Zhanxiong took a sip of the vintage's long-lasting sweetness and glanced at him with his afterglow, snickering in his tone. The City Lord is joking. Since the time of the city's collapse, this life of mine has belonged only to you. As for him, it is no longer up to me to consider what the future holds. Miss Yi will do better than me since, TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhao Zhanxiong barked twice and said helplessly, believe you damn it, if it wasn't for you secretly helping him, the news of him easily defeating Chen Go would have spread so quickly? For this reason, the one below me is still annoyed and thinks that I secretly authorized it. The youth remained calm and collected. You could have pushed me out. I don't think the Vice City Lord would have made things difficult. Hey. Seeing that the cold stone did not show any sign of warmth, Zhao Zhanxiong also stopped snickering. I just did it on purpose. Over the years, he and the Chen family forces have hijacked all the duplicate records in the city. I've guessed a thing or two as to what the ultimate goal is. Unfortunately, it was stirred up by a little guy. Zhao Zhanxiong sat back in the main seat, one leg resting on the desk, and said, what do you think about him? Used properly, it is a sharp knife. Improperly used, it is a deadly murder weapon. Zhao Zhanxiong's expression was instantly serious. Yes, the knife is too sharp and injures more than just the enemy. Combined with the fact that he possesses an unrivaled intellect, it's really a genetic point of view. The youth's pupils had an extra touch of admiration and arrogance. That's natural. Their child. Is it not something that a Chun family can hold at will? Ha ha ha. Zhao Zhanxiong put on a laugh. Mouthy guy. You can continue to monitor that side. As long as it doesn't deviate from the original intent of our plan, everything is up to you. I'm going to contact those old guys, snatch someone from their hands, we're going to bleed a lot. Good. The youth exited the office, and after the door closed, he took his wallet out of his pocket and opened it with a photograph clipped inside. A loving couple of handsome men and women, flanked by naive teenagers, rushed forward to compare scissors. The young man's index finger, rubbing against the photo, twisted the corners of his mouth into a not-so-good-looking smile. Green, don't let us down. The earth roared and trembled, and the rich odor of blood hit the air. Gu Changqing stood at the first place in the line, alongside Xia Bing, gazing at the ferocious aura wrapped around him. He droned, little gold, interrupt their onslaught. Xiao Jin tilted his voice and instantly switched the body of the golden crow, soaring into midair before his large feathered wings kicked up strong gusts of wind. The true flame of the first sun was spread all over, and as the frequency of lifting the wings became faster and faster, a single white flame was like a meteor, shooting into the sky of dust raised by the ferocious beasts. At the same time, a portion of the flames circled them. With a sudden burst, a 2-meter-high wall of fire sprang up, accompanied by the dust getting closer and closer, along with the blowing of Little Gold's fierce winds. Gu Changqing finally saw the true colors of those ferocious beasts. Berserk Rhinoceros, medium level. Rank, 10. Attributes, Strength plus 120, Physique plus 150, Agility plus 130, Spirit plus 45. Skills, Horn Strike, Berserk Trample. Status, Enslavement. The increased value of the thinking attribute is determined by the owner's mental power. Current increase, 30%. Sacrifice, being a labeled sacrifice. Random abilities are strengthened. Already strengthened values, Strength plus 40, Agility plus 40. Looking at the Berserk Rhino's attributes, Gu Changqing's heart trembled violently. Sure enough, without the excessive suppression of the abyssal rules, the 4-dimensional attributes of the intermediate level ferocious beasts all soared by a large margin. But it skyrocketed a little too perversely. The two states of enslavement and sacrifice in particular were unreadable to him. Is it possible that the abyss saw that I was too powerful and turned the normal difficulty to hell mode? Formation, At Xiaobing's shout, the few people from the female high school immediately formed a formation. It was only their looks that showed the most panic and fear. Outside the city, various protective props fail. That is to say, if you are killed by a ferocious beast, you are really dead. These big ladies of the female high school were a rarity when it came to placing copies in the city, and they could casually group up imperial beast masters with excellent strength. Facing danger between life and death is almost unheard of. Xiao Jing maintained the flames while not stopping for a moment to intensify his output on the berserk rhinoceros herd, despite the fact that the true flame of the first sun has a decent damage capacity and area of coverage. But this group of extremely large numbers of raging rhinos are no longer the witless cuties in the replica. They utilize rampage trample to reduce the spread of flames as well as damage, and wrapped Gu Changqing and the others, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Gu Changqing looked up, only to see a red sun climbing to a height of 80 degrees in the gray sky. Looking at the clock, there was still an hour to go before 12 noon. Jean, it's up to you. Gu Changqing began to pull out his pockets, and threw all but the materials for the promotion into it in one fell swoop. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on red sun grass, increasing flame damage by plus 1%. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on the monstrous bear beast stone, attribute strength plus 20. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet eats misty fruit, attribute spirit plus 15. With all kinds of delicacies going into the belly of little Kim, Xiaobing and the others' eyes gradually widened. They saw the 3-legged golden crow's body, growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Despite limited growth, but the skills it unleashed were gradually increasing in power. What a fuss! Gu Changqing muttered proudly. Don't look at the little attributes added, but through the stacking of several gold phrases and skills, that power tumbled several times over. At this time, a few beauties from Jinhai Female High School seemed to be inspired and hurriedly rummaged through their packages, throwing materials, pills, and so on towards Xiao Jin's body. The fact that someone was feeding it stirred it up to sell. Gu Changqing was dumbfounded. Vote, vote, vote. The more the merrier. You don't have to spend your own money anyway. Su Qing saw that Little Gold had suppressed the berserk rhinoceros herd to death with his own strength. Just break away from the formation and come over to Gu Changqing's side. I'm getting the feeling that Shengo's words were right. Your beast pet is not legendary grade at all. Gu Changqing didn't pick up on it. Missy, if you're really free, let that horse of yours add status to my beast pet. Su Qing smiled sweetly. I got you right. Don't worry, we won't reveal it. Gu Changqing bristled, and suddenly, he realized the problem. Did you guys get an experience alert for the kill? Chapter 29, Beasts of the Wild Beasts Beyond Recognition. No, the rhinos outside the firewall were killed by the fire. Xiaobing and the others were guarded by the firewall and still threw skills at the rhinoceros herd outside from time to time. It was only that most of their beast pets were gold level, and there was an essential gap between them and the berserk rhinoceros. It can only cause minor damage and scratch the itch. Woo! At this moment, a rhinoceros covered in fire broke through Xiao Jin's wall of fire and barged in. However, all of its vitality was burned by the white flames, and it lay on the ground unwillingly just as it entered. Nico! This scene seemed to open the fuse. The white flame on Little Gold's body was being gilded with a touch of gold at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the same time, the surging blood-colored chi mist was like boiling water, rapidly steaming. Gu Changqing tapped on Xiao Jin's status, and the battle spirit boiling had unknowingly stacked up twice as much, and was still slowly growing. Su Qing's beast pet, the unicorn, also added the auxiliary status to Little Gold. As the increase was added, the nature of the flames changed. If it is said that the true inflammation of the first sun is the first light that illuminates the heavens and the earth when the sun rises, then the fire at this moment is like the nemesis that swept away all the evil demons and monsters in the world, obliterating everything. Relying on the berserk rhino that could still slightly resist the berserk trample, the next second, the temperature of the flames suddenly increased. Together with the gravel and earth particles, it melted instantly, almost in the blink of an eye. The herd of berserk rhinos fell in pieces, covered by a sea of fire. Burning, a meter-wide stream of lava meandered through the sea of fire. When you pass the wall of fire, go around it on your own. Su Qing couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he looked at the scene outside the wall that looked like a sea of fire in hell. What kind of monster are you? You? Burning mountains and boiling seas is not a legend. As the eldest young lady of a powerful and prestigious family, Su Qing had also seen many beast pets with powerful abilities. Those imperial beast masters, none of them were the mainstay of Jinhai City, and some of them had even been picked up by people from the provincial capital, with an unlimited future. But the difference is that they're all stacked with unimaginably large resources. For example, Chen Go, the leader of the Chen family's younger generation, might even be the leader. The title of Senior Imperial Beast Master, even before his national examination. A Lord-level beast pet and 2 top gold-level beast pets had made a name for themselves in the grand examination, and the results they had achieved had broken Jinhai City's record. Imperial Beastmasters with natural talent and resources like this were almost always able to reach that level. Where's Gu Changqing? With a ruined pet that had turned into a waste card. Even a legendary level beast pet had a power comparable to those molded genius Imperial Beastmasters. He hasn't been promoted to rank yet, and none of the evolutionary routes for his beast pets have been opened up yet. That exceeds the efforts of others for a decade or decades? Su Qing inwardly tossed and turned, only feeling that all three views were shattered. Every time, she thought it was Gu Changqing's full strength but each time, he was refreshing himself. Even with her second beast pet's special ability, it was completely undetectable. Gu Changqing, where is the limit of your ability? The potential of a beast pet? Su Qing was completely hazy. Without blinking, he stared at Gu Changqing as if he was looking into a bottomless abyss. Hey, don't be a nymphomaniac. We might be in the way. Gu Changqing tapped his index finger on Su Qing's forehead, and seeing that she was clear-eyed and awake, he crouched down and pointed at the raging rhinoceros that had barged in. Little Gold's flames didn't disappear and continued to burn. It was just that there was something special about the skin of the berserk rhinoceros. After the flames burned it to ashes, the dust did not scatter in all directions, but solidified tightly. Gu Changqing picked away a portion of the flame with his hand and gently pressed it. Hard as stone. There was also the coldness that traveled down his fingers and into his body. Teacher Xia, with the strength of this wild copy, are you sure that the gang from the Imperial Beastmaster Association can really keep an eye on it? Gu Changqing frowned. The wild map-fierce beasts are tough. That's not true. Continuing deeper into the unexplored areas, one could even encounter the Beast King, but that would never happen here. It's no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the addition of a few heaven-defying gold phrases to Xiao Jin, which infinitely amplify the power of the god-level bloodline, like those people from the Imperial Beastmaster Association in the camp, 10 times more, the Berserk Rhino could be whisked away in a few rounds of charging. Their destructive power and impact power could be completely compared to the Vanguard elites during the Beast Tide siege. I'm not really sure. Xia Bing was very apprehensive, even fearful. Of the 5 known wild copies, this is the only one that has not been cleared so far. The Imperial Beastmaster Association's information about this copy was closed and strict. From the looks of it, it is merely a little more difficult than the other 4. But who knows? Before even arriving at the replica light door, hundreds of horrible ferocious beasts were killed out. If Gu Changqing has a 3 long or 2 shortcomings here, things got big. I'm sorry, we didn't look deeper into the information about the copy when we exchanged it for the right to use it. Xia Bing apologized promptly and explained again. But I can guarantee that there was no berserk rhinoceros in the previous distribution of ferocious beasts in this area. Oh, it's not the original ferocious beasts, so either there's something wrong with the copy or someone is doing it deliberately. As to which one, it is not known. Jean, Gu Changqing called out softly. Little Gold just circled above the wall of fire before clearing his voice. Gu Changqing froze, then took a look at its state. Its battle intent boiling increase, and it was still rising, but the berserk rhinos had all burned to death, and the boiling of the battle spirit should have stopped. Gu Changqing immediately got up and said, "You guys hurry up." Su Qing thought Gu Changqing was angry and started to defend the school. Valuable raiding experiences like wild copies are usually not freely publicized. Besides, we can't help it if you want it too urgently. Go! Gu Changqing's face darkened as he loudly scolded. What's wrong? Su Qing realized that something was wrong and hurriedly inquired. If you don't want to die here, hurry up and don't dilly-dally and talk. Nico! The little gold in the air seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and his mouth opened, and a beam of white flame shot out from it. The beams melted the ground around the wall of fire into flowing rivers of lava. The ground that Gu Changqing and the others were standing on was like a flatboat, drifting toward the way they came. Gu Changqing reached out and Little Gold swooped down, carrying him on his back. Looking down from the top, Gu Changqing looked at the corpse of the berserk rhinoceros lying on the ground. Each one fell in the same position as it was rehearsed, forming a giant ghostly face, and the original position was right in the center of the forehead of this ghostly face. Yet, Gu Changqing cursed. At this intensity, there shouldn't be another fierce demon-level beast, right? The thought has just flashed. Suddenly, in the direction of the field copy not far away, a person wearing a black cloak appeared out of the haze. The next second, a big hole broke in the earth and a pair of arms with the heads of 10 ferocious beasts poked out of the ground and, straight away, he grabbed at Gu Changqing in the air. Chapter 30 gives you a son to die for. Gu Changqing was horrified. What the hell is this? 10 ferocious beasts' heads, like 10 fingers, opened and closed forcefully, and the beasts' mouths opened one after another. Only a variety of skills were seen, instantly forming a splendid firepower coverage network. The arms interlocked, to strangle Gu Changqing, along with the beast pet. In it, Nico, Little Gold's wings trembled, and large flames came off and quickly exploded around his body. The powerful waves of impacting fire barely dragged the 10 different ferocious beast skills to a halt before they flew into the sky and managed to leave the encirclement. Boom! 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 The successive skills rushed together, and for a time the sky was ablaze with flames. The astral winds swept, the thunder and lightning raged, and the rain poured down. So hungover, Gu Changqing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. This two-armed monster was really tough, compared to the ferocious demon in the chaotic Lonely Ridge. Without the constraints of the abyss, there had been more than enough. He's kind of in a pickle right now. Was it a mutated fusion-type ferocious beast? Or was it the beast pet of that black-cloaked imperial beast master? No wonder he was able to kill our people with ease. Junhai First High's former theoretical and academic genius. Even the beast pet is so unique. This person, who had not deliberately suppressed his voice, used his true voice. The voice was euphonious, like an oriole squeaking, yet masculine. Again, it's directed at me. It seems that in order to root me out, the price they paid was not small. The moment he appeared, it was clear that he belonged to the same organization as the 4 dead malevolent imperial beastmasters before him. The highly recognizable pattern of evil spirits supports this. But there was one thing Gu Changqing couldn't figure out. Zhenhai Female High School openly stood up for him. Yi Ruyan's pressure also gave to that. Why did the Chen family still want to kill him? A lot of it doesn't make sense. Unless, Gu Changqing's mind was slowly dispelling any doubts about the Chen family. Some parts of it just don't make sense. Since he had dared to make a test and had arranged an interception, Chen Go's test in the camp became meaningless. But the Chen family, who could it be? For a while, Gu Changqing couldn't think of anyone else with whom he had an undying grudge. The cloaked figure laughed softly, and a tiny arm broke out of the earth behind him, and he bit through his index finger and wrote something in the palm of that arm. Suddenly, the 10 ferocious beast heads let out a mournful hiss. Their huge mouths opened, and even their gills glands were torn apart, dripping with blood. Extremely terrifying. A thick smoke as black as ink spewed out from the mouth of the ferocious beast. These smoke met the storm rising, and almost in the blink of an eye, it wrapped up all the contamination in the zone of several kilometers above the replica. Even with his aerial superiority and speed boost, Kogain still couldn't get rid of it and was imprisoned within. Ahem! Wrapped up in the black smoke, Gu Changqing inhaled and immediately covered his mouth and nose. The smoke enters the body and you just feel dizzy and weak. It wasn't until Little Gold wrapped the flames around his entire body that uncomfortable negative state slowly disappeared. Little Gold's state was also affected. Struggling in the black smoke, even the golden color in the flames began to fade. When Gu Changqing tapped on its status, he saw a malevolent ghost-type pattern. Soul Lost Dust Domain, a negative status fusion skill released by a special fusion-type mutant beast pet, reducing full attributes, perception, mental strength, etc. Nice guy, even if he was new to the world. He knew how terrifying the Morning Soul Dust Domains was. No wonder it could make even Xiao Jin, who has a god-level bloodline, start to degenerate. Special, fusion, mutation, almost all of the exceptional conditions are accounted for. Moreover, it was still a fusion skill of 10 ferocious beasts. Woo! Nico, in the Soul Lost Dust Domain, Little Gold's state gradually withered. Its attributes decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye, especially the spiritual attribute, which fell by nearly 40%. If the battle spirit hadn't boiled over a little bit to consolidate, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It let out a pained sound, and the huge golden crow body carrying Gu Changqing shrank, but it still endured the discomfort to support it. Jin, Gu Changqing suddenly leaned down and pressed close to Xiao Jin's back, murmuring, "It's hard to follow me, so if you're tired, don't force yourself." Xiao Jin's eyes, which had begun to cloud over, brightened a few moments later. Only, it still doesn't help. Its body shrunk and shrunk again until it could only maintain the size of Gu Changqing alone. Give up. Don't struggle. You've done enough. Gu Changqing opened the package and took out a dagger for defense from it, gently resting it against the front of his chest. He laughed. "I've embarrassed you by being your master. Even if I die, I will not give you to them." Just at the moment Gu Changqing's dagger was about to be pressed down, a slit was peeled open in the black and dusty domain of Morning Souls. Outside, the sun shone in as if paving a path to light. At the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth, a conspiratorial smile appeared, and the malignant sentinel beastmasters outside of the Morning Soul Dust Domain apparently sensed that they had been duped. Just about to make up for that gash. Just listen to Nico. The high-pitched phoenix cry was like thunder from the 9 heavens, stirring up in the Morning Soul Dust Domain that was only dark and silent. The voice was ancient and long, as if it came from a distant unknown world, reckless and mysterious. With the fall of the cry, Little Gold's originally shriveled body instantly erupted with an immeasurable amount of golden light. The light was so strong that it banished the darkness from almost every corner of the Morning Soul Dust Domain and illuminated it. It was like a sun in the sky. Not daring to look directly at it, with infinite power. Click, click, click. A crack that climbed up the special spatial wall of the Morning Soul Dust Domain, until with a loud crunch, the Morning Soul Dust Domain was bursting with endless light. Regasping for fresh air, Gu Chongqing wore a smile on his face as he looked down at the cloaked man below. Your beast pet skills are great. It's just a pity that the person is a bit too stupid. The malignant Imperial Beast Master's teeth clenched, and his tone turned harsh. Damn brat! I'm going to tear you alive and plow you apart. Experiencing pain worse than death, the two arms began to wrap around each other, eventually forming the shape of a towering tree, and those 10 ferocious beast heads, stretched out, like spiritual snakes, came running from all directions. Gu Chongqing smiled lightly and looked at the head of the ferocious beast that was gradually approaching and began to release its skills once again, saying, the best time to kill me has been missed, but why didn't you kill me at that time? Was it because you were concerned about something? After a pause, he proudly said, no one can kill me at high noon, because my beast pet is invincible. As if responding to Gu Chongqing's words, the golden flames on Little Gold's body rose steeply into the sky. Even the hazy smoke that obscured the sun retreated under the extreme heat. The blazing midday sun revealed itself as it should have, and Little Gold's golden crow body, under the sun's rays, was repeatedly huge. Ready to die? Gu Chongqing's gaze suddenly became fierce. The malignant Imperial Beastmaster tilted his head to the heavens, and in his gaze, the 10 heads of the fierce beasts that had flown up, before they came close to it was instantly melted by the golden light. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva in consternation, and his eyes froze. Two Suns? Chapter 31, Exotic Organizations. Evil gods, above the vaulted sky, like a big hole had been poked. Unknown for tens of thousands of miles in the green sky, a great sun was shining with dazzling light. The haze of smoke attempted to patch up the hole, only to be pushed away by the extreme wave of fire. Little Gold's circumference was miles and miles of golden light, echoing the great sun precisely. Gu Chongqing bathed under the gentle golden flames and watched as the two arms gradually melted in the extreme heat. Can't help but feel, infinity produces all the best. Sun shining in the sky, at the moment of noon. It can absorb the sun's energy for the beast pet's use. Now time, 12 o'clock. Words grant ability, all attributes and skills plus 1000%. The status disappears after 1 minute. What a pervert! 10 times the increase in full attributes and skills. Plus, the true flame of the first sun and the golden crow's body already had a damage stacking multiplier. On this basis to enhance 10 times, that power. Nico! With a clear cry, Little Gold swooped down, wrapped in the unrivaled might of a divine beast. The golden flames were like meteors from the sky, trailing a long flaming tail that covered every inch of the land below. Shocked, the malignant imperialist once again bit his finger and drew one strange symbol after another. Just then, those berserk rhinos that had been burned to death by the flames, suddenly stood up again and, as the fireball was about to hit the ground, only the sound of rumbling earth tremors could be heard, and dust filled the air recklessly. A huge pattern of evil spirits spread out from the dust. The fireballs magically disappeared as if they were stones sinking into the sea after contacting the pattern. Gu Chongqing was shocked. He could never have imagined that with the power of several golden words and phrases added to it, the malignant Imperial Beastmaster would still be able to resist. This scene was greatly beyond his imagination. You should know that the power of that one fireball, although not as destructive as when borrowing the black card, 1/10 of the intensity is more than enough. Such a dense and saturated attack can still be blocked. He was really a little skeptical. Ka! After fending off dozens of fireballs, a crunching sound rang out abruptly. The next second, a series of incessant blasts followed. The pattern of evil spirits, bizarre in the extreme, crawled with a thin crack, and under the impact of the fireballs the whole thing blew up with a bang. A mangled body flung itself out of the smoke. Half of the malignant Imperial Beastmaster's body blown up in a bloody mess. His beast pet, on the other hand, was inserted into his heart, and in a flash of black light, it rapidly repaired his wounded body. This doesn't even die. The malignant Imperial Beastmaster's tenacious vitality truly shocked Gu Chongqing. At this time, Xiao Jin shrunk the body of the golden crow, and after placing Gu Chongqing back on the ground, which had been blown up into a pitted and disfigured state, a light brazier formed by flames that nailed that hand to the ground. The malignant imperialist's life was saved for the time being, except that he could no longer continue to repair his body. The hood blew halfway off, revealing half of a shady-looking face with beautiful eyebrows, but his pupils, they were green. Green pupils? It's not someone from the Shenhua kingdom. This side of the imperial beast world used to have various different kingdoms just like the blue planet. However, after the ferocious beasts descended, many kingdoms were destroyed, and the forced integration into other kingdoms fled for their lives. Others picketed and explored the wild world, settling down out there as uninhibited wild lords. Most of these imperial beastmasters are enemies of the imperial beastmasters in the city. so they are defined as vicious imperial beastmasters. Zhenhai City, a large coastal city located on the eastern side of the divine China kingdom, had actually infiltrated the vicious imperial beastmasters of other kingdoms. The man knew that life and death were not up to him, and said in a cold voice, "Defeated at your hands, I have nothing to say, but your good days will soon come to an end. Unless you are like a shrunken head turtle, stay in the city forever and don't come out." Suddenly, his eyes turned grim. "Even in the city, you won't be able to keep your head above water. One day, you will pay the right price for arrogance." Gu Changqing pulled out his ears and said disdainfully, "Am I scared? Don't worry, there's no need for your people to come looking for me. I'll find my way to the door and kill them all. Answer me a question and I'll let you die a painful death." "Bah! The warriors of the evil god will not fear death. I will not die, but only return to it, and one day, when it awakens and reappears in the world, I will die as a believer and return." Ah! Before he could finish his words, Little Gold's mouth pierced his palm, and the flames burned gently, scorching the flesh and blood in the wound. "Well, great warrior of evil, consider my offer." Dreaming. Ah! Another hole in the thigh. Still a familiar recipe. Gu Changqing was happy to do so, and he was beginning to like the headstrong, exotic warrior, until, with burnt holes all over his body, Kim has found a new target. 2. As the sharp beak was about to peck down, he hissed, "Ask instead." "Didn't I ask?" Gu Changqing glanced at the uninterested Xiao Jin. Little Gold, on the other hand, completely ignored it and stared straight at the heart as if to say, "What the hell? Peck it first." Phew! The malignant imperial beastmaster looked at the one man and one pet who didn't even look like good people, and helplessly said, "Our organization is, indeed, in some hidden location outside of the city, and most of its members, for the most part, are descendants from exotic countries." Opening up the conversation so easily, Gu Changqing asked, "Pick up the key points, such as the evil god in your mouth, and why did you want to kill me?" The evil god, which is the last hope of our exotic descendants, is not clear about its origins. I only know that it needs a large number of beast pets to regain its former strength. As for why it killed you, it was of course your beast pets. Gu Changqing nodded. That would make sense. That bizarre one-handed maneuver in the Soul Lost Dust domain clearly had nothing to do with the Chen family. However, a new doubt arose. Everyone in the city knows that I was selfish and caused the legendary beast pet to become a ruined pet. Even if you made a slight appearance last night, you wouldn't have that much time to come here and set up such a trap. The head of the wind? I did not receive the news. If I knew ahead of time that you were a pervert, I wouldn't have taken the quest to death. Fear spread as he looked at the little gold above his head. If he had known, love him who picks up, himself killed not come to find death. This mission was taken the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday? Gu Changqing frowned. The Zhenhai female Highlander had exchanged a large number of conditions for a spot to enter the wild copy. At the same time, someone then issued a quest to kill into the vicious sentinels in the wild. If you take out the Chen family, then there's only that person. Thank you for your cooperation. Gu Changqing got up, and Xiao Jin pecked cleanly through his heart. The flames instantly rose and burned it to ashes. Just as Gu Changqing went to pick up the package he dropped, suddenly, the arm that was nailed with a light brazier by Xiao Jin suddenly turned into a puddle of white liquid. It merged into the ground and disappeared. It happened so fast that neither one of the men nor the favorites reacted. That thing isn't his beast pet? Chapter 32, The Vanishing Town, The Hand of the Evil God. Congratulations on killing the vicious Imperial Beastmaster. Honor value plus 20. Zhenhai City prestige plus 50. More honor and prestige than the 4 you killed earlier? It seems that this guy is an elite member of that evil god's organization. The little gold jumped to the place where the arm disappeared. His sharp claws kept picking at it, and finally closed his hand with a grunt of exasperation. Gu Changqing smiled and stroked its head. Next time you encounter it, directly kill and eat it without giving a chance to escape. Only then did little gold recover his mind. Chirping and reluctantly putting away his golden crow body, Gu Changqing turned around and walked towards the replica-like door not far away. Looking at the rocky mountain that had been blown flat, even he sucked in a breath of cold air. Being in a minute with the sun shining in the sky, little gold's battle power was enough to rival those powerful beast pets that had been carefully cultivated to be in perfect condition. If its grade increases, the bloodline ability is further unlocked. Gu Changqing felt that his brain was no longer enough to imagine how terrifyingly powerful it would be then. As he walked, he was struck by a piece of limb and arm that had been blown in all directions. These corpse-like limbs were black in color, and with the slightest touch of a finger, the familiar grim aura still lingered. This is the carcass of those raging rhinos. He was slowly figuring out why that ghostly face had absorbed the flames of Kogane's. It was transferring all the power of those flames into the berserk rhinoceros body. If Xiao Jin wasn't in a moment of invincibility, it would really take a lot of wasted effort to finish him off. Now Gu Changqing understood what Xia Bing had once said, malignant sentinel, not possessed of overwhelming battle prowess. Rather, their beast pets were a bit too bizarre compared to ordinary imperial beast masters. First, an extremely rare fusion skill, followed by a formation that used ferocious beasts as carriers for absorbing firepower. Without absolute strength, there's really nothing you can do about it. Instead it will be killed by bizarre means. In Gu Changqing's mind, he set an extremely dangerous label on the evil god organization. Within moments, he stepped under the door of light. Luckily, the replica light door adjusts itself to the height of the terrain. Gu Changqing reached out and touched the light door, and a column of information appeared before his eyes. Wild copy, hand of the evil god. Copy level, Inferno. Copy description, a town, on a dark night, was destroyed by a horrible hand. No one knows what happened that night, and the only thing that is clear is that nearly 10,000 Imperial Beastmasters were not spared. Copy reward, rumor has it that there is a mysterious stone from beyond the heavens that can open the mysterious foundation space of the path of the god of beasts for those who are destined to do so. This wild copy, with no level restrictions and even less difficulty options. Straight up pulling full intensity. What was even more coincidental was that Gu Changqing had just heard the term evil god from the mouth of the malignant Imperial Beastmaster. The next moment, you meet the copy that bears the name of the evil god. Mere coincidence is too much of a coincidence. As for the rewards, Gu Changqing skimmed over them lightly. The foundational space for the path of the god of beasts sounds lofty, but it is only a rumor. With the infinite gold phrase, he could still become a god even if there wasn't much space. Besides, the path to godhood is just a word from a legend. Countless talented Imperial Beastmaster seniors have gone after the so-called becoming a god one after another. In the end, it could not survive the baptism of the years, and eventually became a grain of dust on the road. You are currently ungrouped, and this copy can withstand a maximum of 30 people traveling together. Do you enter the copy alone? Yes/no? The prompt appeared again, and Gu Changqing was just about to click OK, only to be interrupted by a voice. Wait! Gu Changqing twisted his head. Chen Go arrived with a complex expression as he galloped on his double-headed dog. Something? Chen Go sighed and looked around the rocky mountain, which had dropped at least 3 meters overall, and said, I owe Su Qing a favor, and she asked to return it to you. Gu Changqing shook his head. It's not necessary. It's necessary. I'm going to say the basics about the replica. Our Imperial Beastmaster Association, ever since we discovered this copy, has always been stuck at the halfway point and never been able to refine it. Do you know why? Gu Changqing just looked at him like that, with no intention of asking. Chen Go wasn't embarrassed and naturally said, because inside the replica, aside from the ferocious beasts, there are also Imperial Beastmasters. Gu Changqing's eyebrows twitched. This one occurred to him. As per the previous Malignant Sentinel's ability to add the enslave and sacrifice statuses to raging rhinos, and the ability to manipulate them, and the arm that got away, he already had a rough guess. Preliminarily, we've rated it. If you manage to pass the level, I'd like to give us an easy cheat, not as a way to pass the level, but as a tribute to our fallen colleagues. There were no distractions in Chen Go's eyes. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, nodded and suddenly thought of something and said, I remember you said that you hunted a fierce demon. Was it inside a copy? Right. Chen Go sighed. There were 30 of us, led by the association's Team 6 captain, Spirit Great Imperial Beast Master Sun Yi. Before we encountered that fierce demon, everything was fine. Aside from the fact that the fierce beast was of a very high level, the battle power wasn't too strong. Just when we thought we could pass through without any problems, the fierce demon appeared, seemingly thinking of horrible things. Chen Go's eyes were filled with fear and panic. That's a metamorphosed 3-headed tentacle dragon with multiple corrosive skills. Moreover, its bloodline is extremely pure, and it has even grown half of a dragon's horn. Chen Go told Gu Changqing about that copy experience. Completely. After Gu Changqing heard this, his perception of the difficulty of the replica was raised to another level. Chen Go, who had finished speaking, did not feel any pride at all in slaying the fierce demon. Instead, he was drenched in cold sweat and soaked through his clothes. With the potential of your beast pet, you can surely level this copy. We're enemies, but still, I'd like to say that it may not be possible right now. Chen Go suddenly had a firm look in his eyes. I've come back to look through a large number of books since then, and I can clearly tell you that the abyssal descent has brought more than just ferocious beasts. I agree. He now had a half-dead black beast pet card lying in his Imperial Beast space, an unknown species that the abyss can't even identify. So, you're still going? Gu Changqing lightly on the yes point, as the copy of the light door began to rotate, giving birth to a vortex with strong suction. His figure slowly disappeared into it as well. You will die. I may not. The vision began to dim before his eyes and, when he recovered, Gu Changqing realized that he was already standing in the middle of a green wheat field. You've entered the wild copy, Hand of the Evil God. In the copy, any auxiliary props will be invalidated except for medicines. Every 12 hours, there will be an opportunity to exit the copy. Once you choose to exit, you will not be able to enter for 1 month. Copy begins. Please get ready. As the cue from the abyss fell, in the midst of the wheat field, suddenly a single head emerges and the eyes stared straight at Gu Changqing. Chapter 33, Mimicry. Human and animal favors combined. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sudden bizarre scene scared Gu Changqing to the core. I was just about to greet Little Gold, but I saw that it had long since flown above those heads and the sharp beak pierced the top of the head with ease. There was no blood bursting out. There was just a green sticky liquid hanging over his mouth. Sucking and swallowing. Eater's spring trigger. Your beast pet consumes the essence blood of an anthropomorphic beast. Camouflage ability plus 5%. Eater's spring trigger. Your beast pet consumes the essence blood of an anthropomorphic beast. Plus 1 spiritual attribute. Several prompts in a row, until the spiritual attribute was increased by an additional 10 points. Xiao Jin gradually lost his fun. Perhaps it was afraid of being eaten by it. The head instantly turned into a single firefly and flew towards another field in the distance. Congratulations on killing a lower level beast, the mimic beast, and gaining plus 1 experience. Congratulations on killing a lower level beast, the mimic beast, and gaining plus 1 experience. Looking at the motionless experience bar, Gu Changqing thought he had misread it. He looked to the mimic beasts that flew away. Information about them gradually appearing before his eyes. Mimicry, inferior fierce beast. Rank, 1. Attributes, strength plus 0. Physique plus 1. Agility plus 1. Spirit plus 50. Skills, illusion. Rift. Mimicry. Introduction. As the lowest level of existence among the ferocious beasts, mimic beasts escape the risk of being preyed upon with their unique ability. Cowardly by nature, they are not good at fighting, but have remarkable escape skills. Gene. Gu Changqing raised his head, and a look went over. Little Gold intended. Immediately spread his wings and chased after the mimic beast in the direction of the. Not long after, the mimic beasts, of which there were still a few dozen left, were forced to fly back under Little Gold's lustful authority. Gu Changqing found one of the largest among them, and its information changed, with the word chief added to the end of its rank. The mimic beast leader noticed Gu Changqing's unkind gaze and immediately took the initiative to approach Xiao Jin, completely forgetting that it was the one that instantly ate a dozen or so of its compatriots. Taking out a contract card from the package, Gu Changqing said, "It seems to have gained some spiritual intelligence. As long as you obey me, you won't kill your friends." Little Kim chirped, acting as a translator. The leader of the mimics exchanged words with it for a few moments, then suddenly returned to the center of the group and, the next second, a mimic beast flew closer to it leaning in and dozens of glittering starbursts became one in an instant. Gu Changqing grinned with a wide grin. Not bad, not bad. The skill of cracking was not different from what he thought. Once merged with his brothers, the leader of the anthropomorphic beasts took it upon himself to fly towards the packed card in his hand. The lower-level ferocious beast mimic beast has voluntarily surrendered to you and is willing to become a beast pet. Do you agree? Agreed. As the words fell, the rule power in the contract card gave birth to a suction force that sucked the mimic beast leader in. Watching the transparent contract card turn white, Gu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. White beast pet cards are crap. Indeed, the battle power of the mimic beasts could be described as garbage. Gu Changqing, however, was interested in its anthropomorphic and illusionary vision abilities. Both of these act on the spirit. I'm not afraid of a bad bloodline. The last thing it needs is gold words. Upgrade, upgrade. Refreshed, Gu Changqing left the wheat field and walked along the only road, heading deeper. After walking for a long time, there were no ferocious beasts. All around were dilapidated houses, as if they had gone through a grueling great war, and the limbs and white bones of people and ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. This area was rated by the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Wild copies differ from in-town copies in that the copy will only reset and refresh if it is completely cleared. Let's go, Kim. Xiao Jin activated his golden crow body and crouched on the ground, waiting for Gu Changqing to get onto his back before he spread his wings and flew towards the front of the unraveled raiders. After flying for nearly an hour, the blurry shadow of a city wall slowly emerged from the edge of his sight. Below, no longer a wilderness, a simple campsite measuring in the dozens of square feet began to appear situated in an unorganized manner. You have reached the edge of the copy progress. No sooner had the abyss's cue arrived than the little gold hissed in displeasure and was forced to drop to the ground. Gu Changqing jumped down and looked around. The campsite was made of new materials, probably left behind by the Sentinel Society. Some are relatively intact, most have collapsed and destroyed. It seemed that they were rounding up fierce demon-level beasts not far away. At this time, Little Gold called out twice to the west before grabbing Gu Changqing and flying low. Only when he got close did Gu Changqing see that within a 10-mile radius of this side, The ground was pitted and ruined beyond recognition. He slowly approached a huge, deep pit not far away, and looked down and, pupils clenched violently. Only at the bottom of the deep pit, a giant ferocious beast skeleton that was about 30 meters long and 5 meters high was lying on its back at the bottom. The bottom of the pit was almost covered with a layer of brown blood, and when the wind blew, the stench of foul blood hit his nose. This is the corpse of that fierce demon level 3-headed tentacle dragon? The Imperial Beastmasters Association's got a real knack for it. The hallowed fierce demon level ferocious beast was stripped down to a mere corpse. Moreover, several of the hardest parts of its body were damaged, broken and taken raw. A man and a beast, looking at the huge skeleton, opened their mouths at the same time. How nourishing the blood and flesh of such ferocious beasts should be. Like ferocious beasts that eat humans, they find human flesh and blood tasty and capable of fueling their abilities, and vice versa. It's just that humans have always been on the inferior side. Don't crave it, there's better back there. Gu Changqing patted Xiao Jin's head, left the place, and started walking towards that city wall. He did not choose to ride, but to walk, along with the blurry city wall in the distance becoming more and more solidified. A building like a police sentry tower or something like that appeared in the surrounding area. Suddenly, in the police sentry tower, a human head poked out through a narrow window. Again, Gu Changqing frowned, only heard a crunching sound, and the police tower was split in pieces in an instant. A large octopus body that burst through the small space. What was even more oozing was the octopus head, which was actually that of a human. The octopus was agile, climbing down the tower with the utmost dexterity. In a few blinks of an eye, it was only a few dozen meters away from Gu Changqing. Only 6 or 7 octopus whiskers flung out at the same time, dancing with a fiery sound. With an ear-splitting sound of friction against the air, it lashed out. Gu Changqing made a big jump and flipped onto Xiao Jin's back. Also saw the information about the octopus-bodied, human-headed monster. Deep-sea octopus, senior beast, rank, 25. Attributes, strength plus 351, physique plus 549, agility plus 313, spirit plus 221, skills, corrosive horn kill, ink bomb. Description, a beastly ferocious beast that parasitizes with its master. Dangerous. Gu Changqing finished reading, his eyebrows raised and then wrinkled. What Shengo is talking about is not only ferocious beasts but also beast masters. I didn't realize it would be this way. The tentacles swept from side to side like iron whips. Xiao Jin's speed wasn't slow in comparison, both dodging narrowly and narrowly. Kill. Receiving Gu Changqing's command to attack, Little Gold quickly condensed a first sun true flame, touching the top of the octopus's head while dodging the tentacles at a tricky angle. And then shining on the human head, he spat it out. Seeing that he had gotten a hit, Kogain immediately withdrew. Suddenly, murmuring sounds came from Gu Changqing's ears. Help! Help me! Save me! Relief! Chapter 34, Hidden Quest triggered. Surrounded. Boom! Zip! 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 The true flame of the first sun accurately hit the face of the octopus human head, exploding and splattering the flames dripping down onto the huge octopus body. The overwhelming temperature killed into the skin and burned the octopus whisker limbs. Immediately afterward, a large amount of moisture gushed out of the octopus's carapace, trying to block the flames from burning. Unfortunately, it was a completely wasted effort, and Little Gold's mental attributes, through several absorptions and the augmentation of the golden word, it has gone to appalling points. Even though this deep-sea octopus had excellent 4-dimensional attributes, it still couldn't stop Xiao Jin's fire. Slowly, the fire's getting bigger and bigger. The octopus has yet to show its true strength after the moisture in its body has been scorched clean out of its body. It becomes a small mountain of tantalizingly scented food. Congratulations on killing the high-level ferocious beast deep-sea octopus, gaining plus 400 experience. The experience bar jumped hard by a large margin. Gu Changqing tapped on personal information. Gu Changqing, beast's favorite, Hatsumomo bird, rank, 5, experience, 720/1600, title, Junior Beast Master, honor, 60, prestige, Jinhai City, 90, talent, unlimited golden words, unique. It takes 1,600 experience points to get to level 6, doubling the original amount for each level. This is to meet the minimum standard of 10 steps for promotion. Gu Changqing scratched his head. The task was arduous. I can't wait for the book to come out, and take advantage of the minute when Jean is invincible, firing map guns indiscriminately on out-of-town maps? But it was only a thought. Who knew what ferocious beasts were coiled in the unexplored zone? He began to envy those bulls who had shocked their way to gold-level Imperial Beast Masters before the big exam. Gathering his thoughts, he continued to check up on Xiao Jin's status message. Beast's favorite, Hatsumomo bird, grade, bronze, rank, 5, bloodline, golden flame of the great sun, gold, battle spirit boiling, gold, spring of eating, gold, sun shining in the sky, gold. Attributes, strength plus 80 plus 31 plus 50 plus 20. Physical plus 80 plus 22 plus 50 plus 20. Agility plus 80 plus 46 plus 50 plus 20. Spirit plus 560 plus 14 plus 50 plus 20 plus 10. Lightning resistance, 5%. Water resistance, 5%. Disguise breaking, 5%. Camouflage plus 5%. Skills, true inflammation of the first sun, level 2. Flame immunity, passive. Body of the golden crow. As a mobile high-altitude firepower battery, Gu Chongqing could no longer comment on it. A whopping 654 points of spirit, stacked by the 2 levels of increase of the first sun true flame and the golden crow's body. The horrific damage displayed. This deep-sea octopus was a living example. The doubling of base attributes brought about by each gold phrase bestowed has allowed little gold to go further and further down the path of supergods, despite the fact that the other 3 attributes drag the, but in its class, that's a super tier 1. While Gu Chongqing was checking it out, Xiao Jin had already jumped to the top of the octopus's head, fully utilizing the advantages of a super high-speed pile driver. Eat a piece of flavorful meat into your mouth. Gu Chongqing, on the other hand, came to the head of the crowd. His face was dried up by the flames, but he could vaguely see that the corners of his mouth were accompanied by a smile. The fists couldn't help but clench and the Imperial Beastmasters in this copy used to fight in the front line of defense, fighting in blood for the rear base camp. Just one hand cost them their lives. Even in death, one suffers this soul scourging, hand-to-hand combat, and it is only as a small part of the world outside of the 10,000 cities. Phew! Gu Chongqing let out a mouthful of turbid air, waiting for Kogain to finish all of the octopus. He continued on without a word. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet eats the blood and flesh of a high-level beast pet. 4-dimensional attributes plus 30. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on a high-level ferocious beast stone. 4-dimensional attributes plus 50. Fear of the deep sea greatly reduced. Your beast pet's 3 attributes have reached a critical value and cannot be increased any further. Reached the tipping point? The other 3 of the 4-dimensional attributes, except for spirit, have come to 200. The spiritual attribute broke through 700, reaching a terrifying 734 points. Gu Chongqing sighed mockingly. The desire to rely on the spring of eating to pull the little metal sex infinitely higher is still dashed. On second thought, the total attribute breaks through 1001 under the bronze rank. It was also enough to prove the horror of the super god level. It depends on what the critical value of the spiritual attributes is. Continuing on, he deliberately slowed down with each police tower he passed, all the way to the bottom of the city wall. He hadn't met any more Imperial Beastmasters who had been assimilated by their beast pets. This city wall, it's almost half as high as Zhenhai City. The walls were 20 stories high, and the towering gates were cast from fine iron, still as good as new. Little Gold took to the air and only flew halfway before he was suppressed by the rules of the abyss. Gu Chongqing frowned. This was the rhythm of breaking through the city gates. He approached the gates with slow, cautious steps, and had just placed his hand on the cold iron tether when suddenly the cue came. Hidden Quest Stage 2 trigger. Please go to the center of the city and stop the evolution of the 3-headed tentacle dragon. Punishment for mission failure, talent reduction, and the bloodline of the beast pet is lowered by 3 grades. Mission success reward, randomly receive a king-level beast pet card. Gu Chongqing's eyes widened. The good news is that the hidden quest activated, and sure enough it's in the wild copy. The bad news is the punishment is so ed up. A king-level beast pet card to cash in on his lifeblood. Abyss Abyss. Your intentions of targeting me are too obvious. This time it was, and so was the ferocious demon from last time. It was clear that he didn't want to make it easy for him. Take the quest on your own after it's been activated. There is simply no option to refuse. A 3-headed tentacled dragon? Wasn't it killed by Chango's team of beast royalists? It couldn't be that there was more than one of that kind of fierce demon-level ferocious beast? The strong sense of security that Little Gold had brought him also faltered at this moment. Besides, there was no hint of a time limit in the quest. The serious failure in intelligence had given Gu Chongqing the intention to retreat. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He beckoned to Kogain, who was fighting the rules of the abyss in the air. Wanted to hold off and wait until I was well prepared before pushing the copy through. But unexpectedly, the city gates slowly opened on their own. A strong light shone through the growing doorway. Nima! Gu Chongqing cursed abyssal pit in his heart. Eyes narrowed, and after relieving himself of the glare, he got a good view of the city behind the gates. Jean, run! Gu Chongqing's face changed drastically, and he couldn't roll up in time to. Grabbing the bird's legs with both hands, Kogain greeted and hurriedly withdrew. Xiao Jin had his horsepower on full blast and had just carried Gu Chongqing 100 meters away. It was seen that from the city, densely packed and various kinds of skills bombarded the city gates in succession like brilliant fireworks. It lasted for a good 10 minutes before the skill dissipated. The originally magnificent city gate wall also collapsed with a loud bang. Abyssal WOJU. Gu Changqing broke into a fit of rage, only to see that among the dusty and smoky ruins, a single Imperial Beast Master led his beast pets and chased them out from there. Target Gu Changqing. Chapter 35 Puppeteer. Second Three-Headed Tentacled Dragon. I'm just opening the door. There's no need for such a spirited, exhaustive and fervent welcome. The Imperial Beast Masters below, orderly commanding the beast pets that had transformed into ferocious beasts, kept releasing their skills in an attempt to knock Gu Changqing out of the air. After the skill attacks were unsuccessful, those with flying ferocious beasts hugged the group and struck him in the air. Taking this opportunity, Gu Changqing also fell through their information. Compared to the magnificent four-dimensional attributes of the first deep-sea octopus, the unhumanized pets combined with them were a cut below in terms of attributes. But there are good points, too. That's fighting instinct and experience that didn't just disappear. Little Gold, don't get out of fighting distance. Prioritize eliminating the ferocious beasts in the air, and use sparrow tactics to sneak them to death. Nico, Little Gold lightly whistled in response, and one of the first sun true flames coalesced around his body. It deliberately slowed down a little, and when the flying ferocious beasts in the rear caught up with it, a beautiful moon face flip, and in an instant, a dozen fireballs exploded with a thud. Nonsense! Gu Changqing only felt a complete loss of centrifugal force. His eyes went black, and his brain began to roar. It didn't slow down until the abyssal cue sounded. Disgruntled, he knocked Xiao Jin on the head and took out a rope from his backpack space, firmly fixing it on his back before his heart settled down a little. Congratulations on killing a high-level beast, the fiery-headed falcon, and gaining plus 300 experience. Congratulations on killing a high-level beast, the fiery-headed falcon, and gaining plus 300 experience. The two flying ferocious beasts were burned to ashes by the flames in a single glance. Gu Changqing's heart couldn't help but jump as he looked at the name of the ferocious beast, fiery-headed falcon. The name was all too familiar. His memories, back to before the last beast tide hit the city. The father, whose face was fading in his memory, had once taken him into the city guard where he was. It was there that he had seen the fiery-headed falcon, and not just one, but an entire domesticated breeding facility. The fiery-headed falcon possesses unrivaled speed and excellent aerial melee capabilities. Anyone who joins the city guard can be contracted as a beast pet as long as they have the royal beast space available. The voice, already nearly muffled, rang in his ears. Gu Changqing snapped his head up, and behind him, there were still 6 or 7 3-meter-long giant birds chasing after them, and on top of their heads, a tuft of red hair was particularly conspicuous. It's the fiery-headed falcon. Gu Changqing recognized it at a glance. In the entire Jinhai city, only that one city guard team would contract the fiery-headed falcon. Gradually, the fiery-headed falcon also became their symbol. Why? Why was his cheap father's city guard here? Shouldn't it be Jinhai city that they are sworn to protect? His eyes cast down to the ground and, those imperial beast masters, even though they had long since died and become living dead similar to ferocious beasts, but the combat savvy, and the unfolding formation, were telling him that in their lifetime, they were the elite city guards who had survived bloody battles. Pop! Gu Changqing flung a mouth on his cheek, and the slight wavering that had arisen in his heart quickly dissipated with the raw pain. Kill! The tone was raw and cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. Gulp! As if in response to the master's stabilized state of mind. On Xiao Jin's body surface, the light red blood mist began to gradually boil, like boiling water. The battle boiling is stacking up minute by minute. Above the true flame of the first sun, it was also covered with the color of blood. Every 5 seconds, a fireball coalesces and, while keeping his distance, Little Gold was surrounded by the scorching hot true flame of the first sun all around his body. Nico! With a cry filled with excitement, a fireball was seen trailing a long white and red flame tail, like a meteor out of the sky, bombing towards the surface of the earth. The flames of the main attribute bursting into flames burst out violently the moment it touched the ground. A brilliant firework in general, engulfing the pursuing Imperial Beast Masters in the blink of an eye. Congratulations on killing an intermediate Imperial Beast Master, Golem, gaining plus 200 experience. Congratulations on killing the senior Beastmaster, Puppet, gaining plus 250 experience. Congratulations on killing an intermediate Beastmaster. Beep after beep. Gu Changqing's experience bar, like a rocket, quickly rushed to level 6. Hints of infinite gold phrases followed. Only Gu Changqing's attention wasn't here. Looking at the Imperial Beastmaster in the flames, who gradually showed no signs of struggle, his teeth clenched. Each of these people is a hero of Jinhai City. To die and be so insulted. For the second time, he couldn't hide the killing intent in his heart. Even man and beast, nearly 100 in number, under the carpet bombardment that Little Gold had been storing up for a long time. Not a single more survivor. Gu Changqing unbound himself and walked through the sea of fire. The corners of their mouths, as they fell over a burning corpse, were smiling and, It's exactly the same as the one that morphed into one with the deep-sea octopus. Gu Changqing took out a bottle of not-so-good booze, uncorked it and poured it out against the flames. The alcohol was spreading, evaporating, and drifting with their ashes in the direction of that town. Pop! The bottle of wine fell out of his hand, and Gu Changqing folded his body to return to Xiao Jin's back. Squeak yada yada yada. Sensing that his master was in a bad mood, Kogain began to create movement in comfort. I'm fine. Destroy this place. The ultimate destination of the hero, receiving applause and flowers as well as the adoring praise of the populace, is a rare outcome. More than that, with heaven and earth as their backs, and brothers who fight side by side to guard the land they have to protect. Even if I am broken to pieces, I have no fear or regret. Kogain spread his wings and flew to the town as fast as he could. As it approached the target point, the battle boiling that was about to disappear was renewed, returning again, without the shelter of the walls. The unimaginable scene that he had seen earlier was displayed in full view, only to see that the center of the huge town was already a sea of corpses and blood. The bones of humans, the corpses of ferocious beasts and beast pets were densely piled up, thousands of beast stones, silently suspended in mid-air in the center. The energy inside the stones being drawn out of it turned into thousands of ribbons of energy that converged at the very center. And in the center, a giant snake with a body size of nearly 100 meters and 3 heads lay coiled. The 3-headed tentacled dragon. There are really 2 of them. On its head, a black and a white beast stone bloomed with 2 colors of light. Absorb all the energy from all the beast stones as much as possible. As the energy continued to pour in, the 2 black and white beast stones were fusing at a slow pace. However, from Gu Changqing's perspective, all the corpses and bones were arranged like a promoted altar. He also saw that there were some corpses and bones that had not yet fully decomposed. Those, I believe, were the Imperial Beastmasters killed by the Imperial Beastmaster Association. For a moment, Gu Changqing remembered the vicious Imperial Beastmasters who had intercepted him. Right at this moment, on the backside of this 3-headed tentacled dragon, 4 Imperial Beastmasters slowly walked out. They've discovered Gu Changqing's location. One of them opened its mouth, its voice mechanical and emotionless. Young Imperial Beastmaster, promotion sustenance is sufficient. Go, no killing you. Not kill me? The flames in Gu Changqing's eyes were about to burn reason to ashes. Thank you for not killing me, since I have a favor to repay. Speaking of having grace, wisps of white smoke leaked out of little Kim's mouth. By the time it got to the word report, it was storing up pent-up flames, like a volcano erupting, and a beam of flame light over 2 meters thick spewed out and, directly pointing at the 3-headed tentacled dragon. Chapter 36, Traitor in the City? Unbridled, the 4 Imperial Beastmaster puppets, with their skin moving, coldly drank. Only 12 black hexagram arrays rose up from the ground, enveloping the 3-headed tentacled dragon from 4 directions. 12 palms of steaming black gas stood up from the center of the formation. Huge palms, extending out with a thick black aura, clasped together with other palms that, forming a black barrier. The hand of evil? Gu Changqing looked at the scene in amazement, and due to the distance, he was unable to capture the information about the giant hand. Boo! With a sound of a bubble bursting, the pillar of flame light spewed out by Little Gold was seen to collide directly with the barrier formed by the giant hand. The two met without much fluctuation. The power of the 2 energies seemed to be in a delicate balance between Bo and Zhong. Mud, you're competing with me for endurance, aren't you? Xiao Jin couldn't move any further and could only mobilize a portion of his flames to protect Gu Changqing's well-being. Those 4 Imperial Beastmaster puppets, too, had no intention of rushing up to duel with him. Gu Changqing opened the space of his backpack and pulled out all the medicines inside. In one fell swoop, not long after, Xiao Jin's broad back was lying full of various kinds of medicine bottles with different healing effects. Little Gold, smoke it boldly. If I don't destroy it, what face do I have to continue being a royal beastmaster? Gu Changqing also went out on a limb. You're the only one who has the energy to sustain it. What started out as a long and destructive battle has, by chance, become a contest of endurance. Squeak! Little Gold responded 2 times knowingly, and after that, even more majestic flames rose and burned. Asterisk. Suddenly, the powerlessness of a panicked and helpless heart spreads through the heart. All the strength in my body, drained in a moment. Gu Changqing's eyes widened as he dove headfirst into the soft feathers. Oh little Jean, there is a saying that a thin stream of water flows over a long period of time. Are you afraid that you won't be able to suck me up? Now he experienced the helplessness of the black card. Each time, the pump is ramped up to the max, and even if you have a sky-high reserve, you're squeezed to the last drop. Luckily, the pill bottle fell apart, and the vermilion red elixir inside rolled down to his mouth. Rolling an elixir into his mouth with his tongue and gently biting through it. A warm, hot stream traveled down his throat and into his stomach, then began to flow through his limbs and bones. Within 10 seconds, Gu Changqing sat up alive and well. These elixirs, in addition to those won back from the camp's royalties, most of them were prepared by Yi Ruyan. He's really afraid that something will happen to him. The mistake helped save lives. Time passed by, and after one attempt, Kogain finally found the point where the draw and replenishment were balanced. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, downed the pills one by one, experiencing the wonderful sensation caused by the rapid loss and replenishment of power. Without the substantial purification of the Black Card's bloodline, it could only rely on its own supply. Although Xiao Jin is a beast pet of super god level or higher, strictly speaking it was still only at the larval stage, and the intensity of this stored attack had long exceeded the limits of spiritual power. Nico, Gu Changqing, who was caught in a cycle of getting high, was suddenly awakened by Xiao Jin's cries. He turned his head toward the center of the city and, after nearly an hour of stalemate, the blackness of the barrier condensed by those 12 giant hands disappeared, revealing a white skin color. This arm, it was extremely similar to the one that escaped. The impact of Little Gold's pillar of flaming light, each point of its power, was 1 point stronger than before. The endless increase of the battle spirit boil is also one of the bottom cards. Phew! Suddenly, the giant hand that had morphed into white, without the aid of the black chi, was like white paper in an instant, burning to ashes. Dang! Like a heavy hammer beating a drum, the pillar of fire, incomparable to that of an hour ago, was no longer impeded. Wrapped in matchless scorching heat, it blasted at the three-headed tentacle dragon. Hiss! The left and right heads of the three-headed tentacle dragon were trembling up and down in pain. Only the one in the center was as if it was in a state of tranquility. But the next moment, the beast stone energy that was originally absorbed by the black and white stones was actually turned around and collapsed. A rippling energy shield was formed, protecting the three-headed tentacle dragon once again. Marred, this altar is not only for promotion, it also has a powerful protective formation. While cursing, he stuffed the elixir into his mouth. Dog thing, if you have the ability to remove the energy protection for the master, I'll just stand here and not move a muscle. Come and fight one-on-one. Go Dong, you're such a loser, and you're still a fierce demon-level beast? Even the arching pig at our doorstep has more guts than you. Gu Dong, you want to spend it all with me, don't you? I don't have much else, but I have a lot of medicine. Look at the dull color of those beast stones. They're about to run out, right? Gu Dong. Gu Changqing stoned and transformed into a fiery mouth-strong master. Only, no matter how much he provoked him, the three-headed tentacle dragon cowered in its protection. Looking at the medicine that was already little left, Gu Changqing was a bit anxious in his heart. Whoever succeeds will then become a full meal for the other. While the beast stone energy was depleted, his reserves were about to bottom out. Well, you've got some balls, don't you, Kim? Give me more horsepower. Gu Changqing stuffed 3 of them in a row, and Xiao Jin, after confirming with his eyes that he was already pounding to a certain degree of boiling battle intent, the savage and unreasonable monstrous blood flames almost shrouded half of the town in the color of blood. Little Gold's body, swollen nearly 5 times, was bathed in blood flames, just like a heaven-destroying world-destroying ferocious bird. But Gu Changqing was miserable, took all the medicine and still couldn't maintain the high power extraction. As your essence falls to a critical point, the abyss turns on its own protection. Experience value will replace medicine consumption. Your experience minus 100. Experience 100. Experience 100. Abyss your ass. Running out and robbing at this time of year. Cursing aside, when you play hard to get, you play hard to get. The experience value dropped wildly by 100 a second. And in return, Little Gold attacked frantically. Originally, after exterminating the Imperial Beastmaster puppets and ferocious beast pets that had chased them out of the city, Gu Changqing's level soared to level 8, with a large surplus of experience. Now, it's back to the drawing board all at once. As the experience clears, the rank falls 1 place, until you fall back to level 6 and see that you won't be able to keep your experience at this level. Gu Changqing wanted to curse. Good thing, just when there were only 200 points left, it suddenly stopped moving. Surrender, I surrender. A strange, weak voice came slowly. Without Xiao Jin's extraction, Gu Changqing's mental strength gradually warmed up. It wasn't until he was able to get up that he saw what was in front of him. Towns, where there are towns. The entire dozens of meters within the city walls turned into a stark black scorched earth. The huge body of the three-headed tentacled dragon spread out across the ground. The claw marks were all over his body, each one bordering on open. The favorites were all still charred by the flames and not dead. Of the 3 snake heads, 2 were pecked at the face and more than half were missing. The remaining one struggled to raise itself and rushed at Gu Changqing, lightly spitting out the snake's letter but emitting human words. I've lost. Don't kill me. I can become your beast's pet, willingly and never betray. Seemingly feeling unconvinced, the 3-headed tentacle continued to add. Even though I failed in my promotion, I'm still at the fierce demon level, and I can help you a lot, as long as you don't kill me. Gu Changqing jumped off Little Gold's back and walked over to the huge snake's head. With a single claw, Kogain pressed the snake's head into the ground, squealing and warning it to be honest. Since you are humane, tell me, where is the hand of the evil god? The three-headed tentaculoids arched their mouths out of the ground with great effort. You're here for the hand of the evil god? No wonder you have such a divine favor. The evil god's hand has been destroyed by you. No, to be precise, the power it left here was dispersed. Gu Changqing arched an eyebrow. What class of ferocious beast was this evil god's hand? Even the rules of the abyss can't do anything about it? Then, in its place, die. Gu Changqing gave the order to kill. Xiao Jin has long been unable to restrain himself, and is about to take its snake's bile and peck through the snake's brain. Wait, I have secrets. I know a secret. Someone in your human city is deliberately breeding, or has an ulterior motive with the evil gods. As Xiao Jin was about to gorge himself, Gu Changqing hurriedly stopped him. Jin! The latter quaffed unhappily and distracted his attention elsewhere. How did you know? Seeing that Gu Changqing had temporarily put away his butcher's knife, the three-headed tentacle dragon immediately said, the massive energy I used for my promotion was deliberately sent by that person. Chapter 37 Great Harvest, Promotion to Ranks. Whoa, how? Gu Changqing hadn't been too excited about this. His purpose was to upgrade in addition to exploring the quest. The favorites came to me one by one, or on the same side. I also heard the three-headed tentacle dragon say that someone was deliberately taking the lives of Imperial Beast Masters to provide it with the sustenance for promotion. Plus, most of the deaths in this copy came from his father's city guard. All sorts of buff conditions are stacked all over the place, making him have to focus on some of them. It's just killing Imperial Beastmasters through copies. Every time, the Imperial Beastmasters that come in won't be very high in rank, belonging to the big with the small. We also have a tacit understanding to only kill the small ones and send the big ones back. However, just a few times ago, there was a deviation. A powerful group came, and my wife died at their hands. Gu Changqing remembered the three-headed tentacle dragon that was killed, and felt that it was a male and a female. Shengo did not lie to him. Do you think I would believe that? The belly of the three-headed tentacle dragon suddenly wriggled, and its huge snake mouth opened, from which it spat out a white card. It's a beast in pet card without a contract. Only the four corners of the card, wrapped in black lines, were obviously something unknown. The hand of the evil god gave it to me and told me the necessary conditions for promotion. I am all the meat waiting to be eaten by your mouth. How would I dare to lie and cheat you? You can ask the god's favorite. What I said is all true and genuine. Saying that, the snake's head tried to deviate sideways, and was pressed back by Xiao Jin with more force. You can tell the rank of my beast pet? Through the rules of the abyss, a beast master could view information on currently known ferocious beasts, unless they were of an unknown breed like the black card. Similarly, ferocious beasts also had the ability to detect Imperial Beast Masters or beast pets. I can't see it. Only that the intimidation and oppression brought to me by your divine favor is no different from that evil god's hand. The difference is only in rank and grade. Instead of being used as a gun, I'm more willing to follow you. Little Kim glared disdainfully, squeaking and squealing. The words of the three-headed tentacle dragon were clearly sincere. Just as well. Then I'll keep you for now. Gu Changqing fished out his own beast pet card, bit his index finger to drip blood on the card, and then pressed it onto the forehead of the three-headed tentacle dragon. Fierce demon grade beast, the three-headed tentacle dragon, has taken the initiative to surrender to you and wants to become your beast pet. Do you agree? Yes. A burst of black and white light enveloped the huge snake body, and in less than a minute, the snake body was like a deflated leather ball, leaving only a thick layer of snake skin. The color of the beast pet card, too, changed from white to purple. Gu Changqing froze. I didn't expect It still had a king-level bloodline in its body. King's pet card, three-headed serpent. Grade, general. Bloodline, touch dragon divine blood, purple. Initial attributes, strength plus 20, physique plus 20, agility plus 20, spirit plus 10. Skills, strangulation, corrosive acid. Introduction, descendant of the dragon gods Jiao. Just a hair's breadth away from being able to transform into a dragon. The bloodline of the touch dragon divine sculptor. TSK, picking up a great bargain for nothing. Gu Changqing still remembered from his textbooks that there was a place for the touch dragon divine sculptor in the tragic war between humans and ferocious beasts. The Kyoto Dragon Incident. Rumor has it that when the touching dragon divine sculptor was about to reverse its bloodline and wanted to transform into the nine heavenly sculptor, it was blocked by the strong human beast masters of the time. This ultimately led to the outbreak of fierce clashes between the two sides, which resulted in heavy loss of life and injuries. But, Gu Changqing put away the beast pet card, already having a calculation in his mind. In his plans, The three-headed tentacle dragon was not yet ranked. With the golden word in hand, anything with divine blood or immortal roots, step aside. Congratulations on completing your mission and obtaining a King's Grade Beast Pet card. Follow-up tasks, please feel free to explore. That's when the reward for the quest arrived. Looking at the 2 purple beast pet cards in his backpack, Gu Chongqing deflated and, sometimes too many beast pets can be an annoyance. Anyway, it was a full trip, but after waiting and waiting, the clearance never arrived. Could it be that there are other ferocious beasts that have not been killed? Murmuring 2 sentences, Gu Chongqing took out the beast pet card and threw it at Little Gold's feet. At this time in the card, the 3-headed tentacle dragon that had been cut down to a full strength and restarted its number immediately panicked. Unable to speak, it desperately spat out its snake letters in explanation of innocence. For his part, Kogain understood its words and slowly walked over to the snakeskin and burned a large hole in it with a mouthful of flame. Gu Chongqing obediently picked up the beast pet card and walked closer to take a look at it. Where the 3-headed tentacled dragon had originally been, the stone slabs had burned and melted, revealing a dark hole. Gu Chongqing threw a stone downward, and in a short while, he heard an echo. It couldn't be that legend from the copy's introduction, could it? Jean. A burst of fire dissipated, and Kogain, who had transformed into a night raven, flew in. It squeaked immediately afterward. Gu Chongqing followed close behind, about 7 or 8 meters deep. The blurred vision, all at once, brightened. It's a 3-meter-high hole in the ground with a small interior space that, a cream-colored stone, firmly embedded in the ground. Inside the stone, there are black shadows, stones from outer heaven, unknown species, ability, unknown, efficacy, similar energy fluctuation as space stone, can be forced to try. Information about the stone appeared. Just watching Gu Chongqing's teeth clenched. What I can't identify, let me force a try? Dogs in the deep end, trying to kill me several times. Mud, just try. There was at least one point where the stone's properties were consistent with the copy's introduction. I would like to see what space can forge the path of the god of imperial beasts. Gu Chongqing's hands, covering the surface of the stone of the outer heaven. For a moment, an extremely strong electric tingling sensation was conveyed throughout the body through the arm. Immediately afterward, a wave of manic power began to sear through the limbs like boiling magma. Little Gold. Gu Chongqing wanted to call out to Xiao Jin to interrupt him. The latter was quietly watching, pressing no intention to make a move. What's going on? Am I in trouble? Just as he was skeptical, the abyss's cue sounded. Receiving feedback from an unknown species of extra heavenly stone. Your imperial beast space is being opened up and remodeled. Received feedback from an unknown species of extraterrestrial stone. Experience plus 100. Received feedback from an unknown species of extraterrestrial stone. Experience plus 100. Gu Chongqing was a bit confused for a moment, watching the loss of experience, growing upwards a little at a time. And the space of the imperial beasts, enveloped as much as it could be by a cloud of milky white light. On top of that, in the zone beyond the space, a white bead the size of a grain of rice was expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. He gulped and, this is, the second imperial beast space opening? Gu Chongqing was even more confused. What had happened was beyond his knowledge of imperial beastmasters. The hot rolling continues. After slowly getting used to it, Gu Chongqing was able to grit his teeth and hold on. Just then he heard a cry of pleasure. Hey, is there a sound? Master, can you hear me? Little black egg, roll aside. You're not your master's beast pet. What's the point of getting together? Gee, what a long time. How I would love to hear my master call me affectionately. Little black egg, no using your powers to maliciously skewer the stage. This is my space and belongs only to me and my master. If you've got it in you, take that newly opened space next door. It was Jin's voice. Before that, it could only be done at bloodline elevation or heartline link. Now, at last, the human pet conversation has been realized. Although Gu Chongqing was unable to speak, Xiao Jin beside him was chattering around him. Since there was no danger, Gu Chongqing dispelled his scruples and relaxed wholeheartedly. I don't know how long. He was suddenly carried into the cold water like he was soaking in a hot spring. Subconsciously shivering, he opened his eyes when the piece of stone from beyond the heavens had disappeared, and only a book with a black cover lay on the ground. Congratulations, you've been promoted to a higher rank by a special power. Chapter 38 Serial Copies? What exactly is hidden? Congratulations on breaking through the limit and being promoted to Intermediate Imperial Beastmaster. A warm and majestic energy dispelled the pain caused by the stone from beyond the heavens, moisturizing and repairing his body. Gu Chongqing clenched his fist, only to feel that his chi was sufficient, giving birth to an illusion. A tiger in front of him couldn't even resist a punch. From the inside out, he could feel that the energy was boosting the strength of his flesh as if it was cutting down his hair and washing his marrow. Intermediate Beast Master's Beast Skill, Beast Power Activation. Gu Changqing opened his personal information, and there was an additional skill bar for the Imperial Beast Skill. Beast Power was like a blood-colored vortex that slowly opened up. Beast Power, a skill unique to Imperial Beast Masters. Elementary. Through the sublimated Imperial Beast Space, one can master a small portion of a beast pet's power for their own use. Current Beast Power ability, Fire Control, Mythic Beast Pet Hatsuyo Bird. The opening of the beast power made Gu Changqing understand why his body was as painful as if he were in lava when he absorbed the energy of the stone of the outer heaven. It turned out to be condensing Xiao Jin's first sun true flame. However, I was thinking of showing off the true flame of the first sun, and imagining a bright future in which I would be able to protect myself by relying on myself. A lighter like white flame, pulsing and popping at his fingertips, blasting the prospects he had briefly constructed mercilessly to pieces. Never mind, it's pretty safe with little Kim protecting it. Returning to his senses, before he could pick up the black sealed book on the floor, little Kim then swooped and flew into his arms, her mouth squeaking non-stop. But to Gu Changqing's ears, it was a normal girl's timbre. Master, you can finally understand what I'm saying. Gu Changqing rubbed Xiao Jin's head and said, yes, now our communication is open. One man, one bird, yakking away for most of the day. Mostly it's just Kim blathering on. You didn't get promoted? The energy of the heavens beyond stone pushed him to the 10th level in a single breath. And after saving the Dao sequence for promotion, it also opened up the second Imperial Beast Space. Save time, save labor, and save your materials. No, that piece of won't let me rub it. Little Kim's aggrieved look was becoming more and more humanized. Your bloodline, which levels up to automatic promotion, has more than enough materials. It was only after a while that Gu Changqing stopped the talkative Xiao Jin and picked up the black sealed books from the ground. Atlas of the Beasts, Unknown Atlas, to be activated. Ability, Unknown. Introduction, it seems to be a booklet of all the beasts, with a blank space on it, probably meaning that you want to fill it in. Gu Changqing threw the 10,000 Beasts Atlas into his backpack with a black face. The abyss is getting less and less reliable since the second phase of the mission. However, there are no more special abilities other than early promotion. The legendary god of beasts. This is it? Just then, a curtain of light popped up in front of him. 12 hours have expired. Do you want to leave the copy of the evil god's hand? Yes/no. No passes on copies? The three-headed tentacle is not the final boss? Gu Changqing couldn't read it. As explained by the three-headed tentacle dragon, the hand of the evil god broke free of the abyss and was not among the copies of the fact that it willingly became a beast's pet showed that it wasn't lying. It seems that this copy is not as simple as it seems. Yes, Gu Changqing didn't want to stay much longer, and it wouldn't be too late to come back and explore later if he had the time. The duplicate light door was generated in front of his eyes and sucked him in the next second. When he was back outside the copy, he subconsciously touched the light door. Wild copy, beast-tide disaster. Copy level? Copy description. No one knows what really happened here. The hand that brought death and destruction seems to be brewing secrets that jeopardize humanity. Replica reward, depending on the clearance. Not capped. The copy has changed, and with the difficulty level marked with a question mark. That means it's beyond hellish. You've used up all your copies for this day. Please come back tomorrow. It was as if Gu Changqing hadn't realized it, as he stared at the words beast-tide with a deadly stare, thinking about the city guards that weren't supposed to be in that place in the previous copy. Various conjectures were turning over in his mind. Brother Evergreen. A crisp voice interrupted Gu Changqing's reverie. Su Qing, as well as Xia Bing and the other students of Jinhai Female High School, and the people from the Imperial Beastmaster Association in the camp, were all waiting not far away. Seeing Su Qing's hurried footsteps, and even having the gesture of stretching out her arms, Xiao Jin sprayed a ball of fire on the foot in front of her, signaling to stop. Instead, it rubbed Gu Changqing's face affectionately and said arrogantly, I'm the master's heart and soul. Gu Changqing was dumbfounded. Xiao Jin, she even gave you ingredients. Kogane's head glanced up. Sugar coating. Su Qing didn't care about Xiao Jin's warning, came up and watched the one person and one bird communicating without any smoothness, and said joyfully, You've been promoted to Intermediate Royal Beast Master? It's hard to believe that you have found the treasure in the copy? It's kind of a small gain, not much treasure to talk about. Gu Changqing spoke ambiguously. The people next to me listened, but not so much. A treasure that can be called the god of the Imperial Beasts, and you say it's only a small gain? Their varying expressions. Gu Changqing saw it all in his eyes. Since you don't believe in the truth, let your minds go wild and think. You passed? Chen Go came to him, looking as serious as ever. Gu Changqing shook his head. None of that intelligence of yours is correct. The three-headed tentacle dragon, a male and a female, almost died in its hands thanks to you. The colors in Chen Go's eyes rotated. There was both shock and lingering fear. And more than that, It was an emotion that even he couldn't tell. I apologize. It was my fault. No need. Chen Go wanted to speak, but stopped. To him, Gu Changqing didn't have much malice. Can't say I like it either. Even if he wasn't a member of the Chen family, he might not be a friend. The feeling he gave seemed sincere, yet there was something indefinable in it. Mr. Xia, we should head back and get ready for the big test. Good. I've already explained to the association that there will be 3 waves of the association on the way to protect them this time. Just as he brushed past Chen Go. Wait, Chen Go called out to him. Before the big exam, Xiao Hai should be able to be promoted to senior royal beast master. Moreover, the Chen family has used almost all of their connections to purchase a king grade beast pet card. Don't underestimate the fact that it's only king grade. Its battle power is enough to rival that of a legend. Last night, you did shock me. It was only afterward that I figured out that your beast pet couldn't possibly unleash that heaven-destroying strike at no cost. Gu Changqing was once again surprised. As an enemy, what is your intention in revealing information to me? That's right. A blow like that drains almost all the energy. But so what? Pinching Chen Hai to death and restoring the truth was just my initial purpose. Chen Hai? The Chen family? Having survived the most dangerous period, they were now no longer in Gu Changqing's eyes. Chen Go froze, then revealed a bitter smile. Looking at Gu Changqing's distant back, he murmured, Gu Changqing, what if there are beast pets that can hold your beast pets above the legends? On the way back, the people of Jinhai Girls' High School were silent. Even Su Cheng, who was very close to him, was bowing his head in deep thought. As expected, as Xia Bing had said, there were 3 waves of the Imperial Beast Master Association's team that patrolled this road when they reached the Jinhai City Gate. Gu Changqing turned around and glanced at the outside of the city, walking straight into the light gate. The moment he returned to the city, the power of the abyss was upon him, and that feeling of being protected resurfaced. Brother Evergreen, if you meet me in the big exam, don't be hot to trot. In the car, Su Qing broke the ice. That can't be said. Anyway, cheer together. Being in the same city, it's inevitable that we'll run into each other. Su Qing was surprised. Didn't you go on the official website to see this year's examination process? Gu Changqing shook his head. I haven't been at peace since I got Xiao Jin. The rules have changed this year, and in addition to individual ability scores, there are 2 more. One is the escape battle, and the other is the team battle. Chapter 39 Yuruyan's Disorder. Second Beast Pet Knock. Is the big test so hard this year? In previous years, there were only 2 national exams, the civil and the martial arts exams. The civil exam is for the knowledge of breeding imperial beasts. The martial arts test is then an artificial copy of the test scores, with a win/loss record against the ring. Only those who rank in the top 50 in the entire city in the double composite will qualify for the national composite exam. Either way, it's all about the individual. But after Su Qing's explanation, the escape battle and the team battle were battles of comprehensive strength in terms of school units. It's normal. This year's newborn Imperial Beast Masters, many talented and excellent people emerged. Xia Bing held the steering wheel, looked through the rearview mirror at the 2 people sitting side by side, and continued, Student Evergreen, regarding your legendary beast pet, it is indeed the only one ever in Jinhai City. But in the provincial capitals, Kyoto, and even other large cities, it is not a phoenix. And Su Cheng, even though your family is tilting all of its resources towards you, it still can't be taken lightly. It's a pity. If you, Evergreen, could come to our Jinhai Girls' High School, the 2 of you and Su Cheng, would definitely be famous all over the country. Gu Changqing bristled. Famous nationwide? Must not be a good name, Brother Evergreen. Otherwise you. Seeing Su Cheng's tendency to come up, Gu Changqing hurriedly sidestepped, keeping a safe distance. Don't. I'm afraid Jean will get jealous. Humph. Su Cheng arrogantly sat back down, not at all understanding. Gu Changqing glanced at the slightly raised hill and the flatness of the. It doesn't seem to make a difference whether you solve it or not. Xia Bing looked at Gu Changqing, who still didn't give words, and couldn't help but sigh softly. If had believed a little more and insisted on following through with the university's intentions and not analyzing them with a normal mindset, perhaps things would not be as bad as they are now. She was ready to be punished by the female high. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, looked through the several beast pet cards lying in his backpack and flooded with difficulty. The second Imperial Beast Space currently has 5 options. The first was the Swift Wind Eagle King, and with little gold, it was naturally out of the question. The second was the Mimic Beast, although it was only the most common beast pet, its ability was exceptional. The third was the 3-headed tentacle dragon, for which Gu Changqing already had plans. The fourth, a king-level beast pet rewarded for completing the quest, a snow leopard with extreme speed. And the last one, the black card of the unknown species. He was mentally leaning more towards mimic beasts, with 5 more gold words left to be drawn. And, looking forward to what the ability is for the word that corresponds to the mimic beast. Compared to the four of them, the unknown beast pet in the black card was filled with magic-like power. It kept him on the prowl. Indecisive. Here it is. The car stopped, and Gu Changqing looked up just in time to see Yi Ruyan's anxious and haggard face. It was a relief to see him safe and sound. Sis. Gu Changqing opened the door and got out of the car. Yi Ruyan's hands felt around his body for a long time before she worriedly said, "Are there any injuries? How can you get hurt? My name is pretty big in town, isn't it?" Looking at Gu Changqing's childlike appearance, Yi Ruyan's eyes softened, her right hand resting on his neck, saying, loud and clear, "My ears are almost cocooned from hearing it. Evergreen-san, we'll leave first then." Xiaobing snorted and drove off. "Brother Evergreen, I'll see you at the big exam." Yi Ruyan frowned slightly. Brother Evergreen, calling is very sweet. In the eyes, with a different emotion, Gu Changqing hurriedly summoned Little Gold and blocked it in front. "Ordinary friendship. Ask Kim if you don't believe me." Little Gold knew the status of the woman in front of her in her master's heart and spread her wings to fly into Yi Ruyan's arms, chirping. Gu Changqing's face, however, slowly darkened. This guy, tattling, tearfully describing how he was so flirtatious with Su Qing that he left it out in the cold. Luckily it was now of a low grade, and only he, as the owner, was able to hear what was being said. "Well, the trip outside the city was a big one, wasn't it? Come inside and speak with me slowly." "Good." At the table, one man and one bird winded up eliminating the food in front of them. From time to time, Gu Changqing disguised himself as an excellent storyteller and added to the experience, but life-threatening fragments are automatically hidden from view. Yi Ruyan smiled sweetly, couldn't stop adding food to them, and listened silently. Gu Changqing realized that something was wrong and stopped mouthing off, putting down his chopsticks and saying, "Sister, you." At some point, tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Yi Ruyan wiped it off and said, "Seeing you become an excellent and talented Imperial Beast Master, it is considered that you have lived up to your parents' trust. I am very happy." "Lying, every time you lie to me, it's always this cloudy look." "Sis, you want to return to the battlefield too, right?" Yi Ruyan froze, her mind was poked and prodded, and for a moment she did not know how to answer. The biggest reward of this trip is knowing about the returning sun ginseng. I believe that Sis's family has been sparing no effort in searching for it. Returning sun ginseng, capable of remodeling and eliminating dark diseases in the body, helping the Imperial Beastmaster to come back to life with full blood. What surprised Gu Changqing was that Yi Ruyan's reaction was too strange. Not only did she not show the slightest bit of joy, she instead stood up violently as if she had touched a reverse scale. The feathers on his back exploded as he scared Xiao Jin, who was still showing off his rice. "No, even if I know. So what? My injury is not something that can be cured by the returning yang ginseng. With my background, do I still find a reducing yang ginseng? It's all just a bunch of crooks and liars. Don't fall for it." The people from the Min Duo, private independent, high school are all people who rely on flowery words to woo people. "Sister." Yi Ruyan losing her temper like this had never happened before in his impression. Even when he was nearly killed by the Chen family, Yi Ruyan was more angry, as well as using the resources she could to help him defuse the situation. Now, hearing about the whereabouts of the returning sun ginseng, she was like a lioness stirring up horrific memories, completely ready to devour people. He didn't mention Min Dok High School, but Yi Ruyan knew. "Chang, your energy should be focused on the big exam now. There are still 2 or 3 days to go, so don't fail our expectations of you." Gu Changqing nodded and softened his tone. "Got it, sis. This time, I'm going to let everyone know that my sister is the strongest, because yeah, she's the one who brought out the stronger me." "Bastard, making fun of me again." After a meal, Yi Ruyan went back to Jinhai First High School. The big test is coming up and the responsibility of being a teacher is heavier. Gu Changqing sat on the sofa, rubbing the rounded stomach of the golden crow lying on his lap, and said, "Little Gold, is the returning sun ginseng really useless?" "I don't know, hey." The little golden paw scratched his belly, his eyes dribbled, and said, "Master, that black egg might know." Then, Little Gold returned to the Imperial Beast space on his own and pulled the black card out of it. "What for?" "People are resting and recovering their energy." The tender voice of the mysterious beast pet in the black card rang out in Gu Changqing's consciousness, scurrying to use the communication channel unique to me and my master. "That's for your face. Push any further and I'll peck you to death." The little gold sharp beak stared down the black card and made it scream. "Humph. Be honest. Master wants to ask you what effects the returning sun ginseng has." "Ginseng of the returning sun? Do you guys have it? Give it to me so I can eat it and I can raise another level." "Black Eggman, if you keep being poor, you won't really have a chance." "Well, the returning sun ginseng does have those effects that the master knows about. However, that is only the most shallow and wasteful use of it. It is then paired with several near-extinct divine-grade materials to have the ability to break through the peak Imperial Beast Master barrier and reach a mysterious level with top-tier ferocious beasts or others. The black card paused and the main sister reacted so strongly. I think she is still worried about her master's safety. After all, the growth environment of the returning sun ginseng is guarded by powerful ferocious beasts in addition to being harsh. So that's it. How powerful are the guardian ferocious beasts? How does it compare to you and Little Gold? Master, although you have the miraculous greatness of allowing Big Sister's bloodline to continuously advance, don't forget that Big Sister, no matter how strong she is still invincible between the same level or a higher level. Unless Big Sister's rank reaches that of a king, only then can she have the power to fight. 60 levels, 5 promotions, which meant that Little Golds would have to evolve into a 9 marginal flame saint ruler before he could do so. Gu Chongqing stared. He couldn't wait that long. Of course, if you contract with me, as soon as you reach gold, you will be able to hand the returning sun ginseng to Sister Lord. When Xiao Jin heard it, this black egg, disguised as a way to bury me, just as it was about to continue its repairs, Gu Chongqing said, good, the second Imperial Beast Space, it's yours. Chapter 40, A Black Swordsman. Fruity, righteous father, big daddy, kissing ancestor. The black card fluttered from side to side in excitement, sparing no effort to please. Gu Chongqing took the fruit knife from the fruit plate and pulled a wound in his index finger, and the reddish blood dripped down in the center of the card. The blood was instantly absorbed, and at the same time, a dash of cold, unsettling blackness, from which flourished an evil, sinister laugh echoed through the living room. Gu Chongqing's heart fluttered and he secretly said that it was not good. How the hell did you get so spooked that you dared to take such a risk? The black aura almost filled half the living room, and he could vaguely see a grotesque figure slowly molding itself in it. As a matter of common sense, the prompt from the abyss would have gone off in time at this point. But right now, there's no word on any of it. He wanted to stop, but unfortunately it was too late. Just then, a flame without any temperature rushed into the black gas. As if the black gas had met a natural enemy, it was vaporized in a moment. When the gas completely dissipated, only to see a black card on the coffee table, a monkey of only 30 centimeters, all black, crossed his waist to maintain a laughing posture. Xiao Jin was calm and relaxed, a picture of being in control, and glanced at the monkey with a salty look. Black egg, who are you talking to? Monkey immediately pandered and jumped to the side of Xiao Jin. Big sister, it's not that it's been locked up for too long. Sympathize with my little brother. Hurry up. If you keep inking, I'll refine you. Gu Chongqing had been dumbfounded and stunned as he watched the monkey return to the black card and then, along with itself, disappear into his body. Congratulations on contracting your second beast pet. Your beast pet is not among the required records for the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and cannot be activated. In the space of the Imperial Beast, the monkey was very satisfied with his new abode, and after celebrating with his hands and feet, he came out accompanied by a black hexagram formation. Master, is there any more of that good stuff that instantly boosts the bloodline? Gu Chongqing looked at the two blackened beast pets. Little Gold is okay. Restoring the body of the golden crow, as usual, is the posture of the invincible king, but this monkey, what's with the black minions? It's nothing like what was in your mind. Wow. There. Gu Chongqing opened the golden phrase, and the one called the Path of Heavenly Destiny shone with a glittering light. Will the gold phrase Path of Heavenly Destiny be given to an unknown species of beast pet? Yes. Gold words confer success. Congratulations to your beast pet for obtaining a special Heavenly Destiny bloodline. The golden words give the moment of the blackness of the monkey's body surfaced again. Only this time, just flowing around the body. Within moments, the black gas continued to condense and cover the surface of its body. It gradually turned into a pair of shiny black armor, as well as a long sword with flowing black light. Shouldn't it be a stick? How come it's a long sword? With doubt, he opened the monkey's information properties. Beast pet black egg, unknown species, unidentified, grade, general, rank, 0, bloodline, unknown bloodline, heavenly fate, special bloodline. The road to heaven is bumpy. Every rebirth can greatly improve basic attributes and unlock special skills. Note, forced suicide is invalid. Attributes, strength plus 35, physique plus 20, agility plus 25, spirit plus 20, skills, darkness surge, unavailable, darkness trace, unavailable, eternal motion body, level 1, predatory swordsmanship, introduction, once a lawless black monkey. For some reason he was sealed in the stone man and fell into the world of the imperial beasts along with the ferocious beasts. Good guy. Gu Chongqing straightened up. Abyss can be really good at saving time, not knowing people's names and froze with nicknames. However, its base attributes were the same as Xiao Jin's at a full 100 points. I don't know if it's because of the heavenly destiny bloodline or that unknown bloodline. Deluxe 4 skills, the most anticlimactic and powerful but unavailable. Gu Changqing looked at the black eggs, not knowing what to think for a moment. Black egg was tingling from Gu Changqing's look and trembled. Master, what are you going to do? I'm curious. Why don't you use a stick? A black minion playing with a sword really made him uncomfortable as a traveler. Sticks. Yes. The black gas dispersed and reformed into a black stick. Black egg thought himself handsome as he danced twice, and the next moment the stick came off, shattering the lamp overhead. Blunder, blunder, blunder. I'm practicing in designating as arm's length. The last vestiges of expectation have been dashed. You might as well use your sword. If you don't know, you'll think I'm a monkey. Okay. After resolving the second beast pet, Gu Changqing had no desire to continue upgrading. There is no longer enough time. He had always wondered how other people's upgrades were as easy as drinking water. When it came to him, it was so hard to level up even if you were soloing a wild copy. Forget it. Let's just do our best for the big test first. For the rest of the time, Gu Changqing mostly stayed at home to consolidate the knowledge of cultivating imperial beasts. It was really unlearnable, and with the advantage of being level 10, it took all the records of all level 10 copies. Those beast pet stores that occupied a dozen names on the list were secretly gnashing their teeth. But there was nothing to be done about this plague of his, so he could only break his teeth and swallow. Finally, when the sun rose on a new day, the entire Jinhai city welcomed the grandest moment of the year. All the colleges and universities were concentrated in the Pingding Square in the center of Jinhai City. The city lord's mansion had already set up a stage here, a wall of oversized, wide-angle light curtains that floated in mid-air to ensure that everyone could see it, one after another. The reference imperial beast masters from the major universities were led by their teachers to settle in the area that belonged to them. At this time, Gu Changqing had just woken up, stretched and shook awake Xiao Jin, who was still sound asleep in his arms. Brat! What day is today? Forget. Yi Ruyan was in a teacher's suit, raging with surges, undulating violently with anger, the poor buttons wailing. Strike any time. Sister, I'm an idle candidate, and I went early to listen to those leadership formula speeches. It's boring. Get up. Breakfast is bought for you. Good. Gu Changqing put on his shoes and got out of bed, while Yi Ruyan cleaned up his messy bed. Looking at Jean, who was rubbing his eyes, she was greatly surprised. The petite and cute image was gone, and at this moment, it had expanded nearly 3 times in size. It had evolved from the primordial sunbird to the true fire sparrow. Is little Jean promoted? Well, after brushing the copy 10 or so times, I've finally leveled up. Yi Ruyan nodded, stayed for a moment, and then added, a dozen or so copies of hell difficulty? How many levels are you? 10 levels, that's a lot of experience to ask for. Yi Ruyan said suspiciously, how much experience is needed to level up? Gu Changqing gnawed on a bun in his mouth and opened the information panel to take a look. 51,012 Oh, Yi Ruyan continued to pack and suddenly shouted, how much? 51,012? Yeah, why? She dropped the covers and walked to the living room. What's wrong? Your experience doubles with every level. Gu Changqing was also confused by the question. Wasn't he? At that moment, Little Gold flew to the dining table, pecked a bite of the bun, and said, the limit of gold words. In an instant, Gu Changqing came to a realization. No wonder those monsters were able to rush to the rank of Gold Imperial Beastmaster in a short period of time. Emotionally from the start his experience was double that of the others. Before Gu Changqing could figure out how to go round, Yi Ruyan's double palms slapped, and even the surges shook 3 times. It should be Little Gold, a legendary class beast pet, more or less, will have certain restrictions before and after the contract. Gotta. Brain smoke is online. After eating and drinking enough, it was only under Yi Ruyan's urging that Gu Changqing was taken out of the door with his arm wrapped around him and headed to Pingding Square. He had just arrived and looked at the crowded enclosure, trying to find a random place on the periphery to wait. After all, they are unschooled candidates and are very low in the pecking order. Brother Evergreen. Green. Here. 2 voices, coming from opposite sides. Chapter 41, A Nest of Snakes and Rats. Humph. New love and old love. I'd like to see you choose. Yi Ruyan crossed her arms across her chest, looking at Su Sisi on her left, watching Su Qing on her right, and ate her melon with interest. Gu Changqing spread her hands helplessly at him. No matter how good others are, sister is the best. Don't go anywhere. Just stay by sister's side. Yi Ruyan was amused by the sweet words, and her gentle laughter as well as her trembling fullness caused many of the surrounding targets to move over. Don't give me any more of that. I'm going to get busy and you do what you need to do. As a teacher of Jinhai No. 1 High School, or a senior teacher with the authority of Imperial Beast knowledge, Yi Ruyan left Gu Changqing and sat in the exclusive seat of the No. 1 High School's teacher's gallery. As soon as she sat down, A few school leaders from the first high school came up with fawning smiles. Teacher Yi, if student Evergreen doesn't have a regular college, I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage in the big exam. Right, why don't you go and persuade and talk him into it, and we'll reinstate him in school immediately. According to our understanding, this grand examination can be characterized by a great number of talents. Without backup support, it's hard, very hard for Evergreen to fight one against many. Listening to the 7 voices, Yi Ruyan had no interest in making false pretenses with them and directly said, to say nothing of it, the conditions for wanting him to change his mind have always been there, but your school is pretending to be deaf and dumb, attempting to cross the barrier and force him to give in with out-of-the-box tactics. No wonder First High is getting worse and worse, and its popularity is going downhill. With you think tanks, no good. You, being publicly humiliated, they couldn't keep their faces up, but they could do nothing about Yi Ruyan. Is it possible that you are willing to let him bear the infamy of infidelity? It's true that the school has been ill-considered in defending him, but he's not at fault? We're looking out for his future, and that's wrong? Ha! Yi Ruyan sneered, and the cold light in her eyes grew a few points more. You did something wrong and regretted it, and now you're coming after what was right or wrong at the time. How do you have the nerve to say these words? I'm even ashamed for you. I'm still in a pretty good mood, so don't piss me off and shake out all your nasty, dirty business here. It's not because I'm afraid of you guys that I haven't made a move all this time. It's because I believe in Little Green, and he'll ask for a statement. Fair. Otherwise, do you guys think that my Yi Ruyan's leaf is just a decoration? Her voice was small but intimidating. For a moment, several school leaders panicked and returned to their seats. One had a cold sweat on his forehead. It's not true that they are co-beneficiaries of the school, but only favorable. If we really pissed off this great god, Jinhai City would have to be turned upside down. After the last beast-tide battle, this great god's anger had shaken the Jinhai hierarchy and even the provincial capital up and down. Yi Ruyan tossed her hair and hummed contemptuously, while her afterglow looked towards the big back. The figure with the upright posture gradually shrunk in its eyes, and in its mind, that childish voice resounded. Auntie, are my parents not coming back? Do I have to live with you from now on? At the corners of his mouth, a warm smile spreads. On Gu Changqing's side, ignoring Su Sisi, he walked to the exclusive area of the female high school. The moment he appeared, he immediately drew the attention of all the teachers and students of the female high school. Su Qing, on the other hand, bounced to his side and laughed. Brother Evergreen, show mercy yo. Gu Changqing just smiled. At that moment, a mentally competent, old man of about 60 years of age or so walked towards him with a smile on his face. Mr. Evergreen, it's better to hear about it than to see it. We are aware of what happened the other day and have punished Mr. Xia with a suspension. Please believe in our sincerity to work with you. Gu Changqing sized him up carefully. Su Qing introduced, this is the major shareholder of our female high. Mr. Morong Yuan, Morong City Lord, is his daughter. Gu Changqing nodded and smiled in response. No wonder the female high is so reckless. So the actual controller behind it has spoken. There's no need for that. Mr. Xia's behavior is reasonable. The descendants of heroes are extraordinary. Since you've begged for mercy, we'll discuss it at our discretion. The follow-up contact work is still left to Mr. Xia. Alright, you young people exchange. Old man, I won't get in the way. Morong Yuan smiled as he was about to leave, but suddenly stopped in his steps and said, it's a pity. It's too bad that I can't absorb you into the female high. Looking at Morong Yuan, who regretfully shook his head and returned to his seat, Gu Changqing skimmed his lips. You're a shareholder of a female high school. Sucking up to me? A man? For what? Don't you know what a man's got to do to make things difficult for a man? I think it's a shame too. Su Qing flirted with a sentence, drawing a blank stare from Gu Changqing. The two of them were making small talk for a while. Suddenly, Su Qing looked behind him, the disgust on her face showing. Gu Changqing turned back in surprise and did the same, only to see Su Sisi bring 2 men and a woman. Don't come up. The older men and women, a picture of scrutiny, looked him back and forth. The younger ones were indifferently hangdog-like, skittish and disdainful. Something? Gu Changqing was diabolical and asked coldly. On the contrary, the other side is still a self-satisfied dogpile. Su Sisi couldn't hear the dislike in her words and said, Chang, these are my parents, and my brother. They heard me mention you from time to time, so they thought to come and take a look. What's there to look at me for? There's nothing to look at. Su Sisi's mother, her small eyes narrowed, reprimanded, you're the one who confessed to our family, Sisi? You're not bad looking, but your mouth stinks. Didn't the adults in your family teach you the attitude you should have when talking to elders? The man also discontentedly chimed in. That's right, if it wasn't for Sisi begging us, just like you still want us to come and watch. Dream on. Gu Changqing smiled instead. Oh, so it looks like it's still my honor? Hurry up if you have something to say. It's time for the exam in a few minutes. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Su Sisi busily pulled her parents and piled on a smile. Chang, you should understand all of my intentions. My parents know that I only have you in my heart, and they've gone along with me. With that, she pointed to the young man behind her and, my younger brother, Xiao Hao, is going to take the big exam next year as well, but he hasn't had a decent beast pet. That Lord-level beast pet card of yours, you haven't used it yet, have you? If it doesn't work, take him out and give him to Xiao Hao in case of emergency first. With your help, he will definitely achieve good results. At that point, we may be able to. Gu Changqing raised his hand, interrupting Su Sisi. You want a beast pet? I've already given it away. What? His parents sniffed and exclaimed in unison. Gave it away? A beast pet worth millions of dollars, and you say you're giving it away? Who did you give it to? Immediately ask for it back right away. I'm telling you, without a lord-level beast pet card, you'll never get CC to agree to be your girlfriend. A poor man still pretending to be generous. Has he never seen the world? Su Sisi's face, too, clouded over. Gu Changqing, how could you? Even if you're angry that I'm close to high, you don't have to waste it, right? Who did you give it to? Speak. Gu Changqing now understood what it meant to be a nest of snakes and rats. It was originally thought that Su Sisi was a genetic mutation that awakened the attributes of a tea master. I didn't realize that people are genetic. From roots, this skill has been cultivated to its fullest. Not going to evolve the face really condescends to it. It's just a lord-class beast pet card. I'm sure the Chen family's great young man will easily send you 10 or 8 of them. Su Sisi choked. Her hatred went to her head, and her face gradually became hideous. Ever since he broke the copy record, Shen Hai had been upgrading like a fiend. She was ignored and even verbally abused. If she hadn't lost her favor, she wouldn't have remembered that Gu Changqing still had the lord-level beast pet card here. You are incorrigible, and you are shameless to this extent in order to gain my attention. What's the point of wasting words with him? Let's go. Hurry up and go find Chen Xiao. I saw him. Su Sisi let her mother pull her back and said hatefully, don't think that I can easily forgive you. After they left, Su Qing but snorted a laugh. Brother Evergreen, how did you provoke such an extreme talent? Gu Changqing was embarrassed, young and uninformed. He was now itching to find the man who had beaten him in the first place and kick his ass. Unfortunately, the guy transferred to another school. Suddenly, a hunting gale swept through the entire grand examination venue. Gu Changqing looked high into the sky along with everyone else's gazes. Only a large, divinely handsome bird, like a king, was seen looking down on the venue. 3 colors of wind, floating up and down around the circumference. A tall, unkempt man, lying on the back of a bird with half his head exposed, said in a voice like a bell, it's time for the national exam, and I, Zhao Zhanxiong, would like to wish all of you a prosperous life. Chapter 42, The Ring Battle begins. Straight seconds. He's Zhao Zhanxiong, eyeing the middle-aged man on the back of the large bird with white, black, and green wind flow clusters. Just looking past him made Gu Changqing's heart beat wildly. Strong, very strong. Moreover, it wasn't just this 3-way wind falcon that was regarded as the pinnacle of the king grade, which even ordinary legend grade beast pets couldn't defeat. That was strong. Zhao Zhanxiong, the city lord of Jinhai City who had just taken office not more than a few years ago, exuded an aura of his own that was enough to make people look away and tremble in their hearts. I can't imagine there are interesting guys here. In the space of the imperial beasts, the black egg stroked the long sword made of black chi, pulled a sword flower into the sheath, and his pitch-black hands were behind his back, stepping into the king rank sequence with the physique of a beast royalist. Not bad talent. Xiao Jin, who had been holding black egg's tawdry streak, rarely showed up for a violent beating, clearly approving of it. For a moment, Gu Changqing had the vestigial feeling that my contracted beast pets are all hidden giants, while the golden words infinitely uplifted their bloodline. It seemed to grant some knowledge beyond the scope of the Imperial Beastmaster. King rank? The rank after spirit level Royal Beastmaster? Yes, Master. This step is very important. It is the watershed for Imperial Beastmasters. No, I should say that whether it's a fierce beast or an Imperial Beastmaster, or any other unknown, this step is extremely important. Stepping through will be an unimaginable metamorphosis of ascension. If you can't step over it, then it will be hopeless for the rest of your life. This is the hierarchical rules of the abyss, balancing the ferocious beasts while similarly restraining the Imperial Beast Masters. Gu Changqing was convinced of Black Egg's words. Given a gold word, the loyalty will be 100% and will not act to deceive the master. Whoa! Just as Gu Changqing was mulling over digesting Black Egg's words, the whole square suddenly boiled. Extremely strong sound waves in hissing and shouting, especially girls, tearing their throats. Gu Changqing followed their line of sight, and on the 10 by 10 sparring ring, a milk dog type youth with a clean cut and handsome look, exuding an elegant temperament with his hands and feet. In collaboration with several senior members of the city lord's mansion, including the vice city lord, slowly walked up. Su Qing's eyes revealed a pink light, a small star filling them. Hey, wipe the harumph. Being interrupted in her attention, Su Qing was quite dissatisfied. Brother Evergreen, don't delay me from watching the idol. And who is he? Gu Changqing instantly regretted it after asking. Not only Su Qing, along with a portion of the students of Jinhai Female High School, cast a guarded and alien-like gaze at him. Brother Evergreen, are you really from Jinhai City? Don't even recognize him. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. How many people at the bottom have ever seen or been exposed to this level of seniority? It's normal not to know. Seeing that Gu Changqing really didn't know, Su Qing had to put down her waving hand and said, Shen Lin, an outstanding student of Min Duo High School. After graduation, he joined the city guards, and in the last beast tide, his teammates were all wiped out, and only he survived. After that, he was valued by City Lord Zhao, who wasn't a city lord at the time, and stayed by his side as a secretary. By the way, he and Chen Go were in the same class, but unfortunately, Shen Lin didn't participate in that year's grand examination, or else it would have been designated to surpass Chen Go's results. Oh, yeah? From Minute Maid High School, Gu Changqing's gaze, crossing over the crowd, surrendered to Shen Lin on the main podium. The more I looked, the more familiar I felt, as if I had seen it somewhere, but I couldn't remember. As if sensing it, Shen Lin also looked in Gu Changqing's direction. The two men's eyes intertwined in very briefly and instantly parted. Familiarity. A strange kind of familiarity. It's a very tangled feeling. With the deputy city lord on the main podium and a few high-level speakers finished, Shen Lin began to go through the grand examination process. The national exam begins with the first subject, ring sparring, so please listen carefully to the names and enter the ring copies in order. If there is a designated sparring partner, submit the information to the town hall, and after a comprehensive evaluation, you will be able to enter the ring at the main station. Those whose names are read below, please come up to the stage and enter your copy. Shan Son, Mu Yang, Zhang Dahua. One by one, the names were read out, and the candidates from the major schools went up to the main podium to take their assigned numbers and enter the replica light door by the main battle ring. As the number of candidates dwindled, there was not even a single designated appointment. It's actually quite normal that the rounds of ring sparring are 30 rounds, scored by the number of victories. The main event, usually at the end. Su Qing, Ginger Fang, Brother Evergreen, it's my turn, I'll go in first. Okay, go for it. Gradually, all the candidates in the square entered the copy, and the light screen began to pick and play the images of the battles in the copy. Gu Changqing. Finally, it was the turn of the unschooled idol candidate. Gu Changqing took a step toward the main podium, eyes radiated all around, and apart from Yi Ruyan who was cheering him on, the others were with scrutiny or disdain, especially on the side of the Chen family as well as the vice city lord. Without the fear of Gu Changqing's beast pet, it seemed that Chen Hai's sudden progress had given them a lot of confidence. Here's your number plate. Shen Lin picked up a sign and handed it over to Gu Changqing. As Gu Changqing turned around, he lowered his voice and said, "Cheer up." Gu Changqing froze, and when he turned his head to look, the latter had already gotten off the podium. Quite puzzled, he came to the replica light door and touched it gently. "Welcome the 666th candidate, who will soon enter the ring for a copy of the sparring match. Functional props will not be available during the sparring session." Gu Changqing's eyes went black, and when he regained his sight again, he had already appeared on top of a ring. Opposite him stood the same candidate, currently in the preparatory phase. Gu Changqing released the hexagram formation and summoned Little Golden Black Egg, maintaining the form of a night bright raven. Xiao Jin took a look at the same number of two beast pets on the opposite side of the room and returned to the Imperial Beast space uninterested. Black Egg, on the other hand, was skittish and doubly bored. "Master, it's too weak. It's not worth it for me to come out." Gu Changqing's eyebrows jumped as he gritted his teeth. "If you won't make a move, then I'll do it myself?" Black Egg Monkey's head shot up in righteousness. "What cow or horse deserves the master's personal attention? Master, just stay here and watch. I'll go and come." Countdown to battle. 3, 2, 1. Matchmaking begins. The Imperial Beastmaster on the opposite side, after the countdown ended, immediately attacked with tons of boars and a long green snake. As soon as he took a look at Gu Changqing's only one beast pet, he immediately smiled with joy. Boar charge. Venom corrupts. 2 skills, flung out without thinking. The little 200-pound end boar slammed the ground like a heavy tank, with a dim light wrapped around its body. The green snake coiled up, its bloody mouth opened, and a cloud of brown venom spewed out. Black Egg, only a few dozen centimeters tall, stood there in a calm and collected manner. The longsword slowly materialized in his hand and, seeing the boar about to crash, in the next second, the extremely fast charging boar suddenly came to a hard stop. The extreme inertia caused the entire rear butt to take off and fall heavily to the ground. One of Black Egg's pitch-black fingers pressed against the boar's snout, and instantly Pig's blood burst out, and the venom that smashed over. It drew out its black sword with its other hand and flicked it. A half-moon-shaped meter-long sword chi shot out. Once the venom touched, it was instantly absorbed cleanly by the sword chi. With a heavy thud, the head of the green snake, the wound smoothly detached from the carapace. I concede. The other side surrendered dryly. Congratulations on winning the battle. +1 point, +1 win. That's a win? Although the opponent's beast pet was propped up at the silver level, the increase in attributes after promotion was unfeasible. Black Egg had been recovering its energy in the Imperial Beast space since the contract, and hadn't even risen a level. Nima, is the unknown species such an oxymoron? Straight up seconds. Chapter 43, A Tyrannical Stiffness. 20 consecutive wins. And on the panoramic light screen outside the replica of the, after Gu Chongqing entered the sparring ring, the scene inside was relayed on the big screen. At the same time, the Abyss listed out all the basic information about the two opposing sides. When Yurian saw that Gu Changqing's opponents were only 2 silver-level beast pets, her hanging heart was released. But when he looked at Gu Changqing, his heart clenched once again. Because of the information exposed by the Abyss, one of Gu Changqing's beast pets was classless and one was unknown, unclassified. It's a waste of favor. The unknown represents the same unpredictability of good and bad. It's no fault of the rules of the Abyss that, when Gu Changqing contracted Xiaojin, his indeed legendary bloodline was depleted and he was reduced to a ruined pet. And the bug that is infinite gold phrase pulls its bloodline up over and over again. Supergod after supergod. Not to mention the abyssal. Even Gu Changqing, who was the owner, didn't understand what grade of bloodline breed the current little gold was considered to be anymore. Black eggs. That's a different story. Classless? What a joke. That's not right. Was Gu Changqing single-handedly making the genius Chun Go automatically concede defeat a fake? Looks like yeah. The forces behind him are starting to make noise. Mud. I really thought a big drama of the bottom against the sky was going to play out, but it's really a drama. It's all a setup. At this time, in the direction where the Chen family was, Chen Ziming's laughter was so unbridled. Certain colleges and universities use people of public opinion to create rumors and sound bites, and this wave is really blood money. Only, even if it's packaged well, there's always the day when it's exposed. When the backlash comes, it can only become a laughingstock. Lu Renjia, who was next to Su Qing, cooperated. AI. It's true. This son has gone farther and farther down the evil path and has already brought shame to the heroes. Originally, Weiedigao still wanted to give him a chance to reform. Unexpectedly, this son was so rampant that he thought that we already had remorse, and made all sorts of unreasonable demands of defamation. The data of the Abyss was in front of her, and even if Yuruyan had the intention to retort, she couldn't find a point to counter. How can an empty mouth have authority over the Abyss? Yo, the evil one jumped first. What? It's not time to stick it hard like a maggot? What we do in the female high school, do you need to judge? Let's not say he really has the strength. Even if he doesn't, we're happy to go ahead and package it. What does your first high school care? Morong Yuan, who is the big man behind the female high school, smokes a tobacco pot, and his eagle eyes gleam as he stares at the several leaders in the first high seating area and fires directly. I've recorded what I said just now. Don't, when the time comes, do the despicable and humiliating face-slapping thing again. Humph. Lu Renjia instantly lost his temper once he saw the hidden big brother appear. Don't look at the Morong family's low profile in Jinhai City, but it was a real fight, especially when the former city lord was in power. His prestige and reputation was at its peak, and even if it had fallen, it was not something that he, a director, would dare to dialogue about. Chen Ziming's eyes were gloomy as he got up and hummed coldly. Morong family master, siding with a notorious disciple, don't you think you're slapping the former city lord in the face? To YouTube, what are you? When Laozi reigned over Jinhai City, you were still in front of various copies praying for big brothers to beg for a belt, calling out to me, are you qualified? I'll even say it plainly, Gu Changqing I, Morong Yuan, am the one who will protect it. You. Chen Ziming could not have imagined that Morong Yuan would be so forceful in front of the Imperial Beast Masters, the people, and most of the higher-ups in the city. Nowadays, the Chen family is the one family in Jinhai, but compared to its heritage, it is quite inferior to the Morong family. May you still have a stiff upper lip afterward, and by vile means, in full view of the public, see how he will be disgraced. Yeah, let's see it then. Dare you make a bet? If Gu Chongqing easily takes his opponent, you eat in public. Dare you? Chen Ziming felt like his temples on both sides were about to burst. Angrily, he sat down and no longer faced off with Morong Yuan in the middle. Lu Renjia saw a good opportunity to lick and said, Morong family master, I still advise you to think twice. With a classless beast pet, trying to win against 2 silver classes. If he can win, I'll take it for family master Chen. The onlookers, with high spirits, watched those high and mighty people go back and forth with swords drawn and words exchanged. Suddenly, the words "the battle begins" had just appeared on the light screen. The beast pets of both sides had also just battled head-on. It was the blink of an eye, and a large "Congratulations to candidate number 666 for winning" banner was scrolling up in the center. Lie down. What's happening? The abyss malfunctioned? Too many candidates causing the rules to collapse? No, there's no replay. Didn't even see it. Second kill in one move? Didn't you say that Gu Chongqing is a waste? How the can you call this a waste? The change came too soon. It's just a blink of an eye. But the faces of the leaders of the schools and the senior members of the city lord's mansion sitting in the front rows became stunned in unison. They clearly saw a monkey with a pitch-black body, a finger against the boar's charge, and a sword chi that chopped off the green snake's head. Ha ha ha. Yi Ruyan's suppressed emotions were instantly released. She looked coldly at Lu Rinjia and said, "Director Lu, what you just said about taking over for the Chen family master, does that count?" Lu Rinjia's cheeks were raw, and he sat down pretending he couldn't hear and lowered his head into his arms. A mere intermediate imperial beast master. Teacher Yi, don't gloat. Bah, don't pop Q if you're a jumper. Just sit back and watch honestly. A high leader tried to relieve Lu Rinjia, but Yi Ruyan disliked him in a domineering manner. In the sparring ring, Gu Chongqing waited for his next opponent in the waiting area. He didn't know about the hot mess outside. Black Egg returned with a dashing sword flourish and smiled cheekily. "Master, easy to hold." "Okay, since it's easy, let's move on to the next opponent." "By order, but master, if I take them all for you, can you prioritize me when you get that kind of treasure again?" "Those things, they can change your bloodline?" Black Egg shook his head. "I can't, because not all words are specific to bloodlines, but it has the ability to sway bloodlines. Except, of course, Big Sister. You have given it so many good things, and almost all of them are customized for it." At that moment, the waiting area across the street flickered with light, and the next opponent was assigned. "Go ahead, you'll be prioritized afterwards." "Got it." With the promise, Black Egg is in high spirits. Pity the sentinel across the street. The countdown just ended. Before he could issue a command to the imperial beasts, just see the heavily armed and armored sword-wearing monkeys killing and killing. A few swords cut the beast pet to the ground. The next opponents were still pretty much rookies, with no more than an intermediate-level imperial beastmaster. The early part of a ring battle is basically giving wins and points to the stronger ones. Slowly, Gu Chongqing's winning streak came to 19 games. In the 20th game, he finally waited for a senior imperial beastmaster. The configuration of the beast pets was also considered good, with 2 gold grade and 1 lord grade. As soon as the light curtain in the waiting area opened, he saw the man running to the center of the ring with great gusto, looking at Gu Chongqing and saying, "It's fellow student Gu Chongqing. Ah, oops, it's not unfair for me to lose my second defeat at your hands." "No more wasting time then. I admit defeat." The actions of the man across the street confused Gu Chongqing. A high-ranking beastmaster admitting defeat to him of his own accord? Could it be that he has special pupil power? A glance at the overbearing and overwhelming monstrous aura behind me? Gu Chongqing understood largely after seeing the school uniform he wore. What a student at a private independent college. This favor was given and couldn't be pushed away even if I wanted to. Congratulations on reaching 20 consecutive victories. The ring rankings have been opened for you. You are ranked 21st. After the ring match, different rewards will be given out according to the rankings. So please keep up the good work. The charts are open. During the wait, Gu Chongqing opened the list, and when he saw the names and rankings on it, he muttered, "Fruity." Ring battle rankings. First place, Shanghai, Senior Beastmaster. Wins, 25. Losses, 0. School, Jinhai First High School. Second place, Su Qing, Intermediate Beastmaster. Wins, 23. Losses, 0. School, Jinhai Girls High School. Third place, Shi Shang, Senior Imperial Beastmaster. Wins, 22. Losses, 2. School, Private Independent. Fourth place, Gaohan, Senior Beastmaster. Wins, 21. Losses, 1. School, Xianglin High School. 21st, Gu Chongqing, Intermediate Beastmaster. Wins, 20. Losses, 0. School, none. The rankings of the leaderboards are based on wins. The 20 men in front of him were all above 20 wins. Such an average record is rarely seen in previous years. Most of them were a few or more outstanding Imperial Beastmasters breaking off and dominating the list, with all the other candidates being relegated to the sidelines. It seems that this year, there are quite a few masters. Asterisk. There was a flash of light in the waiting area across the street, and a melodious female voice burst out. Gu Changqing followed the sound and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's really happening. Chapter 44, Su Qing's full force form. Gu Changqing in danger? Su Qing, with a black face and a beautiful and dreamy unicorn following behind him, sighs and sighs as he makes his way from the waiting area to the center of the ring. Seeing the situation, Black Egg drew his sword and was about to charge upwards. While rushing, he also shouted, "Here comes a stubble cargo." Its own attributes are extremely compatible with the beast pet. A rare sight. Come back. Gu Changqing called out to the serious Black Egg and walked to the center position, standing opposite Su Qing. Hey, Su Qing sighed, 1,000 worships, but I still ran into Brother Evergreen. It seems that my first defeat was planted in your hands. Su Qing hadn't known Gu Changqing for a long time, but because of the relationship of the beast pet, she had a rough idea of his strength. Knowing that there was no hope of winning, she still held her head high and said, "If it were usual, I would have surrendered immediately. But today, it's about the honor of the female high school. Brother Evergreen, I'm sorry, the big national test is about the candidates' performance, not just the obvious fight for themselves. It has an impact that is encompassing the school. Even the significance of the impact is sometimes more important than individual accomplishments." That was why the senior management of Zhenhai First High School had tried to restore Gu Changqing's school registration several times. On the one hand, one may truly regret giving up a dusty jewel. On the other hand, and on the biggest level, is the use of students to grow the school's reputation. Great! I can open my eyes to your second beast pet today. Su Qing's second beast pet. Gu Changqing knew it well. A beast pet that specialized in spirits was something he had come close to losing. Su Qing looked at the short Black Egg and subconsciously said, "Doesn't Brother Evergreen intend to use his full strength? Without Little Gold, it may not be possible to defeat me, yo." These words deeply irritated Black Egg. "Where did you get the little who doesn't know the sky and the earth? When Master Black I was killing people, you didn't know which nook or cranny you were in. Isn't it just a unicorn? It's just a target for me to take a beating." The other one, you're still breathing after a few compliments. Listening to Black Egg's whiny words, Gu Changqing also put down the idea of summoning Little Gold. But in Su Qing's eyes, the Black Egg's chirping and barking was a sight to behold. Brother Evergreen's beast pets are also adorable. Why don't you? When I've risen to the gold rank, brother cuts off his love and lets his sister have it? Let your sister let. Black Egg breaks defense and instantly draws his sword. Sharp black sword chi swept out, obviously furious, with no intention of staying. Su Qing didn't expect this monkey to be unconventional, and when she saw that Gu Changqing didn't order any action, her heart couldn't help but be shocked. Be careful, this monkey is not normal. In the back of her mind, a seductive, imperial voice rang out. In the nick of time, Su Qing stomped the ground and jumped horizontally, narrowly dodging the sword chi. At the same time, his hands pinched the summoning spell of the beast pet twice in a row, only to see that when the sword chi arrived in front of the unicorn, the hexagram formation pulled it into the imperial beast space on its own. After the sword energy flew by, it reappeared again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gu Changqing, who was watching from the side, was also shocked by Su Qing's hand. He had almost zero experience against battles, as it was all one-sided crushing education. For combat skills, it's even paler. Both Little Gold and Black Egg had completely transcended the limitations of a beast pet. They had independent minds, and how they fought and how they responded was basically not something Gu Changqing had to worry about. Taking orders is completely instinctive compliance with 100% loyalty. Su Qing, on the other hand, with the premise of having a not-so-weak beast pet, and his own outstanding coping ability. If it was a sparring match between the same intermediate imperial beast masters themselves, Gu Changqing felt that he couldn't take her. Looks like I'm not walking away from this road after all. Gu Changqing gently shook his head before exploding into a powerful momentum. Although it was an instantaneous shift, it was still captured by Su Qing. For the honor of the school, she'll show no mercy. When he returned from outside the city, he had been studying Gu Changqing's weaknesses, because he was the biggest obstacle to her stepping into the first place in Zhenhai City. She had also already discovered Gu Changqing's shortcomings. Nowadays, she has no bottom, not from the unsummoned Golden Crow, little, but she has a knack for it. Only at the intermediate level, you can establish such a deep connection with a beast pet. Since that's the case, Master Black won't treat you as a fledgling and chop you to death. The Black Egg lashed out and instantly bullied his way to the top. The unicorn, however, was fully prepared, with a bulge on top of its head that crackled and popped with electric sparks. As Black Egg's long sword passed to Su Qing's waist and abdomen, blinding white light and noisy thunder appeared at the same time. Back! Gu Changqing let out a steep and loud cry. A minefield had formed in front of Su Qing. Black Egg's attack lurched, and was impartially struck by the white lightning. Gu Changqing's command was carried out only a few seconds later. The Black Egg flew out of the minefield as if it had been struck. Gu Changqing saw that the pink glow in its eyes was disintegrating in spots. Charmed. His heart tightened. That's a little too much to specialize in spirituality. The black egg was an uncompromising mythic rank bloodline, and it was only logical that any beast pet below it would be suppressed to a certain extent. It's hard to believe that Su Qing's second beast pet is also Tai. The charm disappeared, and Black Egg rubbed his splintered in fried black hair and was a mouthful of output. Hiding your head in the sand. You've caught Master Black's life so quickly. Good. So play it right. In the middle of the thunder zone, Su Chang was bathing in lightning and walking, and at this moment, her aura had changed greatly. In the elegant and noble, with the youthful vigor that belongs to young people alone, she also had one pair of pupils, one normal and one filled with a rich pink color. Gu Changqing frowned. He was familiar with this kind of power. It was the first Imperial Beast Master skill that was opened after being promoted to an intermediate rank, Beast Power. Compared to him, who could only rub out a single flame to light a cigarette and start a fire, Su Qing's use of Beast Power as well as the level of exploration was much higher than her. Brother Evergreen. Watch out yo! There seemed to be another voice in Su Qing's words. The voice was so penetrating that it sounded like a ripe woman, lying on your ear, blowing in the wind. All sorts of mosaic thoughts in the back of his mind, uncontrollably bouncing outward. White said that the only thing in the sanctuary is light. Suddenly, Su Chang started chanting that laughing mantra again, only this time, it was different from the last, only to see that the unicorn's forehead bulged and once again condensed a large amount of white lightning, not attacking Gu Changqing. Instead, it landed straight on top of Su Qing's head. Immediately afterward, an unimpeded hissing, the unicorn's entire body dissolved in white lightning, and slowly, it transformed into a white crown of glittering lightning on top of Su Qing's head. Phew! Seemingly extremely comfortable, Su Qing couldn't help but murmur a moan. But just this one sound nearly caused Gu Changqing's Taoist heart to collapse. Master Black was even staring straight at her. The pink stars in his eyes were about to form a galaxy. Outside the replica, the light screen had just finished broadcasting one of Chen Hai's battles against each other. The former easily defeated the private independent Qishang with a devastating momentum, adding a negative field to the mix. Seeing his son's long face, Chen Ziming laughed coldly. That's what a genius is. That's what Jinhai City's undeniable number one is. That selfish and self-serving waste of a man, though still undefeated, takes turns against opponents with less than half the winning percentage. Yi Ruyan sniffed and clenched her fists. The facts were in front of her and she couldn't refute them. Suddenly, the light screen pulsed again, and the images of Gu Changqing and Su Qing surfaced on the screen. Ah! A loud shriek of shock emanated from the Jinhai Female High. Morong Yuan, as well as the leadership of Female High, all frowned as they looked at Su Qing, who was bathed in lightning on the light screen. Morong Yuan, on the other hand, had a deep expression on his face as he muttered, "How did you run into each other so quickly? Su Qing has all of his horsepower, and, for that beast pet, his use of it is even more refined. It's just that I don't know how much assurance Gu Changqing has in dealing with this form. He's still only summoned a beast pet. He can't be too big for his britches, although Su Qing is at the same level as him. But her beast pet is by no means as simple as an abyssal classification king." The whispers of the women's high leadership made Morong Yuan's heart even more uncomfortable. And in the air, Zhao Zhanxian, who was squatting on the three-way wind falcon and drinking wine, his dazed eyes finally brightened up a bit after seeing Su Qing's form. Could it be a legendary bloodline that surpasses the legendary bloodline? I just don't know how much of my ancestor's essence blood it has inherited in its body. Gu Changqing, how should you win against her? Chapter 45, A Complete Victory. Brother Evergreen, watch out. A woozy, seductive voice, filled with countless evocative magic. White lightning surrounded Su Qing's body, and his right hand was lightly raised, pointing at Gu Changqing. Snort! The sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sound, mixed with a cacophonous sound of thunder, transformed into a unicorn made up of thunder and lightning. Sanctuary ruling, Su Qing lightly shouted under his breath, and the unicorn grew larger and larger. When it was about to approach Gu Changqing, the entire thing violently exploded. A thunderbolt with destructive lightning, like a pouring rain, covered the 10 meters around Gu Changqing in the blink of an eye. Not to mention the back way. The way of life is blocked to death. I've got beans. The hairs on Black Egg's entire body stood on end in fear, immediately dodging all in front of Gu Changqing and pushing him out of the minefield's coverage in the process. Eternally moving bodies. Countless thunderbolts struck the armor formed by the Black Egg's black chi, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It is assimilated and absorbed at first contact. The Black Egg's monkey body was rapidly expanding, and it looked like it was about to burst. The winged body ignores damage and can also absorb the energy of others for its own use. It can its current state. At this point it has reached the tipping point. Gu Changqing's mind moved, wanting to recall the Black Egg while releasing little gold. Tai, how dare you? Watch me blow your head off. Master Black. In the white on-grid, a dense black aura spread out and turned into a blazing flame, cancelling out all the effects of the Hallowed Judgment skill. Black Egg sharply flipped in the air. The long sword in his hand danced out a black sword flower. Those sword flowers bloomed out of thin air, and the lightning on Su Qing's body was seen to be drawn into the sword flowers as if it had been pulled by some sort of pull. But she didn't sit still. Her whole body trembled violently, and in a cry, a pink tail extended out behind her. Shining at the black monkey, it smashed down like 1,000 pounds. After taking some advantage, the black monkey did not engage in battle and quickly pulled away from it. Returning to Gu Changqing's side, it wiped its face, its splintered and charred fur flopping off. With a palpitating heart, he sucked in a breath of cool air and said, "Master, the dots are solid. It's better to change the big sister to come out. I can only guarantee that you won't be defeated. I'm not sure I can win." Gu Changqing had seen everything, especially Su Qing's tail, which was really surprising. It was eye-opening to see her use herself as a medium for her beast pet to exert its play. At first I thought it was an unusual unicorn, and I almost fell for it. There must have been a mysterious fellow pointing it out. Otherwise, how would one find the way to advance on the path of the sacred hall? Is it great? Black Egg scratched his head. Beast pets themselves are mainly supportive, but once they merge with their masters, they will trigger the sanctuary bloodline. With light as God and thunder and lightning as power, it is stored in one's own body to punish the evil and punish the sin. Not an Imperial Beast Master skill? Gu Changqing was thinking about the application of beast power. No, it's an ability unique to beast pets. Aside from this unicorn that went the sanctuary route, the other one on her is only as strong as it is weak. It's okay if it's not beast power. If he can't catch up when he has 2 super god plus level beast pets, then he doesn't have the face to mix Imperial Beast Masters. Jean. Gu Changqing snapped his fingers, and the 6 main star formation appeared, and little Jean in the form of a blackened nightingale made his appearance. As soon as he appeared, he shook the golden feather on top of his head and glared scornfully at Black Egg. Useless thing. Still need Big Sister to come out and clean up the mess. Black Egg completely lost the domineering spirit he had when he was still in the beast pet card, and licked his face and smiled. When Big Sister steps in, they all have to get down. Little Gold flew to Gu Changqing's shoulder and rubbed his cheek affectionately. "Master, I'm the one you want, right?" With his domineering and haughty stance, Gu Changqing's heart warmed, gently caressing his not-so-large body, saying, "That's natural. Go Big Sister. Big Sister is mighty." Amidst Black Egg's cries, Little Gold flew to Su Qing's side and, ignoring the throbbing white lightning, he said while flying, "There is indeed a bad guy hiding in her body. For the sake of being a friend of the master, I'll drive it out for you." Little Gold's tiny claws opened up, blazing white-hot flames wrapped around. It was several times more powerful than the true flame of the first sun. "Wait!" Su Qing stormed back several meters away, pulling away from Little Gold and said, "Little Gold is out, so I admit defeat." She conceded defeat to abyssal submission dryly, and heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the prompt go off. Just a moment ago, her second beast pet desperately warned her to be careful as if it had met a natural enemy. It was as if what Xiao Jin poked out was not a bird's claw, but a life-threatening hand from hell. Your opponent voluntarily concedes defeat. Congratulations on your victory. Current wins are 21 points 21. Su Qing, who had returned to normalcy, was not annoyed, and cheekily came to Little Gold's front, pulling out materials from his backpack space. "Kim, looks like you know what you're doing. One ingredient at a time. Crunch. Lose lose lose. I couldn't even hold Brother Evergreen's new beast pet with all my might, let alone Little Gold." Gu Changqing smiled and said, "Your combat experience and skills are also not something I can compare to. If there's still a chance, it's time to ask for your advice." Su Qing's face collapsed. "It's better not to learn. From the time I understood, I was pressed by my family to learn, and suffered a lot. If Brother Changqing is willing, come to my house as a guest after the big exam." "Yes, definitely there." The way the big families nurtured their offspring, Gu Changqing couldn't really learn from them. People start from a baby and are born to win over the average person. However, he also understands that the only way to make up for the gap. Back to this section. If you want to learn from combat experience and techniques is to face the ferocious beasts head on and fight for your life. Then say yes. Su Qing's body slowly dissipated in the ring. "Right, be careful of Chen Hai. He gives me a very uncomfortable feeling." After the explanation, she teleported to the other replica rings. Chen Hai? It wasn't just Su Qing who reminded him that. Chen Go of the Chen family also made this clear. Gu Changqing didn't think it was a good idea to settle new grudges and old grudges at once. After that opponent, Abyss put up another watering hole for him, until they keep winning 30 games in a row, earning 30 points for teleporting out of the copy. During this period, none of the top 30 best talents on the charts were encountered. When he teleported out of the copy, Yi Ruyan greeted him with a smile. Chen Ziming snorted coldly. Got lucky for a moment. I don't believe you'll stay lucky in the next lesson. At that exact moment, the replica light door shook again, and Chen Hai walked out from it. He glanced at Gu Changqing in surprise, and then checked the list. Upon seeing that both men were ranked first and second with a 100% winning percentage, their faces grew more and more somber. It was only because Gu Changqing was pressing on top of his head. Gu Changqing, don't be complacent. I'll show you what the topmost Imperial Beast Master is. Putting down a harsh sentence, Chen Hai folded his body and went down the podium. Gu Changqing felt surprised instead. This guy, he seems to have a bit of a brain, with guidance from a higher power? But this is what makes it fun. The instantaneous crushing of the. Far better to have the mental defenses crumble a little and hopefully sink slowly. Nearly an hour later, all the candidates had finished competing against each other in the ring. At this time, Xin Lin walked up to the main podium and said, "The results of the first lesson of ring sparring have come out, so let's proceed to the second lesson, the artificial replica of hell level difficulty. The rules of this year's literature examination have also been changed, and according to the total score of the martial arts examination, the examination will be conducted by the university of choice. Please work hard and hope to be recognized by the university of your choice. After the manual copies are taken, the overall results will be posted. The top 30 ranked candidates will represent Jinhai City, the school, and compete against geniuses from all the provincial capitals and cities of the Dragon Kingdom." Chapter 46 Artificial Copy Bloodshed Wilderness. Literary exams pushed back? Getting picked first before you get a chance? A series of altered operations left most of the candidates present full of shock and confusion. There are only a small number of some people who have a general idea of how special this session of the national exam is. All of them are gearing up to fight for the final highlight. Little Green. So far, you haven't been selected by any of the Imperial Beastmaster universities. The scores of the ring battle have been communicated by Abyss to all the cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Those within the first and second tier universities received it as well. It's normal. Gu Changqing wasn't surprised. This year's big exam is so much more difficult compared to the past. Accordingly, the admission requirements of those Imperial Beastmaster universities naturally rose. Also, a ring battle doesn't tell us anything substantial. In this case, the individual scores become mere references. The main event, still at the end, is the Battle of the Escape and the Battle of the Teams. But, Yi Ruyan's words changed. Xuanwu University, one of the 4 elephant colleges in the provincial capital, is paying extra attention to Chen Hai. If his grades at the back keep topping the list, it's probably a sure thing. Oh, 4 Elephants University? 4 Elephants University? Named after the 4 legendary beasts, it is second only to Kirin University in Kyoto in terms of both school history and faculty. It could be said that being able to be looked at by one of these universities was enough to show that Chen Hai's immediate power and potential were fully recognized. What's even stranger is that I asked around from the side. In the 2 days that you went outside the city to practice, Chen Hai also went outside the city. Only regarding his movements, the Chen family kept it perfectly secret. Not a drop of water can escape. Gu Changqing's brows furrowed and quickly stretched. Don't worry, I'll personally pop the Chen family's wishful thinking. Can't be careless. I always feel that Chen Hai is different from before. Where exactly is it different? Can't say. It's very out of character. Very. Yi Ruyan thought of a lot of words, but none of them could describe the strangeness. I don't take every opponent lightly. After speaking about the slight changes to the rules, Shenlin pushed up his glasses, glanced at Zhao Battlebear, who was drinking to himself on the back of the 3-way wind falcon in the air, and said, "Below, the second item of the examination course will be carried out. The passage of the artificial copy. The extent to which the copy progresses will be an important indicator for judging the score as well as the competence. In the copy, you can use any props. Theoretically there is no limit, unless, of course, you use them in such a way that even the abyss can't look at them. Please focus on this for all candidates, and I would like to wish you all the best of luck in your martial arts endeavors." Shenlin finished his narration. The leading teachers of each school began to lead their students towards the back of the hill of the second examination center Jinhai First High School. One higher you. Good. Yi Ruyan followed a high team to leave, and the huge square, not long after, was empty. Gu Changqing couldn't help but hold his forehead, feeling that he was the only candidate who didn't have a school to belong to. What's wrong? Not leaving yet? Shenlin held the folder in his hand and inquired suspiciously as he marched to his side. It's gone. Gu Changqing still couldn't help but measure him with his afterglow, his mind recalling where exactly he had seen him before. Noticing his gaze, Shenlin just smiled faintly. Cheer up. You should have gotten certain messages from the big exams this year. You guys, caught the best class and the worst at the same time. Only, when there are choices, don't weigh the pros and cons of them. Just as your heroic parents, who had the choice, ultimately chose the worst, but also the best, decision. Looking at Xinlin, who was straying between the familiar and the unfamiliar, Gu Changqing said, Secretary Shun, you know my parents? Everyone in Jinhai City who survived the beast tide knew your parents. If that's the case, why am I still? Xinlin raised his hand and pushed Gu Changqing's words back. Recognize, identify, acknowledge. Understand what that means? Their sacrifice puts its image deep into everyone's mind, but it doesn't mean, for what the descendants do is recognized, and what you have to do is to use yourself to break this monstrous shackle, to be a party to it, to recognize it. The light in Gu Changqing's eyes, from dull, gradually turned bright. He bowed deeply to Xinlin and said, Thank you, Secretary Shun. I think I know what to do. A little goes a long way. The appearance of the Imperial Beast Masters is so that humans can have the strength to defend their homes. Not. Enough said. I hope that after the big exam, we still have the chance to meet. Xinlin quickened his pace, and suddenly, a behemoth snow ape appeared beneath him. The large palm lifted him up and disappeared in front of Gu Changqing's eyes in a few horizontal movements. TSK, truly worthy of being from the city lord's mansion. One by one, they were frighteningly strong. 10 minutes later, with the number plate smoothly entered Jinhai First High School. Looking around at the familiar surroundings, Gu Changqing stepped and rushed to the back of the mountain. When he arrived at the second examination room in the back of the mountain, in front of the replica light door, he found that nearly a quarter of the exam on was missing. When the rules were announced, Gu Changqing knew that there would be some exams abandoned in absentia. I didn't realize there would be so many. Zhao Zhanxiang was no longer in a disheveled form, slightly groomed his attire, and in his body, the invisible majestic aura overflowed, like an unattainable mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. Before I begin, I have only one thing to say, that is to not forget the blood shame and the dedication of our forefathers. This place, the reason why it has become a forbidden place for newborn Imperial Beast Masters is because you all have yet to comprehend the essence. Hopefully, one will emerge this year. After saying that, Xinlin began to read out the number plates. One by one, the students lined up in a long line and entered their copies in order. But the replica light doors, in succession, sent out the candidates who had previously entered. Mercilessly, looking at Zhao Battlebear, he shook his head repeatedly. Shanghai, Gu Changqing. Coincidentally, the two of them were named one after the other. Gu Changqing traveled to the replica light door and lightly touched it with his hand. Information about a copy of the Chattering Wasteland appeared. Artificial copy Bloodbath Wasteland. Difficulty, Hell. Introduction. Jinhai First High School has specially created a ferocious beast trial ground for the new generation of Imperial Beast Masters, and the new generation of Imperial Beast Masters under the age of 18 years old can enter it. The Bloody Wasteland. The school's curriculum is filled with not only now known ferocious beasts, but also bloody memories of a time when mankind had not risen to power. And the Bloody Wasteland, in these memories, definitely ranks in the top 10. I didn't realize that the school had moved that dark history into the copy. Humph, Gu Changqing. Even if you can thwart Chenggo, so what? The self-sacrificing him no longer deserves to be in the position of having the name of a genius. I forgot to mention that yesterday afternoon, the officially returned me easily defeated him. Spirit-level Imperial Beast Master. How ridiculous. Not only will I trample you under my feet, the first place in Jinhai, I'll take it too. Gu Changqing condensed and said indifferently. Before entering the copy, take a look at the realistic scenery more often. I'm afraid, you don't have the life to see it again. Humph. The tongue. Chen Hai was the first to enter the copy. Gu Changqing likewise nodded into it, only to see the door of the replica slowly open. And at once, a dense black and red mist seeped outward from it, creepy and menacing, without a care in the world. Gu Changqing took a step into the copy. Chapter 47, Improving Skill Proficiency. After a sharp feeling of dizziness, Gu Changqing was already on top of a vast grassland when he opened his eyes again. You have entered the hell-level copy, Bloodbath Wasteland. The grassland was shrouded in a cloudy black and red mist. The grass, half a man's height, also provided the most favorable assistance for the lurking of the ferocious beasts. Little Boar. Before Gu Changqing could make a move, Black Egg, who had come out of the Imperial Beast space on his own, had already borne the brunt of the attack, using his longsword to cut through the weeds and clear an avenue. Looking at a disturbed lower-level ferocious beast bloodthirsty porcupine staring at its two arm-thick tusks charging up, Black Egg was so excited that his longsword was slashing left and right, and in a short time, the 5 bloodthirsty porcupines were then dismantled into a pile of meat. The degree of skillfulness is almost as good as that of a master pig killer. A single 10-point experience is a bit shabby. So little experience, not at all like hell difficulty should be. Black Egg stroked the sword as if he were a swordsman with an ethereal body, wandering between a bloodthirsty porcupine. Gu Changqing sighed. It is a pity. Why do you have to play with the sword? In a short while, there was no more shadow of the bloodthirsty porcupine. Go! Gu Changqing was walking forward with the two beast pets, and when he was out of this grassland, suddenly, the thick clouds and mists, like the sky pouring down, pressed over from the depths of the copy. Ha! Black Egg just glanced at it and said in amazement, this power, it seems to be the first batch of ferocious beasts that were drawn here, right? Amazed as the fog rolled in, immediately afterward, a tiger shrouded in green flames leapt out from it, and first, there were several green fireballs that rushed straight at Black Egg and Gu Changqing. While they were dodging, they utilized their extremely fast speed to sneak towards the black eggs. This tiger is a dead thing. Master, beware of its flame. It's a flame that specifically targets the soul. Black Egg transformed into an encyclopedic beast, and while explaining to Gu Changqing, when the sword came out, the flames were extinguished, and the energy in it was squeezed out by the plundering sword technique. Lead. At Gu Changqing's fingertips, white flames rose, and with a murmur of, I saw several lines of fire branching out from the small flame, wrapping the green fireball, which had no temperature but was extremely corrosive. In the blink of an eye, he was pulled into the cluster of flames. Little Gold's flame power, but it came from the Golden Crow's unique Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline. After the green fireball was disintegrated, it was still trying to struggle before it was swallowed up by the overbearing white flame. Your Imperial Beastmaster skill Beast Power Fire Control, Proficiency plus 10. After the battle with Su Qing, despite the fact that Gu Changqing completely crushed in terms of beast pets, it also made him value the ability of the Imperial Beastmaster himself. The Beastmaster skill originated from beast pets, and he had a sudden idea to see how powerful the fire control technique was. However, it was not expected that its power greatly exceeded Gu Changqing's expectations. Only, upon seeing the proficiency in fire control, the 3 zeros after 5, a basin of cold water poured down mercilessly. It's a long way to go. On the other side, Black Egg's sharp black sword chi absorbed the fireballs that kept flying at him. Seeing the Inferno Corpse tiger in close combat, the figure turned like a ghost, almost instantaneously to the back. The black long sword stabbed in the back. The tip of the sword stabbed through the heart, and a green crystal shattered and, the energy inside, little by little, entered Black Egg's body along the sword's body, merged with the black gas. Congratulations on killing the mid-level beast, the Inferno Corpse tiger. Experience plus 30. Your beast pet levels up, smoothly going from level 0 to level 1. The Black Egg has grown slightly in size and height, barely recognizable to the naked eye. The fur on his body, however, was much more oily. Thinking himself handsome, he stroked the black hair on his face and said, Master, isn't he much more spirited? Gu Changqing didn't have the heart to say, hurry up and get to work, and remember to leave the good stuff for the master. You think you're like Xiao Jin, eat what you want to make up for it. Black Egg bowed his head like a child who had done something wrong and whispered, yes, although it's different from Big Sister's ability. Instantly, the killing intent in its eyes rose, and the long sword condensed by the black chi became even sharper. Facing the thick fog, he rushed in, shouting non-stop, damn thing, causing me to be scolded by my master. Chop you to death. Look at the sword, look at the sword, look at the sword. At this moment, a few leaky fish bypassed the Black Eggs and began to lay their hands on Gu Changqing. Sensing danger, Little Gold appeared from the Imperial Beast space and several fireballs instantly took shape. Kim, I'll do it myself. After he was promoted to the rank, Gu Changqing's physical baptism had given him unparalleled reflexes. Facing the siege of the mid-level Inferno Corpse tigers, although it was a retreating resistance, a couple of times I came close to being disfigured by a tiger's claw. With a highly focused reaction to a critical situation, he narrowly dodged a bullet. Slowly, regarding the play of their various attributes, Gu Changqing's heart became clear. Coupled with a single means of attack, Gu Changqing gradually turned the tide. The fire control technique burned a big hole in their bodies from time to time. Until his strength ran out and he fell to the ground as a rotting corpse. Your Beastmaster skill Beast Power Fire Control. Proficiency plus 20. Your Beastmaster skill Beast Power Fire Control. Proficiency plus 20. A broadcast scrolled by, making Gu Changqing overjoyed. He had thought that the only way to increase his proficiency in the fire control technique was to devour flames. It turns out that faster access is to fight and use the skills yourself. Finding ways and means, Gu Changqing had Black Egg constantly release ferocious beasts. Increasingly skillful, the fights were shortened considerably. Gu Changqing came to have fun and tirelessly took the ferocious beasts to brush up his experience. When you reach the limit of your physical strength, take a pill and continue to be reckless after that, forgetting that it's exam time. Until, the solemn voice of the abyss echoed among the copies, a cue that all candidate copies can hear. Congratulations to candidate 439 Chen Hai for killing the level 40 advanced fierce beast Immortal Inferno Corpse and finding the secret of the Immortal Beast Core. The first stage of the plot is over. Opening the second stage of the plot, Bloodshed in the Wasteland. broadcasting 3 times in a row. Gu Changqing burned the last of the ferocious beasts to death, his gaze slightly condensing. Chen Hai is really off the hook. The Chen family put their hopes all on him. Congratulations to 119 candidate Qi Shang for killing the 40th level advanced ferocious beast Immortal Inferno Corpse. Found. Congratulations to candidate 076 Su Qing for killing a level 40 advanced fierce beast. Congratulations to candidate 444 Morong Qin for killing level 40. More and more Imperial Beast Master candidates, after Chen Hai, rained down to complete the first stage of the plot one after another. The race is on, and no one wants to waste even a second. Gu Changqing looked at the 2000 proficiency in fire control. If you want to bring it up, I'm afraid you'll have to put it on hold for a while. Little gold, black egg, kill. Black Egg's sword momentum in his hand was unceasing, and he twisted his head at the words, Master, I've already added full power. Suddenly, a light golden fireball the size of a faceball, trailing a golden flame tail, shot into the thick fog. Boom! Like a brilliant firework exploding in the darkness of the night. The golden light is blinding, and the waves of fire, surging sparks scattered in all directions. Any ferocious beasts that were stained were all devoured by the flames in a hiss of pain. Even the fog was forced back by the waves of fire, revealing the covered land. Ouch! Black Egg let out a cry of surprise and, like a kite that had dropped its strings, lifted off and flew out before landing on the ground. Gu Changqing's throat wriggled. He knew that Little Gold's attributes had increased after he was promoted to the silver grade, and yet, not as much as one would expect. Gu Changqing clicked on the message, scrolled down and, as soon as the skills were listed, the original true flame of the first sun disappeared in the, replaced by another skill. Chapter 48, Super God Beast Pet Advancement Route, Immortal Inferno Corpse, Blazing Sun Flame, True Fire Sparrow Bloodline Skill, evolved from First Sun True Flame, an invisible, formless, golden-colored flame-type skill that cannot be upgraded. Spiritual Power Consumption, 100. Skill Effect, Flame Attack plus 600%. The higher the spiritual attribute of the beast pet, the more powerful the skill released. No accumulation ability. Golden Crow's Shadow State triggers the combination skill, Golden Crow Roar. Shadow of the Golden Crow, a new skill generated after the evolution of the Golden Crow's body, which can summon the shadow of the Golden Crow to fight. Skill Effect, the Shadow of the Golden Crow stores flame energy, immunizes against flames, and increases the power of flames. For every 100 points of spiritual attributes, it increases flame-type skills by plus 20%. The duration of Golden Crow's shadow is 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. Trigger combination skill with Blazing Sun Flame, Golden Crow Roar. Golden Crow Roar, a combination class skill that releases all of the flame energy at once, inflicting 100 times the skill damage of the spiritual attribute. Flame energy storage 100% usable. Cooldown time, 12 hours. The true flame of the first sun and the body of the Golden Crow were replaced by the Blazing Sun Flame and the shadow of the Golden Crow. Looking at the cumbersome and lengthy skill introduction, the shine in Gu Changqing's eyes kept flickering. If the two skills before evolutions were completely normal doubling of damage, it's more like a framed base bracket. After that evolution, Little Gold's future growth path was thoroughly paved. The strength of the spiritual attribute would determine what grade 1 could advance to in the future, especially the combo skills, 100 times the mental damage. So many golden words conferred that, finally, it's time to see the right payoff. Pale golden flames that burn cleanly the bizarre ferocious beasts that were thick with them. The golden hair on the head of Ho Shaojin was like a powerful vacuum cleaner, absorbing the flames back. Behind the Blazing Sun Flame, a 2% progress bar also appeared. This is the stored energy that can only be used by combos. A white smoke rose from the top of his head as Little Gold burped and said, Master, my rest is complete. Next, your kissing little baby will accompany you to continue the adventure. As for the black coal ball, a flash of gold-shrouded eyes filled with contempt and disdain. It's good to go back where you came from. Ha ha ha. In a good mood, Gu Changqing stroked Xiaojin's little brain and nodded his head repeatedly. Black Egg became anxious and ran under Gu Changqing, crying tearfully, Big sister, you can't discard your most loyal little brother. I'm still very useful, and when I'm full of energy, I'll be a competent and reliable rechargeable treasure again. Just you, nearly put your master in danger, and you still have the nerve to say competent. Little Gold flew over to Black Egg's head and his sharp beak kept pecking at its head. Eternal motion body in the body, a body of copper and iron bones, only to hear the dang sound. Good and bad. Black Egg smiled panderingly. Hey, that's not because I want to admire Big Sister's heroic posture. Since you reached level advancement, you seldom come out for activities. I haven't seen you for a long time, and my dark circles under my eyes have gotten heavier from thinking about you. Gu Changqing watched the two beast pets fight with a smile on his face. Just then, the sound of a heavy tread on the ground. The temperature around them instantly dropped. The kind of cold that doesn't come from the irritation of the, rather, it acts on the soul. Mud. Which one of you is not open? Black Egg's pair of pupils were covered in blood color. Can't you see that I'm reporting back to Big Sister for review? A huge-sized inferno corpse tiger, reborn from the ashes at some point in time, but it moved extremely slowly, as if each step weighed 10,000 pounds. Black Egg drew his sword, and the black sword she instantly transformed into dozens of channels, slashing at all the vital points of the inferno corpse tiger. In the next second, the sound of gold and iron clanking together rang out and, those plundering sword chi, upon hitting, were actually disintegrated. Humans, all deserve to die. The head of the tiger, which was already dead and stiff, suddenly opened its fishy-smelling mouth and spat out human words. Black Egg. Gu Chongqing called out to stop Black Egg, who continued to go forward to chop. Right now, information about this Inferno Corpse tiger appeared. Immortal Inferno, Senior Puppet Beast, rank, 40, attribute, physical fitness plus 3000, skills, immovable mountain, Immortal Corpse Inflammation, description, a golem beast brought back from the true wasteland of bloodshed, possessing unparalleled and perfect defense. However, it also possesses the same weaknesses as a golem, and once upon a time, a human beastmaster used an army of 10,000 to wear out its energies. It was the first time Gu Chongqing had seen a ferocious beast with only a single attribute, but that up to 3,000 points of physique was enough to prove how nigh able it was. Is this the culprit behind the undead Inferno Corpse tigers in the Chattering Wasteland? Those candidates who made a path for him did prove that defeating it would lead to the next stage of the plot. Humans, all deserve to die. The tiger head of the undying Inferno Corpse roared once again. A flurry of green flames burned up from under its feet, rapidly spreading in all directions. Wherever the green flames burned, it turned gray and lifeless. Fire control. Gu Chongqing ignited the white flame and wanted to use the method he started with to try to absorb and devour the green flame, but the white firebrand had just touched, and immediately withered and died out. Even the white flame on Gu Chongqing's fingertips, as well as his fingers, began to turn gray. Woj. Gu Chongqing hurriedly put away the fire control technique and took out several pills from his backpack to fill his mouth before his fingers returned to normal. The green flames of the immortal Inferno Corpse were many times stronger than those Inferno Corpse tigers. Kim, you go. Kogain flew to the ground and stepped in of his own accord. The green flame was suddenly like a maggot attached to the bone, wrapping it throughout. Black Egg was in a hurry, and just wanted to bring his sword to the rescue. Gu Chongqing pressed down on its monkey head. Don't worry, a near unbreakable body must have an organ. The difficulty of this first hurdle is not too high to say the least. Through Abyss introduction, Gu Chongqing already had a general coping strategy in mind. That's the resistance. The energy of the undying Inferno Corpse was specified to have been drastically reduced. There was no longer the ferocious might of the previous power over 10,000 troops. Fittingly, Little Gold's blazing sun flames rose to the sky after the green flames wrapped in. It transformed into a dazzling light gold fire sword, slashing across the sky with force. Dang! This sword directly split the undying Inferno Corpse backward several steps. A half-meter-long wound opened up on the huge tiger's head. The next second, the wound recovered on its own. Only the color of the flames that spread and burned outward was dimmed by a few points. Effective. Big Sister deserves to be called Big Sister. What a bull **** flame that can't come close to a single point. Next, Kim Jr. pulls the same trick. The formless and stateless blazing sun flame was played out by it. Wounds erupt and heal on undead corpses. The green flames began to shrink as the energy drained away, returning to the body of the immortal Inferno Corpse. Big Sister, I'll help you. Without the threat, Black Egg can finally take his breath away. The long sword danced with a sky of sword blossoms, and the wonky green flames were also defenseless against the marauding sword chi. Dang! Under a 5-minute-long, airtight attack, various parts of the body of the immortal Inferno Corpse detached. It crashed to the ground, smashing up a thick cloud of dust. Huge inflamed corpse tiger body. Only the head and body of the tiger are more intact. Losing the support of his energy, he slumped to the ground. Congratulations to candidate 666, who has killed the 40th level advanced grade ferocious beast Immortal Inferno Corpse, and found the secret of the Immortal Beast Core. The first stage of the plot is over, and the second stage of the plot will open soon. Do you want to enter the second stage of the plot immediately? Yes/no. Gu Chongqing just wanted to nod yes. Little Gold suddenly said, Master, wait. There's something fishy about this puppet beast. Chapter 49. The coffins and the puppet beasts are all old foxes. Catnip? With doubt, Gu Chongqing circled around the large corpse, which was 7 meters long and 3 meters tall. Black Egg banged his fist on the hard exterior, and the sound it made was hollow. Master, it seems to be hollow inside. With that, it slashed violently with its sword, sparks flying, still to no avail. Gu Chongqing and Xiao Jin, very tacitly covering their foreheads with their hands and wings, were speechless. Black Egg looked up and saw it, scratching his head in embarrassment. The sword doesn't work. I'll have to change my weapon. Saying that, the raging black chi gathered and transformed into a sledgehammer that was 10 times taller than it, cracked hard on Tigerhead's mouth. Dang! Like a flooding bell and a drum, it shook the Black Egg's whole body, one after the other. I finally saw fine cracks appearing at the tiger's mouth. Shatter me! At the last stroke, there was only a clattering sound, and the whole of the tiger's head sank in. The next second, surging green liquid flowed out of the gaping hole that, instantly, a greenish illumination radiated out and, a coffin, bathed in liquid, was washed out of it. Warning! Warning! The subplot has changed. You unintentionally release something beyond the difficulty of that copy, and detecting that your life would be in danger will immediately activate the teleportation light gate. After withdrawal, the results of the major exam will be recalculated. The abyssal queue, like a siren, ticked on and on. For a moment, Little Gold and Black Egg simultaneously shielded Gu Changqing behind them. It was as if something extraordinary had come out of the world. Master! Master! The two beast pets forcibly pushed Gu Changqing to retreat backwards, away from those liquids, and even further away from the coffin. Black Egg, in terms of being knowledgeable, Black Egg, who was an unknown species, was longer than Little Gold. Master, it's an alien. The pressure released alone makes half of my power unplayable. Big sister, what about you? Bright light shone in Little Gold's golden pupils, and at a closer look, it seemed as if there was a divine bird covered in fire, soaring up from the radiant sun. A faint shadow, sometimes be sometimes dark, enveloped it. Shadow of the golden crow, Kogain answered with his actions. The situation it was in, with it in general. To retreat? Gu Changqing's heart is not in it. Looking at the portal of teleportation light that opened up not far behind him, looking at the coffin again, Gu Changqing gritted his teeth. Black Egg is the main defense, Little Gold is the main offense. Once it's not right, immediately enter the teleportation light gate. Understand? He wasn't trying to have a go at the big guy. He was trying to find out what was inside the coffin. It can't be. For nothing. Understood. Understood. Black Egg's body, surrounded by black aura, reconstructed its new armor. Gradually, the surface of the new armor, more and more solidified. At a glance, it looked like black jade, perpetual motion carapace, which is /Jade Stonesman level-like skill. One person, two beast pets. After activating their current strongest form, it began to close in on the teleportation light door. With only one step away from stepping through the light door, Gu Changqing gave a wink to Xiao Jin, a long and narrow whip of fire, extending out from the shadow on the back of the Little Gold. It was drawn with unerring accuracy on the lid of the coffin. The lid of the coffin fell to the ground, splashing green liquid that, at the same time, Gu Changqing's hand touched the teleportation light door. Wow! Suddenly, a green liquid broke through the ground and spurted straight up. Mud! Spell it out! Black Egg held the long sword with both hands and thrust it hard into the ground. At that moment, the jade-like black chi formed a protective shell, shielding them within. It's just that teleportation light doors aren't so lucky, resisting the green liquid outside. Seeing that it could not break through the Black Egg's defense, reversing the target, it flushed the teleportation light portal in its midst. After a few seconds, the green liquid returns to the ground and, Gu Changqing's heart clenched, where there was still a light gate. This bizarre liquid is able to destroy the rule power of the abyss? Gu Changqing was astonished. This kind of thing is completely beyond perception. The power of the rules of the abyss. It's not like it can't be broken, but that comes with the caveat that the rules themselves are flawed. Now, the green liquid completely ignores this premise that, taking away the life that the rules of the abyss had left him. Just as Gu Changqing was thinking about how to respond next, a green hand, reaching out from the coffin, powerfully raked the edge of the coffin. At the same time, a hint from the abyss appeared above the light screen. After being stunned, Shenlin began to try to call up the live streaming permissions of Gu Changqing's copy. The only thing that came back to him was a few cold words. Candidates are in a special situation that cannot be played and cannot be withdrawn. Zhao Zhanxiong, who was sitting in the center of the leader's seat, stood up from his chair in a mischievous manner, pointing at Principal Wang of Zhenhaino. One high school. He cursed in a broken voice, "Surname Wang, how did you manage to get an artificial copy? Tramp." Lao Zi also believed in your evil in the beginning and personally rushed to the blood-chattering wasteland to capture all the ferocious beasts there to populate it. I didn't realize that you were playing dirty behind Lao Zi's back. Principal Wang was sweating profusely. City Lord. The rules of the replica are all set by the City Lord's Mansion and the Imperial Beastmaster Association. We are in the middle of it and count it as an opinion at the end of the day. Moreover, we don't have the right to change the artificial copies. Then tell me, what's going on? Gu Changqing has been punished by your school 3 times for various offenses. and he was even expelled from school. Is this how you treat the offspring of heroes? Principal Wang knew that he was in the wrong, and that he was not the only one who had done the deed, and that the black pot had been laid on himself. He could only look at Chen Ziming, the head of the Chen family, as if seeking help. The latter met his gaze and immediately his heart skipped a beat. As expected, the next second Zhao Zhenxiong's anger burned into his body. Chen family, so majestic in recent years. Chen family master, you at least came from the bottom, right? What happened? The crow flew up to the branch and turned into a phoenix. So you've transformed into the type of person you hated the most before? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you won't have to gain a foothold in Jinhai. Chen Ziming was equally frightened and drenched in cold sweat, and in his heart, he furiously cried out that he was wronged. At that moment, Deputy City Lord Li Haoren came out to round off the conversation. Lord City Lord, what exactly happened in the replica is still unknown. Perhaps, it was Gu Changqing who had a strange encounter, thus causing the abyss to be unable to link. Or perhaps he used the smoothest thing he could find. It's all unknown. Besides, getting so angry over him alone will inevitably make the other candidates think that the reason Gu Changqing is unscrupulous is because he has you behind him. The first paragraph, which the crowd could understand by listening to it. The second half of the paragraph immediately tightened loose nerves. At the same time, the hearts of all the people were filled with the knowledge that it turned out that Gu Changqing had managed to rise so quickly after not having a legendary beast pet. The biggest backer behind it was actually the city lord. Slowly, the whispers turned into tall tales. For a while, the second examination hall was abuzz with people, all looking to Zhao Zhenxiong for a fair answer. Seeing with his own eyes that Li Haoren reversed the situation with just a few words, Zhao Zhenxiong shouted, Vice City Lord Li's words are meant to kill the heart. Li Haoren wore a smile on his face. This statement from City Lord Zhao is what I don't understand the most. It seems that with regards to the motion from the last meeting, Vice City Lord Li agrees with it on his face, but does not recognize it in his heart. The results are in front of me, so I can't afford to disbelieve them. Unless, City Lord Zhao thinks he can. Before he could finish his sentence, the light screen resumed its picture. Just a scrolling abyssal queue across the center of the screen. Li Haoren took a closer look at what was on it and the smile gradually solidified on his face. Chapter 50 Loyalty Breaks 100. Light of Hope. 666 Candidate Gu Changqing. Opening the hidden plot of the bloodshed wasteland. With a few numbers, Li Haoren and Zhao Zhenxiong's expressions switched over. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. It seems like I really misunderstood Principal Wang. I would like to apologize to all the teachers and students of the first high school. In the aspect of nurturing the new generation, your achievements are indeed there for all to see. Hopefully, you can keep up the good work, remove the black sheep of the team, and make up for the drawbacks. On the contrary, Li Haoren's eyes were gloomy, like a sharp steel knife, stabbing straight at Chen Ziming. The latter was also confused, and looking back at Principal Wang. The two of them looked at each other in all directions, and the only thing they could do was laugh bitterly. For the design of the artificial replica, City Lord Zhao and Headmaster Wang have put in a lot of effort. In the Immortal Inferno Corpse level, there's actually an ingenious arrangement. Principal Wang laughed bitterly. Two of Jinhai City's pinnacle behemoths were fighting, and he, a college principal, couldn't participate at all. Vice City Lord Li, I really don't know. The Immortal Inferno Corpse? It was our school's request for Lord City Lord to transport it back. Perhaps, it's the plot mode that we inputted that allowed the Abyss to make deep amends. When it comes down to it, dumping it on the Abyss is the best way to handle it. If you're capable, both of you, go find trouble with the Abyss. Li Haoren would not be foolish enough to think that the Abyss was helping Zhao Zhenxiong and kicked the ball back again. City Lord Zhao really loves and trusts the sun. Zhao Zhenxiong was not in a hurry, casually taking off his wine gourd and filling a mouthful of it. He faintly said, once upon a time, there were many new generations like him. It's just a pity that, they made the mistake of coming from a poor background and couldn't cast a good birth. Vice City Lord Li, if Gu Changqing can really be salty and get first place, our issue, Li Haoren immediately said, yes, I will no longer object and give my full support. Such a painful attitude, instead, made Zhao Zhenxiong suspicious, but today's situation was exactly what he had wanted all along. Gu Changqing, you can't, drop the chain, be divided into two parts, of speech. Gu Changqing saw a green palm picking at the edge of the coffin in the protection of the black egg's perpetually moving body. The warning sounds of the abyss were beeping like a constant. Gu Changqing was even more flustered by the noise and turned the prompt off, waiting to see what would happen. What year is this? Suddenly, weak human voices emanated from the coffin and, immediately afterward, the green liquid began to flow back towards the coffin. In a fog of eerie light that filled the air. The coffin completed its mission and dissipated following the mist of light, a blurry silhouette that slowly solidified. A royal beast master? When the light and shadows dispersed and Gu Changqing took a closer look, the figure was also sizing him up, making a surprised sound. Gu Changqing's pupils shrunk. Is this a person, or is it a ferocious beast? Below the waist and belly, a green serpent's tail that, above the waist and belly, the complete person. The bare arms, a patch of green scales covering them, glistened with a dangerous sheen. Underneath the head of flowing green hair was the face of a draconian. The pupils are vertical, and staring at them sends chills down the body. But he didn't attack, and his gaze moved away, looking around the copy with a hint of nostalgia. Black egg. Gu Changqing ordered it to withdraw its protection and walked to K-stop 5 meters in front of him, respectfully clasping his fists and saluting. He said, "Senior?" K turned his gaze back and just stared at Gu Changqing for a while. At this time, Gu Changqing was also furious in his heart, but the teleportation light door had already been closed, and the copy had been deviated due to K the appearance. It's just going to have to be hard and fast. Seniors? Ha ha ha. There's nothing wrong with this claimed call. I deserve to be your senior. Hearing K say so was a slight relief. Why was Elder sealed in the coffin inside the puppet beast? This is an artificial replica that restores a certain tragic battle between humans and ferocious beasts in history. You shouldn't be. What a smart junior. The serpent's tail coiled and K changed into a comfortable position. Indeed, the rules of the abyss have been augmented, and the people of the future have not forgotten us old ones. Although he did not answer directly, he gave Gu Changqing the answer he wanted. Yo! Suddenly, K crossed Gu Changqing and aimed at his 2 beast pets. Can't see through it. Surprisingly, I can't see through it. Junior, is that your beast pet? The bloodline level is very high. Above legendary? Little gold and black egg. At the same time, we're like cats with fried hair, trying to hide in the imperial beast space on their own. I'm not sure. K handwave. The green liquid then separated them from Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing instantly AC. He found that the connection with the 2 beast pets, cut off. If it's a legend or above, it's an extremely important tonic for me. K snapped, a scowl on his face. A large amount of green liquid seeped out of the snake's tail underneath the body of, turning into a water snake. It bypassed Gu Changqing and headed straight for Little Gold and Black Egg. Pretenders, think Master Black is easy to bully? The shadow of the golden crow on Little Gold's body is even more massive. And a lofty and ancient aura was revealed in the gradually solidifying shadow. No, it's not a legend. Could this be the legendary divine bloodline? K-hole madness. His right hand stroking the tail of the snake beneath him. We've been torturing each other for so long. How does it feel to see a true god level when you're a self-proclaimed god? Gu Changqing's teeth clenched as he blocked the water snake's path with a single healthy step. Meanwhile, fire control is in use. A line of fire danced out from his fingertips, entangling those advancing water snakes. Whoa! A mouthful of blood was spat out. He's bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. The body is disengaged and still struggling to keep up. Elder, if you are still human and possess a human mind, then I would advise you not to dream. Want my family unless you can carry the rules of the abyss head on. Otherwise, once I die in the copy, I will be immediately teleported out of the copy. Gu Changqing's weak body tensed up a little. Originally, I thought that the Imperial Beastmasters back then were different from today. Looking at it now, they are all the same. Robbing, exploiting, suppressing, all the way over here. Gu Changqing didn't want anything else. Just want to use the power in my hands to get a clean slate. Plus interest, death at your hands. I concede. Nico. Ow. Steeply, the chirping and growling went off at the same time. In the next second, the shadow of the golden crow, which originally belonged to Little Gold, and the perpetually moving body of the black egg. It actually appeared bizarrely on his body. Black as jade protection, pale gold images of majesty. Gu Changqing only felt that there was an inexhaustible amount of chi energy throughout his body. The fire control technique at his fingertips, escaping thousands of lines of fire. Keep every water snake under control and suppressed. Well, not bad enough. K nodded his head in satisfaction at the sight. Just then, a prompt from the abyss went off. Your beast pet's loyalty breaks through 100. Congratulations on activating the Imperial Beastmaster's hidden skill, Light of Hope. Chapter 51, My way is different from yours. Loyalty breaks 100? Where a gold phrase is granted. The loyalty of the beast's pet is 100 points. Gu Changqing hasn't really thought about it. 100 points is not a full value. There is room for improvement. Light of Hope, Beastmaster hidden skill. A skill that can only be activated if loyalty pushes the limits and the beast pet willingly gives itself to its master. Skill effect. The owner of the beast pet can set a certain ratio to draw energy from the beast pet for learning, increasing, and strengthening their own Imperial Beastmaster skills. Once the ratio is set, it cannot be changed permanently until the beast pet dies. Understanding the effects of the skill, he was momentarily stumped. Light of Hope deserves to be a hidden skill. It has an effect that allows the Imperial Beastmaster to drastically increase his harvest in the same amount of time. In particular, the higher the bloodline level of the beast pet, the more lucrative the return. But, Gu Changqing closed the skill information bar and ignored it. Pretend nothing happened. It was also at this moment that the Golden Crow's shadow and eternal motion body that enveloped him reverted back to little gold and black egg. The K-green vertical pupils were filled with surprise and puzzlement. As a beast master, in addition to being able to contract beast pets in command battles, it is also only during the promotion of the rank, through the required insight of the heavenly materials and treasures, to obtain the power of few ingredients, to baptize the physical body and strengthen the spirit, draw enough to open the base conditions for the Imperial Beastmaster skill. 80%, or even 90%, of them belong to beast pets. Now, this hidden level of hopefulness that will upset the balance of the person with the most at stake, from the beast pet to the sentinel. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why do you do nothing about it? Or is it just a case of forced arousal and acting out with K? You don't use it? I should warn you that if you don't set it up, it will be wiped out and repaired by the rules of the abyss. Why should I use it? Gu Changqing's rhetorical question caused the senior, who had kept his strange form alive for an unknown length of time, to suddenly have a moment of bewilderment. Gu Changqing didn't intend to use it, even though the effect of the Light of Hope was comparable to the golden word. But the last thing he needed was gold words. There are still 3 draws left to be used. Not necessarily all inferior to it. Don't you want to be stronger? Don't you want to have a power comparable to that of a beast pet? Don't you want to stand farther and higher, overlooking the path of the beast master? Think. Gu Changqing's eyes were clear and he called his hand, and little gold and black egg leapt to his heels. Stroking their heads, Gu Changqing laughed heartily. But the path I'm going to take to the sentinel beast is not one I'm going to take. It's one we're going to take. Without them, I wouldn't even be qualified to step in, let alone walk. They are the ones who fight for their lives. They are the ones who protect me. And they are the ones who are the first to face death. The sentinel is the master no less. And then what? Is there a deprivation of rights that should be their due? I don't know about others, but in my eyes, they are an inseparable part of me. Only when they are strong will I truly become strong. As for the Imperial Beastmasters themselves, only a loser would find it unfair. After a few words, Gu Changqing spoke in a gushing, impassioned manner. In his mind's eye, all the injustices he's encountered, all the deceitfulness of in the end, it's still because some people desire more and better. You, ha 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 ha, Junior, you make me really, really surprised. K's expression was, at first, one of consternation, then contemplation, followed by open laughter, and the scales on his body, which were shedding in pieces, were crystal clear and green, the great serpent's tail, dissipating in a cloud of green smoke. Within moments, K had become human. A human that Gu Changqing knew well. At his feet, was a small turquoise snake with 2 carnivorous tumors the size of a palm growing from the ends of its head. Tong Tian Bai Long, in order to suppress you, we all paid a heavy price. It was also because of this that the tragic battle in the blood-chattering wasteland was triggered. But whether you are a ferocious beast or a beast pet, you are ashamed of your divine-level bloodline, and I, like you, am ashamed of my fellow human race members as well. Tonto, Byron? Gu Changqing was filled with dismay. This small turquoise snake in front of him was hardly comparable to the divine dragon in the textbook that called the wind and rain and traveled the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth. Wait, if it's a Tontine Byron then? Gu Changqing looked at him once more and murmured, the son of the first generation of the god of royal beasts, the only genius of the human race, the first royal beast master to contract a mythic grade beast pet, the royal beast patriarch who perfected the royal beast system, the king sage who bled in the wasteland and fought against the absolute peak battle power of ferocious beasts with his own strength. If it was truly the king sage, there were many other famous titles that Gu Changqing hadn't said. The pioneer who proposed to cultivate the human race's imperial beast power and founded the school of imperial beast masters was likewise him. In the history of the human race, there have been many sages and predecessors, but he had shown, in a way, beyond the name of his father, the god of the imperial beasts. No wonder it looks so familiar. I can't believe that there are still people who remember me so far into the future. Sage Wang's eyes showed sighs of sorrow for the past. Seeing you and listening to your perseverance and path, it's as if I saw the great power of the radiant human race. I still have to thank the abyss. It let the puppet beasts distribute all the copies, letting me see the vigor of the new generation. It's only stronger than our time. Very good, very good. Gu Changqing didn't bother correcting, as he patiently listened to Sage Wang's words of emotion. That's right, to get into this copy and get to the golem. Excellent imperial beast master indeed. But those people, It's rare for 1 in 50 to come from a poor status. The human race has risen since its humble beginnings, and gradually it has been able to stand up to its powerful enemies, by the selflessness of their generation. And now, the class system of the Imperial Beastmasters went from false rumor to fact. The higher-ups control nearly all the resources. To the untouchables, the commoners in their mouths, perhaps a piece of the most common spiritual fruit in meat. Don't even spare a bite. For a while, Gu Chongqing had mixed emotions. Sage Wang watched the change and suddenly passed a hand to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing didn't understand, but still shook it. Congratulations on triggering the third stage of the hidden quest, becoming the first place winner of the great examination of Jinhai City and defeating all the heavenly talents and geniuses. Reward depends on the final result. Fail and you lose everything. Stage 3 hidden quest triggered? Gu Chongqing looked up, and what entered his eyes was the slightly supplicating gaze of Sage Wang. Chattering wasteland, it was my mistake that caused the human Imperial Beastmasters to be green and yellow. I hope that you can stop the tragedy from happening. After all, the human race is people-oriented. The body of the King Sage turned into a white dot, and together with the Tong Tian Biyong, began to dissipate into the copy. With his palms empty, Gu Chongqing looked at the flying scattered points of light and said in a deep voice, I try my best, until all is calm again and the copies start to function properly. The second stage of the plot is open. Do you want to enter? Enter. Chapter 52, I said shut up, okay? No votes added. It's restored. Gu Chongqing's live feed is restored. On the second examination ground, the faction of family forces led by Li Haoran and the faction of the Imperial Beastmaster Association led by Zhao Zhaxiong were irreconcilably confronting each other in front of the people visiting the grand examination. Just as the two sides were at cross swords, Principal Wang pointed at the light screen with a sweaty smile, and seeing the live broadcast image of Gu Chongqing entering the second stage of the plot's teleportation light door, a heart that was in his throat finally fell down. It seems that the person that City Lord Zhao is expecting has good luck. Likewise to each other. The backstabbers that Vice City Lord Li has planted are quite spectacular as well. Li Haoran and Zhao Zhanxiong, the actual helmsmen of Jinhai City's one internal and one external, took this opportunity to give each other a step up. The pair sat back in their seats, silently watching the images on the light screen. Yi Ruyan's hanging heart, likewise loosened up. In the blink of an eye when the live feed cut out, she wanted to rip her face off, regardless of the rip off the mask of hypocrisy that shrouds Jinhai City and dissect the truth in all its gory glory. Shen Lin under the podium, his hand reaching into his pocket drew out, and the wet sweat illustrated his unsettled heart. Gu Chongqing doesn't know anything about what happened outside the scene. After entering the second stage of the plot teleportation, at this moment, he was standing in front of a broken city wall. All around were pieces of the broken bodies of ferocious beasts as well as Imperial Beastmasters. In and out of the Imperial Beastmasters, in groups of 2 or 3. Some were gathering up the bodies of their companions, while others were grasping at straws to repair the walls. On each face, no emotion fluctuated. Gu Chongqing could tell that they weren't mechanized NPCs simulated by the abyss. It's more like an image restoration of a memory, implanted in a copy of the. Let the candidates face up to the tragic battlefield of the time. It's just being numb to life and death that allows you to be so bland. Brother Evergreen, all the way inside and outside the city, in a wide strip of land, Gu Chongqing heard the call of the. Looking up, Su Qing waved at him. In addition to her, there were candidates who had cleared the first episode. Su Qing's face was still streaked with tears, obviously having cried. The others had much the same look on their faces, especially Chen Hai. The intense killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Slowly, more and more candidates converged on this place, and after counting, there were still 100 people. All other candidates were kept out of the first stage of the replica. At this moment, a burly and tall man with muscles like gnarled Imperial Beastmasters came before the 100-member team. You are the future of the Imperial Beastmasters. If it wasn't a matter of humanity's survival, I wouldn't be willing to send you into battle when you still don't know what life and death are. But the ferocious beasts are coming. What should we do? They're going to breach the only defense position in this grassland. And after the city breaks down, they'll head straight for the human hinterland. Now tell me, is anyone afraid? Don't worry, I'll use my discretion and won't let him die. The burly Imperial Beastmaster, in fulfillment of the image of mobilizing the new generation of Imperial Beastmasters in the real city back then. Suddenly, an ill-timed voice appeared, nagging, what kind of tie copy is this? Hurry up and give the quest. It's on the exam. That's right, the rules of the abyss are quite trendy. I wonder if the Imperial Beastmasters and ferocious beasts inside give experience for killing them? Does it explode equipment? I don't think so. It's a materialized image after all. Gradually, no one was listening to what the burly Imperial Beastmaster was saying. They were all discussing what the next task would be. An artificial copy of the Bloodbath Wasteland. With a hellish difficulty level, allowing for groups of up to 10 people. The second stage of the plot brings the candidates together, and the purpose is already clear. You guys, can you shut up and be quiet and listen to the seniors? Gu Changqing's eyes were unkind as he stared dead at those few candidates from other schools who were leading the way. Though, even if he didn't listen, the burly imperator would follow a set procedure. But there was just a nameless fire burning inside him. Isn't this great genius, Gu? I've heard a lot about you. To be able to scare the Chen clan's great genius into raising his hands and surrendering with a junior rank, it's really out of our reach. Gu Changqing, what kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? That's right, an unseen pauper who doesn't know what this is? Ask and we'll never laugh at you. Someone quietly came to Chen Hai's ear and provoked. Chen Xiao, this dog has ruthlessly slapped your Chen family's face. Are you just going to watch it like this? It's not like your usual behavior. These people treated Chen Hai with only fear, not dread. Obviously all of them were the sons of families in Jinhai City. The Chen family was indeed the number one family in Jinhai City, but it didn't mean that they could run rampant. I'll get his debt back. If you have ulterior motives, I'll be the first to kill you. Chen Hai's eyes were dead silent, staring at the man so much that he trembled and grayed away from him. Ugh, Su Qing sighed and said, Brother Evergreen, no one will care. To them, this is just a piece of history, that's all. Yeah, I'm pissed off about something. Gu Changqing's fists clenched. In Jinhai City, if you can't be complicit, if you can't be committed, you are destined to be on the fringes, an outlier to be targeted. I told you to shut up, believe it or not, I'll send you all out of your copies. A black sword chi grazed the heads of this group of candidates and sped past. Black Egg's eyes were scarlet, and white gas spewed out from his nostrils, and, showing his teeth and roaring at them, his form was hideous. Feeling the biting coolness pouring right through my head, it took them a moment to shake their heads and shut up. Chen Hai looked at Gu Changqing's beast pet, and the icy coldness that was so proud of it began to slowly dissolve with a stony face. At this time, the burly imperial beast master droned. Your task is to guard the North City Gate. I'm not afraid to tell you that only the greatest, bravest, and most humongous human warriors are qualified to walk up the city walls. Now, you're it, go on. After he finished speaking, all the candidates received a prompt from the abyss. The second stage of the plot, Wasteland Bloodshed, opens. You can choose to be in a group or solo, and the score is calculated by the number of ferocious beasts killed. Please go to the North Gate and choose the point you will be guarding. In half an hour, the army of ferocious beasts will soon attack the city. Brother Evergreen, I need your help. Surprisingly, Su Qing took the initiative to invite Gu Changqing to form a team. Hey, let's both pick closer spots and help each other out, shall we? Her thoughts were exactly in line with the wishes of Gu Changqing's heart, and she immediately nodded in agreement. The two teamed up and did not grab the point as quickly as the others. Instead, he walked around the city, observing what the ferocious beasts looked like. Good to do some understanding. But by the time they got to the north gate of the city, the candidates on the ramparts have finished choosing their spots. Only one left and one right, directly above the gates, were not occupied. One of the candidates who had been intimidated by Gu Changqing laughed coldly. Gu Changqing, Su Beauty, you're both big names in the top 3. So, the toughest position is reserved for you guys. Don't say thank you. Exoteric. Chapter 53 Mad? Maniacs. Despicable. Shameless. Using underhanded tricks to trap Brother Evergreen. Su Chang was righteously indignant, and his words defended not his own interests. Instead, they prioritized going to Gu Changqing. Phew, the great lady of the Lingnan Su family, she actually cares about a pauper. Couldn't it be that she has a crush on him? The daughter of a powerful family has fallen in love with the son of a poor man. Interesting and funny. Su Qing's face swelled red with anger. A hand pressed against the top of his head. Dogs bite you, don't bite back. Gu Changqing's expression was bland, and his eyes kept gathering outside the crumbling northern city gate. It's a vast, sprawling plain, the army of ferocious beasts. They were running from this side. Su Qing obediently nodded. Yes, how disgusting to bite a mouthful of hair. Gu Changqing, you seek death. The barking worldlings, having summoned their beastly pets with a beast pet in his possession, his temper hardened. You're too noisy. The black egg suddenly leaped in the air, like a mani arrow, electric shot to the top of the head above. The black longsword met the dim sun's sheen, refracting an oily glow. In an instant, 5 swords slashed out, rolling half-moon sword chi killing. Water dungeon, water shield, wall of water. The World family's son became a mastermind, and the 2 water-type beast pets simultaneously deployed their defense skills, layer upon layer of water ripples, entrapped with extreme absorption. When the black sword chi touched it, the swift attack slowed down, slowly wrapped in soft water, just when many of the candidates thought it was nothing more than that. Suddenly, the 5 black sword chi burst apart after being absorbed into the into countless fine needle-thick sword chi. The 3 layers of water-based protective shields were churned up and expanded rapidly in a matter of moments. In a crunching sound, the protective skill described brittle paper and had been poked with holes by the sword chi. It all shifted so quickly that the world's children realized it was bad when the body was already drenched in blood from the sword chi. Stop, Gu Changcheng, how dare you kill your classmates in the middle of a big exam? Who gave you the guts to be so insolent? Do you really think we're for show? They just felt a burning pain in their faces and Sun Min wasn't the strongest among them, but he was still a senior imperial beast master. The bloodlines of 3 beast pets, 2 gold and 1 lord, and both raised the grade to gold as well. It's safe to say that with full defense, there's basically no chance of breaking the shield. But Gu Changcheng, the pauper in their eyes, the cheater, only 1 beast pet out, and it's only 1 move. Not only did they break the defenses that Sun Min relied on, and nearly died under the sword energy, they couldn't figure out in their hearts why a pauper would be so strong. Chen Hai's gaze was biting as he looked at the cloudy Gu Changqing, and inexplicably there was a trace of apprehension in his heart. In an instant, though, he dismissed distractions. 1 move to break the shield. I can do that too. Sun Min, right? Gu Changqing's afterglow swept lightly. I hope your mouth can stay hard. Otherwise, I don't mind having a life and death ring battle with you after I get out of the copy. Bathed in blood, Sun Min's arrogance is gone. The sword chi only caused him to suffer flesh and skin. It was not fatal, but the sense of superiority that had been cultivated for so long was viciously trampled and ravaged. At that moment, on the plains in the distance, the sky was filled with dust and sand that rose abruptly. The earth rumbled and trembled violently, as if it were an earthquake. A curtain of rushing light divided the distance of 10 meters to the left and right of each candidate's chosen spot. An army of ferocious beasts has arrived at the city gates. Candidate's task, kill 100 ferocious beasts. When the kill is complete, you may exit the copy. 100 beasts. Candidates were visibly relieved to see this number of tasks. Those who can come to this level are basically up-and-comers who have been nurtured by the resources of a single family. There was only 1 pauper, Gu Changcheng. Coming, Gu Changqing frowned, only to see that the dust was already flying 50 meters away outside the city, and the ferocious beast was extremely fast, already approaching 30 meters. Brother Evergreen, keep little Blackie still. Su Ching brought the unicorn over and tried to apply status to Black Egg, but he stopped it. Protect yourself and remember to call out to me when you're in danger. With a command, Gu Changqing jumped off the dozen-meter-high city wall with Black Egg. Go on. Gu Changqing stood in front of the crumbling city gate. Black Egg's entire body was covered in black aura, and his armor was once again strengthened to resemble black jade. Roar! A tall red horse, over 2 meters tall, pounded out of the dust. The hides of these horses clung to their skin, hard as iron. Arriving at the gates of the city, the heads of the horses rushing ahead were lowered and as if defiant warriors, they crashed up against the crumbling walls. Intermediate beast iron-headed horse. Level, 50. Attributes, strength plus 360. Physique plus 220. Agility plus 300. Spirit plus 20. Skills, steel, charge. Introduction, extinct species of ferocious beasts, known for their recklessness, single-celled. They receive only 1 command. Seeing their message, Gu Changqing's heart beat wildly. A level 50 intermediate ferocious beast with attributes exaggerated to this point. Black Egg took the lead, rather like a one-man army, but the next second, its tiny body was toppled by the iron-headed horse and fell heavily onto the city wall. Mud, it won't cut. Winged torso, add more. The armor thickened again, and Black Egg pulled himself out of the wall and continued to block. Cycle several times until the perpetual motion body is catapulted to its limit. It only managed to hold off the charge of the ironhead horses. Black Egg, chop the horse's leg. Don't deliberately fight against it, be flexible. Gu Changqing analyzed the battle situation and gave Black Egg the right instructions appropriately. Sure enough, the move paid off. The ironhead horse's body was exceptionally sturdy, and the horse's legs were considered its only weakness. Plus, they only know how to crash into the walls, ignoring everything else outside the walls on their own. A horse's leg was cut off, and the iron-headed horse, lying on the ground and struggling, still stared at the city wall without looking away. The single-celled ferocious beasts are truly superb. The other candidates, seeing that Gu Changqing's strange trick worked, followed suit. Within a short time, they were all wiped out under the indiscriminate bombardment of more than 100 candidates. Master, look! Black Egg, who was taking offense at the ironhead horse, suddenly came over with a decapitated horse's head. Breaking open the fishy mouth, a thumb-sized grain of jade was contained within. This is, Gu Changqing took out the jade. Congratulations on obtaining 1 puppet jade. Puppet jade, special props, an important core for making manipulative puppet beasts. Puppets, again, he hurriedly asked Black Egg. Every head? Just this one has it, and it's at the front of the pack. Gu Changqing mused. What happened in the wilderness back then? Sage Wang says it's his fault. However, there were no puppet beasts in his beast pets. Suddenly, there was another vision at the end of the wilderness. The flames of the sky are burning halfway across the sky. Jean, Gu Changqing no longer stayed his hand. Kill. Find such a jade. The little golden high cries. Pale golden flames raged across his torso as he darted toward the fire in the distance. Chapter 54. It's just a copy. It's just a copy. At the end of the wilderness, a dim red fire burns through half the sky. The shrill cawing of crows, linked together, was deafening. Little Gold, bathed in fire, flew towards the depths of the plains. For a time, pale gold and red coloring each other. A series of blasts followed. Congratulations on killing the intermediate level beast, Dodo Fire Crow. Gained experience plus 200. Congratulations on killing the intermediate level beast, Yin Crow. Gain experience plus 100. Current progress of copy quest kills, 15. Current progress of copy quest kills, 16. A golden crow that was comparable to the legendary divine beast, the phoenix, landed into the crows. When it comes to the same species, Kim has no mercy. Perhaps inspired by the skills of the black egg, one could only see blazing sun flame, a formless flame, changing in Little Gold's hands. Soon, the number of ferocious beasts in his point track decreased drastically. Brother Evergreen, help me. Suddenly, the voice of assistance came from Su Qing, who was next to him. Gu Changqing looked sideways, only to see that Su Qing was being surrounded by a large number of fire crows. The unicorn was struggling to hold on, its snow-white fur blackened and grayed by the flames. In a sorry state. Black Egg, go! Black Egg had some hesitation. Master, Big Sister isn't around. I'll leave again in case. Go! Seeing that his master's mind was made up, Black Egg had no choice but to rush into Su Qing's spot and, combined with the unicorn's assist ability, it was a killing spree. Black Egg's perpetually moving body, which seemed to be immune to Little Gold's flames, burned by the fire skills unleashed by the fire crow flock not only did very little damage to it, but also took the opportunity to absorb and recharge a wave. The situation is under control. Gu Changqing took the opportunity to look at the other candidate tracks. It didn't matter if he looked at it, he was almost infuriated. The quest requirement for the grand examination was to kill 100 ferocious beasts, but the memories of the ferocious beasts originating from this battlefield resurfaced. There were some candidates who saw that with their own strength, they could not finish killing the dozens of fire crows in the track, went so far as to leave the point and release the fire crow into the city, cooperate with NPCs to kill. But Gu Changqing came back on his way to understand the current situation in the city. Of the city's 4 gates, the other 3 were severely damaged, with only the north gate still having protection. Most of the city's ready fighters and wounded were concentrated in the city streets inside the north gate. They put in the flocks of fire crows without resistance. For a while, the city was ablaze with fire, and the shouts of murder were endless. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Chen Hai, who was not far from Gu Changqing's point, commanded the red flame wolf and a snow lion to cooperate with each other to stall the direction of the fire crow swarm's attack. He himself was clad in costly armor and wielding a lance, bathed in the red and blue sheen of like a god of war. Any fire crow that was shot down by the skill was picked off by it with a single shot, sharp and dry, without any delay. 10 minutes later, Little Gold flew back, blood and crushed meat in the corners of his mouth, seemingly having a good time eating. Not long after, Su Cheng complimented Black Egg and came to thank Gu Changqing. Looking at the sharply operating Chen Hai, Su Qing sighed. It seems that the second position are going to be untenable. The Chen family is really willing to spend a lot of money. The Xuanwu armor and the thrilling Thunder Halberd, the day before yesterday in the Beast Pet auction house in the provincial capital, were taken down by a mysterious person at an astronomical price of 54 million. Originally thought to be the handiwork of some super wannabe clan, I didn't expect it to be bought by the Chen family to invest in Chen Hai's body. Seeing Gu Changqing's appearance of not knowing much about the equipment, Su Qing explained, Xuanwu armor, king-grade equipment, comes with the purple word entry of the perfect defense skill, which is able to reduce the damage of attacks by 70%. The thrilling Thunder War Halberd seems to be crafted from the spine of the Jintian Thunder Tiger mixed with rare materials, and is also a king-grade equipment. The purple phrase attached to it is capable of releasing the power of thunder and lightning, and can be used both near and far for offense and defense. Only, his greatest reliance should be the third beast pet. From the ring battle until now, it hasn't been released. Brother Evergreen, you have to focus on being careful. Gu Changqing sked and marveled. In order to be able to represent Xinhai City to face the geniuses of the country with the first place finish, the Chen family could be said to have armed Xinhai to the teeth. Warning! Warning! The third wave of ferocious beasts is about to arrive. There are many ferocious beasts. so please be prepared. Brother Evergreen. I'll go back first. Good. Gu Changqing's gaze looked through the gap in the city gates and saw that the city was in chaos. The flames raged and burned what little shelter there was. Some of the sick and wounded who were unable to flee for cover had to perish in the flames. However, this would not be a violation, nor does it affect the measurement of their grades, whether it's the first wave of ironhead horses or the second wave of fire crows. Its ability attributes, though greatly limited, still exceed the average strength of current candidates. Seeking the help of NPCs in the city is also a part of the city guarding quest. Coming. What's that? Black water? Not quite. If we can't hold them, let them come into town and we'll pick up the slack behind them. That's a great way to do it. A free hitter. No use for nothing. Sweeping away their previous nervousness, the candidates were at peace with themselves and, the big thing is to put it into the city. Master, I want to split them. Black Egg stroked the sword with an expression on his face, his tone dripping with murderous intent. Kill my ass. Just burn it to ashes in a fire. Kogain gave Black Egg rare props. The mission is important, so don't worry, you'll be given a chance. That black stream of water, in a moment's effort, spread across the entire plain of the. Only when it flowed in front of the city gates did Gu Changqing see that it wasn't black water, at all. Instead, it was a densely packed black ant. Low-grade beasts, devouring ants. Rank, 30. Attributes, none. Skill, devouring. Introduction, an extinct beast ant that, like the iron-headed horse, is crowned as the second mangler. It can eat anything, so run away if you come across it. Gu Changqing used the fire control technique, and several lines of fire were distributed out, and as soon as they came into contact with the devouring ants, they would instantly burn it to ashes. At the same time, the number of kill missions has increased. Gu Changqing was puzzled. So weak, so vulnerable. Is this a benefit? Outside the replica, the failed candidates, their families, and the people watching through the light screen, both cast unbelievable looks at the leadership seat. Is this blatant cheating? On Principal Wang's forehead, cold sweat broke out again. He stood up to face the skeptical crowd and explained, our original intention in making the replica was indeed with the purpose of honoring history. As for why this blunder occurred, it should be a deliberate act of the abyss. You should know that in previous years' replica examinations, no one has ever entered the second stage of the replica. Please believe that we are acting on the principle of fairness and impartiality. Fair and just? Those candidates who easily killed the ferocious beasts have already completed their tasks, and the teleportation light doors are out. A national examination. Zhenhai City even openly cheats and speculates. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the whole country? Wait, guys, look. Instead of going to kill the ferocious beasts, why is Gu Changqing skulking around on the city walls? Asterisk. What I saw. Gu Changqing actually cut down Sun Min. Chapter 55. If no one is there, I'll go alone, with votes. Gu Changqing, what's a punk like you doing in my spot? Suwen means beast pet. After killing some of the devouring ants, the goal of 100 ferocious beasts required by the mission was reached first. After being reminded by Abyss, he was going to choose to leave his copy immediately. Meanwhile, in his mind, the new generation of Imperial Beast Masters, the forbidden copy that everyone talks about. That's it? He, Sun Min, will be the first to pass. What Chen Hai, Su Qing and the rest? It's all a paper tiger. It's not useful. Just as he was about to tap, a hand squeezed his wrist. Sun Min glanced sideways and saw that it was actually Gu Changqing. The latter, full of indifference. The candidates on the city walls, except for a small portion who were working hard to kill the devouring ants and keep them away from the walls. The remaining ones have chosen that they want to quit their copies, fighting for that prestigious first place. Swallowing ants, iron-headed horses, flocks of fire crows. These ferocious beasts won't choose to actively attack a candidate as long as you don't actively provoke it. The only thing in their eyes were the gates, the walls, and the NPCs in the replica. Want to walk away? Gu Changqing's pupils emitted a compelling icy coldness. Forgot your duty for this episode of the mission? Sun Min violently shook off Gu Changqing's hand, looked at those NPCs in the city, and sneered coldly. It's you who's sick in the head, isn't it? I'm here to take the grand examination, and I'll do whatever I want under the rules. I see. The poor people have high aspirations and sympathize with the NPCs and the copies? Then you sympathize. If you destroy all the ferocious beasts by yourself, you'll turn over a new leaf, and you'll become a great hero of the world. What's it got to do with me? It's just a cold piece of data. Who knows who when you're out of the copy? Can you still crawl out from inside to find me trouble? At the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth, he could no longer suppress a cold smile. His hand, at some point, gripped Black Egg's long black sword. A bizarre black line, with a hissing sound that broke through the air, cut straight through Sun Min's neck. Pop! It was too late for the water shield to protect Sun Min. A flurry of reddish blood jetted out of the neck and crashed into the water shield. Sun Min's eyes were filled with consternation, and his hands covered the wound. Still unable to stop the blood from spilling, the gradual draining of life panicked him, and with his left hand outstretched to try and touch the portal of teleportation light, Gu Changqing's black sword swung again, sharp and long, leaving flat cuts at his wrists. You can't go out with a completed mission. You can only go out killed and in a sorry state, because you damn well don't deserve it. Sun Min is desperate. Consciousness is fading, though protected from actual death by the abyss, but the process of dying cannot be circumvented. Gu Changqing dropped the longsword, and the black sword transformed into black gas and returned to Black Egg's hand. Bah! Black Egg spat towards Sun Min. Mud, I've been looking at you for a long time. Gu Changqing continued to walk forward. Sun Min was suddenly killed, causing this group of high and mighty sons of the world to panic for a moment. Looking at the strolling figure, like a hell-demanding Thule, hastily tapped the teleportation light door. However, the teleportation light gate shattered open abruptly when their hands touched it and only the bright starlight, gradually dimming and fading away, as is their life. At that moment, in Gu Changqing's mind, a prompt from the abyss rang out. Wish replacement completed. The Imperial Beastmaster's hidden skill, Light of Hope, will not be available to you. After the devouring ants appeared, the skill time limit of Light of Hope, 2, expired. The rules of the abyss make amends to him, and any wish that is not excessive can be granted. Originally, Gu Changqing had planned to replace more information about Black Egg. After all, his bloodline was self-contained, and even the golden word path of heavenly destiny could not be changed, which means that Sun Min, the son of these worldly families, wants to walk away, so he changed the terms of the replacement. The teleportation light gate is disabled. At this time, Gu Changqing had already walked to the next candidate's point. Looking at the expressionless man, the candidate shivered and threatened to intimidate. Do you know who I am? The principal of Pingding High School is my second uncle, and I'm the only son of the Gao family. If you dare to kill me, when you get out of the replica, there will be absolutely no good consequences. The Gao family, one of the Jinhai city's lineage families, was the family that funded the construction of the Pingding Plaza. But, pacify? How do you have the good sense to use the word pacify? Can you tell me what was pacified? Flatten the path of upward mobility for the poor and humble? Fixed the identity of your noble families? Or is it that Jinhai City can calm the beast tide and protect the people's well-being as long as you are there? The only son of the Gao family, not expecting Gu Changqing to speak so sharply, momentarily at a loss as to how to reply, said stiffly, so what? Without our lineage, can Jinhai City develop rapidly? Without the elite of the lineage, who will protect the city during a beast tide? Even the guards in the various city districts, those are the ones that the lineage families pay for and feed up. The only son of the Gao family's words opened up and immediately found a rebuttal point. Then I'll ask you instead. Gu Changqing, you're just an orphan living on a monthly pension. Are you capable of breeding and raising legendary beast pets? Do you know how astronomical it costs to cultivate it? And you still want to presume that you'll get there in one step? Do you know how ridiculous that is? The Chen family's offer to you is considered generous. At least it will allow you to smoothly enroll in an Imperial Beast University. One must learn to see reality, and not to be delusional about things that don't match one's own. His words were loud, so loud that all the candidates could hear them. Su Qing, Shi Shang, Chen Hai and a few other Liao Liao people all had ugly faces. Chen Hai angrily shouted, Surname Gao, what my Chen family does is not for you to mention. Su Qing, on the other hand, sighed and didn't say anything. It's too late to say anything now. It's all in vain. There are a lot of things that are public knowledge to everyone, but you're arrogant enough to poke it in the face. And that's not sneering at people who think they're at the bottom of the heap. Rather, it was to remove that layer of shaming cloth and disgrace all the worldly families to the front of the people. Finished? Gu Changqing remained cold, and he finally understood why Sage Wang had said he was wrong before he dissipated. Perhaps, the moment he inherited the will of his father, the god of imperial beasts, and perfected the imperial beast ranking system, he had a premonition that there would be today. If there has to be one person to take on that human race bloom that Sage Wang is looking forward to, then I, Gu Changqing, will take it. Gu Changqing raised his head openly, his eyes like electricity. The black gas instantly condensed into a sword in his hand, slanting chopping forcefully. The chest of the only son of the Gao family immediately opened up. Gu Changqing's footsteps didn't make any stops, getting faster and faster. The worldly candidates who had already been scared out of their wits had long forgotten how to struggle against the. A beam of light rises up to the sky. Send them away from their copies with the blackest of swords, until more than 30 men died under the black sword. Gu Changqing stopped his hand. Gu Changqing, you. Chen Hai glared angrily. Gu Changqing was not venting his personal anger, but challenging authority. Crossing his sword in his hand, Gu Changqing pointed at Chen Hai from afar and coldly said, "Don't worry, I can't lose the Chen family no matter what. If no one says retreat again, then kill back the ferocious beasts for me. Don't tell me that you guys have forgotten what that Imperial Beast Master Senior said." Chapter 56, If you touch him, consider the consequences. Chen Xiao, you're going to stand up for our worldly family clan descendants. The raging waves of devouring ants, under the combined strikes of the remaining candidates, before they could get close to the walls, they were cleared out. Gu Changqing disguised as a death instructor, but anyone who contributed to the work was sent out of the copy for free. Experience a handful of reincarnations. There were also some candidates who had settled down and wanted to take advantage of Gu Changqing's lack of preparation to execute him, but when he saw the black egg that didn't leave his side one step at a time, and the little gold that looked like a fire god, gradually, the idea was dispelled. When the wave of ferocious beasts was easily repelled, then someone approached Chen Hai, hoping that he would step forward and lead the children of the world's families against Gu Changqing. Chen Hai's teeth gritted and cackled. The battle power of Gu Changqing's beast pet had exceeded his expectations by several, if not dozens of times. Even though he still had the confidence to fight one of them, it would be a waste to use it here. Stupid! Chen Hai snorted coldly in disdain. Can't you guys see that this one big test assesses more than just grades? Higher-ups of the city lord's office. The abyssal rule would set a level so simple? Think about it with your stained brains. He's doing you a favor in a sense by forcing you. The one who wants to send him out of the copy the most is me. The son of that worldly family was scolded by Chen Hai and left with a gray face. Gu Changqing returned to his spot, and as he passed Chen Hai, the latter coldly grunted. Gu Changqing, don't think you're underestimating the lineage just because you have two powerful beast pets. Curb your hostility. Otherwise, there will be no place to die. Well, I'll be waiting. Gu Changqing responded carelessly. Looking at the uncaring back, Chen Hai clenched his fists and, unwitting pariah, you'll pay for arrogance. In the meantime, in the duplicate light door, the dozens of candidates who had been killed out by Gu Changqing walked out of the light door with pale faces and lifeless eyes. As soon as their feet hit the ground, they all plopped down on the floor. Until the elders of the family and the leaders of the school came forward to assist, they just slowed down and howled into the arms. Marred. I don't care who Gu Changqing is, who is behind the support tout. My Sun family must severely punish this thief. Sun Min was in a terrified trance, crying for a while and laughing for a while, and his spirit was obviously suffering from a severe trauma. The old master of the Sun family, in his pity, rebuked with righteous indignation, vowing to seek justice for his grandson. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The other parents of the lineage, the leaders of their schools, followed in agreement, wantonly killing classmates on the stage of the grand examination. This is a human imperial beast master? I see a tendency to go to extremes and become a vicious imperial beast master who is a public enemy of the human race. If Gu Changqing is not dealt with, it's not enough to spread the anger of the people. City Lord Zhao, this son should be treated with thunder and lightning, disqualified from the grand examination and expelled from the city. Expelling them from the city is burying a scourge for Jinhai City. I suggest immediate execution to put an end to it. Gu Changqing dares to provoke authority and disregard the rules. Such a candidate is disgracing Jinhai City and discrediting us. The vociferousness of the denunciation intensified and emotions were even higher. Zhao Zhaxiong squinted his eyes, sipping his wine comfortably and listening with interest. And the crowd of onlookers, except for the children of the world's families who were fanning the flames down there. Ordinary people, on the other hand, were happy to watch and enjoy the show. Enough said? Seeing that they were showing great signs of chattering, Zhao Zhanxiong suddenly chimed in. The men, after a moment of amazement, the old master of the Sun family said with intent, City Lord Zhao, this son's helper behind the scenes, it couldn't be you, could it? If so, you don't have to go through all this trouble. Give notice to my Sun family, and kill or be killed as you please. I, the Sun family, can follow orders and must not be humiliated. Zhao Zhanxiong laughed loudly and said, humiliated? By whom? Gu Changqing? How could it be? He's a descendant of heroes. His parents died in battle in a beast tide. The provincial capital personally issued the honor of hero. It can only be considered as a disagreement between peers. Why would he be insulted? Descendants of heroes? Is slaughtering your fellow countrymen considered heroic? The merits of his parents can be carried on to the next generation as a reason to get off the hook? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. In the battle of the beast tide, there were more than 2 who were made heroes. Can they all be reckless and trustworthy? Li Haoran sat upright and smoothly passed a glance to Chen Ziming. The latter understood and picked up on the Sun family's old master's words, saying, it's hard to say whether it's a hero or not. I seem to vaguely remember that Gu Changqing's parents were not killed in action while defending the city, right? The honor of being named a hero was also submitted by the former city lord in a temporary mojo before he left the city to fight against the ferocious beasts at sea. In here, could there be something fishy? Surname Chen. If you don't want the teeth in your dog's mouth, old man, I'll crack them for you one by one. Morong Yuan quit, furiously getting up and breaking into a fit of rage. Take my Morong family under the knife. Weigh how many pounds you have. Don't say about the first family of Shanghai. Even if the first of the provincial capital came, they would have to speak to me as a human being. Li Haoren smoothly rounded off the situation. Elder Morong should not be angry. It is natural to resolve any doubts. We don't deny the Morong family's contribution to Shanghai City, and Family Master Chen has no intention of overturning it. Then what are you guys barking about? Gu Changqing's details. The information you guys have found out is more than detailed. Whether there are any problems or not, you know it all. What? Is there someone above who doesn't agree? Or are you guys harboring evil intentions? Li Haoren's eyes I see. Elder Morong, this is over the top. Very much over? At this time, Yi Ruyan, who had not spoken, pointed directly at Li Haoren. Do I need to set the record straight? For what exactly did my teacher and my mother die in battle? Quiet. Instantly, the scene that was originally boiling back to life immediately quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Ruyan's body. Her gaze reveals sadness and disappointment in the present that, I'll put my word down here. Whoever dares to hit Gu Changqing and block what he's going to do, I, Yi Ruyan, will spit out some secrets that I shouldn't say. Don't warn me that I also have stakeholders behind me. They are them and I am me. Good. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being the disciple brought out by that couple. Count me as one of the Morong family. Li Haoren took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as knives. Gentlemen, do you realize the consequences of this? Yi Ruyan's chest puffed out. Consequences? You can try. For a while, the families kept their mouths shut and it was as if the vociferous criticism of Gu Changqing just now was just an illusion. Phew. The fourth wave of the ferocious beast army is coming, and it's time for the curtain to fall on the big personal exam. Zhao Zhenxian's lazy words focused everyone's attention. On the light screen, at this moment, at the end of the plain, suddenly, a tall image of a ferocious beast that, erected like the pillars of the heavens, oppressively overlooking the crumbling little town on the Miles Plain. Chapter 57, Attack of the Superdimensional Boss. The second subplot of the Bloodshed Wasteland has reached its end, so please unite as one to fight against the ferocious beasts. At the end of the episode, rewards will be awarded according to the contribution value. Attention! The superdimensional beasts have gathered to attack. Defend the honor of the human race and repel the beasts. Abyssal queue after abyssal queue. However, the candidates present, looking at the giant beast at the end of the plain that was as tall as the sky, how could there be any thought of confrontation in their hearts? Gu Changqing gritted his teeth, and his insides shook. Those leaders of the city hall and the first high school are out of their minds, aren't they? What kind of guys are stuffing the artificial copies? That oppressive pressure was even stronger than the oppression brought about by the fierce demon of the Lone Eagle Ridge as well as the three-headed tentacled dragon that he had encountered before. The scariest thing was that 10 heads came at once. It's a proper regimental rhythm. How does this even play? All of us together won't be enough to stuff our teeth. Gu Changqing, you're the one who forced us to stick around. If you're capable, go kill yourself. Even Qi Sheng, who had always remained neutral and thrown goodwill towards Gu Changqing, sighed. Student Gu Changqing, I'm afraid this is as far as I can go. It's not that I'm greedy and afraid of death. It's just a copy. Su Qing is also full of despair. If it is a head of 2 heads, dozens of people surrounded, there is still a chance. 10 at a time, and all of them were superdimensional ferocious beasts. What is hyperdimensional? That's beyond their average rank, beyond the behemoths of their more upwardly mobile job titles. How do I fight? What to fight with? At that moment, the Abyssal Rule knew humanity and opened a teleportation-like door in the city. Seeing the light gate unfold, most of the candidates showed joyful faces. They're not afraid of failing the pass. After all, the fear is to experience the pain of a reincarnation. You, go right ahead. In front of the huge gap like a rift. Cowardice. Not shameful. Gu Changqing had killed dozens of people in a row earlier because those people didn't know how to show at least some respect. Now he hesitated. Upon hearing that they could leave, there were only a dozen or so candidates left on the walls in an instant. Gu Changqing twisted his head, saw that Qi Sheng hadn't left, and said, "Why don't you leave?" Qi Sheng smiled and said, "I am going to leave, but not now. This is a super-dimensional ferocious beast. Wouldn't it be a pity not to witness it?" Su Qing rolled her eyes. How pretentious. One of their slaps down. Hopefully you can still stand. Qi Sheng was not stubborn. Miss Su is right. Anyway, I can't fall out of the top 20 in my estimation. So there's no harm in failing once. I'm even more curious about death. No tricks. Being too well protected. I haven't even set foot outside the city yet. Gu Changqing crossed over to Qi Sheng and glanced at Chen Hai. Chen Hai just snorted coldly. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. For Chen Hai, The inner emotions were also intricate. It was the Chen family that wanted to put him to death, and he had to die in order for that secret not to be publicized. Chen Hai, this person. Arrogance is the family spoiled. Flaunt is the habit of the children of the world family. Other than that, he topped it off with frequent outputs on his mouthpiece, and was often disliked by Gu Changqing in return. When the death knell of the Chen family rings, I will consider keeping you alive. When Gu Changqing finished speaking, Little Gold, who had already switched to the true flame sparrow form, had his body expanding and growing larger. He jumped onto his back and said to the only dozen or so people left, I'll go explore the intensity of the ferocious beasts. With a soft chirp, Little Gold carried Gu Changqing and flew towards those behemoths. Come too with me. Chen Hai similarly called on the two candidates and ran towards the other ferocious beasts. For a while, the dozen or so people left behind left the city walls in twos and threes like their hearts were in the right place. Just as they left, the burly Imperial Beastmaster walked up the wall and, looking at the people who were divided into several small groups, the eyes full of approval. Although, that indelible system of equivalence still exists, they are united in their choice before the great right and wrong. At that moment, several more Imperial Beastmasters appeared beside him. That Chen Hai is good, throwing down grudges and knowing the pros and cons. Humph, has your Vermilion Bird Academy fallen for the surname Gu? Be careful, don't get cut down by him. TSK, 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 old bye. You don't mean what you say. When Gu Changqing sent those people out of the copy, you were still clapping your hands vigorously. I'm happy to. The ferocious beasts are killing under the city, and you want to run away after completing your mission without prioritizing the protection of the people in the city? If it were me, I would have cleared them all out, leaving no one behind. This is the main reason why your White Tiger Academy is having trouble enrolling students, and with a principal like you, it's quasi no good. Okay, our time is up. All four of our universities, we all have seedlings that we have our eyes on. Just be quiet and watch their performance outside. The slowly approaching men were unaware of the discussion about them on the walls. At this moment, every meter they advanced, they felt the winds of the astral deities hunting and their hearts trembling with fear. The closer he got to the big guys, the more his heart skipped a beat. Can you guys see its message? Chen Hai, who was wearing a king-level equipment, was subjected to less pressure, and he blocked the front, taking the pressure for the other two. No, it's still a bit far. Advance some more. What's the point of advancing? They're moving, nearly 200 meters apart. The body, which was like a tall building, slowly raised its feet and stepped forward. Dang, like a cannonball exploding. The ground shook with it. This step, which actually spanned more than 10 meters. The jaws of the three men watching were staggered. There's you Abyss rules his ass. In front of the three, information about the ferocious beasts all appeared. Chen Hai rolled over and mounted the red flame wolf, saying, go back and gather. When they returned to the city gate location, they found Su Cheng and Qi Sheng each returning with their men. Once the several parties met, they all looked at each other. It's impossible to fight. On our side are two level 50 fierce demon level ferocious beasts, Jianmu giant ape, Wind Willow demon tree, Nima. The two beasts are still together. They can borrow each other's power. It's impossible to play. It's not good on our side either. A 55 level fierce demon level fierce beast Hell's three-headed dog. A proper legendary bloodline. The east side is a bit better. For level 60 elite level ferocious beasts with impure bloodlines can be prioritized for killing. Su Cheng and the others explored the relatively weak points after exchanging information. Gu Changqing hasn't returned yet? It can't be that he's been pestered by a ferocious beast, right? Are we going over to the rescue? A son of a worldly family, with a weak voice, offered his thoughts. Even though they hated Gu Changqing so much that they couldn't wait for him to die at the hands of the ferocious beasts, but Gu Changqing's strength as well as his means, though not really revealed, yet it also tells them the truth that it's so much better than them. One less strong player is one more danger. I'll go. Su Cheng summoned the unicorn and was just about to roll over and go up. Just listen to the abyssal beeps that rang out across the plains. Congratulations to candidate 666, Gu Changqing, for slaying the 65-level elite-level ferocious beast, the three-tailed white fox. Chapter 58, the fierce demon five-tailed blood fox, blood prison, ward hair. While they were still discussing how to strike the Gu Changqing, alone, had already solved one head. Although, there is a difference of 1 grade between the elite-level ferocious beasts and the ferocious demon-level ferocious beasts. The shelves can't help but vary in rank. There is a difference between the two when comparing attributes alone, but not much. The fierce demon class was strong in the special nature of its bloodline. This, Gu Changqing, single kill? That's the way it was heard. Chen Xiao, he, all those windy comments about him that are coming out of the world are false? It's hard to believe that his shocked Chen Go's active surrender is true? the few remaining sons of the worldly families had their Dao hearts shattered by Gu Changqing's appalling record. Despite knowing that the news that came into his ears was false, he did not expect that the difference is so outrageous. Chen Hai clenched his fists and clenched his teeth, and suddenly put on his Xuanwu armor and thrilling thunder war halberd. Carrying his gun, he went to block the position where those high-level ferocious beasts were traveling forward. The puzzled inquiries from the disciples of the worldly family were like a steel needle that penetrated into his heart. Gu Changqing, what a punk like you can do. I can do it too. And better than you can do. Looking at Chen Hai, whose cockfighting vigor had come up, Su Qing snorted and laughed. Qi Shang also held his forehead and muttered, "It's been a long time since I've experienced a state of feverishness. Let's go. We can't do 1 against 3. So let's go many against many without reservation." Only a golden hexagram star formation emerged under his feet, and a Vajraluahan-type beast pet that was covered in golden light and had 3 heads and 6 arms was summoned from the royal beast space. Only the arms and head of the beast pet are in the form of a lion. Yo, no more hiding. Su Qing snickered. Qi Shang shook his head. It's not hidden anymore, and it can't be hidden anymore. I thought I could hold out until I could compete with the nation's geniuses as a secret weapon, but they are not allowed to be hidden. Ugh. Yeah, what's the point of hiding then? Come on, the family's bottom is about to be shaken out. Gu Changqing, I hate you. It's fine, when we pass the copy, go out and challenge him by name in the ring to get our face back. If you're good, you're on. My beast pet was just contracted not long ago, don't beat my loyalty out of me. Several disciples of the lineage, after accepting Gu Changqing as a pervert, had their state of mind change at the same time, curbing the arrogance of no one in sight. Treat him as an equal, or even higher, status. Suddenly, I realized that in addition to being foul-mouthed and sinister, otherwise it's not bad. Go, support Chen Hai. The group had summoned their last crushing beast pets. Follow Chen Hai and go block those 4 elite-level ferocious beasts. On Gu Changqing's side, with the advantage of the ferocious beasts being unaware as well as the extremely fast speed of Little Gold, stayed longer, on purpose. By the time you enter combat to activate the battle spirit boil, stacked to double the increase. Little Gold opened the shadow of the Golden Crow and released the blazing sun flame. That elite level 3-tailed white fox was of the min attack type, a sudden sneak attack, a case of dodging, hit head-on by blazing sun blaze and eat full damage. Black Egg went up to make up dozens of swords again, but once the 3-tailed white fox is dead, 2 deafening roars rang out from the plains behind them. Only 5 tens of meters long tails were erected, like pillars of the sky that tipped over. It smashed down towards Gu Changqing. Xiao Jin moved swiftly and sensitively, immediately pulling himself up high into the air and dodging the 5 tails attack. Dang! Dust flew up on the ground, and the blood-red aura pressed over from the sky. A 5-tailed blood fox that was several times larger than a 3-tailed white fox, staring at blood pupils that were even larger than lanterns. Bending his head down to rub against the 3-tailed white fox burned into black charcoal. His sad voice whimpered and, hearing Gu Changqing's body tingled. At that moment, the 5-tailed blood fox's message also appeared. Fierce demon beast, 5-tailed blood fox. Rank, 55. Bloodline, savage ancient seed, orange. Attributes, strength plus 500. Physique plus 300. Agility plus 500. Spirit plus 200. Skills, hemolytic orb. Blood prison. Homologous evolution. Corpses and blood. Tail breaker. Introduction, one of the genetic bloodlines of the extinct 9-tailed fox clan. Because it was not allowed to evolve, it went on the path of promotion to the barbarian ancient seed sequence. This clan has been afraid of flames since ancient times, so please pay attention and don't be hit by its skills. The 2 big, bright words of fierce demon made Gu Changqing's heart clench at the sight of them. This fierce demon was far more powerful than the one he had encountered before. It wasn't because of the attributes, but the orange legendary bloodline and the 5 skills. Even the old ancestor of the 3-headed tentacled dragon lying in the backpack, the tentacled dragon Divine Jiao that wanted to change his fate against the heavens. It's a hair's breadth away from one. Humans, damned humans, kill my child, die. The 5-tailed blood fox roared, a ball of blood, coalescing on its 5 tails. And then 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, and 4 becomes thousands. Nico, behind Little Gold, the shadow of the Golden Crow grew more and more massive and real, vaguely visible. A sun fell from the heights, exploding with a blast of immeasurable flames. A divine bird, bathed in fire, stepped out of it with a flourish. A long cry was raised to the sky, and all of it was reduced to nothingness in the surging flames. Ugly old bastard with 5 tails, dare to touch my master. You try. In the shadow of the Golden Crow, a wisp of blazing flames of the sun was flying all over the sky. It covered most of the sky with a cage. The overwhelming stance that belonged solely to the divine beast, the Golden Crow, was interpreted by Little Gold with 20% of its power. The blazing sun flame similarly transformed into a fireball the size of a basin, and there were even more of them than the five-tailed blood fox's blood ball. God, divine beast bloodline? Feeling the suppression from the mind as well as the bloodline. The five-tailed blood fox revealed an expression of human fear. Looking at the little gold in the air, its feet, subconsciously, stepped back. Old mongrel, who are you looking down on? Master Black is here. Why don't you surrender quickly? Black Egg raised his sword to the sky, but at the height of a dozen meters of the nine-tailed snow fox, it was like dust. The five-tailed blood fox's blood pupils glared downwards, and its heavy dragon-like claws slapped at the Black Egg. Nima, seeing that the deterrent did not work, the long sword in Black Egg's hand immediately skyrocketed. Gathering a length of 3 meters, he met the claws with a hard swing. The black aura briefly resisted the clawed swipe of the. At the same time, strands of blood-colored energy surged into the black sword. Big sister, it's up to you. Taking advantage of the fluctuation of the huge impact, Black Egg moved swiftly and withdrew from the battlefield. Meanwhile, a fireball was like a meteor shower, smashing down on the five-tailed blood fox from above. So what if it's a divine beast bloodline? Would I be afraid of a divine beast that hasn't grown up? The 5 tails of the five-tailed blood fox fluttered at the same time. The blood ball shot out. Just hear the continuous explosion of boom boom boom. The fireballs that filled the sky collided with the blood balls. Fire melts away the blood ball, and the blood ball disperses the fireball. For a moment, the colors of pale gold and blood split the sky in two, but gradually, the five-tailed blood fox roared. The blood that filled the wasteland flowed violently and, from all directions, they converged towards Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing was startled and said urgently, Xiao Jin, withdraw. It's too late. The blood is gathering faster. Just a buzzing sound. A square block of blood that trapped him. Blushing was the second skill of the five-tailed blood fox. Blood Prison. Chapter 59, Driving a Beast Away Without Fighting. Golden Word, Heart of the Green Hills. Boo-hoo. The blood prison had become a reality, trapping Gu Changqing within it. Black Egg didn't believe me. He slashed his sword several times in a row, but the sharp sword Qi, which used to be invincible, chopped on it and it could only cause ripples, creating no substantial damage. Even the plundering sword Qi could not plunder the blood-colored energy on the blood prison. Xiao Jin wanted to attack to try it out, but was stopped by Gu Changqing. The five-tailed blood fox poked out its small mountain-like head, its pair of bloody pupils staring at little gold. The voice said coldly, a noble and supreme divine beast has chosen to make a contract with a human, degrading itself to become a beast pet to be driven. This is wasteful and criminal. If I had your bloodline, I would have long ago dominated the ancient world and become the sole truth of the ferocious beasts. And then look at you. You clearly have unlimited and endless potential. And by tapping into your own bloodline you can traverse this world. Now that you've fallen so low that you can't even win against me, your obstacle is him. Surprisingly, the five-tailed blood fox did not attack him. Instead, he stared dead in the face of Kogain and began to teach it a lesson. Why should beast pets be bound according to their master's abilities? This is the greatest restriction the Abyss has placed on us. Come on, let me break your contract with this punk human. Restored to freedom, you will regain the power of a divine beast in a short time. As Little Gold listened to the five-tailed blood fox's incessant persuasion, his little head tilted, his pale golden eyes turned twice, and he said in a brittle childish voice, the savage ancient breed is a very torturous beast, isn't it? You who should have had a bright future, just because you lack that tiny bit of luck, you are missing that one strand of the supremely pure bloodline, thus breaking the path of evolutionary ascension. As a last resort, it could only seek other evolutionary routes, but the savage ancient species bloodline evolutionary path has caused its own route to diverge greatly. It is drifting farther and farther away from the ancestors' path of supreme purity. You're bitter and helpless, wanting to give it up but not giving it up. You can only stay at the fierce demon level, even though the level up is very high and the attributes increase a lot. But the most central bloodline of the fierce beasts is also gradually flowing away and muddy. Roar! Little Gold's words had clearly touched the five-tailed blood fox's reverse scales as it opened its bloody mouth and hissed. With the powerful sound waves, even the blood prison was shaking. When Gu Changqing saw that the five-tailed blood fox was so out of sorts, he immediately secretly said to Little Gold, keep playing, all the while, teaching Black Egg and assisting from the sidelines. Xiao Jin once again opened his golden crow's shadow, his small wings pointing at the image behind him, and proudly said, it's very handsome, isn't it, from my master. To tell you the truth, if it wasn't for the fact that you guys came in too many numbers, I would have to build up my strength to deal with the other ferocious beasts. With the current you're no match for me at all. The five-tailed blood fox's expression became even more grave. Indeed, having completed just one evolution, in the round of exchanges although the five-tailed blood fox was taking the initiative, it could sense that Kogain didn't use his full strength. Divine beasts inherently had the ability to suppress beast pets of low bloodline as well as ferocious beasts. Even if they were legends, then they had to kneel well. Big sister is absolutely right. Old mongrel, look at me. Black egg took over, and the perpetual motion carapace immediately activated. Black aura lingered, manifesting various kinds of armor and blades. At the same time, there are intermittent breaks on the black gas running at full power that are barely visible to the naked eye. It seemed to be suppressing the black egg's bloodline, or like the two complemented each other, only the other had yet to be developed and activated. I'm not afraid to tell you that Master Black is also a god-level bloodline. I'm on a different path from Big Sister. It's responsible for killing, and I'm responsible for crossing the threshold. How about that? Rare and bad. Gu Changqing patted Black Egg's head and said, "Don't say anything. What if it gets aggressive and kills us all?" After saying that, he slammed his forehead. I almost forgot. This is a copy, protected by the abyss. Little Gold fluttered his wings and flew to the blood-colored light mist of the blood prison, his eyes looking pitifully at the five-tailed blood fox outside. If you possessed the most pure bloodline, you would be like me now, with endless means. Don't disbelieve me. If I wanted to second you, it would be a matter of minutes. Roar! The five-tailed blood fox once again stormed out. Surrounded by the bloody prison of light and mist, countless blood-colored swords came out of thin air. Swiftly, they shot towards Gu Changqing from all directions. Why are you still talking about gross? The blazing sun flame transformed into an ancient bell, covering Gu Changqing and Black Egg inside. The perpetually moving body overflows black, forming armor that wrap one man and two beasts tightly. Although the blood sword was sharp, it was unable to break through the defense of the great bell. Seeing this large bell above his head, Gu Changqing couldn't help but win a jolt. Golden Crow, Big Bell, Nima, the last end of Little Kim's growth should not be to recreate the supreme divine form of the One, right? If you say it's useless, it's useless. Why don't you believe it? Black Egg crosses his arms and looks bitter. Tell you what, become my master's reserve beast pet. I'll bear the pain and give you the spot that belongs to me. With a heavenly opportunity before us, it would be a waste not to cherish it. Black Egg, Gu Changqing chortled. How can you just make a choice for me? You know how precious that thing is. Master, you can't bear the idea of a confused beast going astray for the sake of the road ahead, can you? Give it. Let's give it. Ugh, Gu Changqing sighed, while opening the talent bar and selecting extract. Thousands of golden haze rose, after which one strand fell into the backpack. Congratulations on drawing the gold phrase, flowers smile at me. What a tie name. A pair with the sun shining in the sky? Smoke again. Congratulations on drawing the gold phrase, 10,000 battles in all directions. Aha, be serious now. Gu Changqing clicked on the words and skimmed over the black eggs. Tailor-made for it. 10,000 warriors, golden words, ability, become a god after 10,000 battles, and ascend to the next level after bathing in the blood of thousands of enemies. For every battle you experience, your four-dimensional attributes will increase by 1. When you reach the limit of 10,000 battles, you can be shattered and become a god. Requirements: Nirvana reborn and reincarnated people can use it. Nirvana rebirth? Gu Changqing knew that the legendary divine beast, the phoenix, had such a gifted bloodline. And reincarnation? Do black eggs belong? He placed the gold phrase in the black egg sentinel space. This beast pet meets the requirements for use. Will the gold phrase be given to the beast pet black egg? No. Black egg's evolutionary path is becoming more and more like that black minion. It's the weapons that don't fit the image. Smoke again. The golden haze soared once more. Gu Changqing clasped his hands together. Come on, have a most wanted golden word. The golden light was hidden, and Gu Changqing opened his backpack expectantly. In that golden haze, he seemed to see a ferocious beast with 9 tails. Congratulations on drawing the gold phrase, Heart of Green Hills. Gu Changqing tapped on the golden word message and immediately rejoiced. Out. Fruity is really out. Chapter 60, An Honest Beast is Cute, Lovely Version. Heart of Green Hills, Limited Unique Bloodline Golden Word. Introduction: the purest bloodline left behind by the legendary nine-tailed god fox, used by beast pets to unlock the evolution route of the nine-tailed god fox bloodline. Ability: to ean and pure, born to charm. Unlimited stacking of beast pet charms. Certain status inspires the special skill of not fighting. From the looks of it, the Heart of Qingqiu serves as a bloodline phrase of the same type as the golden flame of the Great Sun, but its presentation was not as colorful as the Great Sun golden flame. In the spirit of the truth that there is no such thing as a golden word as a wasted word, Gu Changqing chose to draw on that. In the palm of his right hand, a ball of golden haze coalesced and, through the haze, a fox with 9 tails was vaguely visible, standing at the top of the mountains. Rushing up and roaring at the full moon hanging high in the sky, the silvery white moonlight pie spilled down, cloaking its circumference in a dazzling veneer. Steeply, the attack in the blood prison lurched and, The five-tailed blood fox seemed to have caught the scent of its own kind, and its blood pupils converged on Gu Changqing's palm, instantly shrinking. This is the bloodline odor of the most pure divine fox. Its eyes stared straight up, unblinking, afraid that the next second would be like a dream. Black Egg also looks like he's seen a ghost. He assumed that those gold phrases that Gu Changqing had slammed on Xiao Jin were inevitably obtained after a grueling process as well as a state of bursting luck. It was so brightly displayed right in front of his eyes that all his black hair exploded in fear. However, as good actors, you can't be influenced by external things. See it, feel it, I'm not lying to you. What's the most important thing about being a beast? Whether it's a ferocious beast or a beast pet? The natural self-hatred? No, it's knowing the time. My master is just capable. Still thinking of being trapped and dying in a copy with no hope of evolving for the rest of your life? Don't be silly. Bravely take that step and you'll have a brand new life of infinite light. Gu Changqing listened to the straight music. Black eggs are not big. Axiomatic reasoning up a set of things. It bluffed the five-tailed blood fox. Human. Name your terms. The temptation of the heart of the Green Hills was too much, and the five-tailed blood fox took a step along with the step given by the black egg. Gu Changqing pointed at a few ferocious beasts in other directions and said, "Stop them, and if you can kill any of them, don't leave them behind. As long as we do that, our trusting cooperation will continue." No, the five-tailed blood fox refused without a second thought. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened. Oh, does love exist between ferocious beasts? You're wrong. I can't leave. Not only can I not, in a moment behind me, another fierce beast will appear. And it is the final king of ferocious beasts in this copy? You can start by giving me the gold phrase and I'll block it for you. Black Egg snorted coldly, thinking that my master is stupid. Don't use your head when even Master Black can see what's going on. Seeing that he wasn't fooled, the five-tailed blood fox had no choice but to say, "I'll block that last ferocious beast for you, and tell you all the weaknesses of the other ferocious beasts. After it's done, give me the golden words." Yes, Gu Changqing agreed painfully. Okay, it's a deal. Among the ferocious beasts, besides me and the last one, the most difficult ones are that old ape and the willow tree. The two have created a symbiotic relationship and are inseparable. But the old ape's right leg was greatly injured and lacks intelligence. The willow tree is afraid of fire and thunder, so it shouldn't be difficult for this divine beast of yours to deal with it. As for that dog, you guys can completely ignore it. As far as I know, he was born as a beast pet and survived on his own after his master died in battle. For humans, there is some favoritism. The others are all elite ferocious beasts with good attributes, lacking powerful bloodline skills. If there are more people, they can be completely dragged to death. As for the last one, I cannot know, for it was not caught in. It was formed by the rules of the abyss. After the five-tailed blood fox finished speaking, it turned around and ran towards the back of the plains to fulfill its promise. Gu Changqing was a bit confused. This five-tailed blood fox is a bit too honest, isn't it? Only a verbal agreement was reached to betray the other accomplices. If only we knew in hindsight that gold words can only be bestowed upon beast pets. I don't know how I would feel about that. Honest ferocious beasts are just too cute. Gu Changqing sighed with emotion and took little gold and black egg with him, heading towards the two fierce demon-level ferocious beasts. Defense keep up. Status? Shi Shang pulled out his crushing beast pet. The three-headed, six-armed raging lion is good at offense and defense. The six arms swung up, and for a moment, the elite-level ferocious beasts in front of them could not even move an inch. Su Qing and one of the candidates, busy and sweating. Two auxiliary-type beast pets. Skill cooldowns arrived to be released immediately. It's not even close. All step up the offense. Their momentum is starting to decay. Don't stop. The medicine is all knocked up. We can't lose the battle. Chen Hai also shared the battle with a few candidates, and cracks appeared on both of his king-grade equipment, especially the red flame wolf and the snow lion, with their fire and ice skills going on at the same time. The two worlds of ice and fire, together with the incidental skills of the thrilling thunder halberd. Chen Hai was actually the fastest one to kill. The rest of the candidates, however, flew kites against the other two heads of the various kinds of talk with extremely high content of mom. Stimulate the already sane ferocious beasts to catch up with hate cannot eat them alive. Why did Gu Changqing's side stop? Qi Shang was sucked by the three mad lions, and while knocking on the medicine, he saw that the color of the sky in the distance was fading in blood, and he was not worried. Su Qing enchanted the status incantation. Her voice was muffled from chanting, and she reluctantly returned. There's no need to worry about Brother Evergreen. He has more cards than all of us put together. This guy, has he been forced to jump off a cliff by the Chun family? It's only been a short period of time, and you have such a powerful beast pet. If I had known that I wouldn't have voluntarily conceded defeat during the ring battle. Su Qing laughed lightly and added on the status for the three-headed berserker lion. Just then, far away in the plain sky, a touch of green coloring half the sky. immediately following, a meteor-like flame, trailing a long flame tail, smashed heavily on the ground. The waves were as big as a hot weapon impact. ********. Gu Changqing's side is exchanging fire. And looking at the direction, it seems to be those two fierce demon-level ferocious beasts. Our gang, with all 36 stratagems, can barely hold it together. Gu Changqing single-handedly took on two? Nima, who spread the negative news about Gu Changqing? Let's see if I don't pinch his head. Shu, keep it down. Can't you see that Chen Xiao is more desperate? People are afraid of comparisons. The facts are in front of them, and there is no room for disbelief. Su Cheng proudly stretched her swan neck. Brother Evergreen is naturally powerful. I've seen it with my own eyes, yo. Qi Sheng said bitterly from the sidelines. Big sister, don't make small talk. Status plus ah. Gu Changqing, at that time, was suffering and could only know it himself. He had the urge to curse the five-tailed blood fox to death right now. All you told me was that this Kenwood ape had a leg wound. Can you at least tell us where it is? That's a lot of legs for 5 meters. Chapter 61 The Golden Crow Roars. The Beast's Atlas. Fierce demon-level beast, Kenki Great Ape. Rank, 55. Bloodline, Divine Wood Spirit Ape, Purple. Attributes, Strength plus 700. Physique plus 200. Agility plus 600. Spirit plus 0. Skills, Earth Tier. Divine Power, Passive. Tong Tian Jianmu. Symbiosis. Introduction. Legend has it that the offspring of the spirit ape that consumed the fruit of the divine wood has an agile body and unrivaled divine power. Due to a stub in its evolutionary path, it has suffered a significant decline in physique, and can only rely on symbiosis to make up for its weaknesses. Fierce demon-level beast Wind Willow Demon Tree. Rank, 55. Bloodline, Ethereal Split Willow, Orange. Attributes, Strength plus 200. Physique plus 600. Agility plus 100. Spirit plus 600. Skills, Regeneration. Deadwood. Willow Chain. Symbiosis. Introduction. There is a willow tree. No one knows where it came from, but it kills ferocious beasts and imperial beast masters. Rumor has it that the willow tree died a horrible death under a thunderbolt when it was evolving into a divine beast. Afterward, a new bud grew out of its dead roots. Two fierce demons whose attribute points had both reached 1500, despite the fact that the replicas weakened their combat power. But there was no loss of combat alertness or bloodline ability. Gu Changqing had wanted to quickly make one of the three-tailed white foxes lose most of its combat power, just like the sneak attack on the three-tailed white fox, but they are too alert. Before he even got close, he was greeted by a sky full of willows like steel chains, as well as the flying sand and stones brought about by the heavy impact on the earth. Jean, pull up, blast them with flames. Kogain quickly withdrew, flying out of reach of the willow chain. The blazing sun flame was like a shooting star, striking with full coverage and no dead angle. At the same time, he entered the Imperial Beast space and bestowed the 10,000 Battles Quartet to the Black Egg. A flash of golden energy melted away in the Black Egg's Imperial Beast space and disappeared in an instant. In the next second, the Black Egg on the ground, who was freely carrying out attacks, suddenly felt a wave of energy spreading through his body and the soothing love couldn't help but cry out, "Master, is it really my turn? I'm so strong now, ridiculously strong." Gu Changqing sniffed and clicked on its message to take a look. Black Egg's attributes hadn't changed at all, except that the winged body skill had disappeared. Turning to metamorphosis, it was the 10,000 Battles God's body, 10,000 War God body, active skill. After use, basic attributes increase 3 times, defense and attack skills plus 200%. Passive effect, ignores attribute damage from mental, charm, and toxin skills. Special ability, for every 100 battles, the skill is raised by 1 level. Black Egg was spirited, and his black longsword was even deeper in color under the increase. It took off several meters in the air with a jump, and its sword Chi Pai. In the next instant, a fist that was several times larger than it, mercilessly landed head-on on its face. Well mama! The Black Egg flew out backwards like a discharged cannonball and hit the ground so hard that the ground cracked and sunk, but it climbed out of the pit like nobody's business, patted the dirt on its mud, nearly broke your black master. This game doesn't count. One more, said the man, continuing to humbly charge upwards. Gu Changqing, however, saw that the Black Egg's 4-dimensional attributes had increased by 1 point. Black Egg, stall it, don't let it come back to help. 0 points for the spirit, fully demonstrating the intelligence of the Kenwood Great Ape. Seeing the crazy provocation of a minion 100 times its size, the Genmu giant ape leaped several feet in the air, his fists clenched together as he hammered the ground with all his might. Boom! The earth was centered on the hammering point, and sand flew in a 10-meter radius. Hey, I can't hit you. I'm mad at you. Black Egg is as slippery as a loach, and his anticipation is quite accurate, easily dodging the splashes of gravel. Every now and then his black, ungainly monkey but rushed at the giant ape and slapped it twice. Roar! The fire of the Jinmu giant ape was completely ignited, gradually leaving the slow-moving wind willow demon tree. Good chance! Suddenly, as if a meteorite had fallen, the great fireball reversed its falling trajectory. Hundreds of light golden flames aimed at the wind willow demon tree as much as they could. Boom! Boom! A ball of fire exploded in the sky above the wind willow demon tree. The flying willow chains, while poking through the fireballs, were also burned backwards and retracted by the flames of Shao Jin's up to 1500 points of spiritual attributes. But the fireballs come in endless numbers, and have a restraining attribute within themselves. For a time, the sky-rushing pillars of fire were mixed with small mushroom clouds, drowning the wind willow demon tree. Gu Changqing took out an elixir and ate it, recovering quite a bit of chi before saying, "Little gold, keep blasting it." A fierce demon-level beast, or an orange legendary bloodline, plus at least 2 recovery-type skills, dead but showing no signs of rigor mortis. "Master, the tonic is ready. I'm going to suck it." Kim's thoughtful reminder. And then, the shadow of the golden crow was expanding and solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. The exhilarating sensation of being sucked was back, nearly making him high. Gu Changqing hurriedly stuffed medicine into his mouth. The progress of Little Gold's energy storage soared at an extremely fast rate. Until, Nico! A loud and clear cry of a golden crow. The shadow of the golden crow instantly transformed into a fire-bathed divine bird, with a surging breath of fiery flames that, it was an unknown number of grades higher than the blazing sun flame. Combo skill, Golden Crow Roar. The wind willow demon tree that was covered by the sea of fire, with its charred branches and trunks, was continuously anti-springing and recovering its greenness. But as the golden crow roars into shape, a female human face emerged from its thick trunk. "Humans, I surrender, and I will immediately withdraw deeper into the plains and stop attacking the city." Gu Changqing's mouth was stuffed with pills, and he was weakly lying on Little Gold's back. Sniffing coldly, he grunted, "It's too late for you to know to shake it off with snot running down your mouth. You're just born to be useful, Talabai, vegetable pussy." The golden crow roars and whistles and lands. The blazing temperature made the space around the dozen or so meters illusory and blurry. Gu Changqing was also filled with curiosity. How powerful is the new skill made up of the 2 divine skills? From the pumping alone, it was much more violent than when dealing with the 3-headed tentacle dragon. No! The wind willow demon tree let out a cry of despair. It was then completely drowned out by the golden crow's roar. There's nothing destructive moving about. The location where the wind willow demon tree was located had long been turned into a lava field. In the large pit in the center, the magma churns and bubbles. Flying dust and annihilation. Gu Changqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva and, is this a combination of skills that increase 100-fold? Straight out of a crater. "Master, I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while." Little Gold was mentally drained and sent him to the ground, returning to the Imperial Beast space on his own. "Hard work, let's leave it to Black Egg next." At that moment, the Abyss's prompt resounded through the plains. "Congratulations to candidate 666 for killing the fierce demon-level beast Wind Willow Demon Tree." And just at the same time, 2 more cues followed. Congratulations to the candidate team Su Cheng, Shi Sheng, Yuan Huan, and Feng Weisha for killing the elite-level beast, the humongous earth-horned rhinoceros. Congratulations to candidate team Chen Hai, Gao Han, Mu Rong Qin, and Wu Daxiang for killing the elite-level fierce beast Desert Lizard. Looks like progress is good over there too. Seeing that although Black Egg could not defeat the Kenwood giant ape, he was able to defend himself. Gu Changqing simply left it alone and headed towards the hellish 3-headed dog that had been strolling along since it appeared. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came out of the backpack abruptly and, I only saw the book of 10,000 beasts, unfolding on its own, and, on one of the pages, a portrait of the Wind Willow Demon Tree that had just been killed appeared. Chapter 62, A Light in the Night. The 10,000 Beasts Atlas has been activated? Gu Changqing stopped his advance and opened his backpack to take it out. All beasts catalog, specialized auxiliary equipment. Function, every kill of a beast of fierce demon level or above or of legendary bloodline will be automatically recorded in the register. The registered image of the beast will automatically collect and condense the energy needed by the owner of the equipment. Currently, this energy cannot be used. Introduction. The Atlas of all beasts was once the equipment held by the first god of beasts. Later, due to irreversible factors, it was forcibly recovered by the rules of the abyss and thrown into a certain copy. After fusing with the stone of the outer heaven, it generated new abilities that need to be slowly explored by the owner of the equipment. The equipment used by the god of beasts? Gu Changqing flipped through the Atlas of 10,000 beasts, and aside from some bluff introductions, there were no other effects. Keep it for now. From afar, a vicious canine beast with 3 ferocious, death-drenched auras could be seen slithering aimlessly across the plains. Perhaps something touched a memory. The beast stopped, Three heads looking around. Senpai. Hell's three-headed dog's amusement has been disturbed. Three mouths spewing out searing jets of dead air. At the same time, he lowered his head, looking down on the tiny Gu Changcheng, and spoke coldly. Human, have you come to get yourself killed? Get lost before I want to take you in the teeth. Gu Changcheng consciously pulled out Xiao Jin's snacks from the package. Elder, please eat, you little brat. One of the heads of the three-headed dog of hell picked up a large piece of meat and chewed and swallowed it without a care in the world. Although the meat is fresh, the grade is low, and the miscellaneous bloodlines hurt my teeth when I eat them. Gu Changcheng ate the elixir by himself and smiled at his words. It seems that Senior has eaten quite a few delicacies of the higher bloodline in the years before. Has it been years before that? The last time I awoke from my slumber, I was transported here from the depths of the plains by a little fellow. Junior, I know your intention to come. Get lost. I have an agreement with that fellow that I won't attack humans even if they are bound by the rules of the abyss. What's more, it's just a memory resurfacing. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness to the human race. Receiving the desired answer, Gu Changcheng respectfully saluted. Despite being only a beast pet of a certain great power, it had made indelible contributions to the human race. Junior, wait. Suddenly, the other head of the three-headed dog of hell called out to him. What else does Elder command? It's hard to talk about commands. It's kind of a command. Since entering the replica, no one has ever entered the deep memory recovery. Consider it a boring beast's advice to future generations of humans. That guy once told me that the existence of the Imperial Beast Master is beyond ascension. Gu Changcheng listened attentively and nodded. The three-headed dog of hell didn't say anything after that. No? Nope. That's what I hate about you guys. You can't be direct about something. You have to beat around the bush. Gu Changcheng smiled faintly and slowly retired. Looking at the tiny figure disappearing across the plain, all the heads of the three-headed dog of hell looked back into the depths of that plain. It seems that the successor is expected. After murmuring, he resumed his stroll. When Gu Changcheng rushed back, the scene in front of him was truly heart-stopping. The Jianmu giant ape's pillar-like arm of refined steel slammed the black egg hard onto the ground. Black egg, under his fist, couldn't stop spitting blood bubbles out of his mouth. The guards formed by the black chi were all shattered. Black egg, Gu Changcheng anxiously shouted. Black egg, at the bottom of the pit, forced a smile and, Master, don't worry, you can't die yet. It's just that a lot of bones are broken. But it's fine. The old ape was exhausted by me. Black egg barely managed to pull himself out from under the giant ape's fist and limped out of the bottom of the pit, spitting at the head of the giant ape that had collapsed on the side of the pit. Go back to the Imperial Beast space to rest first. Black egg shook his head. Let Big Sister rest a little longer. It's the only one who can save the day in the evil battle below. My strength, however, has increased quite a bit. Gu Changcheng scrutinized it carefully, and it really was. Black egg had grown a few centimeters taller, and the muscle mass on his body was much more pronounced. Taking a look at his attributes, the four-dimensional attributes had increased by another 10 points in such a short period of time. Good job, Gu Changcheng complimented with some heartache. Hey. Just give me a little extra boost in the future. Master, cunning human, hateful beast pet. If it was back then, if the rules of the abyss hadn't weakened me, if I hadn't been injured, if you weren't born, where's the ifs? The fact of the matter is that you were ed over by Master Black. Understand? Gu Changcheng looked at the injured leg of the Jianmu great ape. Good grief, the hair on it had been shaved clean. The whole leg was covered with densely packed sword marks. Especially near the base of the thighs, where it was almost stabbed. Do it, we have to gallop in the other direction. Got it. The black egg flipped up the huge body of the giant ape and came to the heart position. The black chi condensed the giant sword and stabbed it in heavily. Human, you shall not die. With a growl, the giant ape's eyes faded out. Black egg had no qualms about dividing the giant ape's corpse. Hand over hand. Master, put it away. Big Sister will eat it when she wakes up. In Black Egg's hand, there was an additional fist-sized beast stone dug out from the heart of a giant ape. Gu Changcheng ordered it to absorb it. Good lord, licking sis is a bit deranged. Congratulations to candidate 666 Gu Changcheng for killing the fierce demon-level fierce beast Jianmu giant ape. After staring at the black egg absorbing the beast stone, it recovered from the injuries it had sustained. Taking another look at the attributes. Good lord, the growth rate isn't much weaker than little gold. Beast pet black egg, unknown species, unidentified, grade, general, rank, 5, bloodline, unknown bloodline, divine destiny, 10,000 battles of the four directions, attributes, strength plus 53, physique plus 34, agility plus 40, spirit plus 34, skills, darkness surge, unavailable, darkness traceability, unavailable, 10,000 battles God's body, level 1, looting sword art, unfortunately, Black Egg was unable to grant a gold phrase with the effect of doubling its base attributes like little gold. He was getting more and more excited to see what would happen to the Path of Heaven's destiny at the 10th level. Having pretty much cleaned up the Kenwood giant ape, carrying a hard rib 3 times its height, Black Egg majestically reinforced the rest of the squad. Resist. I can't. My beast pets have all suffered heavy damage. Their loyalty has decreased and they can't be summoned. MS. Su. Status. Young Chen. We've reached this juncture. It's time to debut the 3rd beast pet, right? All pull back. It's building up to a big move that covers a wide area. The last 2 elite-level ferocious beasts, the already extremely depleted dozen of. When it came to the crunch, the unexpected happened. Su Qing gritted his teeth strongly, and the unicorns collapsed to the ground in exhaustion one after another after releasing their auxiliary skills. Shi Sheng hurriedly rushed in front of her, and the 3-headed, 6-armed Rohan Berserker lion had 4 of its arms twisted and deformed, out of ammunition and at the end of their tether. Seeing the thunder and lightning raging above the head of one of the ferocious beasts, the manic power rippled across the entire battlefield. All is rested. Everyone's hearts were shrouded in despair. Thieving beast, look at the sword. Suddenly there was a yell that, a radiant black sword chi, wrapped in a white beast bone that, if it was like a shooting star, it cut through the darkness of the night. Chapter 63, The Final Boss. The Dragon. Sword energy surges, sharply stabbing into the thunderbolt birthed by that purple-blue thunder beast. The energy in it was hit by an external force, and the Denge skill was interrupted. The overflowing lightning covered a 7-meter radius, startling the crowd who rushed to flee and dodge. That doesn't seem right. Black Egg scratched his monkey's head, and the formation, which was already holding up, collapsed completely. Ribs come. The black aura re-wrapped around the giant ape's ribs and flew back into Black Egg's hand. The 10,000 battles god's body opened, and Black Egg rushed up, carrying the bones. As he approached the thunder beast, he didn't forget to shout at Su Cheng, "Beauty, come to a state. Your increased Master Black likes it very much." Gu Changqing arrived a step behind and couldn't help but listen to Black Egg's words. Su Qing regained some of her chi, and the unicorn put a layer of milky white halo on the Black Egg. With black and white intertwined, the Black Egg's attribute soared. Together with the defensive power of the 10,000 battles divine body, they fought the thunder beast on equal footing for a while. The dozen or so people were suddenly under much less pressure, and when the lightning dissipated, with Chen Hai and Shi Sheng as the front row, a dozen people surrounded another ferocious beast with great vigor. "Brother Evergreen, you're here." Su Qing's voice was hoarse and his face was haggard, but his eyes were filled with joy and composure. "Communicate well with the ponies. As good as the spell is, chanting it too much hurts the Imperial Beast Master." Su Qing's face flushed, and the unicorn beside her sneezed, seemingly dissatisfied with Gu Changqing's proposal. At this time, a good-looking, calm and competent girl came forward and after sizing up Gu Changqing, she said, "At first, I didn't believe it, thinking that Grandpa had been tricked. Now it seems that I was short-sighted. I apologize." Gu Changqing looked at her in her Yutong High School uniform and couldn't recognize her identity. "And you are? Murong Qin." The girl handed him the palm of her hand and, Gu Changqing shook his hand halfway and said indistinctly, "So it's the Murong family's eldest miss." Elder Murong is indeed an amiable elder. After the big exam, I hope you can come to the Murong family as a guest. Sort of, for my aunt's sake, a kind of repayment. Okay, sometime for sure. After more than half an hour, the 2 ferocious beasts, already heavily consumed, with the crowd working in unison, they wailed and fell to the ground, looking at the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were constantly being decomposed. Some candidates sighed quite a bit. Alas, these ferocious beasts only beg for forgiveness, and the moment they mention a contracted beast pet they immediately rebel as if they've been hit with chicken blood. "Yeah, if we could deed ahead, we'd just take off in place. When I go out, I'll make sure my family buys me a beast pet above the king level, otherwise it's too much effort." Gu Changqing slowly walked up to them and said, "It's not that the beast pets aren't strong, it's that the copies are severely overpowered." Once the crowd saw that it was Gu Changqing, they no longer looked contemptuous and came forward. "Don't console us, we know exactly how big the gap is. Gu Changqing, have you ever jumped off a cliff? Where did you jump? Give me a direction. It's up to you to go up against the nation's geniuses." Even Chen Hai hardened his head and said, "Humph, don't think you're going to win. I'll take the first place in Jinhai City." Gu Changqing just smiled and, "Take it? With your life?" Just then, in the direction of the city, suddenly smoke and dust shot straight up into the sky. The 4 Imperial Beast Masters of the 4 great academies who had been possessed led the Imperial Beast Masters of the city, and they all stood up on the walls of the city, seemingly in anticipation of the final showdown. The final boss of the artificial copy of the fierce beast has descended. Please return to the city and fight back the strong enemy with the NPCs. Come on, The final showdown has just begun. As soon as Gu Changqing shouted, a dozen or so candidates silently followed him towards the city. Invisibly, Gu Changqing had just become their backbone. Gu Changqing and the others had just reached the vicinity of the city gates when they saw a fierce battle open up behind the plains directly in front of them. Two behemoths, the ground shook and the earth cracked wherever they passed. Gu Changqing's eyes were sea, and his heart said that it was not good. He saw one of the ferocious beasts clearly. It was the five-tailed blood fox, but he's a bit of a mess. 4 of his 5 tails are broken. Only one was left, still seized, turned and then flung with force in the direction of the city. Boom! The 5-tailed blood fox, covered in blood, heavily smashed into the city wall, causing the already unsound wall to crack out a large opening. It's covered in bite marks and disintegrating wounds. With a tilt of his head, he met Gu Changqing's gaze and, immediately, he said, "Humans, I will block it for you as promised. Give me that thing, and when I recover, I will definitely be able to suppress it. You're on the verge of being killed. Can't you just stop? Stop bragging." Gu Changqing sighed. "I forgot to tell you, the only way to be empowered is to become my beast pet." The 5-tailed blood fox froze, then burst into a rage. "Human, you lied to me. Cheat your ass off. Either die or become your master's spare beast pet. Choose between the two paths yourself. Black Egg's tone is strong. Full strength cannot do you. Half dead still cannot clean up you. Human, you let me think. Yes, tell me, what went wrong?" The 5-tailed blood fox said weakly. "I didn't expect that the last one would be it. Human, don't die." Roar! A deafening roar came from the distance. And all the beast's pets present, even the black eggs, all of them shivered under this long chant. Little Gold was awakened by the long chant and also came out from the imperial beast space. A dozen people, all swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. As if he had seen a ghost, he muttered, "Tell me, did I hear you right? That roar just now, was it a dragon's roar?" Everyone's face was pale and their hearts felt powerless. There's no mistaking it. It's a dragon's roar. Holy crap, I can see a dragon in my lifetime. No regrets in this life. No, why are there dragons? The burly imperial beast master sucked in a sharp breath and shouted in a voice like a bell. The imperial beast master is the first line of defense for the human race, and also the last. Gentlemen, my dear friends and brothers, I am ready to die. Are you? The human race is fearless. My generation is fearless. The human race is fearless. My generation is fearless. The human race is fearless. My generation is fearless. The deafening shouts in unison gradually overshadowed the dragon's roar. The hot blood ignited a blazing fire in the chest that Gu Changqing and a dozen other people were also infected by the strong emotions of the fear of the dragon in his heart disintegrated little by little and vanished. Roar! Another dragon's roar suddenly rises and only the depths of the plains were flooded with a thick, blood-colored mist that, a behemoth of a thing, snaking its way through the mist. Until a blood-colored dragon's head violently poked out from above the city. A pair of slightly closed dragon eyes open wide. A rain of blood fell steeply. Kill! The burly imperial beast master tore off his tunic, his muscles like gnarled dragons, and rose into the air, kicking off this final battle. But the next instant, the burly imperial beast master's iron fist, which was 1,000 pounds thick, was about to strike the center of the dragon's forehead when Ogawa, you've grown! A figure landed on the dragon's head faster than the blood-colored arm, clashed with the burly imperial beast master. Chapter 64, the prerequisite for becoming a legend, killing a legend. How can you? The violent impact of the fluctuation caused the burly imperial beastmaster to quickly fall back and, upon seeing the face of the visitor, his pupils widened in an unbelievable manner, steadily landing back on the city wall. His entire body froze, his mouth muttering impossibility. "Captain Yang Chuan, what's wrong with you?" The remaining 3 royal beast masters went up to check and inquire. Yang Chuan's brows tightened as if a substantial murderous aura was spreading. Suddenly, he raised his head to look straight at the man on the dragon's head and rebuked. "Why, as a teacher, you have broken your promise of imparting education to us in the first place, and have degraded yourself to the point of standing on the opposing side of the human race. Tell me, why?" Our once god Wan Yuntian. With Yang Chuan's angry words, the blood mist on the dragon's head began to dissipate. A middle-aged man who looked 7 times similar to Sage Wang revealed his original appearance. Only, his body was covered in fine scales, identical to the scales of the dragon beneath him. Gu Changqing secretly said bad big deal. The people around him were also confused. "Yang Chuan? Wang Yuntian? Are we traveling through? Crossing over your ass? We're in a recreated copy of our memories, but that's too much of a stretch, isn't it? One of the worst battles of shame in the history of the human race is infighting at the end of the day? Wang Yuntian, That's the first batch of the oldest royal beast masters, an existence known as the god of royal beasts. Yang Chuan, the head of the top 10 strongest royal beast masters. Ma, I was deserting when he was lecturing. Brother Evergreen, what do we do? Gu Changqing's fists clenched. So it turned out that there was another layer of meaning to what Sage Wang had said about being wrong. From Yang Chuan's conversation, he pieced together a possibility. That is, while exploring the Imperial Beast system, this god of the Imperial Beasts made a mistake and, like those Imperial Beast masters in the evil god's hand copy, they had turned into a human-unhuman beast existence. But even if you know that, there is no better way than to take one step at a time. We're not the main force, so remember, everyone, protect yourselves as much as possible. If it's a man versus a ferocious beast, there's nothing to say until the battle is over. If it's a civil war, do your best. Oh Xiaochuan, you are still so naive. Even if it's called the god of imperial beasts, so what? I am always not a god. Human life is too fragile, and what can be done in a limited amount of time is minimal. Therefore, I have fused with the Tongtian Biong. Now I have a long life and endless power. But there is one drawback, and that is eating a bit too much. So, give me all their imperial beast power. And treat you, I won't kill. After all, they are my beloved disciples. You dream. Yang Chuan whistled long, and one by one, a hexagram star formation appeared around him, and a strong and unparalleled beast pet came out from the royal beast space. What do you take the human race for? Wang Yuntian laughed coldly, his blood-red hand wiped at the corner of his mouth and said, captive grain, by layering it one level at a time, eliminating the inferior ones, the ones left behind are naturally the cream of the crop. Incorrigible, you're half dead. Let me give you one last ride. Yang Chuan attacked again. His 7 beast pets erupted with overwhelming power and followed behind. However, the Tongtian Biong opened its mouth and let out a dragon roar, a crushing pressure that caused the beast pets to be shaken. The guy who has already betrayed. Don't come out to disgrace yourself. Suddenly, the rolling death aura suddenly emerged, transforming into an arm that climbed out of hell and choked the neck of the Tongtian Biong. The Tongtian Biong dragon ate the pain, and its blood-colored energy flourished, propping up that arm. The 3-headed dog of hell, who at some point had already been on the other side of the city wall, looked up at the Tongtian Bidragon and said to the crowd on the city wall, I'll hold back this sinful dragon, and you guys do your best to send the old man to his death. Unimaginable battles were staged in front of the people. A beast pet that fully cashed in on its bloodline did possess a terrifying destructive power like that of a catalytic city. The plains beyond the city walls have been shrouded in dust and sand, and the imperial beast masters of low rank could not even get close. Numbers are sometimes so insignificant in the face of absolute strength. But, do you have any more medicine? Give me all the medicine. The crowd sniffed and started pulling out their backpacks. Within a short time, piles of various kinds of expensive or inexpensive medicines were piled up into a small mountain. Kim, is it still okay? Gu Changqing tilted his head and stroked Xiao Jin's head smoothly. There was a slump in Kogane's essence, but the fire in his eyes was not extinguished. I feel the power coming up. Gu Changqing froze and checked the time. Half an hour before noon. The time in the copy is exactly as remembered. Protect yourselves, don't do anything rash, and act on the NPC's command. After saying that, he leapt onto Little Gold's back and flew up in a single bound towards the center of the tumultuous battlefield. A crowd looked dumbfounded. Let's hunker down. How you fly? The flame energy fluctuated around Little Gold, and the aftermath of the chaotic battle's prestige was blocked out. Xiao Chuan, Xiao Kong, the progress of the few of you is too meager. Wang Yuntian resisted with ease as he fought 1 against 4, coupled with the indiscriminate bombardment of a dozen beast pets. The hard, blood-colored dragon scales were the best defense. No matter what skill was bombarded on it, it could only create waves of energy, creating no impact. Yang Chuan's muscles bulged all over his body. The 3 beast pets gathered energy around him, and the 3-colored fluctuations surrounded his entire right arm. Combination skill, chaos kill. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of fist seals erupted out of, wrapped in the power of the beast's pet and itself. Reverse scale armor. Wang Yuntian opened his arms, and the silhouette of the Tongtian Biong dragon snaked and twisted up from beneath his feet. The dragon's scales on his body burst into a bloody light. Yang Chuan's fist seal was suddenly like falling into a quagmire. Slowing down. Surnamed Wang, even if I have to spell out this life, I can't let you go on with your unscrupulous evil. Yang Chuan turned his palm into a knife, leaving a shocking wound on his left wrist. The reddish blood surged out, turning into threads of blood that were continuously injected into the fist prints. Seeing this, Wang Yuntian sneered disdainfully. The path of the imperial beasts is wrong. Weak humans who think that if they can harness ferocious beasts as their favorites, they will be able to expel them and reclaim their homes, but forgetting that one's own strength is the ultimate goal. I will be unrivaled with the fusion of my god-level bloodline. the reverse scale armor opened up in front of Wang Yuntian's body like a seamless net. The blood-infused fist prints were still unable to break through the reverse scale armor despite being infused with majestic energy. Right at that moment, a loud and clear phoenix cry suddenly rose. Yang Chuan and the other four then saw that a sun rushes into the fray. It was so hot that it seemed to dry one out, and in the midst of the sun, a godly bird of divine handsomeness and greatness. Every time it stirred its wings, shaking down flames that immediately melted the earth. Gentlemen, attack please. His reverse scale armor. Leave it to me. Hearing the sound, they then saw that there was actually a human standing on the back of the divine bird. Tong Tian Biong? A god-level bloodline? The god of imperial beasts, right? It seems you've always been a toad, staying at the bottom of a well without ever seeing how big the sky really is. Today, I'll show you what a true god-level bloodline is. The flames of wariness blazed in the eyes of Gu Changqing and Little Gold. Kill the legend. Become a legend. Beyond the legend. Chapter 65. Becoming a legend. Surpassing legends. Hubris. Arrogant. I don't know what to say. The eyes are devoid of spirit. A newborn calf is not afraid to die, or even a psychopath. The four top imperial beast masters of the human race on the plains looked at Gu Changqing on top of Little Gold. All thought he was crazy. The god of beasts. A divine bloodline. Whichever one it was an overwhelming presence. Wang Yuntian had traveled far and deep on this path, a height that they simply could not reach. This new generation of calves that came out of nowhere had gone so far as to wildly claim that they wanted to show the god of imperial beasts the world. Wang Yuntian's gaze was sea, and his huge might spread in all directions. He was staring intently at Xiao Jin, who was nearing noon and constantly raising the intensity of his flames. The rippling heart gradually developed holes with the inexplicable pressure. He clearly felt the Tong Tian Biong struggle, as well as a faint panic and fear. It was a primal instinct from the depths of the heart, a submission to a higher bloodline. God-level bloodline? Impossible. There isn't any beast pet whose bloodline level can exceed that of my Tong Tian Biong. No, this trembling feeling. No, it's not God level. Is it the super god above? Wang Yuntian's expression and tone of voice began to show different contrasts. A bloodline above the divine level? The four top imperial beast masters looked at each other in dismay. Yang Chuan, however, was invigorated and yelled, God bless the human race. The human race should be self-improving. I will never allow it. Wang Yuntian completely fell into madness. The fishy red blood aura and the ominous turquoise color erupted out of his body at the same time. And after a dragon roar that shook heaven and earth, the Tong Tian Bai dragon, who had been fighting with the three-headed dogs of hell, a flinging dragon's tail drove the three-headed dog of hell back, and rushed into the cloud of. The next moment appeared above Wang Yuntian. I am the true transcendent god. The body of the Tong Tian Biong dragon entwined Wang Yuntian, then slowly turned transparent, thoroughly integrating into his flesh. The blood and turquoise colors of light blossomed, forming an impenetrable egg. Wang Yuntian sublimated and evolved in it at a speed visible to the naked eye. Man in the form of a dragon. Dragon in the form of a man. Half dragon, half man. Several forms switch back and forth. No good. Stop him. The partially dragonized Wang Yuntian had already hung on to beat the four top royal beast masters. If all dragonized, the entire city, or even the entire human race, would no longer have anyone to contend with. But their attacks, the skills of their beast pets, it hit on top of the dragon egg and was absorbed as much as it could be, used as nourishment for evolution. Nico, the shadow of the golden crow on Little Gold's body, the true body within that burned out the heavens and the earth, let out a stirring chirp. And then the fiery blazing flames of the blazing sun, uncontrollably overflowing outward. Noon, time 2, god of carnage, Little Gold, kill, getting orders from Gu Changqing, with the tenfold increase in full attributes from the gold phrase sun shining in the sky, a blazing pale golden flame, cloaked in a dazzling golden glow. A blazing ball of fire, like the sun, it keeps expanding and growing. Kid, we've come to wish you well too. Yang Chuan and the others, respectively, channeled their own energy as well as the energy of their beast pets as much as they could into the ball of fire that Little Gold had condensed. Until the minute is almost up. The four top imperial beast masters looked up in consternation and the sun, as the real sun falls down, wrapped in heaven-defying, irresistible, destructive divine power, the weight slammed down on the dragon's egg. At first, the power on the dragon's egg could be absorbed and transformed. With the extreme temperatures revealed in the core of the sun's fireball, just see the surface of the dragon's egg begin to melt, and the gas, like water vapor, has not yet drifted away. It's just killed by the heat in dribs and drabs. When the outermost layer of the blazing sun's flames have worn off, only on the dazzling golden glow at the center of the Ka-ching, a crack appeared, followed by a second, third and fourth. On Little Gold's back, Gu Changqing, who was weak and only cared about stuffing pills, patted little gold and, barely peeking his head down, he shouted, "Run! The fireball's follow-up damage is going to explode." Yang Chuan and the other four heard this, and after looking at each other, they put the beast pets away and listened to the advice to stay away as fast as possible. Little Kim flew away in a hurry, no longer able to support themselves as they approached the walls of the city. The pack fell from the air with Gu Changqing, Gu Changcheng, Brother Evergreen, Shi Sheng, Su Qing, and the others rushed over and helped the frail Gu Changqing up. "Quick, duck!" Before he could finish his sentence, I saw a blinding golden glow, suddenly illuminated from the horizon of the plains. The whole plain, as if welcoming the first rays of the early morning. The golden radiance irradiates and sweeps away evil, mud, the destructive force that erupted from gathering the power of four top imperial beast masters. It was even more perverted than Black Egg's forbidden skill of strongly lifting the bloodline. Ow! An agonizing dragon's roar came out from the place where the golden radiance burst. Dang! The sound of a firework exploding, reaching every corner of the plains. It's not very loud. The ensuing shockwave, wrapped in a lurid heat wave, like a hurricane passing through wreak havoc. Is heaven and earth going to be destroyed? Nima, get down and take cover. With this temperature, it feels like I'm going to melt. Over there, what the hell is going on? A dozen men, some digging holes in the ground, some summoned their beastly pets and hid behind the, others buried their heads in the dirt and blushed from the warm sandy soil. And beyond the replica, the curtain of light, after being filled with the golden glow of the replica light door began to shake, the clear sound of cracking stimulating everyone present. No good. Zhao Zhanxiong reached the light door in 2 strides, using the identity of the copy creator to tickle the power of the abyss. Reinforced copies are smooth. Even so, Zhao Zhanxiong's forehead was still dripping with sweat, and it was hard to maintain. What the hell happened? What triggered such powerful energy that even the replica couldn't be stabilized? The golden glow lasted for almost 10 minutes before gradually regaining its calm. The 3-headed, 6-armed berserker lion, loosening his tightly clasped arms. Qi Sheng and Su Qing let out a long breath at the same time, looking down at Gu Changcheng, whose face had regained its rosy color. He said in astonishment, "What have you done?" Gu Changcheng let out a bitter laugh. "Didn't do anything, just lost a skill." "Skills? Only?" The two men looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. "Brother Evergreen, you're even more perverted than when you were at the Imperial Beast Master Association camp." Gu Changqing continued to smile bitterly. "It's not me who's perverted, it's those 4 old guys with their perverted powers." Thinking back to that minute in which a constant stream of energy converged as if it were an ocean, Gu Changqing's heart was not without emotion. The older generation of Imperial Beastmasters were worthy of being the backbone of the human race. They were using a pair of fists to harden the path of hope for the human race. Gu Changqing was busy checking the status of Little Gold in the Imperial Beast space. This time it was a complete slumber. It had reached the limit of what Little Kim could take. At this time, Yang Chuan and the other 4 began to head towards Wang Yuntian's side. Gu Changqing and the others all followed close behind. The wave that encompassed almost the entire copy did not cause any damage. Only Wang Yuntian, who was in the center of the outbreak, took all the attacks. The dragon egg had shattered, and all the dragonization on his entire body had disappeared. Returning to his full human state, he stared up at the sky with confused eyes. "The old teacher?" Yang Chuan shouted tentatively. "Ogawa, I seem to have done something wrong, right?" Yang Chuan was speechless, unable to answer the facts that had been generalized. Gu Changqing also bowed his head inside helplessly. From a spiritual anchor for the human race, to a demon of slaughter, Wang Yuntian hit rock bottom. Dragon slayers end up as evil dragons. Qi Sheng, Su Qing and the others also looked at this class god powerhouse who was the most colorful in the textbooks and who had pioneered and tinkered with the forefront of the Imperial Beast system, and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The worst sacrifice in the history of mankind would be his doing. This truth is not a heavy one. However, at the moment of failure, it was as if I saw the right path for the future. Wang Yuntian barely raised his arm and pointed a finger at Gu Changqing. "How can I talk about becoming a god when I have not seen a god? Thank you, later ones, you have given me no more regrets. I have finally seen the real God before I close my eyes in peace. I'll pay for my sins in my next life." After saying that, Wang Yuntian's arm fell to the ground. A generation of the god of the Imperial Beasts fell, but he just left. Within his body, the Tongtian Biong broke through the Imperial Beast space and flew out from his corpse, the turquoise-colored energy, emanating an endlessly eerie aura of, with the breath of the manipulated Inferno Corpse Tiger. It was exactly the same. The Tongtian Biong dragon appeared without any nonsense, opening its mouth and swallowing towards Gu Changqing. Having seen a true god-ranked, or even super god-ranked bloodline, it's on its way, and it's showing up. It all happened so fast. There was no time to react. Just as Gu Changqing watched the dragon's mouth getting closer and closer, suddenly, a voice rang out and, at the same time, a great suction and pulling force pulled the Tongtian Beyong over. My father is dead, so let the sins end here. A young imperial beast master with a bountiful god like jade stepped into the light. Gu Changqing, as well as the three heads of the three-headed dog of hell, said at the same time, "It's you." Chapter 66, Crushing First Place, Rookie King. The person who came was none other than Sage Wang, the only son of Wang Yuntian, the perfecter of the entire imperial beast system. Gu Changqing thought of the end of the first episode, where Sage Wang had had a brief conversation with Tongtian Bilong. It seems that, following the original memory line, even without him making a move, Wang Yuntian was bound to lose. Sage Wang's appearance was to close the show, and in the process, lift the hidden danger that was the Tongtian Bilong. 2 reoccurring memory episodes close here. Compared to being young, you're still really hard to look at when you're older. The three-headed dog of hell bent down its 3 heads and surrounded Sage Wang like an old friend greeting him, but Sage Wang's lifting expression, formatted as it was, didn't change in any way. He raised his hand and pointed at the Tongtian Beyong, and the huge dragon's body was not able to resist in the slightest. It was then sucked into the imperial beast space in his body. You're not him. The three-headed dog of hell was disinterested. It seems that my mission ends here. Just as it finished speaking, a particle of light and dust slowly floated up from underneath its feet. The entire body slowly dissipated in it. Little one, to be able to see in my remaining memories that there is a junior like you inheriting the future of the human race, I am heartily happy for him. Gu Changqing bowed 90 degrees and said sincerely, "It's a blessing for the human race to have a beast pet like Senior to guard them. Needy as it is, I'm all ears. If I hadn't long since ceased to exist, I would consider following you around to see if the present Earth is more interesting than it was then. It will be, and the human race will only move forward and prosper more and more. We won't forget the sages. It was you who allowed us to stand taller and see farther. Elders, go in peace." Yes, yes, yes. The three-headed dog of hell exclaimed 3 times in a row before it turned into particles of light and dust and dissipated into the copy. At that moment, Yang Chuan and the other 4 top royal beastmasters, as well as that city, the city's once unyielding and fearless human royal beastmasters, all gone. Sage Wang's feet left the ground and hovered in the air, his tone cold and emotionless. Congratulations to the candidates Gu Changqing, Shi Sheng, Su Qing, Chen Hai, Mu Rongqin, and the other 15 freshman Imperial Beastmasters for clearing the hell-level artificial copy of the Chattering Blood Wasteland. Reward each candidate with 50 points added to their total score and a Beast Pet Evolution Stone. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing for completing the plot mission, Stop Wang Yuntian, and obtaining a piece of random Imperial Beastmaster equipment. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing. The plot mission has reached 90% completion, and he has obtained a random Beast Pet Skill Opening Stone, Must Become. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing for becoming the king of the second plot quest kill, rewarding him with a piece of unique Imperial Beastmaster equipment. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing, leading his companions to pass the Bloodshed Wasteland copy, rewarding Jinhai City's newcomer King Halo title. Congratulations to candidates Qi Shang, Su Qing, Chen Hai, Mu Rongqin. A flurry of abyssal information announcements were too much to read. Gu Changqing, undoubtedly, was the biggest winner. Qi Shang and Su Qing both cast congratulatory glances at him. The other sons of the lineage, on the other hand, were convinced, and verbally gave a congratulatory meal, hardly concealing their loss. Only Chen Hai, his fists clenched and unclenched, and his expression changed even more. There is resentment, anger, dismay, chagrin, and, wait a minute, almost every emotion is included. Finally, with a bitter laugh, he seemed to put everything down, to look away. 2. People seem to grow in moments. Gu Changqing, congratulations, first place in Jinhai City, it's yours. Looking at Chen Hai's hand, which had dropped everything and passed it to him, Gu Changqing just looked at it and didn't bother to shake it. He has a sense of family and a passion for the human race, but there is no mercy when it comes to the enemy. Chen Hai lowered his hand rather awkwardly, although I still have confidence that I can defeat you in the ring. Unfortunately, it's better to forget about it. The others didn't know what to say for a moment, so they could only pretend they hadn't heard anything. The copy is finished. Please enter the teleportation light door to leave. With a wave of Sage Wang's hand, a portal of teleportation light appeared in front of the crowd. When Gu Changqing walked in and reappeared in the one high backcountry outside the replica of a fragrant breeze that swooped into the arms. Green, you're number 1. You're number 1. You're number 1. Number 1. Yi Ruyan shouted excitedly, shouting, her voice choked, and her warm tears wet Gu Changqing's chest. Gu Changqing hugged her tightly, and for a moment, He was overwhelmed with emotions, as if he were dreaming. In front of his eyes, he could vaguely see that in front of those high and mighty clans, Xiao Jin was willing to exhaust his legendary bloodline for its sake, rather than leave him. Seeing that the Chen family used all sorts of tactics in order to block him, saw the cynicism of various people, saw the worry of Yi Ruyan. Now that all the bitterness is over, he can stand in front of people without fear and shout it out. Me, Gu Chongqing, Jinhai first, sis, if you cry again, you'll get smaller. Collecting himself, Gu Chongqing flirted. Small? What would be small? Yi Ruyan wiped her tears and came out of his arms in a daze. Seeing Gu Chongqing staring unsuspectingly at the mountains in front of her chest, she let out a delicate cry and the slender fingers were as fast as the wind and grabbed Gu Chongqing's ear. Good boy, the guts are getting bigger and bigger. Dare to open my sister's dirty jokes, itchy ass, is not it? Her strength was so small that Gu Chongqing pretended to be in pain and kept begging for mercy. Ahem! An ill-timed voice came from the side. Shenlin pushed up his glasses and said in a somewhat doting tone, why don't you two go down and flirt? I'm going to announce the results. Get out! Yi Ruyan glared cross-eyed and tugged Gu Chongqing to the side. And now, the individual results of the national exam Jinhai City are announced. A curtain of light in mid-air. A report card unfolded. National exam for Jinhai Chong ranking list. First place, Gu Chongqing. Ring battle score, 30. Replica record score, 150. Extra bonus points, 20. Total score, 200. Second place, Chen Hai. Ring battle score, 30. Copy record score, 100. Extra points, 0. Total score 130. Third place, Su Ching. Ring battle score, 29. Copy record score, 95. Extra bonus points, 0. Total score, 124. Fourth place, Qisheng. When they saw the score of 200 points, the leaders of the various schools and the top management of the city lord's office on the stage were dumbfounded. Chen Hai's 103 was not rare amongst the Jinhai City candidates over the years. This 200, like a heavenly moat, set Gu Chongqing off as even more unfathomable. Candidates ranked in the top 30, please continue to prepare and replenish your status. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you will represent Jinhai City and compete with the talented elites of the country. I would like to wish you all good luck in your martial arts endeavors. Gu Chongqing, who was being severely praised by Yi Ruyan. Suddenly I saw those in the leadership table start to leave. Wait, Gu Chongqing shouted, looking at Chen Ziming as well as Li Haoren and the others. He coldly said, Chen Family Master, Deputy City Master Li, have you forgotten something? Chapter 67 One Man Against a City. Tough. Chen Hai's footsteps as the elders in the family retreated, stopped at the sound of the voice and was about to fold and turn back. Chen Ziming stopped his shoulder with brute force, as if he hadn't heard him. At this time, Li Haoren stopped, with a bashful smile, and a little bit of ruthlessness in his elegant temperament. He met Gu Chongqing's gaze, his tone smooth and unruffled. Student Gu Chongqing, you are now the number one in Jinhai City, the deserved king of newcomers. Your achievements, even in the whole country, are a rare example. So, for the sake of the people of the city's expectations, and to be able to console the two hero spirits in heaven, it's better to focus on the two matches against the national candidates this afternoon and lead the candidates of Jinhai City to a successful outcome. This is what all of us in the city lord's mansion are looking forward to. Can we? Gu Chongqing nodded, agreeing. Vice City Lord Li really does have a deep sense of justice. If you don't want to talk about it, then I'll do it for you. All of you present, whether you are from the rich and powerful families or the common people, I believe that you have eaten your fill of my Gu Chongqing's big melon. But to your disappointment, the culprit that caused my legendary beast pet to fall to the status of a ruined pet is actually Gu Chongqing. Li Haoren suddenly aggravated his tone, and his eyes under his glasses flashed with coldness and viciousness. Please be mindful of who you are at this moment. The battle for the nation is imminent. Are you trying to sway the others? Gu Chongqing, I hope you've taken the greater good into consideration. Isn't what you want an apology? I'll give you a guarantee that after the big exam is over, the entire Qin family will face Jinhai City and give you a most satisfactory reply. Li Haoren's seemingly righteous words were taken in the name of Jinhai City's honor to pressure Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but laugh as he listened. Vice City Lord Li, your reasoning is truly thought-provoking. If I'm missing a string in my brain, you've really talked me into it. Gu Chongqing's laughter stopped. Vice City Lord Li, on that day, it seems that you were also present when Master Chen used the reverse contract to forcefully try to extract my beast pet. Why didn't you press him and tell him that it would be inadvertent and I would die along with my legendary beast pet? At that time, with regards to what the Chen family master did, you tacitly approved, didn't you? If so, is today any different from that day? Li Haoren's face was gloomy, and he deliberately looked at Yi Ruyan, who hadn't said anything by Gu Chongqing's side, and said, Miss Yi, there's a misunderstanding here. do you believe it? Yi Ruyan shrugged her shoulders and took Gu Changqing's arm into her arms, an action that made her position clear. So it's non-negotiable? No last ounce of mercy? Ha ha ha. Gu Changqing laughed coldly. Sentiment? Did you talk about sentiment when you intercepted me? Vice City Lordly, those vicious imperial beastmasters outside the city, do you have anything to do with them? Looking at Li Haoran, who had fought his way out despite everything, a thought appeared in his mind. The three-headed tentacle dragon had said that someone had made some sort of agreement with the evil god's hand and was intentionally breeding it to help it break through evolution. Imagine that person as Li Haoran, the Chen family. Not unacceptable. Especially Chen Hai's attitude. Dead set on keeping his last card when he knew he had a chance to fight back. Chen Ziming did the dirty deed, but he's the one who interceded. Is Li Haoran protecting the Chen family? Or does he have another agenda? Or, the two sides have long been entangled and indistinguishable from each other. By preserving him, you are preserving yourself. Gu Changqing's eyes rolled as a new idea arose. He crossed over to Li Haoran and said to Chen Hai, actually, there's another way to get the best of both worlds. Want to hear it? Yi Ruyan was surprised. What is the stinky brother trying to do? What is he doing? But in the next second, seeing the smile at the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth, her heart relaxed. Overthink it. Stinky brother is still the same stinky brother. Kill Chen Ziming, the Chen family head. Your father, cruel, vicious? Looking around at those who hadn't left the top echelons of the city lord's office, the leaders of the major universities, and the prestigious families of Jinhai City, Gu Changqing knew one thing well. Chaos kills the Virgin Mary. The clan is in danger of punishing the wolves and traitors. Wang Yuntian's lesson taught him that unless you really are a god, turning your hand to the clouds and your hand to the rain. Otherwise, without absolute strength, the individual remains small. Even if it's going to be a different path than the one we took before, it's also just a more powerful knife. Gu Changqing, be a man and leave a bottom line. Even if the Chen family lord has done something wrong and can give you compensation, you are trying to destroy Chen Hai. Yes, we strongly resist this punishment. A number of worldly spokesmen, inexplicably united to they smelled an inexplicable crisis. Green, don't. Hai didn't do anything wrong? Why are you being aggressive with him? Tea Master White Lotus Su Sisi, pearly and accompanied by her parents and brother, stood out. Su Sisi's mother frowned. A child's family has such a heavy killing aura. How can we feel confident in handing Sisi over to you? Yes, let it go. Young man, let it go. Chang, my parents have tentatively agreed to us being together. Just let go of your sadness about the sea and turn it into peace. After all, you are the hope of Jinhai City. Before the words were finished, a sharp black sword chi grazed Su Sisi's neck in a flash. Long black hair, broken at the roots, fell to the ground. Reddish blood spurted from his throat. Su Sisi's parents were horrified. Murder! Sisi, don't scare us. Black Egg returned to Gu Changqing's side and stood with his back turned, slowly sheathing his black sword. Where's the from? It makes me sick to hear her talk. Stop howling. It won't kill her. It just keeps her from barking. To hurt someone in public, or when the various families make counterattacks. For a while, the faces of the lineages were hard to see. Gu Changqing, are you openly calling out against us? Don't think that just because you're the number one in Jinhai City, you can do whatever you want. The Gao family, have put my word here that the Chen family is our most important partner. If anything happens to him, then don't blame me. Ms. Yi, you are also a descendant of a prestigious family. You should know what he has to pay as a prerequisite for trying to muddy the waters, right? Black Egg crossed his waist and raised his sword. Old mongrel, believe it or not, Master Black chopped you with a sword. Green. Yi Ruyan was born and raised on this big boat called the World Family. And what was in it? She knew better than anyone else. Gu Changqing has an unlimited future ahead of him. Over the years, she had been able to suppress the worldly families of Jinhai City by virtue of her status. The biggest dependents is still holding their secrets in their hands. Now, Gu Changqing was no longer facing a Chen family. Rather, it's a collection of interests in the town of. She faltered. The two sides are at cross purposes. Gu Changqing had a grim look on his face, and he had already prepared for any worst-case scenario. He was just trying to get justice, and he had attracted so much resistance. After all, it's because he's not the pauper he used to be who could be taken at his leisure. Yo, where are they all? How come someone else got hurt? Zhao Zhanxiang went and returned, accompanied by two middle-aged men who didn't seem to have a simple status. One of them was dressed in white robes and wore a white tiger badge on his chest. The killing aura of his entire body almost condensed into substance. The other was dressed in red robes and wore the crest of the vermilion bird. Underneath the smiling warm smile, it was like a volcano ready to erupt. The white-robed middle-aged man, striding to Chen Hai, said, Chen Hai, our White Tiger Academy thinks you're great. You've been admitted early. Chen Ziming was instantly overjoyed upon hearing this. But suddenly, Gu Changqing shook his head and, a teacher from White Tiger Academy, right? I have no right to interfere in your school's selection of students. May I? Wait until I'm done with this. Chapter 68, Even Heavenly Kings Can't Do It. Gu Changqing, how dare you speak to the division head of the White Tiger Academy? Li Haoran 1. Using the power of the families to bully Yi Ruyan into pressuring her to love Gu Changqing, the White Tiger Academy, in turn, pulled his chances of victory up a notch. I could see that Gu Changqing was still unforgiving, not putting White Tiger Academy in his eyes at all in his words, hence the loud rebukes and signs of currying favor. After the ferocious beasts had descended, the survival area of the human race had shrunk drastically. While the original Dragon Kingdom was much better off compared to the other kingdoms because of the first batch of outstandingly talented beast masters such as Wang Yuntian, Sage Wang, Yang Chuan, and so on, so the populations of those extinct countries are flocking to the Dragon Kingdom. Gradually, the name of Xinhua became the name of the new unified kingdom, but everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knows that, despite the fact that today's families are so numerous, and that the great and powerful look down on them, the four great academies, for every imperial beast master, or supreme sanctuaries, Shanghai was able to be looked at by the White Tiger Academy, one of the four great academies. That means one thing, the Chen family, preserved. Gu Changqing was fearless as he patted Yi Ruyan's hand, signaling her to feel at ease. Yi Ruyan's heart was in turmoil at the moment. On the one hand, she was absolutely supportive of any decision Gu Changqing made. On the other hand, I'm afraid that he really has no qualms about provoking the system that has been in place for so long in the Chikan Dragon Kingdom, tantamount to unveiling to all ordinary people that layer of extravagance painted only in conjecture. It also simultaneously plants a seed in their hearts that everyone can climb. This is tantamount to declaring war head-on with the entire Longwa Shurjia, so she was both conflicted and hesitant as to which side to lean. Gu Changqing, the guy whose individual scores on the big exam were good enough to rank in the top 10 in the country? The White Tiger Academy's white-robed teacher, after a sideways glance, nodded and said, is a good seedling, future achievements, may not be below Chen Hai, just, a pity. No one knew what he meant by pity in his words. In the years of the worldly families such as Li Haoran, it's like pronouncing a death sentence and formulating a thesis. The White Tiger Academy, that is, has such strength and status, unfortunately or not, I won't let you worry about it. Now I just want to ask for justice, that's all, and if you have the leisure to do so, you can also be a witness for your juniors. Gu Changqing and the White Tiger Academy's teacher looked at each other without fear. Not fearless, rather, he knew deep down that once he backed down a step, what awaits him then will be an endless regression. The old man is on the verge of getting killed. Why should I not be allowed to take revenge? Just because I had a strange encounter and wasn't killed, I can throw away all my grudges? It's only right to pay for what you've done. Not even if the King of Heaven comes. The intense murderous aura on the white-robed teacher's body was becoming more and more prevalent, like a steel knife on Gu Changqing's neck. A cold killing chance, like a cold current, invading the bone marrow. Gu Changqing only felt that he had no feeling in his body, and he couldn't even move a bit, but he still stood taut and held his head unbowed. To bully the small with the big? How ridiculous. Is this the fine style of the four great academies? If given time, you will be no match for me. If you want to kill, then come on. The white-robed teacher's tiger eyes glared, and a fierce strong wind spread outward from his circumference. It's like a tiger eyeing its prey and ready to hunt. Kid, are you really not afraid to die? Gu Changqing snorted coldly and smiled. Is not death or immortality decided in a single thought of yours? For a while, the situation was once again stalemated. Ha ha ha, old white, eat your heart out. At that moment, the teacher from Vermilion Bird Academy opened his mouth to tease. Well, let the young people settle matters between themselves. People are right. You ruined my chance and want my life. What? Just because you have power and influence, you don't dare to seek justice? The white-robed teacher grunted heavily, his killing spirit instantly dispersing. Bull ********. Letting my son kill my old man. Then I'll be ruined as a student. Gu Changqing secretly let out a long sigh of relief, and the big stone hanging in his heart steadily fell back. Gu Changqing's move was both a test and a gamble with his life. The pressure given to him by the white-robed teacher was not much worse than that of Wang Yuntian in the replica. After all, it was a memory, and the longer it was, the greater the error. Now it was a real one, and if he didn't pay attention, he would be killed. But he won the bet. I just want justice. Someone said a few words in the white-robed teacher's ear, and the latter's eyes flashed with a brilliant light after listening to it. Resuming his walk to Chen Hai, he asked under the gaze of Chen Ziming's eager eyes, would you like to enter the White Tiger Academy? Chen Hai hesitated, struggled, and didn't answer immediately. Chen Ziming, however, answered back for him, Yes, my family Chenhai is willing. Without looking at him, the white-robed teacher continued. Even at some cost? Yes, whatever it is, my Chen family can afford to pay. Yes, the white-robed teacher suddenly answered. Only a roar of a tiger that moved the mountains and forests could be heard. The white-robed teacher's right hand slammed onto Chen Ziming's forehead. At that moment, the blood that surged out spilled all over Chen Hai's face. Dad! Chen Hai, who had returned to his senses, saw Chen Ziming, whose smile was permanently frozen on his face, and howled with grief. The white-robed teacher's expression didn't move. Hateful? Hateful? Remember the present state of mind and ask for it back in the future, whether it's me or him. After that, he rushed at Gu Changcheng. Kid, are you satisfied now? The student thanks the teacher for doing me justice. Gu Changcheng bowed to it and was met with a heavy hum. He wasn't in a hurry and said to Li Haoren, whose face was as black as carbon, since the Chen family's master is dead, then the next step will be to follow the agreement given by Vice City Lord Li. After the national examination, the Chen family will explain the ins and outs and apologize to me. As for Chen Hai wiped away his tears, his eyes scarlet. I'll wait a year for you, and by then, it's either you or me. Okay, I'll wait for you. Chen Hai picked up Chen Ziming's corpse and left the back mountain accompanied by the Chen family's children. Li Haoren and the other heads of the world families could only watch disheveledly as Chen Ziming fell into a pool of blood. Unable to do anything, they could raise their status and power to oppress Gu Changqing, but couldn't do it to shake a lofty mountain of God. It could only be gray and leave quickly after saying goodbye. Mr. Jubilee sighed slightly. I hope the boy can pull through. You too, don't give a precaution before you do it. Beat the out of it and get down with it. The white-robed teacher blew his beard and glared, aiming his spear at Gu Changqing. It's all because of you. What a bad time to liquidate. Choosing today instead. At this time, Zhao Zhanxian, who hadn't interfered since the beginning, came out and joked, you don't talk about him either. Back then, when you had your eye on your current wife, you didn't also beat that kid from Zhang's family to a pulp. If a young man is thorough, recognizes the big picture, and knows how to hold back, then he is still called a young man. Ha ha ha, old Bai still has this? Come, expand on it in detail. The white-robed teacher's face sank. What's the matter? You want to fight, don't you? Hurry up and find the best place for me. It's been prepared for a long time. The three were like children, talking and joking about going down the mountain. Asshole boy, and ye family girl, why don't you guys follow? And about me? Gu Changqing looked at Yi Ruyan, who nodded her head. Go away, it won't do you any harm. Chapter 69 Zhou Zhanxian's calculation. White Horde double fury. Shanghai restaurant. Elegant room. The food is fully served and the wine glasses are filled. Mr. Bai was still nose to nose and face to face, and was quite resentful of Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, who was sitting outside, couldn't sit still. It wasn't a good feeling to be targeted by a super-imperial beast master. Gu Changqing roughly estimated that this person's rank was, at the very least, king level. The only thing that reassured him was the lack of killing intent. Brat, if you didn't have a match this afternoon, you'd have to dry a pot and apologize to me before I could forgive you slightly. Gu Changqing held up his glass of water and said all the nice and pretty things, which made his face smile so much. Teacher Zhu laughed and shook his head, saying, don't listen to him, tough-talking soft-hearted guy. For you, we have no malice or prejudice. It would have been right for you to ask for justice. It's just that old Bai is making a choice for his students. Come on, drink. The five raised their glasses together. After drinking for nearly half an hour, Yi Ruyan opened her mouth and said, 2 teachers, since the White Tiger Academy has selected Chen Hai, then Mr. Zhu, are you representing the Vermilion Bird Academy to select? Teacher Zhu slammed his head, and Yi Ruyan's afterthought stopped there. Look at this head of mine. I'm just watching old White's hilarity and forgot about my precious student. Forget it, let's wait until she's finished all her matches. Yi Ruyan and Gu Changqing were stunned at the same time. Mr. Zhu's statement was clearly not directed at Gu Changqing, seeing that the two were very confused. Mr. Zhu put down his glass and looked serious. Gu Changqing, with your first beast pet as well as the skills you've acquired as an Imperial Beast Master, you are a perfect fit for our Vermilion Bird Academy. No, it's not just a fit, it's that we're high on the list. Speaking of which, even the hot-tempered and smelly teacher Bai nodded. The founding deans of our 4 great academies, their beast pets are the Gengjin White Tiger, Nanming Vermilion Bird, Ethereal Wood Green Dragon, and the capricious Water Xuanwu. Nanming, the bloodline power of the Vermilion Bird, is Nanming leaving fire. It was all being rumored that the divine beasts of the 4 academies were of divine-level bloodline, but we are all clear that they are still quite far from being true gods. Mr. Shu said, suddenly agitated. But you You've opened our eyes and vaguely seen what a divine-grade bloodline should be like. The destructive power and might brought about by that one black and gold divine bird that was birthed from the sun. In the existing known beast pets, no matter which bloodline grade it is, it can't catch up. The difference between the clouds and the mud is nothing more than that. For the control of flames, no academy can compare to our Vermilion Bird Academy. I really fancy you, Mr. Shu did not mince words of appreciation and praise. Just so, the student chosen by the Vermilion Bird Academy is not me, right? Ugh, I'm real. Mr. Zhu looked chagrined, gritted his teeth, and hated it so much that he picked up his glass of wine and smothered it in one gulp. I was blinded by lard, blinded by the dogs, goddamn the thousand knives. I saw Mr. Zhu get into the mood and also broke down after mulled wine. What tiger and wolf words and filthy pickle H words are not heavy to spit out. Only Zhao Zhanxiong, smiling, refilled their wine and listened. Alright, are you full? Go back and get ready when you're full. The honor of Xinhai City still needs you to get it back. At that time, don't blame me for being impolite if they still want to turn the tables. Looking at the scruffy and unkempt Zhao Zhanxiong, Gu Chongqing vaguely felt as if something was missing. He got up to say goodbye and left the hotel with Yi Ruyan. No sooner had the two left than the elegant room erupted with violent noises and the vague screams of a man. Dogs, shameless, I day you ancestors a good rumble. Is this what you call a very bad, even bad, reputation? Is this what you call a rotten tree that can't be carved? Is this your idea of a vicious beast master? Zhao, are you still a human being? You're just picking on the ripe ones, aren't you? Zhao Zhanxiong rubbed his already darkened eyes and reminded. We made an abyssal contract. If you two dare to go back on your word, don't blame me for killing the familiar. Asterisk. Day. The two of them expressed their shamelessness at their arrogant attitude. But there's nothing to be done about it. Seriously, it won't be good for the future if we trap him. Anymore. All four of our academies have the right to prioritize resources. Zhao Zhanxiong was unimpressed. I thought the same thing in the beginning. So when it came to anything, I didn't step in as a guarantor. But what happened next was beyond my prediction, making me feel more and more that he is not suitable for the path of the academy. In this regard, the two teachers, Zhu and Bai, rarely shared the same opinion. Gu Chongqing's advantage was that his beast pet was too outrageous. And, so far, it's not as simple as one. No one else could see it, but as two teachers at a top school, they had seen it all. Although I can't see why the bloodline is there. Black Egg's arrogant and cocky mixed up energy is really something to see. Xinhai, a dragon is coming out. What are you going to do next? There are some things that he can't even touch anymore. Zhao Zhanxiong stroked his messy bangs and said, thinking of a way to do it. The old man Morong Yuan's daughter can still be imprisoned in the Forbidden Sea, and you're the one who secretly pushed it? Zhao Zhanxiong nodded. Once it was determined that his beast pet was not damaged, I started laying out the plan. The main reason I did all this was still that his parents left something behind before they left. His parents? Mr. White was surprised. Who is it? Mr. Zhu held his forehead. You're not looking at any of the students' basic information. What's the point of looking at that stuff, as long as it's not an offense? I'm only looking at performance on the spot. Teacher Zhu gave a thumbs up. Let me tell you, his parents are the pair that gave both Green Dragon Academy and your teachers a headache. Mr. White sniffed anew and arose from his chair. White whore. His mom and dad are White Johns? Zhao Zhanxiong nodded. You still remember? Nonsense. The four major academies' introduction of never allowing the advance payment of imperial beast resources to candidates selected for unenrollment is because of a big pitfall by these two. My teacher would curse twice every time he applied out to the resource department. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhao Zhanxiong and Mr. Zhu let out a loud laugh. Teacher Bai, on the other hand, came to a realization. No wonder you're taking such good care of Gu Chongqing. If it's their child, then it makes sense. I heard that time, they brought out something extraordinary from that place. What was it? Pull back. Don't try to put words in my mouth. Teacher Bai sat down and after some deep thinking, said, in the future, if there is a big event that opens up the world, I'll try to apply for him to participate as a walk-on student. Although the teacher gnashed her teeth at the two, she could hardly hide her fondness for them. It's just a pity that, ugh, God's jealousy. The fame of the Whitehore twins caused a sensational impact in that era. The two geniuses, who were known as the rare geniuses of the decade, had even teamed up at the same time to pit the Green Dragon and White Tiger of the four major academies against a large amount of resources before resolutely choosing to enter the city guard on the day of the report, putting aside a bright future to devote himself to the defense of his hometown. What if I were to say that I now have some evidence that there was something else to their sacrifice back then? Lying to you all is not out of my selfishness. I wanted to personally make him investigate the truth of that year, to push him into the most dangerous situation in order to make those executioners surface. Chapter 70, Yi Ruyan's Anomaly. Unique equipment. Gujia. Living room. Yi Ruyan peeled a grape and put it into Gu Changqing's mouth. A pair of long legs were folded together, swaying uncontrollably. Little green. Don't be nervous or discouraged. What if another academy picks you? Your achievement Jinhai City that's unique. The Abyss personally decreed the newcomer king. If this doesn't even have an academy handing you an olive branch, then their eyes are all blind. Even if one doesn't, it can't hide your excellence. You're number one. Yi Ruyan persuaded her. On the way back, she made a few sideways inquiries through various connections and Xinhua State has famous colleges. The first batch of personal assessment of the intention of the selected. So many colleges. Gu Changqing are not in the list. Yi Ruyan intentionally inquired more deeply, but the other party seemed to have unified the caliber of The answer was seamless. That is, the tone was the same as that of the two teachers, White Tiger and Vermilion Bird. If you really can't, sis will give you connections, like your parents, into a special organization. Gu Changqing's expression was a bit dull, not listening to a single word of Yi Ruyan's words. At the moment, he was picking out a gift from his backpack. In no time at all, 2 king-level beast pet cards, the Swift-Wind Eagle King and the 3-headed tentacled dragon, were turned up. He held Yi Ruyan's delicate hand and solemnly placed it in his palm. Sister, these 2 beast pet cards, I prepared them a long time ago. Yi Ruyan froze, and immediately shrugged it off. The king-level beast pet card, although not as rare as the legendary one, is still a hard currency nowadays. The 3-headed tentacle dragon. Its bloodline was a peak king-level ferocious beast, the tentacle divine Jiao, only one step away from transforming into a legendary absolute ferocious existence. You keep it and use it for yourself when the rank goes up. Yi Ruyan pushed the beast pet card back, but her eyes were filled with watery mist and happiness. She lovingly stroked Gu Changqing's head and said in relief, "My little Chang, grown up. In the future, there's no need for sis to be around to get ideas. That won't do. You're my family, you can't leave my sight. From now on, wherever I go, you will follow. When the grand exams are over, I'll go on a trip to private independence, and I'll definitely find you the 1,000-year rejuvenation ginseng. At that time, the two of us will be the best duo, going down to the duplicates, getting records, and exploring outside the city. Sister, in order to take care of me, you willingly gave up your dazzling aura. Now, it's time to restore the female bully of old." A female bully? Yi Ruyan changed her face extremely fast and grabbed Gu Changqing's ears. "Come on, how did I bully you?" Gu Changqing hemmed and hawed and laughed. "Mistake of words, my sister is the most beautiful in the world, super gentle and considerate, absolutely the best choice for a wife. But the sweet words that used to do no harm are not working today." When Yi Ruyan heard the word wife, the hand holding her ear loosened and her smile was forced. Gu Changqing slipped the 2 beast pet cards to her, not noticing the change in expression. "Keep it sis, you'll need it in the future. I still have it, the last thing I need is a beast pet. Okay, I'll stay. You rest first, and I'll prepare some medicine for you." After leaving the house, Yi Ruyan leaned against the wall and looked at the bright sky. Her thoughts went back to a phone call she had received earlier when she had inquired about Gu Changqing's grades. Nui, your appointment with your father is coming up. Come back, the family misses you." "Mom, I know. I'll go back after the big exam. I won't go back on my word. Then I'll have Lu pick you up. It's been unsettled outside of the city lately, and Mom doesn't feel at ease. Don't let him. I'll return myself." "What? Still afraid of being seen?" Yi Ruyan was silent. Her mind was filled with Gu Changqing's shadow. "Alas, little green. I'm afraid sis won't be able to accompany you to make copies and break records." Thoughts retracted, her eyes brimming with tears. At this moment, Gu Changqing was counting the loot from his copy. As it is a memory replay type of storyline copy mode, there are no excellent equipment drops, but what the Abyss rewarded took him by surprise. Beast Pet Evolution Stone, consumable material. When used by a beast pet, it can unseal the purity of its bloodline. Beast Pet Skill Opening Stone, required special type of consumable material. When used by a beast pet, 100% of a bloodline skill will be unlocked. 2 stones, 1 red and 1 basket. As Gu Changqing deliberated, Black Egg had already run out from the Imperial Beast space, his eyes burning as he stared at the Evolution Stone, unable to pull his eyes away. Evolutionary stones, when used on Little Gold, are complete chicken feed. All it needs to evolve is to level up and have the evolution materials on hand. Gu Changqing threw the Evolution Stone at the Black Egg. "Here." Black Egg joyfully took the Evolution Stone, stuffed a mouthful into his mouth, crunched and chewed and ate it into his stomach. Within moments, the breath of black energy surged out of its body and, gradually, they gathered behind them, forming a black aura. "Congratulations on the successful evolution of your beast pet Black Egg's bloodline, and the cue from the Abyss has arrived." Only when Gu Changqing looked at the Black Egg information again, there was no change at all. "No more? Facing Gu Changqing's astonished inquiry, Black Egg scratched his head. He was sucked too hard by Big Sister before, and a stone won't make up for it. Waste. Don't think about this one. With that, Gu Changqing threw it into the Imperial Beast space, and the skill stone was absorbed by Little Gold. When it awakens, you will be able to see what bloodline skill is awakened. Black Egg biabia his mouth, and couldn't get enough of it. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, smiled. There'll be nothing less for you in the future. That's what made the aggrieved Black Egg giddy. Having an unknown species is the equivalent of a bottomless pit. Gu Changqing proceeded to look down at the reward, a bronze-colored badge resembling a tiger's claw, the aged patina on the top of the badge highlighting its antiquity. Imperial Beast Badge, King's Great Equipment. Ability, the badge contains a separate space for the Imperial Beasts, allowing for the contracting of one additional beast pet. Requirements, battle-type beast pets can't be used. Pick up the baby. Surprisingly, it is such a rare piece of equipment. Even though he couldn't contract a battle-type beast pet, Gu Changqing had already planned to do so. Not yet. Let's see the last piece. There was only one piece of Imperial Beastmaster equipment left, a flowing Imperial Beastmaster robe. Tanto colorful robe, no grade. Ability, +1 to all skill levels of the Imperial Beastmaster. Introduction, the remains of the dragon's mold plus a variety of rare materials made of robes. The god of the beasts used to wear the equipment, with the ability to grow. Unique equipment. Against all odds, Gu Changqing's entire body was agitated. The ability of this robe is only a full skill boost of 1 level, but it is upgradable. According to the bloodline grade of the Tong Tian Bai Long, it was at least an orange legend. If every level can be skill upgraded, Gu Changqing couldn't wait to change into it. For a moment, he felt a new understanding of the sensation of flames. The flames at his fingertips began to change form as he maneuvered, though not much. Dang! With a crisp buzz, it rang throughout Shanghai City. The first 30 candidates are requested to gather at Pingding Square. Gu Changqing got up, saw that Yu Ruyan had not yet returned, and left the house on his own. The real battle, it's about to begin. Chapter 71, How Dare You Rob My People? Pingding Plaza. The first 30 candidates of Shanghai City are ready. Su Qing cheerfully exchanged words with Gu Changqing and Qi Shang who were standing on either side. Qi Shang smiled gently, patiently listening to Su Qing's various flirtations with a light in his eyes. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, had his eyes drifting around, searching for Yi Ruyan's figure, went out to help him prepare his medicines and should have been back by now. The teleportation light portals for both the escape battle and the team battle began to slowly activate. The medicines in Gu Changqing's bag were not much, but they were enough. There was something vaguely disturbing and anxious in his mind. There was something wrong with Yi Ruyan's reaction when he was at home. Now that he thought about it, Brother Su Qing, aren't you a bit nervous? It's okay, my teacher said that the copy map is very big. If we really can't, let's gather and hide in one place, and pick on the single ones. Gu Changqing reluctantly smiled. Yes, you and Qi Sheng are a team of 2. There will be unexpected gains. Hey, don't think that just because you're crowned as the newcomer king that I wouldn't dare to bear you. How can a decent person do the trick of stealing chickens and dogs, at most smothering black bricks? Let me tell you, the doorway inside the smothered black brick. Gu Changqing listened absent-mindedly and looked around again, still not seeing Yi Ruyan. Just as he took out his phone to dial her, Shen Lin, who was the host, had already walked onto the high stage. Every one of the top 30 candidates, you have used your excellent results to highlight the new face of the new generation of Imperial Beastmasters to the people of Shanghai City. Next, it is time for you to set sail once again and fight for the honor of Shanghai City. I've received quite a few reservations for places from the academies on my side and the division heads of those academies will continue to keep an eye on your performance through the live light screen. Alright, I won't say any more nonsense. Next, please move to the teleportation light door for the candidates. Priority starts with the group battle. Since our rookie king Gu Changqing doesn't have a school, he stayed at the end for the finale. Su Qing rubbed his fists and waved them around, already eager to try. Qi Sheng, on the other hand, sighed. I wanted to drag Lao Gu along. It's easier to paddle. How could there be such a rule? Alas! Su Qing straightened her swan neck. Know what is meant by finale. Brother Evergreen alone can beat the crap out of them. If I were to team up with you, I wouldn't be dragging him down. Go! While pushing Qi Sheng towards the teleportation light gate, he said to Gu Changqing, Brother Changqing, we'll go ahead and try to prevent you from having a chance to play. Gu Changqing responded with 2 lines of cheer and continued to dial Yi Ruyan's phone, but it's always been unanswered. At that moment, Shen Lin, who had walked off the stage, came to his side. Didn't Miss Yi come? Not yet. Shen Lin pushed up his glasses. 3 hours ago, I met his fiancée. I haven't seen him in some years, and his strength has grown stronger. But I'm curious, Why did he appear in Jinhai City? Could it be that he came to pick up Miss Yi to leave? Where? Gu Changqing hooked his hands around Shenlin's shoulders and asked urgently. At this point, his heart was completely messed up. Yi Ruyan has a fiancé? Coming to take him away? Is that what's wrong with her? And why didn't you speak to him earlier? Over the years, bits and pieces of the two's life together were slowly broadcast in their minds. Unconsciously, his feelings for Yi Ruyan. From being a teacher and a mother, other sentiments were born long ago. Maybe it's been there all along, without realizing it. It seems to be staying at the Bihai Hotel. Hey, don't be in a hurry. I'll make arrangements here. No need to come back so early. Looking at Gu Changqing, who waved his hand while running, Shenlin smiled warmly. It's time to think about girlfriends. Su Cheng and Morongqin are not bad, but compared to Miss Yi, the gap is still not small. Kid, don't let me down. Immediately afterward, he took out his walkie-talkie and said, there's a bit of a change. Student Gu Changqing had a bad stomach. Yes, it was caused by a beast pet. Row back. The further back the better. What's out of order? Do you want Jinhai City to be ridiculed by other provincial capitals and cities? I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. In front of the Bihai Hotel, Yi Ruyan looked at the handsome man in front of her. Her brows clustered together in indescribable disgust. What brings you here? The man had a smile on his face. Smokey, I was afraid to come and take you back. Auntie said that you will be home in the meantime. I purposely took a vacation and rushed to see you. No, you go back. I'm going to the exam room. Yi Ruyan twisted and left. Unexpectedly, the man's arm forcefully tugged on her arm. Smokey, is this how you treat me after all these years? Your agreement with your uncle. I know it was because I couldn't get over that hurdle in my heart. Well, I'll wait. Now that child is older too. Your job is done. It's time to fulfill the marriage contract between the Yi family and my Lu family, right? A stern look appeared in the man's eyes and, besides, your family's town beast pet can't be delayed. Yi Ruyan raised her willow eyebrows. Are you threatening me? How could I? I like you so much. How could I threaten? Just telling the truth. Yi Ruyan's struggles were getting smaller and smaller. After carefully weighing the situation, he was just about to open his mouth. Suddenly, a black shadow was as fast as a meteor, chopping straight toward the man surnamed Lu. Black eggs? Yi Ruyan was startled, and when she saw it clearly, she couldn't help but exclaim in a small voice. Lu's man's reaction was also fast. Before Black Egg's sword light arrived, a black ball of flesh appeared out of nowhere to block in front of him. Black Egg's sword light slashed up, and he felt like he was in a quagmire. Unable to use his strength, the athletic body flipped in the air, wanting to build up strength to attack again. Black Egg, come back! A reprimand rang out. Gu Changqing, who was wearing the Tongtian flowing color robe, walked out from the corner, crystal sweat still hanging on his forehead. Black Egg, on the other hand, was dissatisfied with staring at the man surnamed Lu with murderous intent. Squeaking, where did the Yakuza pop out from? Daring to steal a woman from my master. Let's see if Master Black doesn't chop you to death. Green. Yi Ruyan's eyes showed surprise, and she just wanted to come over. The Lu man reached out his hand again, trying to pull her back. However, a cluster of flames ignited from Yi Ruyan's circumference, and then turned into a line of fire, winding toward the Lu man's hand. We are a small city in Jinhai City, and the last thing we want is to move our hands. The cold words carried a strong warning. When Yi Ruyan's brows flowed with otherworldly sentiments when he arrived, he waved his hand and, the line of fire only disappeared into thin air. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. This Tongtian flowing color robe was really good. His fire control skills had been boosted by a strong level, and his maneuvering was even more sensitive. In control at a certain distance. Aren't you on an exam? Why did you come over? Yi Ruyan's voice was thin, but it was full of energy. It's like having something to fall back on. How can I be bothered when you're not here? Brat! Yi Ruyan carefully raised her hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead. This scene between the two is nothing in and of itself. After all these years together, there's been a lot of more intimate gestures, but in the eyes of outsiders, it is undoubtedly kissing and spreading dog food. The man with the surname Lu's eyes showed a stern light. Strongly pressuring himself, he took 2 steps forward and said, You are Smokey's brother Gu Changqing, right? Introduce yourself. Smokey's fiancé, Lu Wenchao. Gu Changqing simply ignored him. His gaze softly looked at Yi Ruyan and softly said, Sister, are you sincere? Being looked directly at by Gu Changqing's eyes like this, Yi Ruyan only felt a deer in the chest, her shy face swelling red, but she knew what Gu Changqing was waiting for and without any hesitation, shook her head. The same stone fell to the ground in Gu Changqing's heart, and then coldly gazed at Lu Wenchao and said, My sister doesn't like it, so it's null and void. If it's forced from the Yi family's side, I don't mind finding the door. Saying that, the hexagrams rise steeply, a loud and clear cry, a divinely handsome finch covered in flames. With heavy pressure, A pair of pupils were covered in gold, seemingly with bizarre patterns flowing in them. Chapter 72, Bullying my Jinhai? I'll crush you, kid, you're playing with fire. The naked, blatant threat, the pressure brought to bear by the small gold. It made the beast pets in the imperial beast space inside him jittery, despite the fact that his rank was considerably higher than Gu Changqing's. But the root of the beast master is the beast pet. In the first round of the exchange, he fell into a disadvantageous position and was ruthlessly pressed to the ground by Gu Changqing. As for whether it was a crossfire, he thought to himself. Gu Changqing's hand climbed onto Yi Ruyan's back and gently patted it, tilting his head and sneering. Can't you hear what I just said? If you don't obey or understand, you can try with your hands. After Little Gold awoke, the feedback from that skill stone arrived. Congratulations to your beast pet for opening a new skill. Blazing Sun, Bloodline Taboo Level. Burning Sun, Bloodline Taboo Level skill. Forcibly opens the complete bloodline of the golden flame of the Great Sun by burning the origin of the bloodline. After using it, the purity of the bloodline will be reduced, with a small probability of causing the bloodline's grade to drop. Effect: the golden flame of the Great Sun burns out everything. The golden crow emerges, and fire spreads across the sky. The power of all fire skills and bloodline skills is increased by times. Cooling time, 1 month. Description: the ultimate form of the Great Sun Golden Flame Bloodline. If the beast pet's grade as well as its bloodline reaches perfection, the side effects will disappear completely. New skills expanded by skill stones are randomized. I didn't expect that the bloodline ultimate skill would be opened. This adds another card to the bottom of the deck. Only the penalties for using. Eat dust. Smokey, what do you mean? The man surnamed Lu turned his gaze toward Yi Ruyan, with a strong threatening implication within. Gu Changqing stopped Yi Ruyan, who was about to respond, and said, have you stuffed your ears with donkey hair? Didn't I make myself clear enough just now? If you don't understand, go back and ask your family's adults. If you have an opinion, it's not your turn to tell you what to do. By the way, please tell Uncle Yi that my sister won't go anywhere. Understand? With that, Gu Changqing held Yi Ruyan's hand and disappeared in front of the hotel. Crunch! Lu's man's teeth and knuckles cackled. Indignantly pulling out his cell phone, he shouted angrily at the other end, check Gu Changqing's information for me. All of it. Yi Ruyan was thus led by Gu Changqing to Pingding Square. Eyes were cast upon him from time to time, and something in the mind of the, under Gu Changqing's almost overbearing behavior, it could no longer be suppressed and began to take root. This child, a few years younger than her, had grown into a little man, and by herself, she had come to a position she hadn't dared to think about. Mystery is the most seductive driving force for men. At this moment Yi Ruyan, it was like falling into a swamp, slowly sinking. Yet, from the bottom of my heart, I feel happy and safe. Yo, back so soon? Seeing Gu Changqing return with his beauty, Shenlin came over with a smile, his gaze deliberately flowing over Yi Ruyan. The latter's face blushed with shame at being looked at, and she said in a petulant rage, look again and gouge your eyes out. Shenlin smiled, and randomly his face sank, back just in time. It's your turn. Gu Changqing looked up at the light screen, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. The light screen is broadcasting the current ranking status live at this time. With a score of 0, Jinhai City was at the bottom of the list of more than 30 cities. It's repair time. Abyss replayed some of the great replays that were captured. Gu Changqing saw Chen Hai, Su Qing, and Qi Shang. Their strength definitely ranked in the top 10 in Jinhai City, but they met an opponent who cleanly knocked them out of the ring. That strong? Gu Changqing frowned. The same 2 or more people teamed up. The opponents, whether they were beast pets, coordination, or experience in the face of the enemy, all exceeded Jinhai City by far too much. The cities that qualify to pick up the national tournament are a lot better than Town Hall. Like provincial capital cities and Kyoto cities of this kind, the talent and battle force reserve, ES of Imperial Beast Masters are up to the top. For exploration outside the city, it is also not comparable to other cities. Shenlin pushed his glasses, not without concern. Most of Jinhai City's resource sources rely on the city's low-level copies or copy records to support them. In recent years, the World Family has worked closely with the City Lord's Office and the Imperial Beastmaster Association, and has only developed 5 wild copies. Even if there are only 5, the output of higher materials takes up nearly 80%. Gu Changqing nodded, understanding the stakes. The snowball will only get bigger, and the same goes for the gap. And at that moment, in the teleportation light door, Su Qing, Qi Shang, and the others walked out with their heads hanging down. When they saw Gu Changqing, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Chen Hai's mental state was good, but the psychological barrier hadn't been broken through, and only 7 out of 10 points of strength had been utilized. Don't be discouraged, it's been great. Gu Changqing clapped his hands in encouragement. This makes them even more ashamed. Secretary Shun, how many rounds are there in total for the group battle? 2 rounds, a head-to-head battle with less than 3 people, and a group battle with more than 3 people. If the group battle can defeat the representatives of 3 cities, Jinhai City's ranking can rise to the top 10. Gu Chongqing did a little thinking and said, alright, then I'll go on the field in a group battle. Xinlin considered the shocking strike in the copy of the Chattering Wasteland, and worried, your beast pet. It's fine, simple mobilization is still possible. The sun shines in the sky is a gold word ability and is not related to the skill. At the same time, he also experienced one of the abilities of the Imperial Beast Space that had been transformed by that Heavens Beyond stone. It doubles the ability to restore a beast pet's injuries as well as its spiritual energy. That's good. Then, it's all up to you to shut those worldly families up properly. When Su Qing and the others saw Gu Chongqing go down, they had something to rely on in their hearts, shaking off the haze of their previous defeat. Start talking to each other about how to work together and how to maximize the power of the team. Gu Chongqing, on the other hand, went to the side with Yi Ruyan. Sis, on Uncle Ye's side, will he be annoyed? Other people didn't care. The Yi family was Yi Ruyan's family after all. Don't worry about me. I'll take care of it. Yi Ruyan, in a rare shyness, lowered her head and buried it into a deep. What is the origin of that Lu? How do I feel that the Yi family has a handle on them? Yi Ruyan sighed deeply and told him the whole story. So it is. Gu Chongqing now realized how much Yi Ruyan had carried when she chose to stay in Jinhai City. Regarding that beast pet of the Yi family, the old injury had recurred along with many rare complicating symptoms, and it was already in critical condition. Most of the Lu family's beast pets were mainly used to assist in healing, and were able to curb the recurrence of injuries. So a long time ago, the 2 families had engaged Yi Ruyan and Lu Wenchao in marriage. Yi Ruyan is not willing, and quarrel with the family to come to Jinhai City, befriended his parents. Now, the Yi family didn't want to wait and force Yi Ruyan into submission. An inherited beast pet? All the lineages with true heritage had 1 or more inherited beast pets. These types of beast pets were just like the facade of a family. Unfortunately, Gu Chongqing only had combat-type beast pets. The extraction probability of the gold words is then skewed. But that badge comes with space for a supplementary beast pet. Gotta get a grip on the deed. It's time to repair your preparations. Hurry into the teleportation light gate. Shenlin began to greet. Gu Chongqing patted the back of Yi Ruyan's hand and said, don't worry sis, I'll figure it out. After saying that, he ran into the teleportation light door. The huge ring was divided into dozens of areas. Gu Chongqing and the others had just shown themselves in the waiting area when they heard contemptuous laughter coming from the waiting areas of other cities off to the side. If it isn't the yada yada city, it hasn't retired yet. You guys, why don't you just stop calling it Jinhai and call it Zhenwanhai? Sonic shaming laughter came from the others, who heard the others burning with rage. Gu Chongqing's expression was bland, and he deliberately looked at the city displayed in the waiting area. Xianshui City? Don't worry, we'll be the first to town you first. Chapter 73, Black? Evolution of the Great Sage? The power of a stick. Ha 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 ha, just by you bunch of losers. You also want to. The candidate from Xianshui City stopped violently in the middle of his sentence, realizing the meaning of the sneer in Gu Chongqing's words, with a sinister expression. Okay, let's make you guys the first ones out. Gu Chongqing snorted coldly, not bothering to fight. Su Qing was summarizing something and said in a short while, Xianshui City, as a second-tier city, has an overall strength that is a cut above ours. However, they have a single type of beast pets, mostly dominated by aquatic beast pets. Shi Shang added from the sidelines. It's their weakness and likewise a strength. I've seen a few of their matches, and they're very strong. Their beast pets have a single attribute that is extremely melting, and their combination skills can create small lakes in an instant, turning a disadvantage into an advantage. Sifang City was just careless for a moment and was taken down by them in one match. Water? Gu Chongqing murmured and said, who is their leader? Zhang Wenbin. The quiet Shanhai almost spat out the name through his teeth. It was only because in the last 3v3 with Xianshui City, it was Zhang Wenbin who could see that Shanhai was distracted and focused all of his firepower on him, causing the 3-man squad to instantly collapse, leading to a crushing defeat. The 1-minute out record also set a new record for the shortest time spent in a battle of the band's tournament route. Nailed to the pillar of shame, Shanhai was bent on regaining his face, especially with Gu Chongqing making an appearance. Shi Sheng pointed to the yellow hair surrounded by students in the center of Xianshui City's waiting area, eloquently setting up the command. He is Zhang Wenbin, a senior imperial beast master. His 3 beast pets are the Overlord Whale, the Xian Poison Jellyfish, and the extremely strong defense water figure shell. Pay special attention to his jellyfish and water tube A, poison and defense. Extremely extraordinary. Su Qing's complexion darkened. My pony was killed by poison. Gu Chongqing secretly noted it down before his consciousness entered the imperial beast space. The black egg was sitting on its knees in the space, and the energy drawn from the Imperial Beast's space was transformed into black gas that continuously poured into its body. Its eyes opened and it said disdainfully, "Don't worry, master. The thing I'm not afraid of the most is poison. In a moment, I'll let that brat know what it means to be a swordsman who wanders in the darkness." Gu Changqing couldn't help himself. It's a monkey in the dark, right? But Black Egg, did you really use a sword? Is it possible that the bloodline memory is out of whack and you used to use a stick? Yeah, I'm following the skill, huh? Immediately, the black chi transformed into a long stick in his hand, and after waving it a few times, it was much smoother than before. Ha, master, you don't say. Use the stick. I feel another power inside me is a bit dumbfounded. It seems to be that golden word that master gave me. Gu Changqing put his palms together. That's right, with a unique shape, also popping out of stone. It's almost too similar to the great sage, plus the golden words of the path of destiny. A proper rip-off. Gu Changqing didn't ask for much. If Black Egg could have half the divine power of the great sage in the future, it would be considered burning high incense. After letting it get used to it properly, Gu Changqing went next door to Little Gold Space. Xiao Jin's state is still so strong and invincible. After a few simple explanations, Gu Changqing retreated. 10 minutes later, a big red flag rises from the center of the ring and a humongous red countdown also appears above. Su Qing, Qi Sheng and the others had already laid out their tactics after the battle started. As for Gu Changqing, they didn't divide it in. Everyone knew in their hearts that he was the strongest when he fought alone and moved freely. Otherwise, they would probably be a liability. In the blink of an eye when the countdown is all at zero, a dark shadow took the lead. Black Egg had groped for a bit of essence, and this time, without using his sword, carrying a 2 to 3 meter long black stick, several heels in the air, with black chi as a pedal under his feet. In an instant, it crossed over to the heads of the group of students from Xianshui City. Where did you come from, arrogant and cocky scum? Eat your black master's stick. Black Egg held the stick with both hands, and under the constant injection of black chi, the stick became thicker and harder. Gulp, gulp. A heartbeat that sounded like a heavy drum pounded through Black Egg's body. Gu Changqing also heard it, and his heart was overjoyed. He had some vague guesses in mind. A gold phrase as the only designation of sex may be very different from other gold phrases. That is, it takes a beast pet to sense, to adjust, on its own, to fit certain implicit conditions of the golden word. Otherwise, a single ascension through trials and tribulations. How is it worthy of the quality of the golden word? Boom! The black rod, which was 2 meters thick, heavily struck the Xianshui City waiting area. Violent smoke and dust rose in all directions, and after a wisp of black gas drifted away, it was once again attracted and coalesced. Turning into thousands of tiny black rods, it killed another backlash like rain. This side of Zhenhai City was all dazzled by the entirety of Sharp's operation. The smoke and dust could be vaguely seen, and the students, who had been densely packed, became shadowed, with not many left. Shenhai's mouth opened several times to say something, then swallowed back hard. The others even mourned for the people of Xianshui City. It's not good to mess with anyone. Mess with Gu Changqing. This guy has no limits, alright. What about the god of beasts? So what if it's a Tongtian Bailong? Do it as usual. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and the figure of Black Egg jumped out from it, his monkey mouth puffing like mist. The black stick in his hand turned into a long sword, and his spirit was a bit depressed. Mud, turtle shell, too hard. After he finished spitting, he only saw a thin-faced student in the center of Xianshui City's waiting area, protected by a huge wall of shells. On the surface of the shell, azure-colored light flowed, forming mysterious patterns. Only the black gas left on the black egg was pushed and spat out. No wonder it's called water tube. Less than half of them are still standing in the waiting area. Black Egg destroyed 15 or 16 men with a single blow. It's not that they're untouchable. How could the candidates of Xianshui City not expect that? The bottom of the barrel suddenly storms up and comes up with a big shot. Many were sent home with black rods before they even had a chance to react. Go on, beat the hell out of them. A full team to fight the remnants of the army. The students of Zhenhai City, who had been holding their fire, were all in high spirits, their eyes bloodshot, and a brainstorm rushed over and surrounded them. Little Gold flew into the air at the right time, keeping a close eye on the movements of the Xianshui City students below, especially that combo skill that creates lakes. Stop it at the first sign of trouble. What's with the deficiency? Black Egg's battle power is not as good as Kogane's, but it's up there in terms of durability. That unknown bloodline came from a mysterious source, and the fact that it could resist the coverage of the golden words was enough to show that it was powerful. With each beat of that war drum-like heartbeat, my strength increased by a few points. As it danced, it shed its power. But master, I have noticed that once I switch back to my sword, that feeling disappears and the depleted power has been recovered at the fastest speed. Sheesh, looks like I was right in thinking that. The two bloodlines complemented each other and depended on each other. There was mutual suppression and mutual compensation. Perhaps, when the black egg's grade is a bit higher, and both bloodlines have made a breakthrough, the next promotion will give the right route. Gu Changqing didn't even dare to think about how hot and tearful that image would have to be. The black minions evolved into the great saintly masters. Invincible alright. Chapter 74, Can you resist being beaten by a fierce demon-level beast? With the full force of Black Egg's bat, Kim Jr. looks down on the whole situation from his perch. The students of Xianshui City, despite organizing 2 waves of resistance to the breakout, it was still being deadlocked by Zhenhai City, which had an absolute advantage in numbers. Without the combination of skills to create a viable environment the power of their beast pets was greatly reduced. As the thrilling Thunder War halberd in Chen Hai's hand flashed with crackling thunderbolts, wrapped in infinite private anger stabbing into Zhang Wenbin's body, the voice of Abyss rings out from the ring. Congratulations to Zhenhai City for eliminating Xianshui City, with a total time of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Congratulations to the Zhenhai City team for reaching the fastest elimination record, not striving to get within a minute, but 3 minutes. It made all the cities in the ring freeze. It's not a 3v3, it's a team competition of 30 people. Wipe them out in 3 minutes. Everyone in Zhenhai City has taken prohibited drugs, right? Or did you cheat? The bottom scorer with 0 points has jumped up to the top of the list. Such a wide gap is hard to accept. After settling Xianshui City, Su Cheng and the others withdrew back from there in an orderly manner. Once this bad breath was out of their mouths, everyone's expressions were greatly transformed from before. Once the psychological advantage was established, Gu Changqing knew that they'll have no trouble squeezing into the minimum target top 10 if they play to their original strengths. Don't be in a hurry. Proceed step by step, and unite those who can unite for the time being. Remember, do not venture forward. After Gu Changqing had finished speaking, he left the black egg, which was severely depleted and awaiting recovery, behind. Instead, he led Jean through the heavy ring, where enemies were rushing out at any moment, and straight towards the large flag in the center. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm kind of convinced. It's still a familiar recipe with a familiar flavor. There's no trick. You just can't treat him like a regular person. We're cautious of his adventurousness. And on the flip side, we're the bottom feeders. Don't put a high hat on yourself. He ventured in to be a real bottom feeder alright. The dozen or so people who had fought with Gu Changqing in the final episode had begun to flirt. The rest were all sent out by Gu Changqing himself, but they've seen his divine power on the light screen. Plus the top 10 are all pushing him hard. The heart is unbalanced, but it can only hold back, not daring to speak out of turn. I think that Brother Evergreen is right. I have a proposal. Let's go over to the team in the provincial capital city to talk first. Being in the same province, whoever loses or wins will be favorable. Shi Shang nodded in agreement. Su Qing is right. Unite against the enemy first, and then split the difference later. I'm fine with that. Chen Hai was carrying his thrilling Thunder War halberd, but his gaze wandered to Gu Changqing, who was drifting away. Having received the unanimous approval of the 29, Black Egg flipped a heel, his black sword pulling out a beautiful sword flower, saying, "You guys follow me?" With Master Black opening the way, "Let's see which ungrateful one dares to run into me." The men couldn't understand what it was saying, but from the look in the arrogant eyes, they could roughly understand what it meant. "Black Egg, just for you." Su Cheng squatted down and took out a beast stone of good quality and handed it to its mouth. Well, Nini knows her stuff. Satisfied, Black Egg took it and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching on it. Then, Su Cheng pressed one hand on that small horn of the pony unicorn, and the other hand stroked on the head of the Black Egg, and her mouth gently recited, "The ponies say that the light of friendship lives forever with each other, and that what is each other's is shared by all." The piercing white light emanated from the small horn, then through Su Cheng as the medium, it enveloped the Black Egg along the arm. Black Egg only felt a jolt of surging energy pouring into his body, causing the near-dry carcass to fill up again. Little Nini is not bad, comprehending all the unique skills of the hallowed unicorn. This is great, Master Black. I'll be able to consistently make a big splash again. Su Cheng looked at the chattering Black Egg and said, "Black Egg, my pony is no match for you. Although your energies are interoperable, you must consider using them with discretion, yo." The unicorn hissed softly, as if protesting Black Egg's statement. Master Black understands that you can't suck it dry. Then, it once again manifested the black rod in its hand and pestled it towards the ground. Go, stay close to Master Black. Gu Changqing, who was on his way to the central flag, learned of their next move through his connection with Black Egg. Gotcha. Kogain stood on his shoulder and laid down an accurate judgment of Black Egg's behavior. At that moment, some ungrateful one saw someone left alone and tried to come forward. The blazing sun flame instantly transformed into a carpet of fire that roamed the ground. moving with Gu Changqing's movements. At the same time the shrill sound of cries rose abruptly and the might of the golden crow spread out. Those who wanted to take advantage of the situation were instantly disabused of the idea. Ha ha ha, little Kim climbed on board too. Little Gold held his neck high, the golden hairs on top of his head shaking as he arrogantly said, I'm the master's kissing baby. That black and unattractive guy, step aside. That's natural. Little Gold will always be number one. No one can replace him. Kim was jumping around on her shoulder happily, probably too excited that a ball of blazing sunflame fire spewed out from time to time, without purpose. It didn't matter where it landed either. It bombed away at any object it touched. For a while, the sound of the abyss resounded incessantly in the sky above the Ring Plaza. Congratulations to Gu Changqing of Jinhai City for killing Zhang Si of Lining City. Congratulations to Gu Changqing of Jinhai City for killing Li Kuei of Tian Province. Congratulations to Gu Changqing of Jinhai City for killing Ding Lu of Kyoto. Congratulations to Gu Changqing of Jinhai City for killing. A dozen or so kill messages were broadcast one after the other, from whichever city was unlucky enough to have them. On the other hand, Su Qing and the others managed to connect with the team from the capital city of Huang Province, but the idea of a union didn't move forward well. Even though Jinhai City had destroyed Xianshui City in a group at the beginning, it still didn't have their trust. They think the same way as other provincial cities and towns, and they all think that they have used unseemly means. Su Qing, Qi Sheng and others fought hard with little success. Just when patience on both sides was down to the freezing point, suddenly, a huge light golden fireball, trailing a long fiery snake's tail, smashed down at the waiting area of the provincial city. Su Qing and the others took a look. Hurriedly, he shouted, Defense! Defense! It must be said that they also reacted extremely quickly to as the fireball descended. Nearly all of the beast pets with defensive skills unfolded their protective arm barriers, one layer on top of another, one layer on top of another. The waiting area was instantly encased in a sturdy king-sized shell. Boom! The ring beneath his feet was trembling violently. Only the eye-catching golden color spread out, and the blazing temperature enveloped in an instant. Layers of shields were crumbling and dissolving. Su Qing and the others were even more frightened. No way! What's Gu Changqing doing? Groups of teammates? Luckily, there are a lot of masters in the province and the city. They struggled to hold on and finally wore down the flames with 7 layers of defense left. The crisis was lifted, and all of them breathed a sigh of relief. But the next, at the end of the Jinhai City team, a miserable scream suddenly rose. Only Sun Min, who was killed out of his copy by Gu Changqing, with a score that barely stayed in the top 30, was seen. After resisting the fireball attack, Charming Heart withdrew from the protective circle and, just in time to be red-hot by a fireball that was about to dissipate. Congratulations to Jinhai City's Gu Changqing for killing Jinhai City's Sun Min. Sun Min couldn't figure it out even before he died. Just a little bit of a mouthful. Because of a copy, Gu Changqing won't let him go, and pedal away and snipe him remotely. The people looked at Sun Min, who was engulfed in flames and sent out of the ring. You look at me, I look at you, and my heart goes cold. Especially one that had offended Gu Changqing. Suddenly, the well-mannered, bookish, quiet beauty, ruffled her short, dry hair and said, as a member of the same yellow province, I feel the need to embrace the group, because our purpose, there is only one. Chapter 75, the 5 of you, together. Su Qing and the others sniffed. You look at me, I look at you. A moment ago, you were looking down on me like you're unattainable and above me. How come in a flash, it's you and me and everyone else? Until it was seen that this leading spokesman of the province and the city closed his eyes and listened to the broadcast from the abyss. A look of yearning appeared on his face before the men realized what was going on. Got to, stuck in another one. Brother Evergreen is really capturing everywhere he goes. Qi Shang was stunned and whispered, it's hard to believe that you. Su Qing raised her eyebrows. Lady Good Marty understand. Qi Shang couldn't hide his loss. Okay, cootie, turn into a gentleman first. The two have a bit of explicit and covert dogfighting, and the announcements over the ring, that's when it stops. Where is he? Urgent inquiries from provincial and city women. I don't know. I think he's heading towards the big flag. Brother Evergreen's strength is outstanding. Teamwork will only slow him down. How about it? Joint or not? We'll leave if it doesn't work. Su Qing in turn took the initiative, and the crowd cooperated with the appearance of twisting their heads at any time. United. The identity of this provincial woman is also apparently extraordinary. The others nodded at the same time after exchanging a few words. Okay, make the contract. The woman froze. And a contract? On the other side, Gu Changqing stopped in his tracks and, looking over his shoulder at the little Jean who looked like a child who had done something wrong, was crying and laughing. It's okay to kill contestants from other cities, but how about taking out your own family? This Sun Min, too, is bad enough. Well, I don't blame you. It was a good performance. Gu Chongqing comforted him for a while, and only then did Xiao Jin come to life. Skills are strictly forbidden to be shot around except when cast on him. Though, Gu Chongqing opened Little Gold's attribute bar and was not without emotion. The little guy had already unknowingly become like a godlike existence in the beast pets of the new generation of Imperial Beast Masters. Beast Pet, True Fire Sparrow. Grade, Silver. Rank, 12. Bloodline, Golden Flame of the Great Sun, Gold. Battle Spirit Boiling, Gold. Spring of Eating, Gold. Sun Shining in the Sky, Gold. Attributes, Strength plus 204, Eating Attribute, 200. Physique plus 211. Agility plus 243, 200. Spirit plus 1422. Lightning Resistance, 5%. Water Resistance, 5%. Fake Breaking Ability, 5%. Skills, Morphological Transformation. Blazing Sun, Flame Immunity, Passive. Shadow of the Golden Crow, Energy Storage, 68%. Golden Crow's Roar, Bloodline Combo Skill. Blazing Sun, Bloodline Taboo Level. The spiritual attribute consummation of the bronze rank was 1200 points, and upon reaching it, Little Gold was promoted from a primordial sun bird to a silver rank True Flame Sparrow, the bloodline of a super god level. After the promotion is completed, the growth changes more than just the conversion of the bloodline skills. It also adds an extra 200 points of spirit. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there weren't many among the new generation who could block a normal shot of blazing sunflame from Xiaojin nowadays. Gu Chongqing continued to walk in the direction of the big flag. When they got closer and closer, they saw that there were people coming in other directions of the big flag. 3 men and 2 women. On each man's chest robe was the insignia of the rank of Senior Imperial Beastmaster. Between his steps, his hands and feet, he has a great deal of energy. The power emanating from it was also quite good, highly skilled. The new generation of powerful Imperial Beastmasters. It's even better than Shanghai. The 6 of them are in step with each other, from 6 different directions, arriving at the same time at the small raised platform under the big banner. In the direction of Huang Province? Surprisingly, it's not Tang Luoyao who's coming. The cute girl with a small stature and a bit of baby fat was surprised to see that Gu Chongqing wasn't the one who had guessed, and opened her mouth in surprise. I was too scared to answer the appointment last time. The shady youth was dressed in black robes, with a dagger at his waist, and his voice was hoarse and hard to hear. Pull back. The pearl of the Tang family would be afraid of you? Will you, Don't think too highly of yourself. The handsome blonde youth in the other direction choked back with a venomous mouth. Wu Tian, you seek death. Do you have that ability? Don't forget last time. Who broke up your ghost? Old friends haven't seen each other for a few months, and they're arguing again as soon as we meet. The girl dressed in the other direction, covering her mouth anxiously, said, only her tone was more of an instigator. Slut, put away your prodigality. It's disgusting to watch. Hey, there's no way. Otherwise I can't beat you guys. Gu Chongqing was silent, being a qualified listener. From their words he probably understood. These 5 people, the best of Heaven Province, Kyoto, Earth Province, Xian Province, and Jiang Province, respectively. It is the leader of the new generation of Imperial Beastmasters in the main cities of the 5 provinces. The position he was standing in should be called Tang Luoyao in Huang Province. The 6 should be well acquainted with each other. Although, most Imperial Beastmasters, it was said, would obtain a beast pet card through the abyss before the national exam. That's just for the poor. Like those rich and powerful families, everything is laid out for them very early on. The only common denominator is that the age of the next copy is the same. But this period of time with the stage of the cultivation of the beast's favorite, it became a watershed between the nobility and the poor. The rules of the abyss spoke of fairness and justice, which was why they gave everyone a fighting chance at a glimmer. Listening to their bickering, Gu Chongqing didn't care and took a step towards the thick flagpole. Next, several whistling winds, interspersed with 5 different skills, greeting toward him. Fire. Gu Chongqing stopped and whispered. A ring of fire rises up at the foot of the fire control draws on the fire of the little golden, easily dissolving all 5 skills. Oh, still a master. Looking at skillless builder, Wu Tian gathered his contempt. That heavily made-up girl. A large amount of pink aura permeated her body, covering over towards Gu Chongqing. At the same time, her hands rested on the shoulders of the loose gown, and a little by little she drew down the, revealing large swaths of snowy whiteness. Little brother, you're so strong. I love it so much. Tell me, was it you who defeated Tang Luoyao? There is a reward for answering me. That pink aura entered his body along with the delicate voice, and Gu Chongqing's body shook and grew tired of it. This woman's power was similar to Su Qing's, only the paths of the 2 men are so far apart. Su Qing's seduction was more about opening a gap in the spirit and subsequently achieving the purpose of manipulating the spirit. But this woman who scratches her head, pure seduction to stimulate the desire of the human heart, so that it is addicted to sinking, and then to obey her words. It's all the same tactic, used in a very different way. Get out! Gu Changqing took a deep breath and violently burst out. This bellow, with its rolling waves of blazing fire, it was like throwing a stone on a calm lake, sending ripples through the layers. Whoa! The girl was struck like a blow when her charm skill failed. His face quickly turned white, then red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before slowly returning to his normal color. You actually broke my color domain. Humph. A trick to play with people's hearts and minds, and you dare to be in the Hall of Honor. Gu Changqing shot back without mercy. He's only here to capture the flag, and doesn't want to cross swords. But this woman's path is one of disgust. The others sniffed, looked at each other in silence, and there seems to be some kind of agreement. Wu Yue's sinister and ferocious visage lifted up and hissed. It seems that brother has defeated Tang Luoyao, although we are enemies and not friends. Not just anyone can stand in line with us. Wu Tian laughed with the words, brother is new here, and we're also curious as to what means you, who defeated Tang Luoyao, have. Watching a couple of people trying to find a reason for the division to go out. Gu Changqing coldly grunted, don't be so maudlin. Don't you just want to get rid of the raw faces first? Rowdy, come on, all 5 of you, together. Chapter 76, 1 against 5. Difficult, but not too difficult. Together? The geniuses of the 5 provinces and cities looked at them like little cuties, staring at Gu Changqing like Wu Tian even heard the best joke, humming and laughing. Do you really think that after defeating Tang Luoyao, your tail is up in the sky? Unknown kid, can't be a pauper, right? Just because you got lucky and drew a powerful beast pet card, do you think you can really turn the world upside down? Can you really be qualified to be ranked alongside us? The Thai girl covered her mouth and laughed softly, and under her thick lashes were a pair of disgusted eyes. This little brother who came out of some ravine, thinks that he's defeated me just because he broke my color domain? Don't nag. Since we're told to go together, it's a priority to clear him out. If you guys don't move, I'll go first. In Wu Yue's eyes, a line of black silk emerged, turning to cover the entire pupil. Behind him, a shadow, if any, merged into his body. Fine, you do it then. It's just as well that I can see how far you've gotten with your fusion with the ghost. Wu Yue should go for it. I'll give you a free kiss when it's over. I'm sorry about the new friend across the street. We prefer to engage the familiar Tang Luoyao than you. Only the youth from Kyoto had been silent since the beginning, neither participating nor preventing. Kid, use your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have any. Wu Yue finished fusing with his beast pet named Ghost. It disappeared from sight in an instant. And, being silent and undetectable, it's as if you've left the copy. His voice, suddenly coming from all directions, indistinct and fruitful as a ghost. But the next moment, Kogain just glanced coldly in one direction and Gu Changqing understood, and the fire control art drew on Xiao Jin's blazing sun flames, transforming it into a giant bird's claw. A grip in the direction of the left side. The bird's claws did not close. A foreign object was in the way. Slowly, the disappearing Wu Yue appeared out of thin air in the claws of the bird. He braced his hands, straining to stop the claws from closing with a look of disbelief. How did you detect me? The only thing that answered him was a cold grunt and a gradually increasing force. King, seeing that it was difficult to withdraw, Wu Yu once again drank. Behind Gu Changqing, there was a loud rumbling sound. A giant skeleton about 3 feet tall and clad in bronze armor appeared from the hexagram formation. In the cavern of the empty eye, 2 green ghostly fires steeped and the huge fist, condensed with the force of 1,000 pounds, heavily smashed towards Gu Changqing. Dare to sneak up on me. Little Kim fluttered her wings and rose into the air, chanting a dismissive sentence that, opening his mouth, was a light golden fireball. The fireball collided with the skeleton's bone fist and exploded. The powerful force of the impact caused the giant skeleton to fall back a dozen steps before it could barely stabilize itself. So strong. Witnessing the horrifyingly bizarre scene, the silent young man from Kyoto spoke for the first time. As Xiao Jin tried to dive down, a shield with a giant turtle design blocked its attack. With a flash, the silent youth arrived at the back of the shield and rushed at Gu Changqing. Kyoto Xuanwu, Xian Ting, please enlighten me. Gu Changqing slowly turned around, and the force of his fire control technique increased once again. Only a miserable scream was heard as Wu Yue could no longer support himself and was held tightly. At the same time, the scorching heat baked the skin, and a vague smell of paste and char wafted in. Xuanwu, a student from Xuanwu Academy? Gu Changqing couldn't help but be surprised that the exam hadn't ended yet. Even candidates who have been inducted are not likely to be directly titled to the academy. The 3 of them, Wu Tian, no longer dared to take Xian Ting lightly when they saw him go down. Dirtbag, he's the grandson of the dean of the Xuanwu Academy, one of the top 10 geniuses in Kyoto. Friend, we recognize your strength. Let Wu Yue go first. Little brother, it's not good to fight and kill. Let's talk slowly. The three of them wrapped around from three directions, and Xianting raised his shield to confront Xiao Jin. Gu Changqing nodded and said, that makes sense. Wu Yu, who had been burned and squeaked, listened to Gu Changqing's relief, and a breath of suffocation arose. Feeling the force of the giant claws slacken, he silently began to summon his third beast pet. Suddenly, a heavier force descended, and in the palm of the giant claw, light golden flames rapidly rose. Before Wu Yue could call out the beast's pet, he was under the dual ravages of grip and flame. It turns into a white light and is sent out of the ring. After doing so, Gu Changqing dispersed the flames, patted his flowing robe, and said indifferently, I had the intention of letting him off the hook, but he didn't appreciate it and planned to backstab me, so I had to send him out. After saying that, he also helplessly shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands in a way that looked like I was also heartbroken. Wu Tian and the others were all shocked, and then their anger surged. Together, clear him out first. The two girls had a plan. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a civet cat shaped like a cheetah pouncing at Gu Changqing with lightning speed. Sharp claws tore through the air, glinting with cold light. Fire! Gu Changqing murmured, forcibly pulling up the fire control art by one rank via the Tongtian flowing color robe. In addition to controlling the flame more smoothly, the intensity of the fire drawn from Kogane's place has also gone up by a large margin. In front of Gu Changqing's body, a wall of fire suddenly pulled up and dozens of lines of fire flew, trying to wrap around the civet's legs. Little brother, I'll have a big problem if I take it lightly. On the other side, the Thai girl had sat down on a black and red scorpion and the scorpion's erected tail needle, green with brown, was highly poisonous at first glance. The speed of the tail needle was even faster than the civet cat, and it was about to stab into Gu Changqing's body. Humph! Gu Changqing didn't even look at it. Xiao Jin, who was confronting Xianting, was abruptly left with only an unextinguished flame. In the next moment, it appeared on Gu Changqing's side. The fireball, which had been prepared long ago, was sprayed at the poison needles. The blazing sun flame with up to 1400 plus attributes accurately hit the poison needle right on the head, only to see that all around the flames, the space began to blur. The poisonous needles quickly turned to ash in the blazing flames of the sun, and quickly burned their way along the tail. That Thai girl is also very cruel. Drawing his sharp weapon, he severed the tail, causing the scorpion to roll in place in pain. Good, great timing. Wu Tian suddenly whistled loudly. Only a yellow stone held in his hand was thrown into the air, and the dang stood long against the wind. On the stone, from the center a wisp of gold extends outward. In a few breaths, it was already as majestic as a large mountain. Look at my beast pet skill falling heavenly seal. The weight of the mountain is like the weight of Tarzan. While Gu Changqing was dealing with the two women, he had no time to respond any further. Suddenly killing. It must be said that, in addition to their powerful beast pets, its combat experience, its cooperation experience, is very powerful. At this point, Xianting withdrew his shield and shouted, Spirit Snake out of the sea, only to see that under Gu Changqing's feet, the ring disappeared and turned into a deep, bottomless ocean. Beneath the ocean, a spiritual snake, like a swimming dragon, broke the surface of the water and, articulating Gu Changqing, he crashed toward the great mountain that smashed down high in the sky. Seeing that both skills have been successful, Wu Tian let out a laugh. Xianting, the unintentional match you and I made a few months ago, I didn't think there would be a chance for it to resurface. Xianting didn't relax. His gaze was fixed on Gu Changqing, who was being held by the spirit snake, and he worriedly said, Don't get distracted. He's an intermediate level beast royal master, and his second beast pet hasn't even shown up yet. The spirit snake and the great mountain, soon to collide. But, the water vapor, like a pressing cloud, covered the entire sky above the flag. Barta! 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 Suddenly, a tiny particle spilled out of the air and, the Thai girl froze, took one in her hand and, slightly hot in the hand. Is this, black lucite? Just as she was wondering, Xianting steeply roared in shock. No good. Watch out. As the words fall, only to see a large black mountain break through the water vapor in the sky and continue to press down. Only the bottom of the big mountain no longer had Gu Changqing's figure. Chapter 77, Don't compare yourself to me, you don't deserve it. What's going on? Where are the people? Where did the people go? Wu Tian, where is your beast pet? Wu Tian regained his senses from his shock, which led him to glance at the abyssal hint and swallow a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Back to the imperial beast space? As soon as his words came out, the three people's faces suddenly changed. Xianting gritted his teeth even more and said, his fire burned through the great mountain and vaporized the water snake. Now, our means have been counter-utilized by him to come against us. Immediately, He made a decision and shouted angrily, "Help me with all your might, Xuanwu shield, be able to carry through." This time, they no longer tried to show off their Heaven's Pride face, and they summoned their beast pets that could still fight, surging as much power as he could into the Xian turtle that Xianting had summoned. On the back of the Xian turtle, grooves were jagged, constantly filling them up as the power continued to pour in. Xuanwu shield, Xianting drank loudly, and the lines on the turtle armor began to detach, gradually merging with that shield of his. Roar! The shadow of a basilisk turtle with a spirit snake wrapped around its body lay on top of the shield. The snake's head and the turtle's head opened their mouths at the same time, demonstratively sending a warning to Gu Changqing in the air, and on top of the large mountain. Gu Changqing looked down from his perch on the tiny four people in the ring below and grunted. Even if the true sacred beast Xuanwu seed is here in person, I'll still send you out of the ring today. Little Jean caught excitedly, and just as the shadow of the golden crow was about to emerge behind him, he was knocked back by Gu Changqing with a snap of his index finger, and patiently followed the guidance. They're not super-dimensional ferocious beasts, so they don't need to use one of their bottom cards. Use the flames to melt the mountains under their feet, and the rest is up to them. Don't overdraw yourself every time. Understand? Little Kim nodded her head obediently despite her aggression, but the fire in his eyes had not diminished in the least. You've caused me to be educated by my master. You guys don't want to be good. In the moment Gu Changqing lowered his head, the shadow of the golden crow just flickered and a refined pillar of fire then burned above the great mountain. The hard stone, like melted butter under the heat, kept dripping down towards the ring below, and the water spray evaporated in the heat, leaving no drops left. When this scene appeared, the ring, which had been fighting so hard, quieted down in an instant. The only sound was the whistling wind brought up by the falling lava. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this really a freshman ring team competition? Which city's big man, contracted a star beast? That's not right. It's impossible for a star beast at this stage to summon a meteorite, right? Star, what a beast. Look closely, that's clearly a combo skill. Fiery swamp. Luckily, it's heading in the direction of the banner. Online for info on the big guy for whom the men make monkeys and the women grind forests. Zhenhai City in the Huang province side. Su Qing and the others bumped into a union of two cities also under Kyoto's jurisdiction. Due to its overall weakness, Zhenhai City suffered a lot of losses. Luckily, the province and city fought quite hard and drew most of the fire. Tang Luoyao, who had been slowed down by the union and hadn't been able to catch up with the gathering of the six provinces' celestial pride, had become the big killer of this new team's ranks. Steeply glancing at the tens of thousands of fire meteor-like light, the good-looking face suddenly gave birth to a ferocious and majestic tiger face, opening its bloody mouth and letting out a roar like a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests. After the opponent in front of her was shocked, she disengaged from the battle circle and looked at the continuously melting mountain, saying in surprise, "That's Wu Tian's falling sky seal. To be able to incinerate this skill, it can't be him again, right?" Su Qing, who was constantly adding status to his comrades, saw this and silently shook his head. Got thoroughly trapped. Besides, Xianting's four men, in the face of Xiao Jin's sneakily spiked return attack, before those lava blocks with a minimum radius of 1 meter fell, the powerful sense of oppression pressed everyone's heart to beat fast. Boom! When the first lava block collided with the basilisk shield on everyone just felt a hammer buzzing in their head. At the same time, his body sank, his blood stopped abruptly, and the massive pressure caused tiny marks to appear on the hard ring. But, with the second and third, unknown number of constant blasts from the source, the corners of the mouths, nostrils, ears and even the eyes of the four began to bleed outward. The legs bent and buckled, and even more so, he knelt in the ring and the ground was shattered by the knees. Gu Changqing looked at the Xuanwu shield that was maintained by the strength of the four of them and was still firm, worthy of being the Xuanwu with the strongest defense among the four holy beasts. Surprisingly, he was able to receive Xiao Jin's attack. Lava splashing and roaring, a powerful shockwave has been created in a wave. The virtual images of the Xian turtle and the spirit snake were bombarded and remained intact. By the time the last lava block had crashed and broken, the Xuanwu shield finally couldn't support it, and with a crunching sound, it turned into bits of starlight. As soon as the shield was broken, all four of them breathed a long sigh of relief at the same time and, in an instant, it was lying on the ground, gasping for air. Their beast pets, whose energy was severely depleted, returned to the imperial beast space. Gu Changqing fell from the air and stood steadily on top of the big flag, looking down at the dog-tired geniuses of the four provinces. He praised, "Worthy of being a genius, this can't even be sent out." Xianting held back a strong mouthful of blood and barely managed to get up. His knees weakened and he could only half kneel. The robes had frayed, the flesh and blood had crumbled away, deep into the bone. He gritted his teeth and gazed up at the towering Gu Changqing, saying, So what? If he can't even catch a single move from you, how can he still have the face to call himself a genius? Gu Changqing said indifferently. Don't compare yourself to me, you can't. His intention was that I was hungover, and Abyss tried to me over without success, but in the ears of the four people on the ground, it became a naked mockery. Wu Tian braced himself to lie on his back, stared at Gu Changqing, and said, don't be complacent too early. Our true geniuses don't care to participate in these kinds of games. Wait for the escape battle. Blood will be paid for blood. Oh, I'll wait then. Gu Changqing's index finger pointed out, and a line of fire lasered out, piercing through Wu Tian's head. The remaining three, with faces of despair. Tell me your name before you kill me. With this kind of strength and beast pet, it would never be a nameless person. Gu Changqing's index finger pointed again, and at Xian Ting's anticipation, he returned. Alright, escape battle. I'll be waiting for your revenge. Remember, my name is Candidate 666. 3 kills in the line of fire. Xian Ting heard the name and was staggered for a moment. As his body turns into white light, he breaks into a cry. Gu Changqing's brows were furrowed and he was quite dissatisfied. Also Kyoto Xuanwu origin, the quality is really low. Though some of the words weren't clear, and I guessed the rest, just from the first few words. The cussing is so dirty. Forget it, don't bother with him in general. Gu Changqing jumped off the flag, held the bottom of the flagpole with both hands, and pulled it with force. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for gaining ownership of the ring's battle flag. Please have the students from that city hurry to the center of the ring. Successfully guarding the flag for 30 minutes or total annihilation of the other city's participants will result in victory. Aha! No winners? Gu Changqing looked at the flag in his hand in confusion. Ring battle flag, auxiliary props, used in ring battles. Ability, plus 20% of the 4-dimensional attributes of the beast pet, plus 10% of the skill damage, and plus 10% of the skill defense for members of the war flag owner's city team. It's not like capture the flag and win. Gu Changqing inserted the battle flag back in disgust and lacked interest. Not long after, Su Qing and the others and the provincial and city teams arrived here. The crowd couldn't help but gulp when they saw the pitted landscape around the battle flag. Tang Luoyao's eyes were bubbling with light, tending to the hair on both sides of her head, walking up with a ladylike stride and speaking out of turn. You're Gu Changqing, right? Hello, I'm Tang Luoyao. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, let me be your girlfriend. Gu Changqing didn't turn the corner for a moment. Chapter 78, Unbelievable Golden Word Skill, Force of Nature. Admirer? Are people in the province so open-minded? For a moment, Gu Changqing didn't know how to respond, so he could only pretend he didn't hear it. Sitting cross-legged under the war flag, he pretended to recuperate. Seeing his embarrassment, Su Qing snickered twice before going up to Tang Luoyao. The battle flag has been captured, and in a moment they will come for it. For directions, there are more of you. We'll listen to your command. Brother Evergreen is tired. Let him rest. Only then did Tang Luoyao sigh with intent, not knowing what else had occurred to her, and said with a spirited voice, our team's combat power has yet to be greatly damaged. Our friends from Jinhai City will guard the western direction, and the remaining 3 directions, leave them to us. Black Egg carried his sword and tried to come up to give Xiao Jin a little pat on the back, and before he could say anything, he was made to help. Seeing its aggrieved look, Gu Changqing laughed. Black Egg did a good job. Be more encouraging. Humph. Give a little sunshine and I won't. Gu Changqing could only cast a helpless look at Black Egg. The next battle had nothing to do with Gu Changqing. Having disarmed the leaders of the remaining 5 provinces and cities, the rest are not enough to worry about, despite the numerical disadvantage. But Tang Luoya was just like playing chicken blood, with 2 members of the team, forming a squad of steel knives. It's a total hack and slash wherever it goes. Moreover, with the war flag attribute, the others in Jinhai City were almost on par with the children of those big cities. At the end of the battle, only Su Qing, Shi Sheng, Chen Hai, and Morongqin remained in Jinhai City. On the provincial side, Tang Luoyao had killed the most, with 11 remaining. It was at this point that Gu Changqing got up and said to Tang Luoyao, there are only 2 of our city teams left. You guys have contributed the most, the victory is ceded to you. When Tang Luoyao saw Gu Changqing handing over the victory without a care in the world, she felt a deer in the headlights. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Gu Changqing choose to exit the ring. Hey, remember to look for me in the escape battle. The only thing that answered him was the faces of the team. Like hell. In terms of looks, family history, and strength, Tang Luoyao wasn't considered to be the top of the heap, but she was one of the few. The young talents who took the initiative to chase after them had stepped over the threshold of the Tang family. Now it's good to be actively pursued and ignored. Tang Luoyao didn't die, twisting her head and saying, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go out to recuperate. I'm telling you, if you drop the ball in the escape battle, humph. At this time, a member of the team bravely asked, Sister Tang, you are not like your character to that Gu Changqing. Ah, what do you guys know at a young age? That's the real heavenly pride. Look at what those self-proclaimed geniuses are like. Be a man. Keep a low profile. If this was heard by Xin Ting and the others, they would definitely point at her nose and curse her. Leaving the ring, the moment they appeared in the Pingding Plaza, roaring applause rang out, and on the light screen, Jinhai City's ranking jumped from last place before to 5th place. Shen Lin was beaming with joy as he patted Gu Changqing's shoulder and said, Good boy, you really didn't let me down. You really scared me out of a cold sweat when you picked 5 of them. You should know that they were all favored by the 4 major academies, especially that Xianting. It's okay, did the escape battle start right away? No, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Go on, men don't procrastinate and be maudlin. Gu Changqing nodded his head and ran to the waiting Yi Ruyan after getting off the high platform, very consciously holding Yi Ruyan's hand. Gu Changqing smiled. Sister, how was the performance? Yi Ruyan smiled in relief. Awesome, Xiaoqing is too good. Go, at night sister will make you a delicious meal. The two of them, like a couple in love, left the square under the watchful eyes of all the people. Shen Lin sighed, then said to Su Qing, you should also go home quickly. The people waiting for you have already arrived. The night is creeping in. Yi Ruyan went to the supermarket and bought a large pile of food, preparing to make a good dish. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, took out his beast pet card and a drop of blood fell onto it. Does it open the badge beast space? Yes. This space can only contract auxiliary type beasts and pets. Does it contract anthropomorphic beasts? Yes. Along with the mimic beast in the card entering the badge, the beast pet card completes its mission. Mimetic beasts, Gu Changqing called out, only to see the anthropomorphic beast in B form appear from the hexagram formation. In the next moment, its form turned back into a cat and jumped between Gu Changqing's knees. The rate of transformation has barely cooled. Taking another look at his attributes. Well, the skills are still good. By the way, there are gold words that don't work. Gu Changqing opened his backpack, and there were 2 clusters of golden light shining inside. He reached out to draw on one, and the message appeared instantly in front of him. Flowers smile at me, golden words, ability, great rivers, mountains, grasses and trees, all living beings, are close to the word possessor, and are incapable of having killing intent. Description, a special ability of a legendary being, which has a certain probability of inheriting a certain skill after being given to a beast pet. Gu Changqing blinks. This word, is it the legendary get out of jail free card? All living creatures are close to each other. Doesn't it show that even the ferocious beasts can't lay a hand on it? And then when you think about the pitiful attributes of the mimic beasts, the golden word is really just tailor-made for it. As for the inheritance of a certain existential skill in the introduction, Gu Changqing didn't care. It was for its transformation that the mimic beast had to be kept in the first place, being able to fake it when necessary. Don't move, be good. Gu Changqing held the golden words and rubbed them into the mimic beast's forehead. Congratulations on the success of your beast pet's empowerment of the gold phrase, flowers smile at me. Congratulations to your beast pet, inheriting one of the skills in the golden word. Congratulations to your beast pet. It has gained the skill, force of nature. This is all fine. You can't stop anything when luck comes your way. Gu Changqing opened the attributes of the anthropomorphic beast. Anthropomorphic beasts, auxiliary pets. Grade, ordinary. Rank, 1. Attributes, strength +0, physique +1, agility +1, spirit +50, skills, illusion, rift, mimicry, force of nature, special skill, cannot be upgraded. Ability, able to mobilize the energy in nature to heal and repair beast pets and beast masters, with a certain probability of changing the bloodline of beast pets and purifying the concentration of the bloodline. Gu Changqing was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and looked over the powers of the forces of nature several times. Making sure he didn't blink, he pinched the base of his thigh again so hard he grimaced in pain. Holy, what is this? A collection of medicines, delicacy materials, and bloodline evolution stones? Moreover, the power of nature is purely natural energy, with no side effects to speak of. Gu Changqing lifted the cat-like mimic beast up and, at that moment an idea occurred to him that, if you go out to the stalls with it in your arms, it's not a problem to make $1 million or $800,000 a day, is it? The anthropomorphic beast was glowering at its new owner, feeling at risk of being sold at any moment. Suddenly, Gu Changqing froze and, the healing of the forces of nature he understands. What's that fix? Shouldn't it be? Chapter 79, The Wonderful. Sis, come here. Yi Ruyan, who was humming a little song and busy in the kitchen, heard Gu Changqing shout and came out with her apron. Surprised, what's wrong? Gu Changqing mysteriously patted the free space on the sofa. You'll know when you come over. Yi Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then she blushed and said, stop it, I'm cooking. Looking at her tangled and twisted, seemingly refusing posture, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. When the window of the heart is broken, as the sentiment gradually shifted from affection in other directions, it's the same guy. Seeing it in the eyes is a big shortcut. Yi Ruyan at this moment was like a finely carved, God's most perfect work of art. Her shyness, her form, her dress, and the way she holds herself up, all exuding infinite seductive charm. For a moment, Gu Changqing's inner fire rose, and the breath in his nostrils gradually intensified. Luckily, the catatonic mimic beast jumped off the ground and went straight to Yi Ruyan's feet and rubbed up against them. Yikes, what a cute kitty! Yi Ruyan released a hand to bend over and pick up. All sorts of gravitational forces as well as the tight clothes of the erect and handsome peaks were more imposing, especially the gully between the two peaks that. Gu Chongqing stood at the peak, looking out into the depths at a glance. I only felt infinitely mesmerized, and my soul was about to be sucked into it in general. Master, cough cough cough, it's better to turn off the connection in the Imperial Beast space. Just as he was deep in the gully sucking in his essence and drifting away to the infinite greatness of the two little ones in the Imperial Beast space pulled him out of it. I just contracted a beast pet and it has a skill that I want Sis to help test. Learning the details, Yi Ruyan was not without shame, but after that it was a faint disappointment. She walked in front of Gu Chongqing, and a wisp of odor with a quiet body scent wafted into her nostrils, nearly causing the clear-eyed Gu Chongqing to fall again. Business matters, tightening his mind. The anthropomorphic beast returned to his arms and, at Gu Changqing's authorization, two cat paws rested on Yi Ruyan's back from behind. Next, a green, grassy fragrance filled the room, only to see a large amount of greenness surging in from all directions, through the houses, and converging on top of the cat's claws. The greenness reached Yi Ruyan's body through the cat's claws. Under the fresh contact, she only felt a warmth all over her body, followed by a strong coolness swimming through her limbs. The heavy blows she had suffered earlier, the three already cracked Imperial Beast spaces that, under the nourishment of greenery, it actually had a tendency to heal. The beast pets in the Imperial Beast space, likewise sensing that green intent was repairing the damage, closed their eyes and tuned in. Suddenly, Yi Ruyan's vermilion lips gently opened and spat out a murmured, woozy feiing sound. At the same time, the body began to tremble in small tremors. Gu Chongqing was right on her flank, gulping frantically. It's really, is so top-notch. The classroom shirt, already tight and ill-fitting, struggled to hold on to what little dignity it had amidst the quivering of the loose apron was held up even more and only half of the mountainous visage could be wrapped around it. The movement was like a small earthquake. Just see the mountain peaks shaking and shaking their eyes. Just then, the anthropomorphic beast yelped, weak and limp in Gu Changqing's arms. Yi Ruyan awoke from the marvelous sensation and was unexpectedly overjoyed. My injury, it's healed a little bit. Meow 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 meow. After the mimic beast finished screaming, it was sent by Gu Changqing into the badge's Imperial Beast space to rest. Little Gold then translated, it's still very small, and the amount of natural power it can mobilize is limited. Moreover, the natural power in the city is far less dense than outside the city, so it can only be slightly suppressed, and cannot be eradicated. Gu Changqing was not discouraged. This was a good start. At least it was known that it was possible for the power of nature to repair the dark wounds Yi Ruyan had suffered. The atmosphere, somewhat ambiguous and awkward. Yi Ruyan only glanced at Gu Changqing before going into the kitchen with a red face. After he looked down in surprise, Den blushed. Nima, it's exposed. As they ate, the two of them pinched each other's food but at the slightest touch of eyes, they immediately parted and bowed their heads. It's an amazing feeling, like there's honey in the heart, revealing some of it at every turn. Savor the sweet aroma. After the meal, Yi Ruyan went out to take out the garbage while Gu Changqing continued to organize the packages. It was not without regret when he saw another golden phrase lying inside, the heart of the Green Hills. After the copy ended, Abyss didn't even give him time to question the five-tailed blood fox. Alas, it looks like it's time to pick toward the fox side of things for the next beast pet. Suddenly, Yi Ruyan's surprised shout came from outside. It was followed by the sound of rapid footsteps. The door to the room opened, and Yi Ruyan was filled with panic. Gu Changqing was startled and hurried forward to pull over her hand, saying, Sister, what's wrong? The door of the room, which had been closed, opened again at this moment, and a graceful, elegant and graceful beauty, accompanied by Lu Wenchao, came in. The beautiful woman entered the door and first saw the two holding hands together, her eyebrows lightly raised with a slight huff. Smokey, what's going on? Yi Ruyan was flustered. Mom, Gu Changqing was also taken aback. The appearance of the beautiful woman was indeed 6 points similar to Yi Ruyan. He increased the strength of his grip on Yi Ruyan's hand and said, Hello Auntie, welcome to Jinhai City. It's the fault of the late generation for not receiving the news in advance to pick you up. The beautiful woman swept Gu Changqing twice. You're the child Smokey has been taking care of? The word child. She bites down hard. Yi Ruyan's heart trembled as she cast a vicious look at Lu Wenchao and said, Mom, why did you come over all of a sudden? The beautiful woman hummed. If I don't come again, will you still be able to return to this home? Since what was promised has been done, what is there to stay? He's an adult and has a pension from his parents, so he's still afraid of not surviving? In front of the face of the beautiful woman, Yi Ruyan has mixed feelings. Even if there are 1,000 words, it is difficult to speak. Auntie, we've already agreed to break out of the city together when the big exam is over. Shut up, Lu Wenchao shouted with red eyes. Don't you know that Smokey has a secret disease? At such a young age, you have a vicious heart. How dare you want Smoke to help you to get resources outside the city? Surnamed Gu, isn't it enough that she has been a cow for you for so long? Do you still want to use moral abduction to restrain her? The beautiful woman sniffed, but also steeped in anger. Hindered by the face is not good to attack. Smoke was indeed saved by your parents. Our Yi family does not owe favors. Over the years, she has repaid them all. If you feel it's not enough, just state your conditions. By this time, Gu Changqing had already understood what Lu Wenchao had said in the beautiful woman's ear. At that moment, he confidently raised his head and eyed the beautiful woman, saying, Sorry, sister is priceless, not a commodity. As for his dark wound, don't bother auntie, I've found a way to root it out. Also, he crossed over the beautiful woman, looked at Lu Wenchao, and coldly grunted, I also have a way to cure the Yi family's beast pet. In a certain probability, it can also help purify the concentration of its bloodline. If you don't believe me, I'm afraid that this Mr. Lu Wenchao has pretty much checked my profile identity, and he can testify for me. Lu Wenchao is stunned. Shameless brat, I'm here to stir up trouble. Why should I testify for you? Chapter 80, The Battle Plan of the Three Beasts' Favorites. Mother-in-law watching the battle. Mom, Green can really help. The crisis facing the Yi family today was that the oldest and most powerful beast pet in the clan was in danger. It was important to know that every family that topped the divine China country was at the forefront of the times when it came to the inheritance and reproduction of beast pets. Relying on them, the family could obtain one or even multiple beast pets with good bloodline inheritance in every generation. This increases the family's depth and ready power. Abyssal ritual touch probability alone? The yellow flowers are cold. Though it could be acquired with power and money, that would be a drop in the bucket. A bloodline beast pet of king level or above might not be able to obtain one even if a sky-high price was offered. The Chen family is willing to take desperate risks, forcing themselves on Gu Changqing, even trying to take his life. It is from this that it stems. Having a legendary beast pet, then the Chen clan's future would go higher and farther. And that beast pet of Lu's family is the auxiliary type that, over the years, it had been the one to ease and suppress the injuries of the Yi family's beast pets. At this moment, Gu Changqing's suggestion that he could treat the repair was like a joke in the beautiful woman's ears. With the power of the Yi family, if they can find other ways, they don't have to force their daughter. Lu Wenchao is also to take advantage of this, pinpointing the lifeblood of the crux of the matter. Kid, listen carefully. First, about our family matters have nothing to do with you, and do not need your worry. Second, Smokey and Lu Wenchao already have a marriage contract. This is an unchangeable fact. Third, I hope you will not appear in front of us in the future. Regarding your family's favor, I will prepare $3 million as well as a number of various resource materials to pay back. Understand? Mom, I'm not leaving. Why don't you trust little Green? He just has that kind of power. Yi Ruyan's heart was burning with anxiety, but the more she spoke, the uglier the beautiful woman's face became. Sis, Gu Changqing interrupted Yi Ruyan, not allowing her to continue her persuasion. He did not hold any grudges. If he had thought about it differently, he would have done even more than the beautiful woman. The daughter, unmarried, first took care of the child for someone else, ruined her future, and stayed away from home for long years. It's hard to wait until your daughter's heart opens up and then see her hanging out with the kids in her care and even having a fling, not coming up and slapping a few times first to get out of anger. Even if it's the cultivation of a big family. Auntie, tomorrow is the escape battle for the last item of the national examination. If you are not in a hurry, can you go ahead and watch the match? If, after it's over you still have the same decision you have now, then I have nothing to say. Yi Ruyan was stunned and looked at Gu Changqing incredulously. Gu Changqing smiled gently at her. But, I will personally come to the door and fetch my sister out. The beautiful woman's expression shifted continuously, and finally lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and faintly said, Yes, young man, the threshold of my Yi family is not so easy to step over. Whether it's easy or difficult, I won't bother auntie. It's getting late, so you can take sis back to the hotel first. Tomorrow, I'm looking forward to your honor. The beautiful woman nodded slightly and pulled Yi Ruyan out of the house. Once the three of them left, Gu Chongqing, who was in a tense state, instantly loosened up. Regarding Lu Wenchao, Gu Chongqing did not take it to heart. From between the lines of the beautiful woman's words, she could hear the love for Yi Ruyan. The key is tomorrow's escape battle. At this time, both Little Gold and Black Egg came out from the Imperial Beast space. While teasing the mimic, the two beasts began their strategy for tomorrow. The master has hit a bump in the road, so all of you will be on your toes tomorrow. Just give the order. Big sister. It's simple. Little proposed? Little two? Little beast? It's a pain in the ass to call, so let's call you Little Tai. You're in charge of disguising yourself as a trainee who's fallen behind, to attract people. Once you are trapped, Black Egg is in charge of entanglement, and I will be the one to finish it off. Understood. Big sister's plan is seamless. Meow 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 meow. Yes, everything is at Big sister's beck and call. Get it up. Watching the three beasts excitedly working out the details of laying the black set, Gu Chongqing returned to the bedroom, sent Yi Ruyan a triumphant emoji, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Pindling Square, the last day of the national exams. Almost the entire population of the city has flocked here today to watch the final showdown. The 30 people who participated, including Gu Chongqing, sat in the back row of the leadership seat. From time to time he looked back and watched, which drew a large cheer. Gu Chongqing, look here, Evergreen Geijai, I'm the president of your Green Fan Support Club. Look at me. Is Gu Chongqing's popularity so horrible now? All those black histories he had before don't count anymore? You're yelling your ass off. What black history? The beast pet didn't lower its bloodline grade at all, or else it could have taken on 5 of them? The Chen family head was even killed by a teacher from the White Tiger Academy. Are you full of? Can't you see the trickery in it? Black fans, get out of here or I'll sit your ass down. Under the powerful firepower shelling from the fans, the man's face turned blue with fear, and he rushed out of the crowd to run away in a grayish manner. Any later and you'd really be sitting on a bucket of girl. On the waiting table, Su Qing covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Evergreen is getting bigger and bigger in terms of his fan base after all the hard work. Shi Shang was not without emotion. I went back and watched that stream yesterday dozens of times over and over again. Anyone who substitutes for it can't escape being killed. I just wondered. My lion Luohan is just one rank away. How come the difference in battle power is so big? The three-headed, six-armed lion Rohan in the Imperial Beast space couldn't help but shiver. There was an invisible pair of eyes staring at it at that moment. It wanted to tell its master. That was not a legendary bloodline. It was clearly a myth, alright. In the way of his life, he could only be silent and let his master's brain cells die apiece. As the time for the escape battle drew closer, Yi Ruyan and the others still hadn't appeared. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Just as he was about to get up, he saw that on the side of the leader's seat, Zhao Zhanxiong accompanied the beautiful woman as well as Yi Ruyan, slowly walking over. Their gazes intertwined in the air, and their intense love for each other collided with fierce sparks. Ahem! The beautiful woman coughed, and only then did Yi Ruyan withdraw her gaze. Zhao Zhanxiong smiled slightly when he saw Gu Chongqing. Sister Xin, let the young people handle their own affairs. We haven't seen each other for a few years. How is my third brother's health? Well, it's just that his daughter is angry with him, sighing all day long. Xiao Xiong, you don't understand the heart of being a parent. By the way, you and Murong that girl, Zhao Zhanxiong hurriedly said. Sister Xin, let's take our seats first. The escape battle will start right away. The stone in Gu Chongqing's heart finally fell to the ground when the beautiful woman appeared. Immediately afterward, Xin Lin went up to the stage and shouted the 30 students up. For a while, Gu Chongqing's cries rose and fell. Meanwhile, on the other side opposite Zhao Zhanxiong's position, Li Haoran's teeth were about to be clenched. Full of resentment, he rushed at the loyal dog beside him. Have you explained everything to Chen Hai? I understand, but can it really work? After all, that's from. Li Haoran eased up a bit. No problem. After spending so much manpower and money, if that fatal problem can't be solved, that dog wouldn't deserve to be called an evil god. Chapter 81, The Battle of Escape begins. What? Don't believe me? No. Once Chen Ziming died, Chen Hai's temperament changed drastically, and I'm afraid he'll get in the way of your plans. Li Haoran was set in his ways and said, Humph. So what if he's accepted by the White Tiger Academy? In the end, he will still return to Jinhai City. I've already told him that the ones promised to the Chen family, after his return, will honor the promises just as much. Then, he sneered sinisterly, with his own father dead in front of him, I don't believe he can suppress his desire for revenge. While the two planned to talk, Zhao Zhaxiong and the beautiful woman on the other side also talked in whispers. Sister Xin, aren't you obsessed with why Smoke and I chose their child? Now I can hand you a solid bottom. Neither of us can see through it. The beautiful woman is very clear on the name calling Xiao Xiong. Exactly how strong. Even he says he can't see through it, so that can only mean Is it stronger than those two back then? Zhao Zhaxiong sighed. When they were the same age, they didn't score that high in the national exam. And that's just what he showed us. The beautiful woman's face showed her shock. Xiao Xiong, you wouldn't have selfishness and deliberately teamed up with Smoke to fool me. A bad old woman. Sister Xin, do I have the guts to do that? You know that Morong had spoken with those two once before he left. I don't know the specifics, but Morong said one thing to me. If there is no return in the future, Evergreen can top it. This is also why the Zhenhai female Hai and Morong family had to support Gu Changcheng. The Forbidden Sea does require a legendary beast pet in order to enter, not true? And this kind of bloodline placed in the Imperial Beast world is indeed rare, but like those families with a long heritage, not to mention legendary bloodlines, even legendary bloodlines can be found. The days of news blackouts are history, and people, nowadays, are more awake and objective. The beautiful woman breathed a light sigh of relief. It seems that this trip came at the right time for me. Zhao Zhaxiong nodded. Just right. Yu Ruyan listened to the two men's conversation from the sidelines. Her hands clenched tightly. Green. You've got to work hard. On the high platform of the square, Xinlin clearly explained the rules of the escape battle to them and the onlookers. The so-called escape battle is nothing more than a personal melee within a replica map. If there was a difference, it was the pursuit of the ferocious beasts. A map, except for the candidates, was filled with densely packed, ferocious beasts of various ranks. Contestants had to kill the ferocious beasts while at the same time, they had to watch out for attacks from other contestants. There are two conditions for victory. The first one, kill all the contestants in the map as many copies as possible. The second one, killing the level 30 Beast King class beast in the center of the map. As for the rewards, a point system was adopted. 1 point for lower level ferocious beasts, 2 points for intermediate, 4 points for advanced, and so on. 10 points are awarded for killing a contestant. The scores serve to increase the probability of the rank rewards being extremely good. The other role is to buy medicines and other supplies from the map's carry-on store. After all the rules have been explained, it's time for the escape battle. A large red replica of a light door appeared in the center of the high platform. The top 30 participants from Zhenhai City walked into the light door. Gu Changqing was the last one to be called by Xinlin after conveying his love with Yu Ruyan through the air. If, after the escape battle there is still no academy to throw an olive branch to you, I will apply to the city lord for you to reorganize the team of city guards from back then. Of course, with your accomplishments, even if there is no academy to choose in advance, you can still charge in hard. I'm just giving you an option. Think about it. Good. Gu Changqing didn't ask in detail. Despite not being able to recall where Xinlin had met him, there was no doubt about his trust, as if it were innate. Stepping through the portal of light, after a moment of heavenly spinning, he opened his eyes, and the hairs on his head rose in sweat. A large-sized red-eyed tiger was opening its bloody mouth and trying to stuff his head into it. This was spared due to the protection of the rules of the abyss during the teleportation. I fight. There's no need for Gu Changqing to give orders. Black Egg danced his stick and charged. A flying kick knocked the tiger back. Then the black stick swung in quick succession. Without a few blows the tiger fell to the ground. Congratulations on killing a lower-level ferocious beast, gaining plus 10 experience. A tiger that doesn't even deserve a name, and experience is even better than nothing. He looked around, surrounded by a forest of trees that covered the sky. 20 meters above his head, there was the power of the abyssal rules that prohibited flying high into the sky. A winding path leads deep into the woods, with no idea where its destination is. It seems that all the contestants have been disorganized. Trying to locate them in a short period of time is undoubtedly difficult. Jean, Little Gold came out and flew to the highest point as per care of Evergreen's instructions. It was okay at first. Once we entered the dense forest path, the height of the trees lifted. Some even ignored the rules and grew beyond the no-fly zone. Come back. It seems that we have to subdue this dense forest first. Gu Changqing's eyes rolled, and Little Gold flew back to his shoulder and said in his ear, Master, want to use that move from that time on Lone Eagle Ridge? Gu Changqing nodded. Start. Understood. Xiao Jin once again took off into the air, and the shadow of the golden crow emerged behind him, and a red point of light the size of a finger's belly blossomed with a regal luster. Amidst the cries of Little Gold, it shot into the woods like a pouring rain. Outside the square, the light screen was taking care of him, the new king, and the live feed was of none other than him. Seeing Xiao Jin's bizarre maneuver, the beautiful woman said, What is he going to do? Drawing fire to the mountain? At that temperature, how can he carry it off as an intermediate-level Imperial Beast Master? Arrogant. Too arrogant. Zhao Zhanxiong and Yi Ruyan looked at the somewhat anxious beauty woman and were both silent. And it is true, the fire spread, and with the excessive humidity, the resulting heat was a little too much even for Black Egg. Gu Changqing's attempts to use fire control techniques didn't work at all either. At that moment, Little Gold spread his wings, and the blazing sun flame transformed into a large bell that descended from the sky. It enveloped Gu Changqing and Black Egg. The temperature of the blazing fire rippled out in a circle. The flames that tried to come over and play with them were instantly forced back. The beautiful woman stood up from her seat in shock, looking incredulously at the big light golden flaming bell. Is this what appeared on there? Chapter 82, The Enhanced Avengers. Assemble. I suppose so. One hand is supporting and pushing in the shadows, and also largely only knows the results of the. Zhao Zhanxiang knew nothing about what happened or what he got in the process. I'm pretty sure that piece got into his hands. Whether it will work or not is still unknown. The beautiful woman was astonished in her eyes, and after slowly sitting down, she said, "How many % are you sure of? Do you need to let him meet with old Yi?" Zhao Zhanxiang shook his head. It's too early. His beast pet is certainly powerful, but the rank is too low. It won't be too late to see him again when he breaks through the spirit rank and advances to the king rank. The beautiful woman looked at Yi Ruyan worriedly. I'm afraid of old Ye's character. By then it will be too late. Zhao Zhanxiang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed out loud, patting his leg. That kid also told you last night. I really want to see him single-handedly go to the Yi family and go toe-to-toe with my brother Yi. Yi family mother and daughter cutie. Staring at Zhao Zhanxiang in the same way, their teeth clenched. Sorry, I really couldn't hold back. Watch quietly. In this escape battle, the ones whose jaws will be dropped are not just the various hidden heavenly prides that are participating, even those geniuses that the academies treat as treasures, and even those children of the lineages, are going to have a hard time escaping. The beautiful woman grunted and stopped speaking, instead staring at the big flaming bell on the light screen, deep in thought. The fire was raging, burning the sky red. Rolls of smoke shot up into the sky, and all the animals and beasts in the woods were forced to flee. Along the way, Gu Changqing could be described as relaxed. The fire control technique kept detaining incoming fireballs, and the proficiency was increasing. Little Gold, it's too difficult to upgrade this fire control art. Since it came from you, can you pass on some experience? The little golden head bobbed and flew, and that golden hair swayed back and forth. No master, I am born with control of the flames. I don't know how to teach you. Think about it. The great sun golden flame is the exclusive bloodline of the golden crow, and the flame is even more born. If it really had to teach, it could all think of things that little Kim would say. This way, that way, goes, into being. There are no shortcuts. Save up your proficiency honestly. Now Gu Changqing experienced the power of the Tongtian flowing color robe, the beast master, to get out of his own way, to grow himself on this path. It's a perfect match for the beasts. It's a long process, unless one could be like Su Qing. The beast pet had possession and merging techniques that could strengthen the Imperial Beast Master's own battle power for a short period of time. That's not a permanent solution either. After walking for I don't know how long, there was a reprieve from the flames. Xiao Jin Tinkong scouted ahead and came back just about to open his mouth. Ice coffin. A rectangular coffin made of glowing blue ice abruptly trapped it. Black Egg, who was already walking and dozing off, once he saw that his big sister was trapped, drew out his sword and shouted angrily, "Where did the thieves come from, daring to sneak up on us?" In the next second, the thick layer of ice melted into water in an instant, evaporating without a drop left. Little Gold's sharp pupils stared at a location as a ball of fire mercilessly blasted down. After a few pops, the abyssal cue sounded across the map. Zhenhai City candidate number 666, Gu Changqing, killed the Xianbing City participant. Zhenhai City candidate No. 666 Gu Changqing, killed the Xianxue City participant. Zhenhai City candidate number 666, Gu Changqing, killed the Xianbing City participant. Congratulations on killing the contestant and gaining plus 10 points. With 30 points in the bank, Gu Changqing wasn't happy at all. Frozenly listening to the Abyss finish broadcasting, he angrily pointed at the sky and cursed, "Abyss, you old mother, did I invite you or mess with you? Why does my identity have to be leaked and everything else protected? You really are." The rich and flavorful words of greeting were pitch black to the audience watching the live broadcast outside. It wasn't until Black Egg whispered a reminder that Gu Changqing stopped with intent. Forgot that the future mother-in-law is still around. I don't blame him for being angry. When he was picked 1 by 5, he reported his exam number in a big way. Even though he's not afraid, he can't afford to be harassed on multiple fronts, can he? Abyss was good, and directly communicated his real name in all directions. Alas, the lighter days are at an end. Escape map under a waterfall. The Thai girl Meister, upon hearing the Abyss broadcast, immediately cried out in pain and tears. The viciousness of Gu Changqing was recounted, one by one, to the man who was exercising his physical body under the impactful waterfall. "Brother, this person is bad as hell. And he said something about not talking about us. Even if those guys who are hiding their heads and tails are there, they will still be killed. After the crying, there was an added description. Bang! Only to see the man under the impact of the waterfall punching out. There was a hidden golden outline of the phase of the human shadow enveloped the water of the several meter-wide waterfall. Under the power of a punch, even began to briefly stagnate and flow backwards. The normalcy was then restored. The girl who had lambasted Gu Changqing for his despicable behavior let her eyes light up and said joyfully, "Brother, your beast power angel phase has finally become a reality." The man stepped out of the waterhole. His clothes draped themselves from the ground. Dotingly touching the girl's head, he said, "It's not that easy, it's only elevated to the third level. Originally, there are people outside of people, and being able to pick off the 5 of you in one go, I didn't intend to look for him right away. You said so, if I don't go again, I won't be a man." The girl immediately pounced on the man, clinging to him with various parts. "I knew my brother loved me the most." A depression. A giant horned rhinoceros violently impacted on the Xuanwu shield, and the latter's prime shield merely retreated a few steps back. The giant horned rhinoceros was in a miserable state, with its horn broken and its brain cracked, dying under the feedback of the powerful force. Xianting collected his shield with no joy and muttered, "Not enough, still not enough." In his mind, he remembered yesterday's battle. 5 people's power was combined into one, and they couldn't block a single skill of that person. A deep sense of frustration is reflected in the heart and has become a demon. Behind him was a boy with a face very similar to his. Looking at the giant horned rhinoceros that Xianting had abused to death on the ground, he said, "Our power comes from beast pets, and the reason why the Xuanwu shield is called the strongest defense isn't solely based on the countershock, but also the leaking force." Xianting mulled over his words for a moment and said coldly, "Thank you." The man froze and laughed bitterly. "I'm your brother, so what are you thanking me for? That person, is he really that strong? Your Xuanwu shield can break no more than 10 in the new generation. It's not that he's strong, it's that I'm weak." At that moment, an abyssal broadcast rang through the air. Upon hearing candidate 666, Xianting's body stiffened and there was a noticeable tremor. The man took it all in and said, "Being able to kill 3 contestants at the same time. Not bad, not bad." Beyond that, in 3 other different directions on the map, Wu Wei, Wu Tian, and the girl with the baby fat, it was leading the people, very silently, towards where Gu Changqing was. At this moment, Gu Changqing, who didn't know that divulging his name would cause such a sensation, was leisurely searching for a route while harvesting fierce beast points and browsing through the carry-on shop. Suddenly, his eyes went all the way up and he was overjoyed. "Abyss, you can do it. Getting this stuff out of the way." Chapter 83, Surrounded? No, 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 no. The accompanying store is well stocked with medicines for all kinds of healing, common materials, beast stones, low bloodline evolutions, and so on, were all available. Price-wise, it's quite a bit more expensive when you convert fractions, but it's all free, and you don't have to pay a dime out of your pocket. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, pulled the price bar to the bottom. A reddish bead, quite unassuming, not overdone in its splendor. The effects are maddening. 5 spirit pearls, fire, specialized auxiliary consumables. Effects: after taking it, it can increase the proficiency of a certain beast master skill by +2,000. Price: 5,000 points. Number: 10. 1 increased 2,000 proficiency, and if all 10 were taken, the fire control technique would break through to the 3rd level. 2 levels, and borrowing the power of Little Jean is so ferocious. Level 3. That's not going to take off. It's just that, as good as the stuff is, it takes too many points. It would be nice to work your ass off to buy one. LOL. How come there are no tree demons or other ferocious beasts in these woods? With deep regret, he continued toward the center of the map. Along the way, Gu Changqing was surrounded by silence. Maybe the fire drove away all the ferocious beasts that had been piling up. Only a dozen missed kills. Suddenly, a shriek came from the distance, and it was accompanied by the sound of skills colliding and a faint wave of impact. Gu Changqing accelerated his pace, crossed the small, burnt-out dirt slope and, in a depression at the bottom of the slope, there were 2 contestants surrounding a girl whose clothes were all burnt and only the hidden parts of her body were still covered. The words were tinged with molestation. The girl acted mortified, summoning 2 beast pets, one lying on the ground dying, with traces left by the skill of the other one was in the way, and it looked like it was not badly hurt. Black Egg scratched his head and stared at the girl, saying, "Master, why doesn't that look like a good person nah?" Gu Changqing was not surprised. "Yo, even you can see it." Black Egg raised his head proudly. "That's not true. A place of great danger. Instead of being bitten to death by ferocious beasts and killed by rivals, you were so tarred up by the fire. It's hard to escape Master Black's fiery eyes with his poor acting skills. Hearing Black Egg mention fire eyes, Gu Chongqing pondered for a moment. The golden words of the path of divine destiny. The introduction reads between the lines to go through the ordeal. To recreate the memory of the black minion. Do you want Xiao Jin to refine it a little? Classmate, don't struggle. This area has been cleared by my brother and sister. That's right, come into your brother's arms. The two men were about to make a move on the girl when a sword light as black as ink sped up and slashed at the feet of the two men. Who? One observed the surrounding area, and the other bellowed. Gu Chongqing got up and stood at the top of the slope and sneered. Which city's participant candidate? Molesting women on a live broadcast. Want to be famous, want to be crazy? Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. We don't mind. 10 more points. The two men threatened verbally, and the girl seemed to have found a savior, walking up the slope while showing off her body in the best possible way. The delight in her eyes, the shyness of her face, the vague shadow of the hidden zone that seemed to show when she twisted her waist. Very rhythmic and measured. It doesn't let you sink into it while at the same time lifting your interest. When the girl was one step short of the top of the slope, her feet suddenly tripped and her entire body fell towards Gu Chongqing. That's when the two started yelling again. Kid, you seek death. This will get you out of here. It's more of a yell than a rain, and it's even lazier to take a step. Snort! A sharp dagger reveals a chilling aura. The girl and Gu Chongqing looked at each other at the same time. Reddish blood dripped down, wetting the dry ground, only to see that a dagger had stabbed Gu Chongqing's Tontian flowing color robe, but it was difficult to advance an inch, and the dagger in Gu Chongqing's hand was stuck in the girl's chest. Pulling hard, the powerful inertia sent her tumbling down the slope. Being assisted by two people at the same time, the disguise was easily torn, and the girl, hardly shocked, said, "How did you see that?" Gu Chongqing pulled out his ears. "The acting is so bad. A glance is fake. Even my beast pet can tell. I suggest you go back and watch and learn more." Then, he pointed out two men. "You two's childish faces can't play the colorful demented man. It's too out of character. This play of a hero saving a beautiful woman and rushing to her rescue. The script itself is wrong, let alone the acting skills. I don't know what the trio were thinking when they played this in the Escape Wars map. Perhaps there really are righteous people who fell for it and were sent off the map." The girl took an elixir, and although she was not cured, she did not bleed to death. The first place in Jinhai City is truly worthy of its name. Unfortunately, it's hard for you to escape being eliminated. Gu Chongqing sneered. "With your 3 pieces of material, you won't be able to do it. And add me to that. Me, and me." As Gu Chongqing's words fell, a single voice came from behind them, as if a curtain-inducing hallucinations were drawn down. 20 or 30 people just appeared out of nowhere. Illusion-type skills? Gu Chongqing was still old and calm. His eyes swept around and, judging by the color of their costumes, there were contestants from at least 8 cities. It was only that their beast pets were of a relatively low grade, with the highest not coming out as a lord-level bloodline beast pet. Not enough. Gu Chongqing stretched his right hand forward, and hundreds of light golden fire lines shot out as if they were spirit snakes. It's not the enemy that's coming up. It's the points. It's the pentagram delivered to your door. Gu Chongqing, you tricked me so hard. A furious cry filled with resentment, steeply vibrating. A man descends suddenly, stirring up smoke and dust all over the ground. The familiar Xuanwu shield then blossomed, blocking the line of fire from the fire control technique. The shield moved down, revealing one of Xianting's complicated faces. Drink! On the other side, a contestant with an angelic shadow floating behind him disintegrated the line of fire with a violent swing. On top of that, he saw the face that was still full of Tai energy. More than that, Wu Wei, Wu Tian, and that baby fat girl. The quintet that was bloodied in the ring arrives. Gu Chongqing, Wu Yue's eyes were enraged, and if it wasn't for the fact that there were people around him stopping him, he would have come out to retrieve yesterday's shame. This battle is quite spectacular. How am I able to make you all leave all behind and unite as one? With his mouth, he greeted the abyss again in his heart. As for how they found themselves, Gu Chongqing wasn't surprised at all. All that dark history he's done in his copy is obvious when you look it up. This fire, as it were. Gu Chongqing sighed and patted Xiao Jin's head. It's going to be hard for you again in a while. The blonde hairs on the top of Jin's head stood up straight and, a bunch of rotten shrimps. Leave it to me. Black Egg, protect the master. Black Egg disperses the sword in his hand and coalesces back into the black stick that thumping, 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 thumping. It was as if the drums of war were invigorating. Big Sister can kill the enemy at ease, and will never let the master lose a single hair of sweat. Only the catatonic mimic beast was anxious at Gu Chongqing's feet. Everyone, we all have a busy schedule. Let's cut the crap and get together. The smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. Some impatient contestants were enraged by Gu Changqing's arrogance. Commanding the beast pet was about to pounce in melee combat. Next, a big yellow, white-fronted tiger fell from the sky. With one ass, he sat the beastly pet into the ground. How could I be missing out on something so much fun? Behind Gu Changqing, sparse footsteps also appeared. Chapter 84. Crush. Crush. Brother Evergreen. It's not fun enough to fight alone in a group without calling us. That's just it, even if you can't help. It's good to visit. A rare and grand spectacle to behold. Su Qing, Shi Sheng, and the others arrived with a small number of participants from the provinces and Jinhai City. It's hard for them to gather all these people. Tang Luoyao rode a fierce tiger and looked at Gu Changqing on the hillside, saying, Gu Changqing, you still haven't answered me the question I asked you last time. Gu Changqing couldn't help but have a big forehead. Thinking that there was still Yu Ruyan and his future mother-in-law watching the battle outside the arena, he immediately pulled away from the topic. This beast pet of Miss Tang's is a rare sight among tiger-type beast pets. If I remember correctly, it should be a Kaiwaki spirit tiger with a Peking grade bloodline. Upon hearing this, Tang Luoyao said, your knowledge of imperial beasts is truly broad. Not bad, it is indeed a Kaiwaki. Its ancestor, a Qianless bastard tiger, was only a hair's breadth behind the one from the White Tiger Academy. It is only a pity that as the number of generations of reproduction extends, the purity of the bloodline is greatly reduced. The Kaiwaki spirit tiger on her hip roared at Gu Changqing, as if saying again that even if her bloodline was impure, it could still protect her. Feeling the pure yang breath, Gu Changqing found the main reason for Tang Luoyao's character. The Imperial Animal Encyclopedia records that tigers have different names as they age. For example, big cats, spotted, big bugs, white fronts, and mountain monarchs can survive until Yamaraja, after which the tiger will magically change. The bloodline began to return a little bit, and the grade evolved. Xiantan, Kaigaki, Bazhou, and Wu Qian. As for the tiger type's divine level bloodline, it was that Gangjin white tiger that was prevalent in the White Tiger Academy. To be able to have such a clan-suppressing beast pet inheritance, the Tang family's roots were not to be underestimated. Tang Luoyao, step aside if you're sensible. We're looking for Gu Changqing. Seeing Tang Luoyao come out in favor of Gu Changqing, Wu Yu rebuked loudly. After hanging out in the same circle for so long, we're all familiar with each other's respective styles. Tang Luoyao, the fight between us is not mixed with anyone, unless your Tang family stands behind him. Wu Tian was straightforward, laying out the powerful relationship in the open for her to choose from. Don't get me wrong, I'm just going to catch up with the slut sisters. I have no intention of interfering. Tang Luoyao pointed a finger at the Tigirl and reprimanded. Wei Shufan, you're also too vicious, lying to me that the nutrient solution could replace the evolutionary agent, causing my tiger to be constipated for days. This account, it's settled today. As soon as her words came out, the scene of saber rattling quieted down in an instant. Gu Changqing was even more stunned as she looked at the Tigirl and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Wei Shufan? The name? Well, it's so well named. Wei Shufan's face swelled red with murderous anger. Tang Luoyao, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. In exasperation, the poisonous scorpion whose tail had already recovered summoned itself and ran at Tang Luoyao to kill her. Afraid of you, Tang Luoyao rode the tiger, casting a look at Gu Changqing that could only help you so far. Gu Changqing nodded gratefully and said to Su Qing and the others behind him, steady on, the rewards for the escape battle are very generous. Don't be impulsive, understand? Before Su Qing and the others could respond, Gu Changqing had then stood on Little Gold's back and slowly ascended to the highest point of the map. Want to kill me? Come on. Then, the hundreds of fireballs formed by the blazing sun flame mercilessly bombarded the most densely populated areas below. Someone down below is trying to clamp down on Xiao Jin's flight path, using the skills of an Earth-type beast pet, pulled back by Wu Tian. His flames are very hot, don't blindly do him favors. Water beast pet skills follow suit and use the method of phasing. At once, a different water skill was released from the beast's pet. But as soon as it came into contact with the blazing flames of the sun, it instantly turned into watery mist in the sky. Defense, quickly brace your defenses. On the hillside, the participants from the province and city looked at the booming explosions that kept coming out of the water mist and swallowed hard. When he says steady, he's really just telling us to steady. Su Qing and the others looked as if they were not surprised. My God, one person singled out 20 to 30 people, and there are even a lot of experts among them. How come it's not the same as the imagined picture? Shouldn't he be throttled at every turn? Black Egg gave him a disgruntled glare and, redneck, little seen look. At this point, it pressed on, listening to the beating of its heart like a war drum, feeling the growing strength. The last fireball exploded below, and the raging heat wave drove away the vaporized water spray that. Two shields of the Xian turtle's shadow protected those people. Even Xiao Jin's spiritual attribute damage of upwards of 1,400 points did not break it down. The one who held up the Xuanwu shield, besides Xian Ting, was also his brother. Gu Changqing had long anticipated the situation at hand, and those true masters who had not participated in the team competition were finally going to show themselves. Xian Ting rose panting. He had thought that yesterday, Gu Changqing had taken advantage of Wu Tian's fallen heavenly seal to utilize the power of his skill to a level beyond the extreme. But now, in the face of pure flames, it was still a struggle for him to carry it. Still, after mastering the essentials of the basilisk shield, looking again at his brother beside him, he blushed just a little, and frustration flooded his mind once more. You're Gu Changqing, truly a heavenly ordained imperial beast master that is rare to see in 100 years. With luck and hard work, you've grown to where you are now. If I were to say hard, you're good enough to be compared to the ones in history. He was no longer silent when he saw his brother's demons rearing their ugly head. It's just a pity that people who are too proud and too crazy, and who can't have no scruples in their eyes, are going to suffer great losses. Gu Changqing looked down at him, whose looks bore a slight resemblance to Xian Ting, and said, "It seems that you want to avenge Xian Ting's shame? Untalented. I would like to learn from you." Kyoto Xuanwu, Xuanxin. Xuanxin raised his hand and clasped his fist, followed by the emergence of the 6 main star formation. A giant turtle with a body width of nearly 5 meters and a height of 4 meters walked out from it. Compared to Xian Ting's beast pet, Xian Xian's giant tortoise was closer to that Xuanwu. Hiss, a heart-chilling sound of spitting letters. A blue python, the thickness of a water bucket, drilled out of the turtle shell and wrapped around it. The python opened its mouth, and a blue jet of water spewed out. Before reaching Gu Changqing in the air, the column of water abruptly froze. It was like an extended sword with a chilling aura. Little Kim let out a cry. The blazing sun flames transformed into an ancient bell, and scorching waves of inflammation rolled. The icicle impacted on it, sending up only layers of fire temperature ripples. And then it was melted and evaporated. Xian Xin frowned, knowing that he had stumbled upon extremely hard opposition. The Xian turtle slammed into the ground, only to see several ground spikes, wrapped in icicles and, like a blue lance charging into the sky, it once again attacked Gu Changqing. At the same time, Xiao Jin built up his strength, and a pillar of flame light similarly spewed towards the ground spiking icicle. Boom! The collision of the two overwhelming forces caused dust to fly and rocks to fly. Whoa! Xuanxin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, and on the surface of his beast pet, the Xian turtle, glowing blue energy bloomed, expelling the flames that were splashing up. He could feel that the flames were extremely powerful. The two attributes that were originally mutually exclusive were actually completely suppressed. At that moment, the man shrouded in an angelic shadow stepped forward, patted Xian Xian's shoulder, and said, "You alone are no match for him. That big bird is too wildly different, and I suspect that it isn't a legendary bloodline at all." With that, he made a round of the crowd behind him and laughed. "Our people are being bullied, and a few of you can still sit down." His words had just fallen. Gu Changqing then saw 3 contestants walk out from the crowd. The aura emanating from each of them was only stronger and not weaker. Moreover, the rank insignia on the chests of 2 of them were actually spirit level. Chapter 85, The Pride of Heaven? Just a stepping stone. Heaven, Earth, Genji, River, Kyoto. 5 people, 5 different energy fluctuations, 5 majestic auras that, in the moment of fighting side by side, like tigers descending a mountain. Then 5 sharp and warlike eyes pushed straight at Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing stood at the highest point of the no-fly zone, looking down on the crowd below, standing unafraid of the 5 spiritual pressure. Eyes met, and even the air seemed to freeze. Xian Xian was not too big for his britches and ate a few pills, recovering himself, along with his beast pet, to his peak moment. Everyone else, back off. The obese but affable contestant from the Xian province had a smile on his face and a tone of voice that made people feel like they were in the air, with the intention of making them actively close to him. "Brother Lin, I'm not withdrawing. Gu Changqing has bullied people too much. I'm going to kill him by 1,000 cuts." Wu Yue was red-faced and murderous, resentful about being killed yesterday. "Xiao Yu I, Lin Yi, am not discussing with you, I am informing. It's hard to believe that during the few days I've been resting, the number 1 position in Xian province was handed over to me." It was still a flat and warm tone, but in Wu Yu's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. He hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, I wouldn't dare. I'll go now." "That's right, don't worry, after we defeat him, it's up to you to decide whether he lives or dies," Wu Yue said joyfully. "Thanks to Brother Lin, you guys will definitely win." Lin Yi's gaze condensed into a line as he picked at Gu Changqing in the air and said, "Hopefully, everyone else, too," led the way out of the depression after the true genius finished. Looking at the 20 to 30 people who were retreating slowly, Gu Changqing's gaze just looked at Su Cheng and the girls, Just as Qi Shang greeted his people, he had already retreated down the hillside, 1,000 meters away from the ensuing battlefield. Noticing Gu Changqing's gaze, Su Qing danced with her hands and shouted, "Brother Changqing, we all remember your words. Hold on, hold on." Gu Changqing lost his smile and was dumbfounded. "It's still cute." People on both sides backed away and watched from a distance. Only one person has not yet left, and sat down as if watching a good show, sizing up both sides with interest. The geniuses of the 5 provinces also noticed this person and tacitly acquiesced to his actions. "Come, battle!" Luo Xian of the Heavenly Province fiercely inhaled a large long breath, and at the moment he exhaled, a piercing golden light flowed over the surface of his body. As soon as the word battle came out, the right fist, which was clenched with stored power, flew towards Gu Changqing with a heavy delivery. Behind him, an angelic silhouette emerged, followed by a pair of radiant golden feathered wings that slowly unfolded. A powerful golden fist came at great speed with a whimpering sound that broke through the air. Xiao Jin was about to nimbly dodge it, but he heard Luo Xian grunt, "The sky, no longer your advantage." Behind Gu Changqing, at some point, a golden aura appeared. A biplane angel, close to 2 meters in size, suddenly appeared. In his hand, he held a narrow golden lightsaber and stabbed straight ahead, with a golden fist in front and a 2-winged angel in the back. This killing move was completed almost in the blink of an eye. Gu Changqing frowned. These 5 people, taking out any one of them, had the strength to pick off Xianting's 5 people in one go. While the process won't be as powerfully crushing as his, the outcome won't change. What was horrifying was their combat experience and their development of the use of the Imperial Beastmaster's skills. Is this the elite educated by the true gentry? And, whether it's Luo Xian's 2-winged angel or Xian Xian's Xian turtle, its bloodline grade had far exceeded the king grade, infinitely approaching legend. Even, at any time, he could break through that bloodline portal and approach the perfect form of that clan's beast pet little by little. There is a well-established evolutionary line of being able to do whatever you want. Only, Gene, in front of a super god-level beast pet, everything was vanity. It's all dust. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the white moon. Fire control. While the massive blazing sun flame covered the body, the surging firepower traveled throughout Gu Changqing's body. Perish! Gu Changqing lightly bellowed with an expressionless face. With the energy of the rightful lord's energy, the power of the fire control technique reached the pinnacle of the class. The same fist was swung out, wrapped in blazing flames of fire, like a scorching miniature sun. Intertwining and colliding with golden fists, there was a loud bang, like thunder in a clear sky, golden light and points of fire flying in the wind. The 2 men's Imperial Beastmaster skills were evenly matched against each other. Luo Xian was still wearing a triumphant smile at the corners of his mouth, despite his shock, but the next moment, his smile froze at the corners of his mouth. The golden lightsaber that was about to pierce into Gu Changqing's body had difficulty surviving. A black stick that blocked his path. Where did the weedy birdman come from? Trying to sneak up on Master Black's master. Let's see if I don't pull out all your fur. The black egg immersed in the war drum's enchantment didn't have much change in its attributes, though, but its rods are mighty, and each stick has a force that weighs as much as 1,000 pounds. The familiar sound of the war drums is still ringing. Black Egg stepped to the beat of the drums, completely abandoning his defense and going on the offensive. The thick black aura, like it was piecing something together, perfected and evolved that armor. Although the 2-winged angel had an extraordinary bloodline and had reached the grade of lord, it had an absolute advantage in terms of attributes. But with Black Egg's life-threatening attacks, there was only defense. Moreover, the Black Egg's power gradually increased, already approaching it and surpassing it. No good. Help me. The beast pet is psychically connected to the Imperial Beastmaster, and realizes that the 2-winged angel is in a bad way. Luo Xian couldn't think of anything else and began to greet reinforcements. Ruthless men indeed. If we don't contribute, we're afraid that none of us will be able to escape. As Lin Yi finished speaking, the 6 mangled star formation surged forth. A bird's song rang out from it. And, then, a large bird wrapped in green flames flew out and flew straight towards the 2-winged angel. The other 2 aren't hiding anything. The beast pet that was summoned was actually a green-colored scaly dragon with fleshy wings on its back and 2 claws on the soles of its feet, as well as the white and gold 2 colors intertwined. The forehead of the king character bore unicorn horns of the tsunami horn tiger. The green-colored dragon followed the green firebird, while the unicorn horn of the Shaotian horn tiger blossomed with the murderous gungold aura. It transformed into hundreds of Gangjin tiger claws, rushing up to the sky with killing fury. Mountains and waters reunite. Xuanwu regrets the sky. Xuanqing's palms were one yellow and one blue, and the palms merged for a split second. The spirit serpent toned into a blue liquid, filling the turtle's back with a pattern that, a truly significant Xuanwu silhouette flew out from the pattern. An infinite number of icicles and ground thorns rose up, carrying the momentum of a heavenly net, intent on decapitating Gu Changqing. Oh, Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Firebird, scaly dragon, horned tiger, gentoo turtle, 4 beasts of burden, 4 families, the corresponding one. It couldn't be the 4 Elephants Academy, could it? Master, the black egg is immersed in the sound of the heart's war drums and seems to be showing signs of awakening. Feeling the fighting intent as hot as a blazing fire, Gu Changqing smiled faintly. Is the path of destiny, the ambiguous and sparse golden phrase, finally going to be unraveled? Little gold, don't hold back, let alone the 4 pseudo-beasts. Even if the real ones come, we'll still have to compete. Let them see what geniuses and prides are just stepping stones. Chapter 86, The Path of Heavenly Fate. Activation. Crap. Is this really as far as a high school Imperial Beast Master can go? That green firebird is the Xian province's recognized #1 pride of the new generation. Lin Yi of the Lin family. I have relatives over there, and I've heard that the Lin family has a close relationship with the 4 Elephant Academy's Vermilion Bird Academy. Our province's goddess Tang Luoyao has publicly shown her love and helped him share some of the pressure. The part you're talking about is optional. Luo Xian of Jiang province. His 2-winged angel is no worse than anyone else's. The Luo family's town beast pet can have a full 6 wings. Don't even blow it off. Let me say this. Gu Changqing is invincible, challenging many heavenly prides on his own. No one has ever done so before in the past national exams. Yes, Gu Changqing is invincible. Gu Changqing rises. It's really a great honor for Zhenhai City. Even if you're undefeated, that's still a great battle. There's an undercover. Someone fork me out. We don't need this kind of powder in the Green Fans Backup Association. Zhao Zhanxiong had a smiling face, and for the first time, he felt that his spine was hard in front of his big sister. Yi Ruyan's eyes were thick with love, and she couldn't stop looking at the face in the light screen. Instead, the beautiful woman grunted. Reckless, could have easily won, had to become a public enemy. Exactly the same as those 2 annoying guys. Sister Xin, but you remembered being pitted out of resources by those 2. Zhao Zhaxiong didn't finish his sentence before he was startled back by the beautiful woman's eyes. The waist is hardened. The guts are still small. Wasn't it said that his main beast pet is the root of his foothold? But look at that black and colorless monkey. It's changing drastically as the battle continues. The main beast pet, or first beast pet. The first skill of the Beastmaster comes from this, and moving forward with rank advancement, despite the fact that all other beast pets can be acquired. But the main beast pet will always have one more than the others. The ability draw also has more magnitude because of one more time. Unless one breaks through the king level, then there would be no distinction between main and vice. Because of this, the Imperial Beastmaster is extraordinarily careful in the selection of his first beast pet. I don't know. This kid is covered in fascination. I heard from Smokey that the 3rd beast pet is contracted. Intermediate Royal Beast Master. 3 beast pets. The surprises are getting bigger and bigger. The beautiful woman smiled coldly. Aren't you afraid that he'll get out of control? Know about the things you've done behind your back, and come to settle the score with you. Zhao Zhanxiong clapped his palms together. That couldn't be better. I can also retire early. Humph. Let's see how he'll break this barrier. The 4 pseudo-saint beasts unleashed their strongest skills, wrapped in a strong killing intent and might surging forward. Under Gu Changqing's authorization, Xiao Jin was on fire. In an instant, the shadow of a blood-soaked golden crow stretched out behind him. The rich blood chi and flames intertwined with each other, constantly increasing and strengthening. Ever since the sun shines in the sky, the Battle Boil Gold phrase has been gradually becoming more and more of a chicken scratch, especially after Little Gold's grade was promoted and his bloodline skills were strengthened again. Now, before noon, the battle boils and rekindles. It seems to be dissatisfied with being discarded and not used, and the aura after it is performed is like 2 words from before. Gu Changqing was also stimulated by the blood chi, and he was instantly bold. Reaching out and pointing at the 4 directions of beast pets, he angrily shouted, "A mere beast, how dare you act recklessly?" Borrowing from Xiao Jin's fire, Gu Changqing's chest had 1,000 ravines. The fire control technique rears its head, under the guidance of the idea, 4 monstrous waves of fire surged out in separate, at Gu Changqing's will. They transformed into 4 fire dragons and pounced on the 4 directions of beast pets. War! 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 Below, Xian Xin and the others shouted in unison. The light of the skills of the 4 beasts and pets has been strengthened once again. There was a faint intimidation of the holy beasts of the 4 directions. The horned tiger controls the sharpness of Gungold, the dragon carries the birth of Ethelwood, the fire bird rides the destruction of Ion Fire, and the mysterious tortoise unites the firmness of water and earth. The pride of the 4 provinces, the best of the new generation of the 4 Elephants Academy, abandoning the tedious trials and gimmicks of the, once you make a move, it's a kill move, either you die or I live. In everyone's eyes, Gu Changqing, high in the sky, was just like a great demon king. Showing mercy or hesitation will only lead to your own destruction. The 4 fire dragons clashed fiercely with the 4 directions of the beast's favorites. Layers of waves rose up like waves rising from a calm sea. Powerful shock waves, washing outward from the air. The participants who were watching the battle from the far periphery all summoned their beast pets to fend off the shockwaves. Everyone's mind was reeling, especially with the improvised Avengers. Near as hell. The Shen Ting, Wu Yu, Wu Tian and the others. Their mouths were wide open and unable to close. It was only after seeing this that they finally realized that the Gu Changqing's arrogance was capitalized. The 4 provinces of heavenly pride, individually picking out a person to put into the past national examination. Our broken level of crushing. It's more than enough to be in the top 3, not to mention a solid first place. But now, there were a total of 5, both in terms of beast pet bloodlines and evolutionary routes to maturity. All have reached their most perfect state in nearly a decade. Although it was not a holy beast, it already had the beginnings of the 4 elephants. It took an unknown amount of resources to produce so many of them, available at the man who was on fire, like a god of fire, a lower class person of poor origin. He fought hard against it with his own strength, but he didn't lose. Instead, they have the upper hand. How can they not be shocked and fearful? The fire dragon tangled with the 4 directions of beast favorites, and every popping sound tugged at the hearts of the people below, until Shen Xin and the others started swallowing pills. After the beast pet drew on the essence of the imperial beast master, its might increased once again. In one fell swoop, he broke through the fire dragon's siege. A bit of skill. Xiao Jin's bloodline was heaven-defying, but it had only evolved once. The 4 parties of beast pets took advantage of the evolved feedback, and the 4 of them joined forces to even out the situation. Master, I'm going to get real. While there was enough time, Cobain violently began to collect the flames and the progress bar of Golden Crow Roar grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. Just then, a drink interrupted Xiao Jin's power buildup. Big sister, take it easy. I'm terribly strong right now. It was Black Egg's voice. Gu Changqing's attention shifted over, and he instantly revealed a shocked expression, responding wholeheartedly to the 4 parties of beasts and pets. At some point, Black Egg was battling the 2 winged angels again. It actually drew some of the blazing sun flame over. Now, the Black Egg was completely wrapped in black flames so thick that they couldn't be melted away. The heart beats faster and faster with the war drums of the. It seems like the drums are going to crack and hammer off at any moment. Weedy Birdman, Master Black won't play with you anymore. In the black flames, a burning black stick danced out a sky full of residual shadows. Followed by a blow to the head of the unresponsive biplane angel. The latter, like a falling star, smashed straight into the ground and turned into white light back into the imperial beast space. 4-headed curmudgeon, eat Master Black's stick. Ka! Accompanied by Black Egg's yell, the heart-pounding war drums came to an abrupt halt. But the moment it stops, as if there were something that broken. Suddenly, Gu Changqing's ears heard a prompt from the abyss. Congratulations to your beast pet for activating the only limited gold phrase, Path of Destiny. Chapter 87, The Circle Drawn by Great Sage. In the black flames, Gu Changqing seemed to see a familiar figure. A pair of black and gold locks armor, a rushing phoenix-winged purple gold crown, a pair of lotus root silk step-cloud shoes. Especially that one striking black flame club, held single-handed in the right hand. A monkey alone against the strongest attacks of the 4 beast pets appeared comfortable and dominant. The bitter days of the black minions have finally come to an end. Gu Changqing was not without emotion, especially as a traveler. At the moment he saw Black Egg transformed, quite a bit of hot air. Eat Master Black's stick. Black Egg's power was piled on entirely by the sound of heart war drums. After the Path of Heaven's Destiny's golden word was fully activated, it clearly felt the power in its body rapidly draining away. This weird and sinister gold phrase, if you're not familiar with how it triggers, it may stay safely in the body for the rest of its life. The black egg leaped up in the air, and the black stick had been 15 feet long under the convergence of black chi, all of which was about to poke into the ground. It danced with all its might, and the thick, overbearing power has found its catharsis. It gritted its teeth and shouldered the black stick, and drew a circle towards the 4 beast pets. It's just a circle, the black circle. After encompassing all 4 beast pets in the circle, Gu Changqing immediately stowed it in the imperial beast space. He did not know, after the awakening of the golden word, what Black Egg had seen or gained from it. But with that circle, it's been solid. Humph, you'll pay for your arrogance. Xuanxin and the others were enraged. They gave it their all. They answered without reservation. Gu Changqing, however, allowed a secondary favorite to respond. Shame, naked humiliation. Gu Changqing coldly grunted. Idiots, you've already lost. The skills unleashed by the 4 beast pets were about to break through the circle drawn by the black egg and attack his body. In the next moment, A wall of chi condensed from black chi blocked their skills and bounced back. Boom, boom, boom. 5 different elemental skills intertwine and collide, and the resulting skill power, with the attribute of phasing, while weakening each other, they also have the effect of increasing. What time? The circle was filled with the collision of the 5 elements, only to hear the miserable screams of several beasts and pets. A streak of white light flew out from the chaotic shadow of skill light. When the 4 great beast pets all returned to the Imperial Beast space within the Imperial Beast Master's body, the 4 of them braced themselves against their revolting injuries, their faces dull and downcast. Defeated. And the defeat was so complete and humiliating. The 4 great prides of heaven have come out in unison. It's still all out without reservation, despite the fact that they had other beasts' favorites. The moment the main favorite lost, their fighting spirit had sunk to the bottom. The opponent, a mere intermediate level Imperial Beast Master. The lowest of them was a senior Imperial Beast Master, and there were even 2 spirit level Imperial Beast Masters. Couldn't last more than a single round and was eliminated by his own skills. Even if, among other things, there is an element of underestimation of the opponent and carelessness. At this moment, they experienced the feelings of those commoner mediocrities who were trampled underfoot and disdained. The little gold in the air. The blazing sunflame blasted out without mercy. It's a race, a brutal battle for escape where only one person can survive. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Big Brother, Ringo, Boss, the elite of the 5 provinces, faced with the flames that descended on the, without fear, he came charging in from the distance. Using his own power, he protected the 5 who had lost their battle spirit. Gu Changqing twisted his head and pressed his right hand downward. The shadow of the golden crow behind Xiao Jin, as if a divine bird had been resurrected. The blood-colored aura that boiled with battle intent was even more intense than just a moment ago. Spiritual attributes gradually increment the power and oppressiveness of the flames as the gold words increased. Seeing that the people were going to be unable to carry the light golden flames and be reduced to burning flying ash, at this point, a 7-colored auspicious light, enveloping everyone's body, and Kapu, by the multitude, has raised a rainbow bridge. The blazing sun flame was able to top it. The young man who had been watching the show flicked the dust off his buttocks, looked at Gu Changqing in the air, and said indifferently, "Student Gu, why do you have to kill them? They are no longer a threat to your first place, so why not be merciful?" This man was an expert, and Gu Changqing had been paying attention. Just hearing his words, Gu Changqing's brows furrowed. His ears, too, rang with similar words from more people. He was unmoved, and the little gold sustained the flame energy. Oh, killing? Mercy? This man, may I ask which academy he comes from? What family? From Notre Dame Academy? What a compassionate heart. The young man frowned lightly, and was just about to declare his identity when Gu Changqing raised his hand with a gesture that he didn't want to hear, saying, "It's better if I don't know. Have you ever heard the saying? The chaotic world kills the Holy Mother first. As the same new force of the human race, we should be united." Not, seeing as he's still trying to argue. Gu Changqing grunted coldly. Brother was also in the group that surrounded me, wasn't he? When they struck out at me, did you ever tell them not to kill painfully and to be merciful? The young man was speechless with dislike. If not, then step aside. At this moment, they are my enemies. Do you understand? Plus, escape warfare is all about killing. Good. What a smooth talker. Then, don't blame me for not being polite. After the young man finished speaking, a beast pet clad in scale armor, with a sheep's head and wolf's hooves, and an azure body, appeared from the hexagonal star formation in a shroud of 7-colored auspiciousness. As soon as Pu appeared, the land beneath it began to ooze a raging stream of water that, in an instant, it rose to over 10 meters high. The water is deep blue, wrapped in a rich aquatic power that, as the waves rose and fell, a wave that was nearly level with Gu Changqing came crashing over. Water unicorn? Gu Changqing frowned. Little gold's flames vaguely showed signs of extinguishing after colliding with the water waves. This was since empowering Xiao Jin with the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline, in addition to the ferocious beasts in the copy of the first Imperial Beastmaster to give him the feeling of being evenly matched. Of course, apart from the disparity in rank, the most important thing is that this water Qilin of the young man's, his bloodline level must not be low. It was several steps higher than the rest of the Heaven's Pride. For a while, Gu Changqing's battle spirit was high. It's so hard to catch an opponent whose level of play is extremely close. Immediately, he swallowed a handful of pills in one gulp. Drinking, he said. Good. What a good time to come. At the moment the waves are coming in, Gu Changqing's body slammed into the air and the divine bird in the shadow of the golden crow let out a hiss that resounded through the heavens and the earth, and then flew out of it. All the power of the flames is concentrated as much as possible. The golden crow's flame body became more and more solid. The young man's brows tightened as the golden crow's solidified body of flames gave him a great deal of pressure. Auspicious light. He drank once more, and the seven-colored bridge that had originally protected the people gradually detached itself from the ascending air while also taking away part of the collective power. 7 rainbow bridges. Give me the town. The seven-colored bridge emerged from the big wave, and together with the wave, it heavily pressed down on Gu Chongqing. 3 consecutive beast and pet skills coming out at the same time. The young man's tense spirit relaxed. To this day, no one has broken away from his 7 rainbow bridges. The golden crow roars. Give me annihilation. Suddenly, beneath the waves of water submerged by the swells and the bridge of 7 rainbows, the mighty firepower bloomed, and the divine bird with the flaming body stretched its wings and, like a radiant sun, it rises from sea level. Chapter 88. What is power? Only the heart. A mist of 7-colored water rises. It is beautifully wrapped around the bridge of 7 rainbows. The blazing temperature, along with the blurring of the surrounding landscape, the distortion adds to the beauty of this scene. But the youth below changed his face abruptly and the agonizing wail of the water qilin that carried the waves away resounded through the imperial beast space. He could clearly feel that the water qilin's energy was rapidly draining away from the. At once, the order to recall was given decisively. But, with the brilliant, dazzling sun leaping out of the water's waves, the 7-colored rainbow bridge pressed on it only heard a click and broke from the center. Immediately afterward, the bridge, broken into 2 sections, transformed into bits of starlight that, along with the rising mist, it gradually dissipated. Surname Gu, the youth reprimanded highly, his eyes almost spitting fire. The sun rises and all things fall, even real waves to follow, not to mention a unicorn that stirs up the wind and water. The waves sank in, a massive current that turned the depression into a small lake in a matter of moments. The water qilin, which was still majestically lying flat on the surface of the water, was constantly spilling scorching heat outward from its body. The surrounding water energy couldn't stop pouring into his body. Trying to expel the heat that had invaded his flesh, Gu Chongqing stood on the back of Little Gold, the scorching little sun that, with a crisp ringing finger, it began to expand and split into dozens. Dozens of microscopic suns containing majestic flame energy, like extinguishing meteorites, heavily towards the Avengers below. It slammed down. Suddenly, a pair of arms bridged the tiny sun that slammed into the youth. A giant, standing at nearly 7 meters tall, held it up with both hands. Only the palm of flesh came into contact with the flames, making a snorting sound and wafting a scent of meat. The youth hurriedly put the water qilin into the imperial beast space, and his tone eased up. Gu Chongqing, you should have guessed my identity. There will never be more than 5 people in the entire human race who can harness the water qilin. If you raise your hand today, I will definitely honor your favor when I enter the 4-Elephant Academy in the future. Gu Chongqing bristled. I'm sorry, I don't need to be affectionate or not. Seeing that Gu Chongqing was unmoved, the youth said anxiously, as long as you stop, any condition is up to you, whether it's money, or materials, as long as you say it, I won't refute it. The killing intent in Gu Chongqing's eyes increased. He turned his head straight away, allowing the tiny sun to be slaughtered by the golden crows roaring. Boom! Boom! A single flame exploded and, any participants that were caught in the wave, none were spared and were sent out of the map in white light, one abyssal tip after another. That tall giant couldn't take it anymore and was quickly drowned by the flames. The youth roared, if you kill us, you won't be able to kill that beast king, and you won't be able to get what you want. Gu Chongqing, I'll remember you. In the future, you. Before he could finish his dying words, he was reduced to flying ashes in the ferocious flames. Phew, it's over. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath and his body collapsed in weakness. The shadow of the golden crow behind Xiao Jin dissipated, and with the same dislocation, he fell from the air. Lion Rowan. Bye-bye. Qi Shang and Su Qing simultaneously summoned their beast pets and caught the one person and one pet who couldn't move at all. At the same time, the Fusion High City participants tacitly formed a circle to protect Gu Chongqing inside. This left the provincial and city participants on the sidelines dumbfounded. What's the matter? We were just on the same page. Turn around and stab me in the back? Su Qing's mind was exquisite, and after feeding Gu Chongqing the elixir, she said, I'm sorry, we were reacting naturally, and in no way meant anything else. It's fine. Normal. We understand. I'm afraid we'll go even further if the province and city produce such a one. Let's not talk about whether Gu Chongqing is really incapable of fighting again. The feat of one person instantly seconding 20 to 30 people had shattered all the crooked thoughts in their hearts, together with the reaction of the people of Jinhai City. For a time, the province and the city were more or less envious. What's going on? At this time, Tang Luoyao came back riding the Kaigaki spirit tiger. The original gorgeous clothes had been torn and tattered, torn into beggar's clothing by the sharp claws. Seeing Gu Chongqing, who was being protected by the men, he immediately understood what was going on. Taking out a fiery red fruit from his backpack, he threw it to Su Qing and said, "Vermilion blood fruit, much stronger than those pills." As the daughter of a family in Jinhai City, Su Qing was considered to have seen the world. But when he saw Tang Luoyao casually throw out the fruit worth 10,000 gold, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. There is also a gap between lineage and lineage. Gu Changqing had thought of letting Xiao Jin eat the fruit. Little Gold shook off that golden hair and returned to the imperial beast space in a puff of smoke. After eating the fruit, his body was enveloped in warmth, and within a few moments, he came down from the lion Luo Han's back alive and murmured, "This fruit, it's unknown how many times stronger than a pill." Unexpectedly, Tang Luoyao's next sentence made Gu Changqing, who had just completed the regiment, sweat. "Not enough? I'll give you a few more. I was in a hurry to go out and didn't bring much." For a while, Gu Changqing was quite emotional. So what if it's stronger? With the protection of the rules of the abyss, there were many things that he couldn't access. A vermilion blood fruit as a treasure. In people's eyes, it's just sugar snap peas that you can find everywhere and it's not unusual. Tang Luoyao rolled over and got off the tiger, saying, "What's next? Slaughter that beast king?" After saying that, she declared, "Don't worry, everything is yours. We are not opponents and can withdraw on our own, lest you have a hard time killing me." Gu Changqing was immediately shocked. It was as if there were two sharp gazes shooting straight at his back, and the hairs on his sweat stood up. "Ha ha ha," Tang Luoyao laughed out loud. "I'm just teasing you, but you're still serious. I've inquired about some of your things. Go for it." Gu Changqing sighed in relief. "Big sister, the timing of the joke is not right." After a moment's respite, Gu Changqing and the others left the dirt slope that had been blown up beyond recognition and headed towards the Beast King in the center of the map. Although with Tang Luoyao's assurance, Gu Changqing didn't take it to heart. In the end, the choice was to take your chances with the Beastmaster. Mainly because the map is so big that it takes quite a bit of time to find them one by one. Except like the Avengers. On the way, Gu Changqing asked Tang Luoyao, "That Beast King will produce something good?" The youth's dying words seemed to mean something. "Aha." Tang Luoyao nodded. If it wasn't for that item, it's estimated that the geniuses and prides of the provinces and cities would have chosen to remain silent. Our group of people, even for a big event like the national examination, won't easily reveal our identities. Gu Changqing was surprised. "Why? To keep you from thinking too much." Tang Luoyai was simple and direct. "It should be to keep you guys from thinking too much." Immediately, she raised her head to look at the scenery along the way and said to herself, "Children of lineages, especially higher lineages, have their destiny sealed from the moment they are born." Student Gu, you're a heavenly ordained imperial beast master. What is the percentage of beast pets above the lord level that can be awakened at the abyssal altar? 1 in 100,000. And how many of you have managed to stay in your hands after obtaining a beast pet contract card and have grown up along the way? Not many. You are the only two. I know that you have an ambition in your heart, but before you go on to realize it, please look at the reality. Not all injustice is evil. Not all fairness is good. Chapter 89, The Beast King's Might is Unrivaled. Tang Luoyao's words, from the bottom of his heart, sincere, not rendering or explaining anything that. It's more like a kind of self-deprecation after being misunderstood. Maybe, you're right. Gu Changqing didn't agree or disagree. Differences in upbringing, disparities in status, and the influence of circumstance. Different routes to growing up and seeing, hearing, and listening to vastly different things. Tang Luoyao nodded. Words are enough. After a big battle, the journey was a breeze. The ferocious beasts in the map, as if frightened by the waves of energy. There were only a few, in threes and threes, that were rounded up and beaten to death by a gang. Soon there was more hilly ground around the rolling hills follow one another, stretching deeper and deeper for thousands of miles. Gu Changqing stood on the ridge and looked out. The map was so big that it was far wider than he thought. Su Qing and the others observed the surrounding landscape and determined that this was the center of the map. But to search for a ferocious beast in such a large place was undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. Together with the Beast King level ferocious beasts, the probability of falling into a single encounter and being sent out was too great. How? Tang Luoyao looked at Gu Changqing. Should we split up or go together? Let's make a team of 3 or 2, and if we find the Beast King's trail, don't act rashly. Yes. Just as the crowd was divided into groups and ready to pounce into the mounds, boom, a jarring sound came from the distance, followed by a plume of smoke curling up into the air. Are the contestants hunting ferocious beasts? Tang Luoyao saw it and didn't care, but the next moment the fierce slamming came again. The roar. At the same time, the roars of the ferocious beasts were like rolling thunder, spreading out over the hills. Suddenly, a huge black palm emerged out of nowhere in the sky. With an eerie aura, it pressed downward relentlessly, and the master's, Tang Luoyao's attention was also caught by the fluctuations in energy. Just about to ask Gu Changqing's opinion, he was seen to have summoned the rested little gold and flew in the direction of the giant palm. "Wait for me," Tang Luoyao shouted, mounting the Kaiwaki spirit tiger and chasing after it. "Let's go, we'll go over there as well." With such an intense power clash, I'm afraid someone has opened a Beast King. At this moment, Gu Changcheng, who was on Little Gold's back, kept urging to speed up. That giant palm, the aura it gave off was too familiar. It was extremely similar to the hand of the evil god in the wild copy. The three-headed tentacled dragon had said that someone was deliberately making secret deals with the hand of the evil god that weren't known to anyone. It is one of the beneficiaries. Although, he had a guess in his mind about that person, he had no proof. How can you not be in a hurry now that the clues are appearing? He desperately wanted to know what had happened at the time of the last beast tide. The closer to the battlefield, the thicker the energy overflowing from the giant palm became. "Master, the scent is correct." Receiving Little Jin's confirmation, Gu Changqing frowned slightly. If it really is the hand of the evil god, then the one who summoned it is the evil imperialist. He enters the map of the escape battle as a contestant. Could it be that it's also for the things that fell from the Beast King? At this time, on the viewing seat, Li Haoran's palms were filled with sweat. He stared dead on at the view on the light screen and twisted his head to viciously charge at Zhonghua. "What's going on? I asked you what's going on." Zondog was similarly in a cold sweat. I've already told him that he can only summon a third beast pet when he fights against Gu Changqing. Maybe he was suppressed too much by the Beast King level ferocious beasts and had no choice but to. Li Haoran's eyes were scarlet with anger. Good Yu Chen family. Undermining me behind my back, isn't it? Even if I'm exposed, there will be someone from above to protect me. You guys, on the other hand, will be labeled as traitors and will be disgraced by everyone in Jinhai City. The faithful dog is too frightened to speak. Li Haoran turned his mind to another thought and suddenly laughed. Good Yu Chen Hai, want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? That black palm, is it from the same source as that thing in the Forbidden Sea? Compared to the hysteria after Chen Ziming and Li Haoran's plot was exposed, Zhao Zhaxiong and the beautiful woman fell into a rare silence the moment the giant palm appeared. It should be. Those two are worthy of their heavenly talent, utilizing the loopholes in the rules of the abyss to forcefully leave behind strong evidence. Unfortunately, over the years, I've only been able to find out who transferred them back then. The other party did it cleanly, and the ones thrown out were all shrimps. The beautiful woman sniffed and hummed. Who else could it be but that gang? Now that the border is tight, they are thinking of using forbidden means to maintain a brief peace. A fool's dream. Yu Ruyan listened to the conversation between her mother and Zhao Zhanxiong, seemingly touching a certain memory in her heart that she didn't want to recall, and said in a small voice, "Those things, they're too scary. Master, that's the Beast King." Gu Changqing flew to the location where the giant palm appeared. He happened to see a strange and ferocious beast with white wings on its back, a tiger's body and a leopard's head, and a head with two horns. At the moment, it was unleashing an invisible wind scythe nearly 3 meters long. It was as if they were forcing the rats hiding in the dark to show themselves. Suddenly, the Beast King turned his head and caught a glimpse of Gu Changqing in the air, and a roar like that of a tiger or a panther emanated from. Afterwards, he spat out human words. Griffinized human, give me back my child. Then, a pair of white wings incited, and hundreds of wind scythes attacked with a breaking sound. Tai, bastard, don't be wild, eat Master Black Stick. Black Egg appeared, a black stick, thick and long, dancing with a tiger's wind, and deflecting the incoming wind scythes as much as possible. The wind scythe collapsed, and before Black Egg could make a couple of iconic taunts, there was a thud. The scattered wind scythes miraculously come together and, wordlessly slashing at Black Egg's body, a suit of armor, coalesced by black aura, dispersed from his chest. The defense of the 10,000 battles god's body couldn't even withstand it. Nima. Black Egg only had time to curse before he was knocked out by the powerful force of the wind scythe, heavily slammed to the ground. Life or death unknown. The wind scythe is coming in unabated. Shao Jin sacrificed a big flaming bell, but after the bell, the flames likewise collapsed. A man and a bird fell out of the air and landed next to the Black Egg. Master, Kogain cried out weakly, and Gu Changqing peeled away the dust from his body and saw that Shao Jin's body had been left with bone-deep wounds and blood flowing. It had not yet fully recovered its chi and could not block the Beast King's strike, and the Black Egg lay in the smashed-out pit and did not return to the Imperial Beast space. When the Beast King saw that Gu Changqing was not dead, his wings stirred once again. Gu Changqing had the time to put Little Gold into the Imperial Beast space, struggling to avoid the wind scythe. At the same time, the Beast King's information surfaced. Beast King Wind Slayer Fusion Beast, Chapter 90, Unbreakable. Break and then stand. Beast King Wind Slayer Fusion Beast, Rank, 30, Attributes, Strength plus 500, Physique plus 1000, Agility plus 800, Spirit plus 1300, Skills, Wind Spirit Heart, Wind Scythe, Wind Spirit Body, Wind Cage, Extreme Wind 10,000 Destruction, Extreme Wind Extreme Penetration. Introduction. Once the king of beasts on one side of the dominating domain, he lives here at a snail's pace for special reasons. Oh, my god. This is the king of beasts. Deluxe 4-dimensional attributes, paired with 6 skills that, 2 of them, just by their names, are big killers. The key was that the Wind Spirit Heart and Wind Spirit Body, one restored spiritual energy and the other increased physical strength. Don't say kill. It's top-notch if you can get close. After Xiao Jin's evolution, even when he faced the crippled and weakened memory version of Wang Yuntian and Tontian Biong in the artificial copy, he had never been in such a sorry state. The difference, is it really that big? Stop watching the show and get together. At this moment, Tang Luoyou began to command, pulling back the participants who had been subdued by the Beast King's aura. Defense skills forward top. Where's the auxiliary beast pet? Hurry up and top status. Attacking beast pets look for opportunities. Don't blindly send them to their deaths. Look for gaps in their skill cooldowns and then go for it. Tang Luoyou commanded while forming formation arrows with Qi Shang. Both of them were unreserved and struggled against the wind scythe of the royal wind slayer. The medicines are even more non-stop in your mouth. Su Qing didn't even bother to recite those incantations. As the sanctuary unicorn skills finished cooling down and immediately enchanted on, the crowd worked together, but they were barely able to block the attack of the royal wind slayers. But Gu Changqing knew that the collapse would come sooner or later. The gap between the two sides could not be bridged up by numbers. Right now, Little Gold is still recovering in the Imperial Beast space. Black Egg, on the other hand, is seriously injured and dying. Master, call that cat over here. Suddenly, the black egg at the bottom of the pit barely got up on the half-broken black stick. Gu Changqing slapped his head, forgetting about the mimic beast in his haste. Just after summoning it, the catatonic mimic beast took a cat-like step to Black Egg. Don't hold back. Suck me hard. I want you to heal Big Sister's injuries in the shortest time possible. Understand? The mimicry beast nodded its head and barked twice with aim. Gu Changqing hurriedly summoned Little Gold out of the Imperial Beast space. As soon as it hit the ground, the mimic beast's 2 cat claws rested on its wound. For a moment, the green blow flourished. Only a 10-mile radius centered on the anthropomorphic beast. Thousands of strands of green aura poured into its body from all directions. After the green aura entered Xiao Jin's body, the wounds cut out by the wind scythe were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bah! Black Egg opens his mouth and spits out a mouthful of bloody foam. Looking at Little Gold who was gradually recovering, he said, Big Sister, my little life is in your hands. Little Gold nodded slightly, flames gradually rising in his eyes. Master, through your guidance, I have discovered a different path than before. Perhaps that is what you wish to see as well. Black Egg's words were incomprehensible to Gu Changqing for a moment, only to see that the dense black aura reappeared. The difference is that the public is interspersed with the color of blood, black and blood intertwined, reorganizing magnificent armor on the surface of his body. As well as a long black and red stick that was nearly solid. Black Egg, Gu Changqing was alarmed, and the Black Egg's spiritual and physical strength had long since been depleted. Still bursting with even more power than before can only be, burning the bloodline essence, as was Little Kim at the time, breaking and entering, unbreakable, war. I don't care if you're a beast king or a beast god, trying to make Master Black submit. In your wildest dreams, a black and red colored aerosol, gushing out from underneath Black Egg's feet. Stepping on the aerosol mass, Black Egg bellowed out in an instant, it flew over the head of the Sentinel Slayer. The thick black and red long stick, wrapped in an aerosol as colorful as flames, knocked heavily at the Beast King. Feeling Black Egg's intense killing intent, the winds of the Wind Slayer's body rise up. The twin horns on top of his head overflowed with spiritual energy, and a shockwave appeared steeply, rapidly spreading in all directions. Gu Changqing secretly said that it was not good. This is something that only Beast King level ferocious beasts can have, a beast domain skill, only to see that everyone's movements seemed to have slowed down several times. But Gu Changqing saw the end. It wasn't that the people had gotten slower, but that the Beast Master had gotten faster. Boom! The Beast King's twin horns once again cleansed surging spiritual energy. In an instant, the wind domain was filled with 10,000 bladed wind scythes that appeared out of nowhere. The wind scythe attacked relentlessly through the wind domain. Skills that have been augmented with speed that the men simply cannot resist. But see the white light flashing and a number of people have already been sent off the map. Only Tang Luoyou, Qi Shang, Su Qing, and the remaining 2 masters from the province and city of, relying on the power of the beast's pet, it has not yet been sent out. However, his body was cut by the wind scythe and drenched in blood, and he was afraid that he would not be able to fight again. The worst of all, when it comes to Black Egg, The 10,000 battles god's body reorganized its body after it was injured under the burning of its bloodline. Rangery after reorganization. It went on for nearly 5 minutes, until the power of the blood burning diminished considerably. The Beast King's 2 horns, mercilessly piercing through Black Egg's body. A firm shake sent it back to the large pit it had been in before. This time, Black Egg didn't get up. As the bloodline burned out, the last wisps of blackness brushed across his cheeks, closing his open eyes. Closed. Meow. Nico, the anthropomorphic beast, gave a weak yelp and slumped to the ground without moving, and Little Gold was rejuvenated, and the shadow of the massive golden crow surfaced on the surface of his body. At this moment, the abyss's prompt rang out abruptly. The sun shines in the sky, 12 o'clock noon has arrived. Your beast pet's attributes and skill power plus 1000%. Meanwhile, the full energy bar in the shadow of the golden crow instantly bottomed out. The huge image of the golden crow, with its head raised to the sky, spewed out a mouthful of blazing fire afterward. This fire is small in size, but the blazing temperature instantly made the earth boil, and the trees and plants all turned to ashes. Xiao Jin's target was none other than the Black Egg at the bottom of the pit. OMG. It's so hot. I'm going to cook it. Big brother, are you the savior invited by the Beast King? Put a skill on the enemy. Missed the shot? It's over. It's all going to be sent out. I can't take it anymore. A few people who were struggling in the wind domain. Some of them couldn't stand the lingering wind scythe and the scorching heat, actively letting go of his defense. He was sent out by the wind scythe. Su Qing's face turned pale as his consciousness entered the Imperial Beast space. Still holding out? A seductive voice came from the pink-filled space. I can feel that a powerful bloodline aura is slowly awakening. Girl, let me talk to him alone sometime. Bastard, your child is here. In the nick of time. Suddenly, from one side of the battlefield, Chen Hai, who was wearing a king-level armor, suddenly appeared. In his hands he carried the wailing cubs. With all his strength, he threw the beast cub towards the distance. The Beast King lifted his wind domain in moments and ran full force towards the child. Once the Beast King left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Hai, on the other hand, took out his thrilling thunder war halberd and walked towards Gu Changqing step by step. Gu Changqing, surprised? As Chen Hai spoke, a black arm, from his back, climbed up to his left shoulder. Chapter 91, What can I do if heaven's will is mine? Gu Changqing sighed, and a hint of panic showed in his eyes. Although it was only a split second, it was still captured by Chen Hai. Ha ha ha, you panicked. All the bottom cards are out. The beast pets are even dead and damaged. There will be no more miracles. And you, too, will have no possibility of getting out again. Chen Hai's pupils were instantly scarlet. In front of him was his father, who had fallen in a pool of blood, and the families that he had once been friends with and had immediately brushed aside when things went wrong. Inside his mind, a cold voice kept stirring up angry emotions. The aura of murderous desire overwhelmed all reason. The black hand on his shoulder seemed to enjoy the scent, and the overall softening of where it came in contact with the shoulder, it secreted a tentacle the thickness of a needle. Through his clothes, a little bit of it stuck into his body. Chen Hai, this is a copy. What are you thinking? Are all of your Jinhai city candidates, one by one, so perverted? First Gu Changqing regimenting that gang, that heavenly pride, and then popping out a ruthless person who was equal to the Beast King. Sister Tang, would we be too inferior as a provincial capital city in comparison? Tang Luoyao didn't listen to her companion's chatter. The line of sight did not move away from Chen Hai's body, while his frown grew deeper and deeper. The Kaiwaki spirit tiger by her side, on the other hand, was showing its teeth and roaring lowly, but didn't dare to be too loud. As if in fear. Shut up, can't you see? That hand. It's not a beast pet at all. The pink light dispersed from Su Qing's eyes. And what is that? Your power can't even see through it. Could it be that is also a mythical beast pet? In the space of the imperial beasts, the seductive imperial sister's voice sounded. No, that's a chaotic aura. Probing is not normal. I can only utilize a limited amount of spiritual power. So if you can, block a blade for him. Su Qing bit her lip and said, I would have without being reminded. No wonder you warned me at the beginning that there was something wrong with him. It's not him that has problems. It's that ferocious beast. Based on this hand alone, it's enough to be comparable to a legendary class beast pet. Only, it is relying on the negative emotions of the Imperial Beast Master to sustain its power. Soon, very soon, I can clearly hear the mountainous heartbeat of that bloodline awakening approaching. Buzz, the thunder-thrilling war halberd swept across, and the savage lightning, transformed into a power grid, covered towards Gu Changqing. Die, Gu Changqing, I only want you to die. Chen Hai completely fell into madness as half of that hand slowly penetrated into his body. Dark gases, completely different from the black eggs, were expelled from the body with the breath. Like vapor, Don't touch him. Tang Luoyao raised a strong breath. The medicinal power of the vermilion blood fruit had yet to take effect. Flat out punching away, the Kaiwaki spirit tiger whimpered at once, and after granting Tang Luoyao what little spiritual energy was left, it returned to the imperial beast space. A fierce tiger-like fist print collided with the intertwined and raging lightning. All of a sudden, the two forces overflowed in all directions, flying sand and stones. But after being infected by that hand, Chen Hai's strength increased greatly. The lightning was indestructible and disintegrated the fist seal in the blink of an eye. Mud! What a thing to do! Qi Sheng muttered and nagged as the scaly lion Rohan continued to block. The next second it disappeared into white light. And me, behind Su Qing, a white fox's tail stretched out, mixed with thunder with the force of a forceful chop. The pink-colored spiritual energy was like a sponge, and the thunderbolt that struck overstruck it, and instantly sank into a sea of stone. But the next second, Su Qing spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow, and there were lightning threads flowing and swimming on the surface of his body. She was resisting the thunder with her flesh and blood. Gu Chongqing looked at them weakly, and couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. Just as he was about to get up, all his strength was instantly drained away. It wasn't just him, but little Kim as well. Go, he's aiming at me. Gu Chongqing didn't want to add fearless damage. Su Cheng bled and clenched her teeth and insisted. No, every time it's you who protects us. This time, it's time for us to protect you. Asterisk 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 off. Chen Hai's thunder-thrilling war halberd swept again. Su Qing could no longer carry it and swept out like a kite with broken strings. Shi Shanda was shocked and rushed over to catch it, giving her a pill to take in the process. Why do you, a pariah, get so much favor from so many people? At school, you're always number one in imperial beasts, and those people, do you know how hateful it is to look at you? So what if you're the descendant of a hero? So what if you're a schoolteacher? Why is the abyss so unenlightened that even awakening can have a legendary beast pet? I'm not willing. Just when I was about to give up, it was you again, who caused the tragic death of my father. Gu Chongqing, you can't get out of the copy, because, within a 30-meter radius, it's all in my domain. If you die, you die. Do you not worship him and admire him? Then, accompany him. The people then realized that the trees and mountains around them were fixed and immobile. Moreover, with the speed of the Beast King, there was no way that it would take so long to pick up the child. Everyone's gazes looked towards Chen Hai, and the hand that was about to be fully integrated into the body, the hand of the evil god. Gu Changqing's eyes lowered as he slowly read. What I hate the most is your gesture of expecting everything. That only makes my anger grow. Chen Hai grimaced as the thrilling thunder war halberd was passed forward, crossing in front of Gu Changqing. Kneel down. I will consider letting them live. Gu Changqing sighed. You have been accepted into the White Tiger Academy, and would have had a better and brighter future. Instead, you have to take an evil path of 10 deaths. Among the copies, Wang Yuntian's lesson. Can't you learn it yet? Also, you really underestimated the Beast King. With such a domain alone, can it hold up? Wow! As soon as Gu Changqing's words fell, he only saw two horns of the Beast King piercing in from the hills and forests. You think I wouldn't have thought of that? The domain is broken, but the ability is still there. Chen Hai stopped shivering, and the thrilling thunder war halberd released electric arcs and stabbed down hard. Hi, don't! A familiar voice sounded like thunder in Chen Hai's ears. On his face, an expression of disbelief appeared. Father, only to see that, behind Gu Chongqing, Chen Ziming was hanging onto two tear stains as he slowly walked over to him. Father, is that you? Chen Ziming nodded. Xiao Hai, it's me. Snort! The thunderbolt war halberd stabbed through Chen Ziming's body. Chen Hai laughed fiercely. Trying to trick me? Chen Ziming looked at the halberd incredulously as his body gradually turned into fluorescent light. The mimic beast was stabbed through the abdomen and was immediately put back by Gu Chongqing. As for Little Gold, he also returned to the Imperial Beast space one after the other in a week. Low cry. Stop struggling? Go to hell. Tai. Which asshole dares to hurt my master? Suddenly, an explosive shout came out from the bottom of the pit. Immediately afterward, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky. The flames released by Little Gold Gathering's full strength rushed through a large hole in the domain in a matter of moments. A flaming cloak shook in the pillar of fire. A stick condensed from flames killed Chen Hai in an instant. Chen Hai raised his halberd to block, but the overbearing and brutal force easily knocked him back several meters. The rod of fire is summoned back into the pillar of fire. The abyssal cue then sounded. Golden word, path of heavenly fate triggered. Your beast pet's full attributes plus 300%. The path of heavenly destiny bloodline fusion is successful. Your beast pet, the black egg, rank promotion is successful. Chapter 92, the monkey of heaven's destiny, the stick of heaven's fury. Black eggs. Gu Changqing's voice trembled as he looked at the shadow that kept congealing in the pillar of fire, his heart surging. Don't be afraid, Master, a no-good shrinking violet. Little Doyle. Well, it looks like it's time to change your name. Gu Changqing opened Black Egg's message and his heart pumped hard a few times. Beast Pet Destiny Monkey. Grade, Bronze. Rank, 10. Bloodline, Mandate of Heaven, Gold. 10,000 Battles of the Four Directions, Gold, Reset. Attributes, Strength plus 150. Physique plus 150. Agility plus 150. Spirit plus 150. Spiritual Power, 5,000. Skills, 100 Battlestick. Spirit Bright Body. Equipment. Introducing, a monkey that dared to give the middle finger to the gods. Then got his soul beaten out of him. It's a done deal. Black Egg became. All the attributes attached to the 10,000 Battles Quartet are reset. However, Black Egg's basic four-dimensional attributes even exceeded Little Gold's, reaching a terrifying 150 points. The special conditions through the divine order tripled the whole thing, breaking down and building up, unbroken and unbroken. Previously, Gu Changqing thought that the path of heavenly destiny was basically the same level as the great sun golden flame. It turned out that what had been seen and dominated was that unknown bloodline. Gu Changqing could hardly suppress the excitement in his heart. This is the true god of every man's heart, the irreplaceable god. 100 Battle Stick, a mysterious and unpredictable stick technique, which has been condensed into its essence after 100 battles. Each blow has a plus 10% power, and after 100 battles, it triggers a masterstroke, the Heavenly Stick. Heavenly Stick, gathering the power of 100 sticks to unleash an unparalleled large-scale group attack. Spiritual Power Consumption, 3,000. Spirit Bright Body, a special physique with unmatched defense, plus 500% defense, plus 200% skill resistance, and ignores all types of negative effects. Spiritual Energy Consumption, 100 per second. The pressure on Little Kim can be greatly reduced. Now Gu Changqing hated to leave the escape map, dive headfirst into the major copies to upgrade, desperate to boost the Black Egg and see its subsequent evolutionary path. Will it recreate that god of legend? Gu Changqing. Just as he was sinking in joy, Chen Hai let out a furious roar, only to see a black substance like a liquid extend out from his arm, covering the thrilling Thunder War halberd, crackling and pulsating black thunder, with a destructive aura that, it turned into a giant thunderous black hand and pressed down towards Gu Changqing, his domain, the power draining out of it. The eye is about to crumble. Chen Hai didn't want to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, allowing the hand of the evil one to invade the body, the consciousness. Only one thought lingered in his mind. Kill. Pretend you don't exist. Master Black, do you? Little Gold's pillar of fire, too, went out at the same time. Golden blazing flames of sunlight, draped over its entire body. A pair of red eyes bloomed with a haunting light. The flames at his feet turned into a cloud of fire. Black Egg snapped, as fast as lightning. The fire stick covered Chen Hai's head with a blow to the head. Back! Chen Hai hissed in a low voice, only to see the giant black thunder hand reversing its direction and blocking the Black Egg stick at the same time. The strange thunder instantly transformed into strips of thunder snakes. Bang! The Black Egg was sent flying by a powerful shock. Immediately after that, using the fire cloud as a pedal, he once again met the thunder snake and killed its body surface, glistening with the color of glaze. The thunder snake bombarded it, leaving only white marks on the road then it was quickly repaired by the burning of the flames. Gu Changqing watched as the Black Egg moved in and out of the black thunder. The heart jumped into his throat. At that moment, a vermilion red blood fruit was handed over. Gu Changqing reached out and took it and put it in his mouth, looking at the wretched Tang Luoyao, saying, "Thank you. Thanks are not necessary. It's just self-preservation." Then a pair of pretty eyebrows wrinkled and, "What's his condition? What's the origin of that hand?" Gu Changqing shook his head. "I don't know. Beast pets aren't beast pets. Ferocious beasts aren't ferocious beasts. In the Imperial Beast Encyclopedia, there is no existence of this one at all." Tang Luoyao couldn't help but be suspicious. "Really? I feel like you're lying to me." Gu Changqing said sincerely. "What's the point of lying to you? What good can it do?" He really didn't know much about the hand of the evil god, except for a slight knowledge from the mouths of those exotic imperial beasts. The rest is a descriptive introduction to the copy. Hurry up and finish him. There's another beast king waiting for us. There's no rush. Wait until the domain breaks. The king of the beasts was too brute in his power, and under the unceasing assault of the barrier formed by the domain was crawling with cracks. Gu Changqing doesn't want Chen Hai to die. To be precise, he can't be allowed to die here. After all, he owed Mr. White Tiger a favor. Right or wrong, it's up to the city hall. Instead of him judging, Black Egg's 100 battle stick is getting more and more powerful. A blow to the hand of Thunderclap. The originally unshakable giant hand poured out ripples and lightning dissipated. "Are you a human being?" looking at Black Egg, who had gone from being the underdog to gradually taking the initiative. Tang Luoyao stared intently at Gu Changqing, who was her master, her eyes warm and trying to see him through. Gu Changqing was stared at a bit uncomfortably and took 2 steps back. Luck, just luck. I'll be damned if I believe you. Tang Luoyao stopped pursuing the question. After all, it's a big no-no to pry into someone's bottom line. Just then, Chen Hai's domain barrier finally shattered. Like cracked glass, piece by piece, they fall apart. Phew! Black Egg pulled away from it, and the fire in it, which belonged to the little golden, it also weakened from one attack to the next. At this time, the 100 battle baton hit exactly 100. Young man, Master Black won't play with you anymore. Black Egg's hand, caressing the fire stick. In a flash, the only remaining flames enveloped it. Nico! A loud and clear sparrow chirp emanated steeply from the fire stick. The shadow of little gold haunted and flew from the bottom of the stick. The volume of the fire stick, expanding and growing rapidly. It had actually reached 10 feet. That mongrel hand, count your luck in getting your first taste of the combined skills of Big Sister and I. Under this move, it's either you die or you die. Black Egg held up the thick, hard, and long fire stick with one hand, and the fire cloud under his feet slowly rose into the air. Combination skill, golden crow felling heaven, like the pillars of the heavens tipping over. At once, countless flames burned the sky. One true fire sparrow, holding a fire stick, rushed out from the sea of fire that filled the sky. In the twinkling of an eye, Chen Hai was buried. Watch Master Hai as I conquer the heavens. Black Egg's upraised hand swung violently downward and, at that moment, all the spiritual energy in his body was empty. Run, Gu Changqing your ass. Would it kill you to give advance notice? Brother Evergreen. Overdo it yo. Gu Changqing, who had eaten the vermilion red blood fruit and recovered most of his strength, also in the running pack, listening to their complaints. A helpless, bitter smile. I'd like to have advance notice, but the point is I was caught off guard too. Boom! As Gu Changqing was escaping, he looked back and, only a rod of felling the heavens. Heavy vertical drop. Immediately afterward, the abyss prompt descends. Zhenhai City 666 candidates. Kill Zhenhai City candidates. Chapter 93, The Beastmaster's Suit. The Beastmaster's whip, like a meteorite falling to the ground, making huge waves of. The shockwave pushed up rocky sand and dirt, spreading in all directions with terrifying force. Gu Changqing and the others could only flee desperately, none of them wanting to die in the hands of their own people. After releasing this black egg which is comparable to a destructive strike, the flames belonging to Xiao Jin that lingered around his body went out, revealing his true form. It was still the same dark and unkempt appearance, except that the body was a bit bigger boned, no different from the size of a normal person. It panted heavily and barely managed to cross its waist with one hand, while the other pointed at the large pit smashed out of the ground and grunted. If it wasn't for your master's desire to keep you alive, you would have died long ago. Looking again at the Beastmaster, who had avoided him and ducked away with his child, he spat, "Little Patty, get cleaned up." After saying that, it turned into Hor Light and returned to the Imperial Beast space, borrowing the awakening of the heavenly fate fitting as well as Little Gold's full might. It struck a blow beyond imagination. It has reached its limit. This bee, pretending to be clear and overbearing. Cough cough. A hand reached out of the thick dust. Gu Changqing poked his head out and took 2 breaths of fresh air. Sensing the returning black egg, he checked the situation and made sure it was okay before speaking. Are you all okay? It's okay. One head sticking out like a gopher funny. The kill broadcast came out just now. Chen Hai should have been sent out. Gu Changqing came out of the dirt. A few jaws dropped as they returned to the battlefield. 100 meters in circumference. The ground collapsed, and the deepest center reached a depth of 7 or 8 meters. At the bottom of the pit, a figure lay below, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Chen Hai? Su Qing was surprised. He didn't even die under such an attack. The hand of the evil god. But he was able to resist the combined skills of 2 mythic-level beast pets? Don't be afraid. Even though you're not dead, you're almost there. And the weird aura of that hand dissipated to nothing. The imperial voice in the beast space made her lifted heart drop. Since Chen Hai didn't die, the broadcast of being killed is. She folded her arms and looked at the few people who were. There is indeed one missing. Qi Shen. And in front of the replica light door, Qi Shan walked out of it with a bitter face. Martyr Gu Changqing. It's so unkind. Why did it have to be me? In response, the audience held back their laughter as wave after wave of applause erupted. Gu Changqing was sorry for killing Qi Shang by mistake, but didn't care. He jumped down from the big pit and slowly walked over to Chen Hai. Noticing the approaching footsteps, Chen Hai opened his eyes and muttered, I've lost, completely and utterly. Gu Changqing, you said that I'm following an evil path. What about you? For Chen Hai, when teacher White Tiger killed Chen Ziming, his hatred for the Chen family was not as strong as before, because he knew who was really behind it. Win or lose, none of that would matter without that arm. Tell me, where did it come from? Did you acquire it when you went outside the city? Chen Hai sneered. Do you think I'll tell you? It's just a matter of becoming a king or losing a bandit. Indeed, you have no need to answer me. Go out, and you will be sought after since. Gu Changqing turned around, dagger in hand, and threw it toward the back. Candidate Gu Changqing of Jinhai City 666, killing the Jinhai City candidate. Gu Changqing would not be involved in what happened after that. At this moment, he was standing at the bottom of the pit, remotely glaring at the Beast King on the rim of the pit. Roar! The Beast King opened his bloody mouth toward Gu Changqing, and then came rushing in on the wind. Brother Evergreen, watch out! Su Qing reminded loudly that Tang Luoyao wanted to summon the Kaigaki spirit tiger, and everyone else had to rush to their aid. However, they are all too depleted to summon a beast pet. At that time, Little Gold and Black Egg were recovering in the Imperial Beast space. Mimics are badge space, and are nowhere near as fast as space that has been remodeled. Gu Changqing drew the dagger that had sent Chen Hai away, and stood at the ready. There wasn't much fear. Come on if you want to kill me. I'm still at the top of the scoreboard anyway. Holding his dagger in an attacking stance. At the moment the Beastmaster descended, Gu Changqing violently rushed forward, striking a stone with an egg. But in the next second, a petite-sized ferocious beast pounced from the Beast King's arms, pressing Gu Changqing to the ground, wet and slippery and sandpaper-like. His tongue kept licking at his face. Gu Changqing looked at the Beast King cub that was like a pug, and with a sideways glance, the mimicry beast ran out at some point and, the wound from that shot was so severe that it only partially healed. The blood is still flowing. This is, the ability of the golden words flowers to smile at me? But, shouldn't it be just for the beast pet itself? Meow. The anthropomorphic beast barked, not feeling majestic enough to. The fluorescent light flashed, and it even took the form of a beast king, muffled in a low voice. The Beastmaster cubs, on the other hand, stopped licking and looked back and forth between the Beastmaster and the mimic beasts. After arching his nose and recognizing who the real one was, his ass ran back to the. From time to time, he barked twice at the mimic beast. The mimic beast then crouched down and carried Gu Changqing on its back. Humans, I misunderstood you before, thinking that my child was stolen from me. Gu Changqing's head was a bit spinning. The Beastmaster was apologizing to him? You know, this guy's attributes and abilities. Even if Little Gold and Black Egg came back with the stick of felling heaven, they might not be able to do it. For the rank of Imperial Beastmaster, the King rank was a huge watershed, and the ferocious beasts, Beast King class likewise. That's because of the domain, the unique ability of a beast pet to affect a certain range of space, or even time, for its own use. Beastmasters who pass the King's promotion ceremony will also gain the skills of that domain from a particular beast pet. For a moment, Gu Changqing didn't know how to respond. I'm impressed by your abilities. The human race, at last, has ushered in a second truly strong person. It's just a pity that you still let that disgusting arm escape, but it's so badly damaged that it won't be able to make waves for a while. That's a ferocious beast? With its own domain skill, it should be of the Beast King level. Yet, the Beast King ambled down to the ground, shielding the beast cub, and said, it's not a beast pet, and it's not a ferocious beast. It's a fusion that specializes in high bloodline beast pets. All I know is that this race has no entity, and is controlled and fused as separate nuclei. Again, unknown species. Gu Changqing frowned at the unknown difficulty of that one copy outside the city. Hinges may be hiding a secret about it. Thank you for informing us, and thank you for your mercy. Since you have no intention of killing us again, we will leave and not bother you again. The Beast King's massive head nodded and, as the anthropomorphic beast was carrying him away, suddenly a strong wind flew. Gu Changqing dodged sideways, only to see a colorful lock whip, made of unknown materials, land in front of him. Before Gu Changqing could turn around, another strong wind sent him out of the big pit. When he looked again, the Beast King had already taken his cubs and sped off towards the depths of the hills. He picked up the lock whip, and at that moment, the heavenly flowing color robe on his body was sensed and flickered. Congratulations on obtaining the Beastmaster's unique equipment, Tontian Beastmaster Whip. Chapter 94, Bringing Down the Curtain. 2 roads. The Beastmaster's Whip, no grade. Abilities, plus 10% damage to Beastmaster skills, plus 30% success rate in capturing ferocious beasts, plus 10% damage to ferocious beasts. Introduction: originally a mediocre beast harnessing whip, it is soaked in the blood of the Tongtian Beyond Dragon and thus has extraordinary magical abilities. Growable. Unique equipment. Another classless, growable unique piece of equipment. Gu Changqing silently put it away and began to calculate in his heart. According to Sage Wang, The bloodline of the Tongtian Beyond should be at the top of the legends, just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the myths. Its blood and flesh are capable of creating such superb equipment that, so Little Kim and Black Egg, wouldn't. I'll be an artifact wholesaler from now on? The two beasts that were still healing in the Imperial Beast space couldn't help but physically shiver. After getting out of the big pit, Su Qing and the others all let out a long sigh of relief. If the Beast King fought again, they wouldn't even have the strength to fight together. Gu Changqing patted the anthropomorphic beast's head and put it back. A rare moment of rest. Several people took the medicine at the same time until they recovered to the 7th degree, and then they began to discuss their next step. Find it map to map. See if there are 20 or so left. We'll split up. I agree. I really don't know what's in the heads of those leaders who designed the escape battle. Letting a bunch of us pick on the Beast King is really looking down on us. In this regard, Tang Luoyao had a different opinion. The map and schema design are fine. The only bug is, gaze. Su turned to Gu Changqing. What are you looking at me for? None of my business. Su Cheng and the others understood what Tang Luoyao meant. Brother Evergreen, if you don't send all those people out, you should be able to kill the Beast King. Gu Changqing got up and greeted him, pulling his legs up and heading in a direction. That's a pot to piss in. And he's not taking it. The first time he was defeated. Several people were happy to see it. Soon they spread out. For the rest of the day, elimination alerts went off every other day in the map. Until, candidates from Tucheng, Yellow Province, withdraw from the competition. Candidates from Jinhai City withdraw from the competition. Candidates from Tucheng, Yellow Province, withdraw from the competition. After Gu Changqing killed one of the contestants, the prompt for Su Qing and the others to exit also came. Gu Changqing smiled helplessly and bitterly. You guys get cleared out by me instead. I'm still a lot short on points. Congratulations on winning first place in the escape battle. Rewards to follow. The map will close in 30 seconds. Gu Changqing opened his carry-on store and looked at the points, which had just passed 5,000. Without hesitation, the 5 spirit pearls were exchanged. It was then teleported out of the map. Gu Changqing, Gu Changqing, Gu Changqing, Evergreen I love you. Qingmi will always support you. Qingqing, look over here. Mud, over the top. What's a hero? This is a hero. The heavens have eyes. We nearly forced our own heavenly pride out of the city. The moment Gu Changqing stepped out of the replica light door, the entire Pingding Square was completely in a frenzy. The same families that were cursing him yesterday and banding together to crush him. After Chen Hai's defeat, he immediately reversed course and desperately showed Gu Changqing his favor. Even several thousand daughters of the world's families came on stage with flowers and offered their love. Everyone, quiet. Shenlin went up to the stage and silenced the noisy voices, saying, I share your feelings, but for now, please ask our heavenly pride to say a few words. Gu Changqing froze. No one told me there was a speaking session. Seeing the beautiful woman seated in the front row as well as Yi Ruyan, he smiled and walked over to Shenlin, saying, Sister, what I promised you, I did it. The words were addressed to Yi Ruyan. Instead, he looked at the beautiful woman. Yi Ruyan wept with joy and nodded her head vigorously. The beautiful woman was still endowed with a face that didn't look happy or sad. Sister Xin, I still say the same thing. Let the young people settle their own affairs. Save that for old Yi. After saying that, the beautiful woman got up and was about to leave. Gu Changqing jumped off the high platform and stopped in front of the beautiful woman. Auntie, Before he finished speaking, the beautiful woman grunted. Don't forget those 2 conditions you promised me. If Smokey isn't recovered by the time we get home, I'll personally sweep you off your feet. Auntie, you promise? Zhao Zhanxiong, who followed behind, peeled him away and said in dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Don't bully people too much. Don't think that you dare to make more conditions just because you won some first place. Steal the fun, kid. I dare not. I dare not. Enough already. Measure you're not as shameless as those two. In Gu Changqing's confusion, the beautiful woman and Zhao Zhanxiong left. Yi Ruyan stepped forward in style and held Gu Changqing's hand. Sister, the most invincible duo of all time has finally come full circle. Gu Changqing's hand gripped very hard and Yi Ruyan's pear blossoms drizzled with rain, and she couldn't stop rubbing the side of his face. Just as the two were holding hands to double up, Shenlin on the high platform couldn't watch. Gu de Tianjiao, don't you want the reward? Of course I want it. Why not? The two men spoke in unison. Shenlin cried and laughed. Then don't come up. The voice of the abyss also resounded from every corner of Jinhai City. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for winning first place in the national exam escape battle. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on receiving a clue to your Beast Pets equipment. Congratulations on your score ranking number 1 on the national grand exam and earning the title unmatched. No, number 1 in the country. Right here? Just rewarding a title? Gu Changqing opened his backpack, and inside lay 2 flowing notes. Unrivaled wearable fusion equipment. Ability, Imperial Beastmaster skill level +1. Experience bonus plus 50%. Extreme drop rate plus 20%. Rookie King wearable fusion equipment. Ability, plus 20% experience bonus, plus 5% extreme drop rate. Is the title used? Fused with the badge? Yes. 2 notes, one after the other, disappeared. And the special badge on Gu Changqing's chest that represented the rank. The words Newcomer King and Peerless, shone with a piercing luster. Combined with the Tonto flowing robe, it pushes the B game over the top. Hide the shine. It's not about being low-key, it's about being too wobbly. Accompanied by Xin Lin's final closing words, the national examination came to a close. Before Su Qing, Qi Shang and the others could come to congratulate Gu Changqing, they were hurriedly dragged away by the elders of the clan. Green, let's go home. Okay, go home. Gu Changqing knew that there must be an academy that had accepted them, but to this day, not a single college has thrown its hat in the ring for him. Gu Changqing is not discouraged. It's the same everywhere with golden words in it. The big deal is to break out of the city. The two of them are completely set in their relationship. Pink bubbles filled the dining room table, wafting between their frowns. Bam! The door was suddenly pushed open and a big grinning voice then sounded. Ye girls' handiwork is getting better and better. Ah, it didn't bother you guys, right? Zhao Zhanxiang pinched his wine gourd and came in, sitting between the two men in a big, sprawling manner. Gu Changqing's eyes were slightly cold. Zhao Zhanxiang didn't care and took out a piece of paper, placing it in front of Gu Changqing. So far, no academy has accepted you. With your score, no one else will stop you if you insist on going. But then, you have another path, which is to join the Zhenhai City Guard. Chapter 95, Where Parents Fought. Gu Changqing picked up the paper that Zhao Zhanxiang pushed to him. It's an invitation from the Imperial Beastmaster Association. There wasn't a lot of content, and what really stood out to him was that the North City City Guard Elite 6. This squad is the squad that my parents led and built before they were killed in action. It also stated that both the City Lord's Mansion and the Imperial Beastmaster Association had delegated their rights to Gu Changqing. Whether it's staffing or operational deployment, he decides and implements them all. Zhao Zhaxiong added from the sidelines. Members of the City Guards, upon joining, will enjoy the subsidies and benefits that full members should have. The avenues for upward mobility will also be opened up. Whether it's a pauper or the son of a lineage, all will be treated equally. This invitation, in his hands, suddenly became heavy. What does it mean to treat everyone the same? There will no longer be any distinction between high and low. As long as Gu Changqing likes to be happy, anyone will enter the city guard. Eat a regular ration. Is the city lord testing me? Zhao Zhaxiong waved his hand. There's no need to test the waters. That's how it's been throughout the ages. Consider it carefully. I'll be waiting for your decision tomorrow at the city lord's mansion. With that, he looked at Yi Ruyan. Ah girl, it's time for the baggage to be put down. The promise has been honored. Live for yourself. Yi Ruyan nodded heavily. I know, Uncle Zhao. Uncle, I'm so sad. You used to be called only brother. Go away. Poking me one by one. Zhao Zhaxiang left, and after a short silence, Yi Ruyan first broke the atmosphere. Don't have any regard for it, the academy or the city guards. It's all just a form of advanced training. Gu Changqing looked at the invitation and said, Sister, tell me about the Elite 6 teams of those years. Yes. Early the next morning, Gu Changqing put on a rare set of formal clothes. In front of the mirror, Yi Ruyan carefully organized him. Gu Changqing's hands, unfaithfully, rubbed over her arms, neck, and back. It made the latter's face turn red and he kept releasing his plum blossom finger skill. The fragrant finishing touches ended. Looking at Gu Changqing, whose temperament had transformed in the mirror, Yi Ruyan smiled cheekily. Handsome, really handsome. That's true. I never doubted my sister's vision. Poor, narcissistic. After breakfast, before leaving the house, Gu Changqing asked, Isn't Sis going to join me? No, I'll wait at home for your good news. Good. Gu Changqing swiftly gave Yi Ruyan a light touch on her lips, and then ran out the door with her hands in the air. Yi Ruyan did not expect a sneak attack, and touched her lips in a daze, saying shyly, Brat. Zhenhai City, as a battlefield city on the frontiers of the East Sea, was divided into 3 areas: the buffer zone, the outer city, and the inner city. In the inner city, there were important high-level departments such as the City Lord's Mansion and the Imperial Beastmaster Association. When Gu Changqing arrived at the gates of the inner city, the guards on duty stopped him. He took out his invitation before he was let in. Stepping into the inner city, Gu Changqing's pupils widened as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. The architecture is extravagant and luxurious, with exquisite carved buildings and various stores that are even more imposing than the largest animal pet store. The Imperial Beast Masters that came and went in the city were all of the highest quality. No matter their dress or the beast pets they had contracted, it was as if Gu Changqing had entered another heaven and earth, and was judged to be like two worlds from the outer city. Yo, brother Evergreen, someone's calling out to him. Gu Changqing turned around and saw Gao Han and Qi Shang, the two of them talking and laughing as they went up. Gao Han's standard large national face gives a very naive feeling. He scratched his head, embarrassed. Brother Evergreen, don't take what my old man said to heart. Gu Changqing knew what was being referred to and said, my heart is not that small. Besides, each for his own benefit, there is no right or wrong to talk about. Qi Shang scared twice. Sun Min was killed by your soul. I heard that he was spotted by a higher institute. When the admission teacher arrived at his home, he saw him in a trance and immediately cancelled his place. Gu Changqing laughed sarcastically twice. I really didn't mean to deliberately target. Perhaps he had bad luck? That's right. Brother Evergreen isn't a vindictive person. By the way, you came to the inner city too. Oh, City Lord Zhao is looking for me for something. You two stroll around first. I'll leave first. We'll get together some other time. The two looked at Gu Changqing's departing back, and Qi Shang said, suddenly, how come the excitement of being accepted is gone? Gao Han sighed. Yeah, even a bit nostalgic for the moments when we fought side by side in the copies. Let's go. He's destined to be the brightest star. In front of the city lord's mansion, Xinlin personally came down to receive him. Arriving at Zhao Zhaxiong's office, the latter had already prepared a drink and was drinking to himself. Coming. Aha. Gu Changqing went straight up and sat on the opposite side of the sofa. How does it feel to have traveled all this way? Gu Changqing shook his head and smiled. Paradise on earth is nothing more than that. The wreckage of the buffer zone, the struggles and scrapes of the outer cities. The inner city is opulent. Such a gap was something Gu Changqing had not touched or compared to. Just get used to it. Don't feel unjust. Everyone has a chance to climb up. And then what? See and experience another world and want to join in and be a wall. A sword. That guards it? Zhao Zhanxiong froze, then sighed. This character, it's like the same thing. I can only tell you that it is just like that. No matter who is in or out, it won't change easily. If, indeed, you don't like it, then try to adapt, or overthrow. The divine China kingdom has been around for thousands of years, and there have been countless comets of genius. There are even fewer who have aspirations and ideals, but those who can be shaken and those who want to be shaken. In the end, there is no one. No why. Power. In response to Gu Changqing's answer, Zhao Zhanxiong shook his finger and, wrong, it's the rules. The decaying penetration of the rules has broken down to the roots, though still retaining vitality and merely lingering. The external, the medicine penetrates. Most of it is expelled and assimilated, and only a small portion of it is persisting in the cure. A drop in the bucket. Gu Changqing bowed his head in contemplation. He thought of many things that did not give him an answer. Well, far from it. The fact that you're here today means that a decision has been made. After accompanying me for a drink in a while, you can go to the 6th team's quarters. In terms of resources, I've made nice with the top. In order to keep you, it's also hemorrhaging money. Gu Changqing was stunned, and the causes and consequences were all clear to him. No wonder the two teachers, White Tiger and Vermilion Bird, were furious that day. The feeling is that it was you who caused me to lose my eligibility to be accepted into the academy. Zhao Zhanxiong didn't argue and said directly, those academies, they don't lack a single heavenly pride student. But Jinhai City, the place that your parents fought for all their lives and even lost their lives, lacks a soul. Chapter 96 Invitation from the Morong family. Something happened at the Forbidden Sea? Why me? There were many things Gu Changqing couldn't figure out. The tricks that Li Haoren and the Chun family did behind their backs had long since violated the rules of the Imperial Beast Master. Then execute him in secret after a robbery that didn't work, solely for the sake of keeping the secret. The background behind Yu Ruyan was indeed strong, but in Jinhai City, it was still possible to conceal it from the world. After all, water from afar can't quench a thirst, but his most valuable developmental time was bought. He didn't understand before, but now he does. If Zhao Zhanxiong was secretly trying to protect him, everything would be logical. Sort of, a promise to an old friend. An old friend? You know my parents? I've met a few people and admire the couple. Well, go do what you need to do. I'll push for resources again. Go through the special process. As for how the city guards are doing, we won't even ask. Okay, I'll go first then. Zhao Zhanxiong shifted ambiguously. Gu Changqing didn't get to the bottom of it. Now that we are under one roof, some things will come to light one day. When Gu Changqing left the city lord's mansion, he saw Shenlin walking head-on. Would you like to accompany you to the compound? Then I'd like to thank Secretary Shen. Shenlin summoned a car in which he introduced Gu Changqing to some of the buildings and departments of the inner city. Out of the inner city, straight north, About half an hour or so into the trip, the car came to a stop at the outermost edge of the outer city as well as at the junction of the buffer zone. The scene here is nothing but dilapidated. Occasionally a few paupers could be seen picking at something inside. After the grueling beast-tide battle, there were a lot of items that were being buried in the earth. The paupers who were close to this place would often come to the battlefield to rummage around. In the past, Gu Changqing had rummaged around and found a broken beast stone and was so happy that he couldn't sleep for a night. Every time I see this, it's quite emotional. Shenlin sighed, as if recalling the past. Let's go, Captain Gu. Patting Gu Changqing on the shoulder, the two entered a nearby courtyard. The yard was large, except that the houses had collapsed so badly that only a large, stable-like structure remained intact. Once upon a time, the Blazehead Falcon city guard that reigned over Xinhai City was submerged in that ruin. However, I believe that one day, you will be able to form, uniquely yours, an invincible team. After Shenlin finished speaking, he summoned the snow ape and said, I'll leave first, I'll leave the car for you. Gu Changqing walked through every corner of the yard. A scene of memories seems to reappear. A handsome middle-aged man was teasing a young, fiery-headed falcon with a child. A pretty, beautiful woman, smiling while rebuking the middle-aged man. The happiness in her eyes could not be hidden. In the end, everything is gone. Only a thin figure in a single shape, holding his hand, left the place. I'm back, Gu Changqing muttered. Gu Changqing had just returned home when he saw the note that Ji Ruyan had left behind, going to Xinhai the first high school to check out. At that moment, a sharp break sounded outside the house. Morongqin pushed open the door and smiled. Xinhai City's peerless heavenly pride. My youngest daughter has been ordered by her family to invite you to a banquet. How dare I trouble Miss Morong to personally come to my door? Just give me a word. Come on, don't come to this with us. With that, she looked around. Where's Mr. Yi? Went out for something. Well, you ask Mr. Yi for permission first, and I'll wait for you at the door. Morongqin's smile was a solid distraction. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. Don't you have any idea who's in charge of this family? Go! Before getting into the car, he secretly sent a message to Yi Ruyan. Accepted to which college? None of them went. So it's to stay and carry on the family business? My parents and grandfather are in good health. Well, that's kinda nice. Morongqin sneakily glanced at the slightly shaky Gu Changqing and said, Are you afraid that Mr. Yi will misunderstand? How could I would be afraid? Then honestly, he took out his cell phone and a segment of his voice began to be sent over. Ugh, how sad you'd be if the Aomis found out about this. Look. Gu Changqing gave him a blank look. What does a child know? Happiness? This is happiness, no. Decisively terminating the solid conversation with Morongqin, Gu Changqing remembered that he hadn't looked at the reward for first place in the escape battle. An antique scroll lies quietly in the backpack. Gu Changqing tapped, and a message appeared in front of him. You open a long dusty volume and what is written on it astounds you. A hidden message was found by you, and it was actually about beast pet equipment. The scroll turned into dust and dissipated. Congratulations on obtaining one piece of beast pet equipment information. On the shore of the East Sea, there is an abandoned palace under the Forbidden Sea. I don't know what tribe left it behind. Go and take a look. You'll get something out of it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gu Changqing couldn't help but exclaim in shock after reading the message alert. Murray Chin was so startled that he nearly drove his car into a house on the side of the road. Why? You scared me. Gu Changqing ignored it. It was obvious that the belonging of this beast pet equipment belonged to Black Egg. The East Sea, the palace, the pointers are too obvious. Moreover, after the Black Egg burned through the unknown bloodline and awakened the Heavenly Fate bloodline, a whole extra set of equipment bars. I just don't know if this beast pet equipment is that one pin. If so, the corners of Gu Changqing's mouth were drooling with harangues. Hey, what are you thinking? I'm telling you, I'm not interested in you. Humph, with your body, you can't even catch up with half of my sister. Gu Changqing, you seek death. Yikes, watch the road. It was just getting dark when Gu Changqing got down from Morongqin's car. A few more bloody marks on his neck. At the entrance of the detached villa, Morong Yuan brought a few top executives of the Morong family to personally come out to greet them. Gu Changqing glared at Morongqin and quickly stepped forward, saying, Kid thanks senior for his trust at that time. No harm done. It is what my Morong family should have done. Enter the house. The meal is ready. A large banquet hall with tables full of delicacies. Gu Changqing was starving and wolfed it down. A few of the Morong family were watching with smiles on their faces. From time to time, his eyes strayed to Morongqin. Morongqin, on the other hand, hummed petulantly, Don't look, Teacher Yi is so excellent and outstanding, and has such a good figure and face, how can I compare? Yo, little girly girl still holds a grudge. Morong Yuan smiled helplessly and waited for Gu Changqing to eat more or less before saying, Little friend, I won't bother you for nothing. I've heard that you've joined the city guards. Good or good. It's a much broader potential for development than some of the first-class academies. Gu Changqing swallowed the last mouthful of rice and said, Elder, it's good for you to speak directly. Is something going on over at the Forbidden Sea? Chapter 97, The Third Animal Pet. One-tailed white fox. Evergreen. I admit that there was a time after my girl's disappearance when I suspected that it was your parents who set it up. Back then, when the beast tide came, the Northern District City Guard, which was supposed to be guarded by your parents, disappeared. And what was left behind was only a paper order for promotion handwritten by my girl. We checked afterward, and the three of them plotted something before writing the paper order for the promotion. Then my girl killed her way out of the city with an elite force and headed straight for the Forbidden Sea. Talking about the past, Morong Yuan's wrinkled face showed the color of painful struggle. Gu Changqing listened carefully. Several other senior members of the Morong family were also worried. So all these years, the Morong family retreated. For you, is holding a special complex affection in it. On the one hand, it's the son of the girl's best friend, and on the other hand, it might also be the child of an enemy. So, Gu Changqing picked up his glass of water and took a sip. So for quite some time, it was the Morong family's people who were following me. There were many times when Gu Changqing felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from his side. He had told Yi Ruyan, but hadn't found out a thing. Yes, it wasn't until one day that Yoshi found me and told me about his investigations and speculations over the years. I realized just how many confusing things had been done. Gu Changqing smiled bashfully. I'm still sitting here, and that you always maintain your sanity. Morong Yuan got up and bowed deeply to Gu Changqing. Senior, there's no need for that. Gu Changqing was busy trying to support him, but he was pushed away by Morong Yuan. According to my people's probing, the Forbidden Sea will give birth to a major change within a week. For some unknown reason, the abyssal rule seal on the Forbidden Sea has loosened. Therefore, I hope you can go forward to the Forbidden Sea and save my daughter. Gu Changqing didn't know exactly where the Forbidden Sea was located, but the location of Black Egg's equipment is clear. It's just that, just as he got the news clue, the seal on the other side of the Forbidden Sea loosened and, just a coincidence? The abyss has been killing him all this time. It can't be a setup, can it? Suddenly, Gu Changqing only felt a surge of warmth overflow through his body in all directions. Immediately after that, the colorful luster of the rank insignia on his chest lit up. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission and becoming the #1 in Shanghai City. Hidden rewards are issued. Congratulations on gaining experience value plus 100,000. Congratulations on obtaining 1 skill experience pearl. Congratulations on obtaining a King Grade Beast Pet card. Congratulations on obtaining 1 unique consumable prop Imperial Beast Space Expansion card. Follow-up hidden mission triggered. Investigate the mysterious palace under the Forbidden Sea. Mission rewards. Rewards will be issued in accordance with the progress of the investigation. Failure penalty. All beast pets collectively reduced to white normal. Not sooner, not later, but at this time of the day. Gu Changqing's level 2 came to level 11. Up to 100,000 experience. Scalp numbing. Is this, like, an advance? In preparation for a foray into the Forbidden Sea? Evergreen. It's fine. Just level up. You look at me. I look at you. The Murons. Eat a meal and get an upgrade. What a demon. Senior, even if you don't say so, I will look for you in the next few days. But for the insurance period, I need a large amount of equipment and materials. No problem. Leave it to me. Old 4, go prepare immediately. Okay, big brother. Gu Changqing thought for a moment and said, will it be too late to leave the day after tomorrow? Morong Yuan nodded. It's not too late. In order to pursue the girl, we have opened a route in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. Although it is dangerous, the entire fighting force of the Morong family will safely deliver you to your destination. Good. Then senior, I'll go back and prepare first. Thank you for your hospitality. Go on. Xiao Qin. Don't send Evergreen back yet. Morong Qin reluctantly responded. I know. On the way back, Gu Changqing checked up on the rewards of the hidden quest. Skill experience pearl, consumable item. After using it, you can gain skill experience plus 50,000. Imperial Beast Space Expansion card, a unique consumable item that can open up a new Imperial Beast Space after use. King Grade Beast Pet card, Polar Silver Fox. After contracting, you can obtain a King Grade Bloodline Beast Pet. 50,000 points of skill experience was enough to raise Gu Changqing's fire control technique by another level. Together with the additional attribute of being peerless, the fire control art jumped to level 5. The Imperial Beast Space and the King Grade Beast Pet card, however, caused Gu Changqing's heart to instantly fall into an ice cave. Even though Little Gold and Black Egg were getting more and more powerful, what was in front of Gu Changqing was the doubling of experience after every level. He can't advance in rank without raising his rank. Accordingly, the Imperial Beast Space could not be opened and a new beast pet could not be contracted. This wave of hidden quests snowballed into what seemed like a crucial The truth is that there is a hidden agenda. This is a trip to take down. What are you thinking about? How can I explain to Mr. Yi when I go back? Morong Chin is nice, just a little short of breath. Which pot is the wrong pot? Lazy. Gu Chongqing, we're going to the Forbidden Sea the day after tomorrow. Is Mr. Yi going too? Gu Chongqing shook his head, having intended to take Yi Ruyan with him. Plans don't change. No. So, can you take me with you? Gu Chongqing subconsciously wants to say even less. Morong Chin busily said, don't reject me. In fact, I really want to meet her, even if it's just a glance from afar. Gu Chongqing froze, and through the lights of the street lamps beating in from both sides of the street, vaguely able to see the corners of Morong Chin's eyes, there were crystal flashes. Between Lord Morong City and Morong Chin, they're not aunt and nephew? Look at this, there's an ulterior motive in public. Okay, it's not good to refuse. Besides, there are people from the Morong family escorting the whole process, so nothing should happen. Really? Thank you, just dislike me less. Arriving home, Gu Chongqing entered the house, and Yi Ruyan was packing up her things. Sis, I'm home. Gu Chongqing walked behind her and naturally encircled her waist, embroidered with the aroma of long hair. You can't help but be impressed. Hurry up and take a shower. It stinks. Gu Chongqing hemmed and hawed. Sister, my arms are too short. What if my back can't reach? Yi Ruyan glared at him and laughed playfully. I bought a new toilet brush. It's definitely enough. Okay. Gu Chongqing went into the bathroom with a lost feeling. While he was in the shower, he put the Sentinel Space Expansion card to use. Not long after, next to Little Gold and Black Egg, a third Imperial Beast space opened. Next, he contracted the King-level Beast Pet and bestowed the Heart of Qingqiu. Does the gold phrase, Heart of the Green Hills, give the Beast Pet Polar Silver Fox? Yes. Gold words given successfully. Heart of Qingqiu activated successfully. Your Beast Pet, the Polar Silver Fox, has been successfully promoted to a one-tailed white fox. Directly activate the bloodline successfully? Gu Chongqing tapped on the information about the new Beast Pet. The mouth opened into an O. With this, it's not taking off again. Chapter 98, the golden word is so perverted. Beast's Pet, one-tailed white fox, grade, bronze, rank, 1, bloodline, Heart of Green Hills, gold, attributes, strength plus 10, physique plus 20, agility plus 30, spirit plus 40, spiritual power, 3,000, skills, extreme speed, white fox claws, fox heart chain link, seductive eyes. Introduction, there is a fox in Qingqiu, charming the great wilderness. Extreme speed, greatly increases agility speed by up to plus 600%. Rank 1, spiritual power consumption, 100. White fox's claw, attacking skill, great probability to break shield type skills. Spiritual energy consumption, 100. Fox heart chain ring, bound skill, unique bloodline ability of the Qingqiu fox clan. Can be chained with a beast pet to increase all attributes by plus 10%, skill damage by plus 10%, and spiritual energy recovery by plus 10%. After locking, it will be impossible to unlock it until the beast pet dies in battle. Charming Eyes, a Qingqiu fox clan bloodline skill that can instantly mesmerize the enemy, increasing the success rate and duration as the spiritual attribute improves. Evolutionary tip, restrictions on the evolution of this bloodline. 1. When evolving, a large number of fox beast stones are needed to stabilize the Heart of Qingqiu bloodline. 2. The location and time should be chosen at a time when there is plenty of spiritual energy and a full moon. Supportive beast pets were what Gu Chongqing lacked right now. Mimics can only be used for healing and surprise, and are chicken feed if you get into high-level combat. A white fox with a tail that just about makes up for it. Gu Chongqing mentally communicated with the Imperial Beast space. In the newly opened third space, a white fox with a snow-white body of about 2 feet was lying quietly inside. Sensing Gu Chongqing's observation, it raised its head and called out in a low voice. There's a new friend. Black Egg appeared out of thin air, strung like a circle in the space. Said, brother, also too white. No. The second brother to pick up and pound for you. Nico, a ball of flame that blasted the Black Egg out of space. Little Gold stretched out a pair of wings, blazing sun flames wrapping around his huge finch body, condescendingly looking down at the one-tailed white fox. The big sister's aura was taken to death. Are you blind? It's clearly the younger sister. And don't wander around without your master's permission. Black Egg, covered in black smoke, hemmed and hawed and came again. Big sister's lesson is right. Fourth sister, it's second brother who took the liberty. You also have a third brother, but he can't be contacted with our Imperial Beast space, so I'll bring you to get to know him in a hurry. Looking at Black Egg's mixed-up appearance, Gu Chongqing was speechless. It really doesn't match up with that great sage master. Better to wait for a slow evolution. Maybe it will make a difference. Despite being of the same mythological bloodline, The might of Little Gold and Black Egg was a little too strong. Raleigh suppressed. The one-tailed white fox slumped to the ground, a little afraid. Well, rest and recover for the next 2 days. The comfortable days are coming to an end again. Black Egg rubbed his fists together. Great. It's all about idle farts. Without much ado, Little Gold took another mouthful of fiery flames and burned Black Egg with a wow. Exiting the space, Gu Changqing wiped clean and put on his bathrobe. In the living room, Yi Ruyan divided the various medicines into 2. He came out and pointed to one of the piles. Those are yours. This is mine. Sis, you're going too? Yi Ruyan froze and flicked her fingers to grab his ears. Did you coax me with all that you said before? No. How come? Just, no merely. Yi Ruyan cut her losses, loosened her fingers and turned her back, whispering, I don't want to be in fear at home. Do you understand? Gu Changqing smiled gently, wrapped his arms around his waist, and whispered in her ear. I know it all. The blazing gas blew, and Yi Ruyan trembled all over. After stiffening, her body was instantly as soft as water, leaning against Gu Changqing's arms. The atmosphere, it's heating up. Both could hear each other's increasingly rapid heartbeats. Sister, feeling that a certain place in his body was changing rapidly, the desire within Gu Changqing's heart continued to intensify. Yi Ruyan did likewise. That overbearing aura was like an ecstasy. With every whiff of it, sanity collapsed. Green. Let's not. Gu Changqing's hand, in Yi Ruyan's woozy feiing sound, slowly walked upwards and eyes were on the verge of climbing those 2 majestic peaks. Suddenly, a string of phones rang suddenly, like a flat thunderstorm. It instantly pulled both of them back. You pick up. I'm going to bed. Yi Ruyan's face was as crimson as blood as she trotted into the bedroom. Gu Changqing's heart to kill someone had to be something. I looked at the number. I didn't recognize it. I picked it up and I was about to yell. Then he heard Morong Yuan's voice from the other end. Evergreen, it's all ready. Tomorrow you come straight to the warehouse. This is the equipment and materials you prepared? In the Morong family's warehouse, Gu Changqing looked at a small mountain of equipment and materials and stared wide-eyed. Morong Yuan thought it was less, and busily said to the people around him, go to the inner city again, and ask them to bring in all the survivors. Gu Changqing hurriedly stopped it. Enough, it's too much. That's good. I'll leave you to it. If you need anything just yell for someone outside. Good man. The Morong family is big on money. This warehouse alone must be worth $10 million to start with. It's just that there are quite a few and too many duplicates. Gu Changqing summoned Little Gold. When Jean came out, he flew to his shoulder in his daily intimacy mode. Go eat, it's all yours. With a chirp of joy, Little Gold dove headfirst into the mountain of equipment materials, seeing the hill disappear at an alarming rate. The abyssal cues don't want to die. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on the Flare Gold Axe. Strength plus 10. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast pet feeds on a mid-level beast stone. Agility plus 7. Spirit plus 9. Eater's Spring Trigger, your beast's pet. Under the constant triggering of the gold phrases, Xiao Jin's attributes rocketed up. Half an hour later, a belch came from the depths of the warehouse, and it was then that he saw Xiao Jin come out with a rounded belly, contentedly. Without waiting for Gu Changqing to inquire, he returned to the Imperial Beast space to digest. Nice guy. If I advanced a few more times, I wouldn't be able to feed it. This time, though, the lift is substantial. Beast Pet, True Fire Sparrow, Grade, Silver, Rank, 12, Bloodline, Golden Flame of the Great Sun, Gold, Battle Spirit Boiling, Gold, Spring of Eating, Gold, Sun Shining in the Sky, Gold. Attributes, Strength plus 400, Physique plus 400, Agility plus 400, Spirit plus 2400, Spiritual Power, 10,000. Skills, Morphological Transformation, Blazing Sun, Flame Immunity, Passive, Shadow of the Golden Crow, Energy Storage, 100%, Roar of the Golden Crow, Bloodline Combo Skill, Blazing Sun, Bloodline Taboo Level. So much equipment and material, directly pulling Little Gold's 4-dimensional attributes to the apex of the silver-ranked True Fire Sparrow. 2,400 points of spirit. This trip to the Forbidden Sea had added one more card to the bottom of the deck. A small ban on the sea. Your Master Gu is here. Chapter 99. A copy of the Ginseng of the Returning Sun. What's inside? It's a little earlier than expected. Looking at the Elite 6 waistband that had been reserved in advance on the table, and next to it was a note of Gu Changqing's leave of absence. Zhao Zhaxiong rested his chin on one hand and called out to Shenlin. Shenlin pushed the door open. City Lord, is there something wrong? Zhao Zhaxiong pointed to the leave slip and said, the Morong family's side has already acted, making sure to keep an eye on Li Haoren and Chen Hai. The report that was called up on the hoof has not been finalized on this matter until now. Obviously, there are guys up there who want to bail out, or clear the tail. The evidence we've gathered is completely insufficient. Chun-Hai is in prison and has balked at not knowing anything about this. City Lord, is there a need to let the one from the White Tiger Academy? Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head. Don't give him any trouble. A favor hitching me up. The landlord's family doesn't have any leftover food. This way, you personally grab the guards. Also call me a car and go to Morong's house. On the other side, after Little Gold had feasted, Gu Changqing picked through the leftover equipment materials. The special, unique equipment enchanted him. Naturally, he could not look at equipment whose highest grade was only gold. Soon, he picked out 2 pieces of beast pet equipment that were considered good in the gold level. Black Egg, you can use it for now. A black lockjaw armor and a steel rod. Black Egg came out, put his gear on, and then glanced at the master. It's a bit too light. It feels the same as not wearing or holding it, but it's better than nothing. Make do with what you've got. This time when we go to the Forbidden Sea, maybe we'll get you a competent weapon. The Black Egg's eyes lit up. Really, master? That's great. After the original bloodline was worn out by me, I can't use that black chi anymore. Fruity, receiving a definite answer. Black Egg entered the Imperial Beast space and began to show off to Little Gold and Little White. Goose student. At that moment, the doors of the Forbidden Warehouse opened and the guards guarding the outside came in and said, the family head said that if you're done with your work to go to the parlor. City Lord Zhao is here. Gu Changqing nodded. Good. Then please lead the way. In the parlor, Zhao Zhanxiong and Morong Yuan were chatting about something and stopped talking when they saw Gu Changqing arrive. Zhao Zhanxiong smiled and said, I just promoted the captain of the 6th team, and I have to take a leave of absence before the hygiene of the compound is cleaned. Ha ha ha, that can't be helped. Evergreen has an agreement with us. You can rest assured about the quarters. I will definitely make the newly built Team 6, the most luxurious in Jinhai City. Gu Changqing saluted both of them one by one and said, I'm grateful to the family masters. City Lord Zhao is looking for me. He should have something to do, right? Zhao Zhanxiong threw the sign to Gu Changqing, Team 6 waistband, and just to let you know, the 2 of them, Li Haoran and Chen Hai, haven't spit out a single word about the hand of the evil god so far. The attitude above is ambiguous, so you have to be careful. Just as I thought, Chen Hai doesn't say it's for the sake of the family, right? After all, the consequences of spilling the truth are far-reaching. Although Chen Ziming is dead, the plate left behind is still there. As for Li Haoran, he is also following the orders of others. Well, that's right. Let's take a step and see what happens. I was thinking of going around the Forbidden Sea with you guys, but now I can't go. Then, he took another bag out of his backpack space and some stock from over the years. Take it. Thank you, City Lord. Gu Changqing was not polite and took it over and put it into space. Go away and clean up the mess. Gu Changqing and Morong Yuan escorted him to the door, and before getting into the car, Zhao Zhanxiong stopped and said, Changqing, if possible, bring her back. The car slowly drove away, and Gu Changqing looked at the shadow of the car disappearing around the corner and said, good, it's almost time to get ready. In the afternoon, the team that went to the Forbidden Sea outside the city was assembled. Yi Ruyan's state was a bit better than before. The natural power of the mimic beast repaired some of the dark wounds, but it's still a while away from fighting, and it's going to take some time to heal. Morong Qin looked afflicted with both happiness and worry. The Forbidden Sea, ever since the ferocious beasts had descended, had been a forbidden area that was difficult for the human race to set foot in. After so many years, whether Morong Tamaya is alive or dead is still unknown. Yi Ruyan thoughtfully grabbed Morong Qin's hand and said, don't worry, City Lord Morong is not a soft girl. You should know that many geniuses back then had a hard time hiding her light. Since she dares to do it, she must have backhanded preparations. Really? Touching Morong Qin's head, under her hopeful gaze, he said, really, if you don't believe me, ask Xiaoqing. Gu Changqing, who was drilling into the car, sniffed and nodded. My memory vaguely remembers the gallant figure that put his heart in his stomach. It was only then that Morong Qin faded into sadness and, Teacher Yi, Gu Changqing, thank you. Morong Yuan, outside the car, was also in old tears. After laying it out for so long, the moment has finally come to unveil it. The old man's heart, too, could not help but be apprehensive. Go, return safely. The vast fleet of vehicles, which drove out of the Morong family villa, turning onto the road in the outer city, he headed straight for the gates. After checking at the East City Gate, the crowd abandoned their vehicles and walked into the teleportation array leading out of the city. Sniffing the air that was different from the city, Yi Ruyan sighed heavily. Gu Changqing summoned a white fox and rolled up, pulling her up in front of him. Now, protected by nearly 100 or so Morong family experts, the group just hurried on. As it was getting dark, a more secluded foothill was found to rest. Uncle Tai, what position are we in? Upon hearing Morong Qin's inquiry, the burly man called Uncle Tai took out a hand-drawn map and placed it in front of Gu Changqing's several people. At our speed, we have left Jinhai City by about 100 kilometers. The current bearing is here, near Rin Mountain. Go over this mountain and enter the plains. Almost. We'll reach the shores of the East Sea by tomorrow night. Tomorrow? Gu Changqing stared at the map, which used the simplest of brushstrokes to draw the situation around this road in great detail. Suddenly, at the end of the line, on the lower left, there was a beast's head. Uncle Tai, what is this beast head? Uncle Tai shot a glance and said, a wild copy, located in a small town. When we were opening up our route, we suffered quite a loss here. The ferocious beasts that are coiled up are not of a high grade, but they can be hard to kill. The weirdest thing is that the wild copy won't even go in after we fight our way in. It said something about not meeting the conditions, not dying from serious injuries, etc. I don't know what the abyss is up to. Listening to Uncle Tai's crumbs, Gu Changqing and Yi Ruyan, both of them, changed their faces at the same time. According to Uncle Tai's description, this location and the one described by Private Independent Director Chi, inexplicable overlap. No, Greenie don't. Yi Ruyan suddenly grabbed Gu Changqing's hand with a plea. Our goal is to find the Forbidden Sea and save City Lord Morong, so don't make any trouble. Gu Changqing, however, was surprised. The 1,000-year reducing ginseng, although with the natural power of the mimic beast, was considerably less attractive. But Yi Ruyan treats the reaction of knowing its news twice, one at a time. It's stronger than the other. What is she, really, afraid of? Really, because it's particularly dangerous? Chapter 100, The Evil Map, The Altar. The starry night sky outside the city was like a huge red cloth wrapped around the source of light. It was dim, low, and faintly scarlet with an inexplicable grumpiness that one could not tell. Gu Changqing sat on a stone platform protruding from a mountain wall, gazing out into the distance. Inside, there were mixed feelings. After ending the topic of the 1,000-year rejuvenating ginseng, Gu Changqing questioned the mimetic beast carefully. The answer he got brought him low. According to the current progress, if we want to rely on the power of nature to repair the dark wounds Yi Ruyan received, a conservative estimate is that it will take a year, and during the healing time, she couldn't use her summoned beast pet, as well as use her Imperial Beast Master skill. While medications can be equipped, they must be compatible with her own, or else the effort will be half-hearted and there will be the side effect of a foregone conclusion. Gu Changqing naturally wouldn't joke about Yi Ruyan's body. Now that he had learned of the exact location of the 1,000-year rejuvenating ginseng, he had the desire to explore it, but not the time to be impulsive. Just as he was in a dilemma. Torn between Mr. Ye's priority or my aunt's? Morong Chin came up at some point and ruffled his hair at the base of his ears against the weak wind. You're not an indecisive person. You think of something and you go ahead and do it right. I understand where you're coming from, and a lot of times, it's important to look at the present, not the future that hasn't happened yet. It's true that if you don't think far ahead, you'll worry close to home, provided that you have the power to grasp the whole picture. Gu Changqing silently listened to Morong Chin's words and quickly made a choice in his heart. The depression disappeared. He smiled and said thank you, wondering, if you know so much, why would you leave yourself with regrets? He was referring to the former city Lord Morong Temperance. Morong Chin didn't have any reaction after her secret was poked and prodded, and said quite frankly, I was taught by my grandfather at birth, practicing how to communicate with beast pets, but the family's inherited beast pets don't allow me to touch them, until one day I inadvertently realized that my aunt, who loved me the most, had another layer to her identity. The inherited beast pets of each family are very picky about the lineage of the children of the lineage. The direct lineage is the one they favor the most, but I'm just a collateral lineage. Morong Chin, words open, removed that layer of strong and bold mask. As I contracted beast pets time and time again, I could feel that a guidance appeared in the underworld. Coming from the Morong family's backyard Forbidden Land, it was a call from the inherited beast pet. Gu Changqing listened and understood what was going on. An inherited beast pet has a special sense for direct bloodlines. The fact that she was able to receive it proved that her origin was not a collateral lineage, and this, coupled with Elder Morong's excessive favoritism, added to the suspicion. Can you be sure that the Lord of Morong City is? Morong Chin shook his head. Not sure, but I really miss her. All this time, she accompanied me through my childhood. Not being a biological mother is better than a biological mother. Gu Changqing nodded in agreement. I didn't realize that Morong Chin's experience was so similar to hers. Geez, why did I talk to you so much tonight? Morong Chin cocked his head and looked playfully straight ahead. Gu Changqing immediately moved his butt to the side. Empathy is empathy. Nothing else, haha. Morong Chin rolled her eyes. You're thinking beautifully. Even though you've become the man of the hour in Jinhai City, you still can't get into my eyes. Gu Changqing let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you for your pair of discerning eyes. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. If Mr. Yi wakes up, you won't have a chance. Okay, you guys wait for me at the appointed place. I'll be back soon. Gu Changqing summoned Little Gold and jumped onto its back, quickly disappearing into the thick night. How can you not like a man like that? Morongqing shook his head and jumped off the stone platform, just in time to collide with Yi Ruyan. He's gone? Morongqing nodded. I really envy Mr. Yi. This piece of obsession is rare. Yi Ruyan looked gloomy. I wish that he would think more about himself. Ha, didn't I hear that Mr. Ye's mother agreed? Since we're a couple, isn't it his problem to consider you? Kim, go west. The sky revealed a dusky fish belly white, and throughout the night, Gu Changqing finally saw the familiar zone drawn on the map, commanding the direction. Gu Changqing took out an elixir from his backpack. After taking it, the weakened body is revitalized. Master, rest for a while. It's okay, I'm young and strong. Staying up all night is nothing. At that moment, the anthropomorphic beast came out of the badge space, and the glowing green power of nature was channeled into his body. In a few moments, the spirit shimmered, and there was not a trace of fatigue anymore. Great stuff. Gu Changqing couldn't help but murmur. If, at the time of fighting Yi Ruyan for tens of thousands of rounds and being exhausted, with a shot of nature, that, she would have to surrender and be completely submissive. The mimic beast was terrified by Gu Changqing's eyes wrapped in blazing flames, afraid that it would be swallowed alive by its master in the next second. Master, that should be the place. Jean voiced a reminder. Gu Changqing stood up and looked ahead. Just a small town of modest size, nestled between a hill and a lake. Hundreds of houses have collapsed and fallen into disrepair. Inside the town, the trees were thickly wooded, the weeds were overgrown, and the life was frighteningly vigorous. A meow 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 meow. Suddenly, the mimicry beast purred uneasily. Master, it says that there is very dense natural energy not far away, and that this energy should be able to cure the Master Mother's dark injuries and hidden diseases. Then it's right. It must be 1,000-year-old ginseng. Jean, clear the barrier. Understood. The blazing sun flames transformed into a ball of fire that whistled and covered the town below, like an anti-aircraft machine gun, with a whopping 2,400 points of mental augmentation. Each moment landed and set off a rolling wave of fire. The not-so-big town fall was instantly filled with blazing fire. Congratulations on killing the lower-level ferocious beast Yang Yang Grass, gaining plus 20 experience and plus 14 extra experience. Congratulations on killing the lower-level ferocious beast, the Sunward Tree, gaining plus 20 experience and plus 14 extra experience. The experience is small, but not the quantity. With the added experience of the two title wordings, Gu Changqing's narrow experience bar moved viciously. Only, apart from the Yang Yang Grass and the Sunward Tree, there were no other ferocious beasts. Gu Changqing frowned slightly. That's not true. It's not the same as Uncle Tai's description. Even weirder, the trees and weeds burned out and no wild copies of the red light door were seen. Could it be the wrong place? It's only right that a mimic beast can't make a mistake in its perception of natural energy. Jean, let's go down. Gu Changqing was extra careful not to enter the town and, instead, they landed on the periphery. There was indeed no movement before he stepped forward. You have entered the undeveloped map Altar of Evil. Suddenly, a prompt from the abyss rang out and, immediately afterward, the town, which was originally blazing with fire, changed its appearance in an instant. Chapter 101, Triangle Hunter. Eye of Charm? The Altar of Evil. Gu Changqing drew out his Tongtian beast harnessing whip, his fire control technique draped around the whip. On guard. In the twinkling of an eye, the flames disappeared and, the scene changes to an ashen ruin. A scarlet eye that, emerging from behind a broken, crumbling, broken wall. Hiss. A sound that sent chills down his back and exploded his scalp rang out from all directions. Black egg. White. Gu Changqing wasn't trusting, even though he hadn't found the entrance to the duplicate yet. After all, it was a map outside of the city. If you underestimate it, you lose your life. Black egg appeared, dancing the political iron stick in his hand. A pair of bloody pupils surrounded his surroundings, and coldly grunted, hiding head and tail rats. If you have the ability to give you Black Master roll out. The twittering and shouting had just fallen, only to see those red dots hidden in the darkness coming towards them like a tidal wave. Idiot you! Xiao Jin cursed in dissatisfaction, and flames spewed out of his mouth, wrapping around into a huge circle of fire. Little White, on the other hand, rolled his eyes humanely and looked at Gu Changqing with supplicating eyes. It seems to be saying, my master, don't talk about my chain link being bound to it. Gu Changqing's attention was focused on those red dots outside the ring of fire. Seeing the opportunity, the Tongtian beast harnessing whip flung out. Only the front end of the chain whip, when it was about to approach the red dot, suddenly twisted into a circle and, the lasso tightened violently as it enveloped the ferocious beast. Rap! Gu Changqing let out a low gulp, and the flames attached to the chain whip split into 1,000 lines of fire to reinforce the bindings. Let's see what's playing God. With a mighty tug, The snared beast crossed the ring of fire without resistance. Under the light of the fire, the appearance of the ferocious beast also appeared in his eyes. This is. Gu Changqing's pupils snapped open, and instantly his anger surged. The one caught in the chain whip was a human, in life to be exact. All over his body, hundreds of black spikes grew out of his flesh, which were curved and hooked and glittered with a strange luster. All the limbs were neatly chopped off, and on the sides of the chest as well as the belly, 3 constructed spines like spider horns were as sharp as war knives. Triangle Hunter, Intermediate Beast. Rank, 45. Attributes, Strength plus 170. Physique plus 200. Agility plus 130. Spirit plus 50. Skills, Belly Blade. Black Poison. Decomposition. Description, a ferocious beast mutated by drinking the altar elixir. It's dangerous. Beware of the deadly toxin. A mid-level beast of such high rank. The 4-dimensional attributes are also good. Black Egg was poised to strike, and before the Triangle Hunter landed, the steel club struck it on the head with a whistling wind. Put! Like an exploding watermelon, black slime bursts out and Gu Changqing waved a flame with one hand, melting the slime as much as he could. The scattered slime landed on the ground, and a snorting sound was heard as the ground was corroded with craters. So toxic. Congratulations on killing the intermediate level ferocious beast Triangle Hunter. Gaining plus 800 experience and plus 560 additional experience. One has nearly 400 experience. And it's not hard to kill. Not bad for an out-of-town beast. And quite comfortable. It's just that such a ferocious beast is déjà vu. It made Gu Changqing think of those enslaved battle-dead imperial beastmasters in the evil god's hand copy. Apparently, despite having human bodies, they weren't the kind of fusion ferocious beasts. An evil altar. Really evil enough. Kill it in. Gu Changqing ordered. And little Gold and Black Egg were already unable to resist leaping into action. Big sister, lend me the flame. The political club in Black Egg's hand probed into little Gold's flames, drawing it out, flinging sparks all over the place while the whole monkey went ahead of the others and killed into the gloom. Blazing sun flame, endless fire, converging like a fiery cloud over little Gold's. With a cry, almost half of the map was within shrouded range. Gu Changqing, who was just about to kill out with his chain whip, watched as Xiaobai and the anthropomorphic beast stared wide-eyed at each other. Can't help but sigh. There's a downside to having a powerful beast pet. There's no use for it on its own. Without any increase, the damage alone was not something the Triangle Hunters could resist. Under a rain of fire, one by one, the Triangle Hunters were struck by flames that it turned to ashes in no time. In no time at all. Half of the experience bar that would have been rocketing upwards until your level rises 1 level. Unlimited gold words triggered. Please draw your gold words. The flames were filling the air. Gu Changqing bathed in them and sat down. Board. Open personal information. Name, Gu Changqing. Beast pet, bird of the first sun, mythic. Monkey of heavenly fate, mythic. Mimic beast, ordinary. One-tailed white fox, mythic. Rank, 12. Experience, 3200/204800. Equipment, Tongtian colorful robe. Tongtian beast harnessing whip. 10,000 beasts catalog. King's badge. Title badge, fusion of peerless. Newcomer King's note, etc. Beastmaster skill, beast power, fire control level 5. Talent, unlimited golden words, unique. The mimic beasts, although given a gold phrase, are still normal level since they are not bloodline phrases. It was capable enough to rival the mythic level. The eldest sister and the second brother were fighting in front of it, and as the third brother, it's walking between ferocious beasts and skills with a graceful catwalk. The Triangle Hunters encountered it as if it were invisible, crossed over to it, and made a desperate attempt to attack the Black Egg that was slaying under the cup's encirclement. 10,000 battles in 4 directions trigger, your beast pet heavenly fate monkey's 4-dimensional attributes +1. In less than 10 minutes, the last Triangle Hunter was killed by Black Egg's stick. It only came back limping with bruises all over its body. The mimic was busy stepping forward to unleash the power of nature. The Black Egg spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, reddish in color. The little beast is not bad knowing to utilize its ability to recover for second brother. The dog is so hard to kill. That poison is too overbearing. I can't even carry it. Meow 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 meow. Little Gold translated. The little beast said that these poisons are not ordinary poisons. They are born from natural energy fused with certain things. Since this place is an altar, there should be something else. Gu Changqing got up and borrowed Little Gold's fire to attach a layer of fire armor to the Tongtian flowing color robe, saying, it's about the 1,000-year rejuvenating ginseng, so even if it's the netherworld, we have to make a break for it. The first batch of monsters cleared. Gu Changqing took the 4 beast pets with him and walked along the darkened roadway, heading deeper. The further in you go, the more the temperature drops, huffing like a mist. The dimness faded, to be replaced by a greenish, pale light. The one-tailed white fox was walking at the front, and suddenly, it stopped its pace and pink energy converged in the soulful eyes and all that was heard was a low growl and the pupils were covered by a silver moon pattern. The pink energy spread out in all directions like fireflies. At the same time, Gu Changqing only felt his vision smudging and snowflake patterns surging up. Within moments, the strange shape disappeared. When I opened my eyes again, it was the same place, only in the pale green light. Some blurred bodies that looked like humans and ghosts appeared. Ahead through these blurs, a tall red altar stood silently. Is this Charmed Eye? Chapter 102, The Soul of the Deadly Murderer, the Anti-Bone Boy. Ha! Fourth sister's skill is really good. I can see the hidden ferocious beasts now. They are all soul bodies, right? If it wasn't for the fourth sister, it would really be a loss. Meow meow meow, yes. The fourth sister is mighty. Gu Changqing noticed that the three beast pets plus him had an extra pink eye. Charming eyes, one-tailed white fox special ability, able to see through illusions, phantasmagoria, formation weaknesses, and other effects, can only be exerted on contracted imperial beast masters and beast pets. Duration, 10 minutes. Eye of Charm has another use like this. Slowly, he walked towards the blurred soul bodies, and when he had reached a certain distance, suddenly, as if awakened, the soul body looked back at Gu Changqing while one head, which seemed to bulge like a blister, emerged from the full body. Go! Gu Changqing flung out the Tongtian beast harnessing whip, a chain whip wrapped in flames, going extremely fast, but it went through the soul body and hit the ground straight away. Physical attacks ineffective? Little gold and black egg. They also made a move together. Without exception, the blazing sunflame and the 100 battle stick all struck the air. Instead, it blasted a few delta hunters that were mixed in. Let me do it. The voice of the one-tailed white fox resounded in the imperial beast space. Jean and black egg stopped. I only saw a white fox with one tail walk straight to the soul body and the soul bodies that were still bubbling up ceased their visions in an instant. As one man and three pets watched, the soul body lunged at the nearest of its kind. The bloody mouth opened and ate half of that soul body like a cake. Asterisk. Witnessing this scene, Gu Changqing's jaw dropped in shock. At the same time, the information of the soul body came into view. Soul Destroyer specialized high-grade feral beast. Rank, 40. Attributes, Strength +0. Physique +0. Agility +100. Spirit +1000. Skills, Physical Immunity. Skill Immunity. Multi-headed Devouring. Evolution. Introduction. A mysterious altar where the flesh is taken over and the souls manipulated after the strange deaths of the humans who worship there. They seem to have no weaknesses, acting and surviving only by spiritual perception. Status, will unconditionally follow command instructions while under the manipulation of the seductive eye. Duration, 1 minute. Another special ferocious beast with partial attributes, with Xiaobai's spiritual attributes. It was already a stroke of luck to be able to successfully charm him at once, but its skills, on display at the altar map, beyond the original capacity. Master, in a moment, take advantage of the chaos and you guys go. Without waiting for Gu Changqing to ponder the hesitation, Little White reminded again, only to see that the charmed soul Jedi murderer, after devouring the one of its kind, its entire size increased by a few circles. Ahead, floating in a faint mist of emptiness, split from it and then drifted off to others of its kind. At that moment, the entire open space in front of the altar was like a fight between 10,000 ghosts. The originator, already divided and eaten by his own kind, attracted by the harassment of then by instinct, it continued to devour others of its kind. Go! In order to ensure the period, Gu Changqing had put back all three beast pets except for the mimic beast. The mimic beast then transformed into the appearance of a soul Jedi murderer and wrapped itself around Gu Changqing. Walk along the outermost perimeter, toward the altar, with the bug-level ability of flowers smiling at me. One person and one pet made it through the battlefield without any danger and reached under the altar. And those soul Jedi murderers seemed to be extraordinarily scornful of the altar. A few were attracted by mistake, and at a distance of 20 meters, immediately turned their heads away. Hard work, beastie. Gu Changqing lowered himself to pet the mimic beast of the transformed cat, turning his head to the wide altar several meters high. His eyes were deep in thought. Obviously, the map that was currently located was completely different from what Uncle Tai had said. Not to mention those hordes of triangle hunters, the soul Jedi murderer alone couldn't pass the barrier. Physical and skill double immunity. If it weren't for White's overachievement, even if the three mythic level beast pets were around, they would still have to fight their way out. Let me see what this altar is about. Master Black. When the little golden black egg came out, the latter carried his stick and was about to walk up the steps to the altar. But the next second, a flash of black light from above the altar struck straight down and Black Egg erected his stick to resist, and was directly blown away by the strong force for more than 10 meters, nearly falling into the battlefield where Soul Jedi murderers tore each other apart. A gaping hole was punched in the gold-level steel rod. Evil altar. Beast pet can't log in. Black Egg. Gu Changqing called out to the unbelieving Heaven's Destiny monkey. Under the watchful eyes of Little Gold and the other 4 pets, he strides up the first step of the altar. At that moment, a bone-marrow freezing coldness spread all over his body from the soles of his feet. You have been chosen by the altar of evil. Walk up to it and it will guide you to the great path of light. Gu Changqing pulled out a pill and took it, but the expected effect failed. Drugs not working? He stepped on a step again, and the next second, his arm suddenly ached violently. It was as if someone was using a knife, stripping flesh and blood raw. Mud. The altar is poisoned. Gu Changqing wanted to retreat, but realized it was too late. Behind you. Where are the steps? It had been covered with a white powder. Spell it out. With a 5th level fire control technique, Gu Changqing's body, around his body, transformed into a large, ancient bell. The surging firepower drew on Xiao Jin's energy through the space of the imperial beasts. In a moment, the inhuman pain eased slightly. Gu Changqing is up again. It's the right arm. Gu Changqing clenched his teeth and continued forward. There are not many steps, only 6, but the pain caused is no less than a lingering death. The limbs, the chest and the belly, the last step of the tread, just a roaring of the brain, as if someone were chiseling away with the point of a hammer. From the solar plexus, hammer after hammer, Gu Changqing's sanity was gradually numbed by the monstrous waves of pain. Master! Master! Meow! The 3 beast pets cried out in urgency. In their sight, Gu Changqing lost his sanity like a walking corpse. Underneath Tong Tian's flowing colorful robe, strands of blood flowed out. The shadow of the little golden crow was all on display, wanting to hard bombard the altar. Big sister, don't be impulsive. The master is fine. He seems to have been pulled into other illusionary spaces. The flame that Xiao Jin had stored and prepared was extinguished by biting off with his closed mouth. Sure, the one-tailed white fox nodded. My charming eye doesn't work on my master anymore, so that's the only explanation. When Gu Changqing's consciousness returned again, the horror of realizing that one's body is still in the, but it had become a bloody skeleton. Ha! Here comes a tough guy. All this and his soul is still intact. A tender childish voice rang out from behind Gu Changqing. Wow! So it's relying on beast pets. 3 mythic ranks. TSK, a bloodline among them. So familiar. Gu Changqing could no longer use words to describe his current fear. What was behind him easily revealed all his secrets. The white powder began to drift and, fluttering to Gu Changqing's heels, it slowly converged into a childlike figure. Was it you who pulled me here through the altar? The powder gradually solidifies and the child's features are slowly becoming clearer and, at the same time, a long spear appeared in his hand. On his forehead, a lotus seal was coalescing. The image, it's a little too apt. Gu Changqing gazed carefully and, abyss lived up to its billing. Information about him appeared. Anti-bones. Chapter 103, The 3 Antichrists of Lotus Root Powder? The Abyssal Caller Evil Destiny, Unknown Species of Beasts. Rank, Attributes, Skills. Introduction. The mysterious unknown awakened by the ancient mysterious evil altar possesses unknown horrible abilities. However, it seems to have lost its memory, and anyone who steps on the altar will be subjected to inhuman torture before being transformed into a part of it. Warning, very dangerous. Especially dangerous. Super danger. Was I mistaken? Gu Changqing was suspicious in his heart, but all the visions after stepping on the altar were showing that the K is indeed the same rebel from memory. Lingering equals returning bones to father. Shredding flesh to mother. Long guns equals fire-tipped guns. Imprint equals lotus marker. As for the white powder, it is clearly the lotus root powder. The identity of the unknown species is a hair's breadth from Black Egg's origins. It's just that this abyssal covenant caller plus the evil providence of the title. It made him think for a moment that it was just a resemblance. Your soul rattles differently from all those other men and beasts. The white powder coalesced and took shape as a small child, skirting around Gu Changqing's skeleton twice. There was no fear of panic, only a brief moment of inner withdrawal. Tell me, do you recognize me? Did you summon me here? Why don't you say anything? Was I scared? Gu Changqing wanted to respond, but he couldn't. The skeleton frame couldn't make a sound. Wow. Funny how those things didn't assimilate you. Just as well. As the process goes, you passed. Subsequently, Gu Changqing only felt a sense of relief, and when he returned to his senses, his entire body was covered in blood and flesh. At this moment, he was already in the center of the altar. In front of it was a huge cauldron 3 feet wide, from which a mass of black and red intertwined and entwined pungent gas floated out. It was attracted to the little child on its own. and then it did not go into it. The child made a jump to the edge of the cauldron, sat down and looked at Gu Changqing below, saying, "Can you say it now?" Gu Changqing organized his vocabulary. "I should be able to recognize you. Your stature and experiences are extremely similar to a great hero I admire. It's just that it's too far away from me. Or rather, it's too far away from this side of the Imperial Beast world." The little child was a little confused by what he heard. Gu Changqing continued, "Is it possible that you are the one I recognize? You have been asking me if I summoned you. I have a guess that it was this altar that summoned you from a position I know well." Uncertainty. Gu Changqing could only give full play to his imagination fluffing. Facing an unknown species with all numbered unknown species, he knew there was no chance of winning. "I don't know. Nothing. It's empty." The kid nodded his temples, raised his right hand and, the black and red gas in the cauldron was even more intense. In the next second, the entire evil map resounded with miserable cries. The soul Jedi murderers who were still fighting and devouring each other suddenly became extremely agonized. Countless heads split from their soul bodies and flew into this cauldron furnace in droves. After that a weird bead floats out and, the little child casually picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth and ate it. Another one was flung at Gu Changqing. Soul reconstruction pill, special type consumable item. Efficacy, able to stabilize the soul and draw on the memories in the elixir for its own use. Side effect, too many complicated memories will cause the taker to have a mental breakdown. There is no memory of the same situation as the black eggs at the time. Gu Changqing couldn't help but frown. The black egg was warmed in /Jade Stone Man and fell into this world as the abyss descended. The little children, on the other hand, were used by others for ritual summoning and came here. Both, highly similar to the two from memory. All memories of what came before are blank. The current black egg has gone the way of the one. The place where it all started is me. Gu Changqing was stunned and shook his head. It's not me. It's the only gift. The infinite golden word. All the coincidences that started with it. If you want to find yourself, I have a way that might work. The little child just glanced at Gu Changqing and faintly said, "That's a trick of the tongue that was spoken by a rat in hiding a few years ago. Don't think that I'm easy to fool just because I've lost my memory. Kid, you're still a bit young. Dare I ask, what does that rat bastard look like? To summon him to this world, he must not be nameless." "I don't know. Didn't get a good look. His whole body is covered in black mist, but the people in the town used to call him Lord Evil God." Evil God. Evil gods again. What is the origin of the gods that this exotic and malignant organization believes in? If you don't believe me, just take a look at my beast pet. Your beast pet. Nothing more than, The little child seemed to see something, and with a vain grasp of his right hand, the black egg instantly appeared at Gu Changqing's side. The latter, still confused, saw the little child on the cauldron and said, "Where did the weedy kid come from? Dare to make a move on Master Black? Look at the stick." It was too late for Gu Changqing to stop it. The political iron stick was caught in a bearish battle spirit, and the aura of nothing forward spread out, right in the little kid's head. Put. All you see is white dust billowing out. Black egg stick, after all, was not resisted and dispersed the little child. "That's it? Hey, have I seen you somewhere before? It's so familiar. I can't remember, but there's something about you that I care about extremely. I feel that we belong to the same species." Now, Gu Changqing was basically certain. He is that well-known great god of the three altars of the sea. As for that same species, what a homozygote. It's clearly an anticlimactic trait, isn't it? Tai, don't get close to Master Black. I won't eat that. If you're smart enough to bring me what my master wants, I'll let you go if I'm happy. Black egg. Gu Changqing droned on. The thing you care about most may be right here with me. How about listening to my approach? The scattered dust coalesced again. The little child nodded. Tell me about it. It's simple. Become my beast pet. Don't be in a hurry. I can't help it. The prerequisite necessity for my means to be performed is this. The little child pointed at the black egg. Becoming your beast pet will restore your memory? There is a probability that some of it will be revived under the guidance of my power. You can also choose not to believe it, but there is one thing I want to make clear. Relying on such an elixir, you will only reshape the present, not awaken the past. Seemingly nailing him on the chin, the little child grunted, knowing that rat bastard doesn't have good intentions. Fine, I'll become your beast pet. If you're lying to me as well, I have my own way to get out of that kind of contract and take your life. No, not bad for one of the big three rebels. Then, Gu Changqing pulled out a blank contract card and handed it to the little child. How does it work? Gu Changqing was busy teaching by hand. This, that, right. Well, unknown species of ferocious beast wants to be your beast pet. Do you agree? Agreed. Until all the white dust of the little child's incarnation had been sucked into the compact card. Congratulations on obtaining a common level beast pet, Lotus Root Powder. Chapter 104, Am I a Robber Now? Lotus Root. Lotus root powder? Abyss your ass. Is discrimination against unknown species that obvious? First the black egg, then it. In the end, it's a flush existence. One first, one second, and no favoritism will be shown to anyone. Gu Changqing looked at the future crown prince who was scattered all over with question marks, but he suddenly received an abyssal prompt. This beast's pet is not allowed to be explored by any imperial beastmaster. Yoo-hoo, it's not bad. He's got such an accent even when he's turned into a couch potato. Rumble. Suddenly, the altar at his feet shook, having lost its top pillar. The tripod furnace on the altar was already shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye, until it was reduced to the size of a palm. A piece of masonry moved away abruptly, and the cauldron fell away. There's something down there. Black Egg didn't need a command. The political iron rod was heavily mortared on the altar, only to hear a whirring. The masonry on the surface of the altar shattered in an instant, and the gravel then sunk down, revealing the hollow in the center. A beam of red luster brightened, and a swirling oval-shaped replica of a light door slowly formed an outline. Gu Changqing was greatly surprised. No wonder you can't see the wild copy of this place, which was originally embedded in the altar. At the same time, he turned his head to look down at the mimic beasts. When they first arrived, the mimic beasts sensed the rich natural energies of the I didn't realize that it was in the altar, and the altar was built by that so-called evil god, except for summoning purposes. That one soul reclamation pill, could it be that it also invoked the power from the copy? Fine thoughts. Gu Changqing knew that outside of the city, the abyssal rules were weakly bound to evil gods. I didn't realize it was weak to this level. It was also utilized in its turn. Having such an unknown superboss coiled up outside Jinhai City was a real pain in the ass. Gu Changqing felt more and more that the last beast tide had a lot to do with the exotic organization. His hand, touching the replica light door. Wild copy, the garden of the world. Copy level, Inferno. Copy introduction. This was once a worldly place envied by all, free of inhibitions and full of happiness. When one day, endless black water gushed out from the lake and flooded the place. Deep in the peach garden, there is a divine medicine that protects the villagers from the pain of the black water. Until one day, a pair of evil hands reached out to it. Replica rewards, depending on the progress of the passage. Hell-level copies and the mentions in the introduction are pointing to the evil god. Whether to enter the hell-level difficulty copy, worlds away? Yes. Detected that you meet the conditions for entering the copy. Start teleporting. Copy entered successfully. Gu Changqing's body, being sucked into the door of light. The next moment, the scent of green flowers and grass hit my nose, and fallen leaves fluttered to my head and feet. This is a chic town built on a lake and mountains. The water plants in the lake are exuberant, green and lush, and from time to time you can see fish playing and swimming in the clear water. Not far away, the hills were wooded and turquoise, and a peach tree bloomed with flowers. And the breeze is gentle, swirling the blue waves and creating ripples. What a peachy scene! What a paradise! So weird, so depressing, how dull. Meow. The four beast pets, each spoke their feelings. Only then did Gu Changqing retrieve his mind from the beauty of the scenery and said in surprise, "How so, master? Don't you think there's a drawback? What's the downside?" Gu Changqing frowned lightly and said, "People. According to the introduction of the replica, a township flooded by black water shouldn't look like this. If it was before, there should be people." Xiao Bai nodded his head in agreement to what Xiao Jin had said. "My charming eyes don't see a problem, unless it's a higher illusion." Black Egg cut in. "Seeing isn't always believing, but there are some things that can be tested this way." It swung its stick, attaching spiritual energy, and a several feet long shadow of the stick stretched out and it slapped heavily on the calm surface of the lake. Next, it was as if the stick had stirred up a hornet's nest. In the middle of the lake, a stream of black water tumbling with bubbles came up from the bottom, and above the lake, the silver waves shimmer and a large, meter-long fish leaps out of the water and opens its mouth with rows of sharp teeth at the top and bottom. They tore at the air in a frenzy. Xiao Jin had prepared for this, only to see that above the not-so-big lake, a big net formed by flames had already stretched out. The net went down towards those fish. Congratulations on killing the lower-level fierce beast spirit-eating fish. Experience plus 200. Additional experience plus 140. Countless hit alerts rolled in. Although not much experience, this amount is manageable. The experience bar grew to about 40,000 or so before slowly decreasing. "Master, look!" Just then, Black Egg pointed to some of the still unburned fish in the fire net. Gu Changqing looked around and was taken aback. Only those few spirit-eating fish were seen devouring little gold's flames. The silver-white body was transforming into a red color with some golden meanings. The heavenly beast harnessing whip in Gu Changqing's hand flung out, lassoed one of them, and drew it back. High-grade beast, spirit-eating firefish. Rank, 45. Attributes, strength plus 0, physique plus 300, agility plus 100, Spirit plus 400. Skills, Spirit Eating, Spirit Turning Evolution, Status, Evolving. Black Egg grumbled in anger and was just about to make a move. The mimic reached the chain whip-bound Spirit Eater Firefish, and rested a cat's paw on the fish's head. Only the flame energy it swallowed turned into pure natural energy and absorbed into the body of the anthropomorphic beast. Meow meow meow. Little Gold translated. The little beast says it's over the mountain. Okay, let's go. The fire net contracted, and those fish that hadn't had time to digest the flame energy were strangled to death in an instant. Over 8,000 experience. Instantly credited. Gu Changcheng, however, no longer glanced at the lake. Nice guy. Without the touch of a couple of little ones, he really wanted to see the lake. That time, it's probably become fish food. As he walked, Gu Changcheng felt more and more out of place. Hell of a replica. One without the other, not to mention. It was almost time to reach the town fall, and not a single ferocious beast was in sight. Instead, on the far side of the hill, a sudden wave of pink petals. The petals flutter in the wind, gathering more and more. Like the Milky Way in the nine heavens, it descended vertically from the sky. What are you looking at? My ass. Hurry up and attack. That's not a petal at all. In the backpack space, the voice of the lotus root powder reached Gu Changcheng's ears. Immediately afterward, the sound of breaking air ripped through those petals, somehow, shimmering in the sunlight. It was like a sharp, pointed knife. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gu Changcheng hurriedly used the fire control technique to wrap himself. I hear the sound of ding. Ding, 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 ding. The fire shield and armor made by the fire control technique. Under the attack of the petals, it gradually went out and weakened. Even the flames released by Xiao Jin were the same. The petals took a little bit of the power of the flames with them as they struck and collided. Mud. It's not going to flip again. Gu Changcheng took out the pills and swallowed 2 of them, and said to Little Gold, go find their lair. Black Egg's political steel stick was danced impervious to the wind, but the body of the gold-level equipment stick was getting more and more traumatized. Xiao Jin didn't hesitate. The shadow of the golden crow unfolded on his body. Flying above the hill, and not caring where the lair was, a super large fireball, like a meteor shower, smashed down heavily, steeply. The petals attacking Gu Changcheng stopped in their tracks and then it flew backward and the petals in the sky turned into a shield. Defend yourself against Jin's attacks. At the same time, an old voice came out from the mountains. You bunch of demons and bandits. You've come to snatch it several times. Do you really think I won't get angry? Chapter 105, The Second Hidden Quest. 2 heads of super standard monsters. This seems to have kicked the bucket. Master. Black Egg lovingly touched the steel rod that had punched out channels of chipping, and looked up at the sky filled with flames and petals of blood-red eyes were filled with shock. The flames released by Xiao Jin were actually blocked by the flower petals. Still with the shadow of the golden crow at full power, the whole hill, as if it had come to life. A tree root 10 feet long and beyond broke out from the ground, like a gnarled dragon that had broken free. Whistling winds raged. Invisible waves of air broke through the air. Around the petal shield, and wherever it passes. The blazing sun flames were blown away one after another, and even rolled backward to pounce on Little Gold. Danger! Gu Changcheng was shocked and hurriedly recalled Little Gold. Countless flying tree roots swooped into the air, covering the entire place where Little Gold had just been. The loud roar was like thunder rolling from the sky, shaking the 9 heavens. Woo hammer! What kind of overpowered monster is this? The Little Gold that had been recalled out was, but it understood the gap between and held its head proudly. Demon! Today you will have no return. Flying roots, bracing themselves against the ground, forcibly pulling themselves out of the hill, approaching Gu Changcheng at an extremely fast speed. Run! Gu Changcheng decisively retreats. Can't play. Completely unplayable. But after running a few dozen meters away and realizing that the mimic beasts weren't running, instead, he looked up at the monster, his mouth whimpering uncontrollably. Wait! Gu Changcheng stopped and said, why should we run? It's not like we did anything wrong. Master, it seems to have calmed down. The anthropomorphic beast meowed, ignoring the monster's massive size and prowess. Maybe the golden words worked. One of the monster's roots poked twice at the anthropomorphic beast, slowly crouching to the ground. Gu Changcheng saw the scene and let out a long breath. The edge of death slipped away again. At the moment, he wanted to hurry up and end it, get the 1000-year rejuvenation ginseng and run away. A wild copy is really not something one can do recklessly. You, not one of his men. The roots of the tree crossed over the mimic beast and reached straight for Gu Changcheng. A pair of white eyes protruded from the surface, followed by a nose and mouth. Gu Changcheng did not dare to come out of the atmosphere, but his pupils were low, and he breathed a sigh of relief and said, have you Ever been out of the copy? Yi Ruyan didn't let him touch this copy. Indeed, because the guardian beasts were too terrifying. But he was, at the moment, staring straight at the human face that had manifested itself on the roots of the tree. No, Shu Jian answered dryly. I see then. It seems that those robbers and bandits in your mouth have stolen a lot of your power. Xiao Jin also noticed at this time. Master, that escaped from under our eyes. You guys, follow me. The roots of the tree coiled and resumed their seat in the hill. The anthropomorphic beast barked twice at the 1 man and 3 pets, and first ran towards the hill. Xiao Jin carried Gu Changqing to follow him, slowly approaching, standing tall and, seeing the surroundings on the hill, he exclaimed, how could this be? The ground of the hill, where every tree root had been pulled out, crimson black water seeped from it, all the trees and plants that were stained by the black water, all withered and died. The life force was forcibly drained, until the roots of the tree returned to their original position, secreting from their surface a large quantity of milky fluid. It was only then that the black water receded. You are, that divine medicine. The hill resumed its calm, and the petals formed an archway underneath on their own. Jean, the little gold form switched to a night raven and landed on his shoulder. Gu Changqing stepped onto the arch bridge and walked towards the end of it step by step. There, in a peachy place, a woman in a pink shirt held the anthropomorphic beast in her arms, caressing the soft fur. Meow. Seeing its master arrive, the mimic beast had no intention of leaving. The colorful beast, Gu Changqing cursed with dissatisfaction, cupping his fists and saluting the woman. He said, thank you for being merciful, or else the latecomer would have accounted for this place. The woman turned, shapely and graceful. The only shame was that she couldn't see her face. It has told me all that you have come here for. Meow. Elder, the 1,000-year rejuvenation ginseng is of vital importance to the late generation. I also ask for your convenience. Bartering is fine. What can you give me? When the woman asked, Gu Changqing was confused. Yeah, for what? That thing? On you? Suddenly, the woman's tone changed. Even if he couldn't see her face, Gu Changqing knew that she didn't look good. You mean, that mass of lotus root powder? Lotus root? Gu Changqing nodded sincerely. My junior originally thought that it was also a powerful ferocious beast, but after contracting it, I realized that it was actually a lump of lotus root powder. Ordinary grade. Not up to par. How can it be lotus root powder when it was summoned from that altar? You're lying to me. Gu Changqing raised his hand and swore. If the latecomer has a single word to lie to you, he is willing to become the sustenance of this place. It's indeed root beer. Abyss are certified. Luckily, she didn't go deeper on the root beer. It's not impossible to want the returning sun ginseng, but you have to do one thing for me. Congratulations on triggering the only hidden quest. Save the world. Here comes another hidden mission. Go ahead. If I can do it, I will do my best. In the middle of the East Sea, there is a spring with a dragon spring pearl growing in it. Bring it back to me, and in addition to the returning sun ginseng, I will grant you a chance. It's the East China Sea again. What does abyss mean? A slap in the face and a sweet date? Okay, but the East China Sea is too dangerous. Can we? First, the word deposit didn't come out right. Cunning human race. The woman's hand lightly waved, and underneath the ground, a gold-colored ginseng broke through the earth and flew out into Gu Changqing's hands. 1,000-year reduced sun ginseng, divine consumable delicacy, mysterious efficacy, discover on your own. Gu Changqing's eyes went straight, and he hastily put it away in his backpack space. For the sake of the returning sun ginseng, I won't bother with you if you say I'm cunning. Alright, the purpose has been achieved. This little beast will stay with me for now. You go. With a wave of her vegetative hand, the petal bridge was built once again, borrowing the east wind. Gu Changqing headed towards the exit of the replica as if he were riding a slide. Just as he passed over the lake, the lake, which had calmed down, was once again flooded with waves. Beneath the clear water, Gu Changqing vaguely saw a black behemoth swimming past the. A tornado of water pillars rose out of thin air and swept toward Gu Changqing. Abyss you. Worry you. Hell of a copy. Having an overrun copy is already a violation. Toward the end, another head came out. Kogane's flames, for the first time, were so impotent. When he first faced the Beast King, he was not as helpless as he was now. Black water impact up, blazing sun flames as if encountered a nemesis. Dip on the extinction. Sinful animal, don't go wild. Just in the nick of time, the pink-shirt woman came riding the peach blossom, a calm slap towards the lake. At that moment, a monstrous palm formed by flower petals pressed hard into the lake. 2 curtains of light flashed before Gu Changqing's eyes. See the message above. His whole heart smoothed out. If I die at the hands of any of these monsters, it's not even wrong. Chapter 106, The Silver Moon, The Forbidden Sea. Supreme Pill, Peach Essence, Beast Emperor. Rank, Attributes. Skills, Introduction, a divine medicine of unknown origin. Don't mess with her if you're not doing anything. The Emperor of the Sea, the Dragon and the Beast. Rank, attributes, skills. Introduction, a Sea Lord of unknown origin. Don't mess with him. You guys are bull. You guys bully. You guys are thumbs. Can't mess with it, not at all. When the pink-shirt woman suppressed the Sea Emperor, Gu Changqing didn't hesitate and immediately left the copy. No way to play. The Beast Emperor has run out. Master, I want to upgrade. Just after coming out of the copy, Xiao Jin spoke furiously. Black Egg was also devastated. When he first faced the Beast King, he wasn't even this powerless. Just one grade difference. The gap is as insurmountable as a chasm in the sky. Gu Changqing gently stroked Little Gold's head and said, "It was master that I was careless, thinking that with my bloodline I could manage to suppress the horizontal push. It's bitter for you guys. Well, let's upgrade. Then we'll come back for revenge and exterminate them." With the 1,000-year rejuvenating ginseng in hand, Gu Changqing didn't make any stops and rushed to meet up with Yi Ruyan and the girls according to the location noted on the map. Along the way, Little Kim's flames didn't stop. From the town's fall until it approached the shores of the East Sea, the light of the blazing sun's flames spilled out all the way. The 3 beast pets, too, were all rare and serious. Black Egg's polished stick was broken in killing. What surprised Gu Changqing the most was Xiao Bai. Its charming eyes is completely a divine technique for attracting monsters, controlling ferocious beasts to gather and kill each other, and then it's up to Little Kim to finish it off. Gu Changqing joyfully lay on Little Gold's back, watching the experience bar surge, and sighed. There are only posh imperial beastmasters. There are no useless beast pets. It was getting late, and as he was about to reach the meeting place, Gu Changqing's level soared to level 15. With a 70% experience bonus, the speed of upgrading increased a lot, though there was still a gap with the speed of a normal imperial beastmaster. "Sis, I'm home." Gu Changqing leaped off Little Gold's back, and Yi Ruyan sniffed and hurriedly ran to follow him. "Brat, how dare you disobey me and learn to sneak away?" Gu Changqing giggled, letting his feeble fists fall on his chest, and in one smooth motion, he swept Yi Ruyan into his arms. Sobbing lowly, Gu Changqing smiled and said, "I'm fine, it didn't hurt at all. Ha, just about to eat and spill dog food, just in time to save food." Morong Qin rolled his eyes at him. "Grace will revenge." Gu Changqing watched as the other imperial beast masters were setting up camp, their numbers obviously much smaller. Ran into a ferocious beast? Uncle Tai was making a fire. His complexion darkened at the words. Bumped into a wolf pack. The leader is an elite-level ferocious beast. The level is too high. A dozen brothers are outside the city map. Menace lurks. The rest of them were more or less injured. After simply eating, Gu Changqing pulled Yi Ruyan aside. From the backpack space, he took out the 1,000-year-old sun returning ginseng like gold and handed it to Yi Ruyan. "Sister, I've got the 1,000-year sun returning ginseng. I just don't know how to use it. Eat it raw or refine it?" Yi Ruyan's pupils widened, her eyes full of incredulity. "Green. How? Did you get it?" Gu Changqing briefly described the process, focusing on highlighting the ferocity of several beast pets and weakening the power of the ferocious beasts. But Yi Ruyan noticed that the demeanor of several beast pets was not right, especially the drooping Black Egg. Knowing that Gu Changqing was being relieved, without poking or prodding, she stroked his cheek and said, "It's sis who's giving you trouble." "What's the trouble? Sister's matter is the biggest thing. Hurry up and use it. Let's see if it's as divine as the legend." "Yes." Yi Ruyan took out a dagger and gently chipped off a thin slice along the root area, along with a gray elixir. It was brought into his mouth. The medicinal properties of the 1,000-year reducing ginseng are overbearing, so when taking it, you should use the Een Void pill to work with it to neutralize the medicinal properties. It's been a minute since the pills went down. Yi Ruyan suddenly raised her head, and a murmured pained grunt came out of her mouth. The next moment, wisps of white smoke were secreted from the pores. Immediately afterward, black, fishy-smelling grease was expelled with the white gas. On Yi Ruyan's forehead, a mark of a 3-colored flower petal appeared. Under the nourishment of the 1,000-year-old sun returning ginseng, in the center of the petal, another petal extended out. The whole process lasted for a good 5 minutes before the effects of the medicine gradually subsided. "How's it going, sis?" Gu Changqing inquired hopefully. Yi Ruyan slowly opened her eyes, and in her pupils, the virtual image of what seemed like a white phoenix-like form of bird flashed by, worthy of being a 1,000-year wonder. "Just one piece of it repaired a tenth of my dark wounds." Yi Ruyan's body made Gu Changqing's long-lost aura once again glow. "That's good. That's good." Yi Ruyan's condition has become a heart disease. He kept thinking that if Yi Ruyan hadn't accompanied, but had returned to the Yi family, she may have gotten better a long time ago. And now, through his own hands, to accomplish the healing, the depression in his heart was completely opened. "Yikes, it's so dirty and smelly. I need a bath. You, help me with the wind." This place is very close to the shores of the East China Sea, and there is a small pond close by. Gu Changqing turned his back after checking that there were no ferocious beasts in the pond. Listening to the rustle of undressing, he was itching to turn his head and look up. Eventually reason overcame desire. Phew, so cozy. Yi Ruyan's perfect body was submerged in the water, leaving only her captivating face exposed on the surface. At that moment, just as the hazy moonlight shone down, a blurry body was faintly visible in the clear water. Sis, wash it, I'm afraid it's dangerous. Gu Changqing gulped furiously. The moonlight and pool water are one color, but not as beautiful as the beauty of a good person for a moment. Brat, I know you don't have anything good in mind. Want to, come down and wash it together. Gotta have it. Without thinking, Gu Changqing immediately began to unbutton the Tongtian flowing color robe. Halfway through, suddenly a half-man-tall golden beast pet that looked like a tiger, not a tiger, and a lion, not a lion, was swooping up from the water, pressing Gu Changqing to the ground. Tai, golden hair, don't hurt my master. Black Egg was murderous, holding a ferocious beast bone out in a gesture to strike. Black Egg, beast yourself. The golden-haired beast pet's head moved closer, sticking out its broad tongue as it kept licking Gu Changqing's cheeks. Roar, stop licking. Will I stop going down there? Little roar. Only when Yi Ruyan made a sound did the golden hair roar stop licking. The ass in a crouch, spitting his tongue and wagging his tail, living like a golden fleece that pleases its master. Gu Changqing got up and sighed softly. During this time of fighting, Yi Ruyan had already washed and put on her clothes. A wonderful bath for two is kind of a bust. The moon is up. Ah, come on, it's time. Gu Changqing was confused. You weren't listening carefully when Uncle Tai was talking. The silver moon spills over the river, and the Forbidden Sea water path appears. Chapter 107, In the Forbidden Sea. Can there be a divine needle? You're back? That was fast enough. Gazing at Gu Changqing's flushed face and the water stains that hadn't yet been wiped clean, Morong Chin had a look of a lad who couldn't make it, full of derision and flirtation. Is it going to open? Gu Changqing ignored the provocative eyes and looked at the vast ocean not far away, shrouded in night fog and water vapor. It will be some time before the gates of the Forbidden Sea will open when the moon climbs overhead. But, Uncle Tai paused, revealing a look of determination. The Forbidden Sea is open. If we can get in, then the ferocious beasts can get out. Is it strong? Uncle Tai shook his head. That depends on the length of time the Forbidden Sea doorway has been open. Last time, it was only open for half a finger, and the ones that ran out from inside were sea cockroaches. Even though they were mid-level 30 ferocious beasts, their numbers were not normal. Whoa, is there a lot of it? Gu Changqing smiled with a wide brow and didn't look nervous at all. It's really what's missing. The thing he wasn't afraid of the most was the lower middle-level ferocious beasts that showed up in large numbers. At this time, Yi Ruyan roared over on her golden hair. After being cured by the 1,000-year reducing ginseng, her complexion was even more rosy and delicate. The silver-white moonlight was not visible, still reflecting a faint light. TSK, 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 it's really different. After being moisturized, MS, Yi is even more bright and beautiful. Yi Ruyan smiled and nodded. I only heard about it before. After all, I haven't really seen it. Only after eating it did I realize that it is several times stronger than the legendary effects. Morong Chin was dumbfounded by Yi Ruyan's honest answer. Her eyes lingered on Gu Changqing, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, Mr. Yi, you have eaten? Yeah, ate it. It tastes fine, except for being a bit astringent. You just gave it away with your mouth? Yi Ruyan was puzzled. Of course it's with your mouth. Shao Qin, what's wrong with you? Your face is red. Are you uncomfortable? No, I was just curious what was so attractive about him that you. Yi Ruyan smiled warmly. It should be. Get what you want. Gu Changqing listened to the conversation between the two people who were not on the same channel and were driving super fast, and couldn't help but helplessly hold his forehead. This train, it's not going to kindergarten. Yi Ruyan reacted as an afterthought, flicking her fingers to pinch a bit of Gu Changqing's skin and gently twisting it around, grimacing in pain. Brat, what unhealthy things have you been saying to people's little girls while I was gone? Gu Changqing cried out in injustice, and was rewarded with more flickering fingerprints as well as fluttering fists. The time of fun and relaxation went by quickly. It wasn't until Uncle Tai gave a shout that the crowd quickly assembled. The silver moon rose overhead, spilling pale white moonlight onto the calm, hazy sea. Suddenly, a strong sea breeze blew in from the sea, and water vapor rushed up to the shore like an avalanche. The surrounding area was white and the strong smell of the sea stimulated the urge to vomit. Family guards, stand by. Uncle Tai let out a loud shout, and the only remaining 10 or so Morong family imperial beast masters summoned their beast pets. The three Gu Changqing people were surrounded in a circle and protected. This is the soul transitioning sea smoke, and some of the ferocious beasts in the sea will come ashore with this smoke. Jean, Gu Chongqing shouted. Little Gold immediately left his shoulder, and the blazing flames transformed into a circle before spreading out in all directions. Trans-soul sea smoke, at best, is formed from water vapor interspersed with other things. The main body is still water. Under the blazing flames of the sun, they all turned into prototypes and evaporated without a drop left. Yi Ruyan saw Xiao Jin's power up close for the first time. Although it was seen in the light screen during the national exam, the shock of being there is still mind-blowing and exciting. This, Uncle Tai and the others were also incredulous. They knew that the family head had chosen an exceptionally talented young man, or the number one in Jinhai City and even in the country. At first it was just to think of him as the strongest of the freshmen. I didn't expect it to be as strong as this. Coming, the smoke from the Sea of Soul transition dissipated, and there were still a few ferocious beasts in the sea that docked. Uncle Tai and the rest of the family guards were just about to make their move. A dark shadow was seen rushing forward carrying a white object like lightning. Each swing of the white thing seemed to give birth to a residual shadow that disappeared without dispersing, until 3 or 2 of the ferocious beasts of the sea were surrounded by the remnants of the, and then all the remnants of the shadow united. Sand and seawater tumbled like a grenade exploding. In the spilled water and sand, the dark figure returned carrying something white. In the other hand, he was dragging the body of a 3-meter-long fish with a knocked-out head. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast rodent fish. Experience plus 600. Extra experience plus 420. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast Sea King Buster. Experience plus 700. Additional experience plus 490. 10,000 battles in 4 directions trigger. Your beast pet Heavenly Fate Monkey's 4-dimensional attributes plus 1. Not bad, not bad. It's just a little underrated. Black Egg shook off the blood on his bone stick and spat. Too weak to be killed. On the way to the rendezvous, Black Egg had already stacked the passive of 10,000 battles of the 4 directions to 100 times. The full attribute of 251 made low-level intermediate ferocious beasts into ants. Us, just to lead the way? Uncle Tai was stunned. Natch, it's just that one beast pet is perverted. Surprisingly, there are 2 of them. It was important to know that the ferocious beasts on the shores of the East Sea were blessed with certain attributes of the waters. Close to the coast, the true battle power can approach that of a high-level ferocious beast. Still got seconds. Show up. Morong Chin pointed his hand to the sea. Only the sea began to boil, like boiling water. The silver-white moonlight support illuminated a smaller and smaller area of the. It eventually turned into a beam more than 2 meters wide and shot straight to the bottom of the sea. A red and blue replica of a light gate, rising slowly from the sea. Squeak! There was a teeth-gnashing sound of a door opening, and the door of light peeled back a gaping hole that, woo-woo, strange sounds purged from it, like the roar of a deep-sea beast. Kim, Black Egg, level 5 fire control transformed into fire armor and fire shield over his body. Gu Chongqing habitually told the men to be careful and cautious. Instead, he met the replica light door. The 2 doors opened very slowly and, Gu Chongqing walked forward and stroked the light door with his right hand. Special copy, Forbidden Sea. Difficulty, Hell Dash? Copy reward. Rewards will be issued according to the progress of exploration. Copy introduction. Above the East China Sea, there was once a fairy mountain and fairy palace, filled with divine animals and divine treasures. For unknown reasons, the mountain collapsed and the palace sank. Only those divine beasts and divine treasures are still guarding the ruins, looking forward to the reconstruction of their homes. Warning, special type of copy. The rules of the abyss will be uncontrollable. Hell and above difficulty. No wonder the early rewards are self-requiring. But Gu Chongqing still had no choice but to enter. Even if it's not to find Lord Morong. Find that sacred needle for Black Egg. 2. Just as he was about to activate the copy. Abruptly, in the gradually opening doorway, the countless red dots lit up densely. Chapter 108, Forbidden Sea Ruins. Divine Needle Clue. Retreat. The sea cockroach is coming out. Watch out. It's. Uncle Tai's warning reminder had not yet finished. The monstrous flames transformed into a fire dragon and poured in according to the open doorway. Before the sea cockroaches could rush out, they were engulfed in a sea of fire. The fiery waves of fire, along with the seawater, instantly vaporized. The rank badge on Gu Chongqing's chest, with its colored light shining, changed from 15 to 16. Congratulations on killing the mid-level beast sea cockroach. Experience plus 500. Additional experience plus 350. This mouthful of fire engulfed at least nearly 2,000 sea cockroaches. Gu Chongqing's empty experience bar, which had just finished upgrading, was instantly full and empty again. Your level rises 1 level. Unlimited gold words, please draw gold words. Gu Chongqing ignored the abyssal prompts and continued to increase the output of flames into the doorway. He took a look at the 7-digit experience bar and shuddered. There's no saying, just do it. Black Egg is responsible for knocking on the back. Those sea cockroaches that escaped from the flames with 9 deaths all perished under the bone rods. Experience continues to grow. After nearly 5 minutes of killing, it was still only increasing. How much is in here? Really? It's not like you've stabbed a cockroach nest. The group of Morong family guards in the back were staring blankly at Gu Chongqing, who was collecting juice from the fire. How much damage does this have to do to keep a sea cockroach from walking through a wall of fire? Legendary beast pet? How can I not believe it so much? You're telling me a legendary beast pet can do it? Believe it or not, I don't. I guess I'm so tired today that I'm dreaming about being on a mission. Not just on a mission, but on a team with a pervert. When I wake up, I must get his autograph. Yi Ruyan's beautiful eyes were round, and there were no words to describe the shock at this moment. Green. Mr. Yi, it's all appetizers. This bastard, he's even stronger than he was during the national exam. It's just that after brushing the sea cockroach for so long, how come it's only risen 1 level? Perhaps, the secret of his power stems from this. Too much experience was given to the beast pet. Listening to the lame excuse Yi Ruyan found, Morong Qin laughed. Is that really so? Another 10 minutes passed, and Gu Chongqing's rank, finally, lit up again. Meanwhile, the doorway had opened halfway. The rise in the experience bar also slowed down. It seems to be at the limit. Gu Chongqing knocked out 2 mouthfuls of medicine and signaled Xiao Jin to slow down his attack. The black egg bathing fire guarded the doorway, looked inward twice, and said, Master, the red dots are gone. Gu Chongqing turned his head to look at Uncle Tai. What comes after the sea cockroaches? Uncle Tai let out an It seems there are no more. The ones I encountered before were all other types of ferocious beasts mixed in. Why don't you wait a little longer? No more waiting. Let's go straight in. Gu Chongqing once again touched the copy-like door, prompting him to enter or not. This time, there's no grouping involved. Special copy scenes that are on public maps. I'll go in first. You guys come back in 5 minutes. After saying that, Gu Chongqing walked into the open doorway. Be careful. Beyond the doorway was a long, narrow corridor stacked with blue crystals. On both sides of the promenade, at intervals, a domineering dragon statue carved and embedded in the walls. Vividly, it was as if the next second it was going to break through the stone wall to reveal its true form. Black Egg walked at the front end, knocking on the dragon's body from time to time with a bone stick, and skimmed. Inside the Forbidden Sea, it won't be these mudskippers that end up knocking, will it? And in the backpack space, a voice came out from the beast pet card contracted to Lotus Root Pink. Such familiar ferocious beasts. Just looking at them gives me the idea of wanting to slaughter them all. Black Egg heard it and came to attention. Oh, you're a tiny lump of lotus root powder, and you have this idea too. That's good. Let's come back when Master has contracted you. Little black monkey, why the more I look at you the better you look. Speaks to my heart. Listening to the exchange between Black Egg and Lotus Root, Gu Chongqing kicked him in the ass and said, lead the way properly. Don't make up something useless. Okay, brothers, when we go out to talk in detail, okay? Go ahead and get busy. Gu Chongqing laughed in anger. The 2 big backstabbers conspired to slaughter the dragons. Come on, even if it's a different world. Are all the legacies hidden in the bones so hard? Little Gold stood on his shoulders and hummed disdainfully. 2 worthless ones. One day, I'll up that sun in the sky. Kim Carries and Gauntlet Grey came along for the ride. The sun. You're trying to replace it. Gu Chongqing only felt a headache. As the higher the grade of advancement, the money hidden in Gold Word's pride is also activated. There's a bright light up ahead. This corridor also comes to an end. Black Egg, carrying the bone rod, dashed into the light with a single leap, followed by, Master help me. Gu Chongqing was alarmed, and several lines of fire from the fire control technique were extended, pulling the Black Egg in. Mud, almost got dropped. Walking to the end, Gu Chongqing looked down. This promenade, built 1,000 meters above the seafloor. There's an endless underwater world down there. A deep, bottomless gully lay sprawled below, like a sinuous dragon. At this time, Yi Ruyan and the others also rushed over. That deep? How do you get down? Jean, it's up to you. Yes, Xiao Jin appeared in his true form as a true fire sparrow, and the blazing sun flames transformed into a large platform, a chain of fire that extended from its neck to Gu Chongqing's wrist. Go! Gu Chongqing was the first to jump on, with Yi Ruyan following closely behind. When everyone was up there, little Kim let out a cry and, pulling them toward the underwater world below, platform. All of the people in the Mullen couldn't help but caress the parapet formed by the flames. Nima, this dream is getting more and more unreal. I stood in the flames and wasn't hurt in the slightest. Don't you dare believe it. Yeah, must be dreaming. Each and every one of them has a little something to offer. Uncle Tai let out a bellow, and with a blank face, he said to one of them, have you brought your cell phone yet? Take a picture for me. Morong Qin smiled helplessly and bitterly. Indeed, Such a sight, such a treatment, is feared only once in a lifetime. Descending slowly, not long after, a large, dilapidated palace appeared in front of the eyes. Forbidden Sea. This is the outskirts of the Forbidden Sea. This is where City Lord Morong and his brothers were trapped. Kogain stopped and landed on the outside of the huge palace gateway. Uncle Tai came down in excitement, stroking the knife marks left on a fallen pillar with tearful eyes. City Lord, my old Tai is back. Gu Changqing cast doubt on Morong Qin. Uncle Tai was part of that team at the time, and before the Forbidden Sea closed, Lord Morong City and his brothers sent him out. Gu Changqing nodded. No wonder he was able to accurately find the entrance and exit of the Forbidden Sea outside the Misty City. There are signs of a fight here. There's one over here too, and the bones of a sea-type ferocious beast. The guards spread out and searched, quickly finding information. According to the traces, the direction in which Morong City Lord and his party disappeared, right in the middle of the palace. At that moment, Black Egg's nose arched and he pointed in a direction. Master, the odor emanating from there is familiar. Gu Changqing was delighted at his words. Is it so easy to find exclusive equipment? Chapter 109. Are you provoking me? A stick in the fixed sea. In Gu Changqing's world, there was nothing like this exclusive equipment. He immediately asked Black Egg to lead the way in front, and the team and their group walked into the vast underwater palace. Here, it seems to have been through unimaginably tragic battles. I haven't noticed anything from the top-down view. As soon as I walked into the palace examining room's crumbling door, I felt like I had walked into the land of giants. There's giant sea beast carcasses all over the place, jade glaze all over the place, broken into small pieces, also like a small mountain. The only thing that remains standing is a 100-foot-long stone pillar. It is a sign of the place's once glorious past, but along the way, there were more and more corpses and bones, but there was no trace of Morong City Lord and the others. Suddenly, an angry roaring growl came from the direction of the divine soldier that Black Egg had sensed Immediately after that, a brilliant skill luster exploded. Someone, Uncle Tai said excitedly, should it be Lord City Lord? Morong Qin also could not hide his joy, and defiantly ran in that direction. Jean follow. Troubled woman. A special scenario map means it's not a replica like a copy. If they can come, so can others. Blind impulse without knowing if it's friend or foe can get you killed. Yi Ruyan snorted. What? Isn't it a headache? Green. That's the same mood you felt when you let them be steady while you charged alone. Gu Changqing was helpless. He was the first to rush ahead, ignoring the team, and that's because there was capital. But the trip to the worldwide world had taught him a lot. The same order can be blindly impulsive. Crossing the ladder. When it's time to tuck your tail in, you tuck your tail in. Yo, someone from Zhenhai City. When Gu Changqing and the others caught up with Morong Qin, they were seeing her standing lost. Opposite her, there were nearly 100 or so Imperial Beastmasters. The robes were of the same make, and on the chest, there was a green dragon emblem. Someone from the Green Dragon Academy? Gu Changqing was also stunned, not expecting to run into a student from one of the 4 elephant academies in the Forbidden Sea. Gu Changqing. Suddenly, a shout filled with anger rang out from the group of over 100 people. Gu Changqing heard the voice and looked at the rather handsome appearance of the person who shouted, as if he had seen it somewhere. Dare I ask, and you are? When the man heard this, he became even more furious. Are you humiliating me? Humiliated? Gu Changqing was confused. I don't even remember you. So what's the point of humiliation? Damn it! The man became even more angry, only to see a circle of greenish-colored light cleansing out in all directions. Behind him, a green-colored scaly dragon with wings on its back appeared and, opening his bloody mouth, he roared and demonstrated towards Gu Changqing, venting his dissatisfaction. Black Egg's bone stick carried his shoulder and said, Yo, isn't this the long-haired worm? One of that 4-sided pseudo-sacred beast? It was only when Black Egg reminded him that Gu Changqing remembered. He was the one who listed the green dragon position in that great battle of the escape war. So what's your name again, please? You went too far. I, Lu Ziyi, will not fail to take this revenge. Gu Changqing hurriedly said, Yes, fellow Lu Ziyi, my brain was broken by you guys in the last big battle, and I keep forgetting things. Don't be offended. Don't be offended. You've already entered the Green Dragon Academy. Congratulations. Congratulations. Student Lu has a great future ahead of him. Knowing full well that they are no match, and that they have been given a leg up, Lu Ziyi smoothly stepped down and grunted. Why are you here? Gu Changqing smiled and said, That's something I was about to ask Mr. Lu as well. Why did you guys come to the Forbidden Sea as well? The first test for enrollment in the Green Dragon Academy is to cultivate in the Forbidden Land. Only, something went wrong and suddenly there was an extra teleportation portal. After we mistakenly entered, we came here. After Lu Ziyi finished her explanation, she suddenly said, Wait a minute. Where is this place? The Forbidden Sea. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Ziyi exclaimed in shock, while the other students couldn't help but mingle after hearing this place. Quiet, all of you. At this moment, a few seniors who were a bit older than them came out of the Green Dragon Academy's team, and the leader, with his oppressive aura, the rank insignia on his chest, marked with the number 49, a spirit grade royal beast master, and still about to reach his limit, expected to break through level 50 and enter the ranks of the king grade. Lu Senior, Jiang Senior, Lu Ziyi, who was called Heaven's Pride, was also respectful after seeing this person. Gu Changqing swept a glance. Other than that senior Lu, everyone else was also at the spirit level, probably between 45 to 48. It is not uncommon to have such a rank title at such a young age, because in order to upgrade, you have to synchronize the beast pet and yourself. When a single is strong, there are weaknesses, except, of course, for Kryptonite and Kryptonite. Kryptonite players like Gu Changqing basically ignored everything. Yui, recognize? Senior Lu asked flatly, and when he saw Yi Ruyan behind Gu Changqing, his pupils brightened. Who did I think it was? But it turns out to be sister-in-law Ruyan. Ha, my cousin said that he went to Jinhai City to pick you up. Why don't I see him? And how did you come here? Gu Changqing frowned lightly. Ha, it was really a narrow road. The next place that could kill you at any moment and still run into a love interest. Lu Shang, don't call me sister-in-law. Your cousin and I are just ordinary friends. A joking remark from the old generation. Don't take it seriously. Lu Shang froze, and only then did he notice Gu Changqing next to him. Lu Ziyi said in its place. Senior Lu, he's the one I mentioned to you, that peerless candidate from Jinhai City. Well, Gu Changqing, right. Lu Shang obviously knew something. Jinhai City's Wushuang, the abyss won't easily bestow a word title. It seems that there is indeed a strength that overpowers, or even crushes, his peers. The tall clothes can't even cover the tendon meat of Senior Jiang. A tiger face set out horizontal strength. Coldly grunted, legendary level beast pet. If not relying on a certain means, how could it break the four families of Doll's joint strike? By chance, I, Jiang Yu, would also like to get a lesson. Is your legendary beast pet strong? Or is my legendary beast pet horizontal? Legendary beast pets, 1 in a million, or even 1 in 100,000. And yet it is not a lone product. The Four Elephants Academy, which enlisted all the geniuses and prides of the Xinhua Kingdom. It was not uncommon to have legendary beast pets. Gu Changqing looked at the warlike, maliciously bearish Luan Jiang and waved his hand. Sorry, I'm on a mission and don't have that much time to cut loose. Jiang Yu said disdainfully. This place, only legendary beast pets can enter. They are dipping into your light. This battle cannot be avoided. I'm eager to see what makes you peerless. Yi Ruyan pointed at Lu Shang and drank. Lu Shang, what do you want? Lu Shang spread his hands. Sister Ruyan, you have wronged me. It was Jiang Yu who wanted to ask for advice from candidate Wushuang. It wasn't me who instructed him. He's changed his title from sister-in-law to sis. The eyes were also somber. I am also very curious to know if the man who could make you leave my cousin behind is really that divine. Chapter 110, Legend? It's a legend that you're slaughtering. How your cousin and I are doing. There is no need for you to dictate and judge. Evergreen, let's ignore him. It's important to find Morong Chang first. Yi Ruyan tugged Gu Changqing and headed in the opposite direction. Gu Changqing allowed her to pull, and after the group had shifted to look for directions, Lu Shang looked at Gu Changqing's back as he left and grunted. What a bull asterisk 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 peerless candidate. Walking away from a load of great luck. Yi Ruyan, at least she's a daughter of a prestigious family. What a poor choice of person. It's a good thing I'm not with my cousin. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'd be dragged to death by the vase. With these words, his voice raised in volume, as if he was afraid that Yi Ruyan couldn't hear him. Yi Ruyan ignored it. Suddenly, her hand was empty and, when he looked back, Gu Changqing had already walked back with a smile on his face, coming in front of Lu Shang, Jiang Yu, and the other people from the Green Dragon Academy. He said with a leathery smile, my ears aren't very good. What did you just say? Lu Xiao just said waste with waste bottle. Perfect match. You, hear me clearly. Jiang Yu's pair of large hands unceremoniously grabbed at Gu Changqing. At the same time, the mouth is even more out of place, but halfway through his words, a blinding golden color lit up abruptly before his eyes. The majestic and fiery breath, like a wave, crashed heavily on his chest. In the next second, the entire person was like a discharged cannonball, shooting into a nearby jade stone. Boom! Smoke and dust rose, and jade with excellent hardness was scattered all over the ground. On Gu Changqing's fist, the golden flames transformed into the shadow of a divine bird and slowly dissipated. Waving his hand to disperse, he clapped his hands and shook his head. For Elephant's Academy, mouth kung fu is indeed first class. The rest of it, a big disappointment. His words caused the stunned 100 or so students of the Green Dragon Academy to riot in an instant. Jinhai City's dogs, what's a sneak attack? Are all the people in small places so uneducated? Toad who hasn't seen how big the sky is. Let the little master educate you. Is a legendary beast pet amazing? In our Green Dragon Academy, it's nothing great. Mud don't even move. Let me do it. One word provokes anger. Instead, it was Lu Ziyi, who pulled back the students who were about to make a move and urged to stay sensible. Those who don't understand can spread rumors and discredit facts with impunity. Being one of the parties involved, he, or even someone else, after being sent out of the escape copy by Gu Changqing, the first words spoken were all that this debt would be personally recovered. They knew exactly how strong Gu Changqing was. A trickster? There is no advantage in their hands, let alone a solid win. Gu Changqing looked at Lu Ziyi with some surprise, intent on quelling the anger of both sides. Xiao Yi, as the freshman representative of the Green Dragon Academy, are you deliberately harboring him? A woman with a green flowing dress and an imperial face hooked her hand toward Lu Ziyi. Before and after the latter coyly went up, a pair of good-looking hands cupped his face, and the glutinous tone was laced with chills. Sister Knowles, pop. A crisp slap was thrown in his face, and the woman named Jiyin said indifferently, the Lu family has never produced such a disgraceful achievement as yours. If it wasn't for your mentor trying his best to convince your father, you wouldn't be qualified to enter the Green Dragon at all. A spirit-level Royal Beast Master, losing miserably to an intermediate-level Royal Beast Master. It seems that the shame you have created will have to be wiped out by my own hands. Lu Ziyi bowed her head in shame and cast a loving look at Gu Changqing. Just then, a burst of violent fluctuations swirled in the jade ruins, and the brutal force spread, disintegrating the jade into grains as much as possible. Jiang Yu's top ruptured, revealing a gnarled muscle mass. Well, the power of this punch is like that. Lu Xiyin, he's my prey. Savage Jiang, I don't want to repeat my words a second time. Seeing the two bearing it, Lu Sheng stroked the bangs in front of his forehead and said, Jiyin, Jiang Yu, people are peerless candidates. Such a portion, not one in 100 years. Moreover, it's also a heavenly authorized legendary imperial beast master. Don't just look at the rank. Perhaps his battle power is the sum of the two of you combined. So tell me, what to do? The corner of Lu Sheng's mouth hooked up in a grim smile. To treat such a heavenly talent, you two should go together. This is the greatest respect for candidate Wuxuan to test his true battle power. Lu Jiyin and Jiang Yu looked at each other and understood what Lu Sheng meant. Immediately, the two of them cupped their fists toward Gu Changqing and said, Jiang Yu of the Green Dragon Academy, here to ask Wuxuan for advice. Qinglong Academy Lu Jiyin, recover the shame of being broken at your hands from Wuxuan. After the pre-dating rituals, only two roars were heard, and, behind Lu Jiyin and Jiang Yu, a red and a blue dragon, two augurs, danced and took off from the summoning formation. It was different from Lu Ziyi's green-colored augur. These two dragons, having evolved to shed their fleshy wings and the ends of their heads, sprouted fleshy buns. Underneath the narrow body of the dragon, the two claws were impenetrable and incomparably sharp. Legendary beast pet. Both are dragon-type legendary beast pets. A true transcendent evolutionary route, figuring out the realm of the transformed dragon. Lu Sheng, want to bully the few with the many? A golden male lion and tiger phase beast pet stepped in a seismic vibrating pace and marched to the front of Gu Changqing. Golden Hair Roar's pair of pupils coalesced with golden intent looked straight at the two dragons circling in the air, opening their bloody mouths and letting out a shocking roar. Golden Hair Roar, Lu Sheng and the others, now appeared gloomy. Lu Jiyin gazed at the tall golden-furred roar and said, this is the proud daughter of heaven who had overwhelmed countless prideful people of her generation in Jinling back then, and who had been personally recruited and rejected by the head of the Qilin Academy. I thought the person was wasted, but it seems like today's surprises are getting more and more frequent. A fragment of armor of unknown material, little by little, fit and wrapped around Yi Ruyan's exquisite body. The moment the battle helmet was put on, Golden Hair Roar once again whistled towards the sky. Excitement. That's exciting. As if imprisoned for an unknown number of years, it finally reappeared. Jin Lin, Yi Ruyan called out in a low voice and, a flash of golden intent appeared in the mouth of the golden-haired Roar, before falling into her hand. It was a golden godly spear about 3 meters long, and as soon as it entered the hands of, a surging red sheen swooshes out. Legend. Another legendary grade weaponry. For a while, even the students of the Green Dragon Academy were all stupefied. It wasn't true that they had seen legends, and it wasn't true that more than one person from the Green Dragon Academy possessed a legend. 3 could appear at once at the same time, no less than a competition held within the academy. Golden Hair Roar, Golden Lin Armor, Golden Lin Gun. Lu Sheng's gaze was constantly glowing, and he was also attracted by Yi Ruyan at this moment. Sister Ruyan, with your injuries, You don't need me to explicitly say the result after helping him this time. The golden Lin gun pointed horizontally. Yi Ruyan only felt that she had found the self of that year. And drank. If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. Lu Shang's face was fierce. Since Sister Ruyan's mind is made up, I'll have to apologize. Ugh, how come you don't listen when you say so? Do you have to force me to spank you in public? Bang! Through the armor, Gu Changqing's palm still slapped on her buttocks. Yi Ruyan's face suddenly blushed, watching quietly. Since it's a friend's bare child, teaching a lesson is just the thing to do. Right drop, right drop. Master Black has been coveting those two dragons for a long time. Master Black raised his head and roared towards Golden Hair. Big tall man, take the main mother away for protection. Master Black, it's time to go on a rampage and slay the dragon. The Yi family has been robbed. Dragon Slayer? Golden Roar looked at Black Egg, who was not yet as tall as his legs and hair, and blinked his lantern-like eyes and then it took 2 steps backward, in recognition of its big words. Green, I'm not backing down. If before Yi Ruyan was the gentle noblewoman who ran the household, every move moved the entire household. Now, clad in golden armor and valiant, the sharpness of that sharpness was as unstoppable as that golden lance. But, Gu Changqing has hidden concerns. The 1,000 years of yang reduction ginseng medicinal properties overbearing, can only be taken little by little, to regulate the body's dark injuries. No harm done, I'll be careful. Yi Ruyan held Gu Changqing's hand and softly said, aren't we going to break through together? Want to leave me behind? Why? There's no point in putting the risk here. It's not worth it. I'm going to take my time getting used to it and finding my form. 2. Besides, I'm not willing to let you face it alone again. I can only hide behind and worry. The words had been said to this point. What else could Gu Changqing say? Good. Then today is the first battle for our handsome and pretty duo to make a name for themselves. Well, your sister is no vase. Gu Changqing lovingly tapped her agitated nose. The one who said you're a vase. Give him a vase in a while. Lu Shang and the others gritted their teeth as they watched the two of them spreading dog food unscrupulously and as if no one else was around. Especially Lu Shang. The flame of jealousy in the depths of his eye sockets burned out of control. What a big mouth. I'd like to see how you beat me into a vase. Lu Jian droned, and the blue dragon let out a dragon whistle, its body surging with eye-catching light. A bucket-thick pillar of ice was like a raging wind and rain, covering Gu Changqing and the others in no time at all. The coldness that pierced through the bones, along with the open space outside the battlefield, began to rapidly freeze. Asterisk. School sister Lu is getting real. Ice cold 1,000 miles. It's ice cold 1,000 miles. I was fortunate enough to have seen Sister Lu's valor of this move in the competition. Even those old seniors who have been famous for many years have all lost to this move. That guy who doesn't know the sky is going to become an ice sculpture. School sister Lu killed the provocative peerless candidate with a single move. Little roar. Yi Ruyan's long spear swept horizontally, and a splash of golden aftermath spread out. Golden Hair Roar was just about to move his skill when Gu Changqing stopped him. I'll do it. The little gold on his shoulder was surrounded by blazing flames blazing. Gu Changqing's level 5 fire control art drew on it with all his might. Thousands of threads of fire lingered and swirled around it. Suddenly a loud and clear phoenix cry was heard, only to see Little Gold's true form of the true fire sparrow slowly condense and take shape. Gather! Gu Changqing shouted. The true sparrow's body of fire wraps around his entire right arm. Gu Changqing slowly handed his fist out, aiming, precisely, at the blue dragon in the air. Ha, is he playing Tai Chi? Candidate Wu Shuang. Just this? With that little bit of flame, you want to melt cold ice at near absolute zero? Sure enough, people from small towns just don't have any insight. I also don't know how the Abyss judges. It should be based on battle records. How much battle power can a hillbilly have? Hold out for gold to sweep. Lu Xiyin looked at that slow little fist shadow. In the covering of cold ice thousands of miles, it was like a fire candle that could be blown out at any time. There is also a grade gap between a legendary beast pet and a legendary beast pet. Thinking that just because you've got a legendary you can strut your stuff and take nothing for granted. Candidate Wu Shuang, pay the price in blood for your arrogance. The blue dragon whistled again, and the waters above the undersea ruins, separated by a special space. It seemed to be inspired by some kind of power. It actually began to surging and rushing to penetrate the isolation of space, the ocean into the sea like, diffuse. He who touches the dragon's scales, dies. In the middle of the ocean, countless dragon-shaped water pillars transformed from water rushed out, carrying obliterating killing opportunities that 10,000 dragons and down. Gu Changqing's pupils were also filled with killing intent. This group of higher students from the Green Dragon Academy had been running to kill him for the purpose since the beginning. Though it is a request for advice, it can be a deadly move. You seek death? Then don't blame me. The blazing flames of the blazing sun flourished, and the fist print that was struck was as steep as a cracked egg. the outer layer of that shell of flame breaks open. A divinely handsome golden crow divine bird slowly opened its eyes. As Gu Changqing and Lu Jian exchanged blows, Zhang Yu, who couldn't be bothered, also wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Black Egg. With a teasing face, Zhang Yu was in a playful position, engaging in a physical battle with Black Egg. The two legendary level beast pets of the green dragon possessed surrounded Gu Changqing. Lu Shang watched with interest and said to Yi Ruyan, "Sister Ruyan, do you think that under a few moves, this person in your affections will be killed?" Lu Shang, you still completely inherited the fine tradition of Lu Jia Aoa. No one has taught you the saying that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky? Lu Shang grunted. The one who hasn't learned is you, right? Do you really think that my Lu family only has one auxiliary type of town beast pet? Sister Ruyan, turn back. I think that cousin won't mind how many detours you took after being coaxed. Humph. The thing I'm most displeased with is your kind of posturing. Are you going to make a move? If you don't make a move, I'm going to do it. Lu Shang saw Yi Ruyan's stubbornness. Fine. Then don't blame me for destroying the flowers with a hot hand. Lu Shang's index finger points. A powerful golden beam of light headed straight for Yi Ruyan. Yi Ruyan was startled, and the golden Lin gun swung to fend it off. The moment the golden beam of light touched the golden Lin gun, Yi Ruyan, as well as the golden hair roar, both had their bodies shaken. The feeling was one of affinity for the same bloodline. This, sharp gold chi. Looking at Yi Ruyan frozen from shock, Lu Shang laughed insanely. How about that? It's not bad. Do you think that with a paper marriage contract alone, you can make my Lu family treat your family's Shen clan beast pet for free without compensation? Naive. You're too naive. And the Yi family is even more of a joke. Since you've seen the sharp gold chi, you see it too. Golden radiance filled the air, and in the next moment, a golden-haired roar, which was even more majestic and powerful than the little roar, with strong spiritual power, stood in front of Lu Shang. After this golden hair roar appeared, the loud and clear beast roar echoed in the underwater world. It felt like the thrill of a bastard son coming back for revenge after having the power to fight his first son. Lu family, you deserve to die. Yi Ruyan was furious. She never expected that the Lu family would use the name of treatment and use despicable means to take the Yi family's beast pet bloodline. Moreover, it was still in a situation where the Jin clan's beast pet hadn't realized it. With your tattered body, how much of the golden hair roar can you utilize? I forgot to tell you, my golden hair roar was bred through a special secret method. It is, somehow, stronger than yours. Just when Lu Shang had everything in his hands, everything was just a palm away. Suddenly, he felt hot, extremely hot, looking up into the air at the battlefield, confident eyes, steeped in confusion. What is that? How can there be a sun in an underwater world? Chapter 112, you're good, but you're going to die. Sun Dragon Divine Fist, you to death. At level 5 fire control, the energy drawn from the source, Ko-Gain, is already 30% of its normal form. In other words, with a full force strike, Gu Changqing's damage, which had a spiritual attribute bonus of more than 700 points. This punch was a reappearance of the shadow of the Golden Crow, although it couldn't be as magnificent as Xiao Jin's exertion. But in the underwater world where no sunlight is seen, that round of fist prints is the same as the sun seen in reality. I'm sure there's some skill, but it's not enough. Lu Jian curbed her underestimation and summoned her beast pet once again. A delicate woman whose entire body was shrouded in ice and snow appeared in surplus, only that she had no feet, but a blue fish tail. King-grade beast pet Cold River Fish Girl. Asterisk 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 it's so cold. Whoever has a fire-type beast pet, hurry up and summon it for heating. Blue Dragon's Absolute Zero, plus Cold River Fish Girl's Wind and Water. Is School Sister Lu trying to turn us all into ice sculptures? How about a peerless candidate? So what if it's a legendary beast pet? In front of absolute strength, they are still ants. Go School Sister Lu. School Sister Lu is invincible. As soon as the Cold River Fish Girl appeared, the cold that had begun to be melted by the heat was instantly lowered several times again. The 10,000 dragons vaporized by the Golden Crow Fist Seal, accompanied by the double increase of wind and water, swept away once again. This time, the power was even stronger, and the blazing heat of the Golden Crow Fist Seal was suppressed raw. Die for me. Combination skill Frozen Miles. A glistening blue staff was in the hands of the Cold River Fishwoman of the. At the top of the staff, a chili gem was set. Meanwhile, the blue dragon whistles to town wild, and the 10,000 dragons as well as the icicles are pushed by the wind and water. Fusing together, it turned into a magnificent three-clawed divine dragon that was about dozens of feet long and whose body was already seen in green color. The wind comes. Come on rain. A tornado formed around the three-clawed divine dragon's massive body, drawing in the water of the ocean. Like a tornado water column through the sky, the wild hunting and piercing wind suddenly rises, and wherever it passes, the ground instantly knots a thick layer of ice. The onlookers on both sides fought to huddle against the heels of their fire beast pet companions, hugging them to keep warm against the arriving icy cold. Die! Lu Jian's killing machine collapsed. Immediately, the three-clawed divine dragon swam in the ocean, and then swooped down and, its trajectory of action was simple. It went straight at Gu Changqing, but the space around him seemed to have slowed down a lot. The extreme coldness had the hidden power of freezing everything with divine greatness. Lu Shang's golden hair roar, cleansing out the golden intention light wave, causing the coldness to be unable to get close to his body. He laughed coldly. A district intermediate royal beast master is just SOSO after there is no beast pet gap. Lu Jian's spirit level is different from that of other imperial beast masters. The imperial beast master skill that she acquired from her beast pet when she promoted her rank was a fusion skill. Just as Lu Shang said that, Lu Jian's wrist had broken a long slit at some point. Crimson blood flowed and extracted out, making the combination skills of the Blue Dragon and the Cold River Fish Girl flourish even more. Most of the students of the Green Dragon Academy had most of their beast pets as snakes, chickens, and other beast pets that had the legend of transforming into dragons. Cyan, on the other hand, is the color that symbolizes supreme honor. However, whenever a beast pet had the color of proximity, it meant that their green dragon technique had been recognized by that person. Facing the three-clawed divine dragon that roared down, Gu Changqing spared no effort in mobilizing the flames in an effort to fight against it, but he was losing ground. It was worthy of being a student of the Four Elephant Academy, or a famous group of the best among them. It was simply 2 times more powerful than what he had encountered before. His heart was proofing, and intense excitement filled his mind as a dense battle spirit erupted from his body. Blazing sun, blaze, little gold's flames, another level of quality. A line of fire covered every part of Gu Changqing's body. Gradually, they intertwined and converged, transforming into a large ancient bell. Coming, good, Gu Changqing bellowed, and in his right fist, the surging firepower filled up once again. Still a pristine punch thrown, but this fist, in contact with the three-clawed divine dragon that was rushing down the poo. At that moment, the line of fire transformed into thousands of scattered, like a flaming chain. It was like a huge flaming lotus flower, wrapping it in an instant with a closing momentum. How can school sister lose combination skill? Broken? This isn't a dream, is it? He's clearly only an intermediate. As Lu Jian's younger brother, Lu Zi saw this scene, but sighed. The advancement in rank level does allow the Imperial Beastmaster to take the power of the beast's pet from it for his own use. But, the roots of a Beastmaster are planted by a beast pet. After a brief moment of disorientation, Lu Jian chirped, "It's not over yet." The reddish blood swirled out and didn't enter the fire lotus. In the next second, the trapped three-clawed divine dragon once again erupted with might. At the cost of having a third of his entire dragon body scorched away by the fire lotus, he rushed out of the encirclement. The body gradually condensed and transformed into a real ice dragon, crashing into that big bell of Gu Changqing's. Boom! Wow! Amidst the rushing smoke and dust, tiny pieces of ice streaked in all directions. Terrifyingly, the ice falls and touches something. Within a 5-meter radius, thick ice creeps over in an instant, frozen for miles, not just to shout out. Truly scary as hell. Lu Jian's face was pale, and she knocked a few top-grade elixirs to ease and stop the bleeding. I won! Lu Zi gazed at her sister's almost crazy eyes, opened her mouth, and swallowed back the words she wanted to say. And in the distance, the physical battle between Jiang Yu and Black Egg continued. The scene, suddenly quiet. If the Beastmaster dies, then the summoned beast pet will also go up and smoke along with it. However, the violent booms and explosions next to them showed no signs of stopping. Oops, almost got killed. In the center of the battlefield, covered by ice, there are flames burning beneath the ice, melting away the ice. Gu Changqing patted the water stains on his Tongtian flowing color robe, and with the flames resting under his feet, he slowly rose out of the ice. The blood at the corner of his mouth had not dried, and his face was as red as ever, with no signs of injury. Rubbing Little Gold's furry head, he said, "Thanks to you, or else I wouldn't have been able to carry that set of combination skills on my own." What? The people present were all filled with question marks. Listening to him, the flame skill just now, is it an Imperial Beastmaster skill? Vermilion, who has the skill of an Imperial Beastmaster who can turn small suns, whose Imperial Beastmaster crosses 2 major ranks and uses his own skills to harden the skills of his beast pet? Unmatched candidates? Candidates, my ass. Demons, they must be ferocious beasts in disguise. Lu Zi sighed again. That was the truth he wanted to tell his sister. People's beast pets, they haven't done anything since the beginning, just simply setting fires and being a mobile energy source. That blue dragon, the spiritual attribute is around 1500, and the other attributes shouldn't exceed 300. That fish girl, a purely auxiliary beast pet, can increase the power of the blue dragon. Around 1500 spiritual attributes. Very strong. Gu Changqing finished chanting to himself, and then whirled around and looked up. Very good skill. But, you have to die. Chapter 113, Slaying the Dragon. As simple as slaying you, but you have to die. You have to die. The voice was not loud, and the tone was flat but after entering the ears, an inexplicable chill spread through the heart and mind. The killing intent was pure. So pure that it didn't mix any emotions. It's to simply let you die. Lu Xian's heart contracted violently, and then chills ran throughout her body. But she didn't lose, and the blue dragon hovering above her head, after releasing a combination of skills, still had its remaining power. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the skills. As the proud daughter of the Lu family, she had led and even surpassed the male members of the family since she contracted her first beast pet. The Lu family had also spared no effort, pouring countless resources into her path of growth. After 4 years of studying and practicing at the Green Dragon Academy and being stranded at the spirit level for 3 years, he finally found the path to advance to the king level on the occasion of his graduation. It could be said that even if it was Lu Shang, she had no fear to fight. Now, a fledgling freshman threatened to kill himself. The egotism and arrogance that had been cultivated over a long period of time completely erupted at this moment. Sister Knowles, Lu Ziyi couldn't watch any longer and risked the humiliation of being reprimanded to stop between her and Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, did you go through all the trouble to come here just to fight? We don't need my sister to settle our scores. I'll find my way to you one day. Gu Changqing landed on the ground, and the flames instantly spread out, melting the cold ice. He looked at Lu Ziyi for just a moment before saying, "Selling you a face, sis. Let's go." Gu Changqing turned around and headed in the direction of the exclusive equipment. Good. Yi Ruyan patted the golden hair roar and leaped up to follow Gu Changqing. Morong Qin and the others were on guard to break the back. Pop. Another crisp sound of. Lu Ziyi covered her face, her head lowered, but her gaze was cold. Want to go? Did I allow it? Lu Xiyin shouted, and behind the blue dragon, a pale ice-plane silhouette emerged. A divine dragon, breaking through the hard ice and flying out, letting out a deafening roar. Afterwards, it turned into a several feet long blue sharp icicle, covering the sky and the earth. Include everyone Gu Changqing brought with him in the attack. Ha! Lu Ziyi laughed coldly. Since he couldn't be stopped from insisting on finding death, there was no need to persuade him anymore. Stubborn, Xiao Jin flew away from Gu Changqing's shoulder and the true flame sparrow's true body transformed. Its wings spread out, and the golden blazing flames of the sun suddenly made the entire undersea world reflect in a golden glow. With each wave of the wings, suffocating heat spread in all directions. The skill effect left behind by frozen miles was reduced to nothingness in an instant. Even the ocean that the blue dragon had recruited was rapidly atomizing and filling the air above the seabed. What kind of beast pet is this? OMG. It's going to be dried out. Hurry up and all summon your beast pets and fight off the heat together. Candidate Wushuang. He's been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. You guys, look at its beast pet. It is indeed a silver grade. But the power displayed is unknown how many times stronger than school sister Lu. Only Lu Ziyi. A pair of fists clenched, nails embedded in the flesh are as if they did not realize. Stronger again. It's a whole lot stronger than it was in the escape wars again. Give me. Extermination. Gu Changqing no longer stayed his hand. Hitting a girl might leave a stain on the moral plane, but there was no psychological burden in killing an enemy who had been laying a hand on him since the beginning. Besides, morals, he doesn't need them. Nico, with a loud and clear cry. Underneath Little Gold's body, it was like a domain of a sea of fire. Nearly twice as much mental attribute damage than the blue dragon as a whole. It hit with full force without any hesitation. Lu Xian's eyes were dumbfounded. All that could be seen in his eyes were countless icicles that had just fallen halfway to the ground before they were vaporized by the golden flames. And the domain of flames, like a dragnet, tightened toward the blue dragon, with nowhere to escape. Lu Xian's heart panicked as she watched the blue dragon get wrapped up in the great web of flames. Miserable dragon whistles of pain rose and fell. It was only now that she came back to her senses as to why Lu Ziyi was trying so hard to stop her. Unfortunately, it was too late. The damage that erupted from the double attribute suppression was geometric in nature. Lu Xiyin was anxious and shouted, "Blue dragon, come back here." But her commands went out and were not answered. The blue dragon didn't make it back to the royal beast space without any problems either. Suddenly, her body shook, and her brain felt as if 1,000 fine needles were stabbing to and fro. And the first imperial beast space, like a glass that had been struck by a heavy hammer, disappeared into nothingness with a merciless shattering sound. Congratulations on killing a Lord Grade, Legendary Bloodline Beast Pet. Gained experience plus 10 million. Additional experience plus 7 million. Your level rises 1 level. Unlimited gold words triggered. Please draw gold words. Splendor blossomed on the rank insignia. Especially the word Wushuan was eye-catching. Wrap it up. At the same time, Little Gold returned to his normal form, retrieving the roiling fire and landing on his shoulder, rubbing his face affectionately. Boom! Heavy objects fall to the ground with a loud vibration. The blue dragon, which had been burned into a carbon dragon by the flames of the. After landing, he fell into a section. Extremely miserable. Gu Changcheng, on the other hand, was quite surprised. I didn't realize that the experience gained from killing the blue dragon was so generous. When you think about it, it makes sense. After all, the time and financial resources spent on such a beast pet was a bottomless pit. Lu Jiyin was completely stupefied. The backlash from the blue dragon's death caused her 7 orifices to bleed. The physical condition is also near the bottom. Not to mention Gu Changcheng, anyone present could have killed her. Gu Changcheng, I owe you 2 favors. Just, don't kill my sister. Lu Ziyi's face was pleading. Your favor, is it worth much? It's not worth much, but at least it'll be a better deal than killing her. Gu Changcheng pondered carefully and suddenly had an idea. I don't want your favor, just grant me one request and I can spare her. Lu Ziyi was pleased. He couldn't stop Lu Jiyin, so he wouldn't try to, but that doesn't mean you can stand by and watch your sister die. Okay, just say what the requirements are, as long as I can do it, even if it means being a cow for you. Gu Changcheng shook his finger. I have no interest in serving men, and you know that I'm considered a dropout. The city lord's mansion doesn't mind, and has given me the position of captain of the city guards, a lone man in 100 places. My request is to quit the Green Dragon Academy and join my city guard. The students of the Green Dragon Academy who were present heard of this and other requests. All observed a moment of silence for Lu Ziyi. The city guard, that's a desperate job that only the unsuccessful students and the poor people who are begging for a living would choose. By choosing to join, it means his whole life is wasted. Just as the men were mingling and discussing what choice he would make. Lu Ziyi took a long breath and said, okay, I promise. But the next second, something that made even Gu Changcheng surprised happened. Chapter 114, I'm leaving, can you stay? Lu Ziyi will draft an agreement to you. Please check the content in detail. Lu Ziyi intention to submit to the abyss. A gray contract paper sheet appeared. After seeing him cut his finger and sign his name, the paper slip flew towards Gu Changcheng. Gu Changcheng examined the content on it, which was nothing more than joining the city guards. As for the penalty for breaking the contract, it is negligible. Gu Changcheng was quite surprised and was astonished. Just don't think about it? Lu Ziyi shook her head and nodded her temples. A lot of shallow and easy to understand things become complicated because of that prejudice in the heart. The prejudice in my heart cleared up quite a bit after being dispersed by you. This guy, something. Gu Changcheng signed his name on the contract before a flame burned the paper slip to ashes. Dealing with smart people doesn't require extra constraints. Lu Ziyi nodded, then removed the Qinglong Academy uniform from her body and walked over to Gu Changcheng's side. Slow down. Right at this moment, Lu Sheng's eyes were wide with anger, and he turned viciously toward Gu Changcheng, saying sternly, kill Jiyin's beast pet, and you just want to walk away? If you don't go, can you stay? Gu Changcheng smiled faintly and walked forward, tilting his head to survey Lu Sheng and sked twice. You're still far from your cousin in terms of heart. At least he knows how to keep his head down when facing me, and knows how to use other crooked ways to press me. After a pause, he pointed at the stolen golden hair roar bloodline. You'd better think about how you're going to explain yourself to the clan, to the Yi family. You, Lu Sheng's teeth clenched and cackled, but seeing Xiao Jin standing on his shoulder, he forced himself to hold back. Gu Changcheng was right about one thing, tried to stay, couldn't. As for mobilizing the students of the Green Dragon Academy and attacking them as a group, that was also unrealistic. This is not a copy, it's a special scene. Dead is really dead. Even if they were lucky enough to win, it would be hard to escape the chastisement of the Green Dragon Academy. Black Egg, stop playing. Gu Changcheng walked straight past him. Black Egg heard Gu Changcheng shout and answered. And then he saw another small battlefield, a stick with a shimmering gold body, descending from the sky. Boom! Dust flew up, jade leaked out, and the earth trembled violently several times before it gradually subsided. Not long after, Black Egg was seen coming out of the smoke carrying a broken bone rod. As he walked away, his mouth muttered, the little Locha's skills are so perverted that Master Black's stick was knocked off. Work hard and Master Black will play with you next time. Gu Changcheng saw that Black Egg's body was also covered with wounds, having suffered a considerable loss in the close quarters physical battle with Jiang Yu. It was just that the four-dimensional attributes that had skyrocketed by 30 points proved that one person and one pet had charged and engaged 30 times. Senior Jiang. Students who had befriended Jiang Yu ran over to check on him. A few moments later, a few people came back carrying Jiang Yu. His injuries were even worse than Black Egg's, and his limbs had been deformed in several places. However, he still managed to sit up reluctantly with hard support and arched his hand towards the Black Egg, saying, Gu Changcheng, I owe your beast pet a favor. In the future, if anything happens, you can send a message to the Green Dragon Academy or the Zheng family of Domain South City. Black Egg's head shot up, arrogantly waiting for Gu Changcheng to praise him. Good job. Gu Changcheng didn't mince words and gave a simple compliment. Oops, sloppy, just a few random pointers. This guy, he'll be stronger in the future. Lu Sheng's teeth were about to snap. The situation that was already securely won was actually reversed by the two beast pets. Lu Sheng looked at Jiang Yu with an unkind look in his eyes. Jiang Yu noticed and said with a straight face, he deserves the title of peerless. I thought I could easily take down that monkey, but it's like it doesn't know how to get tired. Getting stronger and stronger the more it fights. Humph, it's not my Lu family that's disgraced. It's not up to me. Jiang Yu knew the temperament of this proud son of heaven who was highly valued by the academy's senior management, and did not explain too much. You'll know what that feels like when you actually fight him. Gu Changcheng didn't have the heart to listen to their ramblings. Long ago, he led the way towards the exclusive equipment. Lu Ziyi had just joined and looked shy. Especially the eyes that looked at Morong Qin had something more intriguing in them. Gu Changcheng naturally held Yi Ruyan's hand and walked in front. Su was more firmly built mentally, and didn't ask too many questions about Xiao Jin's and Black Egg's performance that was far beyond imagination. Sister, Lu family made that kind of nasty things. Uncle Yi, won't be annoyed, right? Yi Ruyan shook her head. It won't be. The so-called prestigious families value their face more than anything else. Even if they have suffered a big loss, they will not do it in the open. They will only secretly get it back. I can't imagine that the Lu family would do something that is abhorrent. Nothing. Gu Changcheng played with her jade hand and said, the little bit of bloodline that the Lu family stole was destined to be useless. The power of nature of a mimic beast has a chance to enhance the bloodline of the beast's pet. Nothing more than a few more treatments. Yi Ruyan turned her head, and Gu Changcheng's confident appearance calmed the dryness in her heart. The group gradually went deeper and deeper, and the light around them, too, dimmed. Overhead, no longer the deep turquoise blue, insulated waters of the. Instead, it's a naturally occurring reef that blocked out all the light. Everyone be careful. According to the progress, we are deep inside the palace. Yes, the men spoke in unison, and in silent agreement. They took up their positions in formation. The outermost perimeter is guarded by beast pets. Suddenly, a fresh wind blew from the underwater world, and after it brushed his face, the wet and cold scent stayed. What a heavy watery breath. On the Tongtian flowing color robe, strings of water droplets converged and dripped and flowed. Yi Ruyan's tiny ears twitched as she said, did you guys hear the sound of water? Little Gold spread his wings and flew to the sky above, observing for a while, and said, Master, there is a cave-like entrance over there, and the sound of water is coming from there. Pick up the pace. It wasn't long before they arrived in the direction that Little Gold had pointed out, a huge rock that towered into the deep sea above his head, like a great mountain situated. The shape of the stone and the moss crawling on it tell you how old it is. A small, meter-wide stream, from which slowly flowed along the still undamaged aqueducts. It flowed in all directions of the palace. The sound of water was even louder in that mouth of the cave. Master Black stepped forward first, poked two eyes inside, and said, it's hard to see, the tunnel makes 7 turns. Good-naturedly, he struck the sides of the cave with his bony clubs. Just a clattering, crushing sound. Debris fell from the stone walls on either side of the cave entrance and the moss also detached with the debris. Traces of a faint greenish sheen were revealed. Gu Changcheng stepped forward and used his hand to wipe away the dust on the surface of the 3 big words with dragons and phoenixes were displayed in front of the eyes. Dragon Treasure Court. Chapter 115 Exclusive Equipment. The Sea-Defining Needle. Dragon Treasure Pavilion? Facing the 3 big words on the wall, Lu Ziyi went up to her upper hand and gently stroked it, as if she was recalling something. What? You know? Lu Ziyi shook her head. I've never heard of it, but on the stone tablet at the entrance of the Green Dragon Academy, there is such a record. There is a short story written on it, roughly meaning that there is a dragon in the East Sea, and the dragon clan likes to hide treasures. Because of this, it incurred a disaster of destruction. Afterward, the dragon eliminated the treasure, sang, and no one has ever found that mysterious place again. And we arrived here by mistake because we went astray from the trial light gate. I have a bold guess. Could it be that the Green Dragon Academy is connected to that mysterious land? That mysterious place is the Forbidden Sea. Master Black snorted disdainfully. What's the use of thinking so much? Is it not to go in and take a look not to know? Lu Ziyi wore a smile on her face. Does your beast pet think I talk too much? Ignore him, a nagging monkey. Lu Ziyi's analysis was shared by Gu Changcheng. Maybe there's another possibility. The Dragon Clan had invited disaster due to their heavy treasures, and that one holy beast from the Green Dragon Academy was perhaps one of the dragons that had escaped. Otherwise the teleportation light portal directly to the interior of the Forbidden Sea could not be explained. Black Egg, lead the way. Due to the narrowness of the Dragon Treasure Pavilion's tunnel, it could only accommodate the width of 2 people side by side. As a precaution, the Morong family's guards stayed outside. Only let Uncle Tai go in with them. The group walked for a long time, and counting the distance, they should have reached the center of this massive boulder that was all natural. Suddenly, the front of the tunnel lit up with a blue light. Black Egg had just lifted his foot into the light when the abyss's prompt went off. Whether to enter the special scene in Dragon Treasure Pavilion? Gu Changqing checked the expressions of the others. We're all getting hints. Enter. When Gu Changqing finished speaking, only blue light shone on his body and, in the next second, he was shocked to realize that he was sucked into the Dragon Treasure Pavilion by the light of the body, stayed before the blue light. Master, master, master. 3 calls made Gu Changqing's spirit, which felt heavy, return to its usual self. Luckily, Little Gold and the others entered in their true form. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the Dragon Treasure Pavilion? A gruff exclamation of surprise came from the mouth of Uncle Tai, who was on the sidelines. Without exception, except for the beast pets, they all entered this place as souls. At this point, they were in the middle of a blue ocean of. It says it's an ocean, but it's actually flowing blue gas. Being in the state of a soul, it was too light, as if it was as limp and weak as if it were in water. Directly in front of him, a stone pillar that reached up to the heavens and down to the earth loomed. Around it were piles of heavy skeletons. There were humans, ferocious beasts, and even dragons. A complete corpse of a dragon bone, with its head rushing against the stone pillar, surrounded it in the center in different directions. How Gu Changqing looked so weird. It doesn't seem to be going through a big battle. It's more like a sacrifice. Charmed. White uses the Eye of Charm. Gu Changqing only felt a weight on his body as he slowly fell to the ground. At the same time, others were charmed and floated down from midair. Their status bar has an additional attribute of Order Finger. Order Finger, state of control, manipulated by the charmed master. Unable to get rid of it. One of the powers of my charming eye, but in a randomized state, Kahaku explained. Gu Changqing nodded. Qingqiu bloodline. Somewhat interesting. The control of the Order's finger, though, is ineffective against him. He slowly approached the stone pillar, observing the bones around him. Suddenly, a longsword with an ancient shape and rusty finish caught his attention. Bending down to pick it up, as he turned around, Uncle Tai saw the sword in his hand and exclaimed, "That is the sword of Morong City Lord." As soon as the words left his mouth, Morong Qin's soul body instantly fluctuated violently. Shadows and shadows, as if they were going to fall apart the next second. Steady on. A saber means nothing. It just proves they were here. That's all. It was only then that Morong Qin's change of heart stabilized a little. Gu Changqing spared another round and found no valuable clues. Even though there was a lot of equipment, it was all unusable by damage. The dragon bones, moreover, were gently touched and turned into ashes and scattered. In the entire Dragon Treasure Pavilion, the only unspeakable object was that stone pillar. Black eggs. Gu Changqing called out. Black Egg closed his eyes and slowly opened them before saying, "That inexplicable attraction disappeared here. Master, is it the wrong place?" Gu Changqing suddenly smiled, his heart surging a bit. Looking in the wrong place? Without that stone pillar, it is indeed the wrong place. He pointed to the stone pillar. "Go, pull it out." Black Egg froze and blinked, seeing that Gu Changqing wasn't joking. On the principle that the master's word is his command, he came to the stone pillar. It looked up and away, the height of the stone pillars unattainable to the naked eye. In its presence, it was as small as a grain of dust. Tossing the bone rod aside, it rubbed its hands together with a huff of air and grabbed the groove of the raised stone pillar. With all the strength of his body, he fought to pull it out. Ka! The edge of the stone trough was crushed, and the powerful inertia caused it to roll backward, rolling to Gu Changqing's feet. "Master, overrate a tree, it won't even move." Gu Changqing, on the other hand, came to his ear and said a few words of secret. As soon as Black Egg heard the light in his eyes, he once again stepped forward and drank. Little, small, get smaller for me. Long bottom pavilion, with only Black Egg's retarded grunting. Bad password? Gu Changqing was also in trouble. It was different from the drama. Black Egg shouted his voice and saw no results, so his anger rose. Punch after punch pounded the stone pillar, scolding as he punched. "Dog thing, old me is your master. Still dare to pose with me? The wise quickly show your original shape, or Black Master I break your root." Destroyed this treasure pavilion. Lu Ziyi was dumbfounded and stunned. "Is this how you cultivate beast pets?" Gu Changqing sweated, coughed and said faintly, "The power of beast pets sometimes comes from their imagination. As the saying goes, as big as the heart is, so is the power." Lu Ziyi blackface, "I believe you. Shouldn't the stage be as big as the heart? Is it too late for me to back out? I'm sorry, but when you join my team, You are my man in life and my dead man in death. Just as the two men were having a snog, those blue gases in the Dragon Treasure Pavilion slowly flowed over towards the black egg. In a few blinks of an eye, the gas flowed faster and faster. The powerful suction force that was born was as if it was going to swallow them along with them. What's going on? It can't be triggering some kind of mechanism, can it? Just as a few people were wondering, Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly lit up. At some point, the black egg, who had vented his anger, smashed a large pit out of the stone pillar. The bloody fist, which was resting against the crater of those blue gases, that's what it sucked in, and a faint golden color, growing brighter and brighter. The entire Dragon Treasure Pavilion began to shake violently, shaking in general. Congratulations to your beast pet for entering into a blood pact with the Divine Warrior and obtaining the exclusive equipment. The Sea-Defining Needle. Chapter 116, A Growing Divine Soldier. Green Dragon's Trace. The Sea-Fixing Needle. It really is it. Gu Changqing could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and said to Black Egg, take it away quickly. I know I'm master, but this guy is devouring all the energy around him. Big sister, fourth sister, do you have the ability to send the master and the others out first? Black Egg was extraordinarily anxious, his blood-soaked fist adhering to the divine soldier that was revealing a bit of its own body, and he couldn't pull it out even if he wanted to. The point is, as the blood pact is established, the ability to suck and pull gets stronger and stronger. It had just formed a small vortex, sucking out the energy in the entire Dragon Treasure Pavilion at the same time. The soul bodies of Gu Changqing and the others also became the next target. I'll try. Kogain unfolded his form, and a vast blaze of flame bloomed. But the next second, the suction force seemed to come and go, hardening the flames and sucking them all away as well. At the same time, the stone pillars began to collapse. The thick layer of rock wrapped around the Divine Warrior fell with a rumble and, smashing the bones on the ground to pieces. At this time, Black Egg made a puzzled sound and twisted his head to Little Gold. Big sister, the flames continue. This dog seems to have a saturation level, and it subsides when it's fed to the brim. You're that dog too, dragging your ass with a piece of outfit. Xiao Jin cursed in dissatisfaction, but his flames were not idle. We're coming together. All summon your beast pets. In the Dragon Treasure Pavilion, it was bustling all of a sudden. The dozen or so beast pets spared no effort, throwing their strongest skills at the black egg in a brainstorm. Yi Ruyan also wanted to help, but was pulled back by Gu Changqing. Small matter, sis, don't do it. Yi Ruyan smiled warmly. It's fine, I'll just let Little Roar do it. Get a grip, Got it. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of a dozen different skills, the shattered rocks on the Divine Soldier were completely shaken down. The Dragon Treasure Pavilion was enveloped in a blinding, eye-catching golden glow that overbearing and domineering golden aura, cleansing the killing Gangjin aura. With the articulation of uninterrupted skills, the Divine Soldier, which had absorbed all the energy, began to shrink a little bit. It didn't slow to a stop until it had transformed into a height of 3 feet long. So tired. I can't. It feels like my soul is being pulled by something. My God, what's going on? Going back to the flesh? Immediately afterward, Yi Ruyan and the others, their soul bodies fluttered and abruptly disappeared into the Dragon Treasure Pavilion. Gu Changqing was startled, until White said he could sense their life traits. That was a slight relief, and the one who contributed the most, Kogain, was panting with exhaustion and overexertion. It took nearly 6 bottles of recovery medicine to make a slight improvement. Looking at the Dragon Treasure Pavilion, which was nearly half buried, Gu Changqing probably knew that apart from the bones of the dragon race, how those humans as well as the ferocious beasts died. Presumably, it was sucked to death by the sea-setting needle. A sea-setting pin. Master Black finally has the most competent weapon. It fits me very well. Black Egg's fist, detached from the Divine Soldier, felt the divine state of the bloodline connection and could not help but laugh. Hurry up and take away the flash. Gu Changqing opened his mouth to urge. Okay. Black Egg held it with one hand and bellowed, only to see the Dragon Treasure Pavilion shaking violently once again. It was as if something transcendent had awakened. Afterwards, the Divine Soldier ameliorated its brilliant golden radiance and transformed into thousands of golden splendor stick shadows. The Divine Soldier proper, on the other hand, flew out of the Black Egg's palm and came straight to Gu Changqing's eyes. Unbridled, bold, a little gold and a little white, a red and a pink. A spurt of energy blocked Gu Changqing's front. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, looked at this divine weapon of countless fantasies and coldly rebuked. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll throw you into the furnace and re-refine it. The Divine Soldier seemed to have spirituality, knowing that Gu Changqing was the master's master, and immediately flew back to Black Egg's hand. It was in that instant that Gu Changqing saw the information about this divine weapon. See, defining needle gold level equipment can be grown. can be endowed with gold phrases. Attribute, strength plus 300. Skill, fixed C-stick, can explode 10 times the damage of the strength attribute. Spiritual energy consumption, 3000. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Introduction, unknown divine soldier divine iron, descended from the unknown world, once shocked countless dragons to death with a single rod, and was later served by the dragons as the most precious treasure. Not that stick of the great sage? Coming from the unknown world. Gu Changqing thought for a moment of that arrogant mass of lotus root powder. However, after seeing that it can be grown as well as conferring the gold word, the loss in his heart disappeared without a trace. Not now. It may not be otherwise in the future. And even, to transcend, be honest, or else you won't need your master's hands to do it. Master Black will break you with his own hands. Black Egg was also startled at the rudeness of the divine soldier. Lord's Lair. It's a word that kills. Alright, the divine soldier is in our hands. We should go too. Suddenly, the divine soldier detached itself from the black egg once more. Flew to where it stood, and the head of the stick even nodded to Gu Changqing. After that it fought to hit the ground. After a dozen or so knocks, I heard a rumble and the ground caved in. A clear stream of water flowed out of it. Master, it is trying to say that there is another treasure. Black Egg explains for the divine soldier. As more and more water gushed out, a fist-sized bead arched out of it. Gu Changqing's eyes widened as he quickly floated over. It can't be such a coincidence. A second much-needed item that just arrived? Dragon Spring Pearl. Special prop item. Ability unknown. Use unknown. It is indeed the Longquan bead. Gu Changqing immediately stowed the beads into his backpack space, not forgetting to praise. Well, you'll come to things. In the future, if there's something good, I'll consider you. In a good mood, Gu Changqing was about to fly towards the block of light doors above him, but in a blink of an eye, a heavy pressure suddenly descended and Gu Changqing's soul body seemed to be carrying a huge mountain on its back, pressing back to the ground. Not only him, but the three favorites, the little golden black egg and the little white one, were also powerless to resist. The suppression was immobilizing. I only saw that the spring had dried up in the hole where the dragon spring pearl had appeared. A streak of light, projected from it, unfolded in the sky above the dragon treasure pavilion. That's a dragon. A real dragon. If the dragon race, which is made up of the creatures closest to dragons, what is in the light and shadow, then, is pure dragon. There was no difference from what Gu Changqing remembered the dragon looked like. It is green in color, giving the chance of life and at the same time accompanied by destruction. Green dragon. In this world of imperial beasts, of the beast pets and ferocious beasts known to the records, to be able to have this form, and this unbeatable greatness, there was only that legend of the Green Dragon Academy. Junior, the Dragon Spring Pearl is one of the important sources of the relics, so don't act rashly. The buzzing sound was like the roaring of heavenly thunder, as if it were the drums of a mangaka god. Listening to Gu Changqing, his heart was shaken and his soul body was in turmoil. It is here for the Dragon Spring Pearl. Chapter 117, The Order of the Green Dragon. The Armored Swordsman. Gu Changqing was also someone who had seen the world. The dragon. It's not the only one. Senpai. Gu Changqing's soul body, barely able to get up and stabilize itself, looked at the green dragon in the light and shadow and said, I have no intention of stealing the Dragon Spring Pearl. I just have a mission and need it. When I finish, I will definitely return the Dragon Spring Pearl. Are you provoking me at? Suddenly, the green dragon opened its bloody mouth. Light and shadow at any time, but the dragon's power was real. Dare not. Dare not. Gu Changqing felt like his soul was going to be scared apart. It's different. It's so different. Tongtian Beyond was only recreating the memory scene through the power of the abyss, which was already incomplete and incomplete. The one in front of him was one of the strongest holy beasts in the current imperial beast world, and the existence of the apex of the evolution of such creatures as dragons. Gu Changqing had the sense to take the Dragon Spring Pearl out of his backpack space and slowly put it on the ground. It's a big difference. How do you run into all these oversized monsters? But the green dragon did not go to move the Dragon Spring Pearl. A pair of lantern-sized dragon eyes, glancing at the three favorites who could not resist. What a rich and pure bloodline. Boy, you're the number one in the country that those old guys have been discussing and lamenting? The words suddenly changed, causing Gu Changqing to be unable to fathom Qinglong's attitude for a moment. Junior was lucky to win the first place in the country. As for the discussion and lamentation, it is not known. Humph. A bunch of ignorant and incompetent old men, who crave for temptation and thus give up their qualifications to choose. You should have come to the Green Dragon Academy. Is this considered open solicitation? It looks like there is still a play for the Longquan beads. Evening Generation didn't know what kind of insider knowledge was in there, and since the beginning, no academy has thrown an olive branch to Evening Generation. Solely, the latecomer stayed in Jinhai City and became the captain of a city guard team. That's why I say they're ratty. Gu Chongqing continued to snub and sighed tersely. Actually, the one I'm most fond of is the Green Dragon Academy. For one thing, it is not far from Zhenhai City. Secondly, for you I've been yearning for a long time, and the story of the dragon has always inspired me. As for the third, it is also the most realistic. The resources of the Green Dragon Academy are a level above the other 3 elephants. Pity, it's the late generation who doesn't have that fortune. In the Green Dragon's shadow, a streak of green fluorescence dispersed out, entangling the 3 little ones. The dragon's eyes were green and, after a while, the fluorescence dissipated. Not bad, an extremely superior bloodline. This dragon is somewhat ashamed of itself. Their future accomplishments might really reach the nebulous god realm. Gu Chongqing bristled. Not maybe, but definitely. Boy, take that. Another splash of fluorescent light flew out and fell straight into Gu Chongqing's hand. It was slightly cold in his hand, yet there was a surge of vitality spreading into his body along his palm. A sign of unknown material, inscribed with the word green. The dragon spring pearl can be taken, and you need to send it back after completing your mission. This token is my token. With it, no one can stop you from entering the Green Dragon Academy. Order of the Green Dragon, Special Equipment. Effects, placed in the beast space. It can increase the recovery speed of the beast pet by plus 200%. Description, made from the scales of a green dragon. It is hard and contains the spiritual power of ethereal wood. Ooh, baby. Gu Chongqing hurriedly put it away, taking the dragon spring pearl along with it. Alright, the time for the light shadow I left behind is up. Junior, I'll be waiting for you at the Green Dragon Academy. After saying that, the light and shadow crumbled away. As soon as the dragon's power subsided, its might was gone. Xiao Jin just coldly grunted and returned to the Imperial Beast space. The sky unafraid Black Egg, on the other hand, stroked the sea-defining needle and muttered, "Is this the current known top battle power? I'll make a note of this account, and I'll get it back sooner or later. Take your time, there's no rush." Gu Chongqing softly consoled before floating towards the exit. The Green Dragon, and the other 4 elephant sacred beasts. It is a peerless battle power known to exist today that has fully evolved its bloodline to its apex. A proper mythic bloodline, an invincible big brother of mythic level 89. The human race has been able to move steadily forward even after the old batch of Imperial Beastmasters have passed away. The 4 holy beasts deserve a lot of credit. Master, I still want to kill the beast pet. In the Imperial Beast space, Little Gold was prostrate on the ground, and the eye-catching firelight was going to burn the barriers of the Imperial Beast space as if it was going to burn the barriers of the Imperial Beast space. Little Gold is good. Victory and defeat are commonplace. What's more, they can only press you over the level. In the same realm, you are the invincible one. Damn the desire to win and lose, plus a dishonest backslider. It's better to be a white guy. No fighting. Out of the Dragon Treasure Pavilion, the soul returns to the physical body. When Gu Chongqing opened his eyes and awoke, he did not see Yi Ruyan and the others. He stepped out of the tunnel, still missing half of the people. It's broken. Something can't be wrong. Gu Chongqing was just about to shout, when he saw a man wearing azure armor and wielding a large, white glowing sword fly up a boulder, and then, with both hands holding the hilt of the blade, with a stern cry, the nearly 30 feet long white blade instantly chopped out. The blade hunted, and all obstacles in its path were churned clean. Gu Chongqing was shocked. Nima, gone was a green dragon, and out came an Imperial Beastmaster Blade Runner. The terrifying power of it made his scalp go numb, immovable as a roar. In the next moment, the golden hair roar's silhouette topped the sky and lunged up against the blade. Sis, Gu Chongqing was busy rushing over. I saw the golden hair roar's silhouette shrinking before the blade's awnings. The eye is about to split down. Tai, hurt Master Black's mother, take your life. Black Egg, who already had a bellyful of evil fire pressed by the green dragon, manipulated the fixed sea needle and rushed up. The sea-defining needle was in its hands. Its golden radiance shone, and the majestic power passed through the bloodline and converged on the Black Egg's body. Eat Master Hay's stick for fixing the sea. The sea-defining needle steeply thickened and lengthened, much more so than the blade awnings ever had. A large portion of Black Egg's spiritual energy instantly disappeared. This stick is a relief, but also a test of the power of the sea pin. Black Master stay. Just as the big stick of golden light approached the armored swordsman, Morong Qin anxiously shouted out. Black Egg sniffed, and his force was instantly withdrawn for the most part. Unexpectedly, the large sword in the armored swordsman's hand changed from a chop to a horizontal slash, pulling the blades on to meet the sea-defining needle. Mud, no voodoo, Black Egg cursed, only to feel the huge force rushing. Even the favor with the stick was swept out horizontally, but as the blade cuts across the top of the fixed sea needle, with a sharp, crisp thud, the blade awnings, broken. Yi Ruyan and the others also rushed over. Gu Changqing made sure that Yi Ruyan wasn't hurt. Just summoned Kogain. Morong Qin came out to block it again. Gu Changqing, she's wearing a battle armor made of deep-sea stone iron. So what? Bust her just the same. Morong Qin said anxiously. That battle armor. It was a gift from Grandpa when Auntie became the lord of Zhenhai City. Gu Changqing froze and pointed at the armored swordsman. You mean, she's City Lord Morong? Chapter 118, The King's Beastmaster. Come and fight. It's the City Lord, but it seems to have lost its self-consciousness. Uncle Tai had a horrible stab wound on his chest. The Morong family's guards, once again, lost half of them, and the remaining people were all injured. How do I wake her up? The unconscious Morong City Lord was a little too terrifying. The point is, he can't lay his hands on him yet. He can only deal with it. Morong Qin and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Gu Changqing was speechless. Bringing you guys here is purely redundant. White's skill specializes in spirits. Let her try it. Yi Ruyan suggested from the sidelines. Little White was named, and it said uncertainly, thinking Chaos Charm has the lowest success rate. I'll give it a try. Second brother, please. Black Egg smoothed out his sleeves and pestled the sea-fixing rod to the ground, saying, Fourth sister, feel free to perform. I'll take care of the rest. Die for me. At this point, Morong City Lord began to go crazy again. Brute and overbearing power raged out of his body with reckless abandon. A head of beast pet silhouettes appeared behind him and then disappeared into his body. The power, once again, soared in increase. Yi Ruyan was alarmed. No good. The king rank title has awakened. City Lord Morong has crossed that barrier and successfully promoted. Uncle Tai, on the other hand, was in old tears. City Lord She finally took that step. Shut up, Gu Changqing coldly rebuked. Mud, is this a good thing? The promotion of a spirit rank to king rank meant crossing the heavenly barrier and successfully reaching the other side. There will be a qualitative metamorphosis in both the beast pets and the Imperial Beastmaster himself. It was already hard to deal with, but now it's even harder. Snort! An ear-splitting crack sounded, and I only saw Lord Morong City's miserable 5 fingers, gently rubbing on the blade, and, in an instant, several white blades shot out and, it had spirituality in general and slashed down at Gu Changqing as well as his beast pet. Well mama! Gu Changqing's face went black as Xiao Jin came out from the Imperial Beast space. A mouthful of full-strength blazing sunflame that would spit up against the blade that was slashing at him. Giving face still. Xiao Jin, you burn me. If no one else does it, I'll do it, right? Black Egg, full power, full strength. Don't hold back for me. Hearing Gu Changqing's deadly order, Black Egg let out a long whistle of excitement and, only to see the sea-defining rod grow more than 3 times in the blink of an eye. It lifted up with one hand and fought hard against the blade. Gu Changqing, you don't. Morong Qin said worriedly and was stopped by Yi Ruyan. I admire City Lord Morong. Years ago, she was the idol I worshipped. But now, there is no City Lord Morong, but an enemy. The cooperation between the Morong family and Xiaoqing is predicated on his safety. Miss Morong, understand? Morong Qin wanted to explain, and Uncle Tai spoke in advance. MS. Yi, we understand. Yi Ruyan nodded. That's good. The strength of City Lord Morong, who had been promoted to the rank of King Royal Beastmaster, had grown not by a single star. Good thing, her sanity disappeared and she fought entirely on instinct. Moreover, she was only borrowing the power of her beast pets without letting them participate in the battle. It didn't take long for the blade to be resolved as best it could. The Black Egg and Little Gold twin favorites, one on the left and one on the right, pinned her down. Black Egg's main attacked, and Kogain looked for breaks and long-range strikes. There's a tacit understanding between the two favorites. Especially after obtaining the sea-defining rod, Black Egg's 100 battle baton metamorphosed extremely quickly. Under the fight with speed, Morong City Lord's attack was suspended and turned to defense. Soon, the 100 battle sticks had struck out 100 times. The Black Egg immediately shouted, Big sister, combo skills, cripple her first. Little Gold softly chirped. The shadow of the golden crow solidified on his body, and a mouthful of blazing sun flames spewed out towards the Black Egg. Ting hai! Black Egg tossed the pin into the air, and after being bathed in fire, he popped up and gripped it and, at that moment, the whole monkey transformed into a giant stick in the sky. I'll give you one more move, a stick for fixing the sea. The golden sea-setting rod, together with the flame-encrusted falconer's first rod. Black Egg really did it, only to see the 2 rods miraculously fused into one. The golden flame was brilliant and thorough. Gu Changqing, what are you doing? Gu Changqing ignored it and faintly said, I'm calming her down. You, any more nagging, watch out, I'll gar her. Listening to the murderous words, Morong Qin could only shut up. Kill. Feeling the power of this fusion of a stick, the Morong City Lord's will to fight was instantly activated. Only the white blade in her hand bloomed with a luster no less than that of the fusion one stick. It was as if a fierce and overwhelming killing weapon had awakened. Well, that's not her saber. It's a weapon favorite. Yi Ruyan nodded. That's her main beast pet, the 10,000 spirit blade. When you reach the king level rank, there is no more distinction between main and secondary. Boom! The Morong City Lord was bathed in white blade awnings, and suddenly, a huge blade on that rushed into the sky shot straight up out of the air, against the descending fusion of a rod that, the two forces intertwined, and the violent impact was like a hurricane crossing the sea, mercilessly sweeping through the underwater world. It's not enough, Kim, go on. This is still a king-level Imperial Beast Master who has lost his mind. If the gods are clear to fight, that, Master, good chance. At the critical moment, Xiaobai grabbed Morong City Lord's break, and the raging pink energy wrapped around as much as it could, the overpowering blade intent around her body. After resisting it for a moment, suddenly allowed the pink energy to envelop it. Charmed, Xiaobai's voice was trembling. It was obvious that there was a considerable amount of difficulty in trying to charm a king-level Imperial Beast Master. Situation into equilibrium. Perhaps it was because Xiaobai had made a build-up, and Morong City Lord was not frantic, until, with the sound of blades hunting and, after disintegrating the fusion stick that Black Egg and Little Gold had combined their efforts to strike, the blade awnings also collapsed as much as they could. It's a success. It's a success. Little White was weak and limp, and Gu Chongqing was busy taking it back into the Imperial Beast space. Click, click, click. The clash of battle armor came from far and near. With a growl, Golden Hair Roar stood side by side with Black Egg Little Gold. Gu Chongqing's face turned blue, even though Xiaobai said that it had become. Doesn't mean sanity is restored. Enough is enough. Morong Qin suddenly rushed out and ran to the Morong City Lord's side, opening his arms wide and saying to Gu Chongqing, enough already, do you really want to kill her? Gu Chongqing's teeth itched with anger, and he tilted his head to Uncle Tai. She's always been a little cutie, kind of, can't handle the situation? Can I destroy her along with her if we fight again later? Uncle Tai also looked struggling, but still said, still, be merciful and add to the trouble. Well, that's nice. A warm commendation came out, only to see the armor as well as the 10,000 spirit sword on Morong City Lord's body all put away. Beneath the war helmet was a soft, rigid face. Lord Morong Castle wasn't one of those stunning looks, yet he could quickly catch the eye. Gu Chanling in Su de Beauty gave birth to an extraordinary child. Sister Smokey? All grown up. It feels like a century since I've seen you. My two most valued comrades, my captains, how are they? After asking, her hand rested on Morong Qin's shoulder and said, girl, have you forgotten my warning? A tyrannical Imperial Beastmaster is just as much of an enemy as a ferocious beast. The next time you encounter something like this, learn from him, understand? Chapter 119, A Love for a Long Time. I know, no. Morong Qin's tears came out of his eyes and he forced himself not to turn back. Silly girl, don't you want to hug me after so long? Woo woo. Morong Qin could no longer restrain herself and turned to hug City Lord Morong, crying like a helpless child. Phew. The pressure in his heart dropped. Gu Chongqing squatted on his butt on a rock and took out food and water from his backpack space to replenish himself. The two women with a special relationship cried for a while before Morong Qin gradually stopped sobbing. Gu Chongqing got up, cupped his fists and saluted towards Morong Temperance, saying, Morong City Lord, I've heard a lot about you. Although his parents worked under Morong Temperance, Gu Chongqing had never met them. Seeing you reminds me of your parents. We met once when you were very young. Are they? Well, Gu Chongqing nodded. Very well. Every year on the anniversary many of the people in the city would go to pay their respects. Then, Morong Tamaya was stunned and said incredulously, you mean, both of them? Yi Ruyan looked bleak. They are trying to save me before. Morong Temperance had trouble accepting it, and after a long period of silence, she sighed out a cloudy breath. They are heroes, well-deserved heroes. Without the two's early warning and detection, the disaster of the last beast tide would have been unimaginable. City Lord, why are you among the stone statues? Yi Ruyan and the others were approaching a dilapidated building when they unintentionally touched a stone statue towering over them. It was also sort of unintentional, releasing Morong Temperance from it. Come on, let's get out of here and go back and talk slowly. The group that came in was down to a handful of people when they went back, and the students of the Green Dragon Academy were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps the teachers of the academy realized something was wrong and took them out of the Forbidden Sea. After leaving the Forbidden Sea, the sky outside had already brightened, and a hazy round of sun rose from the light water mist. The strong smell of the sea was overwhelming. As Gu Chongqing left, he placed his hand on the replica light door. Abyss prompted that the Forbidden Sea light gate will close in 8 hours. City Lord Morong, I still have a mission to do, so let's part ways here for now. Good. Be careful outside the city. We'll wait for you back in town. Aha. Yi Ruyan stepped forward without speaking. Her meaning was obvious. Gu Changqing grabbed her hand and said, a simple little mission to deliver something. Not dangerous. You and the city lord and the others go back and wait for me. Do as you're told. Thinking of the two Beast Emperor level superscalar monsters in the world's Garden of Beauty. Gu Changqing didn't dare to take Yi Ruyan at risk. Morong's city lord's eyes lit up as he grabbed Yi Ruyan's shoulders, his gaze meowing back and forth between the two. Smokey, you too. Can't be. Not like you. Come on, tell me the details. With that, he gossiped and pulled Yi Ruyan away, waving his hand to Gu Changqing in the process. Gu Changqing would understand, then summoned Little Gold and flew towards the copy of Worlds Apart. Yi Ruyan realized that it was a tiger that had been tuned out and was just about to chase after it when Morong Tanya stopped her. Don't go after me. I'm worried about you, that's why I don't bring it. Quickly tell me, how did it go down? Yi Ruyan was asked by Morong Tanya blushed, where there is still the posture of a female bully. Glutinous, it is. Day by day. Nichiju. Morong Temperance's volume suddenly rose, drawing surprised stares from the others. She hurriedly whispered, Smokey, it's not that I'm talking about you. Although Gu Changqing is a bit more handsome, more talented, and has more potential, you also need to pay attention to his body. After all, it's the time to grow your body, said, seemingly patting her on the shoulder. It's not your fault. This kid follows his father. You can't help but be excusable. Sister Temperance, the way we're going back, it's not a good idea to drive. I'm talking about living together for a long time. Morong Tanya suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Then I'll criticize you a bit, since they're right for each other. Then go on. What do you care about so much? A quality stock like this, if you don't take it early, it will be snatched away. Yi Ruyan sighed. I won't talk about it. Morong Temperance Su has been in the Forbidden Sea for a long time. Finally someone chats, like he wants to make up for all the words he owes over the years. Yi Ruyan, bitterly, became that listener. After the long overdue hug with Morong Tanya, Morong Chin became strange, both wanting to get closer and being in the way of something detached. With a king-level royal beast master, the speed of their return was even faster. From a distance, seeing the giant city wall stretching for an unknown number of miles come into view, Murray Temperance stopped chattering and, suddenly, her pupils snapped open, and then dots of watery mist filled her eyes. Zhao Zhanxian was dressed in straight clothes and cleaned up. Standing in front of the city gates, he looked at the returning Morong Temperance with a warm smile. Both of them took steps at the same time in silent agreement, and approached slowly. At a distance of only a few dozen centimeters, Morong Tanya suddenly raised her hand and snapped at his face. Zhao Zhanxian, still wearing a smile, touched his cheeks and said, now, that makes up for what I owed you at the time. Afterward, under the watchful eyes of several people, Morong Tanya threw herself into Zhao Zhanxian's arms. Yi Ruyan looked at this scene in a daze. Is this a royal husband tactic? I've learned. I'll try it when Green comes back. Achoo! Gu Changqing, who was rushing along at this time, was inexplicably struck by a chill. The mysterious and dilapidated town settlement appeared in sight. Perhaps the altar was destroyed and the Triangle Hunters and Soul Jedi murderers did not appear. Lighten up and enter the copy of the world. His figure had just appeared when he saw tens of feet high waves of black water rising from that lake. Dragon Spring Pearl? I smell the Dragon Spring Pearl. Just come in the door. Gu Changqing hurriedly shouted. Senior, I'll live up to my promise, but come quickly, or the beads won't be protected. His voice fell. Peach blossoms fluttered up from the hill, and the pink-shirted woman stepped over the bridge of flowers. And, one step at a time, and soon he was overriding the lake. Still a familiar move. It forced the water wave down. Peach lady, don't bully me too much. As a ferocious beast, yet you're siding with humans. You don't deserve to be the king of ferocious beasts. The auger in the lake. Apparently there is something about it that restrains it. Otherwise, as the same beast emperor, he shouldn't have been so easily suppressed by the pink-shirt woman. You've said too much today. Why should you care when I act? After saying that, she grabbed in the air, and Gu Changqing instantly moved in front of her. Dragon Spring Pearl, give it to me. Gu Changqing hesitated slightly and said, Senior, there's something that the latecomer has to ask first. When you use the Dragon Spring Pearl, will you destroy it? No, I'm just mobilizing its purifying power to get rid of the evil god's contamina. Tie-in. That's good. Senior, return it to Senior after using it because I have to send it back. After saying that, Gu Changqing took out the Dragon Spring Pearl and handed it to the pink-shirt woman. After the pink-shirt woman received the Dragon Spring beads, one hand pressed on the top of Gu Changqing's head and, instantly, a surge of majestic power poured into his entire body from the top of his head. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, saving the world's paradise. 100% mission completion. Rewards being distributed. Peach Girl instills you with the power of the Beast Emperor. Experience plus 100,000. Additional experience plus 70,000. Peach Girl instills you with the power of the Beast Emperor. Experience plus 100,000. Additional experience plus 70,000. The experience value is soaring at an extremely fast rate. And on the surface of his skin, a thick layer of black impurities was drained out. Chapter 120, I'll give you a good fortune. The experience value jumps up one paragraph at a time. Very quickly. Your level rises one level. Level 19. Just went up so easily. And the Beast Emperor's power was still being fed in. Your level rises one level. Your rank level has reached its limit, and you can only gain experience value after promotion. It wasn't until the abyss prompted that the power in the pink-shirt woman's palm retracted. Immediately afterward, she waved her veiled hand toward the lake and only an altar covered with water plants and fish bones was uprooted and brought to the bridge of flowers. Peach Girl, you've gone too far. That's the altar of power I've been saving up for years. I'll fight you. The pink-shirt woman ignored the clamor of the Beast Emperor below and coldly grunted. The foundation has been destroyed by others. It's too late to accumulate, so it's better to be an adult. The beauty of the Beast Emperor's talk was reflected in the last word. Come on. The pink-shirt woman beckoned to Gu Changqing, who then moved to the altar. Then countless materials with flickering spiritual light were thrown into it. There were many that Gu Changqing had never seen before. These don't seem to be the materials needed to promote an intermediate rank to advanced, do they? Gu Changqing is not a picky person. You can use it if you want. It is good to be promoted. Various materials circled around the altar several times, among which the essence of the power was drawn out and entered the interior of the altar. Boom! A loud bang came out from the interior of the altar, and in the next second, thick black energy surged out. Gu Changqing was shocked and tried to move away, but he was suppressed to death by the pink-shirt woman. Don't move! The pink-shirt woman opened her mouth indifferently, and when the black energy wrapped him into a dumpling, she threw out the dragon spring bead, only to see clear spring water flowing from the bead, pouring over the black energy from top to bottom. Amidst the blackness, Gu Changqing's miserable scream was heard. He only felt that the black energy was like sharp blades and sulfuric acid, cutting the flesh and blood piece by piece, corroding his body little by little. Hold back! The pink-shirt woman, still cold, looked at the struggling Gu Changqing on the altar and said toward the lake, a few drops of your blood. For me. The Beast Emperor in the lake was furious. Peach Girl, if it wasn't for the abyss suppressing it, plus having most of its power sucked out by that bastard, you think I would be afraid of you? Being a beast has to be measured. Do you really bully me into not being able to break through the seal? Yes, don't dawdle. Hurry! A giant eye in the lake, looking through the water at the earnest and serious pink-shirt woman, suddenly came to life. Peach Girl, the two of us are sort of the same master. I'm curious. Again with the black energy and the dragon spring bead, he also wants my blood. Isn't it true that you're going to give him your spirit branch as well? For what purpose? Simply bringing back the dragon spring pearl to be able to wash away the residual energy left behind by that bastard? No, you're not the kind of beast that knows how to return favors. The pink-shirt woman didn't reply, but just looked at Gu Changqing, who was constantly struggling under the transformation of the black energy via the spiritual spring. Come on, who made me your senior brother? This is a favor. I'll do it. Hopefully, he won't turn around and destroy you. Several drops of the Beast Emperor's blood flew out from the lake and disappeared into the black energy and spiritual spring. Suddenly, the two conflicting energies quieted down, and the Beast Emperor's blood was so domineering that it began to absorb all the energy. Out! The pink-shirt woman bellowed, only to see that from her chest, a pink peach branch, breaking through her flesh, flew out. Then, countless soft pink energies joined in. The originally domineering Beast Emperor's blood was quieted down in an instant. Follow the guidance of the pink energy and begin to fuse. Gu Changqing, who was enveloped in agonizing pain, suddenly quieted down. The whole person seemed to be soaking in a hot spring, comfortable and cozy. His body, too, was slowly shifting toward an unknown. Come on! The spirit branch broke out of the body, apparently causing some heavy damage to the body. The pink-shirt woman covered her chest and made a move in the direction of the hill. The anthropomorphic beast was seen stepping on the bridge of flowers and coming at breakneck speed. It hasn't been a long time, but it has drawn most of its residual spiritual energy. Go on, follow what I taught you. Meow. The anthropomorphic beast responded, before rushing to the altar and biting a gaping hole in the cocoon formed by the four energies wrapped around it. Upon seeing Gu Changqing's hand, a pair of cat paws hitched up. Buzz! Gu Changqing, who was enjoying a cozy moment, had a sudden rumble in his brain. In the next second, the eyes were wrapped in a sprawling green color, In the endless vibrant greenness, a green-colored seedling, from which stood out, grew up in an accelerated manner, to grow to have more than 3 meters high, transformed into a large tree. It transformed into a fluttering gentleman. Then the light changed, and the fluttering gentleman sat by the edge of a pool of bay water, followed by a running peach tree sapling that. A small black snake slithers in the water of the bay. This is the memory of the woman in the pink shirt? As Gu Changqing pondered, the picture changed again. An infinitely depressing darkness enveloped the world. The people and beasts living here have been eroded and turned into a horrible monster. Fluttershy is compassionate, and is prevented from doing so by the grown-up black snake and peach tree, incarnated as a 1,000-foot-tall tree, expelling the darkness with a single blow. Guardian of the world. The images began to blur, and the memories began to break down by this point. At the moment of dissolution, Gu Changqing seemed to see that the fluttering male was gazing up at him from that giant tree in the sky. His lips parted lightly. Future man, please, though I am a beast, I have found a feeling in man that I have never felt before. May there be a day of peace. The image disappeared, and Gu Changqing snapped his eyes open, awakening from the darkness. At this time, he was no longer at the altar, but was in a small mountain peach orchard. The 4 beast pets were bored, each posing with a. The pink-shirted woman stood under the peach tree, letting the petals fall on her body. Next to her, the shadowy figure of a tall man in black power suit and unrecognizable face was quietly accompanying her. Senpai. Gu Changqing got up, but his body suddenly stumbled, laying on the ground and falling on his face. Gu Changqing was astonished at how he had jumped up just now when his feet had only slightly exerted themselves. Waking up to a modified body takes some getting used to. Remodeling? Gu Changqing froze, and immediately observed the hands and feet, which were still the original hands and feet, without alienation. She's talking about the remodeling as increasing the strength of the flesh. What an idiot. The man in the power suit coldly grunted in disdain. Gu Changqing nodded in confusion and jerked his head up to look at the man in the power suit. This voice is too familiar. You're the Black Loach. The Beast Emperor was furious. Kid, dare to call me by my nickname. Tear you apart. Put. The always serious pink-shirt woman couldn't help but be amused by Gu Changqing's address. Don't tease him. Get used to the new power first. Gu Changqing nodded, then opened the abyss prompt. Only dozens of prompts appeared, and Gu Changqing's mouth opened wider with each entry he read. Read them all and wonder about life. Is this still me? Chapter 121, The Golden Word Lucky Draw. Gu Changqing. Title, Senior Beast Master. Rank, 20. Experience, 0/52428800. Skills, Beast Power, Fire Control Level 5. Golden Crow Armor, Level 0. 100 Styles of Warfare, Level 0. Talent, Unlimited Golden Words. Body Chakra, Mortal, Honorable. Golden Crow Armor. True Fire Sparrow can summon a piece of armor with a strength of 30% of the strength of the main attribute of the body's beast pet. No duration. 100 Styles Battle Technique. Destiny Monkey evolved from the 100 Battle Stick. The Royal Beast Master can stack layers by attacking at will. Triggers a special effect after 100 styles. Skill damage plus 200%. Advancement to Advanced. With 2 more beast power skills. The White and Mimic beasts have not yet been promoted and cannot be taken from them for the time being. In addition to the skills, it opens up the exclusive, high-level Imperial Beast Master. Body Chakra. Body Chakra, as the name suggests, refers to the strength of the Imperial Beast Master's body. It's also a layer of protection that the Abyss puts on the Imperial Beast Master. As the number of promoted ranks increased, the body of the Imperial Beast Master would not be able to withstand the power of the beast pet. The height of the body vein would also be an important indicator when breaking through to the king-level Royal Beast Master. To put it in layman's terms, the body vein is equivalent to the bloodline of a beast pet. Vital. Thank you, Elder. Gu Changqing saluted the pink-shirt woman and the Beast Emperor's void. I really don't know what's gotten into her, but, thanks to the Dragon Spring Pearls, we were able to remove the last of the contamination. Only then did Gu Changqing notice that the peach trees on the hill, lush and green, were getting more and more prosperous. The lake at the bottom of the hill had blue water, and a single fish jumped out of the water. Take the peach blossoms floating on the water into your mouth. That indefinable feeling vanished into thin air. Smell the flowers, the breeze caresses your mood. Here, the pink-shirt woman threw the Dragon Spring Pearl to Gu Changqing. The Dragon Spring Pearl luster, dimmed by nearly half. Well, there you go. The pink-shirt woman began to shoo people away. Gu Changqing saluted again and said, thank you again, 2 seniors, we'll see you again. The Beast Emperor's shadow grunted. The next time we meet, we will be enemies. Kid, I hope you can hold out until you match us. Don't scare him. But indeed, the next time we meet, we'll be enemies. Gu Changqing didn't dare to take more words, and after saying a few more good words, he left the copy. The anthropomorphic beast took one step and turned around 3 times, seemingly unwilling to leave. When he was out of the copy, Black Egg had a bad look in his eyes. Third brother, growing backbones? Meow 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 meow. The anthropomorphic beast shuddered and shrieked. The Black Egg frowned. The Beast Emperor is by far the strongest ferocious beast, right? How could it die? The mimic beast wilted and didn't answer. Gu Chongqing went up to Little Gold's feathery back and listened to the exchange between the two beasts with a light frown. He didn't go into too much detail, either. The matter of the Beast Emperor, even if there was a real problem, it was not something that the current him could help with. The most important thing at the moment was to return the Dragon Spring Pearl in a hurry. If he missed the opening of the Forbidden Sea, would the Green Dragon come straight to his door? I'm tired. There's no sloppiness in dealing with these oversized monsters. On the way to catch up, Gu Chongqing took out the Lotus Root Powder card and cut open his finger to spot a drop of blood. Promoted to Senior Imperial Beast Master, another Imperial Beast space was added. The Beast Pet card flashed white light, and in the next second, a ball of Lotus Root Powder floated out. Beast's favorite, Lotus Root Powder. Grade, General. Rank, 0. Attributes, none. Skill, Mesmerizing Eyes. Introduction, it's just a plain, simple lump of Lotus Root Powder. What a clean-cut beastie. What a shocking skill. The next part of the program is a time to spell luck. Gu Chongqing cupped his hands violently and took 2 more breaths. Open talent and tapped on extract gold word. 10 extractions at once. Awesome. Unlimited gold phrase trigger. Is it possible to draw 10 gold phrases at once? Yes. Golden words are being drawn. Please pay attention to receive. 10,000 golden lights dazzled, 10 of which flew out. Congratulations on obtaining the gold word, Taiyin Biteitis. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase, all things are not bad. Congratulations on obtaining the golden word, Uncast Soldier Spirit. Congratulations on the gold word, Even Shy. Congratulations on your gold phrase, Invincible Empty Hand to White Blade. The 5 golden words are prioritized to unfold before the eyes of the not the one he wanted. Of these 5 gold phrases, the Unbreakable of All Things and Uncast Soldier Spirit are part of the Beast Pet equipment. Even Shyness and Invincible Empty-Handedness. It was given to the Mimic Beast by Gu Chongqing without hesitation. Golden words, nothing. Effects, when a Beast Pet drags a battle, it randomly draws an item from the enemy's body. Golden words, Invincible Empty Hand catching White Blade. Effects, when the Imperial Beastmaster is facing danger, it automatically triggers the effect of catching white blades with empty hands, with a 100% success rate. Though, the 2 gold phrases were not bloodline phrases, just simple skill gold phrases, but in the case of mimic beasts, it's an invincible and generally rogue effect, especially in conjunction with the Flower's Smile at Me gold lyric. The enemy attack is caught, then the battle is dragged away, then the home is stolen. Gu Chongqing was a bit impatient to test the effects just by thinking about it. There's no rush, the main lyric hasn't come out yet. Look at the next wave. At this point, the remaining 5 golden words appeared, one after the other. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase, Hybrid Magic Pill. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase, Draconian Warblood. Congratulations on your gold phrase, Aura of Descending Wisdom. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase, Earth Abyssal Stygia. Congratulations on acquiring the gold word, Void. Seeing the mixed demon pill, Gu Chongqing's lifted heart landed steadily. Now that's a lot of root beer to get off the ground. It was only his attention that was drawn over to the 2 gold words. Taiyin Mouth Inflammation, Bloodline Level Gold Phrase. Introduction, the Supreme Divine Fire nurtured by the moon. Swallowing and burning everything. Even the gods are afraid. Ability, one of the most mysterious flames in heaven and earth. With extremely powerful special abilities. Feel for yourself after use. Requirements, Fire Beast Pet. Earth's Abyssal Stygia, Bloodline Gold Word. Introduction, the Supreme Divine Fire nurtured by the underworld. Demons and monsters are hard to escape. Ability, one of the most mysterious flames in heaven and earth, with an extremely strong ability to burn souls. Feel for yourself after use. Requirements, Fire Beast Pet. 2 golden word bloodlines, if given to 2 beast pets, would add 2 more mythic level combatants. However, their introductions were similar to the first golden phrase Gu Chongqing had obtained. The Great Sun Golden Flame, the Golden Flame of the Great Sun, the mouth-watering flame of the Taiyin, and the underworld flame of the Earth's abyss. Sun, moon, heaven and earth. Gu Chongqing wasn't sure. Since they were all bloodline level, he was afraid of blindly empowering them with unknown alterations. A bloodline devours another bloodline. We'll see when we get back to the city and Little Gold evolves. From afar, the light gate of the Forbidden Sea appeared in the eye. Gu Chongqing jumped off Little Gold's back and smeared the light door before directly choosing to enter. In the next second, he was in a greenish pool of water. A large faucet lowers, meeting him on all fours. Chapter 122, Falling into a Debtor's Den. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gu Changqing's heart and liver trembled, and only after seeing that it was Qinglong did he breathe a sigh of relief. And at that moment, a cat instantly flashed under the green dragon's whiskers and, two cat paws merged, holding the whiskers in the center of his palm. The green dragon's two lantern-sized dragon eyes were opposite the rice-sized cat's eyes. The air freezes at this moment. The anthropomorphic beast's throat rolled and its cat's paws kept thrashing. It didn't know why, but it had been fine in the badge space, and the next second it was clamped onto one of the behemoth's whiskers. It timidly lowered its paw, meowed towards the green dragon, turned around and ran away treading water. Golden word even shy trigger, you obtain a dragon legacy treasure. Aha! Gu Changqing hurriedly put the anthropomorphic beast into space. Luckily, the equipment that came out of the golden word shun went straight into the backpack space. Otherwise it would be embarrassing to have a stolen scene. The green dragon's eyes lit up with light and said, "This beast pet of yours is not simple. This honored one can't even muster the slightest bit of killing intent towards it. That's because you were magnanimous and didn't bother with it in the first place. Otherwise, 10,000 of it would have been just a matter of you blowing on it, stealing someone's treasure, and it's still a relic. The heart is more or less empty. Come along, you have been summoned here on this occasion for a great matter." Saying that, the green light of the green dragon's torso flashed, and in an instant a gorgeous man appeared in the pool, shaking out her long hair, driving a crystalline splash that, even a man can't help but be dazzled when he looks at it. The green dragon leapt out of the pool, a long robe covering his perfect curves. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sirens. Gu Changqing hurriedly closed his eyes for fear of growing something bad. This honored one's human likeness is okay, isn't it? Gu Changqing nodded. Can. Handsome over thousands of beautiful young girls and boys. That's right. My father specially searched for dozens of versions before finally choosing this one. Go! The green dragon rolled up a hurricane, carrying Gu Changqing and rushing out of the Forbidden Land. The appearance of the Green Dragon Academy was on display at a glance. On an endless ocean, an island with a wide area stood still. A coupled row of school buildings, palaces, and great walls, draped in colorful clouds. The cranes are singing in the shadows of the flock, and the spirit birds are flying. Those who didn't know, thought they had entered the legendary Immortals Place, and the forbidden place where the green dragon was located was situated on the top of the island, a special place formed by special clouds and water vapor. Under the load of the hurricane, Gu Changqing by the Forbidden Land, flew into the top of the nearest palace in a puff of smoke. A heavy door opened, and Gu Changqing rushed through the door without being able to help himself. At that moment, a dozen sharp gazes looked at him in unison. Landing on the ground and stopping himself, he hadn't yet adjusted his blown clothes and hairstyle when he heard a loud shout. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Green Dragon Academy's high-level conference room?" Buzz! A powerful pressure impacted, and a heavy ice lance broke through the air with the force of 1,000 pounds. The speed was so fast that it was on its way in the blink of an eye. It was too late to summon a beast pet. Gu Changqing stomped his left foot and dodged to the right. Unexpectedly, his body was so light that the ice lance grazed his shoulder, tearing open a small wound. Bone-chilling coldness spreads and freezes over the wound. Gu Changqing's palm gave birth to golden flames, removing the coldness. Everything responded so casually, as if it had evolved countless times and formed a habit. This is how powerful the body vein is? Not waiting for him to ease up, more ice lances followed. Gene, the six-main star formation at his feet rose abruptly, and before Little Gold's figure could coalesce in it, a green shadow came in front of him, and while forcibly pressing Little Gold back into the royal beast space, he waved his sleeve robe and the ice lance collapsed as much as it could, turning into dots of icy glitter. Lord Green Dragon. Everyone in the conference room rose and bowed to the Green Dragon. All rise, little one, and take a seat at your leisure. Qinglong marched to the main seat of the wide and long conference table, sat down on his butt and said, "Let the meeting begin." Gu Changqing looked at the group of bigwigs from Qinglong Academy and found the most remote location. Just as he sat down, a substantial gaze of anger shot towards him once again. Gu Changqing looked up and it was an old man in his 60s. Damn, are all the people from Green Dragon Academy so angry? It's like he's owed an assload of famine. Regarding the problems that occurred in the Forbidden Sea, my father has personally gone to check it out, and there are indeed signs of activity left behind by unknown things. Not only that, but almost all of the fierce beasts in the Forbidden Sea that are above the elite level have been eradicated. If my guess is correct, not long from now, the Green Dragon Academy will face a difficult life and death situation. I want you to bring up the strength of the students in the shortest possible time before disaster strikes. Once the Green Dragon Academy is lost, then the entire sea will lose control. I don't have to deliberately emphasize what that means. Gu Changqing listened in silence. It was said to be a meeting, but it was totally a one-man show for the Green Dragon. Whatever he says, the people in the meeting memorize. Besides, after the major events were finished, The green dragon pointed at Gu Changqing, who was groping the fish. This person has been granted the green dragon order by this father. In the future, no one shall be hindered from entering or leaving the Green Dragon Academy. At this time, a group of executives who would only nod their heads and take notes revealed surprised expressions as they looked at Gu Changqing. The Green Dragon Order. That's the symbol of the Green Dragon. Not to mention the Green Dragon Academy. Even in the entire human race, it had an extremely heavy weight. As for the old man who glared angrily at Gu Changqing, he said indifferently, "My lord, he's not a student of the Green Dragon Academy. And judging from the engagement just now, he's not a royal beast master of the water or with lineages either. Wouldn't it be a waste to have the Green Dragon Order on him? I think it would be better for you to select the best among the academy and grant the Green Dragon Order." Xinglong crossed his legs with a big grin and said meaningfully, "Old thing, things have been over for so long, it's time to let go. Look at me, I just don't remember that." Adding to my worries, as the chief finger of the Green Dragon Academy, all resources are at my disposal. Is that a little bit? It's clearly an injury. And it took me 10 years to fill that big hole with great difficulty. It took me 10 years to fill that hole. You've stayed in the forbidden zone ever since. Now that you've come out, you've brought another scourge. If you keep this up, I'm not going to do it. Ooh. Gu Changqing was dumbfounded as he watched. This old man can really brave. Surprisingly, he went up against the Green Dragon, one of the 4 holy beasts. Xinglong was dumbfounded by his words and said with a black face, "Old man, don't think that I wouldn't dare to kill you just because you were brought up by me." Unexpectedly, the old man threw his neck forward. "Who are you?" "I'm the old ancestor of the Qingmu clan. If you want to kill me, take it and take it. As long as I don't die, the Green Dragon Order must not be given to him." Gu Changqing's fire also came up. "Senior, have I offended you? Did I eat the academy's food or drink its water?" When these words came out, Xinglong held his forehead and said, "Kid, you didn't eat it, but your parents did." Chapter 123, I'm in the wrong room. Can you believe it? Xinglong Academy doesn't like the surname Gu. The old man seemed to have been poked at his scales and slammed the table. "Men, expel him from the Green Dragon Academy." Immediately, another door of the conference room opened and several spirit-level Imperial Beast Masters walked in. Coldly, "Let's go. Do we still need to fight our way out?" Xinglong, on the other hand, sighed and said helplessly, "Kid, there's nothing I can do." Strictly speaking, what he said is indeed correct. However, there is still a way, which is to take your parents' debt and pay it back. Parents in debt? Gu Changqing had been confused at the moment, and had accidentally dropped the debtor's base camp, thinking of the tight times the family used to live in, and the fact that the parents were heroes of Jinhai City. Gu Changqing looked at the materials on his body as well as the money and generously said, "Since it's a parent's bill, it's only right for a son to help pay it back. However, please show me the bill. Otherwise, I won't recognize any of it." The old man was also stunned, and then he burst out laughing in anger. "Fine, the father's bill is paid by the son. It's only right. Someone, turn the bill over to me." Estimating how it would be enough, Gu Changqing glanced at the several spirit-level Imperial Beast Masters with an old-fashioned, looming look. In no time at all, stacks of ledgers made their way to the conference table. Gu Changqing snorted, "Is the Green Dragon Academy's account management so lax? You still have to find them now." The old man laughed coldly. Arrogant brat. "You see clearly, these ledgers are all owed by both of your parents, and a single check is recorded." Gu Changqing was unsteady under his buttocks and almost performed a stool-dropping stunt on the spot. He took one of the accounts and flipped it open, and then he nearly fainted as his eyes fluttered. The material recorded in it for less money and no. The start is 10,000. What with all the heavenly treasures, luxurious equipment, spiritually favored beast cubs, and so on, from the smallest food and drink to the largest lords and kings, even borrowed a legendary level equipment. And this is still the first book. The pile on the conference table is 30 books less to start with. The little bit of coins Gu Changqing had in his pocket, one of them would have to be dumped. Wait! Gu Changqing suddenly raised his hand and shouted, rushing the old man, "Dare I ask this academy chief finger, the 2 people who owe the debt, what are their names?" It's written at the end of the ledger, along with fingerprints. Male Gu Changling, female Su Ruoxing. Ha ha ha. Gu Changqing let out a wild laugh. Gu Chanling and Su Ruoxing. Ha ha ha. "I'm sorry, my parents aren't called that. You've got the wrong people." In the next second, Gu Changqing fought his way to the conference room door. Surging power surged through his body, and he leapt nearly 100 meters in a few strides. Before anyone could react, Little Gold let out a cry and crisp chirps dazzled the sky above the Green Dragon Academy. "Trying to run?" The old man grunted heavily, then looked at Xinglong. Green Dragon, at some point, pulled out his cell phone and swiped it, laughing from time to time. Notice to the whole school, catch the debtor Gu Changqing. If he runs away, Everyone will be deducted 50 points. Yes. When the cadre of senior staff from the Green Dragon Academy had all left the conference room, the anger on the old man's face gradually disappeared, and his face was filled with sighs. Without realizing it, their children are so big. Qinglong put away his cell phone and said, "Yes, I still remember when I came to Qinglong Academy to drop out together. It's not bad to be the person that this father has been looking at since a long time ago." The old man grimaced bitterly. "I say, old ancestor, we are at least a saint beast. Can we put on some saint beast posture? What gesture of a holy beast? Not still raising children for that long dead dog. Come on, whatever you say. But who is this mutiny aimed at?" Thinking about the changes around the Green Dragon Academy in recent times, the old man was worried. Qinglong gathered his mixed-up attitude. "At first, I thought that it was with the weakening of the rules of the abyss, thus causing the ferocious beasts bound therein to go berserk. However, after the trip to the Forbidden Sea, I discovered an even more terrifying thing. While the abyssal rules are weakening, there is no tendency to reinforce them again." The old man sniffed with a steep creep. "What do you mean? The rules of the abyss are collapsing?" Qinglong wrapped his hands around the back of his head. "I don't know. The rules that have continued for 1,000 years have suddenly changed. Is the abyss withdrawing its protection from humans? Should we get word to the ones at Kirin?" Qinglong waved his hand. "If I can detect it, they naturally can as well. Old boy, work harder. The abyssal rule is a protection and likewise a shackle. This is a perishing crisis for the human race, and likewise a heavenly opportunity." Suddenly, from outside the conference room, the sound of booming blasts kept coming. The brutal impact caused the entire hall to shake and tremble. The green dragon came to life, and a green light screen appeared, within which appeared the scene of Gu Changqing escaping under the blockade of the Green Dragon Academy guards. The human race, has always been a magical race. Their descendants have always been able to create miracles that surpass their forefathers. Perhaps, this is the intention of the abyss. Looking at the screen, Gu Changqing, who was still fleeing with ease under the siege of dozens of spirit-level Imperial Beast Masters with his own strength. The old man muttered, "Yes, that's why I still have the ledger to this day. Those two people, they were too stunning. Maybe it's because I'm old. I still feel that I was pitched by them." "Willingly," Qinglong said disdainfully. "Then you still ordered to chase and block people. Didn't the old ancestor also see the problems with his body and that's why he brought him to the Green Dragon Academy?" The Green Dragon was unimpressed, seeing the once unproductive little brother. The black dragon blood is indeed one of the best for forging body veins, yet it is not a remnant of its kind. The old man laughed. "It seems that the old ancestor is going to learn from me back then this time, knowing that he will suffer, but still willingly. What do you know, N? He has my green dragon order. He is my messenger outside. If I don't help him, should I help you? Mud. It really is a poor pursuit." Gu Changqing flew over Qinglong Academy with little gold. Behind them, dozens of guards followed closely. From time to time, rounds of skills bombarded and whistled. Luckily, the air is all about Kogain, and with Black Egg's big stick in his hand, no substantial threat. "No, we have to think of a way to do this, or we'll wear out and wear out." By now, the rolling cluster of palaces had flown by, and below them were rows and rows of high-rise buildings, mentally spitting out the tastes of the Green Dragon Academy. Signal Kim to go down. Then he found an empty room and crept in through the window. "Aren't you bombing? Blow it up if you can." As he watched the guardsmen above him searching aimlessly, Gu Changqing was relieved. A nice scent drilled into his nostrils and he looked around, unable to help but sweat. "Nima, I chose the wrong target. How did I get into the girls' dormitory?" The fine, elegant room was lined with little girls' clothes drying in the sun. The sizes are also large and small. Slip. Still the Four Elephants Academy can't even guarantee a single room for the students. It's a good thing I didn't come. Gu Changqing deflated and came to the door, his hand just resting on the doorknob. Ka-ching. Suddenly, the bathroom door opens and a stream of hot air gushed from it, but a delicate figure was seen, shadowed in the mist. The figure glanced toward the doorway, and then the two gazes met. Chapter 124, The Lost Dragon Woods. The fog is gradually lifting and a man and a woman stared at each other, motionless, as if they had been nailed. Until, that is, the blood-curdlingly wonderful light is clearly revealed. Gu Changqing was busy glancing her head to the side. "If I say that I went to the wrong room, would you believe me?" Gu Changqing. A shrill cry full of murderous intent and anger was followed by a beam of icicles. "Recognize me?" Gu Changqing deftly dodged while finally seeing who it was. "Nima. It can't be such a coincidence." The bath towel that Lu Jin was wrapped in, because of the action of lifting her hand, slipped slightly, revealing a large area of snow white, and a blush climbed up like a smoky haze. I don't know if it was from anger or shame. "Don't yell." Gu Changqing bullied his way up, so fast that he almost pulled out stumps. As Lu Jin was unable to resist, a hand blocked her mouth. "It's really a misunderstanding. Believe me, I believe you. Damn you, take your life. Lu Jiyin broke Gu Changqing's palms with both hands. Like a rampaging lion, the ice transformed into a bird, and with a roar, it lunged at Gu Changqing. The entire room was instantly covered in an icy blue color. Gu Changqing's fire control technique easily dissolved the ice bird, and a large amount of water vapor rushed out of the room and rolled up. I really wasn't running to you. Why don't you believe me? Gu Changqing still wanted to explain, and in the next second, Lu Jiyin rushed out again amidst the water vapor, purple light lingering on her body surface. But Gu Changqing's mouth suddenly opened wide. Where's the towel? What do you want to do? Lu Jiyin also noticed this. Her forward body stopped violently, and she looked down and, the white body, no more pieces repeated. When she broke Gu Changqing's hand just now, the bath towel slipped off with her. Ah, stinking rascal, big pervert. Finally, Lu Jiyin reacted like a normal person, but Gu Changqing was miserable. A whistling, breaking sound rang out from outside. Listening to the quantity, not only the guards of the Green Dragon Academy, but also the students were involved. Sorry, really didn't mean it. I'll explain later. Later, the scene is not a good one. Gu Changqing broke the window and drove Xiao Jin to escape in a hurry. There, all follow me. Don't let him get away. Asshole, denizens, scumbag, hiding in the girls' dormitory. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I think I saw Sister Jiyin. She is not clothed. School sister's face so red. I Lu a bean. It will not be two people. Surname Gu. We don't share the same fate as you. Originally, for the leaders said to capture Gu Changqing plus 50 points, many people did not participate. After all, when the guard strikes, it's basically a foregone conclusion. But Gu Changqing dating Lu Jiyin. Lu Jiyin unclothed face flushed. Two people seem to be fixed for life and other rumors under the sweep of the demon wind. The entire Green Dragon Academy was boiling. You know, that was the goddess-level figure of all the boys in Green Dragon Academy. The family didn't even get to pick it, and an outsider got to it first. Now, the nature has completely changed. At this time, Gu Changqing was sweating like a pig. Behind them, there was a dense army of pursuers, at least 1,000 of them. Unlike before, there is still room for the guard to chase and put up a skill block. After all, the word from above is capture. But now, thousands of skills shot wildly in one round, not caring whether they were dead or alive if they hit. Even if Little Gold, Black Egg and other beast pets resisted with all their might. Nay, there were too many people to fight. Master, I feel like I'm going to have to explain myself here. Black Egg extends his C-pin, intercepting a dozen or so of his proximity skills, and sits down, panting, pounding pills into his mouth. Less nagging. Kim, can it still hold up? I'm fine, Master, I found a place. While skulking around I noticed that the men were staying as far away as they could. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing said, just go there. Yes, Xiao Jin let out a stern whistle, and the blazing sun flames spread out in the air, forming a wall of despairing fire that stopped the pursuers for the time being. It then swooped down at a spot to the west of the. Below was a forest, wrapped in gray mists from which gusts of death rose. Gu Changqing didn't care if it was dangerous down there or not, and commanded Xiao Jin to rush down. And in the sky above the Green Dragon Academy, after many students combined their efforts to extinguish Xiao Jin's flames, someone had found out Gu Changqing's location. No good. That denizen is running towards the Mystic Dragon Forest. Serves you right for daring to break into our academy's forbidden land. It's over. 50 credits are hopeless. Time to humiliate our goddess. This is what happens. And the Green Dragon and the old man, who were watching the movements outside in the conference room, seeing the light screen that cut off the screen after entering the Mystic Dragon Forest, the old man said, inside. Qinglong lazily said, yeah, it went in. Same trajectory duplicated. Those two came out of the Misty Dragon Forest with a drastic change in temperament. I wonder what this kid will get. Hopefully, it won't be self-defeating. Qinglong gave him a blank look. You're afraid you'll miss him again, aren't you? The old man smiled. What the old ancestor has in mind, is it not the same as me? I'm not as fancy as you are. What I'm curious about is what those two actually left behind in the Lost Dragon Forest. The old man collected his laughter. Known as a rare male and female heavenly pride in 100 years. If they don't die, it's enough to become the current leader of the Imperial Beastmasters. The secrets of the world outside the city are almost all transparent in front of them. That was why the Four Elephant Academy willingly gave them the green light. But after coming out of the Mystic Dragon Forest, they seem to have discarded the past, although they are still just as shameless. Qinglong expressed a rare emotion. The four forbidden lands of the Four Elephants Academy existed before the ferocious beasts descended. What secrets are hidden inside? How many secrets? Even I can only get a glimpse. It depends on him, whether he is the one to unlock the secrets. Master, indeed, as Big Sister said, those dogs don't dare to come down. Entering the Misty Dragon Forest, The pursuing brigade in the air was vaguely visible through the gray mist. They seemed to be wary of something and did not approach. It's good that we didn't chase them down. Let's recover first and leave straight after we get out. Originally came to return the dragon spring pearls. Inexplicably was placed in a monstrous debt that could not be repaid in 10 lifetimes. Being pursued and meeting Lu Jiyin, who just got out of the bath. Well. With multiple buffs stacked on top of each other, Gu Chongqing had seen the terrifying combat power of Qinglong Academy. If someone else had come along, the ashes would have been raised in the sea, resting for nearly half an hour. With the special effects of the Green Dragon Order, Little Gold and Black Egg recovered extraordinarily quickly. Let's go. The fact that they don't come closer also shows the special nature of this place. When he was in the air, Gu Chongqing took note of the extent of the area here. He pointed to the east side. There was a cliff over there. He should be able to get out. 1 man and 4 pets walking through the thick woods. Xiao Jin wanted to fly up, but this place has restrictions. The higher up, the thicker the mist. It is impossible to see east and west, north and south. Converting time, it's about time to reach the cliff zone. Just then, there was a sudden rattling up ahead. An exchange of voices ensued, and 1 man and 4 favorites heard it. The whole body couldn't help but feel a jolt. Master, indeed, as Big Sister said, those dogs don't dare to come down. That voice, it was Black Egg's. It's good that we didn't chase them down. Let's recover first and leave straight after we get out. It was he who answered immediately afterward. Chapter 125 I am the rebel of the Santan Kai Kai. Master, this is. Even Black Egg couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle as he listened to the familiar sounds of conversation. Gu Chongqing frowned and called Little White to him. After a while, after the release of the Eye of Charm skill, the pink energy draped around his body faded away. Master, it's not an illusion type skill. This place, it should be covered with special formations, or, what we are seeing is the special ability of some special ferocious beasts. Even White can't see that. It seemed like there was a reason why the students of the Green Dragon Academy didn't dare to chase in this place. There's no rush. Let's see what's going on over there. Through the mist, Gu Chongqing saw where the sound was coming from. The scene at this point was an exact replica of the scene when we first entered the place. 1 person and 4 pets are identical, both in communication and in speech and behavior. It's hard to tell if it's real or not. Well, it smells like dragons. Just then, the new pact, the couch potato, which had not yet had time to be summoned. The voice resounded in the Imperial Beast space. The smell of dragons? Gu Chongqing was shocked. The dragon that came out of this one's mouth was certainly not some stinking fish and shrimp fighting the remnants of the dragon race. Unlikely. If the Green Dragon Academy really had other dragon race remnants, it would have long surpassed the Qilin Academy. Can you get a bearing? Gu Chongqing called out the lotus root powder. The lotus root powder converged into a small human head and floated in front of Gu Chongqing, and then it turned into a hand, pointing to the woods in front of the monstrosity, and said, "It's right there, but it's not solid. In that case, Little Gold, prepare to strike." The lotus root powder stopped Gu Chongqing and hooked her hand at him. "Where's my stuff? Your body has a scent I'm very familiar with." A beast pet like that is so unlovable. There are no secrets to be found at all. However, Gu Chongqing was also looking forward to what the lotus root powder would become after empowering it with the golden phrase. He took out the golden phrase of that hybrid magic pill from his backpack space and, is the gold phrase, hybrid magic pill given to the common level beast pet? Lotus root? Yes. Golden words confer success. Congratulations on the promotion of your beast pet Lotus root to Magic Lotus. Magic Lotus? This shouldn't be a wrong guess, right? After empowering the gold words, the root powder was balled up into a ball, and a flash of red, eerie energy began to wash outward. Guided by this energy, the lotus root powder began to rapidly coalesce into form. Slowly, flesh and blood began to grow out of. Nearly 10 minutes passed, when suddenly a ball of blood and fire exploded in the midst of a little fellow in the image of the child seen at the altar, with a lotus neck in his mouth. He stepped out with a 6-parent stride, his mouth and eyes contemptuous. "Let's go. Go tackle the dragon with little master." The lotus neck was held in his hand, and suddenly blood and fire were born. Gu Chongqing opened its message and couldn't help but exclaim, "I drop a mom. Beast pet, magic lotus flower. Grade, bronze. Rank, 0. Bloodline, hybrid demon pill. Golden words, yin and yang hybrid spiritual pearls nurtured by the conception of heaven and earth, with the power to open up the heavens and split the earth, and turn the world upside down. Attributes, strength plus 180, physique plus 200, agility plus 220, spirit plus 0, skills, ultimate regeneration, magic lotus karma fire, 3 styles of slaughtering the dragon, hybrid swallowing and sucking, missing, 3 heads and 6 arms. Equipment. Introduction, inheriting the demonic power of the mixed spirit pearl. it has incredible abilities. To the dragon race, it is an unsettling and catastrophic event. Evolution, special type beast pet. Bloodline evolution once every 20 levels. Evolutionary route, lotus root powder, magic lotus flower yin yang chen kuan mixed lotus. The 3 altars of the sea will be the great spirit dash. This is one of the 3 legendary rebels. Look at that 0-point mental attribute. Gu Changqing couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh. It was also the only way to always watch, as always, to see if the Tower of the One was around. Its starting point, however, is far too far beyond the black egg. The skills, in particular, are more than a little stronger. Extreme regeneration, bloodline skill, bloodline undamaged, my body undying. Devil's Lotus karmic fire, bloodline skill, karmic fire entangles the body, souls fall forever. 3 styles of dragon slaying, bloodline skill. There are 3 dragon slaying styles, pumping stakes and setting up pots and pans, hybrid swallowing and sucking, bloodline skill, thousands of energies, come and go, 3 heads and 6 arms, bloodline skill, my body turns into 3, hammering and smashing everything, 5 bloodline skills, none of which were described in detail. This mysterious soul summoned by the evil god from the other dimension, even the abyss could not probe clearly. With the beast pet that Gu Changqing had plucked up alive using the golden words of the, there is a disconnect difference. Little Master? Hearing this name, Black Egg raised his eyebrows and grunted. According to the ranking, you are the 5th oldest. No matter what your origin is, since you have become your master's beast pet, you have to be ranked according to seniority. Understand? The devil lotus flower pushed her lotus neck towards the ground and said in a cold voice, what kind of thing are you? How dare you come to teach little master to work? Hey, here comes one that's even wilder than Master Black. Kid, not convinced to take 2 moves? Come on, whoever wimps out is a grandson. Yeah, let's fight then. The black egg and the magic lotus. At the drop of a hat, each of them held a sea-setting needle and a lotus neck, like 2 meteors, crashing together fiercely. Xiao Bai and the mimic beast quickly hid behind Gu Changqing, so as not to spill the beans. Xiao Jin, on the other hand, watched happily, drawing out a circle of fire and protecting Gu Changqing inside. The 2 favorites went back and forth with brutal strength, toppling a giant tree to the ground. The Devil's Lotus is worthy of having a special evolutionary path. Under the 100 battles stick, which was augmented by the Black Egg's fixed sea needle, it was easy to cope with the situation. And that Devil Lotus karmic fire, executed like a blooming lotus flower, burning Black Eggs jumping up and down. Marred, little thing, forcing your Black Master to lay down a deadly hand is it? Devil Lotus flower was not willing to show weakness. Dead hand? You're at your wit's end. The hands don't hold back, and the mouth doesn't even admit defeat. Gu Changqing watched as the 2 antipodes traded blows for a moment. The master's identity is threatened. Stop it, both of you. However, the battle continued and even intensified. Gu Changqing waved his hand with a tired heart. Kim, it's all Jan. Yes, little gold flew into the air above the battlefield between the 2, and the shadow of the golden crow suddenly appeared. The huge destructive aura was like a huge mountain, weighing heavily on the 2 beasts' bodies. Looking at the fireball in front of him that was getting bigger and bigger, with hidden god birds soaring in it, Black Egg immediately threw the sea-fixing needle and half-kneeled on the ground, his black face full of loyalty. My favorite and most adored big sister, please accept the divine power. The Devil Lotus also felt the extraordinary bloodline suppression of Little Gold, and as proud as it was, it also bowed its head. The oldest 5 will be the oldest 5, but those of you at the front of the row get ready. Little Master will challenge you all at any time to take back the rankings. Gu Changqing sniffed and became even more tired. This is not a beast pet. It's clearly a living father. It is worthy of being the rebel son of the 3 altars of the Sea Society to kill the King of Heaven that the tower is claiming to be the father and the tower is dying for you to die. This persistence and perseverance is rare in the ages. Little flower, didn't you perceive the location of the ferocious beast? Go quickly. Looking at Devil Lotus, who was still defiant and glaring at Black Egg, Gu Changqing had to let it take the lead. The Devil's Lotus glanced toward the location of the trees in front of where the vision had occurred. Steeply monstrous demonic blood flames rise steeply. The dead and restless loach. Let's set you back one more time. Chapter 126, The Stairway to Heaven. Treading the Clouds Palace. Boom, boom, boom. Magic Lotus opens up straight away. A millstone-sized blood-colored fire lotus. Like a rainbow of. The location where Gu Changqing had rested after entering the mystic dragon forest was covered without a single scratch. Maybe it's not secure enough. The Devil's Lotus is also a ruthless man, chopping off an arm as well as both legs in their entirety while throwing them into the lotus pond of demonic flame. When the new limb grows, chop it off again and put it in. This cycle was repeated several times before it finally stopped. Gu Changqing was dumbfounded and jaw-dropped as he watched, goosebumps popping up all over his body and chills running down his back. Nima, what kind of attack is this? I know you're a tough guy, but it doesn't have to be an attack move, does it? It's a bit brutal, to be sure. Throwing in a limb followed by a lotus flower of magic fire is like pouring gasoline on a fire. The flames went up like crazy, but his magic fire, on the contrary, doesn't burn vegetation, earth and rocks. There was no substantial damage despite the flames. Black Egg snorted coldly and said, "That's it? Where's the burning air? Little hot chick." Bull asterisk 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 don't know black-furred monkeys. Little Master's flame burns karma. Cause and effect no? It's better to let him buy you a few more books to replenish your brain that's full of water. Seeing that the two antipodes had a tendency to choke again, Gu Changqing hurriedly shouted, "It's a war, so focus on me." When he finished speaking, he asked Xiao Jin in a low voice, "Demon fire burns karma?" Listening to his nonsense, the magic fire has the strange effect of automatically finding soul bodies and eroding them. For illusions, and special spaces, it has great destructive power. But, if one's body is devoid of killing blood chi, it's just for people to keep warm. Gu Changqing nodded, so it was like that. One person and 5 favorites waiting quietly for the burning of the magic fire lotus flower. Suddenly, a twisted trail snaked through the flaming, steaming void. Black Egg and Devil Lotus pupils lit up as they simultaneously shouted, "Gotcha!" Black Egg threw out the C-fixing needle and directly used his own C-fixing stick skill. The Devil Lotus, on the other hand, turned into a circle of demonic fire under her feet and flew to the top of the traces, tearing them up with a pair of small claws. Dang! The wood shuddered as the C-pin fell from the sky, weighing the trail down. Traces of being pinned down, doing their best to twist the resistance. But the C-pin didn't move and couldn't make any waves. Human, trespassing into the mystic dragon forest and attempting to kill the dragons. Can you afford to carry the massive karma? The traces begin to come out under the sea-setting pins. A dragon-like creature that was 5 meters long and covered in faint scales raised its head and roared at Gu Changqing. Mirage Dragon Beast, Fierce Demon Class Beast, Rank, 65. Attributes, none. Bloodline, Mirage Glazed Dragon. Skills, Mirage of Karma. Foreseeing the future. Introduction, the guardian spirit beast of the mystic dragon forest. Although it has no battle power, its special ability is sought after by countless races. This is the mystic dragon forest. This Mirage Dragon Beast skill, it's a bit buggy. If we hadn't run into the Dragon Slayer VIP, which just happens to restrain that, it was extremely difficult to get out of this forest. The second skill of foretelling the future. Gu Changqing scoffed. If he could really predict the future, he wouldn't have been captured by the Black Egg and the Demon Lotus. Devil Lotus Flower listened to the Mirage Dragon Beast blah 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 blah, and the Devil Fire burned on his hands, and he was about to do something to strip the skin and extract the tendons. Wait, Jean, watch it for me. Distracted under the moth, Gu Changqing cannot help but lament. What sins have the dragons done? Little Gold fluttered his wings and flew to the top of the head of the Demon Lotus before the latter reluctantly jumped down from the Dragon Beast's fatally vain back. There is a sea-pin town. Gu Changqing is not afraid of it to make trouble. Walking up to the head, he said, "The forest of lost dragons. So there are a lot of dragons in the depths of the forest. That's natural. There are 1,000 of them. Be sensible and let me go, and leave obediently. Otherwise, if you provoke the dragon's wrath, no one can save you." Yes? Gu Changqing cast a fire control technique, trying to draw on the demonic fire of the Demon Lotus Flower. But the fire was so strange that a level 5 fire control spell couldn't even make it work. You also know its methods, so don't blow big words. If there really was a dragon, it would have come out long ago. The Mirage Dragon Beast's eyes rolled and gave the demonic lotus a scornful look, saying, "As long as you don't kill me, I can take you to a place. I can see that your body veins have just been forged not long ago and are not yet stable. There is something you need the most." Body Chakra is a newly opened ability after being promoted to Senior Imperial Beast Master. What is taught in school is only roughly described in simple terms. Gu Changqing was still very unfamiliar with it. Okay, no tricks, little flower. Ride it. If anything happens, you'll be skinned and dragged to the pot. I know, don't come and order me around. Magic Lotus rides behind the dragon. The Mirage Dragon Beast sighed heavily and, crafty humans don't fall for that. Immediately, it made its way ahead. Wherever they passed, the trees all disappeared, turning into a mist-shrouded stone path. Gu Changqing was even more certain of his own suspicions. Perhaps, the range of his skills covered the entire mystic dragon forest. I've been walking for almost an hour. Suddenly, the Mirage Dragon Beast stopped in front of a cliff. Below, a sea of steaming clouds, haze, birds and cranes. The Mirage Dragon Beast inhaled violently and then exhaled. Only a strong air current lifted the clouds to reveal a section of the ladder to heaven. That ladder, not made of unusual materials. Instead, it is made of a thick white liquid. Gu Changqing fixed his eyes on the white liquid, and there was even a shrunken version of a dragon's shadow snaking through it. This is it. The Mirage Dragon Beast snorted towards Gu Changqing and said, Here is the Dragon Clan's relic treasure, the ladder to heaven. As long as you ascend to the Cloud Palace above the ladder, not only will your body veins be completely stabilized, and one can also see the future. Gu Chongqing snorted coldly. I'm a little cutie. What? Want to finish me off? Too bad. Even if I die, it can take you with it before it dissipates. The Mirage Dragon Beast's heart was in turmoil at this time. The Devil Lotus Flower was like a divine sword hanging over one's head, ready to take a small life at any moment. Seeing Gu Chongqing's disbelief, he said, do I have to lie to you? If you weren't cursed, where would such a good thing be your turn? The Mirage Dragon Beast didn't look like it was lying, and besides, there was little gold guarding it. I'll, then, believe you for once. Gu Chongqing strolled to the staircase to heaven. There's a vast sea of clouds below, above the celestial ladder. The same clouds and mists surrounded the area. He took a deep breath and stepped on it with his right foot. Suddenly, a dragon's roar rang in his ears. Immediately afterward, a surge of overbearing power entered the body from the soles of the feet. Like an overbearing dragon, it rushes through the body. A crackling sound came out of the body of the Gu Chongqing only felt as if something had rushed away inside his body. God is refreshed and finished. Congratulations on breaking through the first barrier of the body chakra. Abyssal hints, one after the other. It's really okay. The Mirage Dragon Beast didn't lie. Gu Chongqing collected his mind and took one step at a time, toward the Cloud Palace. Chapter 127, Ascension to God, Body Vein Extreme Realm. Congratulations on opening the second barrier of the body chakra. Congratulations on opening the third barrier of the body chakra. Congratulations. Gu Chongqing stepped on the heavenly ladder and climbed upward step by step. Every time he walked up a step, the white liquid in the steps instantly transformed into raging energy, and together with the dragon's shadow, scurrying around inside Gu Chongqing's body, a sound of barriers breaking, as if something in the body was shattered by the surge of energy. Little Jean accompanied Gu Chongqing's side, his gleaming eyes revealing mad admiration. With the shattering of each barrier, a wisp of breath shaped like the shadow of a dragon curled up and spread from beneath his feet. Phew! Gu Chongqing let out a long breath, his heave as dull as thunder. At this moment, he felt like there were 10,000 dragons in his heartland, and he could smother a beast king with one fist. The body's limbs, flesh and blood cells, all leapt to life. Is this Denshin? On the backbone of the Mirage Dragon Beast, the demonic lotus flower stood against the wind, blowing up a head full of disheveled hair. It gazed at Gu Chongqing, who was approaching the Cloud Palace step by step, and muttered under its breath, again as if it was asking the little loach under its feet. Indeed, it is ascending to God, but the one ascending is not the God of legend, but the body vein is God. It's got a little kid on it, and it's putting too much pressure on it. It was so fierce that the thought of resistance could not even be born. Body chakra. For God? Yes, the source of power of the Imperial Beast Master is the Beast Pet, but that is, after all, strengthening one's own body with the help of external forces. And once the Beast Pet is killed in a shipwreck, the damage suffered will be irreversible. That's why human ancestors came up with a special method to solidify the physical body, in order to be able to reach the strength of the Beast Pet, which is the body vein. But not everyone is able to polymerize their body veins, and even if they are forcibly condensed, they still need a powerful external force to break through the barrier of the body veins. From there, we can reach a situation where the body chakra is complete and can be utilized freely. Oh, the so-called spirit-flesh unity. The magic lotus flower spoke faintly. It's nothing unusual. The Mirage Dragon Beast was dumbfounded by what he heard. Spirit and flesh? What kind of word is that? I've never heard of it. The ladder of ascension is that external force. Then again, you dragon loaches, how did you get patent human stuff? This is so much more than talking. The Dragon Clan was, anyhow, one of the several great clans that stood at the top of the Imperial Beast world. Although it's fallen, but nowadays any beast pet or ferocious beast that possesses a bit of dragon bloodline, those are all majestic overlords. Into its mouth, it became a loach. Can this be tolerated? It's like this. This was created by Lord Green Dragon after spending several years condensing countless heavenly treasures as well as branding the dragon soul. As you know, Lord Green Dragon has a preference for humans. Devil Lotus's dark thick eyes steeply opened and brightened. Green Dragon? Is it outside the forest? The Mirage Dragon Beast immediately shook its head. I don't know. Maybe it's traveling around in the clouds. Such a pity. Too bad for you. Are all of this freak's beast pets unreasonable too? The abyssal cues kept ringing out. Gu Chongqing felt that his body had inexhaustible strength. The last 10 steps were almost a run-up. Upon setting foot in the Cloud Palace, a sharp, tearing pain swept through his body. Gu Chongqing's flesh, a blood vessel rippled, veins tensed to the limit. Click break. 81 shadows of the dragon's soul ran out of their bodies, one after another. Teeth and claws flared, tearing at his flesh and blood one bite at a time. Little Gold was horrified, and the blazing sun flame gulped. wanting to incinerate the tearing dragon soul shadow, but its flames passed through and could not do a single bit of damage to it. Take him to the Cloud Palace's spirit spring. Right at this moment, the voice of the green dragon sounded in Little Gold's ears. Little Gold didn't hesitate and carried Gu Changqing through the vast sea of clouds. The blazing flames dispelled the sight of the. It wasn't long before a spring was seen bubbling with a steaming mist. Xiao Jin sped past and threw Gu Changqing into the water spring, but the flesh and blood on his body had been pretty much torn apart by the shadow of the dragon's soul. All that was left was a bloody, withered bone. Just as he fell into the spirit spring, for about 10 seconds, at his heart, a tiny peach branch broke out of it. In a flash, the peach branch was like a seed, centered on the heart, overflowing with pink energy that covered the sky. Energy fluttered and turned into peach blossoms, and the blurry image of the pink-shirted woman appeared, only to see her pointing at Gu Changqing in the spirit spring. She said in a cold voice, "Gather." At the same time, Gu Changqing's heart once again bulged, and a drop of blood, black as ink, flew out. As soon as the black blood came out, the shadows of the dragon souls that were constantly attacking Gu Changqing around the spirit spring instantly slumped down one by one at the edge of the spring and quieted down. Then the pink petals rolled up a 100-foot dragon scroll, and together with the shadow of the dragon soul and the black blood, it was poured into Gu Changqing's body that had become dry bones. Put, a heartbeat like a reckless war drum, and with each beat, strong hurricane fluctuations cleansing. Thick clouds are under this sound collapse, disappear. The fountain is disappearing at an accelerated rate. Above the dry bones, crystalline flesh and blood remodeled. Congratulations on breaking through the 81 barriers of the body chakra. Body chakra remodeling activated. Congratulations on your promotion to the yellow realm of the body vein. Plus 50% damage to the Imperial Beast Master skill. Congratulations on your promotion to the body vein Xian realm. Beast pet energy draw plus 100%. Congratulations, you have attained the extreme realm of the physical vein and activated the unique skill, Heart of the Extreme Realm. A series of prompts that, the moment Gu Changqing regained his consciousness, he swarmed to him, but Gu Changqing couldn't be bothered to check. Before his eyes, at the bottom of the depleted spirit spring, two figures appeared amidst the rising clouds. Gu Changqing's throat squirmed. Two unfamiliar epithets reached his mouth, but it was hard to send them out. Dad, Mom. In a choked call, the two figures turned around slowly and, the handsome duo's faces were becoming clearer, and there was a pleased smile on their faces. One day, he will come, with our unfinished business, and set foot here. Take whatever you want, as long as it fulfills the promise made to us. Gu Changqing's expectations were empty and his face was full of frustration. They were looking at Gu Changqing, but they were separated by an unknown amount of time. What's left here is just a glimpse of what it was like back then. Boy! Suddenly, the woman's miniature called out softly. If your parents suddenly become plain and ordinary, I hope you don't feel ashamed of them. Because yeah, they really want to be your hero. Tears, coming to my eyes. Gu Changqing took a few deep breaths and threw away all the stones weighing on his chest. He smiled broadly and reached out with both hands to touch on the shrinking arm. You guys will always be my pride and my heroes. It's as if time has a special linkage. The handsome duo was visibly stunned, and then faded away in a wide smile. Gu Changqing wiped away his tears and jumped up from the bottom of the spring. Gazing at the vague outlines of the clouds that suffused the lightly, he said, the future, can it really be predicted? With the slightest hint of unrealistic hope, Gu Changqing took a step toward the depths of the Cloud Palace. Chapter 128, The Mirror of Karma. 3 images. Old ancestor, how does it feel to hand over your entire family fortune? In the conference room, looking at the light screen to restore the image, Gu Changqing was slowly approaching the Cloud Palace hidden in the sea of clouds. The smile at the corner of Aoki Chuan's mouth could no longer be suppressed. In the tone of his voice, there was also a hint of molestation. The teased Xinglong, rubbing his rubbed red forehead, faintly said, what's the harm in that? It's not as bad as someone who jumps up and down like a monkey. Also, prepare a set of costumes for the students of the inner courtyard of the Green Dragon Academy for me. Damn, a family whoring is so many things for nothing, not on a set of shackles to say so? Ha ha ha. Looking at the fiery Qinglong, Aokigawa let out a loud laugh. This old ancestor, but the Imperial Beast world is known for its love of treasures. It was a hemorrhage that had nearly depleted the family fortune, and it would be strange not to be furious. It's been prepared long ago. Gu Changling's all over it all the time. It's just that I'm afraid that if the other academies know about it, they'll settle the score on us. Xinglong laid down in a big stab. There is a rightful owner for the wrong. What we want is the person, not his property. If you want to collect a debt, find the rightful owner. If it's nonsense, I'll personally go to the other 3 colleges to meet my old friends. It's been a long time since I've eaten a local specialty that dares to be good. You bring back more berries from the Vermilion Bird Academy, I'm craving them too. Old thing. You wouldn't have said run in my place. Old ancestor. I don't have the same strength as you. After some silence, the two men tacitly focused on the light screen, watching the clouds gradually lift the veil of mystery. The rolling palace formed by the clouds that the old man couldn't resist and said, in the cloud palace, is there really something that foretells the future? The green dragon shook its head. I don't know. The mirage dragon beast says there is one. Then there is one. After all, it's the only clan that was born with that legendary thing. I'm also a bit hesitant now, whether it's good or bad to prematurely let him know certain pieces of the future. While the two were lamenting about foreseeing the future, Gu Changqing had already followed the cloud bridge and arrived at the center of the palace complex. A beam of sunlight shone down through a gap in the clouds, making the rather large open space glow with a golden splendor. Gu Changqing stopped walking forward. The cloud palace is like a fairyland, but this is the only place where light shines. Jean, Gu Changqing shouted. Little Gold understood, and the blazing sun flame spewed out and shot over towards where the sunlight was shining. But the next moment, the clouds evaporated under the flames. A smudge of blazing sun flames of the same intensity actually bounced back. Control. Gu Changqing performed the fire control technique, only to see streaks of fire overflowing from every cell in his body. Wrapping the blazing sun flames that bounced back, he collected them into his body in a smooth manner. Gu Changqing could clearly perceive that after the blazing sun flame was collected into each cell, as a seed is planted, the firepower is evenly distributed, with the idea that it will live on. He was rather surprised that, is this what the body chakra is for? In the usual time, the use of the fire control technique was based solely on a level to tune the power of the little gold. Even when it entered the body, it traveled around the limbs and then released as much as it could. For now, the seed of fire will remain, and as it slowly builds up, it will be able to unleash the skills of the beast's pet, even if it is not borrowed. Only, though the body chakra is strong. However, the power of the fire control technique would still rise and fall with Xiao Jin's grade. The Beast Master, or Beast-Oriented. Master, you can manipulate my flames at will. Xiao Jin was also happy for Gu Changqing's promotion. Gu Changqing stroked its head and said, in the future, you won't have to deliberately worry about me. But then, I'm only really strong if Little Gold is strong. Being fully recognized by his master, Little Gold excitedly flew around twice before saying, Master, there's something there. Gu Changqing saw it, too. The sunlight lit up where it hit as the blazing flames bounced back. That's a mirror. The body of the mirror is like water ripples and waves, while the mirror body is made of clouds, ancient and mysterious. Mirror of Karma, unknown item. Ability, unknown. Introduction, rumor has it that if you climb the heavenly ladder, you can see the Cloud Palace. In the Cloud Palace, there is a divine mirror that can view the past and see the future. The description of this mirror is extremely vague. Gu Changqing first covered his hand on the mirror, to no avail. Another drop of blood was flung out, still to no avail. Just when he was clueless, a palm-sized brass key flew out of the backpack space on its own. Then it didn't go above the mirror and was quickly absorbed into it. What's that? Gu Changqing didn't remember ever obtaining something like that. Suddenly, there was a flash in his mind that, when he first arrived at the Green Dragon Academy, the anthropomorphic beast had dominantly caught the green dragon's whiskers. The golden word even shamed and stole one of the dragon's relics. It's not possible that is the key, is it? Not allowing Gu Changqing to think about it. A circle of ripples rippled through the mirror body as it merged into the key and, immediately afterward, the light of the Cloud Palace dimmed steeply. A beam of strange light covered all 10 meters around them. And then, snowflake patterns fluttered up on the mirror's body, and a picture appeared inside. Gu Changqing fixed his eyes on it, and his expression changed drastically. On the screen, for holy beasts gathered at the Green Dragon Academy, there are quite a few strong beast masters of the human race as well. Behind them was a dense human army. Instead, he was confronted by a mysterious creature clad in a cloak that resembled a pillar of the sky. A hand pressed down as if the heavens were tilting. Despite the human race's all-out resistance, they were still powerless in the face of absolute power. Green Dragon Academy and the elite of the human race, led by the 4 sacred beasts, along with the island, they disappeared into the vast ocean. The image stayed for 10 seconds or so, then changed. This time, it's 4 in a row. Oceans, mountains, deserts, polar regions. For extreme environmental scenarios with a ferocious beast standing out like a rainbow. Hundreds of millions of troops fiercely attacked a towering wall that spread like a giant dragon. Immediately after, the image disappears again and another one appeared. It was 2 people, vaguely recognizable as a man and a woman. They were seated in the 4 variations of the, allowing something in the body to be forcibly pulled out and yanked away. Ka-ching! Before Gu Changqing could see it thoroughly, the body of the mirror steeply made a shattering sound. Under his gaze, It shattered into several pieces and was completely destroyed. With the disappearance of the causal mirror, all those beams of light that had imprisoned this party also dissipated. Same time, the green dragon appeared instantly. Looking at the karma mirror, he said, "If you see anything, hide it in your heart and don't mention it to anyone." Gu Changqing raised his head, looked at the serious Qinglong, and said, "Lord Qinglong, I only have one question. My parents, they came here, right?" The green dragon was silent. Gu Changqing nodded. "I understand. I've memorized your words. Suddenly, I'm homesick. Go on. We'll see you again. But before you go, do what needs to be done first." Gu Changqing was shocked and wanted to turn around and run away. He was gripped by the green dragon by the collar and brought back to the conference room. Looking at the old man's cactus-like smile, Gu Changqing sighed heavily. There's no escaping this account. Chapter 129. I wish everyone in the human race were like dragons. Outside the city world, overhead, a divine bird covered in golden amazement exuded unrivaled might as it flew extremely fast in the direction of Shanghai City. On the back of the divine bird, a young man sat crouched, his right hand on his chin, pondering. Next to it, the black monkey and the child entangled in magic fire waited with wide eyes, ready to fight. The little fox and kitten shook at the young man's feet and yawned in boredom. Still can't believe that an amount that large was just written off? Gu Changqing still couldn't understand it. That was a huge amount of money starting at 10 figures. There are other things that money simply cannot buy. There are ghosts. There must be ghosts among them. His mind traveled back a few hours to the green dragon took him from the cloud palace, and captured him in the conference room. Facing the old man with a strange smile, Gu Changqing had not yet unfolded his 3-inch tongue and Qing Muchuan then smiled and held his hand, saying sincerely, a youth with such excellent natural talent. It's too much to be a captain in Shanghai City. How about this? Put on the clothes of our inner courtyard and give you 2 months. How about it? Whether or not to enter the academy was no longer Gu Changqing's primary concern. He opens his mouth, and before he can make a small request, Aokigawa then clapped him on the shoulder with a ha. Oh Lord Qinglong, how do you look like a student of my Dragon Academy? Alas, the bad consequences planted by the previous generation should dissipate with their passing. Evergreen there is no need to be pressured. That account, when you formally enter the inner courtyard, it will be written off. Aoki Chuan then placed a set of inner courtyard clothing into his hands. Go on, see you in 2 months. Before Gu Changqing could wake up from the sudden surprise, he was sent out of the island by the green dragon and back to the beach on the Forbidden Sea. This was a matter that he pondered all the way through, and the more he pondered, the more wrong he became. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Who's up ahead? The city walls are heavy. Come down. Suddenly a muffled cry rang out from below. Gu Changqing snapped out of his thoughts and glanced down. I just saw that I didn't know when I was already approaching the city gates. 2 patrols of the city gates, ready for battle, were about to attack him at any moment. Wait, I'm a human, not a ferocious beast. Well, it was almost treated like a beast attacking the city. As Little Gold landed back on the ground, he put away all of his beast pets and cupped his fists towards the city guards. Gentlemen, I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Among the city guards, someone quickly recognized Gu Changqing. Isn't this the number 1 in the country in our Shanghai City? All put your guys away. Gu Changqing smiled sarcastically. After experiencing the Qinglong Academy, there was a bit of a shadow over the peerless candidates and the number 1 in the country. I was afraid that the other party would come and say, cut a couple of moves. Misunderstandings lifted. Gu Changqing looked at the 2 teams of 20 heavily armed men and said in surprise, why did the city guard come to patrol outside the city? What's the big deal that happened? It's not a big deal. It's just that lately, the ferocious beasts don't know what's going on, and they've been closing in on the city walls with wave after wave. Originally, it was thought to be the early arrival of a beast tide, and after the Royal Beastmaster Association led by City Lord Zhao checked it out, they came to the conclusion that there might be a great terror awakening outside the city. Therefore, special patrols were arranged. Gu Changqing nodded. That's right, then I've worked hard for you guys. After saying that, he took out some materials from his backpack space and distributed them. The city guard, an honorable and dangerous front rank. They face a life and death crisis at any moment. Thank you, but we are flattered. They didn't make any pretenses, and after talking with Gu Changqing for a few more moments, they walked along the city wall and began to work. When Gu Changqing entered the city, he drove Xiao Jin to his home. Yi Ruyan was not there, and when she called, she realized that she was cleaning up in the North City, and tonight, Morong Templar will be feasting on them. Gu Changqing rested for a while, then he began to organize all the harvests from his trip to the Forbidden Sea. The most rewarding thing was undoubtedly the 2 beast emperors plus the body veins that the green dragon had specially forged for him. With all the opportunities in the Lost Dragon Forest, it's starting to look like it's really a protagonist's aura. On second thought, without the green dragon's approval, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to enter. The body veins are cast and can absorb the flames of the stored Shaojin as seeds, a proper poor version of Shaojin. He tapped on the skill bar and set his eyes on the Heart of Polarity. Heart of the Ultimate Realm, Body Pulse Passive Skill. Ability, when body chakra energy is depleted, it can instantly absorb all beast pet spirit energy for its own use. Increases the damage of the Imperial Beastmaster's skills by plus 100% and the body chakra defense by plus 100%. Duration, 5 minutes. Introduction, a skill that can only be opened when the body vein is cast into the extreme realm, and becomes stronger as the body vein continues to grow. Stumped Stampede buff. In this way, as long as you don't run into an overrun monster, self-preservation is completely safe. Then, in a corner of his backpack, he found an old map. Ruins of Mount Qingqiu, map-type consumables. Introduction, a long-ago map of a once glorious and unrivaled race. Requirements for use, spirit-level Imperial Beastmaster. Wow, I can't believe the white stuff came out. This map, given by Save the World. But looking at the fact that it takes a spirit-level Imperial Beastmaster to unseal it, it seems that Mount Qingqiu is extremely dangerous. Stretching his back, it was now just a matter of Morong City Lord's hidden main quest reward that hadn't come down yet. There's still some time before the dinner. Gu Changqing left his home and first went around to the beast pet store in the inner city, purchased some of the materials needed for evolutionary advancement, and then it was off to the altar of awakening. At this time, a long line formed in front of the awakening altar. Both the poor and the children of the world are arranged in an orderly fashion. From time to time, the two classes also talk to each other and encourage each other. The teacher who was guarding the altar, when he saw Gu Changqing's arrival, he hurriedly reached him. The title also changed to Captain Gu. Teacher. Such a cozy scene was extremely rare in the Imperial Beast world. The teacher patted him on the arm rather emotionally. It's all because of you. A detailed explanation followed, and he came to his senses. Gu Changqing has become famous since the national examination of the, while Shun Lin, as the secretary of the city lord, began to trumpet the trajectory of his upbringing. It also brings to the forefront the powerful relationship between the class hierarchy of the worldly and the poor. The poor people had Gu Changqing as their target, and with a benchmark, they were even more energized. The world family used Gu Changqing as a warning, and with scruples, they also tightened their fronts. Gu Changqing smiled faintly after hearing this. He's just making a start. What the worldly families were truly afraid of was the fear of one or more heavily authorized Imperial Beast Masters like Gu Changqing coming out of the paupers. Even if it couldn't reach the level of a legendary beast pet, it had put away its contempt. The lesson of the Chen family is a machete hanging from the neck. Are you coming? Wow. I'm here to evolve the level of the beast pet. Then go inside. Gu Changqing followed his teacher to the house next to the altar. I saw the teacher press the mechanism, and a small altar appeared in the room, and the houses were protected by forbidden formations all around. After the teacher left, Gu Changqing called out Little Gold, throwing all the materials needed for evolution into the furnace on the altar. He began to hesitate, teeth clenched. Just take the 2 gold words out. Chapter 130, Evolution, the Terror of the 3 Suns Burning Eagle. Little Gold stood in the center of the altar, revealing the true body of the true fire sparrow. The blazing fire spread through the room protected by the array. The evolutionary materials in the furnace cauldron melted into liquid. Under the guidance of the formation, it was slowly injected into Little Gold's body. In an instant, the little golden head chirped and the feathers of the true flame sparrow shone with a piercing light under the burning of the golden amazement. Its body was growing at an amazing rate. A drop of blood, wrapped in a divine bird, slowly floated out from the body of the. As soon as this blood came out, the size of the little golden true flame sparrow instantly ripped and reorganized. From a finch body, it transformed into a falcon with a body size of nearly 7 feet tall. The energy of the material, burning rapidly, the golden flames were also shifting color, slowly, approaching white. Gu Changqing watched Xiaojin's evolution, his brows never stretching. Because of its evolution, it was suddenly interrupted. As the white flames condensed into form, the paths overlapped with illusory images. Little Gold's form switched back and forth between the true flame sparrow and the 3 suns burning eagle. Hopefully, my guess is not wrong. Gu Changqing pressed the 2 golden word strips in his hand into the evolutionary formation. Will the golden word, Tai-in mouth inflammation be given to the beast pet true fire sparrow? Is the gold phrase, Earth Abyssal Stygia granted to the beast pet true fire sparrow? Yes, golden words confer success. Seeing only that the gold words, after empowerment, did not directly activate the bloodline, instead, it was pulled by the formation, as if it were a material, and slowly approached the drop of great sun golden flame. Nico, a divine bird wrapped in blood, with a chirp that, and then he swallowed the 2 golden words, one after the other. Gu Changqing watched in awe and wonder. Again, They were all gold words and phrases, and the Great Sun Golden Flame had actually swallowed the other two directly. After the two bloodline gold word strips were incorporated into the Great Sun Golden Flame, at that moment, a gray and black luster gushed out from the golden blood. Just at the same time, the switch in the size of the little gold body disappeared. The surface of the three suns burning eagle form. The white, gray and black flame. Then they slowly came together and burned entangled with each other. Until, that is, the gold color resumes. Congratulations to your beast pet, the true fire sparrow, for successfully evolving into the gold grade 3 suns burning eagle. The moment the abyssal prompt rang out, Gu Changqing exhaled a long breath of air. The stone weighing on his heart fell to the ground. Nico, little gold, whose evolution was complete, stretched out his wings, and under the incitement of his wings, the golden flames scattered in all directions and landed on the guardian formation, actually ignoring the barrier of the formation. Asterisk. What kind of terrifying existence is Big Sister evolving into? Humph, barely able to catch up with my magic fire. Black Egg and Devil Lotus, the two great antipodes came out of the Imperial Beast space at the same time, looking at the new evolved form of Little Gold, and the flames that, one lamented, the other sour-mouthed. Gu Changqing couldn't wait to open the information on Little Gold's new form, and his mouth was able to stuff down a few eggs. Beast pet, 3 suns burning eagle, grade, gold, rank, 20, bloodline, golden flame of the great sun, unknown, battle spirit boiling, gold, spring of eating, gold, sun shining in the sky, gold, attributes, strength plus 800/1000, physique plus 800/1000, agility plus 800/1000, spirit plus 4800/6000, spiritual power, 40,000, skills, morphological transformation, 3 suns amazing, 3 suns fire body, shadow of the golden crow, energy storage, 100%, roar of the golden crow, blazing sun, 3 suns amazing, 3 suns burning eagle bloodline skill, a fusion type skill containing the 3 flame forms of the sun, moon, and the underworld, cannot be upgraded, spiritual power consumption, 500, skill effect, inferno of heaven, plus 700% flame damage, triggers sun defense at a certain chance, cutting the enemy's defensive energy by 50%. Yin's flame, devour all things to restore the beast pet's own spiritual energy, a certain chance to trigger moon Tao Tai. Within 10 meters of the beast pet, the enemy's spiritual energy is halved. Soul flame, plus 700% damage to soul body creatures, certain chance to trigger underworld. Soul body creatures are shocked and cannot move or attack. 3 suns fire body, passive skill of the 3 suns burning eagle bloodline. Whenever it suffers a flame attack, it opens its own defense against all forms of flames in the same realm. Gu Changqing could no longer use words to understand the evolved Xiaojin's panel. 800 for the 3 attributes alone, 1000 for the limit, and a mental attribute of 4800 with a limit of 6000. He then had the urge to return to the world beyond worlds and find that mouthy beast emperor to share a point. The golden flame of the great sun evolved into an unknown after swallowing 2 golden words and phrases. The distinction between the 3 different flames of the 3 young amazing flames was also what transformed Little Gold into an all-powerful mobile turret. Jean, Gu Changqing called out softly. After adapting to his new form, Little Gold converted to his initial form as a nightmare crow and flew to Gu Changqing's shoulder and began to beg for emotional value. Gu Changqing did not mince words of praise and filled his head with a brain. As he left the room, he glanced disdainfully at the black egg and the magic lotus. If you dare to disobey me and engage in infighting in the future, I'll really let Xiao Jin refine the two of you. Black Egg's bawling out his fear. The devil lotus, on the other hand, surveyed the increasingly dense bloodline suppression on Little Gold and said, what did you use for it? It's not true that the grade is bound by the rules of the abyss, but the bloodline aura, it's a few notches stronger than before. If you want to know, be good and you'll all have it later. Gu Changqing had thought to use up all the other gold phrases that could be used, especially to strengthen the black egg fixing needle. But Yi Ruyan's phone call, this evolution, took nearly 2 hours. Let's mess with it afterward. Now he was going to go to the Morong family and find out from Morong Tanya's mouth what really happened back then. The death of his parents adds another mist to the forest of lost dragons, putting all the beast pets into the imperial beast space. Gu Changqing went out the door and was dumbstruck, except for the houses protected by the array. The dozen or so rooms around the altar of awakening were all consumed by flames. The teacher is leading the students who have come to the awakening and is leaving no stone unturned to put out the fire. Luckily, there were no casualties, just a bit of grime. Gu Changqing was embarrassed and took away the flames, compensating for the damage in the process. When you evolve later, you come directly to me. There's an abandoned altar in the buffer zone, but it still works. Gu Changqing smiled awkwardly and answered yes. Leave the scene of the arson under the adoring gaze of a crowd. When we arrived at the place we agreed with Yi Ruyan. After the two met, they took a taxi to the Morong family mansion. When he arrived at the gate of the villa, Gu Changqing saw City Lord Zhao Zhanxiong standing alone in front of the gate, smoking a cigarette. Every now and then he frowned, and mumbled something under his breath then he shook his head again, as if dismissing some idea. City Lord. The two men got out of the car and went up to the. Zhao Zhanxiong raised his head and responded with a smile, after which he gave Gu Changqing a look. Sister, you go in first. I'll accompany City Lord 1. Yi Ruyan understood. What are you smoking? Young age. The campground INGE have cleaned up. This is the list of what is needed. You discuss it with the City Lord. Good. Gu Changqing smiled and took it. After Yi Ruyan went in, Zhao Zhanxiong's face changed and he said seriously, Evergreen, during the Forbidden Sea, did temperance have any anomalies? Chapter 131, True or False? Who's lying? Perverse? Gu Changqing didn't expect Zhao Zhanxiong to ask such a question. Carefully recalling the details of that time, he said, I don't think so. Listening to sister and the others, Morong City Lord was freed from the stone statue and entered a stormy state of disturbed consciousness, and as a result, he also broke through into the ranks of a king-grade imperial beast master. Of our party, Uncle Tai, Morong Qin, and my sister are all people who are familiar with the City Lord, regardless of their communication, habits, and so on. There is no suspicion of anomalies. City Lord, what do you see? City Lord Morong, isn't that the previous one? Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head and then smiled. I'm just testing your observation skills. Not bad, not bad. The analysis is on point. The viewpoints are accurate. I'm very relieved to hand over the Northern City District to you. Yes? Then hurry up and grant us supplies as written on the list. One more thing. I may not be able to stay at the guards for long. Gu Changqing told Zhao Zhanxiong about Cheng Long and Cheng Muchuan forcing him into the list, expecting him to say something. Strangely enough, Zhao Zhanxiong had no intention of retaining him, but instead gave him words of great encouragement. It made it difficult for Gu Changqing to distinguish which sentence was true and which was false for a moment. City Lord. I don't know if City Lord Morong is perverse or not, but today's you is truly perverse. Yeah, it does seem a bit anticlimactic. Zhao Zhanxiong answered the question, and was not in the same channel at all. Gu Changqing's heart also grew alert. Zhao Zhanxiong was a king-level royal beast master, and his perception ability was definitely better than his. Also, the reward for the hidden quest never arrived. According to the speed of the previous times, after going out of the Forbidden Sea with Morong Tamaya, the reward should have arrived immediately. It's hard to believe that there's really something fishy going on. What are you two doing out here? It's time for the feast. It wasn't until Yi Ruyan went out to urge them on that the two of them came back to their senses from their respective preoccupations. In order to welcome the return of Morong Temperance, Morong Yuan was a big deal. A table full of delicious dishes, all of them great delicacies. The value of this table alone had to be over 1 million gold coins. Gu Changqing was not ambiguous either, and after Morong Yuan's cheerful and refreshing speech, he concentrated on eliminating the delicacies in front of him. In the middle of the day, Zhao Zhanxiong went out to take a call and came back with a frown on his face. Morong Tanya, on the other hand, sat beside him and couldn't stop talking, making Zhao Zhanxiong even more uncomfortable. At this time, Yi Ruyan came to Gu Changqing's ear and whispered, Shaoqing, I don't think City Lord Morong is quite the same as before. When Gu Changqing heard this, he stopped the windswept clouds on his hands and wiped his mouth. How is it different? The temperament has brightened up and become more talkative, and extraordinarily caring to those below. After we came back, she even sent some materials as a thank you. What's wrong with that? The one who entered the Forbidden Sea with him ended up being the only one left, and was imprisoned in the stone statue again. It's normal for the temperament to change after all these years. Yi Ruyan nodded. You're right. It's not enough to eat. I'll give you mine. After the body veins were forged, Gu Changqing realized that his meal size had also become much larger. As the food went down, you could clearly feel the cells in your body cheering and partaking of the energy. The body immediately warmed up, and the nutrients dragged into the fire, growing a little stronger. After Shaojin evolved, the energy of the fire also changed from blazing sunflame to triple yang amazing. The only drawback was that it couldn't trigger the special status of the three flames like Little Gold did. After an hour of merriment, the dishes were removed, the men drank tea, and the conversation led to Morong Tamaya. Gu Changqing took a sip and put down his teacup. City Lord Morong, what happened to the beast tide that came in back then? What news did you guys get about traveling to the Forbidden Sea? After he asked, all eyes looked at Morong Templar. That was the question that had been lingering in their minds. Jinhai City has experienced an unknown number of beast tide crises since its creation, but the one who dared to take the initiative to go out of the city, Morong Templar, was the first. Morong Tanya sighed, her eyes showing remembrance, and said, it was your parents who brought it up. They found out outside the city that there were a lot of people from the lineage who frequently traveled to and from the Forbidden Sea. So in their investigation, they discovered that the abyssal rule seal of the Forbidden Sea is very weak. I'm afraid that unimaginable ferocious beasts will come out in this beast tide. The Forbidden Sea, although distant from Jinhai City, if the ferocious beasts in the sea come out, Jinhai City will be crushed under the attacks of the ferocious beasts. Therefore, after discussing it, we decided that I will lead the elite team to the Forbidden Sea to block it. At the very least, it's important to survive this wave of beasts and wait for the resurrection of the abyssal rule. Speaking here, Morong Tamaya looked at Uncle Tai across the table. Uncle Tai nodded. The city lord is right. We received such an order to gather half of the city's elite at that time. Gu Changcheng stared. According to what Morong Tanya said, the source of everything was attributed to his parents. But, the original elite team under his command died in a town outside the city. Such a fact made Morong Temperance's statement defiant. And the guards under my parents, did they follow you out to the Forbidden Sea? Uncle Tai stood up before Morong Tamaya could reply. How could that be? The teams under Captain Gu and Vice Captain Su are scattered in various key locations in the city. Once they all leave, Jinhai City will never last long enough for the abyss to resurrect. Morong Tamaya followed his words. Yeah, they wouldn't do that either. Yi Ruyan's face became ugly, and at the same time, Zhao Zhaxiong's frown deepened. Alas, also, why are you talking nonsense without drinking? Being trapped in the Forbidden Sea for so long, you must have suffered a lot. Morong Tanya didn't take it to heart inside. After we went through 1,000 hardships, we were entangled by the ferocious beasts inside after we arrived at the Forbidden Sea. After exerting my best efforts to send Uncle Tai out, those brothers of mine also fell into the mouths of the ferocious beasts one after another. I could only fight my way through the Forbidden Sea, dodging ferocious beasts, until the Forbidden Sea suddenly rang with inexplicable music, and then I was made into a stone statue by the swirling sands, and was sealed in it, waiting until you guys. Music? Being made into a stone statue out of sand? Gu Changqing understood why Zhao Zhanxiong had said that Morong Temperance was perverse. Some of the things they saw in person were just completely contrary to what she said. For example, how come her personal sword is in the Dragon Treasure Pavilion, even if it was lost in a battle with a ferocious beast? But Gu Changqing clearly remembered that when he picked up the sword, he did so from someone else's weathered hand. Although this alone proves nothing, yet it can be a little clearer. Murray Temperance is hiding something. Morong Yuan took in some of the things on the table and digressed. Evergreen, if the guards lack anything, just ask me. We, the Morong family, support you with all our might. Well, if you really need it, I won't be polite with you. So much for the so-called asking and telling. Coming out of the Morong family, Gu Changqing held Yi Ruyan's hand and began to enjoy the surrounding night colors. At this time, Yi Ruyan suddenly said, "She's lying, why would she lie?" At that time, what my master received was her order for help. I still remember what was on it, saying that it had encountered an extremely dangerous ferocious beast. Master's original intention was to not want to support, but those lineages united and collectively pressed him. Only under compulsion did he dispatch the elites in his hands, and he has not returned since. Those families say they are afraid of me, but what they are really afraid of is the handle I hold. After all, if the matter of keeping ferocious beasts outside the city is provoked, none of them will be able to escape. Chapter 132, Arrival in the Provincial City. Internal and external troubles. The people of the world family are keeping ferocious beasts outside the city? Listening to Yi Ruyan tell part of the truth about that year, Gu Changqing was only shocked, not surprised, as you can see from what Li Haoran did with the Chun family. Above Jinhai City, there were high-level people who were secretly acquiescing and supporting it. This was not only known to the people of the lineage, but even Zhao Zhanxiong and Shinlin, who were also well aware of this, so the sudden rise of Gu Changqing interrupted their path. Morong Tanya threw away the facts and dumped all the points of conflict on Gu Changqing's parents. The words of Yi Ruyan's side alone could not explain anything. Or, both sides are right and there is an unseen hand that erases key steps in the middle. Well sis, don't worry about whether she's real or not. The day will come when the truth comes out. Morong Tanya had just returned, and the essence of the Morong family was at its peak. It's obviously not a good idea to get to the bottom of this at this point in time. The point is, Zhao Zhanxiong is already suspicious. The follow-up investigation would be best done by him. In the next few days, Gu Changqing devoted himself to the reconstruction of the North City Guard. Zhao Zhaxiong's resource approval was very fast, and the next day, he sent over the list of materials Yi Ruyan had listed. Watching the dilapidated camp being restored to its former image little by little in his hands, Gu Changqing was quite emotional. Was in the house with Yi Ruyan considering the specific details of the expansion and recruitment of the guards. Lu Ziyi pushed the door in and said, "Captain Gu, Putty's prestige in Jinhai City can be I went to the Imperial Beastmaster Association and just handed in my proposal for an out-of-town copy exploration and selection of team members, and the one in charge of reviewing it didn't even finish reading it before stamping his seal and slapping it down. That fast? Gu Changqing was also stunned. When did the gang from Jinhai City become so good at talking? Yi Ruyan laughed. Now your fame is almost catching up to the city lord. Those lineages are just wallflowers, dumping to whichever side is strong. Yes, in the beginning, we had to forcefully protect the Chen family head. Speaking of the Chen family, what did Li Haoren in Shanghai do about it? Mentioning this, Yi Ruyan's face darkened. The provincial capital personally sent people down to investigate, and under the evidence, escorted the two back to the provincial city. City Lord Shenlin and the others resisted according to reason, but they still couldn't break the thighs above. Li Haoren can understand. After all, a lot of things are authorized for the Chen family to do. What about Chen Hai? Even he had to be bailed out together. Apparently, that weird evil god infiltrated quite a bit. Lu Ziyi listened to the two men's conversation from the sidelines and wondered. Evil god, is it very powerful? An unknown species, that's all question marks. You call that awesome? Lu Ziyi staggered. I'm afraid, I don't listen to some things I shouldn't know. With that, he walked out of the room. Gu Changqing was dumbfounded and understood his thoughts. After the selection criteria were set, Gu Changqing had Lu Ziyi notify the whole city. It instantly drew great attention. In particular, the fact that it was not limited to status and only looked at strength made some poor Imperial Beastmasters without a doorway rush to it. The venue for the selection was an undeveloped map outside the city, and would be jointly controlled by Lu Ziyi along with the Imperial Beastmaster Association and the City Lord's Mansion. As for Gu Changqing, he was a shirker. It was only because Yi Ruyan had received a call from home, and the state of the Jin clan's beast pet, Golden Hair Roar, was getting worse and worse. With no choice but to call, Ye's mother could only call and solemnly ask Gu Changqing if he really had a solution. After giving an affirmative answer, Mother Yi no longer cared whether the time was right or not. Immediately, the two were told to depart for home. After all, nothing was as important as family roots. From Jinhai City to Tianyuan City, even by long-distance teleportation, it will take 10 days. Unless, Auntie can open the back door and get the bigwigs in the provincial city to open up the long-distance teleportation. Yi Ruyan packed her things and sniffed. That's impossible. Long-distance teleportation is a war preparation channel. It won't be opened at unusual times. It's also true that I can't afford to buy just the materials at my own expense. Sister, why don't we sell a few of the unused beast pet cards? Although the golden words could create many mythical beast pets, the fact that they could only be bestowed on beast pets contracted to and blocked his dream of being so rich and powerful that he could just cover the sky with his money alone. Keep it. It can't be useful in the future. Actually, it's not too urgent, as long as we make it back within half a month. Okay, listen to you. The next day, at the guard camp, when Gu Changqing apologetically told Lu Ziyi what had happened, the latter instantly turned pale and pointed at Gu Changqing's nose. Liar, you big liar. I can kind of see that you just want a janitor, right? Believe it or not, I'll go back to Qinglong Academy on the first day you dump me. Gu Changqing pressed him back into his seat and said in a serious tone, don't be childish, this is a test for you. I can promise you that as long as you pull the guards on track, I'll go down to the out-of-town copy with you. How about it? Getting stronger and observing and dissecting how Gu Changqing got stronger was the purpose of Lu Ziyi agreeing to stay by his side. Really? Iron true. Very true. Very true. Okay then, a month. I'll wait a month. Deal. After taking care of Lu Ziyi, Gu Changqing collaborated with Yi Ruyan and left the door. As he left the gate of the camp and sat on the back of Little Gold, he remembered something and rushed out to Lu Ziyi, who had come out to see him off, and said, Article 9 of the Regulations of the Green Dragon Academy. Anyone who voluntarily withdraws from the academy will no longer be admitted for the rest of their lives. Lu Ziyi's face changed drastically as the green-colored auger dragon lifted its wings and rolled up several water pillars the thickness of buckets to attack and kill. Gu Changqing, I sun you. Jean, hurry up. With 800 points of agility, Xiao Jin's flight speed was as fast as lightning, and he disappeared into the air in a puff of smoke. Lu Ziyi jumped straight to his feet in anger, retrieved the green-colored auger dragon, and suddenly laughed. Don't forget to bring souvenirs when you come back. Yes, a distant echo that cleanses, flying over the buffer zone and landing at the north gate. When the guards at the city saw it was him, they didn't even look at the exit slip and directly let him through. Jinhai City, just a small, unheard of city. Although leaning against the sea and being the first line of defense against the ferocious beasts of the sea didn't improve its status, if you want to take a long-distance teleportation, you have to go to the provincial capital. Luckily, with Xiao Jin's current speed, it would only take 2 days to reach the provincial capital of Huang Province. During the flight, Gu Changqing realized that the frequency of ferocious beasts outside the city was becoming more frequent. A thick and dangerous ferocious beast aura appeared like rain on the earth. Even in the air, flocks of bird-like ferocious beasts appeared from time to time. In response, Kim came to the rescue. Until the hazy sun rises over the horizon on the third day, counting the time, it would not be long before he arrived at the provincial capital of Huang Province. Just then, a tiger roar that wailed through the mountains and forests came from the ground. This was followed by a loud clash of skills and a rush of dust and smoke. Tang Luoyao, this is out of your Tang family's hands. Be smart and take the people away. We won't kill you. Dozens of imperial beastmasters in black cloaks surrounded Tang Luoyao and the other 8. Gu Changqing took a closer look, and all 8 recognized each other. And then to the men in the black cloaks, that weird and disgusting aura of, it made anger rise in his heart. Chapter 133, Am I a traitor to the human race? Their attire and dress were the same exotic organization that was entrenched outside the city and worshipped the evil god. Evil gods, again! Although from the mouth of the returning Morong Temperance, not too much was known about the full picture of what happened back then, but the role that the evil god played in it must have carried a lot of weight. And, as confirmed by a series of encounters outside the city, it's attempting a larger scheme. Enemies are not as good as each other. Gu Changqing leaped down from Little Gold's back and landed in the center of the battle circle, stirring up dust all over the ground. The gang of vicious Imperial Beastmasters and Tang Luoyao and the others were stunned by the sudden turn of events. Before he could return to his senses, Gu Changqing had already killed towards the nearest vicious Imperial Beastmaster. The heaven's flame transformed into a fire blade, and without any rules, it ran towards the vitals of the malignant Imperial Beastmaster. The vicious Imperial Beastmaster lived up to his reputation as a notorious marauder who mixed with the outside of the city, with extraordinarily rich reaction speed as well as combat experience. First, he dodged Gu Changqing's attack, and then the Imperial Beastmaster's skill coalesced and blasted at his body. Seeing that the blow had succeeded, a sinister laugh emanated from under the masked face of the malignant Imperial Beastmaster. In the next second, the fire blade disappeared, transforming into thousands of threads of fire trapping his entire body. Looking at his skills again, they were easily resisted by a layer of armor engraved with the patterns of divine birds. How is this possible? He knew exactly how powerful his own skills were. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped Tang Luoyao's squad head-on. Yet, it couldn't even make a scratch in front of this layer of armor. Die! The fire knives regrouped and were made of the flame of Een. After stabbing into the heart of the vicious Imperial Beastmaster, Taiyin Mouth Inferno's unique devouring attribute activated. Gu Changqing only felt the surging life vigor flowing back into himself through the Een flame blade. Inside the cell, the seed transformed by the 3 yang amazingness blossomed with 3-colored light, devouring it in a big gulp. Without a moment's effort, the malignant Imperial Beastmaster's size shrunk extremely fast, turning into a skin and bone corpse that fell to the ground. For a moment, there was silence. The few remaining malignant Imperial Beastmasters, as well as Tang Luoyao and the others, were, after swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, he subconsciously took a few steps backward to distance himself from Gu Changqing. Feeling the strength of the body getting stronger after the return of the Gu Changqing once again pounced towards the other vicious Imperial Beastmasters. 10 minutes later, after killing and devouring 2 more malignant sentinels, the remaining few saw that they couldn't break through Gu Changqing's Golden Crow armor's defense and decisively withdrew. Strength, another small growth. Gu Changqing clearly noticed that the seeds of the 3 Sons Amazing had increased by a small margin. He turned around, just about to greet Tang Luoyao and the others. The latter, however, had a horrified look on his face and pushed his palms upward, saying warily, "Don't come over." Gu Changqing froze, and it was only under the waning of the euphoria that followed the rise in power that he realized that, what a wicked move just now. Unable to help it, his heart stuttered and he couldn't help but be afraid. The inflammation of the Een, the Tai Een, the inflammation of the bite, this horrible devouring ability that can turn everything into itself. After tasting that deliciousness, the sanity was also, without realizing it, affected. He dispatched the flame of Een, and only then did the ugly faces of Tang Luoyao and the others improve slightly. Phew! Tang Luoyao let out a long breath. Scared me to death. I thought you had practiced some evil power and gone off the deep end. Yeah. The skill is a bit too scary, right? Sucking the Imperial Beastmaster alive to death. Even if it's an enemy, just kill it quickly. It's hard to see through it. It was before, and it's even more so now. The others shook their heads at Gu Changqing's transformation. This dead pervert is even more perverted than he was during the national exams. Tang Luoyao saw Gu Changqing's rank insignia, and her guard was once again greatly lowered. What I'm saying is, it's the promotion to Senior Imperial Beastmaster and awakening of the body vein. But I have to tell you, body veins are best piled up with the energy of materials, like what you did just now. Directly seizing the energy of a royal beast master to fill up the promoted body vein will leave unpredictable after effects. Gu Changqing nodded solemnly. Thanks a lot. I also just got promoted not long ago. I didn't know there were so many more instructions in there. Gu Changqing was also a bit fearful. If it was because of a few vicious imperial beastmasters affecting the future, it would not be worth the loss. This Yin's flame, don't use it if you can. Or, no need to do offense. It's best to use the defense of the golden crow armor. It's only been a short time since we've seen each other, and we've risen a few more steps. How do you expect us to chase after you? Tang Luoyao and the others reverted to their old heart platforms, the latter even walking around Gu Changqing a few times with envy and curiosity in their eyes. It wasn't until Little Gold chirped a reminder that Tang Luoyao shouted into the air. Got it. I don't mean much to your master. Kim screamed 2 more times and, dog woman, do you really think I'm still 3 years old? After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Gu Changqing followed Tang Luoyao towards the provincial capital. You guys are after vicious sentinels? Tang Luoyao sighed. What a chase. Almost getting massacred. Gu Changqing was startled. What's going on? Chen Hai. Saved by them. What? Chen Hai and Li Haoren were picked up by people from the provincial capital, and there has been no final outcome. In a turn of events, that exotic organization of malignant imperialists rescued the man from the province. How he was not surprised. After all, it was a provincial city, and its guarding force was not comparable to that of Zhenhai City. Originally, the trial for Chen Hai had already come down, but I don't know who leaked out the location where Chen Hai was being held. But last night, nearly 500 vicious imperial beastmasters broke into the city and rescued him. Although they have suffered heavy losses, their purpose has been accomplished. By the way, you know a bit more about Chen Hai than we do. Do you know why they would prefer to lose their center force and take him away? Gu Changqing stared in thought, and suddenly, a possibility was generated in his mind. Could it be that hand of the evil god is different from any of the other members of the foreign organization? Or maybe that's part of the real evil god? Tang Luoyao followed his train of thought and said, during the escape battle map, that arm and Chen Hai had fused. If it's really like you said, wouldn't it be that Chen Hai has become the evil god's vessel? If that's really the case, it would make sense for them to launch such a reckless action. Gu Changqing sighed. If he had known this, he should have laid down a deadly hand. Well, people don't have eyes before or after. Next time you meet them, just kill them. It'll have to do. The group had been walking for about half an hour and, suddenly, a giant city gate, about 100 feet tall, appeared in the eye. On both sides of the city gate, there were about 50 guards watching. Worthy of being a provincial city, the battlefield is enough. When they get closer, Tang Luoyao was just about to take the entry and exit token. Suddenly, the guardsmen pulled out their weapons, summoned their beast pets and, the leader of the guards pointed a finger at Tang Luoyao and angrily rebuked. Tang Luoyao, and the squad under her command, colluded internally and externally with Zhenhai City's traitor Gu Changqing, causing major criminals to be hijacked and escaped. The city lord has issued an order of execution. Brothers, the opportunity to exterminate the human traitors has arrived. Kill for me. Chapter 134, Don't listen? I'll beat you until you listen. Gu Changqing couldn't imagine how the fire got to him. Captain Wu, our squad fought hard all night and killed a total of 35 enemies. The Abyss records are fresh in our minds. Calling us traitors? Tang Luoyao dusted off the remnants of blood on her armor and didn't vociferously argue her case. Instead, the pugnacious irony is stated in the most prosaic of tones, and the captain surnamed Wu snorted coldly. Who knows if it's because you've colluded with the thieves long ago. The location where the felons are being held is only known to a few of your captains. Everyone else the city lord's office has questioned and investigated separately. There is no motive or time. But you're different. Not only are you nearly an hour away from the city in the middle of the journey, you're also with Gu Changqing. I advise you to obediently tie your hands. Don't be obsessive and bury the Tang family's position and reputation in the provincial city. Gu Changqing couldn't stand it anymore and took a big black pot for no reason. Dare I ask this, brother, what is the proof for calling me a traitor? Captain Wu pulled out another wanted notice from his backpack space, the sealing clay on it still fresh. Gu Changqing, suspected to be associated with the vicious Imperial Beastmaster organization outside the city. It was definitively confirmed in the account of felon Chen Hai. Anyone who apprehends and arrests or kills this traitor will receive a bounty of 5 million gold coins, plus a Lord-class beast pet card. The final inscription was the city lord's mansion of the provincial city of Huang Province. Nima. Gu Changqing couldn't help but break into a fit of rage, but was still stopped by Yi Ruyan. There is something fishy about this matter, and according to your analysis, it is undoubtedly Chen Hai's malicious framing. Gu Changqing was furious. After being wanted, long-distance teleportation can't be done. Without long-distance teleportation, relying solely on Xiaojin's speed, you get the monkey's eye. How about breaking into town? Just after thinking about it, Gu Changqing dismissed the idea. Let's not talk about the success or lack thereof. Once the first step of the operation is taken, then his guilt is complete. However, Chen Hai's purposefulness in ripping was too strong. Still at this juncture, when the wanted notice was issued, it would leave a record in the entire Xinhua Kingdom's provincial cities and even the cities below. In other words, in order to go back to the Yi family, one could only rely on the speed of the beast pet. Come prepared. Just as the city guards tried to make a move, Tang Luoyao and the others surrounded Gu Changqing in the center. Sorry for getting you guys involved. Get going. We'll stall. I'm afraid it's no good going. Gu Changqing's eyes looked towards the huge city gates. At that moment, a dozen middle-aged and elderly people with powerful auras slowly started out with a team of elite soldiers. After they appeared, Tang Luoyao and the others had expressions of shock on their faces. Father, how are you? Every one of those who came was a famous big shot in the provincial city. Tang Luoyao's father had a serious face as he droned. Rebellious daughter, why don't you quickly surrender? You've disappointed us too much. Come back to the city lord's mansion with us. I'm sure the city lord will give you justice. Tang Luoyao's eyebrows lowered. Father, letting a few of us go back. There's no need to bring out the elite teams from each clan. That's not something you should think about. Saying that, Tang Lao's hand gently beckoned, but he saw the elite squad behind them, which was well equipped and had beast pets that were all above gold level. After crossing over them, they flanked back and forth towards Gu Changqing. Get out! Back the off! Tang Luoyao chided, but they stepped forward as if they couldn't hear him. Everyone, your kindness is appreciated and remembered. If there is anything you need me for in the future, just speak. The fire control technique formed a fire cloud, sending Tang Luoyao and the others out of the encirclement. Gu Changqing looked at Yi Ruyan and laughed coldly. Sister, it seems like someone doesn't want us to go home easily. Framing is framing. Too much purpose is exposed instead. Yi Ruyan clenched her fists. Whether it's framing or blocking, if you dare to touch my people, have you gone through my permission? A brutal aura surged out from Yi Ruyan's body. The golden Lin armor covered that delicate and seductive body layer by layer. With the golden Lin gun in his hand, the sharp golden killing aura filled the air. After a double repair by the 1,000-year returning ginseng as well as the power of nature from the mimic beasts, Yi Ruyan's dark wounds have healed. After being injured, he fell back to the rank of senior beastmaster, slowly recovering as the injury improves. The grade has been dropped due to injury, and no further promotion is required to rejoin. Water to water. Jean Lin, is that the eldest daughter of the Yi family? Elder Tang and the others gazed at Yi Ruyan's armor and spear, their faces hesitant. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Tian Yuan Yi family, if you also help Gu Changqing, then don't blame us for not being polite. Afterward, I will explain the original reason to the Yi family's old man. Yi Ruyan swept the golden Lin gun in her hand. Slices of sharp gold killed the Gengjin Qi, transforming into a head of gold-armored Qilin, forcing the elite team that had surrounded her back a few steps. That's up to you. What to tell him? Give it to me. As soon as Elder Tang gave the order, hundreds of heartfelt elites from various clans brazenly topped their skills and rushed up. Little Roar. Golden Hair Roar was like a small mountain in Yi Ruyan's shout, and Rumble just sat on the ground. At the same time, he opened his mouth and an airy roar cleansed the air. Powerful sound waves, like a thunderbolt from the flat earth. The forest rustled and the earth trembled. There were some Imperial Beastmasters who didn't have time to hold up their defense skills. It collided head-on with the roar, and instantly the gods shook and the 7 orifices bled. The golden hair roar of the Tian Yuan Yi clan has wanted to try it for a long time. Suddenly, a loud cry came from the rear. I see a tiger poised to strike. It was none other than the Tang family's town beast pet. Its bloodline was the same as Tang Luoyao's, and it was also a Kaiwaki spirit tiger. Next, the Imperial Beast Masters in front of them backed up, making room. The tiger's whistle came steeply. Its might was no less than the golden hair roar. The two sound waves charged against each other, and the brute force spread out in all directions. The ground rolled up and trees toppled off. Steeply, 2 colors of spiritual energy, one gold and one white, surged from the fur of the golden hair roar and the Kaiwaki spirit tiger, and then each of them transformed into spiritual power shadows, swinging the sound waves and charging again. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard all over the battlefield as sound waves cleansed the area. It kicked up smoke and dust several feet high, and the rolling smoke rose to the sky. Snort! Snort! A wound burst open and blood flowed down from the flesh of the golden hair roar and the Kaiwaki spirit tiger. When the sound wave skill disappeared, the aura of the 2 beast pets, both shriveled down. Flagstaff. However, as the owner of the beast pet, Yi Ruyan's face changed only slightly. The Tang clan's son, however, spat out several mouthfuls of blood. What a golden hair roar! My Tang clan spirit tiger. I'm ashamed of myself. That son was also dry, and after voluntarily admitting defeat, he actually withdrew from the encircling ranks. Brother, Tang Luoyao is not without worry, but with a loved one on one side and a recognized friend on the other. It's difficult. The man wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and said, Yao Yao, don't blame us. That's when someone else started to clamor. The golden hair roar doesn't work anymore. It's nothing more than that. Everyone, go! Yi Ruyan frowned and one hand was about to pinch the summoning formation when a golden rod and a green stem of lotus root, like a divine weapon weighing 10,000 pounds, it slammed heavily into the path of their former kill. Which dog spoke out of his mouth and dared to make a move against the main mother? A bunch of dirt cheap dogs. How dare you clamor? Well then, let's send you to ascend to heaven. Chapter 135, Then Fight. In the midst of the smoke and dust, the golden light was brilliant and the demonic fire was steaming. Black Egg and Devil Lotus, one on the left and one on the right, their arms stretched forward at the same time. The sea-defining rod and the lotus root pole were summoned, spinning and flying back to their hands. Master, is it time to fight your way in? Calling in isn't out of the question. You'll have to give me more of that thing of yours. As a fee, two anticlimactic kids who are only interested in the world, even bargained with him, the owner. However, the might emanating from the two beasts caused the elite team of these major lineages to feel a little timid. Father, when Tang Luoyao saw the black egg that had evolved once again, and the no less than black egg's demonic lotus flower, at once, she stepped forward and said, if you want to kill him, my daughter has nothing to say. Since I am a member of the Tang family, I understand all your decisions. If it's merely a matter of blocking, then my daughter might as well dare to propose to you. Better to kill than to offend. Tang Lao was surprised by Tang Luoyao's change and said gruffly, if we don't get rid of the roots, we'll perish? If possible, this may not be an opportunity for the Tang family to rise. Storming out of the provincial city and into the circle of top families in Xinhua country. Yao Yao, it's too much, isn't it? I admit that he is capable, but can he still lead a family to the apex of the lineage? I don't know. Tang Luoyao shook her head. If I were the head of the Tang family, I'd rather offend the people behind me than provoke the people in front of me. Father, please give the order. Retreating but not retreating, fighting but not fighting. Hesitation is a big no-no. The squad members on the side all looked at Big Sister in astonishment. This would rather kill than offend. This is to bring Gu Changqing to his death. In the face of his daughter's forced choice between the two, Tang Lao's gaze, lingering on Gu Changqing's body for a moment longer. Under the astonished gaze of the leader of the House of the World, he stepped forward with a step that, stopping 3 meters away from Gu Changqing, he said, you're my daughter's friend. You should have received a grand reception from my Tang family. However, the orders from the top cannot be disobeyed, so I'm offended. Well. Gu Changqing didn't move. After all, Tang Luoyao had helped herself, so today was considered returning the favor. Miss Yi, the Huang province family has no intention of going against you. Please also enter the city and inquire about what happened in person at the city lord's residence. I think that the city lord will not make things difficult for you. It's better than stalemating here and fulfilling the wishes of others. Yi Ruyan looked at Gu Changqing, and after receiving a nod of confirmation, she said, it's fine to enter the city, but my people are traitors to the human race, which my Yi clan won't recognize. Then, please trouble Elder Tang, lead the way for us. So very good. Watching Tang Lao take the initiative to lead the way and signal the elite teams to disperse, Tang Luoyao's heart, which was about to jump out, only retracted. The other members of the team took a look at it and praised it. That's a skillful use of retreat for advancement. Big sister, kill or let go. Hi, just hi. Gu Changqing nodded to Tang Luoyao as he passed by her holding Yi Ruyan's hand. Elder Tang. The leaders of the other families in the provincial city revealed their disbelief. Since there are doubts, let's investigate clearly. Now that the ferocious beasts outside the city are in a state of turmoil, the human race needs people like him, until the city lord personally orders it. The Tang clan, will protect him. Gu Changqing looked at Tang Lao's deafening and intimidating remarks and couldn't help but skim his lips. Shouldn't the formal process be a fight and then a pretend bridge where he reveals his cards? The Tang family, one of the top families in a province, had made the scene of crossbows and clashes calm, followed Donald into town, worthy of being the heart of a province, both in size and area, so extensive that you can't see the edges. There are giant airships in the air and robots working at intervals in the streets. For a moment, Gu Changqing had the shock of having entered the world of science fiction, a masterpiece of the mechanical Ru family. They are one of the few mechanical beast pet owners. Tang Luoyai was like a tour guide, introducing Gu Changqing and Yi Ruyan to the various aspects of the provincial city. A mechanical beast pet? Looking at the 2-meter-high precision robot, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. Conquering the 4 corners of the world in a Gundam makes my blood boil just thinking about it. The dream of many a man's heart. Tang Lao raised his hand, and the dial on his wrist emitted a beam of light. Within a few moments, from the other end of the street, came a stretched steel bus. MS. Yi, please get in the car. The provincial city overreached. Such a good thing not to promote to the following. Zhenhai City is still really. Grandma and uncle do not love. Self-generated free-range children. Boarding the steel coach. Its speed also surprised Gu Changqing quite a bit. The chimney in the back shoots out blue flames. Accelerates from 0 to 200 in an instant. It nearly toppled him to the ground. Yi Ruyan was calm, and it seemed that such mechanical equipment had long been taken for granted. Within 10 minutes, the steel bus stopped in front of a building several dozen stories high. Gu Changqing and Yi Ruyan just got off the bus. Suddenly, from the top of the building and around the plaza in front of the building, rows of cyborgs with hot weapons wrapped around the bus. Black Egg and Devil Lotus Flower blocked the front, looked at those iron bumps and said coldly, "This is the Dragon's Den. Let Master Black see what demons and devils are haunting it." The Devil Lotus Flower was even more direct. "Burn it, there's no need for it to exist. Also, I can give you a 20% discount on your offer." Gu Changqing also had a grim expression on his face, and under the stimulation of the fire control technique, the Heaven's Flame blade released a blazing temperature. The provincial city deserves to be called a provincial city. The stance is big enough. Yi Ruyan coldly snorted. "Tang Lao, this is what you call an explanation. Clear? Explanation? What needs to be explained?" A familiar voice rang out from the large group of cyborgs. "Robots make way." Lu Shang and Lu Wenchao, with a cold smile, walked out from it. Behind them, there was a middle-aged man. "It's you guys." Yi Ruyan frowned, and when she saw the middle-aged man behind her, she was surprised. Lu Mosheng. Tang Lao's face was somber as he arched his hand toward Lu Mosheng and said, "City Lord Lu, why do you mean this? The Lord of the city?" Gu Changqing and Yi Ruyan were stunned, and then it dawned on them. Everything, all of it. Tang family master. Are the orders issued by the city lord's office papier-mâché to the world families? Not following orders and bringing human traders into the city without authorization. The Tang family, are they rebelling? Or are they also accomplices of the traders? As soon as Lu Mordecai opened his mouth, he pressed the Tang family into the traitors column as well. Gu Changqing sniffed and said in a cold voice, "It seems that you guys know that my sister didn't inform the Yi family of the Lu family's despicable behavior in the first place, so you want to leave us here to be silenced, even going so far as to pull in more lives." Saying that, he suddenly shook his head. No, I should say that the big backer behind Li Haoran is you, right? The provincial city lord, Lu Mosheng, who controls the power of life and death. Ha ha ha. Lu Mosheng let out a loud laugh, and when the laughter stopped, his face was hideous. Gu Changqing colluded with the vicious Imperial Beastmaster organization, and Yi Ruyan, the daughter of the Yi family, knew nothing about it and even resolutely defected. The Tang family privately conspired with Gu Changqing to rescue Felon Shenhai. Each and every one of these is a great evil, and now trespassing into the city lord's residence. Take them down for me, live or die. Chapter 136, The Mechanical Army. Mecha Beast's Pets. Lu Mawson, what are you doing? Donald didn't realize that just for the sake of the family, to avoid some unnecessary risks, bringing the Yi family's daughter in person to ask for a definitive proof, just dragged the Don family into it. Not only are they arbitrarily labeled as fellow traitors, but they also risk extermination. He pointed a finger at Lu Mosheng and rebuked loudly. My Tang family has made great sacrifices and contributions to the entire provincial city. If you want to exterminate my Tang family's clan, you Lu family alone can't do it. Then, turning to the other lineage leaders, what about you guys? Do you see the situation today? Lu Mosheng's inversion of black and white is undoubtedly leading the provincial city into the abyss. Ha ha ha. The three of the Lu family quietly watched Tang Lao struggle. Tang Zetian, are you confused in life? Still think that this is the era of lineages hugging each other? Even if they are hugging, it's hugging the thighs of the stronger ones. Listen up, all the families in the provincial city. Those who exterminate the traitors of the Tang family will receive a new mechanical beast pet from the Lu family. Furthermore, they will be involved in the next great plan. Follow me, and I will lead you to flatten all the powerful plans of the divine China country. Let the provincial city become the strongest city of the human race. You all will be an existence that will be honored by all. Lu Wenchao walked down a few steps and lightly swept over each person of the world family, saying, knowing that there will be many questions in your minds, after you see it, you will understand that everything said is not a delusion. Lu Wenchao pinched the summoning formation, and after the radiant hexagrams rose up, a golden-furred roar, even more majestic than Yi Ruyan's golden-furred roar, stepped out of the formation and, a long whine to the heavens. At the same time, a beam of light shot up from the city lord's mansion's building. Immediately afterward, a heavy suit of steel armor flew out of the glow of the, and then piece by piece, it was assembled onto the body of the golden roar, until the last piece of the beastly, massive battle helmet snaps into place, and red energy erupts from the diamond-shaped grooves at his chest. Wrapped in heavy mechanical armor, the golden fur roar once again roared up to the sky. Only this time, the pressure it brought with it was raised a whole big notch. Everyone was deeply shocked by this scene. Lu Wenchao enjoyed the shock of the crowd and laughed. My beast pet's grade is only lord, and after assembling the new mechanical armor, it is sufficiently king level. I believe that I don't need to say more. You all know exactly what king grade represents. Then, his subsequent words further made the wavering leaders of the lineage make up their minds. Currently, it's only the initial stage of research. A full-bodied beast pet mechanical armor. Upgrading 2 major grades is not a matter of concern. Therefore, my Lu family is granting you the opportunity. Don't know how to raise it. Yi Ruyan's fists clenched, her nails pinching Gu Changqing's teeth. Gu Changqing endured the pain and looked at the whole beast-shaped iron lump, his heart itching. What man can resist a set of mechanical armor that is so loaded and pulled together? But Black Egg looked at Two Eyes, disdain cold snort, thought it was some rare divine weapon armor, but it turns out to be a pile of scrap iron. As long as the center of the diamond-shaped crystal core energy source is broken, the armor will become a bastard shell. The Devil Lotus nodded in rare approval. False external objects are always walking the path. At that moment, the leaders of the lineage who had been empathized with by Tang Zetian's words, they moved away from the Tang clan's crowd and surrounded them instead. I'm sorry Tang family master. Following City Master Lu, we can see hope. That's old Tang. Admit your mistake to the city lord and we'll save your life. Those who know what's good for them, don't put up fearless resistance. You guys. Looking at the alliance members who had come together through thick and thin, Tang Zetian's face turned pale and he was too angry to speak. Gu Changqing grunted coldly. Tang Lao, they can't wait. Without the Tang family, they'll carve up even more resources. Lu Wenchao quietly watched the world's families to seat, pointed at Yi Ruyan and laughed. Ruyan, don't struggle when it comes down to it. Become my woman, and if you serve me well, I will consider sparing the Yi family. After all, without the power of the golden hair roaring ancestor beast, this great invention is still in the shelving stage. Yi Ruyan's face turned red with anger. Despicable. Shameless. Despicable? I'll show you what's more despicable. Lu Wenchao patted the armored golden hair roar and said, kill all the others and leave the women for me. On the wrist, I'm going to love them. Roar. The armored golden hair roar growled lowly, and then a pillar of energy fire shot out from the soles of his feet. The entire heavily armored body, like an arrow off the string, arrived in front of Gu Changqing and the others in the blink of an eye. 2 mechanical arms, narrow iron tubes gushing with energy. The iron fist was wrapped in infinite energy and smashed down heavily. Flash! Gu Changqing picked up Yi Ruyan, and the power in his body veins was not reserved at all. The swift and violent punch was dodged. Dang! The city lord's mansion square trembled violently. Like an earthquake, a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. The winds of the astral winds hunt, and where both fists slammed down, a large sunken pit 3 meters deep and nearly 10 meters wide was revealed. There were some Tang family elites who couldn't dodge in time. It was crushed into mush under the rigid and uncast power. Jean! Gu Changqing threw Yi Ruyan in his arms onto Xiao Jin's back. The latter caught it in the air, and the strongest attack, the flame of heaven, began to coalesce. Kill! Lu Moshing could no longer hold back when he saw that Gu Changqing was able to survive the attack of the armored golden hair roar unscathed. The pontificating number of robots, marching in a neatly organized pace. The energy blade in his right hand ejected, and the blackened barrel of the gun in his left hand aimed at Gu Changqing as well as the Tang family members. In the midst of a loud noise, a dense web of heat weapon fire came down on the sky. Black Egg leaped up high with the sea-fixing needle in his hand, and suddenly the stick shadowed and split into thousands. The moment one of the bullets resisted, the blue energy loaded inside immediately contracted before bursting apart. Black Egg! Gu Changqing screamed, and the golden crow armor covered his entire body, while extending 100 lines of fire. While supporting the Tang family, he pulled Black Egg to his side from the dense network of fire. Bah! Black Egg spat out a mouthful of earthy spittle and cursed. Master, I'm fine. I didn't even scrape my skin. The bullets fired by these iron bumps are built with ferocious beast crystals or bloodline crystals of beast pets. It belongs to the equipment category and carries a small skill. Gu Changqing then breathed a sigh of relief and, maneuvering the line of fire to stop a bullet, while holding it in your hand. Information about it also appeared. Energy bullets expendable. Effective, can release the skill burst, limited killing power. Introduction, bullets developed through the energy of ferocious beasts crystals or the crystal cores of beasts pets. Small in power, but expensive in large quantities. Rubbish, look at me. Devil Lotus mocked Black Egg with a disdainful remark. Magic fire surrounded his entire body, and holding the root pole, he killed into the cyborg army. These cyborgs, like the bullets that are fired, it looks pretty bluff. but under the rampant and merciless attack of the demon lotus, it was like scrap metal. Oh, and such valuable research material. Just then, suddenly, from the roof of the city lord's building, a blue, red, and black armored cyborg, about 10 feet tall, with an energy gas pedal spewing out of his back, sprinting towards the battlefield. The two mechanical arms closed together, and a mass of black energy was pulled and transformed into a giant black lightsaber. Gu Changqing's heart surged with just one look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A real mecha. And after seeing this mecha, Tang Zetian loudly warned, "Be careful, it's someone from the mechanical Lu family." Chapter 137, no? Then go grab it. A mecha beast pet can be extremely rare, because they're so hard to get. There is a mention in the Imperial Beast Encyclopedia, but there is no introduction to the science of mecha beast pets. Just know that their appearance was inspired by were pets. In a sense, mecha beast pets were also considered a branch of artifact pets. Gu Changqing looked at the three-colored intertwined mecha descending from the sky, and the corners of his mouth were drooling with harangues. The golden-haired roar clad in mechanical armor was like a child in front of it, and at this time, Tang Luoyao said to him, "Mecha beast pets also have bloodlines, but their bloodlines originate from the mecha core. The bloodline of the beast pet is extracted and sealed into the core using a special method. In this way, it possesses the evolutionary ability of a beast pet." Gu Changqing gulped. "If I slaughter the guy inside, does this mech belong to me?" Tang Luoya drove the Kaiwaki spirit tiger to block the dense net of bullets, sniffing helplessly. When the Imperial Beast Master dies, the energy of the mecha's core will also disappear. Unless, of course, you know mecha technology that can be resealed into the bloodline. Gu Changqing frowned. Technical work. He really didn't know a darn thing about it. But, black egg, little flower, slaughter the person inside that iron lump for me. Remember, don't break the iron lump or neither of you will be able to get what you need from me. Mech core or no mech core, let's just cradle the big guy in our pockets first. Besides, there's the golden word to fall back on. It wouldn't be a big deal if a gold phrase related to a mecha beast pet came out. Hearing Gu Changqing give a death order, Black Egg and Devil Lotus weaved their way through the legions of cyborgs. Under the swings of the fixed sea needle and the lotus root pole, pieces of cyborgs were blown up, and various parts were scattered all over the place. Surname Gu, today is the day you die. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill them. Lu Wenchao leapt onto the head of the armored golden hair roar and harnessed it to kill Gu Changqing. Little Gold, stop it, being forced to move up a grade. Kings vs. Golds. Kogain wins because of the super god invincible bloodline. Armored Golden Roar wins in Class Crush. Master Mother, hold on to me. The evolved Xiao Jin, in addition to pampering Gu Changqing, is still a grandmother's childish voice. It's a little more mature on the outside, only to see that its body continued to grow larger and larger, with three colors of flames that converged and intertwined to form the unique three yang amazing. Nico, Xiao Jin let out an eagle whistle. His wings unfolded like a black cloud that, it collided up towards the armored golden roar. Dang, Xiao Jin's eagle head, which was shielded by the three suns amazing, slammed solidly into the thick armor. Only heard the muffled sound of a flood of bells. Xiao Jin did not retreat. Instead, it was the king-level armored golden hair roar that was forced back several steps by the brutal force. Yi Ruyan on Little Gold's back, with the golden lance in her hand, a throw towards the sky. In a flash, a gust of low roars and snarls from the golden liner's gun. The piercing light was loud, and the golden Lin gun was actually transformed into 2 into 4, and 4 into 1,000. Jinlin breaks the sky. Yi Ruyan's finger hooked, and all the Jinlin guns locked onto their targets. With a killing Gangjin sharpness, it stabbed at the armored golden hair roar like rain. The golden Lin gun was halfway through its flight when it regenerated and changed. The shadow of the gun disappeared and turned into a golden unicorn running at breakneck speed. Phew! Yi Ruyan gasped for breath. The moment the skills that came with this legendary grade equipment were released, her entire body's strength was extracted cleanly. Yi Ruyan, you're looking for death yourself. Don't blame me. Looking at the rambling Qilin stepping into the air, Lu Wenchao roared. A palm-sized snow silkworm climbed onto his shoulder. In an instant, thick threads of silk erupted from the mouth of the snow silkworm. The filaments are crystalline and icy. Moreover, with a light purple color, the toxicity is overbearing. Dragnet, hang her for me. The unicorn that was transformed by the golden Lin gun instantly ripped through the large opening once it made contact with the silk threads. However, the silk threads are too thick and capricious. Only halfway through the breakthrough, the Gangjin sharpness was worn down, but the silk is broken and then renewed, layer after layer, as if to cover the sky. Ha ha ha, with your tattered body, how many % of your power can you exert when you forcefully utilize your legendary divine armament skill? Since you never met me, you'll become a withered bone in my ice silkworm poison net. Watching as the silk rapidly enveloped Little Gold as well as Yi Ruyan, tightening continuously. Lu Wenchao laughed maniacally. At the same time, in the mouth of the armored golden hair roar, the ball of spiritual energy, which was converged by the dual power of the beast pet itself and the energy of the mechanical armor, was accumulating and compressing. As Lu Wenchao's laughter came to an abrupt end, a 1-meter-thick pillar of spiritual energy shot out from the mouth of the armored golden hair roar, annihilating Xiaojin as well as Yi Ruyan. On the other hand, Black Egg and Magic Lotus managed to get together. The two beasts just exchanged a glance and split left and right to take to the air to kill the mecha beast pet. A mere mole cricket dares to provoke the gods. A very middle-of-the-road voice came out of the mech. Only the huge black sword in his hand was waved, but the speed was surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, a half-moon sword chi slashed out, heading straight for the two beasts. Dogs, if it wasn't for the master's eyes on this layer of skin, Master Black would have given you a good beating. It can't be disassembled by brute force. The difficulty is raised quite a bit, and the commission has to be doubled to make it work. Relying on the high-intensity defense of the Golden Crow armor, Gu Chongqing ignored the itching of the bullet net. One mind is on the mech. Okay, just take it, 2 for each. Black Egg's fixer-upper gold words have been ready for a long time. As for the Magic Lotus, it's not impossible to owe it first. Double the treats. The two rebels were instantly pumped like chicken blood, dodging in and out of the mech's dexterous attacks. The main one consumes. Since it was a beast pet, there was a limit to its spiritual power. Black Egg also took the opportunity to brush up on the passivity of the 10,000 Battles Quartet. Suddenly, the originally clear weather was suddenly covered by a powerful light. Gu Chongqing raised his head and looked at Xiaojin, who had been annihilated by the heavenly net as well as the pillar of spiritual light, but his expression was filled with anticipation. There's no need to hold back. Today is the first battle for you to make a name for yourself in the Imperial Beast world. Nico, as if hearing Gu Chongqing's encouragement, a magnificent image of a divine bird's virtual image surfaced in the skyrocket. In an instant, the originally impenetrable poisonous network of iceworms, a tough silk thread that, splat breaks off. It's getting faster and faster. Phew! Through the little gap that was revealed, a little white fire spread out and, in the blink of an eye, the flame of heaven rushed up into the sky. But the column of psychic light found the perfect catharsis for the blow. A headlong blast was directed at Little Gold. Lu Wenchao's stunned expression after seeing the ice silkworm poison net being broken turned hideous. If you can't be poisoned, you will go up in smoke in front of this power. Before he had finished his words, the grimace was still there. The harsh words were choked in his throat. White flames burned the poisonous web of iceworms but the damned eagle. The gray flames flared up around him again. Spiritual light pillars hit it, and were being eaten away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Right, just eat it. Chapter 138, What's mine, is mine. Green Dragon Emissary. The inflammation of the yin is derived from the inflammation of the tai yin. No air is left out. No spirit is swallowed. It's just a gas-eating version of springtime for foodies. The pillar of spiritual energy light that the golden hair roar had fused with the armor was devoured by the flame of yin at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the last stream of spiritual energy disappeared into thin air, wisps of gray gas filled the yin's flame. Seems to be burping. In the next instant, the flame of heaven that burned the ice silkworm poison net to ashes, like a brilliant white night meteor. Frantically, he crashed down towards the city lord's mansion square. The damage bonus of the skill itself, looming at 10,000 points of mental attribute damage. Before the flames fell, the surface of the earth began to roll, and there was already the appearance of melting. Lu Wenchao's heart beat violently and furiously. Instinctive crisis alarm like a reminder that he drove the armored golden roar and tried to escape. However, the golden hair roar did not move. At some point, the armor on his feet had melted and linked to the ground. No matter how much it used brute force, it just couldn't pull it out. Waste! Lu Wenchao let out a curse and was about to abandon his favor and flee. Suddenly, a flash of golden streams of light sped in, heading straight for his heart. Unbridled, bold, Lu Moshing and Lu Sheng rebuked and shouted at the same time, just about to step in and block it. But in the next second, the golden stream of light accelerated steeply and a shower of blood soared out and was vaporized by the heat before it hit the ground. Lu Wenchao floated in the air, looking at the Jinlin gun that pierced through his chest, coughing and gushing blood furiously. Yi Ruyan once again exhausted, half kneeling on the back of the Little Gold, looking at Lu Wenchao who was brought out dozens of meters away by the golden Lin gun and heavily nailed to the city lord's mansion building, her face cold and stern. This is a little bit of interest from your Lu family, cousin, Chao. The two of them leapt onto the building in a hurry, plucked Lu Wenchao from the wall, and Lu Wenchao's body had just touched the ground, and the ferocious flame of heaven burned from within his body. Burnt to ashes in the twinkling of an eye. Little Gold, on the other hand, made a few low chirps. Obviously this was its work. Master Tang, come to me, you guys. Seeing the skills of little Kim descending on the Gu Changqing hurriedly greeted the Tang clan members, and the fire control technique immediately transformed into the heavenly flame firewall for protection. As the first flames hit the ground, the immediately following, pa 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 pa, like a rain of sound, continuous. As soon as the flame of heaven touched the ground, it instantly melted into magma. Within moments, the entire city lord's mansion square was like a lava hell. Those cyborg hordes, using materials that are inherently poor. Under the heat, it melted into iron. The only thing that was safe and sound was around that mech, my mechanical army. You, all of you, die. The Lu family and the mech looked at the work that went up in smoke in an instant, and their anger rose. The huge black sword in his hand swung wildly, gradually losing its pattern. Good chance. Black Egg and Demon Lotus simultaneously lit up before their eyes, threw the pin with the root rod with all his might, under the mech's wide open attack, revealing the center part of the mech's crystal core. Under less protection than the Lu family was about to retrieve the mecha beast pet. Bang! With a crisp, heavy thud, the C-pin pierced through the core of the mech along with the root rod, and flew out of the back of the mech through and through. A powerful, strong mech with a long history of holding battles, and in an instant, it jams. The huge black sword in his hand also dissipated due to energy breakage. Mud, it's finally settled. Go inside. Take the guy inside and skin him. Black Egg blinked. That's not a dragon either. No fun to pick and smoke. While the two beasts discussed what to do about the main event, in the head of the mech, a hatch opened up and a man with a pale face crawled out of it. The pin flew back, knocking the man off his mech in the process. Master, it's done. Black Egg yelled as if taking credit. Coming. Gu Changqing's eyes glowed as he waited for the Tang family to reach safety. Rubbing his hands together, he trotted over to the massive mech and lovingly stroked the cold iron armor. Not bad. Very good. The Lu family man looked at Gu Changqing's red eyes and couldn't help but palpitate, shouting, "What do you want to do to my mecha beast pet?" Gu Changqing's face was ferocious and his tone was harsh. "What did you say? This is clearly my mecha beast pet." When the Lu family man heard this, he didn't catch his breath and nearly fainted. Be shameless, and shame on you. A blatant robbery in front of the rightful owner. Gu Changqing ignored him and circled around the mech a few times, and when he saw the large hole in the back, he said, "You guys did a good job. Didn't you want to protect my mech?" Devil Lotus rolled her eyes straight up and didn't bother to speak. Black Egg, on the other hand, said bitterly, "Master, you simply can't take it without breaking the core. Forget it." With a big wave of his hand, Gu Changqing came to the Lu family man and helped him up from the ground. "You guys can't be bothered to be gentle." Black Egg bowed his head in dismay, and went easy on him? "You wanted us to kill him, brother." "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Truth be told, I have a favor to ask." The Lu clan man's breath rose and he wanted to break out in curses, but with Black Egg and Devil Lotus present, he had to say, "What is it?" Gu Changqing pointed at the mech. "You see, my mech is damaged, and the Lu family is a great power in this area. So, can you fix the mech for me?" You. The Lu family man was shivering with anger. Gu Changqing put his arm around his shoulder intimately. "Brother, you don't want to be skinned either. My beast pet doesn't have any hobbies, but it is a good hand at this path. The Lu family does not lack mecha beast pets, so why look for death?" "You say right." The Lu family man wanted to cry without tears. He really couldn't catch this explicit threat. The Lu family's mechanical Dao was very different from the orthodox Imperial Beastmaster Dao. The Ru family children were born without practicing rank and file titles, and were bent on putting on their mechs, simply because the finished mechs are almost always full combat, good at technology, not fighting. Well, this mouthful of pent-up anger can only be swallowed in secret. Then please, I'll personally go to your Lu family to get it in the morning. With the problem of the mech resolved, Gu Changqing raised his head and looked distantly at Lu Shang and Lu Moshing on top of the steps. "Business is settled. Now it's your turn." Black Egg and Demon Lotus stood on the left and right. Little Gold carried Urian and flew low above him. All the members of the Tang clan also gathered over. As for the other lineages, they silently stepped back. A wallflower, no less. Seeing the reversal of the great form, but also the death of a Lu family, Lu Moshing was burning with rage, and the unique might belonging to a king-level royal beast master vigorously erupted. "Gu Changqing, committing murder in front of the city lord's mansion is a crime punishable by death." Elder Tang coldly rebuked. Lu Moshing, reversing black and white and privatizing power. "It's you who deserve to die." Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Lu Moshing is not afraid, but arrogant. "I'm the provincial city lord of Huang province personally assigned down from Kyoto. Even if I don't make a move, do you guys dare to kill me? If you kill me, none of you will escape." Tang Lao's face turned blue at his words. That's just the way it is. No matter what big mistake Lu Moshing has made, he can only be taken away by the Kyoto visitors for trial. If they wanted to move, they would be challenging the authority of the divine China kingdom. Oh, is that really true? Gu Chongqing fumbled around in his backpack space. Within moments, a palm-sized green sign in the hand of on the body of the card, a handsome dragon shape was carved. Someone told me that it has a heavy weight. Little gold. Go and try it out for me. How heavy is its weight? Also, please trouble Elder Tang to inform the people in and around the city lord's mansion to evacuate as soon as possible. Donald was staring at the sign with a dumbfounded look. That Lu Mordecai and Lu Shang are looking at the sign, too. Only after being reminded by Gu Chongqing did Tang Lao come back to his senses from the shock. Immediately, he bowed and saluted Gu Chongqing. Yes, Green Dragon Emissary. Chapter 139, time for a change. The Order of the Green Dragon. Green Dragon Messenger. Lu Moshing and Lu Shang. Both of them looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Fake. It must be fake. Lu Shang pointed at Gu Chongqing and snapped. Good, you bold Gu Chongqing. You even dare to impersonate the Green Dragon Order and the Green Dragon Messenger. Do you really think that there is no one in my Qinglong Academy, and that Lord Qinglong is a poser? Gu Chongqing was surprised that a few days ago, he had made such a big fuss at the Green Dragon Academy. Aokigawa all personally ordered the students of the academy to be summoned to arrest them, and left unharmed afterward. Anyone would understand that there must be a reason. Lu Shang did not know anything about this look. It seems that since the Forbidden Sea went out, he returned to this chess game, and was not in the Green Dragon Academy at that time. Ignorant thing. Gu Chongqing didn't bother to fight with him. Looking towards the King Great Imperial Beast Master Lu Moshun, he said indifferently, Lu Moshun, this messenger, on account of the fact that it's not easy to be promoted, will give you a way out. Give a clear account of the intertwined conspiracies behind it, and your life can be saved. Bail me out? Ha ha ha, do you know what you're saying? Even if you are the Green Dragon Emissary, so what? No matter how big the Green Dragon is, can it be bigger than Kyoto? Lu Moshing's eyes were shadowy, staring at Gu Chongqing. It's you. You spoiled so many of my major events at such a young age. Today, I will behead you here. Lu Moshing right foot on the ground. The figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gu Chongqing. With such a treacherous speed, even the beast pets didn't notice the difference. Lu Moshing's right palm, covered with black spiritual energy, carried a monstrous might and heavily slapped at Gu Chongqing's head. After the body veins were forged, Gu Chongqing's reaction speed was also extremely fast. As the flame of Yin covered the top of his head, the golden crow armor was also used immediately. Bang! The black palm was partially eaten by the Taiyin mouthful of flame when it came into contact with the flame of Yin, and it was then dispersed. The golden crow armor also only slightly resisted and also ruptured one after another. Whoa! Gu Chongqing spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and his entire body was like a kite with broken strings, flying more than 10 meters away before being caught by Xiaojin. His forehead was oozing blood, but luckily the flame of Yin had unloaded some of the force of. Otherwise, it would have ended in a tragic brain explosion. Lu Moshing raised his hand, looking at the black spiritual energy cut between his palms, rather surprised. What a miraculous flame! Even its power can be devoured. Gu Chongqing, you are truly a treasure. Then, I'll be flattered. With you as the best experimental material, my great plan will take a qualitative leap forward. Fly your grandma, strong man, fit for my 3 styles of dragon slaying. Gu Chongqing was beaten in front of his eyes and nearly died. Immediately, it drew the monstrous fury of the beast pets. Black Egg and Devil Lotus are fighting left and right, but the field was filled with debris and dust. The cooperation between the two beasts became more and more tacit, and they even fought back and forth in the hands of the king-level Imperial Beast Master. But after all, there was a considerable gap between the two sides. With a dull gulp, Lu Mordecai held the weapons of the two beasts in both hands. With a shock of black energy, the two beasts flew out. A bronze-grade beast pet has strength enough to strangle a lord-grade. Gu Chongqing, are you sent down from heaven to save me? Surprise, it's just too much of a surprise. Lu Moshing walked towards Gu Chongqing step by step. With every step that landed, black energy ripples cleansed in all directions. A wall of black light curtain barriers slowly rose from all directions. By the time he traveled 3 meters away from Gu Chongqing and the others, the barrier had already enveloped half of the square. Other than Elder Tang, who had left in compliance with the order, Gu Chongqing and the other sons and daughters of the Tang clan, not a single one of them was left behind. Domain. Tang Luoyao and the other children of the Tang clan stood in front of the injured Gu Chongqing, feeling the kingly aura of the superior. Tang Luoyao nervously gulped and muttered. The powerful thing about a king-level beast master is that while sublimating the body veins, he also collects and comprehends the powerful core strength of the beast pet. Combined with the energetic eruption of the physical chakra, it derives the symbol of ability, the domain that is unique to this rank. Meanwhile, you can get away with it after the king level. The so-called impunity was having the strength to fight with Beast King level ferocious beasts. Even if they were not defeated, they could escape by releasing the power of the domain. Below the king level, all our ants, Tang clan, form up. Tang Luoyao let out a shout, and although the Kaiwaki spirit tiger was afraid, it still rushed at Lu Moshing with a long whistle. But the next second, Lu Moshing index finger point out, a beam of black waves suddenly struck in the black domain, knocking the Kaiwaki spirit tiger to the ground. Griffin, you want to go against the heavens too? Lu Moshing scanned each and every one of them contemptuously and said indifferently, Tang family, why do you want to force me to exterminate you? Isn't it good to be an honest dog? Because they are human beings, unlike you, who have become inhuman and ghostly. After taking the elixir, Gu Changqing's injuries recovered slightly, and with Yi Ruyan's support, he stood side by side with the Tang clan. Lu Moshing big power in hand, control of the whole situation, hands spread out, showing them what they have. How can a mere mole cricket be worthy of understanding what the gods think? Under my leadership, the Yellow Province will soar to heights unattainable by previous generations. Power. It's absolute power that brings everything. To lie down honestly as the lowest of the poor is your destiny. There were controversies, conflicts, and even sacrifices before the takeoff. But so what? There will always be a price to pay. Gu Changqing's eyes were getting sharper and colder. Zhenhai City, which carries the heavy responsibility of resisting the sea beasts, has taken many years to build up its elite. Because of your bull **** plan, it went up in smoke in an instant. In the Battle of the Beast Tide, the people in the city were even more than 100,000 dead or injured. You high and mighty assholes. You don't think about how to fill the gap and develop the newborn force. Send down one stirrer after another, under the banner that the interests of the lineage are above all else. When they finish harvesting the people below, you will then move to cut them. Lu Moshun. For someone like you to be the head of a province, it's truly a sorrow for the human race. So what? A general will be buried with 10,000 bones and skeletons. Griffins can't see the big picture, can't see what the human race is facing. Shut up. Gu Changqing rebutted his fallacy. It's not that we can't see, it's that you've deprived us of our rights. Lu Moshing lowly grunted and laughed. How can I say this to a mole? You also want to wait for Tang Zetian to come back to support you. It's a pity. Without a backup, do I dare to destroy his whole family? Want power? Fine. Ask for it when you get to the ground. Humph. Gu Changqing also laughed coldly. Know why I'm not blocking you? That's because, without any reason to kill a city lord, I'm also afraid of trouble. Now it's good that you still want to kill me after I've revealed my identity. Then there's plenty of reason and evidence. Gu Changqing turned around and said, in a world like this, it's time for a change. Otherwise, it's time for the mole in your mouth to curse your mother. Change the sky? With you? No. I'm on the basis of this. As soon as Gu Changqing's words left his mouth, the triple yang amazing suddenly shot up into the sky. Upon impact with the barrier, a small gap opened up, a ray of sunlight that shines in. The golden phrase the sun shines in the sky triggers, triggered by gold phrase battle spirit boiling, current stacking increase multiplier, for 51%. Chapter 140, if you don't kill him, do you want to keep him until New Year's? Nico, the radiant light of the sun, the demonic mist of war blood, the two increasing forces merged into one. Amidst the shrill whistling of the little gold, a divine bird silhouette that stretched out its wings to cover the sky, almost filling the entire domain, like a god who is high above and can only be looked up to, looking down on the demons and monsters of the earth. Steeply, the godbird's huge eyes cleansed a crimson luster that, an invisible weight spread over the sky, like an invisible mountain that, Lu Moshing only felt a weight on his shoulders. His knees were weak, and he was about to fall down on his knees. He barely managed to support his bent legs, and his whole body's aura belonging to a king-level imperial beast master exploded, fighting against the divine bird's shadow. But the majestic, unshakable pressure, no matter how much it struggled. It's like being stuck in a quagmire swamp. The more you fight back, the deeper you sink. The proud black energy was like a mouse seeing a cat. It can't be. It can't be. The change in Gu Changqing's beast pet caused Lu Moshing's spirit to hit hard. Why? How can a district gold grade be so powerful? No, absolutely not. Gu Changqing pinched the time and grunted coldly. So you, who have fallen in high positions, have long forgotten what the human race has survived to this day because of you, Lu Moshun, a hallowed king-grade royal beast master, was educated by a senior royal beast master, and couldn't respond with a single word of rebuttal, claiming to be for the sake of the human race, but in reality, they are enriching themselves and acting for their own selfishness. Don't take moral righteousness to commit misdeeds. After Gu Changqing finished speaking, as the minute came when the sun shone in the sky, he said, in your next life, come back to atone for the evil you have done in this life. Nico, The divine bird's silhouette lifted its wings before swooping down from high above. The image was gradually fading, turning into the three young amazing. I'm not convinced. Unfair. Why is it that my plan that has taken several years can't match up to you? A poor kid who is just starting out. Don't think that I'll give in. If I can't kill you, I can at least die with you. Lu Moshing's dying struggle. Raging blood stained his clothes and, inside his body, there was a constant sound of breaking. The prowess of a king-grade imperial beast master climbed higher and higher, but just as his essence was raised beyond its own peak, a white sword of light, flying out from the flame of heaven, stabbed straight into his brow. Lu Moshing's strong mention of the might, in an instant turned decadent. Immediately afterward, a curved moon, a mouthful of light that spun like a black hole. Following the lightsaber, they hit him one after the other. Poof, put, poof, an audible blast burst from beneath the surface of his skin, his own spiritual energy, spilling outward from the wound, and the maintained domain collapsed with a roar. Gu Changcheng, on the other hand, sighed repeatedly. Lu Mordecai has been really lucky. Nico, Lunar Tatsu, and Stygian Abyss. The three special states of the three suns amazing had been triggered all at once. Looking at Lu Mosheng, who had fallen into a pool of blood and was only gasping for breath, a king-level imperial beast master had come to the end of his rope. Even if Gu Changqing didn't kill him, it wouldn't be long before his body veins completely exploded. Uncle 2. Lu Sheng saw the domain shattered. Lu Mosheng, who was facing death, and that 1/10 of feet of flame in the shape of a divine bird, anxious and yelling, he was about to go to the rescue. Kids, stay out of grown-ups' business. The black egg C-pin, which struck the ground heavily, set off a raging cloud of smoke and debris, blocking Lu Sheng. You have no regrets about dying under the three suns amazing. Gu Changqing took one last look and turned his back. Suddenly, a pair of terrifying eyes mapped into the spiritual world of Gu Changqing's imperial beast space, and White, who was resting in the space, was immediately alerted. Endless pink charm energy washed through the space, instantly enveloping all of imperial beast space. Those eyes didn't get the desired effect, so they flew above the space and looked down from above. Where are the juniors from? The charm energy also transformed into an eye and met those eyes distantly. I never would have thought that aside from the revealed beast pet, you're also hiding a beast pet that specializes in mental illusions. Not bad, not bad, very good. This is no place for you. Get out. At the same time, in the imperial beast spaces belonging to the other beast pets, surging spiritual energy converged towards little white space. In a wash of spreading pink swirls, those eyes were dying out fast. Gu Changqing's spirit wavered and immediately returned to reality as those eyes disappeared. Xiao Jin's peak strike dissipated. The entire square of the city lord's mansion, as well as the surrounding buildings, were all tipped over and placed in a sea of fire. Green, how are you? Yi Ruyan anxiously inquired, the tip of the golden Lin gun in her hand, against the front of Lu Moshing's heart. Sis, I'm fine. Gu Changqing secretly exclaimed that it was so dangerous. If it wasn't for Xiao Bai, he might have really flipped the car. He turned his head toward the steps of the city lord's mansion, above the crumbling ruins of the. In front of Lu Sheng, there were 5 middle-aged as well as elderly people with gray beards. 2 of them, Gu Changqing recognized. Mr. Zhu, Mr. Bai. Gu Changqing frowned lightly. These 2 were Zhao Zhenxiong's close friends. Is it hard to be a participant in that program as well? Humph. What's good? Look at my sleeve. Mr. White, grumpy as ever, shook his burnt sleeve and began to complain. Teacher Zhu smiled helplessly and said, Evergreen, you really are. I'm formally inviting you to join on behalf of Vermilion Bird Academy. Your flame can only be maximized in Vermilion Bird Academy. Teacher Bai disdainfully said, pull back. The path he's on right now. I'm afraid that only your Nanmingli fire can be compared to it. Looking at the 2 who were at loggerheads, Gu Changqing did not relax. 2 teachers, are you going to bail him out? With that, Gu Changqing stomped on Lu Moshing's chest. It almost sent him straight to reincarnation. If so, then I'm sorry. Him, I'll kill. Again. Don't be blindly impulsive. Lu Moshing is indeed worthy of being the city lord, but if we kill him, we will invite unnecessary trouble. Mr. White also advised. We all see right and wrong, but he can't die yet. In the eye of the beholder, Gu Changqing was not without consternation, and his blazing eyes looked at Bai Zhu and the 2 of them sidestepped their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Gu Changqing, right? I've heard of you from Xiao Xiong. You're very good. Very outstanding. But Lu Moshing is involved in a lot of things. We, the Imperial Beastmaster General Association, will compensate you. Compensation? Compensation again? Do you think, from on high, that if the people below you are aggrieved, you can simply come and make amends without asking questions? He's going to kill me at the cost of blowing up his own body veins. What do you think my life is worth? A gray gloom hangs over it, and the so-called light is merely the light that leaks down through the cracks of the 5 fingers of those above. Gu Changcheng, don't mess around. This matter, we've also cleared the air with the one from the Yi family. Young man, don't be presumptuous. Gu Changcheng held back the killing intent in his heart and said, dare I ask who you are? The man who spoke lightly swung his sleeve robe, his head slightly raised. The elders of the General Association of Imperial Beastmasters. Oh, Gu Changcheng nodded. Then, to the consternation of the 3 members of the elders, as well as the 2 teachers of Baizhu, snatching the gun in Yi Ruyan's hand, he ruthlessly stabbed into Lu Moshing's heart. Silence. Gu Changcheng pulled the bloodied gun out and, the tone was flat, but it contained endless anger. A man who's trying to kill me. If I don't kill him, should I save it for New Year's? Chapter 141, Comparing Backstage? How can you compete with me? Brightly colored blood followed the golden Lin gun and dripped down to the ground, falling out in nice blood flowers. Yi Ruyan retrieved the golden Lin gun, took Gu Changcheng's arm, and said, Little Cheng, we should hurry. Yes. Gu Changcheng held Yi Ruyan's hand and took the Qinglong order from Tang Lao, who had rushed back and was covered in blood. From the beginning to the end, there was not another glance at those elder groups. Put. Lu Shang dumb as a wooden chicken squatting on the ground. Tears and snot flowed out oblivious. There was only one thought in his head. The King's Beastmaster. The King of Beastmasters. Just, die, Elder Tang. Long-distance teleportation. I still need your help. The material energy consumed by long-distance teleportation was also extremely high. And with the idea of being able to pit a little is a little. Gu Changcheng extended the hand of white whoring to the Tang family. Apparently, Donald Trump was subjected to a siege of bloodshed after complying with the orders of the, but he was in high spirits, even hyperactive. Immediately, he made a big deal of it and said, Green Dragon Emissary, feel free to rest assured. I will immediately send someone to fill the energy there at the teleportation array. Please wait a moment. After saying that, he began to command the elite team of the Tang clan to start moving. Thanks a lot then. You're too kind. Why don't you come to the humble abode and rest while there's still time? Gu Changcheng thought about it, and there was a surplus of time, so he immediately agreed. Please, my lord. The lord of the Tang family completely put down his stature and took out the highest etiquette to receive. Thief, do you really think you're unscrupulous because you have the Green Dragon Order? At that moment, the 3 members of the elders group, who had been completely ignored, lost face and spoke out to stop them. You, too, want to kill me? Gu Changcheng didn't turn around, but Tang Lao bore the brunt of the release of the same king-level might. A yellow and white tiger with a body size of only 2 meters tall and 5 meters long lazily walked out of the summoning formation. As soon as it appeared, Tang Lao's king-level might was once again elevated by 1 level. Old man, what difficult bones have you encountered that you have summoned this great lord? Gu Changcheng looked at the tiger, which was 1 size smaller than Tang Luoyao, felt the pure yang qi that was about to overflow from the tiger's body, and sked inside. Baz Ho, seeing the legend today, it's not a wasted trip. Being praised, Baz Ho Yonghu was very flattered. His nostrils spewed out scorching breath, and the tiger's head shook toward Gu Changcheng. Junior, you are quite knowledgeable. The voice of the Baz Ho brave tiger came to a screeching halt, and a pair of tiger eyes reflected the golden color that, a divine bird residing in the sun seems to be spreading intimidation to it. God, what legend? Are all just blind rumors? Little brother, let's worship a hand. You are good. Gu Changcheng hadn't expected this tiger to be so good at talking, so self-centered. Tang Luoyao and the other sons and daughters of the Tang clan, however, all looked at each other in dismay. The Tang clan's Baz Ho brave tiger was the strongest fighting force and deterrent since that Chinless disappeared. Usually reprimanding them is like being a grandson, and their tails are even up in the air, and they don't put anyone in their eyes. Now that he had seen Gu Changcheng, he even offered to pay his respects. Hey, can you not be so obvious about the difference in treatment? Roar! The whistling of the Baz Ho brave tiger was like thunder and rolled through the provincial capital. The Imperial Beastmaster General Association. The elders? When did you dare to ask for people in the Huang province's Tang clan? Tang Lao hummed heavily. Could it be that you guys want to challenge the privileges of those 4? Mr. Bai and Mr. Shu want to put the matter to rest. After all, people are dead. There's no point in pursuing this any further. Unexpectedly, one of the elders group chimed in. The soil of this world is not divine China, and all of your imperial beasts belong to the association. Tang Zetian, Gu Changcheng, you are challenging the majesty of the General Association and treating the regulations as nothing. Gu Changcheng was about to laugh in anger. Regulations? Are they regulations that bind God's Hua, or are they regulations that only bind the bottom? How many lives have died under Lu Moshing's bull ***** program? Do you know? Not going after the truth. Playing double standards in front of me. You're dirt. The acreage you control, right? Eloquent. you can't leave today. Come back to Kyoto with us, and the association will give you an account of this matter. Good, then we'll see if you can stop me. Arrogant. The 3 members of the elder group collectively erupted, and each of them was only stronger than Tang Lao. 3 king levels, joining forces. Tang Zetian's expression sank. The Bazhou brave tiger's eyes were also lowered. Brother, old Tang and I can only clamp down on one person. If you still have something to rely on, use it quickly. They are not your average king level. Gu Changqing sighed coolly and said, I have no more cards left. I used them up when I killed this king level. However, they have to be killable as well. Bai and Zhu, who are also anxious, but something got in the way and they didn't join in, nor did they give Gu Changqing a helping hand. Seeing the 3 people of the elder group explode with majestic power to kill them, Tang Lao glanced at the Tang clan's children behind him. His teeth clenched and he was about to fight for his life. On the surface of the Bazhou brave tiger's body, blazing pure yang breath gulped out, and he was also in a pose of going out of his way. Even my father's people dare to move. The General Association of Beastmasters is getting more and more powerful. In the nick of time, a cool voice rang out from all directions. Immediately afterward, the originally clear sky was covered by a dense emerald green over the whole of the great provincial city. The trees are alive and kicking, and the dead trunks are springing back to life. Some Imperial Beastmasters whose ranks had reached a bottleneck sniffed the fresh fragrance in the air and were immediately inspired. And in the city Lord's Mansion Square, 3 king levels joined hands to kill Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing stood still with his back to them, not seeing any movement, a green silhouette that gradually solidified. Facing a strike from 3 king levels, he just lightly waved his sleeve and the 3 of them were immediately struck by lightning, only feeling that their chests had been struck heavily by divine weapons, and they flew out backwards. Gu Changqing's hanging heart was completely and utterly released. Turning his head, he smiled playfully. I thought that this green dragon order was just a decoration, but I didn't expect that it really summoned your old man out. What words, what shouting, think I'm your beast pet. That's a small means I left in this order. When encountering a situation of certain death, my father can save your life. The green dragon was upset by certain words and immediately corrected them clearly. Yes, 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 it was the student's poor choice of words. Then, he poked the body of the green dragon, which was soft, as if it was water. Don't stab one of my water bodies. The green dragon appeared, and everyone present consciously lowered their bodies. Just now, were you the ones who said he couldn't leave? In the face of Qing Long's questioning, the 3 members of the elder group rose from the ground despite their injuries. Lord Qinglong is joking. Since he is your messenger, the greatness of the divine China can go by itself. Lord Qinglong, we have no intention of forcibly retaining a dead city lord. We just want your emissary to accompany us to the General Association to explain the situation. Since when do my people kill people and have to explain it to that old griffin? Qinglong's tone huffed. At that moment, a thunderbolt from a clear sky fell steeply in the emerald green sky, splitting that elder to the ground. When the remaining 2 people took a look, their breath was weak and their king-level strength was gone. Forgive us, Lord Green Dragon, we didn't mean it that way. Okay, you guys get lost. Yes, thank you Lord Green Dragon. The 2 men assisted their lightning-struck companion and left in ashes, fleeing for their lives towards the outside of the city. How about it? It's not a loss to leave this order behind. Gu Changqing played with the Green Dragon order. Not bad, better than nothing. In his heart, it was a blast. Is this what it's like to have a backstage? A background? It's so cool. Chapter 142. Right? Wrong? It's all in the mind. See how you look like those 2. With your insincere words and your small-mindedness. Qinglong blankly glanced at Gu Changqing helplessly, then added, this water body of mine is about to dissipate. Take a walk? Gu Changqing nodded and said hello to Yi Ruyan. Just with the green dragon, he strolled through the square that was reduced to ruins. After 2 months, remember to report back to the inner courtyard. Don't be like your parents, who turn their heads and disown people when they get their favors. Gu Changqing smiled awkwardly at his words. No, I'm a truthful person. I can't do that kind of thing. Well, that's what your parents swore and promised at the time. Aha! Gu Changqing was stunned. Lord Qinglong, words blocked to death will have no friends. Have you called me here to explain something? Qinglong looked around. Under the supportive light of the emerald green glow, the entire provincial city was full of greenery and blooming flowers. A list of grassy, rich floral notes intertwined with that. It's refreshing and the spirit is much more relaxed. No, out for a walk after being bored for so long. Gu Changqing stared. He always felt that Qinglong had something to say. Or maybe, there's something to account for. By the way, that plan of Lu Moshing's as well as the domain that he exerted to kill me in the end has a lot to do with the evil god. The people from the General Association of Imperial Beastmasters bailed him out. So perhaps the source is in Xinglong listened to Gu Changqing's analysis and raised his hand to interrupt when he reached the halfway point. Keep your nose out of this matter, and a decision will soon be made. Oh boy. Have you had a definite goal since the national examination? Xinglong sidetracked the topic, and Gu Changqing didn't continue to speak more seriously. The goal? In the beginning, it was only to seek justice and innocence for myself. Gradually, a lot of people and a lot of things were done in a way that I didn't like. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the kind of person who has to have everyone revolve around me. It's just that I feel that, at the very least, anyone should have a chance. Green Dragon nodded. Continue. In the copy of the Chattering Wasteland, one sees the sages giving all for the future of the human race. Because of their strong faith, they gradually took a different path. It's ridiculous to say that my goal is, may the human race be like dragons. Everyone is like a dragon? Quite a great goal, but it's a rocky road. Gu Changqing nodded. I know. Do your best. I didn't look at the wrong person, and found the best new generation leader for Green Dragon Academy. I'm flattered. I have a lot to live up to. The Green Dragon raised his head, looked at the emerald green clouds that filled the sky, and muttered, time. It will smooth everything out. The Green Dragon is gone, and has taken with it the verdant green that shrouds the city. Gu Changqing arrived at the Tang family with something on his mind. At the dinner table, after a full meal, Tang Zetian inquired, Emissary, Lu Moshing's body died and left a mess to be dealt with. Do you think it's a good idea to look for a new candidate for city lord? Father, Tang Luoyao immediately spoke out, fearing that her haste would annoy Gu Changqing. Nothing. Gu Changqing didn't mind waving his hand. It seems that Elder Tang has someone in mind. Indeed there is. The measures and new decrees enacted by former city lord Yi Yuan since he took office have allowed the Huang province to gradually rise to prominence in the Xinhua kingdom. Before, the Lu family was just an unpopular alternative small clan. It was also only because of city lord Ye's excavation that the people of the province were facilitated. Both work and life have been raised several levels. Saying that, Tang Zetian sighed heavily. If it wasn't for Lu Moshing, he wouldn't have been forced to step down when it came to all-around improvement of the education of excellence in all the cities of Huang province. After Tang Zetian finished speaking, the Tang family members at the table all let out a collective sigh of relief. They were truly afraid that the candidate Tang Zetian named would be involved with their own family. Yi Yuan? Indeed, he is a capable city lord. At first, my father also wanted to transfer him from a small city to Tian Yuan City through connections, but he is not good at it. Sis knows him? I'm afraid it's not that I'm not good at this, it's that I'm not in the same direction as those people. Gu Changqing knew that Yiruyan wouldn't praise a person easily. Since it's complimentary, it has merit. In that case, let's submit a joint petition to Kyoto. In addition, the Green Dragon Academy can be added. Tang Zetian was overjoyed. On behalf of all the people of the provincial city and the Imperial Beastmasters, I would like to thank Lord Messenger. Suddenly, Gu Changqing's words changed. Elder Tang, people who come from the bottom have one wish. That is fairness. There is no absolute fairness in the world, only relative rationality. I hope that in the future, in the Yellow Province, everyone will have opportunities, everyone will have choices, and everyone will be able to touch their dreams. The channels, I'm counting on you guys. Snap. Tang Luoya was the first to applaud. Applause followed. Don't worry, if it goes astray, I'll report the complaint to you in a big way. Tang Zetian froze, then smiled bitterly. Why do I feel that I've dug a big hole for myself? Ha ha ha. The meal drew to a close amidst laughter. Afterwards, Gu Changqing took out the beast pet cards that he couldn't use from his backpack as well as the materials, and the few dollars he had, and handed them over to Tang Zetian. Although this battle did not cause casualties among the surrounding people, the home of the house was damaged a lot. Tang Zetian didn't refuse and took it, assuring him that the Tang family would also contribute a sum of money for the construction of the city lord's mansion as well as the surrounding area. After running around for 2 days and 2 nights, Gu Changqing was also a bit tired. There's no news from the Ru family yet, so it looks like we'll have to wait a little longer. In the guest room of the Tang family, Gu Changqing embraced Yi Ruyan. Sis, did I do something wrong? Yi Ruyan reached out and stroked his cheek, saying, there is no such thing as right or wrong. It's just a different choice of position. You choose to stand at the bottom. Wanting to win the right to a chance for them will inevitably affect the interests of others. Xiao Chang, anything, just do it with a clear conscience. Understand? Yi Ruyan's words were like a warm current that nourished his heart. Yes, as long as my heart can be at peace. Thank you, sis. Get some sleep. Yes. Embracing each other, Gu Changqing slept soundly. I don't know how long he slept until a gust of earth shaking woke him from his dream. What's going on? Gu Changqing subconsciously grabbed to the side. Yi Ruyan was no longer there. At this time, Tang Luoyao panted and pushed open the door, saying, hurry, hurry, your big guy has arrived. My big guy? Gu Changqing looked down. Well, it was indeed big. It's that mech you robbed. The Lu family has not only fixed it, it's even changed drastically. Gu Changqing hurriedly got out of bed and jogged to the front door of the Tang family. Big upgrade. The main body of the mech hadn't changed, just the materials of the various parts had changed. The whole body was haunted by a highly textured black halo reflection, invariably adding a pressure. Lord Emissary, are you still satisfied with the mech I personally helped you transform? The original owner of the mech, with a bitter face, favored only good words. Satisfied, so satisfied. Gu Changqing gave a beat, pulling him away from his head, saying, I have a place where I need you to break new ground. I don't know if there's any idea of leaving the provincial capital? Chapter 143, Mecha Beast Pet, Unlimited 3-piece suit. The mecha genius named Lu Shang, under Gu Changqing's good guidance plus threats, agreed to join the Zhenhai City squad and become one of them. Before he left, he explained the problems the mech was currently facing. Mecha beast pets are strictly carriers of bloodlines. If you want to manipulate it like a finger, you have to seal a kind of beast pet bloodline into the core of the newly replaced mecha. Otherwise, it's just a good-looking piece of steel. In addition, you need to collect more materials for steel, and the mechs need to be updated to adapt to stronger battles. Gu Changqing stroked the surface of the deep black mech, hating that he couldn't immediately have the ability to pilot it. It's too late for a good meal. There's plenty of time to level up along the way. Ever since his brief conversation with Qinglong yesterday, he had always felt uncomfortable in his heart. It's like all sorts of visions before a storm. A strong sense of crisis and oppression was born. Set a goal to break through to Senior Imperial Beast Master before reaching Tianyuan City. Blearily, he put the mech into his backpack space, and it was time to depart. The energy required for long-distance teleportation has been filled. Under the escort of the Tang clan's crowd, Gu Changqing and Yi Ruyan entered the teleportation array. Teleportation array is open. Please select the location you want to go to. A map of the territory of the Divine China country unfolded. Gu Changqing calculated the distance from Tianyuan City and chose a city of burial earth. The teleportation array activated and the energy gradually wrapped the two of them and suddenly disappeared. Green Dragon College. The Green Dragon's true body was suspended over the ocean, a pair of green dragon eyes staring intently. Cheng Muchuan flew in slowly, his attention topped by a point in the sea below, saying, See him? Well, the little guy has thoughts and heights. He should become the leader of the new Green Dragon Academy. Saying that, he side-eyed Aoki Chuan and said, There's no need for you to get involved in this muddy water. The future him needs a strict mentor to guide him, and you're the most suitable. Me? Aokigawa scoffed to himself. Pull back. Don't have that kind of patience. The new generation has their own claims. The older generation's task is to buy them more time. Yes, what was left behind in the old times should have been annihilated in the river of time long ago. The net that has been cast for so long, it is finally time to close it. Hopefully, one person and one beast, just like a wooden stake, stagnant and motionless. The sun rises, the full moon comes out, and so on. I don't know how many days passed, but when the sun rose again on a new day, originally calm and deep sea, gulp a large blister rises from the bottom, broken. The green dragon's closed eyes opened and, Cheng Muchuan, on the other hand, took out a large dragon-shaped flag from his backpack space, bit his index finger, and bit by bit, he applied the dragon imprint. When the final dragon's eye was lit, a violent gust of wind rose up and, in the sky above the sea area, black clouds pressed down on the realm, and channels of purple thunder arcs meandered and flowed through them. The shape of the dragon on the big flag, coated in blood, seemed to move and, in the next moment, it even broke away from the flag and came to life. The dragon took to the air, rushed into the black clouds, and in an instant, wrapped in the might of heavenly thunder, swooped down and dove headfirst into the water. Arenga! The sound of a strange acoustic sound was constantly coming out from the bottom of the sea. That huge shadow under the water also began to shrink drastically as the dragon form went under the water and disappeared. Phew! Cheng Muchuan casually threw the flag away, sighed in relief, and said, Every time a dragon's soul is used to suppress it, the earthly family doesn't have any more food left. 2 more times, and it will have to be faced. Can't use it. Keep the rest. That little guy will need it. The green dragon turned around, his gaze looking distantly to the unknown distance to the northwest. Once we say goodbye, we will never see each other again. Gu Changqing's fist killed a patterned leopard, and in an instant, the tying mouth inflammation sucked it clean. Yi Ruyan's golden Lin gun danced impervious to the wind, allowing the panther group to go forward and back, and the golden hair roar to hold half of the defense for Gu Changqing. As for the other beast pets, with the exception of Little Gold, they were all taken into the imperial beast space by Gu Changqing, feeling the energy sucked up by Mouth Yen being absorbed by the cells of his entire body. Within moments, a brand new power filled his body. The body vein Xian realm. is about to reach its bottleneck. After adapting to his new power, Gu Changqing hoofed it and barged into the panther pack, killing without a care in the world. Half an hour later, hundreds of leopards are dead. Gu Changqing had just finished absorbing the energy when the long-lost abyssal alert rang out. Your level rises 1 level. The body vein Xian realm reaches its limit, and a new power can be acquired after the breakthrough. Unlimited gold word trigger. Please draw a new word. Finally, it's done. Gu Changqing stretched tiredly and swallowed an elixir to restore his strength. After 7 or 8 days of intense monster brushing in a row, his entire body was like falling apart. Since the provincial capital of Huang Province entered the city of Burial Earth, no more trouble has come to the city. The famous deeds of the Green Dragon emissary swept through the major cities of the divine China country like a gale. Lu Moxing's tragic end is a perfect warning card. After Yi Ruyan finished cleaning the equipment and materials that burst out of the battlefield, she went forward and took his hand, saying, "Take a rest. Tonight, you'll be able to get home." Yes, the two of them held hands and leapt onto Little Gold's back. Gu Changqing lay down and rested on Yi Ruyan's lap, and after relaxing, sleepiness slowly came. Just as consciousness was about to blur, jerking up, he sat up, his eyes looking to the east. "What's wrong?" Yi Ruyan asked with concern. "I don't know. It's like there's something to lose." Yi Ruyan touched her heart and muttered, "You're too tired." 8 days of practically brushing the field. Yi Ruyan heartily hugged him from behind, gently patting his back. "Hurry up and rest." That strange feeling passed in an instant. Gu Changqing shook his head. Perhaps he was really tired. Along the way, there were countless ferocious beasts that died at their hands. "Sis, it's good that you're here." With a cry, Little Gold quickly disappeared into the first clearing sky. This sleep. It wasn't until the cool breeze brushed his face that Gu Changqing turned awake. Looking at the darkening sky, he yawned and lazily wrapped his arms around Yi Ruyan. Yi Ruyan drowned. Lazy bastard woke up. "Eat something. There's another hour before we reach Tianyuan City." "Yes." Gu Changqing ate as he took stock of the gains he had gained in the past few days of not wanting to die. Leveling up to 30 full level allows you to be promoted to Senior Imperial Beast Master. The mech that you've been longing for is just around the corner. He opens the golden word screen and, Heavenly Spirit, can we have a mecha gold phrase? End of reading. 1 time 10 in a row draw. The drawing of the golden words begins. Congratulations on your gold phrase, Infinite Space. Congratulations on your gold phrase, Infinite Energy. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase, Infinite Recharge. Congratulations on the award of. The food in Gu Changqing's hand dropped and, stunned, he looked at the infinity trio and swallowed hard. "I'll do whatever I want. Is it true?" Chapter 144, The Ultimate Golden Word, The Way of Fire and Incense. Infinite Space, Golden Words, Effects. The arsenal can be assembled indefinitely, regardless of type, and the equipment in the space increases the damage by an additional 20%. Requirements, Mecha Beast Pet can be used. Unlimited energy, the golden word. Effects, the energy core recovers 1,000th of its energy per second, rising as the grade of the random armor core's bloodline increases. Requirements, Mecha Beast Pet can be used. Unlimited evolution, the golden word. Effects, for every 50 types of blood of ferocious beasts bathed in, the mech will evolve once. Requirements, Mecha Beast Pet can be used. Weapons, energy, evolution. 3 Mecha Beast Pet bug level abilities, all put together at once, and it's all unlimited produce. Sis, aren't we there yet? Gu Changqing was a bit impatient. Although he had a lot of beast pets, he had the power to fight or even turn the tide in the face of high-end combatants. Only Little Kim, the Black Egg, the Demon Lotus, and the 9-tailed White Fox, their future potential is immeasurable. Though, however, the conditions for bloodline awakening were too harsh, and many of them were unknown. We can only leave it to the subsequent slow digging. The Mecha Beast Pets, on the other hand, are entirely close to being semi-finished as well as finished products. That is, the war effort is considerable. With the Infinity Trio, firepower will increase geometrically. The point is, pull it off. Don't be in a hurry. It's soon. With his mouth saying that there was no hurry, a pair of slender hands rubbed the corners of his coat. Gu Changqing pressed down his restless heart and continued to look at the other golden words. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase, Underworld Flower Burial. Congratulations on your gold word, Light. Congratulations on your gold phrase, Green Lotus. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase, Magic Prison. Congratulations on acquiring the gold word, Plunder. Congratulations on obtaining the golden word, Spirit Source. Congratulations on obtaining the ultimate gold word, The Way of Incense. Extreme gold words? Gu Changqing rubbed his eyes, and indeed he hadn't misread it. He tapped on the word properties and a short introduction surfaced. The Way of Incense, the ultimate golden word. Efficacy, requirements, bloodline and grade are all of mythic level to be used. Introduction, legend has it that this is a way to reach the gods. Incense, Denjiki, Bloodline and class double myth? Needless to say, the usage requirements alone are worthy of the word extreme. It's too pitiful. I don't know how long it will take to meet this requirement. Better than nothing. Right now, Gu Changqing had nearly a dozen unused gold words in his hands. He divided them up minutely. There were some that he could use now, and some that were actually chicken feed, somehow. For example, the 4 articles of the underfloor burial, the green lotus, the devil's prison, and the spirit source. The effects are all unknown, and from the introduction, it's more like he's directed to a specific location in order to activate it. Those that can be used immediately are: all things are immortal, the golden words, effect, weapons, equipment type, undamageable, automatic repair, requirements, equipment class, mechabeast pets, uncast spirit of war, gold bar, effect, enables an innate spirit to be activated for the equipment. The higher the grade of the equipment, the stronger the spirit's ability. Requirements, weapons, aura of descending wisdom, the golden word, effect, within 2 meters of the beast's pet, the enemy is disoriented and unable to think clearly. Requirements, spirit beast pet, lights, gold words, effects, light skill, evolves into skill form and power according to the bloodline of the beast pet. Requirements, none, ancient war blood, bloodline gold phrase, efficacy, plus 1% skill damage for every skill released, uncapped. Introduction, the bloodline left behind by the war blood clan of the ancient age. The enemy will not die. The blood will not be cold. Nice guy. Gu Changqing straightened up and called out, good guy. I didn't realize such a jewel had been missed. In terms of efficacy, Desolate Ancient Battle Blood was an alternative version of Battle Spirit Boiling. One increases 4-dimensional attributes and the other increases skill damage. The two go together and it's just great. He didn't want to endow Little Kim, though. The Great Sun Golden Flame alone from the fusion of the 3 flame bloodlines blocked Little Gold's path of effortless advancement. Adding another kind, Gu Changqing didn't dare to take a risk. It just so happens that the mecha core is in dire need of a bloodline. There's no one else with that kind of luck. Black Egg. Gu Changqing summoned the Black Egg out of the Imperial Beast space and bestowed the castless soldier spirit on the sea-defining needle, only to see the golden strands of light being absorbed by the sea-setting needle. Suddenly, a wall of tiny golden light soared out into the sky. The golden word uncast soldiering spirit empowers the divine soldier Dinghai needle successfully. Your beast pet's equipment, the fixed sea needle, has been successfully promoted. Rui Stick, King's great equipment, can be grown, can be endowed with gold phrases, attribute, strength plus 1000, skills, fixing the sea with a stick, Rui Stick, divine soldier passive, soldier spirit, on, introduction, a divine iron that can change its size according to the user's mind, coming from an unknown world. It was once the divine weapon of a certain great man. This is the true face of that 1S weapon. What will be the next evolutionary form of the Black Egg, when the rest of the equipment is gathered again? Ha ha ha, with the Rui Stick in his hand, feeling that unimpeded feeling of the divine warrior becoming closer to his bloodline, Black Egg couldn't help but laugh. Little flower, wait until we get to the place and we'll fight again. This time I'm going to eat smothered roots. Gu Changqing wanted to tell it that the Devil Lotus had been playing soy sauce and paddling, and it wasn't easy to take him down. On second thought, the reason why the rebel is called a rebel, it's about not listening to others and acting only according to your own thinking. Eat the stuffed lotus root? That's fine. Monkey brain is even a tonic in the middle. The two beasts' mouths did not budge at all. Gu Changqing hurriedly took the two of them back into the Imperial Beast space. The golden words promised to the magic lotus had not yet been drawn, and could not be given a chance to be claimed. This wave, which will be a substantial leap forward, it's not a waste of 7 or 8 days of don't die lifting. Master, we're getting there. That's when the dedicated Kogain spoke up. Gu Changqing probed downward. One could only see a grand and gigantic city, glittering under the illumination of thousands of lights and flames. Yi Ruyan glanced at it and could not hide her excitement. Here it is. That's Tianyuan City. Jean, accelerate. Understood. Blazing white flames of heaven surged and exploded one after the other on Little Gold's tail. Driven by the powerful impact, Little Gold sped like a meteor, approaching the top of the city in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, an invisible wall of chi suddenly appeared. Little Gold, Tianyuan City has a guarding formation. You can't leap through the air. Okay. Xiao Jin gave up on the idea of leaping and obediently landed at the entrance of the city. The two had just landed on the ground when an old woman in her 60s rushed out with tears of joy and, with one hand, he took Yi Ruyan into his arms. Miss, you're finally back. You've missed me, Mrs. Li. The two embraced each other after a long time. At the city gates, a constant stream of city guards come out and, as a loud bang traveled in the distance, the city guards immediately looked alert and roared. Arming, quickly arming. There's enemy. Looking at the front of the city gates, which were instantly in disarray. The initiator, Xiao Jin, and its master, Gu Changcheng weakly raised a hand in wing and, sorry about that one, no hostiles, it's my skill. Chapter 145 Shaking Down a Veteran Spirit-Level Beastmaster. Your skills? The dozens of members of the city guard looked at me and me at you, and finally together they turned to the far side, 10 kilometers away. It's on fire. It's white. It's blinding. The explosion set off a wave of fire so strong that the heat of the flames could be felt at the entrance of the city. Is this the damage dealt by the Imperial Beastmaster's skill? It's all going to be comparable to a king-level Imperial Beastmaster, right? Looking again at the rank badge on Gu Changqing's chest, the 30 striking number was so blinding. Am I blind? Or is it such a crazy world out there? Yi Ruyan couldn't help but snicker. The love in her eyes was so strong that she couldn't hide it. Well, since there's nothing to do, go do what you have to do and don't huddle around. Mrs. Li began to shoo people away. Apparently in Tianyuan City, she also had some face. After the city guard greeted her cordially, it was time for patrols to go on and off duty. Mrs. Li looked Gu Changqing up and down for a few moments and commented, "He is handsome, and his strength is barely enough to match. I don't know if he's a good man or not." Gu Changqing cast a smile and said, "There are no flowery thoughts, they are all pinched. It's good that it's pinched. Overall it's quite satisfactory. Follow me into town." After finishing her speech, Mrs. Li pulled Yi Ruyan inside. Yi Ruyan threw Gu Changqing a look of self-seeking, so she chatted with Li Ma. "This Tianyuan City, it's not good to enter." Thinking of what his mother-in-law said when she left from Zhenhai City, Gu Changqing took a deep breath. A handsome son-in-law always has to meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law. No panic. The style of Tianyuan City was different from other cities, with the architecture leaning more towards the ancient style. An exquisite small building pat-sitting column, the lanterns hanging in front of the entrance red light, quite festive. Wide dirt streets with children at play passing by from time to time. When they saw Gu Changqing, they all stopped curiously, as if to say again, where did the guest come from? Gu Changqing was also caught up in the different ancient flavors, looking left and right, and, the further in you go, the more stalls there are. Little Jean stood on his shoulder, asking for candy canes, chestnuts, and other snacks from time to time. Where are the people you're talking about? Suddenly, there was a bit of a commotion in the street ahead, and a team of guards in steel armor walked menacingly towards them. "Captain, that's him," one of the team members pointed out Gu Changqing to the person leading the group. "Phew, still a little white boy." The captain crotcheted his sword at his waist and gave a disdainful and contemptuous cry, before shouting to the surroundings, "Today's stall time ends here. Tomorrow we'll make up the time. Everyone, all go home first. We are going to do serious business." As soon as the captain had finished shouting, the stalls were packed up in an organized manner, and in only a few minutes, the originally lively street was instantly chilled. The captain drew his horizontal sword and pointed it at Gu Changqing, saying, "You're that little white boy Gu Changqing? Humph. Our Tianyuan City's little princess is such a heavenly pride with unrivaled talent. To be tricked into your hands by you. Unforgivable." Gu Changqing couldn't help but smile bitterly, understanding Yi Ruyan's meaning of seeking her own happiness. Listening to the captain's words again, where was the anger? It was simply the acid of envy and jealousy. Gu Changqing was just about to salute and then turn it into something else. Unexpectedly, that captain did not speak of martial virtues, and with his right foot on the ground, like a speeding heavy tank, he slammed into Gu Changqing. Yokozuna's horizontal sword reversed its direction and guarded his chest with the face of the blade. Despite all the jealousy and hatred in his heart, Gu Changqing was still the son-in-law recognized by the Yi family. Seeing his intention to test the waters, Gu Changqing didn't hide anything. The muscles of his entire body swelled, and in a crunching sound like a string of refried beans, with his right hand mimicking a sword, the flame of heaven covered it. Storing up his strength and charging forward, clashed heavily with the captain. Dang! Explosions exploded, and the two of them, like neat tan ferocious beasts, immediately separated before colliding again, until the houses on both sides were shaken by the waves of the two men's raging and overbearing power. The two men separated before stopping their savage leathery sparring. Good boy, even though he's only an intermediate Imperial Beast Master. With this defense, I approve. The captain was shocked in his heart, knowing that he was a spirit-grade Imperial Beast Master, shaping his body veins to be spirit-grade, which was already out of reach for many people, adding to the fact that he had been wandering around the most dangerous places outside Tianyuan City for years. His own strength, even if he met a high-level ferocious beast, he was confident that he could fight it alone. But now, his fleshly body that he was so proud of was actually suppressed by a junior. On the contrary, Gu Changqing, who had experienced many rounds of collisions, was still swimming with ease without any redness in his face or breath. "Kid, I wonder how your fighting skills are. For one, show no mercy." The horizontal sword in the captain's hand flashed with a compelling blood-red blade aura. elongating the blade and overwhelming it with the force of a forceful slash. Fixed C needle. Facing the imposing blow, Gu Chongqing had wanted to avoid it for the time being, but behind him was the civil building. Dang then clenched his teeth, summoned the black egg of the fixed C needle, the whole body to accumulate strength, holding up the fixed C needle to fight to carry on. Dang! His blade was heavy, so heavy that it wasn't a blade, it was a huge mountain. The intimidating scarlet blade chi was like a small knife cutting the exposed skin. Gu Changqing's knees bent, and the cells of his entire body became active. It's only barely stopping the tide. This isn't an ordinary spirit-level Imperial Beast Master. It's a ferocious beast nightmare that's been through 100 battles and bathed in the blood of countless enemies. Rank and title. The standard by which Imperial Beastmasters are measured, but not a standard of strength. This slash was quite a bit like facing Lu Moshing's palm. The difference is that this horrible guy is purely for war. It's not over yet. The captain's airborne body, legs crossed and twisted like a spiral. Immediately afterward, with each rotation, the horizontal blade slashed straight down with precision. Each strike, both in terms of force and position, was not at all different. Every time Gu Changqing tried to draw back and distance himself from it, it was as if the captain could even guess his mind and strike his reckoning empty. Ha ha ha, smooth, kid, watch your weapon. A hearty laugh rises, the spinning takes it to another level. The horizontal sword slashed again, only this time, the scarlet blade chi was denser than before. Gu Changqing no longer hit anything, and the three-yang amazing attack attached itself to the sea-defining needle. As soon as the two weapons made contact, only to hear a buzzing muffled sound, an extremely strong counter-vibration force shocked the fixed sea needle, jumping more than. Gu Changqing could no longer hold it, and watched as the fixed sea needle flew out of his hand. Back! Thousands of threads of fire danced out from Gu Changqing's hands. After wrapping up, he jumped backward to get out of the range of the horizontal blade's attack. The captain didn't expect Gu Changqing to have such tactics. Yokozuna's offense was getting tighter and tighter, against the attacks of the firebrand-manipulated stiletto, gradually approaching Gu Changqing. With only 4 meters left between them, the line of fire retracted and the C-pin is back in hand. An overpowering and domineering might, from under Gu Changqing's feet, spread out. 100 styles of warfare, no more, no less, exactly 100. Chapter 146, The Old Man Who Came to Kill Me. Watch out, watch out. The two people who were cutting it up could see that after this next move, the winner would be decided. The silent, simultaneous reminder swirled with a knowing smile. The captain drew back his sword horizontally, and up and down his body. Scarlet blood chi flowed down from himself like running water. In that blood water, there seemed to be thousands of wronged souls roaring and ferocious beasts roaring. The piercing voice was tainted with magic, and those who heard it were shaken to their core and thrown into a panic, unable to stop themselves. White seductive energy appeared just in time to dismiss the tumultuous magical murmur. Xiaobai also wanted to use charms control to help Gu Changqing, but he refused. The captain hadn't shown any killing intent towards him since the beginning, and even the last move had been within each other's control. Gather! The captain bellowed steeply, and as if hearing the order, the blood that flowed out flowed back, and, along his body, it gathered into the horizontal sword. Gu Changqing took a deep breath and similarly mobilized the energy of the cellular fire to the maximum extent possible. The flame of heaven crawls over the entire needle of the sea like a stream of fire. It was only that the sea-fixing needle was the Black Egg's exclusive equipment, and even as the owner of the beast pet, he was unable to exert half of its proper power. One could only rely on its hardness to counteract the overbearing nature of the horizontal blade. Mrs. Li, tell them to stop. At the corner of the street in the distance, Li Ma and Yi Ruyan watched the battle. What? Heartbroken for your little lover boy. What a grown-up daughter splashing out water. For nothing, letting our pearl in the palm of our hand suffer so much. It's only right to give him some bitter lessons. Just don't worry. Your brother has the numbers. He can't be crippled. Yi Ruyan looked at Li Ma with a look of relief that she had gotten out a big mouthful of bad breath, and was both touched and helpless. I'm not worried about Xiao Qing. I'm worried about Li. Xiao Qinghe. Boom! A deafening roar interrupted Yi Ruyan's words. The two men looked over in unison and only the great hyene mouthful of yen shielded both sides of the street, and the energy that rippled past ate up as much as it could. The captain's scarlet horizontal sword was only a centimeter away from Gu Changqing's heart, and the stylus had been pressed tightly against his scalp. Feeling the coolness that invaded his brain's marrow, the scarlet in the captain's eyes gradually faded. Putting away his horizontal sword, he let out a loud laugh and walked forward, patting Gu Changqing's shoulder and laughing. No wonder Miss would prefer to fall out with Master for you. You kid, it's very good. It's worth it. Tyene mouth flame slowly put away. Gu Changqing humbly said, if I hadn't used a little trick to wear down your scarlet blade chi, I'm afraid it would have been me who would have gone through the roof. The captain took Gu Changqing's shoulders in his own way. That's a skill that belongs to you. there's no reason not to use it. As for me, I'm just here to see what kind of god is the one who charmed the young lady. If it's a straw egg, beat it out of Tianyuan City. Kid didn't let you down, did he? Ha ha ha. It's not just that I'm not disappointed, but it's greatly exceeded expectations. Let's go. The two of them are still waiting. When the two of them, Gu Changqing and the captain, rejoined Yi Ruyan Li Ma, the old lady's face was very unpleasant. Useless thing. Thanks to the fact that you've still stayed at the spirit rank for more than a decade, you can't even beat an intermediate ranked ante. After this period of time, I'll apply to the master to transfer you back to the heavenly abyss and continue guarding the border Forbidden Land. The captain was bitter. Mom, are you my own mother? I said not to try, but you had to try, and you're still blaming me. Shut up. No talent. Li Ma sternly reprimanded. Even more natural left and right crotch Gu Changqing in Yi Ruyan's arms. Just met me, I know absolutely lang talented woman. Natural pair. Which have you said those? Watching the captain, who had been murderous just a moment ago, reprimanding like a child in front of his mother. Gu Changqing held a smile and was envious. Green. Yi Ruyan called out to him. Gu Changqing twisted his head and met his 4 eyes. Come on, let's go home. In Gu Changqing's eyes, a mist of water rose. On the first day after the beast wave, after the burial of my parents, she was also the one who came to the front and said the most heartwarming things in the gentlest of tones. Okay, go home. While enjoying the night view of Tianyuan City, he endured all sorts of difficult, unspoken questions from Li's mom. Only then did Gu Changqing learn that Li Ma was Yi Ruyan's nanny, and that she had taken care of her single-handedly since she was a child. The captain was an orphan, and when Mrs. Li saw his pity, she adopted him as her adopted son. He also lived up to Li Ma's expectations and only lost to Yi Ruyan in the year of the national examination. Afterward, he pushed back the solicitations of the major academies and stayed in Tianyuan City. He was willing to become a captain of the city guards to protect the people's safety. Not long after, an ancient building in the style of a royal palace appeared at the end of the street. In front of the ancient and solemn gate, a beautiful woman with a curvaceous physique waited anxiously. Mom! Yi Ruyan shouted, and then she flew over, mother and daughter embracing. You're finally back. There was no blame, just a repetition of the phrase. Although he had seen it in Jinhai City, it was insignificant compared to this time. Auntie, I'm coming. Gu Changqing stepped forward, his stance erect and unassuming. The dark wounds on my sister's body have been completely restored through the 1,000-year yang returning ginseng as well as the treatment. The promise I made to you, I have fulfilled. The beautiful woman's face could not be seen to be happy or sad. Pulling Yi Ruyan to enter the door, Gu Changqing didn't care and silently followed behind. But as he was about to cross the threshold, the beautiful woman spoke. It's not this door you need to enter, but the one to the west. West? When Yi Ruyan and the others heard about Shiman, their faces instantly looked bad. Mom, Changhe, don't try to persuade me. It has nothing to do with me. He's a son-in-law that I recognized from the moment he raised you right. Add to that the incident you made, and I am very satisfied. But barring that, some people don't feel that way in their hearts. Yi Ruyan sighed, turned back and grabbed Gu Changqing's hand, saying, then, I'll wait for you at home. The beautiful woman had said it all, and if she didn't get it then she was a cutie. Okay, wait for me at home. Brother Li, please lead the way. Li Qi didn't move. Can I not go? It's just in the west courtyard wall. It's easy to find. Li Ma glared at him. Auntie said for you to lead the way. Hurry up and don't dawdle. Okay. Li Qi reluctantly led Gu Changqing around to the west side of the courtyard wall. The west gate was not a short gate, but rather a bit more grand and imposing than the main gate of the men's university. The door was open and unescorted. Li Qi stopped at a great distance and pointed. Brother, that's the west gate. Go ahead. Brother Li, is there nothing you want to explain to your brother before you leave? Li Qi stroked his chin in contemplation and clapped his palms together. Yes, is there enough wound medicine? I'll give you some if it's not enough. Looking at Li Qi fleeing for his life and leaving, Gu Changqing braced himself and slowly approached the west gate. Come what may, this link seems essential. Uncle, the late Gu Changqing has come. Here. When he reached the door, he looked in twice, and did not see a man or an organ. Gu Changqing rushed in and clasped his fists, and just set to start, only to see a giant golden beast claw, which was more than 2 meters wide, suddenly appear above his head and forcefully press down. The beast's claws hadn't fallen yet, but the oppressive force that loomed like a sacred mountain caused him to be unable to move. The cellular fire in the whole body was as if it had been sealed. At the critical moment, White's charm skill played a key role in forcing him to back off so he didn't end up smashed into a meatloaf. Chapter 147, Taking a Soft Rib, Extraterrestrial Scriptures. An illusionary beast pet? It's that one white fox, isn't it? But how many moves can you hold up? Unreal voices, coming from all directions. At the same time, The dissipated golden lightbeast claws reappeared. Tying mouth inflammation. Gray flame of Veen flourished from his body, and the golden crow armor covered his body. At the same time, the flame of heaven transformed into a shield, making up for all the dead ends. Gu Chongqing didn't dare to be careless. His old husband's test was completely running for the life and death game, suppressing and oppressing Gu Chongqing with an absolute strength advantage. The Yi family's threshold is really not a good place to step into. It's better to have a mother-in-law who knows how to feel for her son-in-law. Different forms of flame? Yes, my first beast pet has 3 different bloodline flames, so, you'll have to beware. A smile appeared at the corner of Gu Chongqing's mouth, and with a wave of his hand, several flaming shields met the golden beast claws and charged up. As they flew, the flame of heaven rose up against the wind. The flames of the sky pulled each other, and as the sound of dong and dong rang out, shields came from all sides, trapping the golden beast claws within them. Suddenly, the original attacking flame of heaven turned into Tai-yin mouth-watering flame. Immediately, the Tai-yin mouth inflammation jumped with excitement, pouncing on the golden light beast's claws and devouring the delicacy with a big mouthful. A pained look appeared on Gu Chongqing's face. The switching use of the 3 flames, especially this temporary replacement just now, was something he had learned from Li Qi during his sparring session with him. Gu Chongqing also held the idea of experimentation, but after success, the fire in the cells wavered and even showed signs of collapsing. The idea was right, but according to the current strength of the body chakra, it was still a bit of a stretch. However, the energy returned from the Tai-yin mouth inflammation devouring the claws of the golden light beast caused Gu Chongqing's body veins to glow with golden light. The fire that was covered in cracks also recovered under the nourishment. Interesting flames, but to break my golden light, delusional. The claws of the golden beast opened violently, as if they were substantial, sharp 5 claws, like a divine sword that, tearing and clawing at the Tai-yin mouth inflammation. The flames were shaped like papier-mâché, and were easily torn apart and annihilated by the beast's claws. Gu Chongqing wasn't frustrated and sat down on the ground, saying, "Uncle, you're bullying a child." "Bullying a kid? Did I say anything when you kids bullied me? That's different." Gu Chongqing didn't fall out of the pit he set up and said according to his own thinking, "As I thought, well, your rank should be between king and Zun level, right? It's a few heads stronger than that Lu Motion, and if he can kill me, it's naturally even easier for you. But he, nonetheless, died by your hand. That can't be helped. Trying to kill me is secondary. After doing so many things that hurt the heavens and the earth, this can't be forgiven." With various buffs added to his body, he can only die. So, do things or don't think. Kill him and think about the consequences? Seeing that his old husband took the bait, Gu Chongqing heatedly laughed. "Is it still young to use your brain? If he doesn't die, we have to die. Sister is still by my side. If we don't fight for our lives, how can we explain to you and Auntie?" "Well, that's true." When the words stopped, as if he understood something, he angrily shouted, "Brat, you can't beat me. You've changed to attacking your heart." Gu Chongqing spoke bluntly. "Naturally, we need to change our routines and methods of warfare. You're looking to advance to the Zun level. I'm a tiny intermediate. I can't even beat 10,000 of them." The other party was silent for a long time and finally let out a loud laugh. "Brat, don't think you can soothe my anger with those 2 shameless tricks. If I learn that Smoke is the slightest bit unhappy, I'll whip you into shape." Phew! The boulder in his heart fell and he let out a long breath. "Coincidentally, I have a beast pet that is quite good at this path. When it really comes to that time, Uncle can plan with it, and get out of breath any way you want. Don't be a baby, come on in." "Okay, just waiting for your words." Gu Chongqing got up and bumbled his way into the west door. A dozen meters in, there was a room lit by candlelight on the right-hand side. Tidying up his messy clothes, Gu Chongqing walked to the door and before he could knock, the door opened on its own. In the ancient study, in front of a desk, a man held a book to block his face. "Senior Gu Chongqing, meet Senior." Gu Chongqing discarded some of the epithets and used the titles between Imperial Beast Masters. The book was slowly put down, revealing a face that was weathered by the vicissitudes of time, but could not hide its handsome face. "Sit down." The voice remained cold. "Good." Gu Chongqing sat across the desk, glanced at the books he was holding, and said, "Uncle is also interested in books like the extraterrestrial scriptures? The Scriptures of the Realm, an extremely best-selling book. Inside is a bizarre omnibus book based on the world of the Imperial Beasts and several brainstorming sessions. It describes the strange beasts, races, plants, and so on, in the uncharted territories of the human race. After the distortion, due to the overblown, jumpy ideas, it was only viewed as a read." "You've seen it too?" Gu Chongqing nodded. "I've seen a little bit of it, and only got as far as the deep sea remnant and then didn't look at it again." Yishir San looked at the face that couldn't suppress his anger just by looking at it, and coldly grunted. "So what? Is the record inside true or false?" in the vast East Sea, is it true that there is a deep-sea remnant? Half true. If there really is such a race, then Lord Qinglong of the Qinglong Academy will. Gu Changqing was violently startled and looked at Yishur-san in shock. In his mind, recalling the scene he saw in front of the causal mirror, as well as Qinglong's words of desire in the provincial capital of Huang Province. Immediately, his face fell silent and said, "Uncle, it is hard to." Yishur-san glanced coldly. "It's been said that it's a reading, so it's a reading, even if it really is. It doesn't have much to do with you guys. Alright, the face has been seen. Get lost. Tomorrow, you will be taken to the Forbidden Land. If you make empty promises, even if it makes Smoke sad, I will destroy you." The surging might burst forth steeply. Caught off guard, Gu Changqing was lifted to the ground by the wave of spiritual force that impacted out, forcing him to roll out. When he had risen in a state of distress at the door, the study door slammed heavily behind him. What a change of face, like turning over a book. Old man, dusting himself off, Gu Changqing rushed to the study and saluted, then walked out of the west gate to the main gate of South University. Li Qi is still waiting for him at the gate. Seeing him return unharmed, he gave a thumbs up. "Brother Cao, to be able to come out unscathed at the west gate, you can brag about it in Tianyuan City. Is it so horrible? I'm afraid the old man is quite amiable." Listening to Gu Changqing's comments, Li Qi had a hard time eating flies. The other day, Lu family boarded the door, just from the west door to fight out. It was a miserable. Gu Changqing froze. Lu's family came? Not only did he come, but he also brought a mysterious guy in a cloak with him. That guy is awesome. Master is only one step away from ascending to the Zoon level, but facing him, that mysterious guy fought against him with ease. I reckon that it's definitely from Kyoto. In a cape? Gu Changqing frowned. With such an attire, and a strength that could equal a half-Zoon level, is that the evil god? Chapter 148, Treatment. Yi family's bottom card. If so, that's really tricky. Gu Changqing was beginning to think that the range of the evil god's appearance was in some unexpanded territory outside of Zhenhai City. The explosion of Li Haoren and the Chen family has expanded the scope to the provincial capital. And then, the appearance of Lu Masan further establishes his connection in the matter. But what he didn't expect was that Tianyuan City, which was far away from the edge of the West Pendant and close to the border of the human race, was affected by the radiation. That mysterious evil god, the exotic organization that hides its head, has so much energy. Thinking about the fact that those three elders of the Imperial Beastmaster General Association all went out of their way to protect it as if it were a clear sign. Perhaps there is also an inextricable link in faraway Kyoto. Gu Changqing was a bit headstrong, and as this trend continued to develop, the future may point to some kind of change. Thinking about what? Li Qi looked at the dazed Gu Changqing. Go in. The master is just a knife mouth and tofu heart, knowing that you guys are coming back, every morning humming a little song and watering the flowers. Going on this journey is purely for the sake of Miss Unworthy. Well, I know his old man's intentions. This is also the reason why, despite all kinds of difficulties, Gu Changqing has no complaints, no regrets and no anger. After all, abducting someone's daughter, if he were Yishur-san, he would have been even more ruthless. The truth is also as Li Qi said, by the time we reached the banquet parlor, a delicious meal was already on the table, and there were a few stir-fries that were Gu Changqing's favorite and Yi Ruyan often made. Yishur-san, with a black face, had long since sat down in the master's seat. Yi Ruyan was sitting on his lap in a pampered manner, with good and soft words coming out frequently. That's what made that black face slowly melt away. His mother-in-law, on the other hand, gave him a blank look and dismantled him. You've done it. The wood has been turned. What more do you want? As soon as his wife snapped, Yishur-san immediately became anxious. I still can't have an opinion. How many years have I raised the pearl of my palm? Was arched by this pig. It's good enough that I didn't cut him 3 times and cut him 6 times. Still wanting to enter the house, doing his spring dream. Gu Changqing awkwardly sat down to listen, saying yes, that's right. The humility of Yishur-san's heavy fists hit cotton. The daughter tried her best to say good things about Gu Changqing again. A mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat, and it was hard as hell. This family, it's so nice. After many years, Gu Changqing finally had everything a family should have. It was only after 3 large consecutive cups of reparations that Yishur-san was able to face up and accept it. A meal where the family ate with smiles and laughter and a happy atmosphere that filled the hall. Later, Gu Changqing didn't know how much he had drunk. It was the next day when I woke up, and there was cold sobering soup on the bedside table. Rubbing his dizzy head, Gu Changqing dressed and walked out of the room. In the courtyard, Yishur-san was humming a tune and watering the flowers, and when he saw Gu Changqing, he immediately stopped. Head for the recliner and the extraterritorial scripture turns up. Awake. The tone was cold, but slightly panicked. Looking at Yishur-san, who was strongly playing the role of a strict father, Gu Changqing shook his head with a smile and said, Uncle, What time are we going to the Forbidden Land? You come here. Yi Shisan called Gu Changqing to him and solemnly said, tell me the truth, do you really have the ability to save the day? Gu Changqing raised his hand and summoned the anthropomorphic beast out of badge space and carried it into Yi Shisan's arms. The anthropomorphic beast's entire coat exploded, and with terror in his eyes, he trembled and didn't move a muscle in his arms. Master, did the beast do something wrong? Sent me into the arms of a tyrannosaurus. Little beast, help uncle check if there are any dark wounds? Fix it by the way. Meow. The anthropomorphic beast purred, wary and relieved. Only a wisp of natural energy converged towards its body from the greenery in the yard. The several pots of flowers that Yi Shisan had tended to shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mimic beast's claws struck Yi Shisan's wrist, and that natural energy surged into his body. Within a few moments, a faint red mist floated out from the top of Yi Shisan's head. The whole person has become quite refreshed as well. What an amazing skill. Feeling that the sinister spirit power in his body veins fade a little, even Yi Shisan, who had seen countless great storms, could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Fierce beasts or poisons, after reaching a certain level, are very difficult to get rid of with medication. But this cat, it managed to do it. Thinking of the Jin clan beast pet whose life was in danger in the clan's Forbidden Land, Yi Shisan slapped the back of his chair, and the frightened mimic beast hurriedly fled into the imperial beast space. Scaredy cat, too scaredy cat, why didn't you tell me earlier if you had such an ability? I think you're determined to see me laugh, aren't you? This ability to backpedal made Gu Changqing instantly speechless. There's no trick. Who made him the old man? At that time, the skill was not skilled enough to hold it. It was only after experiencing some strange encounters that I became slightly more confident. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to stand in front of Uncle HM, acting steadily and being well thought out. Rare, let's go. Follow me to the Forbidden Land. Good. Starting to boast about it proves that the defense has broken down for the most part. Once cured, all is well. The two of them went out one after the other and turned around half of Tianyuan City before stopping in front of a desolate ruin in the East District. Gu Changqing was quite puzzled. There was no need to leave a buffer zone in Tianyuan City when it was guarded by a large formation. Follow me. With a reminder, Yi Shisan took a step toward the ruins. Suddenly, his figure disappeared into the ruins. Illusions? As Gu Changqing froze, a large hand suddenly appeared and yanked him in. The black curtain slowly unraveled before his eyes and Gu Changqing looked around and was already in a special space underground. On the periphery, was an elite imperial beast master who, upon seeing Yi Shisan's arrival, shouted in unison, "Good day, family master." Yi Shisan nodded and passed through a large door that opened up. In a green-colored pool of water the size of a basketball court, a ferocious beast half the size of a pool of water lay weakly inside. Sensing a familiar aura, the huge lion's head lifted slightly, its gray eyes blinking as the sound was like muffled thunder, echoing in the confined space. Dead yet? Yi Shisan walked over and stood in front of its eyes, saying, only one died, so it's a bit of interest. Only one? The Lu family only has 3 king-level royal beast masters, and the death of one of them is worth it. A king-level imperial beast master. You did it yourself? Yi Shisan shook his head and pointed at Gu Changqing. Him, my son-in-law killed him. The huge beast's eyes rolled. Son-in-law? The girl is back? Yi Shisan favored a smile. Yeah, just came back yesterday. He was brought here today to find a cure for you. Yi Shisan turned around and said, Evergreen, come on. Yes. Gu Changqing approached this behemoth, and the feeling was like seeing a green dragon for the first time. Couldn't muster the slightest bit of resistance. Beastie. Gu Changqing summoned the mimic beast. The latter appeared and went straight to the ground, paralyzed. My lord, if you want to punish me, just say so. No need to beat around the bush and try. I, beastie, am most self-aware. Chapter 149, Dead Air. Golden hair retort pulses. Beast, it's up to you. The anthropomorphic beast shuddered and rose from the ground, wriggling over to the beast's eyes by the waterhole and lifting its small furry feet to cover them. Buzz. This square formation Forbidden Land was originally composed of countless heavenly treasures. Those liquids in the water pool were even more expensive and rare materials that I don't know how many of them were used. Only to see the dense natural energy converging towards the mimic beast from all directions. The anthropomorphic beast was bathed in light, conducted through the contact of the beast's claws. The natural energy was like a rushing river, rampaging through its body with impunity. Soon the shape quickly enveloped the massive body of the decaying wood. The cat face of the mimic beast makes various expressions from time to time. Yi Shisan and Gu Changqing waited patiently on the side. Not about half an hour later, suddenly, a gray aura filled with death, coldness, and uncertainty violently erupted from a certain corner of the beast pet's body. The energy was strong, so strong that the natural energy fought against it upon contact and instantly collapsed and was devoured. Yi San was shocked and looked at the beast pet that was even more mentally exhausted, saying, how could this happen? Gu Changqing's heart was also thumping. It wouldn't be a mistake, would it? The anthropomorphic beast, however, was unperturbed, channeling its natural energy into guerrilla tactics, not going head-to-head with that breath of death. Once the beast pet's entire body was explored and understood, it withdrew its claws and returned the remaining natural energy, as much as it could. Meow 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 meow. In the imperial beast space, Little Gold translated for Gu Changqing on his own. Hearing the mimic beast's meaning, Gu Changqing's face became ugly, yet surprised. This old golden hair Shang Shui system Nai Lao Axe. The message also faded after the natural energy faded, and then re-hidden in a corner of the body. It was even weaker after this. Kid, is there any cure left? Yi San also looked over hopefully. Gu Changqing rested his hand on his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, yes and no. Yi San slapped him on the head. Speak human. Knowing that it wasn't the time for jokes, Gu Changqing went straight to the point. According to my beast pet's view of the root cause of Senior's illness, it is that lingering aura of death that is at work. Any energy with vitality that enters the body will trigger it to block it. Aha! Yi San nodded. It's exactly the same as what the Lu family's bastards detected before. Is there a cure? Dare I ask Senior, are you clear about the source of this deathly aura? Golden hair away times uptack since the first old undead of the Yi family. I have survived for nearly 700 years, experienced countless battles and killed an unknown number of strong enemies. Can't recall which bastard left it behind by despicable means. Yes, it only slowly showed symptoms after I succeeded as head of the family. Before, there was never any. In that case, Gu Changqing revealed a smile and fisted the golden hair OU, saying, congratulations Senior. I'm afraid it's time to take it to the next level. Another step up? Yi San and golden hair sound. Yes, that deathly aura should be a sign that Senior's bloodline has revived and broken through the seal. One person and one beast listened to Gu Changqing's miraculous remarks. Instead of being half excited, he was furious. A death breath, a bloodline awakening? Do you realize what you're saying? Who in the Xinhua kingdom doesn't know that the Yi family's golden hair convergence is a golden system top beast pet? It's sharp and unrivaled Gungjin Qi, killing and warring intent, vaguely comparable to the strength of that holy beast in the west. And now someone is telling them that it was wrong to begin with. Golden hair retort anger strength that is death. Looking at Yi San's murderous eyes, Gu Changqing didn't panic and said, Uncle, do you know what? Without selling out, he continued, the so-called convergence is not technically considered a beast, but a corpse. Corpse. Gu Changqing's words once again shocked both man and beast. That's right, it's a corpse, a zombie. The bloodline of Senior's ancestors should have gone awry, or perhaps the bloodline was altered when the corpse was transformed. The killing over a long period of time has led to the gradual disorganization of the Gungjin Qi, exposing the true bloodline that has been suppressed. Yi San is a bit uncertain now. Is it to beat this mouth-breathing asshole out of Tianyuan City, or believe it once? Are you saying that the death breath comes from my bloodline? Gu Changqing nodded firmly. Yes. Golden hair convergence. No wonder it was so familiar the first time he heard it. This is a great god. In the mythology he knew, it was the mount of one of the 7 immortals in the saint's entourage. Daoist Sihong. If the anthropomorphic beast hadn't sensed that the death aura was related to its bloodline, it really wouldn't have been able to associate it with this level. Legend has it that the golden hair Pleiades shrugged before the discretion of zombies inverted. Although he didn't know what this one's ancestors had been through, he trusted the judgment of the mimic beast. It seems like you have complete certainty. In that case, let's do it. Wait. Yi San shouted to stop. You just believe what he said. Golden hair Sunset Run-S gave him a blank stare. Isn't he your son-in-law? Can he still harm me? Bah! What son-in-law? I haven't officially said yes yet. Golden hair Twilight Benzine Corre disgrudge him. Mouthy fellow. Boy, give it all you've got, and I'll take the consequences. Gu Changqing looked at Yi San, and seeing that he stopped speaking, he said, thank you Senior for believing in me. I will definitely live up to my expectations and return a brand new self to you. However, I need a large amount of death-related materials, be it delicacies or equipment or bloodlines. The more the better. Also, seek out a place with abundant natural energy. The only way to solidify the death bloodline and successfully promote it is to thoroughly tickle it out with natural energy. Yi San also does not procrastinate, and the golden hair glazed armor about the river Omicron aluminum plate can only fully comply. The preparations were run in an organized manner and continued for 2 days. Various types of transportation and teleportation arrays arrived at Tianyuan City with an infinite amount of materials. Yi Ruyan wasn't idle either, leading the city guards with Li Qi, looking for places where natural energy was thick. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, was idly staying at home, negotiating a treatment plan with the anthropomorphic beast. The mimic beast had inherited some of that predecessor's medical knowledge. although it had only gained the skill of the power of nature, along with some of that predecessor's medical knowledge. When all three parties are ready, before the sun rose on the third day, the Yi family's large troop drove into a valley 30 kilometers away in great numbers. The valley is full of spring, green trees and flowers. It's really not easy to find such a place in the desolate West Hammer border. The front group, led by Yi Shir-san, had already set up the formation, the special environment of the Forbidden Land, a whole lot of teleportation. Everyone else, stand guard 2 kilometers out around the valley. Whatever happens, don't come any closer. The old golden hair that has lived for more than 700 years converges. The real strength has reached the peak of the legend. Once the death chi in the bloodline was released, it would surely be a disaster for the living. When the Yi family troops withdraw as instructed, only Yi Shir-san and Yi Ruyan were left behind. Uncle, sister, you guys can't be here either. Elder is too strong. I'm afraid that once I can't suppress it, Yi Ruyan wanted to stay but was forcefully dragged away by Yi Shir-san. Kid, when you guys come back, according to the custom of Tianyuan City, you can give your gifts. Gu Changqing was stunned, then overjoyed, and shouted at the departing two. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. The Great Valley, only Gu Changqing and the golden hair in the formation confinement drop out. Gu Changqing entered inside the formation and spoke to the golden hair. Cauldron routed steak ammonia glass soaked in the pool. I'm going to start. After saying that, Little Gold displayed his true body of the three suns burning eagle in a loud and clear eagle whistle. Chapter 150, White-Haired Zombie, Evolution or Retrogression. This beast pet of yours, it's a bit interesting. The golden hair sundial hibiscus brave buck's eyes, the moment he saw the real body of the Little Gold, suddenly brightened by 8 degrees. It quickly went out again inside. Unfortunately, it's hard to evolve to the next level. Elder's fiery eyes, late generation admires. This is not the time to discuss this. It might be painful in a while. Please bear with me. The golden hair ASR legend predicated. Pain? It's long since been numbed. Gu Changqing continued to summon the anthropomorphic beast, and with the experience of the previous days, it lightly came to the golden hair Yayin front and used the power of nature. In a blink of an eye, throughout the entire formation forbidden area, and even over the valley outside, pounds of natural energy were pulled out from the mountain forests and trees, and material delicacies, gathering into a boundless green cloud, like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens, it madly poured into the Forbidden Land. The anthropomorphic beast looks surprisingly grim, guiding the natural energies involved in the golden hair retort na kip. Within a few moments, the breath of death that was lurking somewhere, attracted by the natural energy, began to run out and devour it. Master, that death chi, it's so overbearing. Listening to Xiao Jin's emotion, Gu Changqing shook his head. That's not dead chi. It's more appropriate to describe it as corpse chi. The energy of heaven and earth is originally the nemesis of corpse chi. Between each other, this and that, they form a cycle. With the effort of explaining, that death breath became even more furious and brutal after devouring the natural energy. Golden hair bang said grade of flesh. Under its destruction of skin and flesh, the huge body blasting sound constantly. Gray blood came out along with the scent of death with each hole blown. Little beast, step up. It's almost done. Pounds of natural energy, completely the best nutrients. The devouring was as fast as a whale sucking on a cow, and the anthropomorphic beasts were guided so fast that they couldn't keep up. The golden hair convergence that just said it did not know what pain was, could no longer withstand the extreme pain and screamed out, only to see the sky above the water pool. The blood clusters mixed by the golden hair pleasantries liquid and death breath, madly absorbing natural energy at the same time. The inside is also changing rapidly. Master, it's about to be consumed. Gu Changqing was startled, feeling the sharp decrease in natural energy and looking at the struggling and deformed blood mass. With a clench of his teeth, he said, Little Gold, use your soul flame as the lead and I'll assist. As that blood mass takes shape, send it into its body. Understood, Master. Soul flame, a flame that specifically targets the soul. At this moment, the golden hair pleasantries veins, blood veins mixed with the breath of death blood clusters, obviously have the tendency to know themselves. This is what the anthropomorphic beast discovered the other day. The slow dissipation of the Gung Jin Qi allowed the original nature that had been suppressed to be exposed. Gu Changqing's purpose was to utilize the special characteristics of the soul flame to wear out that spirituality. A new, evolved golden convergence. What kind of negative impacts as well as disruptions will be caused? Gu Changqing didn't dare to take any chances. Master, I'm so tired. The last of the natural energy channeled into the golden hair, the mimic beast directly turned into white light and returned to the space of the imperial beast. Suddenly, the golden hair can Rene Yo na Lazar, like a deflated ball of leather, shrinks rapidly. It didn't stop until it was only the size of a lamb. But the blood mass, it was expanding. The blood and death breath flowed and gradually transformed into the humanoid form of a Gundam. Do it! Seeing that the time had come, Gu Chongqing immediately shouted. Nico! Facing such a bizarre beast pet, Little Gold did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The three suns fire body and the shadow of the golden crow were released at the same time. The soul flame was immediately like a large net, covering the humanoid blood mass. Warning! Warning! You're attacking an unknown energy body. Extremely dangerous. Evacuate! The abyssal cue came out of nowhere. Immediately afterward, Gu Changqing's eyes blinked as columns of information appeared. White-haired zombie, unknown energetic body. Bloodline, corpse king. Beyond abyssal knowledge. Rank, 79. Attributes, unknown. Beyond the knowledge of the abyss. Skills. Description, a new bloodline birthed from a legendary bloodline. Beyond the scope of abyssal cognition. As an added reminder, this bloodline is only in its primary form. Gu Changqing's brow was tightly locked, and the soul flame in his hand still swelled the lamb-sized golden wool tune. At the moment, there was nothing he could do about it. All hope rests on little Kim. In the flame of the soul, the humanoid blood mass seemed to sense the threat and flung its arm forcefully toward the flame. At that moment, an endless aura of death swept out. Death? What a wonderful flavor! The summoning formation appeared on its own, and the devil lotus flower sat on top of the devil lotus, its body half black and half white under the reflection of the black flames, like a fairy or a devil. The death aura that had originally pounced on the soul flame abruptly stalled. Xiaojin took advantage of this opportunity and tying mouthful of yen was released, eating all of the death breath. Hannah, it's okay. Gu Chongqing is very meaningful. I did not expect that the magic lotus flower actually city for that variable. Help you out with it, and promise to fulfill mine as soon as possible. Gu Changqing's hand compared to okay, no problem. I will definitely help you arrange it at the first time. Bird sister can just output as much as she wants. Its means of attack. Leave it to me. After the devil lotus flower finished its domineering speech, the devil lotus flew and easily passed through the soul flame and floated to the top of the humanoid blood mass. The cycle of karma and retribution. This honored one grants you the eternal corruption of your soul. The tender childish voice of the devil lotus resounded in the forbidden land. In the next second, the demonic lotus karma flame rose up, and together with little gold soul flame, tightly bound the humanoid blood mass. The difference was that the demonic lotus karmic flame seemed to be like a maggot on the bone, unlike the direct damage of the flame of the soul. Instead, it's branded, a persistent attack on the soul. Roar! The two soul skills that were beyond what was currently perceived finally made the humanoid blood mass feel a crisis of destruction. It opened its mouth and let out a mountainous corpse whistle, and an endless aura of death erupted from it. Sculpture, delusional. The two major beast pets, once again, revealed their bottom cards. In front of the demonic lotus, a taiji pattern rotated, giving birth to a huge suction force that absorbed the death breath into it. Xiaojin's Taiyin mouth inflammation was even higher. No matter how the death breath expanded, Taiyin mouth inflammation just wrapped around it and ate it. Three parties, into a tug-of-war. A humanoid blood mass that fought one against two was only a bloodline. After all, under the strong siege of the two beast pets with infinite renewal, they let out a reluctant whine. Congratulations on killing the unknown energy body white hair zombie. Since you have not been promoted to the rank, you cannot gain experience. As soon as the abyssal Q arrives, Gu Changqing immediately controlled the golden hair, connecting with Xiaojin's soul flame. When restored to the form of a blood mass, the blood smoothly rejoined the golden hair. Suddenly, a piercing gray light washed out from its body. Gu Changqing subconsciously covered her eyes. When the glow diminishes, lower your hand toward the golden hair XINCIE. For a moment, his mouth opened wide in an O shape, the little gold in the air. On the other hand, cursed a rascal and returned to the imperial beast space. This is the legendary golden hair? White-haired zombies. Chapter 151, King-level mecha beast pet. Beast tide descends. Long white hair flew about and brown skin was dry and devoid of nourishment and life. The stature was quite tall, but the back bore a pair of fleshy wings that resembled 5 fingers spread out, looking horrible and evil. A pair of eyes, gray and green on the left and right, shone with a regal light. The features are not unlike those of a human, and there are no fangs necessary for a zombie. Gu Chongqing stared blankly, unable to distinguish whether he had succeeded or failed. According to the myths known, the golden hair retortization was a failure. After all, the white-haired zombie form is the form of the golden hair shine before the transformation, that is, degradation. But now the white-haired zombie's breath that washed out from time to time was even more powerful than before it had evolved, almost on the same level as the green dragon. Senpai, Gu Chongqing cautiously shouted. The white-haired zombie seemed to be adapting to the new power, and sniffed and threw a look at Gu Chongqing. Under the 4 eyes, Gu Chongqing only felt his body involuntarily trembling, and the death that came to his face was so real. Are you, still you? The white-haired zombie didn't say anything, and only after the fleshy wings behind his back slowly retracted into his body did he hoarsely say, Kid, thank you. Gu Gu Chongqing exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Thank goodness, I thought I had failed. The white-haired zombie stepped out of the pool of water, and the breath of death transformed into a garment over his body. I have acquired quite a bit of information, and according to the regular evolutionary sequence, this form is indeed degraded. However, because of this, I know the true evolutionary sequence. Sort of, a blessing in disguise. Gu Chongqing nodded. Since it's considered a success, we should also go out. Uncle and the others are waiting impatiently. Side by side, one person and one beast walked out of the forbidden area of the formation, talking and laughing. The white-haired zombie bathed in the sunlight, looked at the bare valley, and sighed. It's been a long time since I've seen sunlight. At this time, the Yi family's parents rushed over, and at the first sight of the white-haired zombie, they were first stunned, then ecstatic. Old ancestor, you succeeded? The white-haired zombie rubbed Yishur San's head like he was caressing a child and laughed. Ha ha ha, you found a good son-in-law. I approve of it. Gu Chongqing wasn't greedy for credit. If Uncle hadn't prepared so many materials, it would have been much harder to lure all of that aura out. No arrogance. Very good. Let's go. Back to Tianyuan City. It's also time to make the furry thieves who are foolishly moving around in the dark restrain their claws that shouldn't be extended. On this day, Tianyuan City was shrouded under an endless aura of death. And in the end, all the auras converged into the Yi family compound. In the following 3 days, the Yi clan widely sent out the in-collection poster for the 3 provinces and 29 cities around Tianyuan City to expand their strength. The 3 lineages in Tianyuan City, which were already few in number, had family heads coming to their doors to show their defection. Gu Chongqing, on the other hand, had a rare moment of leisure. He stayed with the white-haired zombie when he had nothing to do, asking it to teach him the way of the imperial beasts, and also listening to him recounting his past. On this day, Gu Chongqing walked into the altar of Tianyuan City with apprehension and longing. With a bit of work, the number of the rank badge on his chest changed, from 29 to 30. Congratulations on your leveling up by 1 level. Congratulations on your promotion to Senior Beastmaster. Congratulations on your Imperial Beast Space +1. Congratulations on your Body Chakra advancement to the Earth Realm, +1 to the Imperial Beastmaster skill. Congratulations on acquiring the Imperial Beastmaster skill Beast Power Extreme Healing. One abyssal cue follows another. Gu Chongqing ignored it. Instead, he took the mech out of his backpack, the gold word bar, Draconic Warblood, and pressed it into the core at the center of the mech. Will the gold phrase, Draconic Warblood, be bestowed upon the Mecha Beast pet? Yes. Golden words confer success. Gu Chongqing's eyes glowed, and he only felt that there was a bloodline connection between him and the mech. With a flash of thought, he sat down in the mech's cabin out of thin air. With Gu Chongqing's intention, the gigantic mech took a step. Once he had adapted to the way of maneuvering the mech, Gu Chongqing was satisfied and put away the mech beast pet. Mech, unnamed. Rank, 59. Mecha core bloodline, ancient war blood, gold. Attributes, none. Skills, energy flame, particle battle blade, energy surge, thermal firebrand, titanium wings, core energy, 100%. Introduction, a mythic mecha beast pet. But the mecha materials can't withstand the excess power. The mecha core adjusts itself to king level, and will be gradually opened when the mecha materials are upgraded. A mecha beast pet with king level combat power. Looking at the hints in the introduction, Gu Chongqing's heart was clear. Mecha beast pets, after all, were built by humans. However, Gu Chongqing wasn't worried. The prepared gold words hadn't been used yet. Gu Chongqing took out the gold words and conferred them to the mech one after another. Does it confer the gold phrase, all things are incorruptible, to the mecha beast pet? Will the gold phrase, infinite energy, be given to the mecha beast pet? Will the gold phrase, infinite evolution, be given to the mecha beast pet? Will the gold phrase, infinite space, be given to the mecha beast pet? Does the gold phrase, light, to the mecha beast pet? Yes. Golden words confer success. Congratulations to your mecha beast pet for gaining unlimited assembly space. Congratulations to your mecha beast pet for gaining the skill, light. Congratulations to your mecha beast pet, which recovers 5,007 inch of energy per second. The 5 gold words disliked each other in a single stream, and the mecha beast pet was bathed in golden light. The panels haven't changed, though. The only way to show the ferocity of this behemoth is in battle. Half a month rushed by, and nearly a month passed from the time of departure, when the Yi family's problems were completely taken care of. Gu Chongqing had the intention of returning to Zhenhai City. His heart was hung up on Lu Ziyi. He didn't know what this kid had gotten the city guards into, but Yishur San acted strangely after learning of his idea. It seemed to be struggling before saying, I just got the news that the border is frequented by ferocious beasts. The White Tiger Academy side has already dispatched students to rush there, and my Yi family has been guarding the border for nearly 500 years, so I should go all out. Yishur San lifted the teapot and poured Gu Chongqing a cup, then said, Little Chang, when the heavens descend, you must temper your heart, your path in the future. I'm afraid it won't be easy. We, the old guys, are very limited in the help we can give. As Gu Changqing listened, in a daze, he thought of the last time Qinglong had talked to him. Uncle, is something serious wrong? Yi San hadn't given him a cold face for a long time, and he slammed the table. What is a big matter? What is a small matter? When the ferocious beasts hit the door, it's a big deal. I've already made a deal with Li Qi. You and he will take the Yi family's 300-member elite team and support the border. Together with the White Tiger Academy, we will fight those damn ferocious beasts back. Understand? Understood. Yi San's fire, which was then let down, said in a serious tone, you can't catch up with all the hustle and bustle, and the hustle and bustle of the human race represents you dying and me living. When you are able to control the whole situation with your own strength and become the human race's fixed star, I will unconditionally support your decision. Remembering Yi San's words, Gu Changqing went out of the study and saw Li Qi, who was fully dressed. So soon, Uncle is obviously rushing me. If it's not a border crisis, where is it? I'm afraid I'll go to my death, but I'm the most life-thirsty. There's one place I feel like I have to go even if I have to die. Unless it's, Chapter 152, Arrival at the Border, Terrorizing Mecha Firepower. Gu Changqing thought about it and his face darkened with gloom. Li Qi came to follow him and patted his hand on his shoulder, saying, we should set out. The situation is grim. According to the intelligence coming from the border, 10 advance forts have already been breached and are coming straight for the border. You shouldn't be afraid either. With your strength, those ferocious beasts are no problem. Gu Changqing forced down the thoughts running through his mind. As Yi San had said, he didn't have the power to grasp the whole situation, nor did he have the ability to set things right. He is merely a student who has just gone through the national exams. Come on, let's go to the border. The two left the compound, one after the other. Yi Ruyan and her mother came out from the corner on one side and entered the study. Smoke, there's a reason why you weren't allowed to go. White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu, the borders guarded by the 3 academies. The ferocious beasts tacitly rioted at the same time. You should understand my thoughts. Yi Ruyan nodded. Dad, I'm not because of this. Why don't you tell Xiaoqing the truth? After all, he has special feelings for it. That's exactly why he can't be told. You can't give your life away for nothing, knowing that it's a moth-eaten duro. The one in the east sent me a letter to stall him. The beautiful woman wrapped her arms around Yi Ruyan and said, Little Qing's potential. That one knows it. What he needs is time. Sharpening. Silence fell in the study. As for Gu Changqing and Li Qi, leading the elite of the Yi family, they had already exited Tianyuan City and were heading towards the western border. Traveling at breakneck speed, Li Qi rode on a high horse and looked enviously at the low-flying Xiao Jin, saying, Brother, your beast pet is too cool. Give me a whole head sometime. Gu Changqing bristled and looked at his high horse. Brother Li, a wind dragon horse with a hint of dragon vein and a king-level bloodline. What more bike do you need? The wind dragon horse snorted, as if in response to Gu Changqing. 4 hours at a time of uninterrupted marching, until the day grew dark and over a hill. A wild, unshaded plain of open land came into view. In the extreme distance, a walled defense that winds for untold thousands of miles. At this time, there were already flames in the sky, and the roars of countless ferocious beasts converged, vaguely able to enter the ears. From time to time, some ferocious beasts crossed the city wall, and came racing in their direction. He was soon discovered by the Imperial Beastmasters guarding the city and nailed to death on the spot. Before the people arrived, the rich smell of blood mixed in the air and drifted. Gu Changqing's heart poofed out. A wave of pleasure surged through him. Gentlemen, follow me. Kill. The group of 500 people lined up. Gu Changqing and Li Qi took the brunt as the tip. Toward the border wall. The western frontier border was one of the most important portals for the human race. Once this place is attacked, the beast army will be able to march straight in, and there will be no peace for the human race after that, compared to the other 3 directions, which are separated by natural barriers such as the sea, mountains, and polar regions, respectively. With the excellent team of Imperial Beastmasters, it was going to be easier to block the resistance. The western border is different. There are very few mountain passes here, and the plateau is completely staked out by ferocious beasts, so it can't be attacked. The human race had to spend huge sums of money to build a 100-foot-high city wall to be used as a heavenly danger. Unable to do so, the number of ferocious beasts in this wave completely exceeded the prediction. When Gu Changqing and Li Qi led the elite team to kill under the city wall, there were no less than 1,000 corpses of ferocious beasts that had broken in on the inside alone. Brothers, in groups of 4, assigned to each part of the city wall. I only have one request. Kill off the ferocious beasts and try to stay alive. Yes, 500 people shouted in unison, and soon split into 125 groups, with various types of beast pets summoned out one after another. forming a torrent of beast pets and plunging into the chaotic and bloody war on the city wall. Brother, Li Qi sat on his horse with a serious expression. I'll leave the air to you, and when we return to Tianyuan City, I'll treat you to the best wine in town. Look out! Li Qi nodded his head and crotcheted his feet violently on the waist and stomach of the wind dragon horse. But see the 4 hooves of the feet of the wind. Borrowing this force, the wind dragon horse leaped 100 feet onto the city wall. With the horizontal sword in his hand, scarlet blood chi filled the air, decapitating the ferocious beast that had just rushed up with a single slash. Blazing blood sprayed and bathed his entire body. After bathing in blood, Li Qi became even more frantic. Around the wind dragon horse, hundreds of invisible wind blades shot out. Li Qi jumped up and swooped down on the wind blades. The horizontal sword was poised, and when it fell outside of the city, scarlet blood light rose up, like running water, flowing from his feet to the surroundings. Gu Changqing wasn't idle either, and the beast pets were all summoned. When Black Egg and Devil Lotus Flower saw the densely packed, endlessly charging ferocious beasts outside the city, both of them coldly grunted at the same time, and then they jumped off the city wall and met the army of ferocious beasts to kill them. Little White, on the other hand, stood on the city wall, looking away from the west where the ferocious beast army was infested, and murmured, Master, I seem to feel a trace of an inexplicable summoning. At those words, Gu Changqing's heart was clear. What Xiaobai felt should be about the location associated with the heart of Qingqiu's bloodline. Kill back the ferocious beasts, then I'll show you around. Yes. Pink seductive energy wrapped around her entire body as White sent her feet running wildly up and down the wide city walls. Every time they passed by, the human imperial beastmasters and the ferocious beasts that climbed up the walls on their companion's ladder, all froze in their tracks. Then the magic happened, only to see the returning imperial beastmasters' battle power increase tremendously in an instant. On the contrary, the ferocious beasts were drowsy. This charm energy, it can still be used like this? Gu Changqing was also surprised in a different way. It seems that the development of Xiaobai is still lacking. There was no way around it. While the golden words granted the beast pet a powerful potential, at the same time the shackles of evolution were just as great. Right now, the only ones that could be taken out were the organ armor beast pets, aside from Little Gold and the magic lotus flower. Jean, let's go too. Little Kim raised her head and gave an eagle whistle and then it carried Gu Changqing up into the air. The 3 suns amazing transformed into an endless stretching stream of fire. Wherever Little Gold's flight path passed, 3 colored flames rose to the sky, like maggots on the bones of a hawk. They harvested the lives of the ferocious beasts one after another. Li Qi was more on top of the killing, and the strange blood flowing out of his body was constantly collecting the ferocious beast blood, recovering his lost stamina spirit energy for him. When he turned his head to see the scene on Gu Changqing's side, he was staggered. Mud, that fight, was it completely based on the physical body hard to shake me? What a pervert! The rise of the little gold burner. But for the constant flow, dead immediately have to replenish the army of ferocious beasts, is only a temporary offensive front. Brother Li, can we only kill aimlessly? Hearing Gu Changqing's inquiry, Li Qi replied as he waved his horizontal sword. Yes, this is where the human race is powerless against the fierce beasts. We can only passively defend ourselves, and we can't know what's going on in the rear defense of the fierce beasts' army. Gu Changqing instantly understood that. Rumble, the mecha beast pets smashed to the ground out of nowhere, and the surrounding ferocious beasts were instantly smashed into mush. Gu Changqing instantly entered the control compartment, his mind buzzing. The mech's arms are tilted downward at -60 degrees. 10 mecha fingers, the front ends of which suddenly drooped down, revealing blackened tubes. Chug chug chug. A 2-meter-long tongue of blue fire spewed out steeply and the mech's feet were like stepping on a spiral, spinning at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, within 20 meters of the mech's circumference, a 360-degree blue firepower net with no dead angle suddenly became. Countless ferocious beasts fell in pieces. Chapter 153, a single page of the genealogy. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast desert coyote, gaining plus 10,000 experience and plus 7,000 extra experience. Congratulations on killing the high-level beast wild lion and tiger, gaining plus 50,000 experience and plus 35,000 extra experience. Congratulations on the kill. The mecha beast's favored bullet light curtain, like the merciless scythe of death. Under the enchantment of king-level energy, these ordinary ferocious beasts were completely unable to resist. One takeaway, no mending needed at all. Watching the experience bar dabble and jump around, Gu Changqing's heart exploded with excitement. He realized that the experience given by these ferocious beasts was far more than the previous ones of the same level and grade. A pillow for the sleepy head. Looking at the astronomical string of numbers on the experience bar, Gu Changqing put away the deathless bullet light screen. While the kill was quick and efficient, the consumption was immense. Bullets are not part of the skill. They are entirely stocked in the equipment arsenal. It needed to be replenished after the fight, and the LU only filled it with 20,000 rounds. In just under a minute of carnage, the energy wrapped around the bullets was depleted by 30% overall. Hey, the staying power is too poor. Recovery can't keep up with attrition. Wait to go back. Then let Lu Shang improve and improve. The mech's palms closed and pulled apart. A blood-colored particle battle knife glinting with a laser sheen. Kill. The mech's feet erupted with energy, and like an arrow out of a string, it raced away. The particle warblade was wide open, and 20 meters of the way, the ferocious beasts were turned into two pieces, and their corpses were strewn on the spot, bathed in the blood of beasts. Infinite evolution triggered. Current progress, 1. Bathed in the blood of the beasts. Infinite evolution triggered. Current progress, 2. Bathed in the blood of beasts. Infinite evolution triggered. Current progress, 3. The particle warblade slashed through the body of the ferocious beast, spattering blood that was captured by the golden words. Gu Changqing danced even more vigorously, not knowing which part of the mech would be transformed for the first evolution. The mecha beast pets were like an indestructible torrent, toppling the constant army of ferocious beasts and killing their way deeper and deeper outside the city. Gu Changqing wanted to know the secrets hidden in the depths of the. Even if the ferocious beast's breeding ability was strong, it was unlikely that it would reach such a scale. Otherwise, if they were to be suppressed by numbers alone, the human race would have long since died out in the river of history. One more thing, let the endless support go on. The western border must be breached. None of these warriors who guarded the city for the people could escape. Older brother, watch out now. Li Chi cut off a ferocious beast with his horizontal blade and looked at the mecha as it headed towards the belly of the ferocious beast to kill it, so he was busy reminding it out loud. At the same time, looking up at the tragic situation of the killing on the city wall, he said to one of the Yi family's elites, "Didn't they say that the people from the White Tiger Academy had also come over to support them? Where are they?" "Captain, I don't know. I asked the guards on duty, and since the beginning, no one from the White Tiger Academy has appeared." Li Chi spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Marred, still pulling this at the end of a big disaster. "Tell the brothers, let a ferocious beast cross the city wall, and I'll reward him with a sword. The others can't count on it. Here, this is our Tianyuan city's territory. Captain, there's no need for you to remind me. The brothers know that behind us, after all, is our home." Li Chi nodded his head in satisfaction. Above the horizontal sword, the scarlet blood aura became even more intense. The torn battle robe, under the exposed skin, a single blood vessel held up. The muscles became even thicker after writhing. "Kill!" With a low roar like a beast, Li Chi's blood chi flew around his body, just like a war god who had entered the devil. On the city walls, Xiaobai desperately released charm energy, becoming the most important aid. But there are just too many ferocious beasts. The vast plains outside the city were so vast that you couldn't see the edge of it at a glance. In such a situation, even if a king-ranked or Zun-ranked royal beastmaster comes in person, and how many can you kill by yourself? On the contrary, the number of casualties among the guarding imperial beastmasters was increasing. Even if the beast pet was torn to death by a ferocious beast, where the formation was vacant, use your own flesh to make up for it. It was a desperate defense of the city. No support from behind. No hope from ahead. There was only a spirit of deadly combat that would not retreat swirling in the heart and mind. "I can't go down. My home is right behind me. It doesn't matter if I die. It is sufficient that the family is unharmed." Boom, boom, boom. Steeply, a ball of ferocious flames exploded within the ladder of ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the city wall. The overbearing flames directly caused the ferocious beast to melt into ash. In an instant, the pressure on the walls plummeted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Whose divine bird is that? It's so overbearing. Just saw it. I've been paying attention for ages. Which big brother came to provide support? It seems like Tianyuan City doesn't have such a fierce flying beast pet, right? It's the newly recruited expert of the Yi family that followed Captain Li Chi? I know, that's the son-in-law of the Yi family. It seems like he's also the first place winner of this year's National Grand Examination, and was given the title of Peerless by the Abyss. True or false? A title issued by the Abyss himself. Or Peerless. It's against the heavens. It's hard to believe that a new generation of the god of imperial beasts has appeared. It must be. The Yi family are looking at it and have promised that bright pearl to him. Ordinary geniuses are not qualified. Brothers, we are surprisingly fighting alongside the future god of imperial beasts. All cheer up. Perhaps, we're going to be recorded in the history books as well. Fierce beast, you come on. You, grandma's leg. For a while, the guards on the city walls were collectively as extremely exuberant as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, having fought alongside the god of the sentinel beasts. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's even a good opportunity to be able to start a single page in the family. Jean looked on in puzzlement. What was wrong with them? Are they crazy? Looks like I'm going to have to step it up. How could Kim know how tempting it is to have a single page of the genealogy? It was only thought that the task Gu Changqing had explained before he left had not been done properly. Tying mouth Yen raged and broke out of his body, transforming into a firebird that flew along the outside of the city wall. The flames in his mouth gulped, and in a few moments, a wall of fire, about nearly 1,000 meters long, rose against the wind. This was the limit of what Xiao Jin could control so far. The ferocious beasts brazenly broke in and were devoured alive in a matter of moments. Relying on this method greatly reduces the consumption of small gold. Once the guarding Imperial Beastmaster looked at it, he was immediately relieved to hand over this area to Little Gold. A lot of manpower spread out. For a while, the pressure on the walls plummeted. Li Qi took another glance in the direction where Gu Changqing had disappeared and couldn't help but sigh. A true dragon has come out of Xinhai, and the Yi family would also move to a higher peak under the leadership of the true dragon. Gu Changqing harnessed his mech and rammed his way across the city, killing his way into the hinterland outside the city. The energy of the particle warblade has been weakened. As Gu Changqing put it away, he summoned the mimic beast out. The ferocious beasts that were originally treated like enemies turned their spearheads and ran towards the distant city walls. Phew! Gu Changqing swallowed a few pills to recover his weakened spirit. Battling the ability to mimic the beast's golden words, he continued to move forward. We've been moving forward for about 30 minutes. Gu Changqing saw that the number of ferocious beasts appearing ahead of him in the gray haze was greatly reduced. A blur of colored light flickered faintly. Someone? Gu Changqing was greatly surprised. I can't believe someone got into the hinterland first. I don't know if it's friend or foe. Gu Changqing cautiously leaned forward, and when he was 100 meters away, he opened up, only to see a huge stone monument with a height of 10 feet in front of the nearly 1,000 Imperial Beast Masters wearing white Imperial Beast robes fought hard against the ferocious beasts on all sides. This costume is the White Tiger Academy. Chapter 154, The Bone Burial Ground of the Sages. Ling Tian's meteorite explosion. In front of the huge stone monument, nearly 1,000 students of the White Tiger Academy were separated into orderly stations. The badges on each student's chest emanated a light gold luster that was extremely heavy for killing. These luster through the tandem is a ferocious tiger's posture. It was the mysterious combination of formations that kept the ferocious beasts away, and for a time, they could keep their lives intact. There's only one weakness, that is, the formation was protecting them while at the same time restricting. The converged energy is used entirely for self-preservation only. Gu Changqing was quite puzzled. In the Four-Elephant Academy, the white tiger was the main killer and most hostile. Why is the formation studied, but guarded instead? In the middle of the formation, there was a student from the White Tiger Academy who opened his mouth at the right time to answer his doubts. Leader, we're almost recovered. Let's organize a wave to kill out. Here, it's impossible to defend. Right. Our beast pets as well as our own beast power are mostly focused on killing. It's not like the Xuanwu that can't even walk if we hold on any longer. Shut up! The middle-aged man who was the teacher bellowed, looked at the towering stone monument, and coldly droned. White Tiger Guardian is a guardian formation left behind by the many sages of my White Tiger Academy. The main is in defense, not offense. Understand? Why? We're all freshmen. Why are we being given such brain-dead tasks? That's right, the luster of the formation has dimmed. I don't know when it will be breached by the ferocious beasts. Only then did Gu Changqing see clearly that White Tiger Academy rarely had any spirit level or above royal beast masters besides that leading teacher. Most of the students, all of them were clear stuck in the senior Imperial Beast Master rank. The White Tiger Academy was honored as one of the four elephants, totaling the heavenly pride of the divine China country. How could the team sent out to resist the ferocious beasts be so unbearable? It was not as good as the elite team formed by the Yi family. This is our mission. You look up. Above the stone tablet, Gu Changqing also looked up, and at the very top of the stone monument, there was a large area that was densely carved with tiny words. This is, after reading the text on it clearly, Gu Changqing was astonished, and at the same time, he understood why that formation was called White Tiger Guardian. Zhao Jiming, Vice President of the White Tiger Academy's inner courtyard, King-level Royal Beast Master. Chen Hui, the first female Lord of Tianyuan City, a Zun-ranked Imperial Beast Master. Xiao Han, Vice Lord of Tianyuan City, King-level Royal Beast Master. One name after another, an identity that came from quite a large source, and the strength of the top human battle force. But yet, they are all engraved on the stone tablets. This stone monument was undoubtedly the tombstone of the human sages, and this is where they bury their bones. Gu Changqing already understood why the border walls, the White Tiger Academy was nowhere to be seen. Their mission, to guard this place, guardian of the spirits of the sages. But can we only watch the ferocious beasts attack? Even the sages couldn't bear the thought of the living, burying their lives in vain for their sake. Could they? This is not resisting a ferocious beast. It's clearly sending them to their deaths. Teacher, the academy isn't giving up on us, or trying to use our lives for something, is it? It is human instinct to think about how to save one's life when one knows that one is bound to die. For a moment, the students of the White Tiger Academy did not move because they knew about this place. Instead, they began to think about it, pointing the finger of suspicion at the White Tiger Academy for everything. You guys, the leading teacher was furious and said angrily, have you forgotten the oath that you swore upon entering the White Tiger Academy? The Four Elephants Academy lives and dies for the sake of the human race. By guarding the Sage Stone Monument, we are also buying time for our brothers at the border, because those more powerful ferocious beasts, the first target is here. At that moment, a freshman in the White Tiger Academy stood out. Teacher is right. Since we have entered the White Tiger, we should put the righteousness of the human race first. If in normal times, it doesn't matter how we fight, but now, it's a matter of the safety of the border, so everyone is duty-bound to do so. Or is it that you who are spreading panic are in secret communication with the ferocious beasts? You want to break this guardian formation? With a wave of this man's hand, a divinely handsome white-horned tiger appeared. Above the unicorn horn, Gangjin Shark Chi coalesced, accompanied by the flow of electric arcs. Who's chickening out? Step forward. The tumultuous guardian formation was instantly quiet. Gu Changqing couldn't help but praise him as he watched and listened outside. There is only one way to get rid of or suppress inferiority, and that is to force it. Only if one person does it, people will follow one another and unify their pace. This young man, very nice. It's just that the looks are a bit familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere before. White students, we are also in a hurry. Yeah, don't get mad. We know we're wrong. The leader also advised. Xingling, going into battle for the first time. It's not scary to have a timid heart. What I'm afraid of is being overwhelmed by timidity and thus forgetting who I am. You are the most outstanding and recognized by everyone among the freshmen. In a moment, the guarding formation will be in your hands. Bai Qingling frowned and said, Teacher, if that side wasn't the main event, it wouldn't be our turn to guard this place. The human race and the ferocious beasts, that's how it is. You should learn more from that person. At the mention of that person, Bai Qingling was like a tiger that had exploded, grunting, see him again, and I will suppress him. Ha ha ha, keep that sharpness. You have a great future. Gu Changqing listened outside and couldn't help but want to sneeze. There was a gut feeling that the person they were talking about was themselves. Suddenly, the wind howled and the earth hummed. Only a huge meteorite, 5 feet in diameter, broke through the misty haze, and, like a divine punishment, it smashed down heavily towards the stone monument. Before the meteorite arrived, terrifying energies scattered in all directions. Around the human monolith, shockwaves cleansed and had the power to destroy the sky and the earth. No good. The lead teacher bellowed a reminder. All students, pour in formation energy. The danger came suddenly and took the crowd by surprise. After a brief moment of panic, it quickly settled down. Thousands of energies fused together through the academy insignia. The light of the White Tiger Guardian formation flourished. At this point, the lead teacher gave a spontaneous smile, turned his head to look at each of the students he brought out, and finally patted Bai Qingling's shoulder heavily. The human race has a bright future with you all, but right now, it's still the era of us old guys. A mere peak fierce demon, who has not yet entered the king level, dares to act recklessly in front of the human race's Sage Stone Monument. The leading teacher's breath burst out around him, and his body chakra shook violently. It seemed to break through everything and enter that kingly momentum. Sensei, in the worried eyes of the White Tiger Academy, the leading teacher's body chakra energy raged and burned. It's close to that line. Although, we'll die. As far as the eye could see, the light revealed by the threshold was about to shine. Suddenly, a behemoth, taking off from the other side of the formation, facing the meteorite, he charged fearlessly. At nearly 100 meters from the meteorite, the behemoth stopped, only to see it open its arms and all over its body. Manic blood chi surged, covering its entire body. Teacher, I'll take this head of experience. What should be the name? Well, Ling Tian, above the sky. Congratulations on your name. Mecha beast pet for Ling Tian Mecha. The light is the Ling Tian light. After Gu Changqing finished taking names with considerable interest, the surging blood energy of Ling Tian's mech erupted from every part of the mech's body. Scarlet lingering rays, the area of the penumbra meteorite is even larger. The people of the White Tiger Academy in the formation of the dumbfounded. He watched as the column of energy light rushed straight into the meteorite, flooding it. Chapter 155, We've made an enemy, and he's the culprit. Ling Tian Ray's gold word skill, effects, loses half of the energy of the mech's core, releasing a triple damage destructive ray. Cooldown, 12 hours. After the skill is released, you cannot move for 1 minute. Introduction of growable light skill. As the grade of the mech rises, the power and destructive force of the skill will be increased. The Mecha Beast Pet was now a king grade, with 3 times half the energy, equivalent to a full-strength strike in its normal form. Gu Changqing sat in the cabin of the mech's core, feeling every part of the mech immersively, maximizing the surging energy spewing out of the surging heat output is enough to change the landscape, destroying mountains and filling rivers. The certainty that it was all in the palm of his hand made his whole body excited. No wonder, whether it was a beast pet or a ferocious beast, as long as it was crowned with the king character grade, it would gain the transcendence of extreme sublimation. The meteorite, in the wave of light, instantly turned into flying dust. Gu Changqing drove the mech to turn around, surging with light energy, and began to rampage through the dense army of ferocious beasts, deliberately avoiding the sage stones. The crowd of students from the White Tiger Academy who maintained the White Tiger Guardian formation. It was only seen that any ferocious beasts that were swept by the light were instantly turned into flying ash. Within a few moments, except in the direction of the stone monument, a large vacuum appeared beneath Gu Changqing's feet. The earth was even more furrowed, with gray smoke that seemed to wail. When the light's energy was exhausted, Gu Changqing came out of the mecha cabin and put the mecha beast pet into the Imperial Beast space to recover its energy. The leading teacher, on the other hand, was filled with surprise as he looked at Gu Changqing, who was walking over and had guessed his identity. Worthy of being a messenger hand-picked by Lord Qinglong, today's sighting has shown me what is beyond the heavens. As for Bai Qingling next to him, his face turned blue after Gu Changqing left the mech. Both fists clenched, teeth clenched. There was anger, shock, and more than anything else, there was unwillingness. Gu Changqing also noticed him, and after greeting the leader, he said to Bai Qingling, "I think we've met somewhere before?" Not waiting for Bai Qingling's fire to erupt, the lead teacher hurriedly said, "It's normal for you to forget. In the escape battle of the National Grand Examination, you fought against 4, and he's the freshman of our White Tiger Academy." Bai Qingling, Gu Changqing suddenly realized, come to think of it, the 4 of you caused me a lot of trouble back then. Gu Changqing truthfully said that the formation of the 4 great pseudo-sacred beasts, if we hadn't caught the black egg burning the original bloodline and activating the path of heavenly fate, if you want to counter it, you'll have to rely on Kogain to turn on the big moves. But the words sounded different in Bai Qingling's ears. Wait, I'll catch up with you and surpass you, then you go for it. Gu Changqing responded with a sound of solidarity, hating Bai Qingling so much that he wanted to gnash his teeth. This asshole is looking for a fight, right? Would it kill you to say more? Mud. If I couldn't beat him, I'd have to send him a certificate of disability. Are you going to move on? Watching Gu Changqing in front of the stone monument, bowing and saluting solemnly, the leader asked after some emotion. Yes, the number of ferocious beasts is too bizarre and unending. Even if we gather the White Tiger Academy and the entire Tianyuan city, we can only hold them for a short period of time, and in the long run, defeat is assured. Teacher, this stone monument, is it the true territorial demarcation line between the human race and the ferocious beasts? A stone monument that mourned the sages of the human race could not have been set up here for no reason. The mission of the White Tiger Academy is not to defend the city, but to guard the stone monument. It meant that the ferocious beasts were also thorns in the side of the stone monument and wanted to pull it out completely. It simply doesn't make sense. No, the lead teacher shook his head and looked back. The stone monument erected is only the return of their souls. The corpses and bones are still deeper. Generations of sages of the human race have not stopped studying and fighting against the ferocious beasts. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Gu Changqing picked up the mimic beast and continued on his way. Wait, the lead teacher called out to Gu Changqing, if you have the confidence, bring them back. Good. Confident? Gu Changqing wasn't sure. After all, no one knew for sure how many horrors beyond cognizance could exist deeper down. Gu Changqing traveled all the way, killing his way through the dense army of ferocious beasts in close quarters combat towards the depths. Promoted to Senior Imperial Beast Master, he gained the beast power skill Extreme Healing from the Magic Lotus Flower, with the feedback from the Body Pulse's promotion to the Earth Realm. The +1 to all skills allowed Gu Changqing's own battle power to increase dramatically. A 7th level fire control technique, plus 3 different attribute flames. The energy from the extreme healing damage was instantly replenished by the tie-in mouthful of yen, and the army of ferocious beasts that rushed out were generally at the gold level and below. It's a great opportunity to sharpen yourself. Tired. The mimic beast's rogue triple set triggers, not only shielding the ferocious beasts from hatred, but also taking some specialties from them in the process. Until the sky grew dark, Gu Changqing didn't know how long he had walked and how many ferocious beasts he had killed. All that could be seen was the experience bar, which was like an astronomical number, coming to an end. At that moment, in the hazy darkness, the open flat land not far away disappeared, and the outline of a vague mountain stream came into view. In the middle of the two mountains is a mountain path about 10 feet wide that, a steady stream of ferocious beasts, raging like an ant colony, ran out from it. That's where the ferocious beasts come out of. Relying on the mimic beast's golden word trait, Gu Chongqing carefully walked into the mountain path. The ferocious beasts ran over and automatically bypassed him. There is a distance of nearly 300 meters from the trail to the valley. The closer they got to the valley, a light green dot of light fluttered and swayed with the wind brought up by the ferocious beasts running. Beastie, Gu Chongqing called out, and under the heartbeat, only to see the mimic beast's cat form disappear and turn into a point of light as well. Gu Chongqing climbed the smooth mountain wall on his hands and knees to hide on a protruding rock in the center. The mimic beasts then blended into the cluster of light spots and slowly drifted towards the center of the valley. At the same time, the scene in front of Gu Chongqing's eyes moved along with the anthropomorphic beast. Suddenly, there was a soft thud. The mimic beast seemed to hit an invisible wall of air and bounced back a stagger. Who? Suddenly, a voice like a thunderbolt rippled through the center of the valley. Only an oval-shaped light curtain cover was slowly revealed. Someone? Unclear. The anti-peeping formation has been triggered. It's probably a ferocious beast that didn't have time to be branded. This place is a cultivation ground. An ordinary human race imperial beast master can't enter. Besides, that fellow lifted the seal on the bottom of the East Sea, and nearly half of the human race's elites are gathered there. There are beast tides attacking the city in the west, south, and north realms, so it's too much to take care of itself just to deal with it. Maybe, it's because I'm overthinking it. The seals have already broken through half of them. Before long, not only will the Western realm collapse in front of it, but my beast pets will also be promoted to legends with the help of their power. I heard that he has also come to Tianyuan City. When the time comes, I will make him witness the pain of watching his loved ones die in front of him without being able to struggle. Gu Chongqing, who was listening through the anthropomorphic beast, was stunned at the words. The anthropomorphic beast once again charged at the peep-proof formation. At that moment, the pupils suddenly shrunk. The anti-spying array failed for a split second, and Gu Chongqing saw a familiar face. Shanghai, why is he here? Chapter 156, The Difference Between Me and You. The sudden surprise caught Gu Chongqing a bit off guard. Shanghai's movements are linked to the evil gods that the foreign organizations believe in. For this reason, those vicious imperial beast masters spared no sacrifice and attacked the provincial capital of Huang province with the aim of rescuing Shanghai. But in the blink of an eye, Shanghai appeared at this place. It's also inextricably linked to the beast wave attacking the city. From talking to each other, even more secrets are brewing that are not known. For a moment, Gu Chongqing's brain worked rapidly. A bizarre but reasonable guess has been generated. Gu Chongqing wasn't hiding either, and stood up from behind that protruding rock, looking down on the valley that was concealed by the anti-peaking formation. Drinking coldly, he said, I never imagined that the two of us would end up here. The light curtain of the anti-peeping formation washed out, and Shanghai, who was dressed in a black power suit, walked out from it. Sparingly, he surveyed Gu Chongqing without meaning to. I had a feeling it would be you, and it seems to have come true. How about it? This place should be fine as your grave. Just a defeated general. I really shouldn't have been soft-hearted at that time. I should have destroyed you before that Dao domain broke. Gu Chongqing had some regrets, but did not deny doing wrong. After all, there was still a beast king eyeing him in that situation. But it's not too late to make up for the mistakes made then. Are you, still you? Shanghai's state, on the surface, looked like that of a normal person, but the aura on his body gave off a deep sense of danger. It's like an impenetrable abyss, and the more you try to understand it, the more you will only be swallowed up by it. Is it my damn old classmate standing in front of me now, or is it an evil god? Shanghai gave a ghostly smile. Is there a difference? Both Shanghai and the evil god, he and I are no longer separate from each other. A cold aura flickered in Gu Chongqing's eyes, and by his side, the black egg and the demonic lotus flower suddenly appeared. To be honest, you surprised me. It's not just the things your parents secretly left behind, but also your own hidden secrets. According to my investigation, whether it's the first beast pet you fell into waste or not, or the others as well, at best, they are all miscellaneous soldiers that can't even make it to the top. Shanghai's eyes sank, flowing with a bizarre black light. But after contracting with you, each and every one of them possesses extraordinary power. With a low grade, they can erupt with a combat power that remains manageable even if they are 2 or 3 major grades higher. I've deliberately calculated their bloodline level. Only at the legendary level or above can they have such powerful battle strength. Listening to Shanghai as if he was undressing, one by one, he told his own secrets, 7 truths and 3 lies. Gu Chongqing only hummed lightly at this. That's right, all of my beast pets are legendary grade. No, all of them are mythic grade, or even super god level. But so what if you know that? It won't save your life. Shanghai shook his head. Don't you think that you're the one who's an alien amongst the human race? I am at least nurtured by this imperial beast world. Are you? Gu Changcheng, I really suspect that you and the fierce beasts, or rather, the abyssal rules, have some connection, but speculation is useless. Only your death will verify whether I am right or wrong. Then you have to verify it carefully. After the conversation between the two finished, behind Shenhai, a hellish six-headed dog covered in black flames, as well as the cold and chilly ice lion, also wrapped in black, appeared from the summoning formation. Thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, that idiot Li Haoran wouldn't have contracted that thing to my body. There wouldn't be the current mutated beast pet, as well as my body vein. Shenhai stomped on the ground with both feet, like an arrow off the string, and hurriedly ran towards Gu Changqing. At the same time, Gu Changqing made the same move. 101 black, the flame of heaven and the chi of darkness, running wildly in their body veins. Dang! With a dull thud, the black and white halos swept away, shocking and killing a large number of ferocious beasts that frequently rushed out from the constant stream of anti-peeping formations. The black egg and the demonic lotus flower, too, battled with the six-headed dog of hell and the dark ice lion. After the enchantment of darkness, the two beast pets had changed drastically from before. That vast darkness seemed to assimilate everything. The black egg and the demon lotus flower were just a little bit tainted, and they were like maggots attached to the bone, demonizing the spirit. Why does it feel a bit similar to your demonic lotus karmic fire? Feeling the nature of the darkness in his body, Black Egg looked towards the demon lotus and opened his mouth. Don't compare me with unimpressive things, just your 6 heads, huh? Let's see if I don't blow them up one by one and kill you to ashes. Being taunted by Black Egg, the devil lotus karmic fire underneath the devil lotus flower's feet instantly went up in flames. A surging ferocious aura washed out from the karmic fire. When the flames were gradually extinguished, the devil lotus entered its 3-headed, 6-armed form and 3 heads, each using 3 different skills. On the 6 arms, different rooted rod-shaped weapons were swung. Chen Hai, who was in the middle of a confrontation with Gu Changqing, saw that the hell 6-headed dog was fighting without any power at the hands of the demonic lotus in this form. With a fierce face, he snapped, "On what grounds? In Shanghai, my Chen family is the number 1 deservedly. If talent, I'm just a hair's breadth behind you. In terms of resources, what are you comparing me with? But the damned heavens, the damned abyss, allowed you to awaken the legend. I, on the other hand, am just a bronze-level iron body bull. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced." Gu Changqing had always had a doubt about the source of Chen Hai's hostility towards him. The Chen family had made the move to snatch it for the family's grand plan to ascend the ranks. Turns out, he blamed gambling-style randomness. I see. Thanks for answering the question. More flame power erupted from Gu Changqing's body veins. After knocking Chen Hai back with a punch, the 3 sons amazing transformed into a pair of flaming wings behind his back, holding Gu Changqing up in the air, and then he swooped down and a pair of fire wings were like divine blades, and all the ferocious beasts that touched them had their heads cut off. Die! The killing machine filled the air. Gu Changqing no longer stayed his hand. Facing the fire god like Gu Changqing, Chen Hai also let out a long whistle. The darkness chi in the veins of the body exploded in full force, used to fend off. However, as the Tai-in mouth inferno devoured it, a loophole appeared in his darkness chi. Gu Changqing seized the moment, and the flame of heaven transformed into a white fire dragon. It drilled through the loophole and tightly wrapped around Chen Hai. Why? The heights that others need a lifetime to reach, you have with ease? At this point in time, Chen Hai has no more cards, though the breath of darkness strengthened and mutated a lot for him as well as his beast pet. But in the eyes of the much higher Gu Changqing, it still wasn't enough. Gu Changqing didn't reply, just snapped his fingers. The white fire dragon opened its mouth and was about to swallow Chen Hai. Snort! A muffled sound. Only a powerful sword aura was seen, easily cutting off the dragon's head. Within the anti-peep formation, a sword blade appeared, pointing at Gu Changqing from afar. He, who cannot die. Chapter 157, King vs. King. The blade of the sword glowed and gulped. The sharp and unparalleled sword chi stirred, and it was actually difficult for even Tai-in Mouthflame to digest this sword chi for a moment. Looking at the sword, Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow and said, Rarely, I didn't expect you to be there. No wonder what Chen Hai said was so contrary to his persona. I originally thought it was that monster that was the culprit, but once we exchanged blows, I realized it was wrong again. His eyes were steeply sharp. From the beginning to the end, you, who made me drop my guard first, are the protagonist. The light curtain of the anti-peeping formation opened a light door, and a young man with a straight posture, carrying a sword, stepped out from it. In a split second, Gu Changqing saw what appeared to be a mound of earth in the center of the valley that was obscured by the curtain of light. Those beasts, they were running out of the dark places where the earthbags were arching up. See you again, with the same grace, but, again, on opposite sides. In fact, we could have come together, because what we both are looking for, is the same. The sword was put away and did not enter the young man's brow. I vaguely remember that you held a different mindset regarding the family. It is said that the genius of the Chen family died out and degenerated into a thug for the Imperial Beastmaster Association. That's a great disguise. And it's time for me to learn more from you. Chen Go. The one who chopped off the white dragon head for Chen Hai was none other than Chen Go. His aura was strong. So strong that his body chakra was inexplicably exhilarated with every touch of the emanating wisp. Hunger. The body chakra is hungry, trying to eat the breath to fulfill itself. It's not just the 1/3 of the Taiyin mouth inflammation fire that's causing the problem. Rather, the quality of the breath is, well, high. Chen Go's appearance also made all of Gu Changqing's suspicions point in the right direction. He's the first poor guy to get abused. People who are scared to admit defeat by Kogane's buggy flames comparable to a small sun. Though in hindsight, he put a lot of water on it at the time. The Chen family deserves to die and should be destroyed. Even if it wasn't you, I would still personally strike. Before that, I still want to solemnly invite you to join us. In Chen Go's hand, there was an additional skull logo badge, the very symbol of that exotic organization. You have some attachment to Zhenhai? It was the land of heartbreak and destruction. Your parents died tragically there. For protection, protecting the lineage of those who have a desire for profit and do not follow the right path. It's not true that Li Haoran was sent by our people. For that illusory 1 in 100,000 possibility, I became a sacrifice. Chen Go grabbed the robe with his left hand and ripped it open with force. On his chest, from his heart, a line of blackness started from this and crawled almost all over his front. I hate that I couldn't withstand the horrible experiments. After my failure, the Chen family kicked me into the Imperial Beastmaster Association like a piece of trash, and turned their heads to hope for him, even trying to trick your beast pet just for him. Gu Changqing listened to Chen Go. He recalled Chen Go's profile in which, for some unknown reason, he had rejected the famous Imperial Beast School that had recruited him. It seems to be because of this. You two brothers, you really are family. Both took their hatred and transferred it to others. But what you're doing now is even more hateful and deserving than them. Gu Changqing no longer shivered with him, and the level 7 fire control technique was applied with full force. A monstrous blaze exploded and spread through his body. Powerful streams of fire flowed through the valley like a rising flood. Black Egg and Demon Lotus abandoned the hell 6-headed dog and Dark Ice Lion, who had been beaten up like a mess. Changing targets, one left and one right attacked Chen Go. Why bother? Seeing that Gu Changqing didn't eat the condescension, Chen Go sighed and the weapon favorite sundering golden sword was once again in his hand, and the dark devil dogs, which were about 7 feet tall, as well as the dark ice bird, also appeared one after another. Like Chen Hai, Chen Go's beast pet had also mutated. The level of evolution was only stronger than Chen Hai. Where's that bird of yours? How are you going to beat me without it? If you can't beat me, how can you kill him? Chen Go was extremely confident, his footsteps pointing falsely on the ground, and then he even stepped in the air and killed Gu Changqing with his sword. His swordsmanship was agile and flowing, not fast, but with the illusion of slow time. Gu Changqing's fire wings incited his Taiyin mouth flame condensed the battle sword, consuming it with Chen Go. Your use of beast power is really high beyond imagination. It seems that the one from the Green Dragon Academy has placed a lot of capital on you. The grade of body vein remodeling is very high, isn't it? Unfortunately, if you don't enter the king, even a divine grade body vein will have to kneel down. The speed at which the solemn golden sword stabbed came steeply accelerated. But the flow of time in front of Gu Changqing was really slowing down. Domain? He slammed his palm out, and the golden crow armor just wrapped around his entire body at the same time that a crunch, just felt a pain in my chest. Great force attacked his body, and the whole person flew out backwards. To tell you so much, 1 is to make you a ghost of understanding, and 2 is to sincerely invite you to join. 3rd, it's for the unfolding of the domain. The golden crow armor in front of his chest was dented, and the flames that looked like substance were stirred up by the sword chi. Luckily the flames were of superior quality, or else it really would have been a sword through and through. Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. It was really Chen Go's domain that was too outrageous. It's actually possible to control time, although it is very short. In a life and death struggle, a short moment is life and death. Chen Go was not in a hurry to attack, but retreated to the anti-peeping formation when, as for Chen Hai, who was trapped by the remnants of the white fire dragon, there was no intention of rescuing him, allowing the flame of heaven to bake and torment it. Gu Changqing's gaze crossed over him to the curtain of light. Chen Go is stalling, like he's waiting for something. What was even more bizarre was that the number of ferocious beasts rushing out of the anti-peeping formation had obviously decreased. No, it can't be put off. Facing the king level, Gu Changqing lightly called out to Ling Tian. In the next instant, the Ling Tian mech appeared out of thin air. Gu Changqing, who had entered the cabin, checked the energy recovery of the mech. 10% short of full. Not being in the king is futile? Sorry, I have a king too. The particle warblade was drawn, and in the core of the mech, the energy of the draconic warblood was raging. The mech's circumference was covered in red. A swing of the war knife. A half-moon-shaped blade slashed through the sky and slashed towards the light curtain. What can I say about you? With you around, all the Imperial Beastmasters will be eclipsed. Unfortunately, even if you find something, you can't stop it. Chengo's domain chased after the half-moon-shaped blade awnings, and in the blink of an eye, as the flow of time slowed down, the lingering sword chi swung out, shattering the blade aura. Then let's see whose king is stronger. The Ling Tian mecha held the particle warblade tightly with both hands, and the sharpness of the warblade rushed straight at Chengo as well as the light screen. The red energy of the desolate ancient battle blood poured into the particle battle blade as much as it could. At Gu Changqing's bellow, the particle warblade erupts with red light, extreme heat that blurred vision wherever it passed. Thermal light. Chengo's eyes narrowed as he droned. Don't forget, I still have a beast pet. When he finished speaking, he only saw a shadow looming down over Ling Tian's mech. Chapter 158, The Sun God Bird. This sun is not the same as the other sun. Master, look out. Black Egg fixed the sea with a stick to force back the dark demon dog. Want to go to block it is already too late. Can only shout to remind. Unexpectedly, on the shoulders of Ling Tian's mecha, a pair of armored doors opened, and a pair of steel wings instantly took shape. Duck and move away as the shadows landed. Boom! On the particle battle blade, the red energy that had finished accumulating was like a laser cannon beam, blasting towards Chengo as well as the light curtain behind him. Seeing that the blazing light was about to come upon him, steeply, the earth shook, and the originator of that shadow, Chengo's beast pet, preceding him, his huge mountain-like body overflowed with black brilliance. An unbreakable shield wall was formed to keep the heat rays out. Gu Changqing in the cabin raised an eyebrow, being more than familiar with this beast pet. It was the same invisible beast pet that had nearly killed him, only, now it was more like a titan. Pieces of gnarled muscle covered in black armor, a giant broadsword dangling from his waist, and as he competed with the heat rays of a wisp of aura belonging to the king level slowly erupted out. This chi, similar to the aura of Chengo's release domain, was very similar. It seemed that this beast pet was the biggest help in being able to advance to the rank of king level royal beast master. You're strong, except I'm stronger. The heat rays couldn't resist the attack. Chengo had a smile on his face. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, he turned his back, looked at the scene in the anti-peeping formation, and muttered, "It's going to be a success. It's going to be a success." With the dual kings in front of them, Gu Changqing was already unable to defeat them with his Ling Tian mecha. Even though Chengo's king level was still weak, it was still a king. Just as Gu Changqing was considering whether or not to recall little Jean, with a wry smile, Chengo looked at him in the mech and said, "Gu Changqing, in my mind, you are still an object worthy of being drawn in. If you want me to die, I may not want you to die as well, since you desperately want to know what's inside. Then I'll show you." Chengo swung out several sword chi in a row with the sundering golden sword in his hand, and the sound of the cracking, the anti-peeping formation that covered the center of the valley gradually failed. The scene hidden in the curtain of light surfaced in front of him. When looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Changqing couldn't help but be shocked. A tomb cluster? This is here? In the corner he had glimpsed earlier, those earthbags were, in fact, individual graves, densely arranged in the center of the valley. There were at least hundreds of them, and in the very center of the mound's arch is a stone door. At this point the stone door was half vacant, with an opening more than 9 feet long, and the ferocious beasts just ran out of the stone door in a steady stream, and the gap in the stone door was closing at a slow pace. That's right, every person in the graveyard is a great figure in the history of the Imperial Beastmasters. Here is the place where their bones are buried, and that door is the Gate of Fierce Beasts. The Gate of Fierce Beasts. It was the first time Gu Changqing had ever heard of it, and it had never been mentioned in the Imperial Beast Encyclopedia or in the school's knowledge of Imperial Beasts. According to what Chengo had said, and what he had witnessed with his own eyes, a possibility lingered in his mind. The abyss descends and the ferocious beasts invade, but in reality, they emerge from this portal? Chengo smiled and nodded. Clever, the abyss is unknown, and according to our research guesses, it is an energy with great wisdom for protection. Also, you got the order wrong. It's the Gate of Ferocious Beasts that comes first, and the abyssal power that comes second. The human race, it should be the sages, who used their own power to seal the door of the fierce beasts, leaving behind only the fierce beasts of this world. They had thought that by relying on the inheritance and development left behind, the human race would eliminate the ferocious beasts in their territory. However, when the greatest threat was eliminated, the inheritance was broken. Gu Changqing sighed as he realized that Chengo's eloquence was much better than he had imagined. This is not your motive for joining a foreign organization and endangering Tianyuan City. No, Chengo spread his hands. What I'm doing, and what you're going to do want to do, aren't they the same? Removing the poisonous tumors in exchange for a stronger Imperial Beast world. The only difference is that you're using a good medicine that works slowly, while I'm fighting poison with poison. Phew! Gu Chongqing in the cabin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes showing only a hint of struggle before instantly firming up. Jean! He called out softly. In the next second, little gold in the form of the three suns burning eagle, the three colored flames reflected the entire canyon. The intimidating temperature was more than a few notches stronger than the fire control technique used by Gu Chongqing. As soon as little gold appeared, his sharp eyes fixed on the Titan and Shen Go. The particle warblade of Ling Tian's mecha was hidden, and his 10 fingers transformed into black holes of gun barrels, aiming at Shen Go. Poison and good medicine aside, you stand against me and are destined to share life and death. Shen Go's attention had been on Xiao Jin, feeling the sense of oppression that exceeded that of the beast pet by far too much, and said indifferently, whatever, whether I die or not, it won't have any impact on the big battle. Instead, it's you. Can you catch the upcoming heavy pressure? The sundering golden sword pointed remotely. Shen Go's entire body erupted with battle intent. Then let me test the waters. Heavenly authorized Imperial Beast Master, peerless candidate, and future god of Imperial Beasts. You, just how much weight do you have? The Titan growled, drew the broadsword at his belt, and, together with Shen Go, they unleashed the strong pressure of the King's Tao King level. Man and sword, beast and sword, become one. 2 King level merged swords, 2 identical King level auras. Reconvergence. In the end, it merged into a giant golden sword, killing in a great way. Little Gold let out a cry, and the flame energy stored in the golden crow's shadow was swept away in an instant. Around its body, a ball of triple yang amazing fire rapidly swelled and it didn't stop until one was 6 feet across in diameter. The next instant, flames, sword chi, and a dense line of fire that it fills the valley. An aura of smoke and energy rose into the air, like the sight of a nuclear explosion. The earth shook and the sky was destroyed. The energy riot lasted for as long as 10 minutes before it gradually subsided. Black Egg and Devil Lotus Flower fanned the dust, looked at the gray surroundings, and muttered, Big Sister is really laying down a deadly hand. With this power, it's enough to overpower me for 10 reincarnations. Magic Lotus is silent. In the valley above, vaguely visible a faint reddish color. Such a flame is unique to the bloodline. How far can it exactly evolve? I don't know. Big Sister was the first to follow her master. Golden Crow. Is that the divine bird image that appears occasionally? The Devil Lotus Rare Dao sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Golden Crow? If it's a golden crow, this little scene, or not enough. God bird, a natural bird of God. My memories tell me that it was a flame that was enough to rival the sun. And, the sun in my memory is not the sun I see now. Black Egg was confused by Devil Lotus tongue-twisting words. What isn't this sun? That sun. The sun. Isn't it just this one? Humph. The Devil Lotus snorted and said disdainfully. This? At best, it's just an illuminating, larger fireball. It's a sun that can burn everything. As the two beasts exchange, Xiao Jin had already swooped down and stomped Shen Go's blown-up body, which only had one leg and one arm left, heavily under his feet. Wait! Gu Chongqing called out to Xiao Jin and looked at Shen Go, who was about to die but had plenty of vitality, and said, How much do you know about the Gate of Fierce Beasts? Tell me everything. Chapter 159, The Western Wasteland Beast World, the ultimate golden word. In Shen Go's eyes, there was no fear of imminent death. The remaining light looked at Chen Hai's body, which was bound by the white fire dragon and had been turned into charcoal. Not far away, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise as he said, Oh my dear cousin, don't blame me. If you want to blame me, find your own father. Gu Changqing wasn't interested at all in the feuds of the Chen family. He waited for Chen Go to finish lamenting his life before saying, Now you can say it. What makes you so sure that I'll tell you? Intuition. Chen Go just watched, and after a while suddenly laughed. Intuition. Ha ha ha. Interesting. After a pause, he continued. The Gate of Fierce Beasts is a portal to another world. Shen Go's words opened up and he began to recount the information he had learned about the Fierce Beast Gate. Gu Chongqing listened carefully, but his brows were getting tighter and tighter. According to what Shen Go had said, in the current Imperial Beast world, there was more than just this one Fierce Beast Gate, almost all over the out-of-town world. Only that many of them have been sealed or destroyed by the sages of the human race. Only a few are left, hidden away in unknown places. The Fierce Beasts gates also have strengths and weaknesses, like this one I opened. The grade of the Fierce Beasts is below the gold grade. Many powerful Fierce Beasts are bound by limitations that prevent them from crossing over. Gu Chongqing, if one day, all of the Fierce Beast gates are activated, how should you react? The sudden question made Gu Chongqing unable to answer for a moment. The two of them, they also came to this Imperial Beast world through this portal, right? Chen Go's gaze landed on the black egg and the demonic lotus. This guy, Gu Changqing, was stunned. Obviously, Chen Go knew too many hidden things. The black egg's origin is a mystery, as is the magic lotus, but all were unknown creatures that the rules of the abyss could not even probe. I've told you all I can and should tell you, so come on. Chen Go looked at the sky that was covered in smoke and slowly closed his eyes. Xiao Jin's mouth integrated a tiny mouth flame that shot straight at Chen Go's body. Chen Go's vitality was quickly devoured by the flames. At the end of the line, he smiled and said, "This road is not smooth, but I hope you can clear the obstacles." Achievements. Achievements. The voice went weak. A breeze blew, and the bodies of Chen Go and Chen Hai turned into ashes and went with the wind. Chen Go's beast pets, too, accompanied each other in a gurgling wail. Black Egg put away his rui stick and skimmed his lips. If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Greed. The Devil's Lotus spoke the truth succinctly. Gu Changqing took a step toward the portal in the center of the grave bag. Yeah, it's all about greed. Some people are greedy for power. Some people are greedy for power. Some people are greedy for revenge. Some people are greedy for the sake of curiosity. Some people covet for the sake of their nature. Covetousness, tickling desire, when beyond the limits of what one can control. Just step out into the unknown. There is no going back, only forward. The Chen family, since the beginning of Chen Ziming, ended with Chen Go. It brings all kinds of greed to life. If one's heart was set on righteousness, Chen Go and Chen Hai might not necessarily not be able to become excellent imperial beastmasters. Gu Changqing put away his sighs and concentrated on checking out this portal. His hand was gently placed on the. Suddenly, the roaring growl of a ferocious beast seemed to come back to his ears and, the next second, the abyssal alert went off. Is it possible to pass through the door of this ferocious beast and enter the unknown otherworld? Your current power can't withstand the temporal turbulence. Forcing you to enter will kill you. After entering the teleportation channel, the rules of the abyss will disappear completely. Please proceed with caution. Then, information about this portal appeared. Gate of the Feral Beasts, Teleportation Base Point. Introduction. A magical and unpredictable world of ferocious beasts with unknown and terrifying dangers. Do not venture into it before reaching the rank of King Beastmaster. Transmission base target, Western Beast World. Gu Changqing's hand dropped, his heart beating hard. For a moment, he had the urge to enter in spite of the prompting to find out what was going on. Still, it was only at the call of Kogain that he broke away from his terrible obsession. For the first time, Gu Changqing had a clear perception of the Imperial Beast World. For the first time, there was a further understanding of the rules of the Abyss. This is simply in the Novice Village, and the Abyss rules are just hard protection. Only after growing to a certain point in the Novice Village can you go out and develop in other maps. The only difference is that the world of Imperial Beasts, a newbie village, is a little too powerful. Gu Changqing attempted to have Little Gold destroy the Fierce Beast's gate, only that the Three Suns' amazing strike couldn't turn over any sparks on it. Looks like I'm sitting on the fence a bit. The Super God level Xiao Jin evolved to the Gold grade, both in terms of four-dimensional attributes and skills, exceeded it by far too much. Even the King level was a bit inadequate in front of it. It was because of this that it caused Gu Changqing to develop a sense of contempt. After seeing this Fierce Beast gate, he realized that there were heavens beyond the heavens. Perhaps that Western Wasteland Beast realm behind the gate of ferocious beasts had ferocious beasts that surpassed perception. Come on, let's go back. When the gate of Fierce Beasts closed, the beast tide became a thing of the past. Gu Changqing killed out of the valley, and was thinking of continuing on to the west. Only, after about an hour's travel, the road broke. Mist, the kind of fog that can't be seen at a glance, the kind of fog that continuously cuts down on spiritual energy, enveloping the more western world. It seems that it's impossible to get Little White to advance for a while. The trip was a rewarding one. Gu Changqing wasn't frustrated either, and mounted Little Gold and flew in the direction of Tianyuan City, and shortly after he left, in the midst of that mist, a human arm reached out from it. The number of the ferocious beast army was still as unknown as the sands of the heavenly river, but without backup, it's a lamb to the slaughter. The group of students from the White Tiger Academy were no longer here when Gu Changqing passed the Sage Stone Monument, obviously received some kind of message that, when the border walls are exposed to view, Gu Changqing's beast pets were engaged in the hunt. Kogain drove him to the head of the city. The Imperial Beast Masters on the city walls cheered when they saw the divine bird return. Li Qi, who was bathed in blood below, was also relieved. I knew you had succeeded when the number of ferocious beasts rapidly decreased. Gu Changqing smiled, then looked solemnly at the bodies of the Imperial Beastmasters that were laid out on the inside of the city wall. I'm still a step too late. Not late. Yeah, it should do well enough. It's a blessing, an honor, and a satisfaction. Gu Changqing's words immediately drew solidarity from the other Imperial Beastmasters. In his eyes, he suddenly saw that, It was as if a fire had ignited in the bodies of these Imperial Beastmasters, and then a wisp of smoke drifted out of the head of the, converged into his backpack space. This is, Gu Chongqing was surprised and opened his backpack space. A word that is different from the other gold words, was feasting on the smoke. Extreme golden words, incense into God. There's movement? Chapter 160, War, Live and Let Live. Extreme gold words are reacting. Only the golden words of the incense that had become a god could be seen, gulping down the smoke that wafted from the body of the Imperial Beastmaster. At the city gates where Gu Chongqing was, there were no less than 500 Imperial Beastmasters, watching the fire that burned up inside of them go out at a slow pace. The smoke stopped coming out, and only then did the incense become the golden words of the gods slowly tend to calm down. Gu Chongqing held the golden phrase in his hand, and the information about it changed. Incense into God, unlimited gold phrase. Effect, gathering the energy of faith and incense from all beings to condense the spiritual elements / immortal babies, breaking through the limit of body veins, ascending to the divine level. Introduction, the way of incense and fire. As the faith of all beings in incense and fire is raised, the battle power of this way is stacked without limit. Hint, this limit gold phrase is a special phrase that can be shared by the Beastmaster after it has been given to the Beast Pet. Requirements for use, mythical grade Beast Pet / honorable grade Beastmaster. Incense to become a god. The same path as Black Egg's destiny. In the end, they all broke the limits of their ranks and bloodlines and achieved true godhood. However, the use of the requirements. Forget it, just upgrade honestly. The Great War continues. It lasted until the early morning of the second day, when the sun of a new day rose slowly in the east. The last ferocious beast was blasted to slag by hundreds of skills. Victory! I don't know who cried out, but the city immediately fell into a sea of excitement and grief above and below the city. Inside and outside the city, Li Qi was covered in blood and looked gloomy, and less than 10 of the 100 elites that he had brought out from the Yi family were left, even the bodies, of which only a few have been found. The others perished in the bloody maw of the ferocious beast. At that moment, the White Tiger Academy's leading teacher walked over with students who had also lost a lot of money. Bai Qingling's eyes were red and he couldn't stop trembling. The latter gave a sob, which could no longer be stifled. And, hugging and crying like a helpless child, the lead teacher patted his shoulder and said, "Don't blame yourself, no one will blame you. They are only 1 meter. From me only 1 meter. If I'm a little stronger, maybe I can save them." In the presence of ferocious beasts, albeit only those below the gold level, the fledglings experienced what it meant to be separated from life. The agony of having a comrade bitten alive right in front of your eyes and not being able to do anything about it. This is a war between 2 clans, and the power of 1 person is, after all, small. Cheer up. When you are able to protect the clans with your own strength, it's not too late to think about those useless sad feelings. Bai Qingling suddenly got up and rushed to Gu Chongqing's front, grabbing the collar of his robe with both hands and hissing, "Aren't you a peerless candidate? Aren't you a heavenly authorized Imperial Beast Master? Aren't you the next god of Imperial Beasts? Where were you when they needed it?" Bang! Gu Chongqing broke his wrist and kicked it to the ground, indifferently saying, "Want to seek me for a psychological comfort? You can, when you defeat me. I, Gu Chongqing, will bow 3 times and apologize to them who died. If you can't do that, learn the lessons of war well. Don't let the regrets of this one carry over to that one." Bai Qingling covered his aching chest and was stunned for a moment as his spirit recovered. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Don't gross me out. It's not me you're sorry for. It's them." The Imperial Beastmasters who survived watched this little farce in silence. They also want to vent, and they want an excuse and a reason. But war is war. Live and fight. The lead teacher sighed. If it wasn't for the crisis of the situation this time, we wouldn't have been able to bear to let them face it early. By the way, Evergreen, about that side, the curtain has also fallen. "Teacher, please talk this way." When the two reached a corner, Gu Chongqing said eagerly, "What's going on? You stopped the fierce beast's reinforcements, and you should have seen that portal as well. Actually, the truly ferocious monsters can't enter those portals. With the human sages guarding them and the restrictions of the abyssal rules, it's not a problem. Nothing but." The lead teacher looked to the east, at the rising sun and, only, it's impossible to say on the East Sea side. The reason why the Green Dragon Academy moved its school on a sea island was because it wanted to guard a portal that hadn't been completely sealed, but instead was on the verge of breaking free from the rules of the abyss. Before that, the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu Academies, most of their elites gathered in the East Sea. I got word an hour ago that the winds and waves above the East Sea were calm, so it seems to be over. Listening to the leading teacher's description, Gu Chongqing's mind appeared the picture of the corner of the future that he had seen in front of the causal mirror. Are they all right? With the 4 academy elites present, and the green dragon, it must have calmed down smoothly. the leading teacher was about to speak, and under Gu Changqing's urgent gaze, he said, "The elites of the 4 great academies, more than half of them are dead or injured. There are no more than 1 in 10 students above the junior year of the Green Dragon Academy." Qinglong, Lord Qinglong, with his own strength, after heavily hitting the monster that rushed out from that portal, his life and death are unknown. Gu Changqing was puzzled, and subconsciously said, "The 4 holy beasts, they did not appear together? No. Phew, that's good. That's good. It seems that this cataclysm is not the tip of the future. Thanks for letting me know." After saying his thanks, Gu Changqing bid farewell to Li Qi and the others and returned to Tianyuan City. Even if it had nothing to do with that corner of the future, the Green Dragon Academy would be hit hard after this. Now all he wants to do is get back. More than anything, I want to know what's going on with Green Dragon. Xiao Jin accelerated with all his might, and upon arriving outside the gates of Tianyuan City, he saw that Yishir San's family of 3, as well as the Golden Hair Roar, whose bloodline had regressed and whose battle power had increased greatly, were already waiting for him. "Uncle, Aunt and Senior, what are you?" Without saying a word, Golden Hair Roar's sharp nails plunged into his chest and drew out a crystal core filled with death aura. "Take it. Despite not being able to add any battle power to you, blocking the full force of a Beast King level ferocious beast is still doable." Gu Changqing didn't push back, took it and put it into his backpack space. "Go, there's still a lot of time to go between you and Smokey. When the East Sea has settled down, come back to take Smokey back." Yishir San's tone was gentle, like that of a loving father. "Yes, the teleportation array is ready. Let's go. The Yi family is worthy of being the top of Tianyuan." After Gu Changqing entered the teleportation array, his backpack was filled with a lot of inexplicable and unknown goodies that had been stuffed into it. After the rushing light rose up, the sky was spinning, and when Gu Changqing opened his eyes again, what was seen was Tang Zetian and other Tang family patriarchs. The Tang family didn't say much, and continued to load the energy lost from the teleportation array. Again, he shoved something to Gu Changqing. Once again, the sky swirled, and I don't know how long it took to. Gu Changqing only felt a bright light in front of him. His stomach suddenly churned, and he hurriedly rushed out of the teleportation array, vomiting profusely. The body really couldn't handle 2 consecutive ultra-long-distance teleportations, still so useless despite getting stronger. "Come on then, eat this." Gu Changqing subconsciously took it and casually said thank you, but upon seeing the black palm grasping a peach, frozen for a moment, he whirled around and jumped out of the way, his fire control technique about to strike. "Don't be afraid, it's us." The lilting, melodious voice that drifted into the ears of he saw the peach girl, dressed in pink, floating on the peach blossom bridge. "Seniors, it's you guys? How did I teleport here?" Chapter 161, Cycle of Karma, Capital of Immortality. "There is an old, undead loach that sincerely begs us to make sure we leave you behind." The black dragon was filled with disdain. Hard-mouthed fellow, if he had begged me properly, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Gu Changqing naturally knew who the loach in his mouth was referring to, and eagerly said, "Elder Qinglong, it hurt very badly? It won't die for a while. It's hiding in the dragon cave to nurse its wounds." That being said, "You kid can you even managed to get your hands on that rod that seals the dragons? Is that what you're talking about? Is that it?" The black egg and the demon lotus flower appeared together again. Black egg danced the Rui stick in his hand, which was even more powerful after its evolution. With a tigerish fling, the black dragon's face was seen to become somewhat unnatural. The devil's lotus, on the other hand, surveyed it with interest, from head to tail, from bottom to top, back and forth several times. The eyes also lit up with magic fire. A dragon? Or a very nice dragon? The black dragon did not know what the 2 rebels were really thinking, and when he was surprised, Gu Changqing immediately and compulsorily sent the 2 fellows back to the Imperial Beast space. Nice guy. If these 2 were to make a move, they wouldn't care what grade the black dragon was. They would be determined to do it to the death. The anticlimax boy retreated, and Gu Changqing's heart was slightly at ease. The heart is more at ease when there is nothing wrong with the green dragon. "We stopped you for one more important reason." Peach girl, who had been watching, waved her pink sleeve robe lightly and, just peach blossoms flying, pollen floating away. For a moment, a pollen mirror refracted and a picture flowed inside. A guy in a black robe, of unknown gender, in a tense situation with swords drawn over the East China Sea, sneaking into the mystic dragon forest and even ascending to the Cloud Palace. He seemed to be searching for something. This is part of the information passed over by the green dragon. This fellow, although he is not the culprit that led to the cracking of the seal of the East Sea, he is one of the accomplices. His purpose should be that mirror. Gu Changqing frowned, running towards the causal mirror. In the future corner of the screen, he is the biggest villainous boss. so powerful that he can crush the human elites into immobility with a single move. But he is nowhere near as powerful as he will be in the future. The causal mirror is one of the dragon race's relics. The mysterious origin of the dragon race even goes back to a long time ago. Even the green dragon, which is now the only remaining one and is ranked as one of the 4 great sacred beasts, is merely a descendant of the dragon race with an impure bloodline. As Peach Girl spoke, the black dragon on the side grunted heavily. Even he was relegated along with it. Am I wrong? Peach Girl pressed on, unafraid of the black dragon. Mostly right. I admit that compared to our ancestors, we don't even count as. But that causal mirror, it's not considered a dragon race relic. It can only be said that the birthplace of the dragon race is accompanied by the causal mirror's perimeter. The black dragon fell back into his memories, recalling the part of him that he knew. The so-called cause and effect is too far involved to investigate. All that is known is that through the mirror you can see what your heart desires. Some are for strength, some are for the greater good. Regardless of what, anyone who passes the test will get what they want from it. But, the black dragon's words turned. When you get from it, you have to carry the karma in the mirror. That is both nebulous and real. Kid, there is a big reason why that loach can value you, and it is this karma. Karma? Gu Changqing murmured. In that case, everything can only be closed. Otherwise, a green dragon being good for no reason is too deliberate. For the green dragon, we are trusting. Although it is a ferocious beast, it is not out of the gate of ferocious beasts. I believe that there are quite a few old men in hiding who share our thoughts. Therefore, we have a request. 2 horrible guys at the level of Beast Emperor, there's no need to catch him making up stories. Immediately, he said, Senior, please speak. As long as I can do it, I am obliged. The Peach Maiden waved her vegetative hand, only to see the bay of lake water form a dragon scroll that shot straight up to the sky. The lake was pumped out, revealing what it looked like underneath. Gu Changqing stood on top of the cliff and looked at the bottom of the lake, only to see that under the lake, which was about 30 feet deep, there was actually a portal as well. Above the portal, there were also 9 black chains more than half a meter thick. The gate of fierce beasts? Peach Girl shook her head. It's not the gate of ferocious beasts. It was left behind by old Black and Eye's benefactor when we came to the world beyond worlds. Exactly where it leads to is unknown. Elder is thinking. Let me go in and find out what's going on. Peach Girl and Black Dragon nodded at the same time. Despite the fact that I have a dragon bloodline flowing in my body, after all, it is only because my Enshu recreated me that I am now. Kid, we want you to go in and take a look. In case, my benefactor the immortal pill, which saved the world, even gave birth to the Black Dragon and the Peach Girl. But the problem is, disciples are Beast Emperor level, then as the Master's immortality medicine. Is it not? Getting in isn't a problem, but I'm scared. Gu Changqing's concerns had not yet been voiced. From the Black Dragon and the Peach Girl, a black and a pink dual-colored energy poured directly into his body. Gu Changqing's rank didn't move, and the body veins were under the action of 2 energies that. The 3 yang amazing fire seed in the cells surged and burned at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even more so, he had soared from the early stage of the Earth Realm to the peak of the Earth Realm in a single leap. Your strength is limited, not by rank level, but by the harsh advancement conditions of the beast pets. This is something that we cannot help you with, but your body veins were remodeled by the 3 of us together, and then washed and forged by the Cloud Palace spring water. The peak of the Earth Realm is enough to keep you unharmed on that side. Moreover, the 2 of us will keep an eye on you at all times and use secret methods to forcefully pull you back. The benefits and guarantees have been given. Gu Changqing stopped shivering and stepped on the Peach Blossom Bridge to the bottom of the lake. One hand touched the portal. Gate of Immortality, Special Transportation Base Point. Introduction. Once upon a time, it was filled with a rich vitality that was nearly endless, until the last immortal god pill escaped. No one knew what had happened at that end anymore. Entry requirements, only 1 beast pet can be brought in, and the rules of the abyss are completely invalidated. Transmission base, Immortal City, just the name is evil. Immortality, what a seductive word. I want to enter. Once again, the rules of the abyss will be completely null and void. Enter. After reconfirming, the portal suddenly overflowed with colorful light. Then the thick stone door opened and a strange scent wafted out from the portal. The Black Dragon and the Peach Girl were immediately surprised after only sniffing. It's the scent of the Enchantress. Is it hard to believe that the Enchantress is still alive? Gu Changqing, this dragon's hopes are entrusted to you. Even if the result is unsatisfactory, I'll recognize it. Don't worry, 2 seniors, I will do my best. Gu Changqing stepped into the portal. In the next second, the contents of the backpack space, with the exception of the gold words, fell as far as they could before the portal, together with the black egg, the magic lotus, white, the mimic beast, and the Ling Tian mech. All of them were ostracized from the space of the imperial beasts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get real. Gu Chongqing was so shocked that he only had time to grab the Tongtian beast harnessing whip and it just disappeared into the portal. Chapter 162, Mysterious Identity. Evil God Sacrifice. How sure are you? The Black Dragon and the Peach Girl instantly moved before this portal. Waving his hand, he put away the things Gu Chongqing had dropped, his gaze slightly worried. Peach Girl shook her head. Those things, they won't stop. No matter what, he has to go in. That thing inside, only he can bring it out. At this time, Black Egg and a group of other beast pets tacitly stood in a line and confronted the two beast emperors. Black Egg rubbed the Rui stick in his hand, his tone unkind. You two have been playing my master like a monkey from start to finish? Don't think that Master Black can't see that from the beginning to the end. It's all a well-rehearsed show that you guys put on. The magic lotus flower clinging to the lotus root pole, constantly changing various forms of weapons. Behind them even appeared a wall of about 3 feet high virtual shadow. 3 heads, 6 arms, calcined by the devil lotus karmic fire, red hair flying like a devil god. Without the control of the Ling Tian mech, every part was steaming hot, and the mech core of the draconic war blood, brewing energy on its own, was ready to strike at any time. The mimic beast hit on White's back and stepped forward, with a look like you're coming to fight me. That evil god, you guys know each other. The Waste Master is not here. Tell us. The devil's lotus went against the grain, suppressing the urge to flay her skin raw, and for the first time, wisdom took the high ground. Black Egg sniffed and said, Little flower, how do you know? Because I was summoned here by that guy, and even though my power is 1 in 10, I can still feel that there is a special connection between this place and that altar. The devil lotus's gaze, scanning the portal of teleportation, faintly said, using me to suppress the entrance of this place. It is obvious that that dog is aware of my true form. It's not you guys he wants to suppress. It's this portal. The black dragon looked at the demonic lotus flower rather surprised and turned his head to the peach lady. His beast pets. What kind of monsters are they? The peach lady looked at the stance of the several beast pets and said, a person granted by heaven can't be ordinary. You guys don't have to be so nervous. We do have the intention of harming him. The end of the teleportation base point is the Undying Capital, and there is something he needs there. Black Egg's head stuttered, not listening at all. What do you say? What if? That's what his next of kin left him. The black dragon sniffed and frowned just lightly. Black Egg and the other beast pets, on the other hand, looked at each other. There is more to him than what meets the eye. Specifically, I'm not at liberty to say it explicitly, as I only know a little bit about it as well. When he comes out of the capital of immortality, you guys will understand. How? For the first time, Devil Lotus moved his brain, and Black Egg left the decision up to him. Then wait quietly. Is this the capital of immortality? In front of the teleportation portal, Gu Changqing muttered as he gazed at the pitch-black sky and the smell of burning that filled the air. The ground was loose underfoot, and when you stepped on it, greenish-colored sap seeped out. Amidst the blackness, one could see the towering trees of A. Only the life is gone. Only the bare branches remain. Master, there are no signs of life around. Gu Changqing nodded, and the Tongtian beast harnessing whip flung out, snapping off a section of the tree trunk. After the fire control technique had set it ablaze, he was able to see the true site of this place clearly under the dimly dancing firelight. What he stepped on were the rotting stumps of plants that had died and, on those giant trees in the sky, a thorn-like branch pierced into the trees, absorbing all the nutrients. Whatever happened to the capital of immortality? With questions in mind, Gu Changqing held up the torch and walked forward. He didn't dare to take any chances. The rules of the abyss couldn't affect this place. All functions were disabled. I've probably been walking for almost an hour, and I can't tell which way I'm going. Suddenly, the sound of clattering water came from the left. Xiao Jin, in the form of a night brightness crow, flew over to scout around and came back. Master, there are lights in front of us. Go! A few minutes later, Gu Changqing stepped out of the woods, and below a gentle slope was a rushing river. On the opposite side of the river, a little bit of light flickered on and off, but it was very eye-catching in the darkness of the night. Xiao Jin grabbed Gu Changqing's shoulders and landed steadily on the opposite bank of the river. After moving ever closer towards the light, some odd sounds came from there, but their language, Gu Changqing couldn't understand. Master, it looks like a sacrifice. Sacrifice? Kogain nodded. Too far away to hear. Seems like some kind of god. Gu Changqing blurted out almost instinctively, evil god? The little golden bird's head tilted. God's thoughts are too weak. It seems. Gu Changqing was very surprised. How could anyone here believe in evil gods? In the next instant, he contradicted himself. And, how is it that no one believes in evil gods? The origin of the evil god is a mystery, and from the mouths of exotic organizations, it seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Hypothetically, what if the evil god is from here? Immortality pill, black dragon, peach girl, plus the words of the evil god. The secret of the world is clear. covered by the night, Gu Changqing slowly approached the see everything by the light there. This is not someone making a sacrifice. It's a little man the size of a fist, a fruit with limbs, to be exact, thousands and thousands of them, densely packed together in front of a dead, sky-high tree. As the fruiting figurines burst open, one by one, the branches of the giant tree, a bright leaf will be produced, and in the thick trunk of the tree, a hole was cut out with a sharp blade that, there was a line of bodies lying in the hole that, physically, it is very close to humans. Bright leaves are produced and fall off on their own. And then it landed on the body and disappeared. That's why the light they saw was bright and uncertain. How do you do it, master? Burn it all in one fire? Perhaps influenced by the black egg and the demon lotus. Xiao Jin's violent gene had also begun to awaken. There's no rush. Look again, turning his head to soothe Jean. But when he turned back again, he was appalled to find that those fruit villains, collectively, looked in unison in the direction he was hiding. After an exchange of gibberish that was unintelligible, suddenly, a pair of miniature black wings actually grew out of the back of those fruit villains and flew towards Gu Changqing. Even without Kogane's translation, he knew he had been discovered. The golden crow armor and the fire control technique come out in unison. Xiao Jin, on the other hand, switched to his three sons' burning eagle form, and a mouthful of heaven's flame was spat up. Immediately after that, Little Gold's huge body was as fast as a sharp arrow. A dozen or so fruit miniatures burst into pieces with a single swipe of the sharp claws. The sap that was scattered down had a spiritual nature and surged in towards Gu Changqing's body. As soon as the juice entered the body, it was instantly divided among the body veins. Feeling the fire in the cells grow with glee. Gu Changqing seemed to understand something. These fruit villains are clearly walking experience packs. He drew out the heavenly beast harnessing whip at his waist and danced swiftly. The fruitful little men who came up after the forward lunge exploded and some of the liquid was absorbed by the Tongtian beast harnessing whip. After absorbing the fruit villain's spiritual liquid again, on the body of the Tongtian beast harnessing whip, colorful rays of light were faintly flowing. Uluru, 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 uluru. Just then, the larger of the fruitful little men began to say something and then the fruit villains backed off. And, as Gu Changqing continued to make a charge with his whip, these fruity little people actually knelt down to him. Chapter 163 My corpse? What's going on? Gu Changqing, whose body was bathed in fire and whose golden crow armor was steaming with brilliant flames. Stunned, he stared at the neatly organized, kneeling rows of fruity little people, his head full of question marks. Is it possible that I'm so brave that I'm scared into submission by the aura of the king? Kogane hovered over them, the spit of flame building up in his mouth. In the event that something is not right, make sure that you make the fruit villain turn into a ripe fruit at the first opportunity. The leader of the fruit villain raised his head and barred it toward Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing Tao pulled out his ears. Can't understand. Can you speak human language? In the spirit of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, the leader of the fruitful villain coughed, and then said, Little Lord of the greatest grace of the world again, we have at last brought you here. With a cry of Little Lord, Gu Changqing was even more confused. Stop, hastily interrupting the leader of the fruit villain's lead shout. We, haven't met, have we? Is all life in the undying city this crazy? Or is it that having milk is a good idea? The wallflower trend was something he disliked. There will be no mistake. You are our little lord. We, the Spirit Fruit Clan, have been waiting for you here for more than 10 years, the fruit villain leader said, and was actually excited to the point of bursting into tears. Spiritual liquid flew out of the round eye sockets, and it surged towards Gu Changqing. As soon as the fire dried the spirit liquid, Gu Changqing was left speechless throughout. You've been waiting for more than 10 years? As far as I can remember, I've never been here before. Hold it back and set the record straight. The leader of the fruity little people turned, and with his little miniature hand pointed to the dead tree that, Gu Changqing followed the line of sight and understood what he was referring to. You mean, let me get close to that body? The fruit villain leader suddenly said excitedly. No, that's not a corpse, that's your holy body. For more than a decade, we didn't dare to slack off and worked hard to recover a bit of the divine tree's leaves to use to clear your body. Gu Changqing was clueless on top of being clueless. He didn't ask any more questions. It was a bit hard to expect the fruit villain to make sense of it. With Xiao Jin on guard in the air, Gu Changqing wasn't afraid of what they might do. Taking a step away, he headed for the place where the body was on display. The fruitful little people, on their own, made a path, as if they were courtiers greeting the holy emperor. The closer he got, Gu Changqing only felt his heart begin to beat faster. Reaching the trunk of the tree just before the heart almost popped out and a magical feeling of blood connection replaces all. It was as if the body lying there was his closest relative. Phew! Gu Changqing took a big breath to calm his agitated state of mind. Reaching out and grabbing at a dead leaf covering the corpse's face, After seeing the actual face of the body, bam! Gu Chongqing subconsciously took several steps back, his face instantly turning white. Xiao Jin thought there was a secret plan, and the blazing three suns amazing was about to spit out. He was shouted at by Gu Chongqing. Kim, I'm fine. Gu Chongqing folded his body and said in a questioning tone. He was sent here more than 10 years ago? Who sent him here? The leader of the fruit villain bowed again. Naturally, it's master and mistress. More than 10 years ago, a huge change occurred in the immortal capital, causing all the plants to wither and fade overnight, with no vitality left. It was master and mistress, who saved our spirit fruit clan and preserved the last bit of life in the divine tree. The master and mistress you speak of, but they? Gu Chongqing took out a photo from the inside of his close-fitting clothes. The photo was the only picture of him, as a few years old, with his parents. The leader of the fruit villain looked away, nodded uncertainly, and shook his head again. Little Lord, I can't tell the difference. The Lord and the mother of the Lord are not like you. They are shrouded in an unseeable mist, and after leaving your holy body behind, they told us the way to sweep and wash it, saying that you would come and get it yourself. This, Gu Chongqing was also a bit uncertain. Then he looked back at the body lying inside the trunk of the tree, with his likeness, exactly the same. If he hadn't been so sure that his body was real, it's all about wondering if it's all an illusion. Two old guys, what have you encountered? What happened? When casting his body veins in the Cloud Palace spiritual spring in the mystic dragon forest, he saw the two men's leftovers, an out-of-this-world place suppressed by the evil god, a portal of teleportation guarded by two beast emperors. There was actually a trail of two people as well, but in Gu Chongqing's impression, his parents were only captains of the Jinhai city guards, killed in battle during the Beast Tide War, witnessed their bodies being cremated, available at. What's the explanation for all this now? Gu Chongqing's head was exploding, unable to make sense of it, for this corpse, which was exactly like him, did not dare to move. Thinking of the purpose of the capital of immortality, he forced down his unsettled emotions and asked, the capital of immortality once had an immortal divine pill that escaped. Do you know about it? At the mention of the immortality pill, the head of the fruit villain, his bulbous face instantly grimaced. That traitor, the shame of our spirit fruit clan, how could we forget? Then, it told Gu Chongqing everything that had happened back then. It was nothing more than a rare disease that had struck the undying capital, which could not be cured or eradicated. Before the divine tree died completely, it condensed all its vitality into a single fruit that, hopefully it will serve as a spark to rebuild the immortal city after the disaster. However, the immortality pill left all behind and fled. Not only that, but it also sealed the undying capital's teleportation portal to the imperial beast world. The black dragon and the peach girl are the gatekeepers it cultivates. Gu Chongqing digested the information contained therein. Why are you running away? Isn't a trace of the divine tree's vitality preserved? Because it's afraid of that virus taking everything. The thought of the true culprit who caused the destruction of the undying capital terrified the fruitful villain leader. That kind of darkness is capable of devouring everything. Even though the divine tree has an extremely strong purification ability, it couldn't preserve the plant life of the immortal capital. Later, that virus attacked the divine tree with all its might, and the divine tree had to break off its tail to survive to preserve the fire. Even so, the spirit fruit was tainted with some of the virus. Gu Chongqing's body was stunned. Are you saying that the immortal god pill carries that kind of virus within its body? Yes, but not much. With its purification abilities, it won't be hard to remove. Got it. In an instant, Gu Chongqing understood about the relationship between the capital of immortality, the world beyond worlds, the exotic organization, and the evil god. The immortality pill escaped the immortal capital with the virus. It should not have been completely cleared. Instead, the virus grew progressively stronger. The true face of that evil god is the pill of immortality, the virally infected part, to be precise. The black dragon and peach girl guarded the teleportation portal to keep the evil god from opening it so easily, thus drawing on the dark virus here. The evil god had to build up his power and feed on beast pets to one day break open the world. But soon Gu Chongqing found out the cracks, because right now, the undying capital is not enveloped in the virus. The darkness of their mouths has not appeared either. Gu Chongqing pursed his tongue and snapped his eyes to the corpse. The dark virus that spread the undead capital. It won't be by him. Chapter 164, The Golden Age. Little Lord, you remembered. The fruit villain leader was so excited that he burst into tears and threw himself at Gu Chongqing's embrace with a big jump. Get out! Gu Chongqing punched it right in the face, causing it to squeal in pain. Think of your sister. I don't even know who this guy is. Now that we've figured out the ins and outs, Gu Chongqing didn't want to stay here any longer. Glancing at the body, and forcing back the inner desire to, a wave to Kogain. Little Gold swung over and Gu Chongqing grabbed its paws. As soon as the leader of the fruit villain took a look at him about to leave, he busily said, Little Lord, please stay. Since you're not taking away this holy body, there's still one more thing. Please make sure to take it away. Under Gu Changqing's puzzled gaze, the fruit villain leader popped up in front of the corpse, turning the body over with all his might. Underneath, there was a 3-foot square rectangular hollow. Inside, lying quietly, was a quill pen. The long, thin barrel of the pen is engraved with a complicated pattern of. The bristles were of a golden color, and when the chief of the fruitful villains took up the heavenly beast harnessing whip buzzed and made a connection with it. This quill, is it a Tonto series set? Touching the Tongtian flowing color robe on his body, there was no reaction. The fruit villain leader held the brush and popped up to Gu Changqing's feet, offering it with both hands. This pen, made from divine wood material plus unknown hairs, is a rare divine object. I believe it will, in turn, help the young lord achieve what he wants. Gu Changqing reached out and took it, looked at it carefully, and then vibrated it with his spiritual power. And there was no movement. Forget it, we'll study it when we get back. This time, the Spirit Fruit Clan was not stopping Gu Changqing. The lanes were clustered to see him off. Just as Gu Changqing and Xiao Jin, one person and one pet, were moving away from the territory of the Spirit Fruit Clan, the corpse that purified and absorbed all the dark virus from the undying capital. Suddenly his eyes opened. The leader of the fruitful little people was rising from the ground, and had just turned his head and, I saw the body come to life, was staring at him with scarlet eyes. The leader of the fruit villain was shocked and trembled. Swindled. In the next second, the corpse, which was almost identical to Gu Changqing's appearance and body shape, poked out its dark right hand and pinched the top of the fruit villain's head. With a little force, the pulp juice splashed everywhere, and then, a dark vortex, generated from his chest. The majestic suction power sucked and swallowed the Spirit Fruit Clan up and down. After doing so, his body was wooden and stiff as he moved slowly in the direction Gu Changqing had left, out of this world, at the portal of light. As the portal fluctuated, Gu Changqing walked out from it. In an instant, the power of the abyssal rule re-entered the body. The feeling of being protected has returned. Gu Changqing, however, felt unnatural for a split second, because the moment he exited the portal, his body veins showed signs of loosening up and a power that was foreign yet familiar to him flourished. But in just a moment, it was suppressed by the rules of the abyss. The same feeling had appeared when absorbing the spirit fruit juice. Master, you're back. Big sister. Hard work. When Black Egg saw Gu Changqing's return, he licked his monkey face and ran over to greet him. Gu Changqing received all the materials that hadn't moved into his backpack. The Black Dragon and the Peach Girl follow each other. Under the expectant gaze of the two Beast Emperors, he took out the quill. Two seniors, what you're looking for should be gone. I only harvested it in the immortal capital. The Black Dragon and the Peach Girl, pupils briefly eclipsed by the. Immediately, the Black Dragon took the brush from his hand and gently made a stroke in the void. In an instant, the entirety of the worldwide world shook, only to see that the void had actually cracked open a thin slit under the golden tip of the brush. Spatial divine brush. Sure enough, Master was right. The spatial opening only existed for a few seconds before it was repaired. Looking at the Black Dragon again, the spiritual energy in his body was cut down drastically and was overly depleted. He weakly threw the pen to Gu Changqing and said, "It's true that you're the only one who can reach it. Kid, aren't you curious about your birth? The Black Dragon says so." Gu Changqing hurriedly asked, "Seniors, have you also seen him?" It just said him, not specifically. The Black Dragon, however, nodded without thinking. "That's you, and it's not you. All we know is that someone used this pen to force their way into the undying capital." Peach Girl sighed. The suppression of the rules of the abyss has left many things unsaid. Your generation is an unprecedented golden age, and all the answers, perhaps, will be revealed. Until then, do what you need to do and let it develop on its own. Sometimes going with the flow may not be the right choice. Thus spake the Black Dragon and the Peach Girl. Gu Changqing knew he wouldn't find the answers he wanted in them. Go on. The teleportation to the Green Dragon Academy is ready. We'll meet again. Gu Changqing put away the spatial divine pen and saluted the two Beast Emperors before resigning. Watching Gu Changqing disappear into the entrance of the worldwide world, Peach Girl glared at the Black Dragon and said, "Is that guy something you can just move? Do you want to turn my territory into a second capital of immortality?" The Black Dragon shrugged indifferently. Since he saw that corpse, there's no harm in giving him a little hint. This abyssal rule, it's really add up, annihilating the truth while protecting the victimized. And who's to say? Now it depends how much of a revelation the karmic mirror gives him. After the sky spins, Gu Changqing vomited and walked out of the teleportation formation. After several long-distance teleportations in a row, his body was a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, he was standing in front of the main gate of the Green Dragon Academy. Below are steps that are 10,000 steps long. Further down, there is an endless ocean. Coming. Not long after, Aoki Chuan stepped into the void and appeared in front of the school gate like he was taking a leisurely stroll. Senpai. Gu Changqing saluted, then said, Xinglong he. Chang Mu Chuan shook his head, signaling Gu Changqing not to ask more questions. Spinning around, he led him to the conference room. The old man is fine. Having lived for thousands of years, he can still deal with a defeated man handily. Aokigawa said it easily, jumping his eyebrows to show that it wasn't so. You've also returned. So enroll formally. In this battle, the Green Dragon Academy's battle power is damaged in the eyes, and it desperately needs a leader to lead it. From this moment onwards, the inner courtyard will be completely handed over to you. With a flick of Chang Mu Chuan's hand, a token bearing the 4 characters of the Green Dragon Inner Academy arrived at Gu Changqing's hand. These are eventful times, and things in the deep sea are getting more and more restless. There is no need to report to me as to what you young men can do. Everything, you decide for yourselves. With that said, Aokigawa got up and patted himself on the back. Gu Changqing looked at the token in his hand. For a moment, he thought of Lu Ziyi's desperate and resentful eyes when he was about to set off for Tianyuan City. Alas, what goes around comes around. Gu Changqing took out the uniform of Qinglong Academy and hadn't started wearing it yet. Just then I heard the door to the conference room being violently kicked in from outside. Gu Changqing, you pervert, denizen, I'll kill you. Chapter 165, The 10 Great Honorable Positions. 6 months' time. Gu Changqing held the hospital uniform and turned back in surprise. In the next second, an ice rib lance stabbed head-on with a whistling air-breaking sound. Asterisk. The fire control technique raised lines of fire, wrapping the lance around the. Looking at the tip of the gun that was about to touch his nose, Gu Changqing's killing intent rose in his heart. The lance was quickly melted by the flames, and at the same time, Gu Changqing's figure flashed in succession. A fancy-free punch that gathered all its strength and struck out heavily. Unexpectedly, the 2 white peaks were not the least bit intimidated and met the fists on top. This face, it's so familiar. In a flash, Gu Changqing's mind recalled the first time he came to Qinglong Academy and was being chased by. Seems like she's hiding in a dorm room, and she's the one who unintentionally encountered a bathing beauty? No wonder it's so murderous. Boom! The fist grazed past Lu Ziyin's ear. The frenzied stream of air, like a discharged cannonball. The thick and domineering fist wind blew a stone statue outside the door of the conference room into powder. Phew! So close, so close. Gu Changqing withdrew his fist and apologized slightly. Beauty, I really didn't mean it that time. I went to the wrong room in my haste. Please forgive me. Beauty? Originally, Lu Ziyin just wanted to ask Gu Changqing for a statement. After all, an innocent body gets a bellyful of fire when it's looked at. Hearing Gu Changqing call out for a beautiful woman was like pouring oil on fire for a moment. Surname Gu, don't think that just because you have a bit of strength and the backing of the academy, you can insult me recklessly. Gu Changqing froze. Which sentence of mine was an insult? I'm not like that trashy brother, so don't think you'll be able to muddle through with a few words. I heard that you and the Yi family's daughter are happily married. Should I publicize the fact that you peeped at my bath? Coldness filled Gu Changqing's eyes. Are you threatening me? Lu Ziyin was so angry that she wanted to spit out blood. Who was threatening whom? Is it so hard to get justice these days? Wait, your brother? Lu Ziyi? Gu Changqing dawned on him and slapped his forehead. So it's sister Lu Ziyin. This is a big mess. The water has washed over the Dragon King's temple, and the family doesn't recognize the family anymore. Lu Ziyin gritted her teeth. It's too late to think about it now. Gu Changqing knew he was being unreasonable and said, not too late, not too late. I still often mention you to Ziyi. Ugh, oily mouth. Lu Ziyin retorted disdainfully. It's a good thing for the two of us. Just let me ascend to one of the 10 great honorable positions of the Inner Academy. Too clear. How about it? This woman came with a purpose. There's no such nonsense as the other women. It's a straight-up deal. The 10 honored positions of the Inner Academy? What's that? Aokigawa asked him to take over the inner courtyard, also a few minutes ago. Not to mention the inner courtyard. You can't even find the toilets in Qinglong Academy anywhere. The inner courtyard is the elite of the Green Dragon Academy. And on top of that, there are 10 honorable places. Only Imperial Beastmasters who have obtained a place can enter the Forbidden Trial, the Ancient Battlefield Defense, and the Forbidden Zone of the human race. With my previous strength, it's not hard to ascend to a Zune position, but my main beast pet died, so you have to help me. Forbidden Trial? Ancient Battlefield Defense? The Forbidden Area of the human race? Gu Changqing listened selectively to Lu Ziyin's explanations. Seeing that he just wouldn't take the bait, Lu Ziyin exasperatedly said, the Forbidden Area of the human race. I heard that you made a big splash in Tianyuan City, so you should have seen the territory covered in mist. Right, and that's the Forbidden Area of the human race. The Forbidden Land Trials. which are found in all 4 Elephants Academy, existed before the school was founded. And the ancient battlefield defense line is not the border of the human race, but rather a forward position set up by the human race to defend against those fierce beast gates. Nearly half or more of the elite of the human race over the millennia have been there. Gu Changqing nodded in sudden realization. At the mention of these 3 places, Lu Xian's expression also became solemn. However, as soon as you step in there, the rules of the abyss will be completely invalidated. Gu Changqing, you think you're very strong, and you have the reputation of being the god of the new generation of imperial beasts. But when you get there, or the imperial beast masters that come out of there, they may not be inferior to you. Gu Changqing's non-committal approval. The human race, the eldest of all spirits, is a race capable of performing miracles. Moreover, since his return from the capital of immortality, he had also felt more and more that what Shingo had done. In some theories it's right. Okay, deal. Get to know the history of the Green Dragon Academy well. Otherwise tomorrow, you'll make a big fool of yourself. Also notify my untalented brother to come home sometime. Lu Xian twisted her sexy waist and left. Gu Changqing sighed in relief. After changing into the Green Dragon Academy's uniform, he followed the signposts and arrived at the Academy's library. After finding a history book about the period before and after the founding of the Green Dragon Academy, Gu Changqing read it. Looked no further. When he saw that the royal Beastmaster clan that had contracted the Green Dragon was Chung Mu, his face turned exceptionally ugly. Good lord, that time when he ran away from his debt, he went head-to-head with Aokigawa. As the current helmsman of the Aoki family and the de facto president of the Green Dragon Academy, his rank level of title was unfathomable. It's better to be respectful when you see him again in the future. Reading some more books that you don't normally see. Gu Changqing already understood why Qinglong and King Muchuan had forced him to stay in Qinglong Academy. Because of the existence of the Golden Word, on the path of the Imperial Beasts, perhaps the Green Dragon Academy couldn't give a lot of help. However, the knowledge and vision of the world was something Gu Changqing could not reach. He was like a sponge, soaking up new knowledge desperately. Unconsciously, it's getting dark. The inner courtyard token in the backpack space lit up with a red glow. Gu Changqing had just taken it out when the image of King Mush was cast. Hello Dean. Chang Muchuan looked at Gu Changqing's serious greeting and froze for a moment in discomfort, saying, cut the crap. What I want is not a model student. Where's that energy of reneging on a debt? You recover a bit. Gu Changqing heatedly smiled. That is not understand your good intentions. Right, you find me something? The old man told me to tell you to educate the boys according to your philosophy. At the same time, sharpen your arrogant nature. For some time to come, the East Sea will be peaceful. And later on, it's impossible to say. Gu Changqing collected his laughter and solemnly said, Dean, tell me honestly, what exactly happened? Most of the 4 Elephant Academy's elite had come out to the aid of the Green Dragon Academy, and Gu Changqing had Xiao Jing go to the East China Sea to look at to the northeast and southeast. The red-stained blood has yet to be removed. Chang Muchuan considered for a long time before slowly saying, the Deep Sea Clan has broken the seal. Conservatively estimating, at least 5 of the fierce beast gates in the sea have been opened. Gu Changqing knew it was serious. He didn't expect it to be this serious. The old guy did his best. This time they came prepared. There are beast tides along the border of all 4 realms, and those 3 holy beasts, they wouldn't dare to leave easily. Well, without further ado, 6 months, you have 6 months. The token regained its composure. Gu Changqing rubbed the word Qinglong on the face of the card, murmuring, in the golden great world, not only ferocious beasts, but also unknown races that even the abyss can't explore, are beginning to surface. Chapter 166, The Inner Court, Not by Mouth. Gu Changqing went to Lu Ziyi and asked about the situation of the city guards after he had sent a message for Lu Xian. When Lu Ziyi learned that Gu Changqing was not returning to Xinhai City and had turned his head directly to Qinglong Academy, the asterisks questioned in bunches, and since it was too hard to hear, Gu Changqing chose to turn off the earpiece. Having been similarly dumped, he could appreciate Lu Ziyi's suffering. After a moment of bickering, the two quickly got down to business. With the addition of Lushong, the city guards can be built by leaps and bounds. Together with the help of Zhao Zhaxiong and Shen Lin, the city guard had taken shape. It's just that in terms of combat power, it's uneven and takes a while to polish before it can form an effective fighting force. With Lu Shang around, Gu Changqing wasn't worried. Afterward, Lu Ziyi delivered a gloating laugh regarding Gu Changqing's position as the chief head of the academy's inner courtyard. Evil people deserve it. But I've heard that the ones in the inner court are all geniuses among geniuses, and heaven's pride among heaven's pride. It's almost impossible to make them all submit and listen to your arrangements and dispatches. In this regard, Gu Changqing felt deeply and agreed. Through the day's study and understanding, he had a rough idea about the inner courtyard. In every session of candidates, there was the emergence of geniuses and prides, indicating the future of the human race. an unending stream of them. But most of the geniuses and prides, after entering the Four Elephants Academy, basically after graduating in 4 years, then they would return to their hometowns or be hired by organizations such as the Imperial Beastmasters Association. However, only a very small number of people, through a series of tests, were included in the inner courtyard. Basically, it can be assumed that the inner courtyard is the private organizational power of the Four Elephants Academy. Once admitted to the inner courtyard, unless sacrificed or voluntarily withdrawn, they would all be branded with the mark of the Green Dragon. Since the founding of the Green Dragon Academy, the inner courtyard has been colluding for more than 1,000 years. One can only imagine how many monsters are in there. No more snark. Work together. The towns nowadays are getting restless. A few days ago, there was a wave of gold-ranked ferocious beasts led by a gold-ranked ferocious beast that was spotted as it approached the southern city gate. They are active at a much faster rate than expected. Yeah, there's not much time left for us. You need to work harder too, so you don't fall too far behind when the time comes. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ziyi's raging storm began again. And you have the nerve to say, leave me here alone. So many things need to be taken care of. How can I? Gu Changqing decisively pressed hang up and the world, instantly quiet. After a brief meal in the college cafeteria and returning to the arranged dormitory, first, he and Yi Ruyan got tired of each other for a while then he went back to bed. Tomorrow, it's not going to be easy. As the sun rises from sea level the next day, accompanied by a thick fog, it resembles a ruffled egg. Gu Changqing shuffled to the conference room. Qing Muchuan and a bunch of other senior members of the Green Dragon Academy were already waiting. Looking at the glowing Gu Changqing, everyone's face had a sense of pleasure at having their revenge avenged. Needless to say, it must be that death that has finally found a wrongdoer to take over. The inner courtyard, which is on the west side of the Academy's island, is guarded by a large formation. I'll take you there in a moment. The Academy's top brass are all here now. If you have any difficulties or needs, just mention them. Gu Changqing wasn't polite either. First, the resources have to follow in place. Secondly, I need a detailed list of the inner court. Furthermore, the rules of the inner courtyard will be set by me. The previous ones don't count. Lastly, all the teacher leaders, what is my treatment? How much do I get paid in January? Are there any rewards? There should always be a subsidy, right? The first few points were fine with those present. Until he heard the payoff later on. One of the executives slammed the table. Your old man owes us so many zeros, and you still have the nerve to ask for a payoff. No, not a single steel G. That is, everything except talking about money. Kid, the resources supplied can be accounted for. Don't think of using your head. One sentence drew the ire of the crowd, and Gu Changqing skimmed his lips. It's really true that the parents have sinned and the son has suffered. Aoki Chuan waved his hand, calming the crowd that still wanted to verbally crusade, and laughed. The grudge of the previous generation. Don't bring it to him. But the salary. Indeed there is no. But I can personally offer you a monthly honorarium of 10,000. How about it? 10,000. What's the point of sending out the callers? If Gu Changqing shouted out that he was heavily rewarded for joining, he could get 100,000 million. Thank you, Dean. Then, forget it. 10,000 is still money. Take it or leave it. Then, one of the executives left with a threatening look in their eyes, leaving only the smiling Aoki Chuan. Well, don't blame them. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope. But there's one thing I have to remind you. The inner courtyard is not like the outer courtyard. Many times, it's not possible to understand with your mouth. Gu Changqing sat down next to him with a big stab. I didn't intend to rely on my mouth either. Your beast pet still can't find its way? Gu Changqing froze, not expecting Qing Muchuan to mention the source of his battle power. Secrets aren't secrets when the rank battle power reaches a certain level. Your beast pet is very powerful, so it was able to surpass and even crush the Imperial Beast Masters of your contemporaries in a short period of time. However, the problem faced is equally severe, and that is bloodline evolution. The stronger the beast pet, the more difficult and harsh the conditions for evolution. Your main beast pet is only up to gold grade, and the others are all fighting at bronze and silver. Although the battle power is strong, it's not enough. Do you know why? Gu Changqing shook his head. Cheng Muchuan laughed. Because, you can't uncover the ability that a beast master is supposed to have. What is a beast master? Summoning a beast pet and whoever is stronger wins? Or do you just let the beast pet play freely? It used to be possible, but not anymore. As the rank rises, many of the functions of the beast pet are also unlocked. That alone is enough to bridge the gap. So, Cheng Muchuan paused. What the old man and I suggest is that once you've shocked the gang, go outside and experience. The protection of the rules of the abyss are sometimes limitations. Without the rush of life and death crises, you can't become a truly strong person. Also, There is something wrong with your rank level experience in your rank. The abyss is deliberately suppressing targeting. Perhaps it has something to do with your true secret. As Gu Chongqing listened to Cheng Mu Chuan's explanation and analysis, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, an Imperial Beastmaster of his caliber, insight is not normally powerful. The circle, sooner or later, is going to break. Protection, it's just leaving a spark. Got it? Gu Chongqing got up and bowed solemnly to Cheng Mu Chuan. This statement is extremely informative. Understood. Come on, take you to the inner courtyard. The two of them exited the conference room, and Aokigawa stepped through the air and Gu Chongqing enviously called out Xiaojin. About half an hour or so flying west, Aokigawa stops above an ocean. Here it is. With a wave of his sleeve robe, he saw a dense green spiritual energy erupt, transforming into a huge green dragon gnat. The gargoyles circled around a point below. Not long after, a small island emerged. Aoki Chuan dispatched his spiritual energy and turned his head. One of the introductory ceremonies of the inner courtyard. Break in on your own. Good luck. Chapter 167, Single Skill Fusion, Chaos Bell, Qinglong College, Girls' Dormitory of the Outer School. Lu Jiyin put down the communicator in her hand and twisted her head to look at herself in the mirror with a cool temperament that rejected others. Subconsciously touching his face, he muttered, "My looks, are they that bad? The Yi family's daughter, a once sensational heavenly figure. Is the gap with her really that great?" Lu Ziyi didn't know what was wrong with her, and it was rare for her to count with others. Since his birth, he had always been the pride of the Lu family, and even when his younger brother Lu Ziyi showed a talent that was not inferior to hers, he was still pushed down by her. All the time, she was the object of comparison in other people's mouths. Now she's starting to go and compare herself to others. On the phone, my father meant to pull in Gu Chongqing at all costs. Is that dunce of a lecher really worth that much? Besides, it was still a brat a few years younger than her, just when she was caught up in a non-fiction that even she didn't know about. Suddenly, feet were kicking downstairs in the dormitory, and doors were opening and closing. A brief moment of tranquility was broken by a roaring chaos. The door to the dormitory opened, and a pretty-faced female voice gasped and said to the dazed Lu Jiyin, "Sister Jiyin, hurry up! Someone forced their way into the inner courtyard boundary formation, and I heard that it's a new leader. The age is even younger than us." Lu Jiyin was shocked and quickly guessed that it was Gu Chongqing. That's not true, despite the fact that the academy's top brass had delegated full command of the inner courtyard to him. The way of entry by force hardened against the junction of the. That's a kick in the pants. How terrifying the inner courtyard scholars were. She who was committed to entering knew, even though those monsters wouldn't recognize Gu Chongqing, they could at least walk away with face. Now he's running for the kicker, and that's not taking the monsters seriously. Lu Jiyin's mind was in turmoil. She put on her jacket and rushed out of the dormitory. It's not that I care about that dog, it's that I don't want my chance to enter the inner courtyard to be cut short. One persuaded herself that, when she reached the little square, she summoned a greenlull on that. Follow the students from the outer courtyard and head to the inner courtyard waters. Gu Chongqing was not yet aware that he had been tricked by Kingyush. The fire control technique gathered a wide area fireball, depleting 40% of the body chakra's spiritual energy. It was thrown towards the boundary formation. However, the light curtain of the boundary formation only cleansed the fireball a few times before bouncing it away. Boom! The fireball fell into the sea, setting off huge waves in thick fog. So sturdy? Gu Chongqing slapped his head. This is the Green Dragon, one of the 4 elephant academies, one of the most advanced cradles of the human race's imperial beast masters. The inner court is even the king of kings. How dare you underestimate it? Black egg, little flower. Gu Chongqing gathered his contempt and summoned the black egg and the demonic lotus flower. Immediately after, with a flash of his body, he entered the cabin of Ling Tian's mech. Blast it for me. Black egg leapt to his feet, while Magic Lotus was so disinterested that he swung on the spot. Promise you won't renege. You've lain, this time for sure. If not, head cut off for you. The Devil Lotus glanced suspiciously before saying, I'll trust you one more time. Subsequently, the Rui stick in Black Egg's hand gradually grew bigger and thicker as it chanted. At the foot of the Devil Lotus flower, the Devil Lotus karmic flame stretched out, the black flames cleansing the air, and had already moved to the real thing. The parts of the entire body of the Ling Tian mech were emitting steaming heat. The core of the mech was running at full power, and the Ling Tian light was already storing up its power in preparation. And at this time, 1,000 meters away from Gu Chongqing, a large number of Green Dragon Academy students and even teacher executives were gathered in the sky above the sea area. This is that Gu Chongqing who's newly admitted to the academy? What were you thinking? Daring to declare war on the inner courtyard. I heard that he was at the Tianyuan city defense line, breaking the beast tide, and is known as the new generation's god of the imperial beasts. Humph, the god of the imperial beasts says yes. Look guys, Sister Jean is also here. I heard that there is an untold secret between the two. What's so great about that guy? Senior, look at me. You'll feel it. They were all young sons and daughters, and the talk was full of them. And the executives who first stood up against Gu Changqing's salary yesterday were smiling. The old friend beside him laughed. Old Jean. Ah, extraordinarily happy today. Humph, after holding back for so many years, how could I not be happy when I finally got some interest back? Old Kim's resentment was so great that his old friend couldn't help but shake his head. The offspring of those two guys? It depends on how far it can go. The inner courtyard's boundary formation is closely related to the monsters in the inner courtyard, blatantly provoking it. I'm afraid I'll have to suffer. Old Jean grunted. It's better to eat some. It's not good for young people to be too sharp. Between conversations, someone yelled, "It's going to happen." Sure enough, waves of powerful impact winds and waves, like the passage of a hurricane, spread outward over the sea. The waters below boiled, and the creatures of the sea quickly fled to avoid unmitigated disaster. A golden rod of nearly 100 feet crossed, and a terrifying might filled the air under the spiritual energy channeling, and a black lotus of flame, which has become coalesced, and 1,000 lines in the flame. One look at it feels soul deep. Ling Tian's mecha, on the other hand, was glowing red, and its spiritual energy was rolling like blood. Break! With a loud shout from Gu Changqing, the thick, broad rays of light inspired by the golden rod of the prime, the black fire lotus, and the blazing blood of the desolate ancient battle, the three are wrapped in a domineering and incomparable power. It blasted towards the boundary formation above the island. Boom! 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 The successive energy collisions and the rampant spread of spiritual energy plunged the area around the island into waves of water. The light is going on. Gu Changqing saw that the boundary formation had loosened, and the location where the light struck, starting to crack in small areas. But the next second, the cracked formation was strangely restored. Not only did it bounce Gu Changqing's attack away, but so did the black eggs and the demon lotus. Under the watchful eye, the strength of the boundary formation kept escalating. Woj. Gu Changqing couldn't help but exclaim, "This boundary formation, it's too perverted, isn't it? What's the point of building such a thick light screen?" At this time, Lu Jian shouted, "Little cutie, the inner courtyard's boundary formation is tied to the Imperial Beast Masters inside. If you attack the formation, it is equivalent to attacking the Imperial Beast Masters in the inner courtyard." Gu Changqing in the cabin clenched his teeth as he heard this. Ugh, played by the old guys. What he's facing now is not a boundary formation. Instead, it's all the monster sentinels in the inner court. In his heart, he greeted all of Aokigawa and the others. Now it's a difficult ride. Retreating on this, he wouldn't want to stay in the Green Dragon Academy. Continuing the attack, even if it succeeds, that's all that's offended. Jean, Gu Changqing quickly made a decision. Since you all want to play, I'll play with you to the end. A loud and clear cry from little Kim. Behind it, the golden crow's shadow unfolded and, compared to before, the virtual shadow was even more solid. Suddenly, blinding sunlight shines into the hatch. The sun shines in the sky triggers. Your beast pet 3 suns burning eagles full attributes and skills plus 1000%. The abyssal cue lingers in your ears. Gu Changqing smiled sinisterly. Dean Qingmu, all the senior leaders, I will not be polite. The words fall. The triple yang amazing flame flourished within Little Gold's body. The strong firepower actually made it blur around it. Old Jean, who was in the crowd, was alarmed. Not good. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Under the tenfold enhancement of the golden word, the shadow of the golden crow became more and more massive and solid. The stored flame energy is depleted. A dozen fireballs as brilliant as the sun came out of nowhere. Only, these fireballs did not attack that. Instead, they come together and slowly blend. With the renewed crowing of the little golden, the fused fireballs exploded precipitously. A large, ancient bell of chaotic color. Molding, Chapter 168, Invincible, half-step to the king's rank. This, Gu Changqing in the cabin of Ling Tian's mecha, looking at the great bell of yin and yang chaos that appeared after breaking through the flames, his scalp could not help but tingle. There it is again. It wasn't that Gu Changqing deliberately guided Xiao Jin. Rather, with the triple skill stack of golden word, shadow of the golden crow, and wrath of the golden crow, the skills that evolve on their own, a single combo skill? Or perhaps, the final form of the Great Day Golden Flame. Gu Changqing still remembered that the last time it was released, the clock body took on a golden color. Could it be that after fusing 3 flames of different natures? Gu Changqing wasn't sure. Even Xiao Jin wasn't sure. It just felt like I could put it in. So I did. Dang. The Chaos Great Bell took shape and smashed towards the island's boundary formation at a slow speed. But each chime strikes straight to the soul. The waters of the sea were shaken by the sound of the bell, and the waves were instantly calmed. It even gave birth to a single terrifying whirlpool where the sea water poured in. The Imperial Beast Masters who were affected by the sound of the bell suddenly felt their heads and feet heavy. The summoned beasts and pets were even lying down in submission, as if they were paying homage to the Supreme King. The air was like a dumpling raining down on a heart-stopping, soul-shaking Imperial Beast Master, fell uncontrollably into the sea. Chaos is impermanent. Yin and Yang are upside down. Black Egg was similarly affected, clinging to the Rui stick, half-kneeling and willingly submitting. Only the Magic Lotus Flower, the Magic Lotus Karmic Fire Protection. The bell has very little impact. It gazed at the descending Chaos Bell and muttered, "Gu Changcheng, hurry up and stop." Old Jean was worthy of being a senior member of the Green Dragon Academy and barely resisted, relying on his spiritual power. Gu Changqing wanted to cry. He tried to collect it, but it was completely out of control. Xiao Jin finished releasing it and returned to the Imperial Beast space with a general sense of emptiness. Is up. It won't erase the inner sanctum from these waters, as if sensing the invincible might of the Chaos Great Bell. The boundary formation thickened layer by layer at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power that comes out of the cleansing is not to be underestimated. Until the Chaos Bell collided with the boundary formation. The first layer of the boundary, like paper mache, was easily pierced through. 1 layer, 2 layers, 10 layers, 50 layers, 100 layers. Seeing that the Chaos Great Bell did not show the slightest sign of weakening, the boundary formation was in vain. Lao Jin's forehead was dripping with sweat. This would blow up on the inner courtyard island. The Chaos Bell continues its descent. Seeing that there weren't a few layers of the boundary formation left, just then, from the forbidden land of the Green Dragon Academy, endless green energy turned into a long river that appeared below the Great Bell of Chaos. It transformed into a dragon's claw and slowly lifted the descending bell body. With a dragon's roar that shook the seas, the dragon's claws threw the Chaos Great Bell with a forceful toss. Dang! With a dull thud, only 100 miles away, the skyscraping sea pillar rose up in the air and, the sheer scale of the ripple effect, it gave the entire Green Dragon Academy a free cleaning. The Ling Tian mecha suspended in the air, and Gu Changqing in the cabin all felt the sky shaking as well. In the next instant, a flash of green light was outside the mech. Looking at Gu Changqing in the cabin, he helplessly said, "You can really find things for me to do." Green Dragon couldn't see what the light looked like, but the voice was remembered. "I didn't want to, out of control." He also had a heart attack. "That beast pet of yours, it's best not to let it out in the inner courtyard. Otherwise the hard work you've done for 1,000 years will be ruined." "Good. What about you? Are you badly hurt?" The Green Dragon, the Black Dragon, and the Peach Girl, despite being a beast that has lived a long time, but to Gu Changqing, there were indeed no words, even if there is some exploitation mixed in. At least, it was helping him. "Fortunately, I'm not a poser either. Take it easy, we'll see you in 6 months." When the Green Dragon finished speaking, the light dispersed. With the disappearance of the Great Bell of Chaos, it was only then that the students of the Green Dragon Academy came out of the seawater like soup. Everyone looked over as if they had seen a ghost. There were a few, too, with stars in their eyes and a worship of absolute power. In the conference room, Aoki Chuan looked at the resolution of the crisis and laughed. "Truly unfathomable. The power of this strike. I'm afraid it's 1/10 of yours. No, it might be even stronger. It's hard to imagine to what extent that Beast Pet's bloodline is outrageous. Don't try to understand it. Let it develop freely. I can only tell you that even the Dragon Clan at its peak may not have that kind of bloodline. I'm leaving, keep an eye on him for me." Ayamukawa bristled. "It's not like it's your child. What's the point of being so attached to it?" Spinning around, he laughed softly, then lamented. "Gu Changling, Su Ruoxing, this guy's windfall is so much more powerful than you guys were back then." Gu Changqing left the Ling Tian mech, while Devil Lotus took a step to his front. "Come on, I have to be inducted first. I really don't lie." Thought it was an immediate bill. Gu Changqing had a headache. That Chaos Bell, its big sister's own bloodline power? What is its bloodline? Unexpectedly, it was Little Gold that the Magic Lotus Flower was interested in. "It's the same type of bloodline as your Konohamaru, I think." Before absorbing those 3 flame bloodlines, it was indeed like that, but after absorbing it, the great of the Great Sun Golden Flame all became unknown. Maybe it's possible to actually make a copy of the legendary one. "Okay, I'll wait for your stuff." The Devil Lotus Flower didn't dwell on it too much and immediately returned to the Imperial Beast space. At this point, the only remaining boundary formations that, from the center, a hole is revealed, and the students, who had just climbed out of the sea, went crazy once again. The formation is open. Worry is up. The monsters in the inner courtyard are pinched. Dare not welcome. If that big bell really falls, the consequences are unimaginable. Forcing Lord Qinglong to personally take action. "Gu Changcheng, from now on you are my idol. listening to their discussion. Gu Changqing roughly understood. He didn't make any pretenses, and piloted the Ling Tian mech. It just flew in through the hole in the formation. When he entered, the formation hole immediately dissolved. I'll go. This is the inner courtyard of the Green Dragon Academy? Just in front of his eyes, there was a vast expanse of white clouds, with a few occasional peaks thrusting into the sky showing their sharp corners. These peaks, arching over the largest one in the center, a handful of 100 houses, irregularly situated on the peaks of the mountains. Vaguely, he could see someone in the house poking their head out. Watching him, Gu Changqing landed in the open area of the main peak. Just put away the Ling Tian mech. Then there was an old man with white hair, smiling and approaching him. Student Gu Changqing, welcome to the Inner Academy. I'm the logistics supervisor of the Inner Academy. My surname is Liang. Gu Changqing shook hands with him and was surprised. Supervisor Liang, the students of the inner courtyard. Supervisor Liang smiled and said, you've just come here and don't know the rules of the inner courtyard. There aren't that many classes and studies, and the rules are few and far between. As long as you don't kill or set fire to anyone here, everything else is casual. Come, I'll show you to your room. Gu Changqing didn't move a step. His eyes circled around the 10 auxiliary peaks surrounding the main peak, and then looked at the uppermost position of the main peak. The main peak crest also has rooms. Supervisor Liang, is my room at the top? Supervisor Liang froze at his words and said, that is the room of the Lord of the Inner Courtyard, and other than the royal beast master of the Qingmu clan, no outsider has ever climbed to the top. Now then, it has a new owner. Gu Changqing is bold and courageous. Just follow the steps and keep going up. In the next instant, 10 sharp wands of spiritual force that, from the top of the auxiliary peak, it was conveyed. Supervisor Liang didn't expect the guy Dean deliberately let in to be so overbearing. Student Evergreen, in order to get to the main peak, you need to go through the approval of the 10 auxiliary peaks. There's still such a rule. What old man Aoki said was completely different. I wonder what the rank levels of the 10 auxiliary peaks are. Supervisor Liang's face was solemn. Minimum, half-step king level, legendary beast pet bloodline. Chapter 169, I'm waiting for you, to the death, halfway to the king's level, legendary beast pet, minimum entry. Gu Changqing couldn't help but lament that the legendary bloodline was becoming less and less valuable. Less than 2 months ago, the Chen family, for a legendary beast pet, not to mention taking him by force and putting him to death. But in the inner court, the legendary beast pet was merely the threshold of entry. Sure enough, it's the eyes that make the difference. Half-step king level? Just right, take them for practice. Looking at Gu Changqing's look of eagerness to try, Supervisor Liang's entire body was bad. He was also fortunate enough to be involved in the maintenance of the boundary formation for that terrifying and overwhelming strike just now. Really want to let him let go of the whirlwind. He is in charge of logistics. Still do not do. You've just arrived. Don't be a pinhead. Half-step king level, just the lowest. 10 auxiliary peaks, 10 honorary positions. You can deal with one, but also 10 all beat down all. Take your time. We're not in a hurry, okay? Gu Changqing nodded when Supervisor Liang had said so. Then, having ascended the steps, one step at a time, letting the people from the 10 auxiliary peaks release their breath to intimidate, they turned a deaf ear. Supervisor Liang's heart was completely dead and he didn't bother. Pulling out his ledger, he began to calculate how much he would have to ask the executives for to fix it. And Gu Changqing's movements attracted the monsters in those separate rooms. In the inner courtyard, some of them grunted and ignored it. Some were sticking their heads out with the mindset of watching, wanting to see what the people on the 10 auxiliary peaks would do. Others were shouting loudly, cheering for Gu Changqing. I'm afraid the mess isn't big enough. On either side of the steps of the main peak are their settlements. Gu Changqing's gaze swept over those people as he walked each section, and his heart was amazed. The power emanating from each beast master carries the flavor of a domain. Compared to Chen Go, it was only stronger. After all, Chen Go's ability to comprehend the domain was more or less thanks to the evil god. The real step itself has not been taken. There are not many steps, and the intervals span. Gu Changqing counted the whole 3,000 channels. When he had stepped on the 100th step, a sharp blade chopped out from one of the 10 auxiliary peaks. The monstrous blade aura was 70 to 80 feet long, and the biting blade aura split the clouds apart. Before the blade arrives, the blade energy cuts through everything. Dare to sneak up on my lord. Do you think Master Black eats for nothing? Gu Changqing did not move and continued to take a step upwards. The Rui stick in Black Egg's hand was the size of his own, and the skill of fixing the sea with one stick was thrown out. A sword and a stick clashed together in midair. Spiritual energy bombardment leaked out, and violent wind waves impacted in all directions. Whoa! Black Egg twisted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, a flat wound crumbling open all over his body. That terrifying blade intent was actually able to cut along the black egg's spiritual energy and directly onto its body. However, that blade on was sort of intercepted. Master, I'll rest for a while. Hard work, Black Egg. Black Egg was able to block it all because of the strength of his bloodline and Rui Rod. Gu Changqing gathered his mind and continued to climb upwards. The blade strike failed to do what it was intended to do, and it fell silent afterward. In a moment's free time, Gu Changqing had already ascended the 200th step. Oomph! A heavy muffled grunt abruptly resounded from every corner of the inner courtyard. Gu Changqing only felt a tremor in his soul, as if a pair of large, invisible hands had pinched him. Seek death. In Little White's imperial beast space, the rich pink seductive power surged like a wave. On the surface of Gu Changqing's body, an impenetrable wall of white fox spirit statues formed, invisible forces, constantly permeating in and out. This time, it was actually a beast pet that specialized in spirit. Xiao Bai struggled to support himself, and the spiritual energy of the white fox spirit statue moved like ripples. Master, I tried my best. In the sound of weakness, the white fox spirit image gradually wore out and disappeared. Great job. A cluster of gray flames burned in Gu Changqing's body veins. It transformed into a large bell, covering his entire body. As soon as that spiritual power touched, it immediately retreated like a flood. On the body of the clock, an image of a tall figure with a hideous face emerged. Earth Abyssal Underworld Flame, specializing in suppressing the soul. The second wave of the attack receded. Pieces of shock emanated from the various rooms below. This guy, one by one, his beast pets are all demonic bloodlines, right? Su Nanyuan's sword and Xiaodinka's spirit were all dissolved by him. Who's next to strike? Since the beginning, that bird of his has not been summoned. Evil, too evil. The Green Dragon Inner Academy. The 10 great honorable positions. It looks like the sky is about to change. Do you guys notice it? His body veins, too, are unusual. Interesting, so interesting. I expect him to hold out a few times, to face the 10 great exalted positions without being inferior with the position of a district senior imperial beast master. Yeah. Although those guys were just testing the waters. Gu Changqing's flames around his body were unceasing. On the surface of the clock body, the flame of heaven and the flame of Yin burned in successive layers. Wrapped in 3 kinds of flame, the color of the clock body also gradually evolved towards chaos. However, after only a small change, the chaotic color faded and turned into a golden aura. Gu Changqing secretly said that it was a pity that it seemed that it was difficult to realize the reproduction of the chaos bell by solely relying on the fire that had condensed from Xiaojin. And all the gazes of the inner courtyard, after seeing that clock body, fell silent once again. In the conference room, Chang Muchuan witnessed Gu Changqing's transformation and muttered to himself, not bad, not bad, you found it so quickly. It seems that the prototype of the domain has basically been grasped. Just then, dripping wet, old Kim came in with a black face and, on purpose, that little brat definitely did it on purpose. Chang Muchuan looked at old Jean, who was like a fallen chicken, and laughed out loud. Being forced into this state by a young man. You are really living more and more back. Lao Jean bristled with disdain. What about you, Dean? Why don't you take that bell? It still needs Lord Qinglong himself. That's what he wanted to see. All over, it's that mouth that's the hardest. After a few dislikes, a smile appeared on Lao Jin's face. I have to say, your decision is wise. When this mischievous catfish stirs in, the gang in the inner courtyard will be designated to blow up. Good, it came at the right time. Aoki Chuan said blandly, not the time to object? After not using it, it's blowing up now. Old Jean was also good. His spiritual energy blossomed in mid-air, instantly transforming into a mirror that, Gu Changqing's figure, appeared on top. Asterisk. Just went in and had to climb up to the main peak. Nima, Su Nanyuan's sword was forced back? Woj, Xiaodinka's spirit just took it back? Son of a, he's evolving the skills of a beast pet. What a freak. Only a senior imperial beast master. It's a good thing it failed, or there would be another big expense. Listening to a startled voice, Aoki Chuan said, going for king level with a senior rank. In addition to the beast pet's bloodline being powerful, his body veins along with the potential inherited from those two were stimulated when they were forged. Watch, no one else will take a shot at him. Old Jean was surprised. Why? Because it's not worth it, and to use force against someone is inherently bullying. It hasn't worked yet. Can't afford to lose face. Furthermore, he didn't use his full strength. The strike that broke the formation carved a mark in the hearts of those 10 people. Old Jean nodded. Yes, without the mindset of drawing a sword, he falls into the lower echelon. The one guarding the top of the mountain isn't much inferior to him. Aomukawa's eyes narrowed slightly. We'll see who accomplishes who. As expected of Aokigawa, on the 10 auxiliary peaks after that, no one was making a move against Gu Changqing. 3,000 steps, and they soon came to an end. The clearing above the main peak is small and there was only one room on the cliffside and a small clearing. Gu Changqing stepped onto the last step and gazed down the mountain, realizing what it meant to have a panoramic view of the mountains. Everything in the inner courtyard was in full view and unobstructed. And the sun, too, is so close. Squeak! The door of the room suddenly opened from within. The Gu Changqing, have been waiting for you for a while. A handsome young man with green hair, with a warm smile, spoke to Gu Changqing. Aha! The top of the mountain is inhabited? Looking at the youth's angular face again, he bore a slight resemblance to Qing Muchuan. Gotta! At first glance, it's a connected person. You were waiting for me? Sho Aoki nodded. Yes, I was waiting for you. Waiting for me to move in? Sho Aoki was stunned for a moment, but he actually nodded and, yes, waiting for you to move in. After duking it out with me, of course, I'll lie down. You go in. Chapter 170, The Naive Heir of the Aoki Family. Is it cool? Gu Changqing cocked his head and looked at Aoki Sho in surprise. Judging from the Aoki River, the family favored by the Green Dragon, brains are supposed to be good for something, at least in the case of Aokigawa. How is it that the offspring are brain-dead? It also determines life and death. Darn it! Qing Muxiang froze, blissfully unaware of what Gu Changqing meant by this. Duel to the death. Give me a reason to go further. Of course. Gu Changqing pointed at the 10 auxiliary peaks. Have you challenged all 10 of those honorary position holders? Sho Aoki shook his head. My path, it is not in them. Then it's all about me. Well, you can decide if you want to live or die. Gu Changqing stepped toward the house, blithely not putting him in mind. Green-colored spiritual energy surged around Qing Muxiang's body, and his body veins hummed, as if a dragon roared in a low voice. Come on! Having made his preparations, Aoki Xiang bellowed to Gu Changqing, signaling that he could begin. Gu Changqing didn't even return his head. None of my business. If you want to decide life and death, just do it yourself. The purpose of my coming to the inner academy is not for stupidity. Opened the door to the room and looked at the environment of the room. It was quite cozy and elegant. Taking a large stab at the fluffy couch, he was able to get a full view of the inner courtyard through the low windows. What a great location. Gu Changqing took the tea leaves aside, a cluster of flames burning at the bottom of the pot. Before long, the aroma of tea filled the room. Pouring out a cup and taking a light sip, he nodded. Good tea. On the contrary, Sho Aoki, after being rejected by Gu Changqing, froze in place for some time. It was only then that he entered the room with a dark face, looking at the leisurely him, and said unhappily, You, look down on me. Gu Changqing really wanted to take out his phone and ask King Yush properly. How did this offspring of his grow up? The man is quite handsome. His brain is indeed hard. Then let me ask you, can you beat the Green Dragon? Aoki Sho shook his head decisively. Lord Qinglong is a holy beast. How could I be a match for him? Coincidentally, when I broke the formation, I had a fight with Qinglong. If you want to fight me to the death, the first condition is that it's also worthwhile for him to fight you for a move. Otherwise, it's not that I look down on you, but that you don't respect me. Judging from the energy that erupted from Aoki Xiang's body veins just now, he should be the future heir of the Aoki family. That hint of dragon might was not something that a casual beast pet with the word dragon could possess. Aoki Xiang stood for a long moment, and what he said nearly caused the tea Gu Changqing had been drinking into his mouth to spurt out. You have a point. I was blindly abrupt. I'm sorry. Good. When I am qualified to let Lord Qinglong receive a move, then I will propose a life and death battle to you. At that time, please don't refuse. No problem. Of course no problem. Don't stand around. Have a seat. The tea's good. Gu Changqing turned against the guest. Sho Aoki wasn't so much stupid as simple to the core. Probing along with someone else's thinking, as long as it's justified. To put it more bluntly, it's a lack of heart. But such a person was of great interest to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing then asked many questions about the inner courtyard, especially the 10 major auxiliary peaks. Sho Aoki also knew everything. Of the 10 auxiliary peaks, the strongest is Ao Lai of the Heavenly Peak. 30 years ago, he entered the inner courtyard with a strong half-step king level and took a seat in only 2 months. Since then, he had been roaming the borders of the Forbidden Land. No one knew what level his strength had reached, and he had never struck out in front of anyone again. The pressure alone makes challengers shy away. Next is Earth Peak's Killing Irregular. His beast pet is the Abyssal Spectre, which specializes in the art of assassination. The prey that he has set his sights on has not missed so far. Xianfeng's third in the world is the third inherited celestial pride that the Kyoto heavenly family has ever had. Chang Muxiang said what the 10 auxiliary peaks knew, word for word, to Gu Changqing. The more Gu Changqing listened, the more his heart sank, because the strength of many of the honored positions is unknown. Basically the top 5 has not moved in a long time. The position of the back 5 alternates relatively frequently. Some people came in strong, others fell out of the game. Gu Changcheng, on the other hand, had a bit of interest in two of them. Those were Su Nanyuan from the 8th peak, Desolate Peak, and Xiao Dinka from the 10th peak, Ming Peak. It was the two of them who had made a move when Gu Changcheng ascended the steps. By the way, speaking of which, Su Nanyuan should be considered your cousin? The Su family? Never heard of it. Gu Changcheng hadn't heard or seen his relatives and clansmen from his parents since he could remember, and he asked a question. His mother at the time, Su Ruoxing, touched his head and told him that his parents' relatives were gone. How did another cousin pop up? Is that so? Qing Muxiang rubbed the back of his head and said in puzzlement. But, Su Nanyuan's spirit beheading blade is indeed the same as your mother's main pet. There are quite a few sword favorites in the Imperial Beast world, but there is only one that can decimate souls. Then you are mistaken. My mother's main pet is a white civet cat. Oh, looks like I was wrong. Hungry. I'll go make dinner. Sho Aoki got up and headed for the modest kitchen. Gu Changcheng, on the other hand, frowned and fell into deep thought. His mother, Su Ruoxing's main pet, was indeed a white civet cat, and when he was young, it was mostly the one that accompanied Gu Changcheng as he grew up. Only in a battle outside of the city, the white ravens died trying to protect their mother. It was only after that my mother switched to a knife favorite, but the power of that sword pet was very different from Su Nanyuan, almost as if it was a gap in the sky. Gu Changcheng knew that with the information from Qinglong Academy, he wouldn't be mistaken. Associated with the mysterious past of their parents, Gu Changcheng got up, summoned the mostly recovered little gold, and flew towards the desolate peak. Hey, aren't you going to eat some? It's almost done. Aoki Sho chased out of the doorway and called out to Gu Changcheng, come back for more. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Sho Aoki was holding a spatula in his hand, when a curtain of light spread out in front of his eyes. The evil face of Aokigawa blowing his beard and eyes appeared on it. Bunny, did I ask you to babysit? And cooking? Why don't you scrub him? Sho Aoki looked at Aoki Chuan in a daze, and suddenly nodded his head once and, right I'll put the hot water on in a minute. I'll try. Grandpa. It was Aokigawa's turn to be dumbfounded. He knew his grandson's character well, yet he was not someone who willingly gave to others, or with an almost degrading display of servitude. Xiao Xiang, were you crippled by Gu Changcheng's neglect? How? Aoki Sho faded away from his superficial simplicity. At the first glance, I felt that he could be befriended, and in my heart of hearts, I don't mind about that. I want to get to know him a little better, to get a good look at what the person that Lord Aoshi Ryu and grandfather look up to was really like. Aokigawa sighed. Are you still blaming us for abandoning you? No, that's not giving up. It's truly letting go and flying. Whether it's Lord Qinglong or grandfather, your decision is for me, for Qinglong Academy. Aokigawa couldn't help but feel that his grandson had grown up. But the next moment, understand it well, the future heir of my Aoki family cooking in boiling water for the offspring of a debtor. If word gets out, where do you want me to put my face? Listen less to that bastard boy's poisonous chicken soup and stop being stupid. That's enough for now. Inside the house, wisps of black smoke drifted out. Grandpa won't talk to you anymore. The food is mushy. I'm hanging up first. Sho Aoki waved his hand to erase the light screen and bumbled back to the kitchen to jingle the bells. In the conference room old Kim laughed, the mockery unmistakable. Cheng Muchuan blackened his face. Laugh again? Laugh again and I'll throw your granddaughter into the inner courtyard as well. Lao Jin immediately stopped laughing and changed the subject. He ran towards Su Nanyuan. The truth about those two is about to be revealed. It's also time to reveal it, so that the Imperial Beast Masters of the Imperial Beast world can know. The two of them are more than just the heroes of a tiny Jinhai city. They are the heroes of the human race. In order to preserve the only fire seed, the human race owes them an explanation, as well as that kid. Lao Jin sighed. Few people can make that kind of sacrifice when faced with a dilemma like that. It's time to let the truth face the public. Gu Changcheng rode Little Gold and soon arrived on top of the 8th peak, Desolate Peak, a small, detached courtyard, with a knife sticking out of the doorway of a sword whose soul power fluctuated violently. Gu Changcheng jumped down from Little Gold's back, looked at the blade, and subconsciously said, Spirit Chopper? Unexpectedly, the Spirit Chopper seemed to sense that with a clang, flying up from the ground, it haunted Gu Changcheng as it hovered and flew. At this moment Gu Changcheng knew that what Sho Aoki said was true. There you are. An icy voice came out from the small courtyard. Chapter 171. It's not good. Gu Changcheng committed suicide by jumping off the cliff. Yeah, I'm coming. After basically confirming Su Nanyuan's identity, Gu Changcheng responded to his words. Come in. The door to the courtyard opened at the sound of the spirit beheading blade was summoned by its master and guided the way for Gu Changcheng to enter. A courtyard similar to a martial arts arena, with several weapon racks around the perimeter. An assortment of knives hangs from the racks. Looking at their quality, They are all above gold level equipment that a robust, ruggedly built man was drawing on something in front of a weapon rack. I only saw the blade aura appear in my hand, and the equipment that I held in my hand immediately lost the color of the grade that it should be, reduced to a hank of scrap metal. At the same time, the blade awnings in the burly man's hands fiercely and radiantly skyrocketed, as if they had gone through a layer of reinforcement. Master, he plundered the word energy from the weapon. Gu Changqing nodded. It was also the first time he had seen someone who was able to plunder word abilities. This is the special ability of that knife pet. Little Gold's pupils were dense with the colors of pale gold and chaos. Ever since it unleashed its mono fusion skill, the brand new Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline has loosened up like that terrifying chaotic light began to coalesce in the body. Spirit beheading blade, does it behead words? I just don't know. Can it chop bloodlines? Can't. Gu Changqing's speculative mutterings were heard by the burly man. Chopper's answer. The spirit beheading blade can only be used to cut away the word abilities of knives below the king's level. Further up, only the spirit beheading ancestral knife can do it. Unfortunately, it's lost. When he spoke of the spirit beheading ancestral blade, Gu Changqing could feel the flickering anger and killing intent of the burly man. If Su Nanyuan is really his cousin, then mother's previous comment about having no clan relatives meant that she had severed her ties with the Su family. It was because the disappearance of the spirit beheading ancestral blade had something to do with the mother? Su Nanyuan knew that he would come, and even revealed the secret of the spirit beheading sword without avoiding it. Apparently 10 out of 10 is 11 out of 10 true. Gu Changqing couldn't help but get a big headache. I've seen a pit father, but I've never seen a pit son, or the kind that pits you to the death. After taking the words from his weapon, Su Nanyuan just sat there in the field in a big prickly manner. He had a fierce face, one of those muscle maniac types, but the gaze that looked at Gu Changqing had a rare hint of tenderness and remembrance. It seemed that from his form, he saw the shadow of someone else. You guys are pretty much alike. Gu Changqing walked up and squatted down beside him, looking at the clear sky, saying, can you tell me her story? From the years I understood to the time they died in battle, what I saw and heard was overturned in a short period of time. What kind of story does she? What kind of story does she have? The corner of Su Nanyuan's mouth uncontrollably pulled up in an arc. She is the most gentle and domineering woman I've ever seen. As my sister-in-law, she favors me to call her sister. Every time I call out to her in front of the family, I get a hard stare from my mother. The Su family, not a great family, has an ancestral spirit beheading ancestral blade. The only difference between an artifact pet and a beast pet is that there is no need for troublesome bloodline reproduction. As long as the blade chi of the spirit beheading ancestral blade is invoked and added when the blade is successfully cast, it will help the knife open its innate blade spirit. She is also the most skilled at forging knives, and the spirit beheading knife forged with knife chi has only a fraction of the power of the spirit beheading ancestor knife. However, she touched on the same thing and found a way to raise the grade of her blade pet. That is to use one's own blood chi to warm it, and then when it advances, add materials of the same origin to help the blade spirit go even further. The method of blood air warming is different from spirit power warming in that it brings out the maximum battle power of the blade pet. Gu Changqing nodded his head and listened silently, and that's exactly what happened. Anyone who possessed an artifact pet would not consider warming it with blood. It was only because the body chakra of an imperial beast master was weak in comparison to spiritual power. While not being effective, it also tends to give birth to negative energies when the artifact favor is tainted with blood chi. This leads to a decrease in loyalty. At the age of 14, she was recognized by the spirit beheading ancestral blade and became the 5th contracted imperial beast master. Since then, the legend belonging to her came. She only had one blade pet and never contracted another. With a single blade, she killed her way out of the city, out of the provincial capital, and to the point where none of the imperial beastmasters of the time dared to call themselves Heaven's Pride. Speaking of Su Ruoxing's extreme peak, Su Nanyuan's spirit was exuberant and excited, but the next second, his complexion dimmed and he gritted his teeth. But a man appeared out of nowhere and became his opponent. No one knows where he came from or what he's about. He had been teetering on the brink of elimination in that year's national exams. But the final battle with her, he tore away the disguise. At this time, Su Nanyuan skimmed his head and said, I've seen your grand examination site, and it's not you that's strong, but your beast pets. Compared to the two of them, you are too weak. Both contracted only one favored bit, her spirit slashing ancestral blade, and that person's body veins. In a ring battle, the two of them fought for a day and a night, and in the end, both of them were exhausted, and there was no winner or loser. This result made Gu Changqing exceptionally surprised. Su Nanyuan was only at the half-step king level, and the spirit beheading sword's blade aura and blade intent were so terrifying. The body contract is even stronger, Jinling ancestral blade's mother. I'm afraid that it's a bit stronger than the current Su Nanyuan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to become the absolute heavenly pride in the mouths of those bigwigs. But the other one was too perverted, and was able to stiffen up his mother without losing, based on his body veins alone. Is it the reincarnation of the Beast Emperor? Later on, the two of them bonded over this and pitched a lot of heavenly treasures. After that, they went to a terrifying forbidden land that the human race didn't dare to set foot in, and after they came back, the two of them had a drastic change in temperament. The spirit beheading ancestral blade was lost by her, and that man's peerless body veins were reduced to a wasted level. What's more, they changed as if they were someone else. Willingly cowering in Jinhai City as a captain, Su Nanyuan said, looking at the dazed Gu Changqing. The voice was exasperated. It was you that made them lose who they once were. Gu Changqing was silent, unable to answer this cousin's questioning. The supreme splendor of the greatest generation, the recklessness of the white Horish twins, all on the basis of absolute talent and potential. Therefore, as strong as the green dragon and the white tiger, knowing that they are being screwed, they still just keep the books and do not go to the real claim or crusade. As if they were comets, the two slowly turned into two ordinary city guards in Jinhai City. Just because. Has him. That's what I thought before. Su Nanyuan's hostility was withdrawn. It was only after I had some ability to dig deeper that I realized they had encountered unknowable great things in that forbidden land. The only thing I can tell is that the two joined forces and personally took care of the trouble that was enough to threaten the human race. How strong were they, then? Listening to Su Nanyuan's narration, Gu Changqing only felt that the two parents were the ones who cheated and opened the door. Zune level, yet unknown Zune level. Gu Changqing sucked in a breath of cool air. It's not cheating and hanging. It's the innate great circle. The immortals have come down to blow up the fish pond. Zuni level, just the lowest guess. All this talking to you is just to let you know what kind of people your parents are. As for you, you don't get my approval yet. At least I'm going to kill you. Easily. Nico, Xiao Jin chirped disapprovingly, about to give Su Nanyuan some color. Little Jean, don't be rude. Gu Changqing drank it in. I won't give you a chance. Hopefully, go do what you need to do. Gu Changqing got up and walked towards the courtyard door. I know that they have left behind a backstab, and are protecting you as much as anyone else, but it would be a waste of their efforts if you remained caught up in that protection and did not seek to defend yourself. Gu Changqing stopped at the words and savored Su Nanyuan's words, and then leave. The spirit chopper blade also wanted to follow Gu Changqing, but was held by Su Nanyuan's hilt. Now is not the time, knowing that you have caught the scent of the spirit beheading ancestor's blade, but there are some things that he needs to resolve on his own. There is a qualitative difference between harboring a treasure mountain and owning it. The chopper sword humanely buzzed softly. Auntie, your child has not disgraced you so far. It just needs to be honed and cut loose in the world. Gu Changqing returned to the peak of the main peak, and just after entering the house, Chang Mu Xiang greeted him for dinner. Gu Changqing politely refused and went out and walked to the edge of the cliff. Su Nanyuan's words echoed in his mind. Have I, all this time, been too well protected? After his parents died, Yi Ruyan carried the banner of taking care of him. At a time of grayness in his life, the infinite gift awakened, giving him enough capital to do so, steadily moving forward. There are many big names like Green Dragon who believe in him and pave a broader path. Thinking about it, Gu Changqing smiled to himself. It's still true. So, what happens if it's just me? Suddenly, a powerful forbidden force blocked off the imperial beast space. Gu Changqing looked down at the sea of clouds below. Stepping forward on his feet, he jumped lengthwise. No! Shou Aoki's voice rang out from behind him. In a short while, the news that Gu Changqing had jumped off a cliff in search of death spread in the inner courtyard. Chapter 172, Chopping Spirit Ancestral Blade, Body Vein Dharma Phase. Jumped off a cliff? You said that Gu Changqing jumped off a cliff? Yeah, 1,000 times over. My roommate's cousin's distant relative's neighbor's kid is in the inner sanctum. Personally, no way. That's the guy who kicked the pavilion of the inner courtyard and succeeded. The future is boundless. He's flying high. How could he commit suicide? Who knows? Maybe the monsters in the inner courtyard are banding together to boycott. What a pity, to be forced to commit suicide by someone from the inner court. It's a shame that it is. Null Senpai is free from the demon. Yeah. The inner court is collectively forcing demons to die. Wait, is that what I said? The news of Gu Changqing jumping off the cliff seeped out of the inner courtyard and then spread throughout the outer courtyard. And the truth about the death, after adding to it, completely changed the flavor. Sister Jian, the 10 honored positions in the inner courtyard. Someone likes you. Lu Jian was in the process of establishing a spiritual channel with the beast pets in the imperial beast space, and when she heard her roommate who was swiping her cell phone in the dormitory say so, she was surprised and said, "Who likes me?" That roommate spread his hands. "I don't know. The Academy intranet forums are discussing it. It says that one or more of the 10 great dignitaries favored you at the same time." So they joined forces and forced Gu Changqing to jump off a cliff and kill himself. Boring. Lu Jing coldly returned, closed her eyes and continued to. Instantly, her eyes snapped open. Who are you talking about jumping off a cliff? It's that Gu Changqing. Lu Jing was in a big hurry, busy opening her cell phone, watching the forum public opinion blowing more and more crooked. But suicide is confirmed. Pink fists clenched and face white, she got out of bed, threw on her clothes, and hurried away. You can't die until the deal is struck. Lecture, how can there be such an outcry? Meanwhile, in the conference room, the senior leaders of the academy gathered once again. Like a child who had done something wrong, Sho Aoki stood behind Aokigawa, waiting for his grandfather's wrath. Lao Jin is also quite emotional, although Gu Changqing is not so cold, but in his heart, began to like some. Who knows? Tell me what happened. Again, Sho Aoki had to repeat what he saw. At the end, he sighed. I really don't know why he chose this path. Had I known, I wouldn't have pushed him aggressively. Nothing to do with you. Aoki Chuan looked at the blaming and guilty Aoki Sho and tapped his fingers on the table. You said that before he jumped off the cliff, he went to the desolate peak of the 8th peak? Yes. At that time I was telling him about the specifics of the 10 peaks. I then asked a mouthful if I knew that Su Nanyuan from Desolate Peak was his cousin. And then, Grandpa knew what was going on at the time, so why do you want me to talk about it? Just then, Aokigawa slammed the table, his face serious and, it startled all the executives present. Now that it's come to this, I won't hide it from you all. You all know Gu Changqing's identity, and what you don't know is that his parents were heroes of the human race. In order to block the invasion of an unknown terror, they spared everything. This matter is known to all 4 saints. Now, the child of a hero of the human race was humiliated and jumped off a cliff in my Green Dragon Academy. So what do you guys say? What should be done? Dean, we can't speak favorably of the character of those two, but in the face of right and wrong, our thoughts are the same as yours. Yeah, laying hands on a child. We couldn't do something like that. The dean can go ahead and investigate. And if this matter is related to any of us, the punishment will be severe and blood will be paid. Cheng Muchuan looked at the various executives who had taken a stance, waved his hand, and said, I don't have any doubts about everyone here, but I feel that the opportunity has arrived. Lao Jin, you guys discuss and contact the other 3 academies. It's time to let the light of the heroes shine on the human race. Okay, I'll get right on it. After all of them began to do the Gu family justice, Aoki Xiang witnessed the old man's maneuvering and wanted to speak. You're trying to say that it's impossible for Gu Changqing to take life lightly, right? Yes, there must be something fishy about it. Cheng Muchuan smiled. That's natural. What do you think the reason for keeping Su Nanyuan in the inner courtyard is? Sho Aoki was shocked. Grandpa, you idiot, there's a time for everything. Gu Changqing's feats in Tianyuan City, along with the great breakthrough of the inner courtyard formation, have already caused some people to be jealous. Su Nanyuan just told the story of his parents. That's all. Then he asked, he is, in your opinion, a man of weak mind? Sho Aoki shook his head. No, it seems that Su Nanyuan's words have touched him. Just wait, this is his chance. I got it. Aokigawa pulled his collar to his heel and whispered, pay close attention to the movements of the 10 peaks, especially the ones that just climbed up. Good. A sea of clouds drifted by, and the sunlight refracted through the clouds in a rainbow of colors. Gu Changqing's body continued to fall downward, and it seemed like there was no end under the sea of clouds, if a bottomless abyss. Is this what it feels like to be on the verge of death? The body is unconscious, his soul is sane, can see everything outside. At this moment, his soul appeared outside the Imperial Beast space, that uncharted darkness. In the Imperial Beast space, Little Gold, Black Egg, and Little White were all resisting extremely hard, wanting to break the confinement and come out. He saw, too, the faint flickering of a fire, bright and flickering, in the darkness of. The number of flames was as numerous as the stars in the sky. You're in a state of deep epiphany. Your soul is derailed from your physical body and you will die if you cannot return within 3 days. There are only 2 hints to the abyssal rule. Gu Changqing's soul wandered aimlessly and, there is no comprehension. There is just confusion. Suddenly, a blazing white luster, like the opening of the sky by Pangu, cutting through the chaos and darkness, a ray of light was shed. Gu Changqing covered his eyes. The luster was too blinding, and his soul hurt as if he was being stabbed by 10,000 needles. After the shine had diminished, Gu Changqing moved his hand away and, the sight in front of him made him open his mouth wide. Is that my body vein? Under the shine, Gu Changqing could make out the starry flames that, it is in the cells that coalesce into the fire. A single nerve connects it like a dharma heaven. Body chakra, body pulse. Su Nanyuan said that my father was once enough to be on par with my mother with his body vein alone. Could it be that what the Peach Maiden and the others have forged for me is precisely my father's kind of body vein? Or is it that they are not forging it for me, but opening that yoke? The more I think about it, the more likely this is. The trip to the Undying Capital had proved that Peach Girl and Black Dragon were acquainted with them, even though the two Beast Emperors didn't admit it with their mouths. What we see now has been proven. Body vein. What is body vein? It's just a different way of forging the body from the Imperial Beast world. However, after mastering the preliminary, the Imperial Beast Master thought that the body chakra was only for the subsequent domain as a bridge of support. Unbeknownst to them, although the body chakra and domain complement each other, they can also be cultivated as a separate job title. A body chakra that has reached great completion can resist a domain. If the domain becomes a great success, it may not be able to trap the body vein. The suppression of the rules of the abyss is too strong, and for the sake of protection, only simpler job titles can be chosen for advancement. A voice that resonates languidly here. It wasn't conversing with Gu Changqing, but in a way similar to a recorded message. As Gu Changqing listened, his soul body couldn't help but get agitated. The aggression was spreading. Surname Gu, you and mother, tricked me so hard. This voice was none other than Gu Chanling's. The body veins turned out to be like this, but my spirit beheading ancestral blade is no worse than yours. Chopping off the soul, stripping away karma, and fusing your body. In comparison, your body veins are a bit worse, yo. It's just that it's bitter for that boy. Without us, I hope he can grow up happily. I don't ask for much success in the future. I only ask for this life to be peaceful. If he has really come this far, it means that my son is better than us. He carries our hope and continues to go on for the human race to open up a peaceful heaven and earth. Boy, mommy and daddy love you the most. The soul body had no tears. It was just fluctuating violently. You too. You make one of my tiger hands want to weep. Don't worry, there will be that day. Hopefully, in a small courtyard, we'll be a family of 4, safe and sound for the rest of our lives. Bye, Dad and Mom. See you again. Gu Changqing finished murmuring. Steep. The body veins roared violently. The huge body vein phantom, which could only be looked up to, contracted dramatically. Until it shrunk into a miniature version of him. Clang. Next, the blazing white luster that was like the opening of the heavens and the earth was once again swung out in succession, taking the chaotic darkness and opening up 2 special places similar to the space of the Imperial Beasts. The mini phantom and that blazing white luster, respectively, entered the newly opened space. You contracted an unknown level sword pet chopping spirit ancestral blade. You contracted an unknown level beast pet body vein dharma phase. Chapter 173, The Beast Masters Association. Chopping spirit ancestral blade unknown level blade pet. Bloodline, unknown. Attribute, special form sword pet, defined by the strength of the contracted Imperial Beastmaster's own body chakra. Features, looting, can seize the words of knife pets and knife equipment below the legendary level. Fusion, can integrate the words of the looted words into the knife pets themselves, for the ultimate sublimation. Skills, none. Introduction: a mysterious treasure sword enchanted by special rules, not restricted by the rules of the abyss. The specific strength grows and degrades depending on the Imperial Beastmaster himself. Body vein dharma phase, unknown level beast pet. Bloodline, unknown. Attribute, special phallic beast pet, defined by the strength of the contracted Imperial Beastmaster's own body chakra. Characteristics, none. Skill, law of the heavens, special skill, not available at this time. Description, a special beast pet derived from a special body vein in a special way, not restricted by the rules of the abyss, growing and degrading according to the Imperial Beastmaster himself. In the newly opened space of the Imperial Beasts, a knife that was ancient and emanated powerful soul fluctuations and that miniature version of the body vein phantasm. Gu Changqing felt the different connections with Little Gold and the other beast pets. Silence, if it is, and the beast pet is establishing a channel of trust with the Imperial Beastmaster. Then the spirit beheading ancestral blade and the body vein dharma phase were the inheritance of blood genes, against or beyond the rules of the abyss. It is a jewel left for the child by 2 peerless celestials with great perseverance and wisdom. Buzz. In a flash, the spirit beheading ancestral blade trembled, leaving the Imperial Beast space in an instant and hovering above Gu Changqing's soul body. A blade of special, emergent words that, slash after slash into the soul. This is, a series of new memories were instilled into his mind, and the words on the blade's awnings materialized, little by little. Spirit beheading blade spectrum. After combing through the memories quickly, it turned out to be the blade spectrum and cultivation method belonging to the spirit beheading ancestral blade. In the soul body's hand, an additional blade of the soul. According to the cultivation method recorded in the sword manual, a move was practiced. The spirit beheading ancestral blade was suspended above his head, and in the capacity of a strict teacher, he constantly corrected and tutored. I don't know how long it had been, but when Gu Changqing had familiarized himself with all the moves of the sword manual, It was only then that the spirit-beheading ancestral blade collected its sharpness and returned to the Imperial Beast space, and the body chakra Dharma phase took over. It's so much simpler the way that it simply guides the physical body chakra, which blends with the Dharma body chakra. It was seen that the fires, which were like stars, met each other after the Gu Changqing could only feel the spirit-beheading ancestral blade trembling with excitement. The aura of the soul that was cleansed out grew thicker and thicker. Is this the ability of a special blade pet? It doesn't depend on the constraints of the rank of the job title, but only grows stronger depending on the ability of the Imperial Beast Master himself? Without any distractions, Gu Changqing drove the fusion of the Dharma body vein and the physical body vein with all his might. Desolate Peak, martial arts training ground. Su Nanyuan, who was wiping his knives, suddenly looked at a certain spot in the sea of clouds and frowned lightly, and his knife pet, the chopper sword, seemed to have sensed something that, in a moment, sword chi filled the deserted peak. Well, I know all about it. Su Nanyuan waved his hand to dispel the blade chi and held the spirit-beheading sword, saying, its revival also symbolizes that the Imperial Beast world has come to an end. I don't know if it's good or bad, but if I can, I'd rather him never notice the secret. The chopper, however, broke free of his hand and buzzed and quivered in retort. I can't tell you, since you guys think it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do, right? 3 days passed in a flash, but these 3 days were not very comfortable for every monster in the inner courtyard. There's an invisible pressure that hangs over the mind at all times. It felt like something horrible was about to come out. 3 days in, stuck in a nightmare like, who says it isn't? Ever since Gu Changqing committed suicide by jumping off a cliff, he's been all over the place, and his thoughts are not getting through. Do you guys think it's possible that they died unjustly and came back to take revenge after death in the form of a severe ghost? You don't say. You don't say. It's so possible. The inner court discusses the changes that have taken place over the last few days. It's even more cerebral to think that it's Gu Changqing who's coming back to claim his revenge. At the peak of the main peak, Aoki Xiang-eyed the dynamics below and could not help but sigh. Immediately after that, his gaze locked onto Yufeng from the 5th peak as well as Hongfeng from the 7th peak. Yufeng and Hongfeng, since Gu Changqing's accident, have been sending out messages to the outside world more and more frequently. It should be right among the two of them. After chanting, he looked at the location where Gu Changqing jumped off the cliff and muttered, "We haven't decided on life and death yet. Don't really die." The 7th day of Gu Changqing's suicide by jumping off a cliff. On this day, Green Dragon Academy welcomed a group of uninvited guests. A high-tech hovering treasure ship hovered at the gate of the Green Dragon Academy. The top management of the Green Dragon, led by Aoki Chuan, were all present to greet them. Not long after, the cabin of the treasure ship opened and a long corridor extended to the front of the academy. From there, an Imperial Beast Master with a strong aura came out. They were dressed in uniform, with badges on their chests identifying them. The Imperial Beast Masters Association. Dean Aoki, I haven't seen you in a few years. How are you? The old man in the lead was of a similar age to Aoki Chuan and warmly greeted him after he came down. Yes, we haven't seen each other for years. You and I have different responsibilities, and we can't go back to our youthful days. Yes, they are the future hope of the human race. We can only do our best to provide them with help and solve unnecessary troubles. Carefully nurture them and wait for growth. Aokigawa nodded and immediately got to the point. Old Jiang Ah, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a temple. The Four Elephants Academy is independent of the General Association of Imperial Beast Masters, and today you sailed the Dragon Rider and brought the mainstay of the General Association to my Green Dragon Academy. What? Smashing the scene? Jiang Weiman blankly glanced at Cheng Mu Chuan. Your mouth, is still as vicious as ever. The report of your Four Elephant Academy's joint voice has already arrived in Kyoto. What about us coming? One is to confirm the authenticity of the matter. After all, the Kyoto headquarters has no idea about this matter, and it was set up by your Four Elephant Academy. On the other hand, it is to meet the offspring of those two. Formal process, routine practice, take it easy, then come in. The conference room in detail. Aomukawa opened his mouth before the academy executives made way. Jiang Weiman watched their every move, slightly displeased between his eyebrows, and said somewhat yin and yang, "It's still you, the dean, who has the authority, even more face than me, the vice president of the Imperial Beast Master General Association." The General Association of Imperial Beast Masters was the one that managed all the Imperial Beast Masters of the human race. However, the people of the Green Dragon Academy did not put him in their eyes and only honored Cheng Mu Chuan. We're nestled on an island and haven't seen much of the world, so understand. By the way, what happens after you meet their offspring? Jiang Weiman had a righteous look on his face. If this matter is true, he is the child of a hero of the human race and deserves to go to the General Association of Imperial Beastmasters to be honored. If not, we may have to seek him out to find out a little more. Aokigawa's footsteps stopped and he turned his head, his gaze exploring the crowd of the Imperial Beastmaster General Association. It wasn't long before he found his target. 3 people. It was the 3 people of the Elder Corps who were in the provincial capital of Huang Province, striving to keep Luo Shan from being able to kill Gu Changqing. Jiang Weiman. We first met on the battlefield and have been friends for decades. You also know me as a person. As soon as Jiang Weiman heard that Cheng Mu Chuan was no longer addressed in a familiar manner, but had changed his name, he knew his intentions. You're still so cautious and protective. I just wanted to come and make sure. After all, it's hard for me to do that after the death of a city lord of a provincial capital. Cheng Mu Chuan coldly grunted. No need to make it difficult. I can clearly tell you that the one surnamed Lu was slaughtered by Gu Changqing. How about it? Jiang Weiman's eyes are also hostile now. Then I'm sorry. The descendants of heroes, but also cannot kill indiscriminately. Besides, yes or no is still unknown. Old brother, don't make it difficult for me, okay? Yeah, well, make yourself at home. Cheng Mu Chuan also did not shiver, stepped in the air, and left the courtyard door. As soon as he left, the academy's senior management immediately closed in and blocked the courtyard door to death. Old Jean rushed forward and bellowed. The 4-Elephant Academy is independent of the General Association of Imperial Beastmasters. What? Who gave you the guts to want to bring us under your banner as well? Right, if our children make a mistake, they will be punished by the Dean and Lord Qinglong. You guys have overstepped your bounds. I'm afraid that the news of Lord Qinglong's injuries from his battle with the deep-sea remnants has spread out, and only then did the curmudgeons dare to come to our door. What? Is it looking down on us old bones? Trying to take our people away in front of us, the General Association of Beastmasters? Nor do you inquire about how much talent the Green Dragon Academy has instilled in you. The Green Dragon executives were all filled with righteous indignation, and they had a great tendency to disobey and do battle. Jiang Weiman's frown deepened as he listened to the remarks of one and another. At this time, one of the elder group, who had been taught a lesson by Qinglong, leaned over to Jiang Weiman's ear and said, Vice President, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can't miss it. Jiang Weiman only dwelled on it for a moment before he said in a loud voice, even though Qinglong Academy is independent, it's still the territory of the human race. I've been ordered to come and take the criminal Gu Changqing, so don't make any mistakes. Chapter 174, Spies in the Inner House, Collaborating from the Inside Out. In the conference room, Aokigawa rubbed his forehead and a sliver of the green dragon's shadow appeared across from him. Get well in peace and don't run out on everything. Hearing the complaints in Cheng Mu Chuan's words, the green dragon void smiled faintly. That old Qilin guy. He wants to use the excuse of this matter to come and exert his authority on the 4-Elephant Academy. Cheng Mu Chuan hummed heavily. Sure way. I'm afraid I'm looking for the wrong person. Originally, I wanted to help those two restore their reputation. Who would have thought that it would give them an excuse? It's normal, whether it's the Kyoto Rights Center or the Imperial Beastmaster General Association. The idea of annexing the 4-Elephants Academy and strengthening the center's control has been around for a long time. It's just that they are afraid of the 4 of us, which is why they have delayed it again and again. They've done a lot behind the scenes, and it's obviously worked out well. Together with the dogs of the deep-sea legacy race popping out to cause trouble, the timing is right. If it were me, I'd do it too. After the green dragon's shadow finished speaking, it once again asked, what did the other 3 old guys say? Aoki Chuan sighed. Not optimistic. White tiger, vermilion bird. Most of the top brass were already close to the General Association. A lot of projects are involved, sort of tied together. There's not much movement on the Xuanwu side, so I guess it's coming soon. With only half a year to go, the entire Imperial Beast world is about to change. Considering it from a different perspective, it's not wrong for them to do so. Cheng Mu Chuan blared. Pull back. You're happy to hand Gu Changqing over? The road is at your feet. Everywhere is a road. That boy has found the road. To walk or not to walk, it's up to him. Hey, you old man, I'm the only one who's worried. The green dragon smiled faintly. Perhaps, long before the mirror of karma, everything was already predetermined. However, that old Qilin has been looking at it unfavorably for a long time. Snatching someone from me easily, don't I want to lose face? Only then did Aoki Chuan reveal a smile. Hurry up and go nurse your injuries. How many years has it been since I've moved my muscles and bones? They're getting rusty. At the courtyard gate, people on both sides started moving from the moral plane to personal attacks. Then it went from personal attacks to group name-calling. Lao Jin was quite a tough fighter, with one person at the front, unmoving. At that moment, Ayamukawa's voice resounded vastly in the sky. Jiang Weiman, your old bones are itching. Come to the sea. Let's have a fight. How about it? Cheng Mu Chuan sent out a date for war, and Jiang Weiman responded, old brother, do we really have to go that far? Once we go to war, it will be the strength of the human race that will be lost. At that time, You and I will both be sinners of the human race. A human sinner? Is the General Association of Imperial Beast Masters so fond of slapping labels around? I just want to spar with you to see how much you've grown over the years. Jiang Weiman hesitated in his mind. It's not really about becoming a sinner, as he says. Rather, he was no match for Aokigawa. To be able to come to the current position, in addition to the Jiang family's support behind the scenes, more than anything else, it was favored by that one. But, the Aoki family stood in the Imperial Beast world by relying on the Aoki dragon. Who was the equal of that one? Still a force to be reckoned with. If one were to say that nowadays, the only one who could take advantage of Chang Muchuan's hands would be the dean of the Four-Elephant Academy. Fight, or get the hell back. Aoki Chuan's voice was like rolling thunder. We've come this far. Jiang Weiman gritted his teeth. Okay, I'm coming. He then said something in the ear of the person next to him and flew away from the courtyard gate. As soon as the bosses of both sides left, the stopped cursing war opened up again. Only, in the General Association of Imperial Beast Masters, some people started throwing skills towards the senior staff of the Green Dragon Academy. For a while, the Green Dragon executives were filled with righteous indignation. The berserk power, centered on the courtyard gate, began to ripple out to the surroundings. The inner courtyard of the Green Dragon. Shou Aoki is holding on tight against Yufeng and Hongfeng. Not long after Chang Muchuan's appointment, skyrocketing light flared up from the two mountain peaks. Immediately after that, the four peaks of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, even stronger spiritual power fluctuations rolled and swirled, rippled the entire inner courtyard. Chang Muxiang's pupils shook as he loudly and angrily rebuked. Enjoying my Green Dragon Academy's offerings, he dares to make peace with outsiders inside and outside. Good, really good. Of the four peaks of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, the spiritual energy of the heavenly peak and the yellow peak were suppressing the two peaks of earthly Xian. As for Yufeng and Hongfeng, all of their power poured out towards the heavenly and yellow peaks. Accompanied by the violent bombardment, the heavenly and yellow peaks shook, and countless rolling stones fell and did not enter the sea of clouds. 6 silhouettes, rushing out of the ruins, the Sky Peak and Yellow Peak, standing back to back. The remaining 4 peaks, on the other hand, were grouped 2 by 2 to face each other. Joke, we Imperial Beastmasters are human Imperial Beastmasters, not a separate group. Although the Four-Elephant Academy is independent, it is still under the jurisdiction of the General Association. It's you who want to be exclusive, so don't fall back on your words. The world is changing. The human race must be unified in power and controlled by a center of power. The Green Dragon Academy, by disobeying the control, is taking its own life. Aoki Siang, of the 10 peaks today, 4 are already under the General Association. The 2 peaks' honored positions are not in the inner courtyard, so how else do you want to stop us? Just with Desolate Peak and Ming Peak? If you are sensible, hand over Gu Changcheng. His sins are so deep that the General Association should be the one to judge him. The monsters in the inner courtyard, watching the 10 peaks in disarray, listening to their exchanges. It was roughly understood in general. The 10 peaks are going to have a schism. I think they have a point. We are entering the inner courtyard for the sake of the human race, not for the sake of the Green Dragon. Right, my ass? Have you grown a brain? Who do you eat, drink and use? White wolves? You can't say that. Everything is under the premise of the great justice of the human race. It makes sense. The inner court is getting more and more unreasonable. A brat wants to come and command us, and he can do whatever he wants just because he's Lord Qinglong's emissary? Mud. The white-eyed wolf's brain is covered in him, just as the monsters stood in 2 factions, fighting for what they believed in. On the Desolate Peak and the Ming Peak, sword intent filled the air and spiritual energy fluctuated. Su Nanyuan held the spirit-cutting blade and appeared forcefully with a blade that broke through the air. What appeared on Ming Peak was a grey-clad woman with a bucket hat and veil on her head, and under the fluctuation of soul power. Let the chaotic scene die down for a while. Su Nanyuan, Xiao Dinka, you too, do you want to make enemies of the General Association? Su Nanyuan stroked the spirit beheading sword in his hand and buzzed. You want to move Gu Changcheng? The middle-aged man of Hongfeng's honorable position looked at the knife in his hand and coldly hummed. Move him, so what? No how. Then, chop you first. Su Nanyuan moved, and the spirit-chopping sword chopped out horizontally. The brilliant blade pulled out dozens of feet long, wrapped in king-level battle power, and slashed at the middle-aged man. Hongfeng Zunshi looked at the slashing blade and was surprised. Surprisingly, he has broken through the king level? But so what? It's the same mole. The same king level might erupted, and it was even thicker than Su Nanyuan's. A finger was pointed out, only to see an index finger that was no less than the blade's awnings that heavy collided with it. Chopper! Su Nanyuan shouted, only to see countless blade chi dispersed from the shattered blade aura that those blade chi were extremely strange, like water and smoke. Don't fight hard. That blade chi cuts the soul. The other peak dignitaries voiced a reminder. Can a mere small knife cut down a divine mountain? Just as the blade chi was about to enter his body, the silhouette of a magnificent giant mountain appeared behind the middle-aged man. The blade chi touched and shattered in an instant, leaving not a single trace behind. That's the Lingnan Shi clan's clan-supporting beast pet, the Jingjin Shi Emperor. The defense is too terrifying. Even the Soul One can protect it. Shi Zhongyan let out a loud laugh and the spirit beheading sword. It's a joke. The legend. You guys compiled it, right? And that woman. Also a joke. Su Nanyuan's fists were clenched, his anger rising. The spirit beheading sword was even buzzing. However, with the strike just now, both he and the spirit beheading sword had suffered a considerable amount of recoil injuries, and it was already difficult to strike the next blow. Shi Zhongyan was even more pleased with himself, looking at the two venerable positions of Tianfeng and Huangfeng, and sneered, being the first and fourth of the 10 great venerable positions. Is that all you've got? The two great dignitaries who stood with their backs to each other were silent. Wisps of black aerosol evaporated from the top of his head as his spiritual energy churned. Despicable. To poison. Aoki show everything in his eyes, the green in his body veins. A green, scale-clad, three-clawed green dragon flew out from the imperial beast space. As the heir of the Aoki clan's current generation, I would like to see how much you have inherited. Shi Zhongyan enveloped the divine mountain around him, carrying a heavenly tilting pressure as he forced his way towards Cheng Muxiang. Buzz! Suddenly, a piquant blade aura rose up from the sea of clouds and, in the next second, Shi Zhongyan only felt a blur before his eyes and the Jingjin Shi Emperor's virtual shadow that covered his entire body instantly dimmed. You're the one who said that the spirit beheading blade couldn't cut through your divine mountain? The sea of clouds churned and formed a huge vortex. At the center of the vortex, clouds arched over a figure that slowly appeared. Aoki Chuan's pupils shrunk, and in a rare moment, he cursed, Marred, I knew you wouldn't die. Chapter 175, I'm right here, come kill me. The sea of clouds tumbled and transformed into a ladder that appeared under Gu Changqing's feet. He held the spirit chopper ancestral blade in his hand, and with each step across the upper cloud layer step, the clouds around his body surrounded him, transforming into a different form of beast, weapon, and vision. Each time you cross the upper cloud step, the rank numbers on the rank insignia on his chest began to regress backwards. Each time you cross the upper cloud step, the might on his body grew 1 point thicker, and his spiritual energy spread and grew at an exponential rate. Gu Changqing, who jumped off the cliff, didn't even die. My god, what kind of monster? Jumping off a cliff doesn't kill him, and his aura is even stronger than before. Is this the real-life version of the novel mentioning that there is a secret treasure after jumping off a cliff? It's a pity that it didn't appear at the right time. The most powerful heavenly peak Zunshur was suppressed by the toxin and couldn't exert its proper strength. The other peaks, how could they be a match for those several Zunas? What do you guys say? Will Gu Changqing slash his way through and repel his strong enemies? Insert an I first, truly, and I will call you the Emperor of Prophecy. Gu Changqing's return caused the inner courtyard, which had originally been chaotically divided into two factions. Both stopped fighting and quietly stood up in their comfortable seats with their arms folded. He's not dead? Shi Zhongyan looked at Gu Changqing, who was walking slowly on the cloud steps, and his brows couldn't help but shrink. The current Gu Changqing gave him an unfathomable and inexplicable feeling. The person is right in front of you, but you can't capture it. And at this time, Gu Changqing's ears were bursting with hints of the abyssal rules. Rank level is fading. Rank 1. Rank level is fading. Rank 1. Rank level is fading. Rank 1. The numbers on the rank badges quickly fell to 20, 15, 10, until it fell to 1. Gu Changqing came right in front of Shi Zhongyan. The effects of the rules of the abyss on you are dissipating. Congratulations on the promotion of your body chakra realm to the peak of the Xian realm. Congratulations on the evolution of your body vein grade to divine. The way of the ultimate golden word incense to be opened. Talent, infinite gold word is hereby recording your previous rank because the rank is retired. Unlimited gold words have been repaired, and your record level is currently 33. It will be returned as soon as the special status is gone. Yes, at this time, Gu Changqing, after combining the body vein dharma phase with the physical body veins, the special ability of the abyssal rule could not leave a trace on its body. Gu Changqing only felt that there was a constant stream of energy pouring out of his body at the moment. The body veins were constantly metamorphosing under the rush of this energy. The fire was growing even more at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the duration until the force is exhausted and it is impossible to maintain such a state. The spirit beheading ancestral blade pointed at Shi Zhongyan from afar, and Gu Changqing indifferently said, "Can your divine mountain really carry my blade?" As the words fall, only Gu Changqing's figure could be seen, disappearing slowly in the air. Shi Zhongyan was horrified. and he fully harnessed the essence Goldstone Emperor to maximize its defensive capabilities. But the next second, there was a clash of gold and iron. Gu Changqing appeared in front of Shi Zhongyan like a ghost. The spirit-beheading ancestral blade spat out scorching blade chi and slashed heavily at the virtual shadow that the essence Goldstone Emperor had transformed into. Boom! Manic spiritual energy erupted out, setting off shock waves like waves that rippled out over the inner courtyard. Below, on the main peak, the monsters of the inner courtyard only felt the gale force winds. The houses inhabited were shaking, and some even uprooted and flew high into the air. Gulp! No one spoke, only the sound of gagging. Shi Zhongyan took the knife head-on and felt his chest sink. His throat was sweet, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The Jingjin Shi Emperor's virtual shadow, on the other hand, completely flew away in ashes under the scorching hot saber chi. Shi Zhongyan was shocked and was busy pulling away from Gu Changqing, his heart pounding. Impossible. The range in which the Jingjin Shi Emperor's shadow unfolds is the domain. Why is it that his blade can ignore the existence of the domain? Not only is it ignored, but it breaks the domain, relying only on a precious sword, a specific vein. Shi Zhongyan's 3 views were nearly destroyed, completely beyond generalized common sense. Phew! Gu Changqing exhaled burning hot turbid chi from his mouth, and the body vein dharma resonated with his physical body veins. The spirit-beheading ancestral blade, which completely carried this power, even doubled up and chopped out. He sort of understood why his father was able to fight against his mother in the first place with just his physical pulse, completely overloaded body veins, as if another system of cultivation. The horror that eschews all the rules of the abyss. Next cut. You have to die. Cold killing intent snapped in his eyes. The spirit-beheading ancestral blade was slowly handed out. Everyone present in the inner court saw an incredible scene. The knife wasn't faster, even slower, but back to the moment of reflection. The spirit-beheading ancestral blade had penetrated Shi Zhongyan's chest, and the cold blade dripped down hot blood. Whoa! Shi Zhongyan's face was full of unbelief, and he looked down at the precious sword that penetrated his body in shock. Snapping his head up, he said, "I'm defeated?" Gu Changqing did not say a word, and violently drew out his blade. Shi Zhongyan's torso fell helplessly down towards the clouds below. His beast pet, the Jingjin Shi Emperor, exploded into powder with a mournful cry. Shatter! Gu Changqing roared lowly as countless blade chi flew and chopped Shi Zhongyan into 100 pieces. The 3 suns rose up and burned the ashes. Who else is coming? Me! Answer it! Rolling voices drifted and spread through the dead silent inner courtyard. The 3 remaining dignitaries. You look at me. I look at you. I don't know who shouted go. Then he turned into a rainbow light and flew towards the exit of the inner courtyard. Die! Gu Changqing didn't hold back in the slightest, and with a stroke of the spirit-beheading ancestral blade out of thin air. Behind the back of the slowest flying exalted one, the spirit-beheading ancestral blade tore through space and appeared. Before he could react, the spirit-beheading ancestral blade had already cut into his flesh. The brute force nailed it under the peak. The blade flourished and churned this person into pieces before flying back into Evergreen's hands. The 2 who were left fleeing were no longer able to catch up. Gu Changqing withdrew the spirit-beheading ancestral blade, and the energy rushing through his body veins was like an ebbing tide, gradually fading away. At the same time, the power of the rules of the abyss, once again, was added to his body. Mud. Exhaustion. Gu Changqing only had time to spit out 1 sentence before he was drained and fell down towards the barren peak. Su Nanyuan's figure flashed and caught this cousin. The gaze thrown at Gu Changqing was no longer cold, and there was more than a hint of affection. Phew! Cheng Muxiang on the main peak breathed a sigh of relief and called out to the Tianfeng and Huangfeng dignitaries who had nearly expelled the toxins. 2 worldly uncles, the battle in the outer courtyard is not yet over, so please sit down. Here, eat it. Su Nanyuan took out a pill and shoved it to Gu Changqing's mouth. Gu Changqing obediently ate it. Is something big happening out there? Su Nanyuan told him what happened when the General Association of Imperial Beastmasters came to ask him to return to Kyoto to investigate, was sternly rejected by Aoki Chuan and made an appointment to fight the sea. For the Lu family? Su Nanyuan shook his head. Childish. You're just incidental. What they really want is to annex Qinglong Academy. Gu Changqing thought of the Zhuanbai teachers at that time and said, obviously, the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger Academies are already in their pocket. After saying that, Gu Changqing got up, took a deep breath, and was about to leave Desolate Peak. You're just a liability if you go. How many times can your body veins support the spirit-beheading ancestral blade? Gu Changqing smiled sagely. Shrink up? Let Dean and the others take the front? If it was before, I would seriously consider the gains and losses. The spirit-beheading ancestral blade, slowly coalescing in his hand, Gu Changqing raised it up and gently slashed it in the air, only to see the inner courtyard's boundary formation, which tore open a crack at once. The void is decimated. This was a newborn skill after he had bestowed the golden word void to the chopping spirit ancestral blade. Everyone wants to transcend, but they become mole crickets. I've always wondered how much determination my parents had at that time to make that much of a sacrifice. I don't have any particularly great ideals or goals. I just want to do my best, even once, for the people who always watch over me. Su Nanyuan saw that Gu Changqing was determined. But you will die. Yes? Gu Changqing gently caressed the spirit beheading ancestral blade. Will I die? The spirit beheading ancestral blade hummed, and the sound of the blade rumbled. It says I can't die. Jean. Little Gold came out from the royal beast's face with worry in his eyes and flew to his shoulder to rub his cheek affectionately. I can die. But the General Association of Imperial Beast Masters, it can't be done yet. Nico, Kogane's 3 sons burning eagle form unfolding. Gu Changqing jumped onto his back and rushed up into the sky. When he flew out of the inner courtyard through the cracks, seeing that every part of the outer court is glowing with skill, the Qinglong Outer Academy, under the leadership of the senior management, was doing its best to block the elite of the Imperial Beastmaster General Association. I, Gu Changqing, am right here, come kill me. A loud cry like a thunderbolt from the clear sky vibrated over the waters of the Gu Changqing. One man and one sword, stepped on Xiao Jin's back, one way or another. Chapter 176, A Despicable Act in the Name of Carelessness. I, Gu Changqing, am right here, come kill me. Rolling waves of sound like a flat sky exploding thunder drifted over the Green Dragon Academy as well as the surrounding sea. The spirit beheading ancestral blade buzzed and trembled, and the body veins crazily absorbed Little Gold's spiritual energy to replenish the consumption just now. The 3 suns' amazing flame rose up into a monstrous flame, transforming into a chaotic colored bell that gradually condensed into substance. Rolling might, not king level, better than king level, especially with the enhancement of the spirit beheading ancestral blade. Gu Changqing's aura was overpowering and domineering. His great fortune has been spreading for a long time, but still no one from the General Association of Imperial Beastmasters has come up to him. Once again, he bellowed, fighting and not fighting, retreating and not retreating. What do you want? Not coming to me? Then I will come to you. Enough to absorb nearly 2/3 of Little Gold's spiritual energy. The fire in the body veins plumped up once again. The threads of fire from the fire control technique flew up and entangled the chaos great bell. Jean, rest. I'll have to trouble you later. The tired Little Gold nodded his head, sensing his master's unrivaled battle spirit, and returned to the Imperial Beast space. In the next instant, the spirit beheading ancestral blade cut through the space in front of him. When he reappeared, Gu Changqing was already hanging in front of the 3 Elder Corps that had blocked him during the battle of the provincial city of Huang Province. Hi, again! God's move left the trio dumbfounded and appalled. Immediately after that, 3 king-level pressures filled the air. 3 different domains overlapped each other, trapping Gu Changqing. Feeling the struggle and resistance of the body chakra's spiritual energy, Gu Changqing steeply shouted. Only the space unfolded by the 3-layered domain was like a fragile tile that, the earth fell apart under the savage, searing breath of the body chakra. How? The 3 of them were shocked and called their beast pets to their heels, and the powerful skills were unleashed as they locked onto Gu Changqing. Chopper! The chopping spirit ancestor blade's body suddenly filled with the light of blood fury, and it charged in to meet the skill. That bloodbath light was extremely strange, and after rushing together with skill, in an instant, though, the skill becomes purely elemental. The light of the bloodbath converged on the core power of the skill and returned to the blade. A surge of energy, from the spirit-cutting ancestral blade cleansed. The blade, in turn, evolved partially. No good. Retreat. Seeing that the skill was nullified, the 3 of them also realized the strangeness of the spirit-beheading ancestral blade. It did not engage Gu Changqing in a battle. After all, the Royal Beast Master General Association's ultimate goal in going to war with the Green Dragon Academy, Gu Changqing, is just a cause, an outbreak point. Want to leave? Did I give you permission? Boom! As the words fell, Gu Changqing's speed was fast out of a trail of residual shadows, and on his bare skin, his veins rippled and his muscles swelled. His speed, exceeding the 3 kings too much. In the blink of an eye, they were in the way of their retreat. The chopping spirit ancestral blade's hands rise and fall. The sky was filled with sword awnings like a downpour, covering the 3 king levels. Well! 3 screams. The 3 king levels were under the dual attack of the body vein eruption and the spirit beheading ancestral blade. The domain has become a complete joke. The high and mighty king of the beast masters couldn't even withstand a single round. Nailed to the top of the courtyard door by the majestic blade, he lingered on. At that moment, Gu Changqing's throat was sweet, only to feel his 5 viscera churning and his spiritual energy depleted for the most part. In the middle of the inner courtyard, he forcefully killed 2 king-level Zunas, and his body veins had not yet recovered. Now Strong borrowed Little Gold's spiritual power and exploded to kill again. Even though the fusion of the body vein phantasm with the physical body vein increased the strength by several times, it can't hold up to such a scourge. Gu Changqing forced down the blood that welled up in his throat, and Taiyin Mao flames struck out, swiftly enveloping the three king levels. Being burned by the flames and losing a significant amount of spiritual energy in their bodies, they quickly realized that Gu Changqing was running low on spiritual energy. Immediately, he greeted the rest of the Imperial Beast Master General Association to come to his aid. Dang, 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 only to see that dozens of skill fluctuations were whistling towards Gu Changqing. However, under the manipulation of Firebrand, that chaos clock intercepted the skill as much as it could. The terrifying sound of the bell, along with the island and the seawater, was trembling violently, like an earthquake, forcing your way into the Green Dragon and indiscriminately labeling you as rebels. The General Association of Imperial Beastmasters has degenerated to such an extent that you, who are the Imperial Beastmasters of the maintaining human race, have committed an unforgivable crime. Taiyin Mao flame isn't as overbearing as Heaven's flame, but it's a torture that eats the life out of it little by little. The bodies of the three king levels dried up and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for Gu Changqing, under the nourishment of their vitality, his spiritual energy, as well as his damaged body veins, were well replenished. Being in a high position and not thinking about the human race, but instead triggering civil unrest at an important time. Damn it! The three kings knew that they wouldn't be able to survive and opened their mouths to shout harshly. Gu Changqing, Xinglong Academy, you're the ones who are the sinners of the human race. How much has the Imperial Beastmaster General Association done in the shadows just to preserve the human race? You, on the other hand, killed the city lord for your own selfish interests, causing our research efforts to be destroyed. As one of the four saints of the human race, Xinglong has turned a blind eye to your sins. You are the sinners, the great sin of the human race. The Taiyin Biteitis was weakening, and they were running out of food. Gu Changqing stepped forward, gazing at the three people nailed to the courtyard door, and coldly grunted. Xinglong's duty is to suppress the remnants of the sea. Over the past 1,000 years, it has not dared to relax for a moment. The Green Dragon, for this reason, even more nearly died. I would like to ask, when other academies know that their lips are dying and send people to assist, what is your Imperial Beast Master General Association doing? Is it not a matter of sipping tea and eating snacks and talking and laughing about the opportunity of a lifetime to seize and plan? You, the three choked on their words and, they don't dare to say it, and they can't. There's nothing to say. Gu Changqing turned around, holding the spirit beheading ancestral blade, and ran towards the other people from the General Association of Imperial Beastmasters. Watching the association's elite Imperial Beastmasters who came down from the treasure ship fall to the ground under Gu Changqing's butcher's knife, the three men in the row were in a rage. They hate Gu Changqing's ruthlessness, and hate at the same time. Why is it assumed that the Academy, without its Green Dragon Guardian, is a lamb to the slaughter? Gu Changqing didn't lay a finger on him. It just abolished the beast pets as well as the ranks of the Imperial Beastmasters, so that they no longer had the ability to fight. For a time, as he joined the situation that was originally at an equal level instantly took on a crushing momentum. In the end, Gu Changqing, with the unanimity of the Xinglong Academy, including Old Jean, and the people from the General Association of Imperial Beastmasters were driven out of the courtyard door in droves, surrounded under the treasure ship. After a short while, with a dragon's roar over the distant seas, he saw Jiang Weiman, covered in blood, fall heavily from the air to the ground. Aoki Chuan, on the other hand, was looking down from the sky as if nothing had happened. Jiang Weiman, it seems that rights have made you lose that heart you had in the beginning. It's also made you forget what the Imperial Beastmaster actually fights for. Jiang Weiman got up with assistance, looked at Gu Changqing, whose body was permeated with overbearing blade intent, and then looked at the crowd of teachers and students of the Xinglong Academy who were all in the same boat, sighed, and clasped his fists towards King Nush. The human race is still too weak to fight against the foreign races. Aoki Chuan, do you really think that that is right? I, the General Association, have been seeking a twofold solution. The only way out nowadays is the assimilation method recorded in the ancient texts. Otherwise, lest the last barrier of the abyssal rule, the human race is in danger. Being in the Zune realm, do you dare to guarantee that you will be able to achieve parity with the foreign races when you are out of the abyss? When Gu Changqing heard this, he immediately remembered the one god of imperial beasts in the copy. The method of assimilation, talking about fusing with a beast pet? Gu Changqing's spirit beheading ancestral blade was passed forward, pointing straight at Jiang Weiman as he angrily said, "The last time there was a beast tide in Jinhai City, the squad my parents were in of more than 100 people inexplicably died in a small town, and they also fused with the beast pets and ferocious beasts. It was you guys." Jiang Weiman gazed deeply at Gu Changqing. "Your parents are worthy of being peerless, even after discarding a lot of them. They are still an unrivaled research subject. So what? All for the sake of the human race, in order to be able to continue to reproduce. Let alone white people. What about 1,000 or 10,000 people? Gu Changqing's anger and fire attacked his heart, and unraveled. All the secrets were unraveled. They who had fought so hard to protect the people of Xinhai had died at the hands of their own people. Just because the talent is unmatched? Just because human reproduction? Or is it because, well, meritocracy? Once the Green Dragon Academy disclosed to the entire human race the feats that the two parents had done behind the scenes, then the secret will be revealed. Those executioners, how could they let them have their way? Because of this? So you can work with an evil god that you don't know if it's friend or foe? So you can reintroduce the assimilation method, which you know is wrong, to the stage? Gu Changqing's words completely tore away the General Association's shibboleth. For a time, both the Green Dragon Academy and the General Association of the Ravenous, all eyes were focused on Jiang Weiman. Chapter 177, Invincible Holy Beast? I'm going to try. Gu Changqing's words were deafening to the ears of the Imperial Beast Masters of the General Association, as if they were waking up from a dream. As they scrutinized themselves, they also looked inquiringly at Jiang Weiman. This time, when they came to the Green Dragon Academy, their group was drafted temporarily, and there was a 10-day special training program. The effect was remarkable, and the strength of each Imperial Beast Master has increased dramatically. Some had even been promoted and touched the edge of the domain, and the cultivation during special training is to let go of the Beast Pet's authority. To put it bluntly, it's to lower the loyalty of the Beast Pet with special methods, allowing the Beast Pet to cast a spell on the Imperial Beast Master himself, successfully controlling the power of a Beast Pet in a conscious state. The body of a Beast Master was still a bit more fragile compared to a Beast Pet. However, this method allows the blood of the beast to transform the flesh, thus achieving a qualitative change in the Beast Master's ability to release the skills of the Beast Pet. They had always thought that it was a new type of advancement. Like Gan Yi, unexpectedly, it was actually the method of assimilation, a method of advancement that had long been classified as taboo. Vice President, is this true? No way. He must be making a big deal out of it. Yes, how could the Vice President harm us? Gu Changqing is too despicable and cunning. His words cannot be trusted. A blatant provocation. So hateful. Some people came forward and brainwashed themselves into supporting Jiang Weiman, but the sound was sparse and getting smaller. Jiang Weiman, on the other hand, was speechless with a face full of iron. Even more so, the Imperial Beast Masters of the General Association were convinced. What an eloquent thief. It's too childish for the Green Dragon to use this person as a messenger. Demonic words. Damn you. Suddenly, seven-colored auspicious light covered the entire sky of the Qinglong Academy and a bridge of light, reaching out from the glow of the connecting heaven and earth. An immortal old man, his body overflowing with an irresistible pressure. From the air, he stepped on a seven-colored bridge and floated down. He opened his palm, and with a muffled boom, in the auspicious light, a divinely handsome unicorn let out a roar that, with a destructive aura, it lunged towards Gu Changqing. It's Lord Kirin. Lord Kirin himself came out to dispel the rumors. So what are we still suspecting? The son of a rebel, Gu Changqing, should be executed. Lord Kirin himself has arrived. Green Dragon Academy, why don't you bind your hands? Gu Changqing raised his head, feeling that he had been locked by that Qilin, and was not without surprise. He didn't expect that the Qilin above the four saints would show up here, but he had no fear. Instead, his battle spirit surged. Teacher, I'll leave the rest to you. Kirin, it's not like we haven't fought before. Under the gaze of the crowd as if they were looking at a madman, Gu Changqing rose up in the air, all the power boiling in the veins of the flesh. A gigantic phantom that was about 30 feet tall spread out and appeared from Gu Changqing's body. Also appearing was the giganticized spirit beheading ancestral blade, Chaos Bell. Come, Gu Changqing made a move, and under the association of the fire control technique, the Chaos Bell flew and whistled. That Qilin opened its mouth and spat out a ferocious pillar of seven-colored light. Go! Gu Changqing flung it, and the Chaos Bell emitted a cleansing chime. It then collided with the pillar of seven-colored light. A violent shock sweeps through. The Chaos Bell was merely initially knocked backwards. It then stood firm, and actually stalemated with the seven-colored light pillars. At the same time, Gu Changqing stood still in the air, reciting the Jinling ancestral blade saber technique under his breath. The body chakra phantasm moved in unison with him. However, I saw that the rolling saber intent was like the Yangtze River, surging up from around Gu Changqing and the body vein dharma phase. The soul power of the spirit beheading ancestral blade stirred, and all of a sudden, countless blade shadows surfaced on it. Those sword shadows were all divine weapons that had been plundered by the spirit beheading ancestor sword's defeat. Gradually, the power of the void was activated, and the entire blade began to blur. as if it was about to disappear into this space at any moment. The Qilin on the seven-colored rainbow bridge, on the other hand, looked at the chaos bell with some surprise and murmured, "Chaos is invisible, inverting yin and yang. This sun must not be capped." In the next second, a huge seal in the form of a giant Qilin bearing the four words heavenly blessing and auspiciousness, like a mountain of ancient gods, expanding by one circle every second. In a dozen breaths, the huge shadow, almost covering half of the Green Dragon Academy. The supreme pressure from the Great Seal pressured Gu Changqing's knees, nearly dropping to one knee, heart poofing and beating violently. Gu Changqing squeezed every ounce of strength. Dean, Lao Jin looked at the Great Seal that was enough to destroy the academy, and then at Gu Changqing, who was struggling to fight under the pressure of the Great Seal. Subconsciously, he shouted, "Nowadays, with the Green Dragon out of the picture, the only one who could reverse the situation was Qing Muchuan." After all, what came was not the Qilin's real body, but a bilocation. Chang Muchuan waved his big sleeve and didn't care about Gu Changqing. Instead, he opened the outer courtyard's boundary formation, isolating Gu Changqing alone. Old Jin and the other high-level executives' gazes stagnated as they looked at Qing Muchuan in surprise. This move is a completely clear-cut approach. If, at the outset, such an idea is stored, then what was done before is a joke. When the Qilin doppelganger saw this scene, his rumbling voice resounded, "The brat of the Qingmu clan. He seems to be a brat who knows what's right." The unification of the human royal beast masters is a great trend, not something that can be laid to rest just because one party is unwilling. Aoki Chuan laughed lightly. Outside of the Four Saints, the Kirin that guards Kyoto is no worse than them. Before always in the mouth of the old man heard about your miracle battle. Today have the honor to see, although it is a diversion, is also my generation to admire the existence of the mountains. But, Ayamukawa's pupils shrunk, and a stern aura flashed. I know a little bit about the old man's skills, by and large. After reaching the Zoom level, it has always been a wish in my head that one day I could compete with you guys. Today, Senior Xia has fulfilled my wish. Chang Muchuan was surrounded by Dragon Chi and instantly appeared outside the boundary formation. A green-colored dragon aura hovered, and a green dragon silhouette appeared behind him. Sword. Chang Muchuan drank lowly, only to see a dragon's roar humming in the forbidden land of the Green Dragon Academy. A green-colored sword, trailing a long flame light, flew out from it and fell into Ching Muchuan's hands. The hilt of the green-colored sword was in the shape of a sinuous and coiling dragon, with its mouth open and the blade stretching out from it. Green Dragon Xian Sword. When the Qilin split saw this sword, its pupils narrowed slightly. The Green Dragon's companion spirit swords have all been given to you, so it's clear that there are high hopes for you. However, the immortal and Taoist image of the unicorn doppelganger was abruptly transformed, and the seven-colored auspicious light was instantly covered by blackness. For the sake of the Green Dragon, I won't take your life. But disrespecting a sacred beast is punishable. Coincidentally, for your Kirin seal, I've also longed for it. Offense. Cheng Muchuan's aura climbed to the extreme, and the sword light of the Green Dragon Shen sword was hidden and ready to strike. Just then, a growl hit the swords. Congeal. Gu Changqing roared dully and lowly, only to see a flame on the giant phallus, like the starlight in the stars of the universe, with the momentum of a prairie fire, densely filling the empty phalanx. War. One more drink. The might of the giant phantom swung out, forming the image of a dragon scroll, and the dragon scroll water pillars through the sky on the sea area were then pulled up. Holy beast, Karen, today, behead it. Gu Changqing's eyes were dense with chaotic colors. On the body chakra phantom, the spirit beheading ancestral blade waved. The monstrous blade slashed horizontally, and countless amounts of firepower surged into the spirit beheading ancestral blade. Ka! The blade slashed through the long sky, and where it was shaped, the sound of shattering was constant. Space, crawling with spider veins, and a piece of it falling off revealing the dark depths of it, and the chaos that wanted to rush in. The power of a blade was so great that space couldn't withstand it. Traitor, die! The unicorn doppelganger was also startled by continuously. He slapped several palms at Gu Changqing, the black sky covering large handprint with a destructive aura pressed down. But, it was too late. As soon as the blade's aura made contact with the Qilin seal, in an instant, the blade uneasily penetrated from the Qilin seal. Immediately afterward, a void crack suddenly appeared in the place that had been slashed by the blade. The void. Decimate. Blade. Gu Changqing's five senses were oozing blood, and the surface of his skin was flooded with streaks of blood. His voice was cold as he spoke the name of this move. The unicorn seal seems to have a spirit. The ends that were sliced by the blade and the void gave birth to a connection that wanted to close. But along with the void rift getting bigger and bigger, the chaotic chi overflowed in a bit and the raw power of the closure was worn out. Destroy my treasure. Damn it. Damn it. The Kirin split's light and shadow trembled. Obviously the destruction of the Kirin seal had traumatized him. Several large black handprints arrived in front of Gu Changqing in an instant. Heavy attacks on the body vein phantasm. Boom, boom, boom. Black energy spread, enveloping the huge phantom. Chang Muchuan turned his spear, holding the green dragon Xian sword, and was about to rush in to save the others. Nico! A bird chirped, abruptly, only to see a divine bird with pure white flames burning all over its body, stretching its stunning wings and, at the speed of light, he blocked in front of Aokigawa. Aokigawa's pupils crinkled in disbelief. Nanmingli Fire. Chapter 178 3 Ultimate Golden Words. This bird, demonic and very colorful, a red feather brilliant, as if beautiful jade. With each plume, red flames flowed out from within, and as they flowed around, the red color faded, leaving only pure white. Jubilee. Qing Muchuan's eyes were sharp as he looked at the divine bird shrouded in flames, his green dragon Xian sword hanging down in an inverted grip as he arched his hand at it and said in a low voice, "The face of my Green Dragon Academy is really big. Not only has the fifth saint outside of the four saints, the Qilin, descended, even Lord Vermilion Bird has also descended. You block me. Are you on the same side as Lord Kirin?" The Vermilion Bird's huge head, with its rolling eyes of red flames, glanced at Gu Changcheng, who was trapped in the darkness, and showed half a bit of pity for his talent. But in a moment, he was ruthless and determined. The unicorn's policy is a credit to the present. Vermilion Bird did not answer positively, but made its own position clear. Cheng Muchuan laughed out loud at his words and rebuked with a smile. Merit in the present? Just because you have merit, you can disregard the future of the human race? Is a beast master that cheap in your eyes? You know better than anyone else how effective the assimilation method is. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only four saints left. A humanized expression spread across Vermilion Bird's face. Ayamukawa's words clearly poked its soft underbelly. That unforgivable past was more than just the four saints scales, it was also a nightmare. That's why we have to unite as one and try to minimize the drawbacks and prevent that scene from repeating itself again. Shang Mu boy. We chose to appear when Qing Long was injured, not because we were taking advantage of someone's danger. Rather, we don't want the four saints to go to war, and once we do, then those things are bound to make a comeback. When we first established and invoked the rules of the Abyss, we used not only our own power, but also the wishes of the Imperial Beastmaster as a guide. Ayamukawa's grip on the green dragon Xian sword intensified. Vermilion Bird's words similarly poked at his soft underbelly. He looked up and questioned, "Why? Must he die?" Vermilion Bird sighed slightly. "Because he is a heavenly authorized Imperial Beastmaster, combining the rules of the Abyss, and is involved in those things' great karma. If he doesn't die, the human race will be destroyed. If he doesn't die, the human race's mountains and rivers will be devastated." This time, Aokigawa was a little shaken. Though contrary to the beliefs he held, Jubilee grasped his weakness and, the human race, Xinglong, the head of the four saints, has unrivaled battle prowess. Only the fifth saint Kirin, who sat in Kyoto, was able to equal it. After the creation of the Green Dragon Academy, its purpose was to cultivate outstanding talents of the human race and contribute to the expulsion of the ferocious beasts. The Aoki family has followed through from the first generation to the present and has never been biased. Even Gu Changcheng, who owed a huge debt, though personally introduced by Qinglong, Aokigawa also decided to come down after examining his ideals and character. Now, Jubilee said that he was a causative factor that jeopardized the human race, and shook inwardly. The Vermilion Bird, who had lived for an unknown amount of time, knew far more about this world than they did. But in the next second, against the inner struggle, Qing Muchuan still held up the green dragon Xian sword and pointed it at the Vermilion Bird. "I'm sorry, since he is bound to die, the Green Dragon Academy will not protect him. Now that I know the danger he poses to the human race, I won't make the same mistake again." But, Qing Muchuan held his head high and stood out his chest, and in this moment, the green dragon's shadow materialized, and on his body, battle armor crafted from the faded scales of the green dragon appeared as well. But I, the Qingmu family, as the contemporary head of the Qingmu family, the person chosen by the Qinglong, even if you four saints gather together, I, Qingmu Chuan, also want to keep it. It has nothing to do with the academy. The Qingmu family, a force to bear. After saying that, Chang Muchuan instantly moved, and the dragon shape of the hilt of the green dragon Xian sword seemed to come to life. Turning into a sinuous dragon, it passed through Vermilion Bird's Nanmingli fire and pounced straight at Gu Changqing in the darkness. Jubilee sighed softly. Why bother? The power of the green dragon materialized, and under the drive of Cheng Muchuan's Zun-level strength, it was so powerful that it actually had the shadow of a green dragon. But the next moment, the golden sharpness of the sky pressed down and it transformed into an image of a fierce tiger that shook the sky and the earth, clashing with the power of the catalyzed green dragon. The two colors, gold and green, were like enemies, devouring and wearing each other down. until both dissolved into nothingness and dissipated. Nima. Chang Muchuan couldn't help but break into a fit of rage, and seeing as he was only less than half a meter away from Gu Changqing, he couldn't move an inch. In front of it was a white tiger whose fur was snow white all over, and whose forehead's word for king changed to the word for saint. The chi of pure yang and the chi of golden sharpness filled and intertwined, and the killing aura covered the sky. Behind them, the vermilion bird of the southern brightness, whose pure white flames burned through half the sky. Above, the Kirin split watched intently. 3 strong enemies on 3 sides. Although Zun Zun was a detachment, it was also a holy beast detachment. Even though Cheng Muchuan forcefully drove the power of the green dragon in the green dragon Shan sword with his Zun level strength, 1 against 3, this old life is not enough to be accounted for here. Gu Changqing, there's nothing I can do, old man. This situation, the only one who can solve it is you. Cheng Muchuan converged on the pressure of his Zun level spiritual power, retrieved the green dragon Xian sword and green dragon scale armor, and watched from the wall. To fight for your life? Without saying whether it's worth it or not. Whether or not you can fight through it is still a different matter. Being in the realm of darkness that spread out from the explosion of the great handprint of darkness, everything that happened outside was heard by Gu Changqing, especially when vermilion birds lined that he was implicated in a multitude of karmic consequences. After Gu Changqing was taken aback, he instantly came to his senses. Obviously what Jubilee was referring to was his biggest secret? Talent. Unlimited gold phrases. 1 level will extract a gold phrase for your own use. These things, singling out more than just the sentinel. Even the holy beasts tend to be in a hurry. But him, he's totally candy bean general. Even after the contracted beast pets were appropriately empowered, there was still quite a bit of stock in the backpack space. Gradually, starting with the small gold single combo skill Chaos Bell, it had then slowly morphed into a terrifying bloodline that was not found in this imperial beast world but was above it. In granting the spirit beheading ancestral blade void gold words, Gu Changqing also understood what chaos was. Chaos, devouring everything, holding everything, beating all living and invisible things back to their most primitive state. Where did that gold phrase come from? There are counterparts for each of these. Even if there are no known worlds for the human race, what about after the mists? Could the karma that Jubilee is talking about be referring to those? Slowly figuring everything out, Gu Changqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Success is also a golden finger, and defeat is also a golden finger. After granting the ability to transcend, a greater obstacle stands in the way. It's still true, not letting a good day go by. Since I'm all karmic, it doesn't matter if I add a few more. None of the gold words you already have can be activated for use. Gu Changqing's rank level was 23, and he had 3 more chances. Then, come on. Gu Changqing tapped on the golden word talent and chose to extract it. The golden light of the golden words flowed, and then 3 words that were even more brilliant than the previous golden light appeared. Congratulations on obtaining the ultimate gold word, concept. The first shot came out with the ultimate gold word, which is the same level as the way of incense and a level above the gold word. Conceptual limit gold words, ability, in the midst of concepts, nothing can be done, nothing can be broken, no obstacles can be, no death can be born. Introduction, a limit gold word close to the law. Requirement limit, concept level beast pet. Every month, it can be used once. Gu Changqing's entire body was dumbfounded and confused. What's this gold phrase? Concepts? It's also too vague and generalized. Besides, he didn't have any such beast pets. He bestowed the limit gold words, 1 by 1, on Little Gold, Black Egg, Devil Lotus, Little White, the Mimic Beast, and the Ling Tian Mecha, all at once. None of them are up to standard. Tried it again at the Chopper Ancestor Blade, and it still didn't work. Finally, with hope, the Body Chakra Phantasm was selected. Is the limit gold phrase, concept given to the Body Chakra phrase? There's drama. Yes, limit gold words given successfully. The Body Vein Phantasm and the Spirit Cutting Ancestral Blade don't have information panels like other beast pets do. One was fused with the Body Vein, and the other was more like a legacy inheritance. Gu Changqing put away the idea of experimenting with the ultimate gold phrase for the time being, focused on the other 2. Congratulations on obtaining the ultimate gold word, Heart of Darkness. Congratulations on obtaining the ultimate gold word, God. Heart of Darkness ultimate golden word. Ability, if it is darkness, incarnate as a king. God is also the way, and the devil is the same way. Introduction, an infinite heart of darkness. Beware. Requirements, special beast pet. God ultimate golden word. Ability, divine envelopment. Can avoid being harnessed by demonic drives. Introduction, none. Requirements, special beast pet. These 3 extreme gold words seem a bit harsh. Special beast pet? Gu Changqing's first thought was of the Body Vein Phantasm. After giving the extreme gold words to the Q came instantly. Whether or not to empower the body chakra phantasm with the ultimate gold word, Heart of Darkness? Whether or not to bestow the limit golden word, God, to the body chakra phantasm? Chapter 179. If I'm a demon, what can you do to me? Yes, Gu Changqing had just chosen, when he saw the two limit golden words, transforming into streams of light, rushing into the body chakra phantasm. In the next second, the Heart of Darkness limit gold word, stopped at the heart of the body chakra phantasm. And the divine limit gold phrase, first, circulated the entire body chakra phrase once before it disappeared into the cranial location. Buzz. With a soft chirp, Gu Changqing only felt a pain in his brain like a pinprick. It lasted a few seconds and returned to normal. And on all sides, the dark energies that tried to break through the three suns amazing and erode him. It became so cute in front of my eyes that it was no longer destructive. Gulp. Just as he was surprised, the sound of a violent heartbeat came out from the body vein dharma phase, a heart as deep and dark as jade, reviving at a slow pace. With each beat, the surrounding dark energy recognized its ancestor and surged in like crazy. As soon as the dark energy entered the heart of darkness, this spiritual power filled with destruction could travel along the veins of the body, eroding every spark in the cells. Gradually, the three suns amazing was assimilated by the flame of darkness. Gu Changqing's body suddenly stiffened, and then an endless desire to kill spread in his chest, rushing straight to the heavens. But the next moment, the coolness of clarity washed over the spirit of heaven. The negative effects of dark psychic energy fell apart in an instant under the coolness. So it's like this. The Heart of Darkness gives my body chakra phantasm the ability to absorb and use dark spiritual energy, and God purifies the emotions brought about by negative influences. The two, a match made in heaven. And regarding the first conceptual limit gold phrase, Gu Changqing summoned little gold out. As soon as Xiao Jin appeared and saw the crimson-eyed Gu Changqing, he subconsciously had to use his own spiritual power to dispel the unsettling state. Gu Changqing waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." Then, the body chakra phantasm flew from the imperial beast space to Gu Changqing's eyes, and then stretched out a miniature pair of hands, clenched his fists in front of little gold, and tore the air with a force. The latter looked puzzled at the bewildering operation, and was tempted to spit out a comment about the quality of the master's contracted beast pet, which was becoming more and more abstract. Who knows? The sound of sound chains breaking clicked suddenly in Xiao Jin's body. Immediately afterward, the three suns' amazing flame raged and scorched uncontrollably. The shadow of the golden crow also unfolded on its own. Xiao Jin only felt that a stronger energy was going to break through the barrier and break the cocoon into a butterfly in his bloodline. The golden flame of the great sun incorporates the Tai-in mouth flame, which is the most in, as well as the underworld flame of the earth's abyss, which is the most ghostly. The moment the evolutionary chains crumbled, three kinds of flames flew out from the unknown level of the great sun's golden flame. One side turns into a blazing sun, one side turns into a feminine moon, and one side turns into an invisible abyss. The three bloodlines, transformed into three talents, were entangled and fused with each other in the circle of Taiji, until it turned into a hole in the void, with gray flames that spewed and nourished from it. Xiao Jin's physique changed drastically as his bloodline changed. It was still the body of an eagle, only the feathers changed to a grayish-white color, a sharp divine feather as if everything was uncut. Beneath its abdominal cavity, a third sharp eagle claw pierced through the chest and abdomen, reaching out from it. And I don't know if it's because they can't stand the pain, or they can't handle the new power that's coming out of their blood. Little Gold raised his head, and his loud and clear eagle's whistle pierced through the dark realm, spreading for tens of thousands of miles above the sea. Congratulations on the evolution of your beast pet, the three suns burning eagle, into a Lord-class beast pet, the Cave Void Karma Fire Eagle, beast's pet, Cave Fire Eagle, grade, Lord, rank, 20, will not be included in the rank without evolution of the rules of the abyss. Bloodline phrases, Golden Flame of the Great Sun, Extreme Myth, Battle Spirit Boiling, Gold, Spring of Eating, Gold, Sun Shining in the Sky, Gold. Attributes, Strength plus 2000/4000, Physique plus 2000/4000, Agility plus 2000/4000, Spirit plus 12,000/24,000, Spiritual Power, 10,000, Skills, Morphological Transformation, Cave Void Karma Fire, Body of Karma Fire, Shadow of the Golden Crow, Energy Storage, 46%, Golden Crow Roar, Burning Sun, Cave Void Karmic Fire, Cave Void Karmic Fire Eagle Bloodline Skill, retains the ability of 3 Young Amazing while melting the thread of karma, cannot be upgraded. Spiritual Power Consumption, 1000, Body of Karma Fire, Cave Void Karma Fire Eagle Bloodline Passive Skill, ignores the flames of beast pets of Lord level and below, 100% probability of triggering Chaotic Void Flame, which can resist a legendary beast pet's most powerful strike. At this moment, the might emanating from Little Gold had caused Gu Changqing's jaw to drop. Although it was not a domain, It was completely transformed into an image of nothingness within a meter of its circumference. The imaginary hole made by the mixing of the three bloodlines spun in a pair of eagle eyes. The third claw appeared, not far from the real golden crow. What kind of ability is this concept of the ultimate golden word? Even Xiao Jin's evolutionary barrier could be easily torn apart, and it's still the ultimate mythic bloodline. Is it hard to believe that it's really the kind of thing, in the known perception, that you can do whatever you want? That's no different than saying what you want to say. Shouldn't be able to do it. Specifically, you'll just have to wait a month to try again. As the heart of darkness absorbed the energy from the dark realm, the body vein Dharma phase and the physical body Dharma phase had fused into one. Changes also appeared in Gu Changqing himself. A cloak as black as ink, purely made of darkness spiritual energy, covered the light of the Tongtian flowing color robe. Feeling the dark spiritual energy in his body veins that was several times more powerful than the beast pet he had taken, Gu Changqing understood why the General Association had to cooperate with the evil god even though they knew it was an untimely bomb. Strength. Everything is about power. That's good. Since you guys are forcing me down a path of no return, I'm walking for you. Dean Changmu, you and the Green Dragon Academy have done enough for me. If I continue, Gu Changqing is ashamed of it. The next path, I want to walk on my own. Gu Changqing's voice came out from the realm transformed by the great handprints exploding. The vermilion bird, white tiger, as well as the Kirin's three doppelgangers were all attracted to it, only to see the field of darkness shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Slowly revealing Gu Changqing's figure. It slowly turned into a black bead and was absorbed by the heart of darkness as much as it could. On the sea, suddenly a strong wind blew through the cloak made of dark psychic energy hunted. A hood, slowly taking shape, covered Gu Changqing's long, messy hair. Only a pair of blood-red eyes were left behind, glaring at the three sacred split. Gu Changqing, you absorbed that darkness? Aokigawa was subdued by his new form. Noticing that bloody, violent aura of him from the inside out, remorseful and hateful. Regrettably, he should have rushed up and fought for his life. Hate that the unicorn detachment mouths a death on the left and a kill on the right, but the purpose is to erode. That's what he's all about. Years ago, a pair of supreme celestial pride came out of nowhere, and the Green Dragon Academy only missed out because of hesitation. Nowadays, Gu Changqing is not only unfathomable, but also holds numerous, and also because of hesitation, misses, losing 2 chances in a row. Aoki Chuan's eyes were wide with anger. Was it not my descent into darkness that you wanted? Now that your heart's desire has been granted, come on then, right now. It was the 3 saints incarnate, plus Aoki Chuan, who possessed the power of the Green Dragon. Below, the Green Dragon Academy was the elite of one academy plus the elite of the Imperial Beast Master General Association. And he, overflowing with ghastly dark psychic energy, cloaked in a cloak of. This scene was so similar to what he had seen on the causal mirror. In the end, that black unidentified man turned out to be me. Gu Changqing gave a self-deprecating laugh. However, he who possessed the ultimate golden word god was fearless of the dark spiritual power and was not affected by it to the left or right. The spirit beheading ancestral blade came out in response, and the spiritual energy of the body vein that had long been black as the abyss coated this unknown level divine blade that had been passed down from his mother with a bizarre blood curtain. Sacred beasts, even though it's just a diversion, I'm eager to try to see if you guys are really unkillable. The spirit beheading ancestral blade was raised, and blazing black flames rose to the sky with Gu Changqing at the center. The black flames burned down, causing the auspicious light in the sky, the pure white of the Nanmingli fire, and the golden sharpness of the Gungjin Qi. They have disappeared. Black. The sky looks like a big hole in the ground. It was spreading out in all directions, at a rapid pace. He's not right? With Kirin's little dark spiritual power, there's no way his strength could have swelled to such an extent. Is that the guy who tricked us? No, the problem isn't with that guy, or the unicorn. It's him. Vermilion Bird and White Tiger looked at each other and immediately found the crux of the problem. Subdue first. The White Tiger detachment roared, and the Gangjin Qi killed and attacked without equal. The Vermilion Bird's detachment cried out, and the Nanmingli fire incinerated all things. Nico. At that moment, Little Gold, who had already fully mastered the power of his bloodline, brought the monstrous cave void karmic flame and blocked in front of the Vermilion Bird's doppelganger. The Golden Crow and the Vermilion Bird, both of them were beings that grasped the supreme flame. With the difference in realm levels, the Vermilion Bird's Nanmingli fire was stronger than Little Gold. The bloodline of Little Gold is 3 myths fused into one. Feeling the inexplicable collision between each other's flames, the Vermilion Bird split lifted up the Southern Brightness flame, and then killed Little Gold. As for the White Tiger split side, it hadn't yet gotten close to Gu Changqing. A black and a pink figure also blocked his way. The black figure looked at Gu Changqing, who had already darkened, and nodded his head with considerable satisfaction. Kid, right now. You're very much to my liking. Not bad, not bad. Gu Changqing had already prepared to fight for his life when the situation on the battlefield abruptly shifted. Senior Black Dragon, Peach Lady Senior. He was astonished that these two beast emperors, who had left the world, had come to relieve him. Aokigawa heaved a sigh of relief and the green dragon Xian sword pointed at the Chilin's doppelganger on the Seven Rainbow Bridge and said, I wonder if this doppelganger of yours can carry the joint efforts of Kid Gu and I. The fierce image appeared in the eyes of the Chilin split. In the next instant, the light of seven-colored auspiciousness and the light of darkness and depth, two types of spiritual energy that were already in conflict erupted from the Chilin's doppelganger. Behind him, a half-colored, half-black, half-peaceful, half-demon unicorn coalesced. The two halves of the unicorn seal, which had been destroyed by the void, suddenly broke through the water, restored as before in the air. The son of the unknown will only bring endless calamity to the human race. Today, it must be killed. Chapter 180 Your Secret. A mouthful of ominous. A mouthful of great sins. I thought it was derived after the Imperial Beast Masters of the General Association had been in high positions for a long time and possessed the right to judge the life and death of others. I didn't realize that the source of it all came from you. Who do you think you are? Just for living a long time? Strong in strength? How many contributions have you made to the human race? The four saints all sit at the four borders of the human race, guarding the safety of the human race. And you? You live in Kyoto and don't advise the high command of the human race on more effective ways to help them. Instead, you advocate some bull assimilation method. No wonder there are only four saints and only four saints. In the face of Gu Changqing's output of mouth cannon feats, the Qilin doppelganger burst into a rage. Black and seven-colored colors intertwined, transforming into a large diffuse net. Body chakra dharma. Gu Changqing similarly bellowed, only to see the tens of feet tall dharma phase. In the midst of his bellowing, pull up once again. It's quite a bit like the mythical law of the heavens. The chopping spirit ancestral blade was raised high, and met the great net in the sky. The black blade that rips through the sky and the earth flashes. In the next instant, the large net was torn apart. The black spiritual energy in the center was drawn and absorbed by the heart of darkness. Gu Changqing only felt that his spiritual energy was once again skyrocketing, and the capacity of the body vein dharma phase was almost reaching a critical point. Kill. Gu Changqing no longer cared about the loss of spiritual energy, and under the protection of the dharma phase, he charged straight up. The chopping spirit blade technique was wide open, using only the simplest and purest of moves, slashing and slashing around the half-auspicious, half-demonic Qilin. Under the damage bonus of the 100-style battle technique, a chipping appeared on the Qilin's unmatched defensive scale armor. After all, it's just a Qilin doppelganger. If the real body is here, Gu Changqing also didn't have the confidence or courage to fight. The Four Saints level, which is already completely full-bodied mythical bloodline. Even a split body possessed Zune-level strength. The Qilin doppelganger resisted with great difficulty, and not only did the dark spiritual energy not affect Gu Changqing, but it instead replenished him with energy every now and then. And his auspiciousness, in turn, was suppressed to death by the darkness. For the first time, the Qilin, who was at the same level as the Four Saints, felt suffocated. It wasn't just him. Vermilion Bird and White Tiger also felt the same. After Little Gold evolved into the Cave Void Karma Fire Eagle, the strength of the Cave Void Karma Fire was so strong that it was vaguely comparable to the power of the Nanming Fire. Together with the two Beast Emperors, the Black Dragon and the Peach Lady, stopping the White Tiger, carrying the Green Dragon Xian sword, Chang Muchuan erupted with the power of the Green Dragon and teamed up with Xiao Jin to surround the Vermilion Bird. The power of the Green Dragon belongs to the Ethereal Wood, and Xiao Jin's Cave of Karma Fire, borrowing the characteristics of the Ethereal Wood's endless life. The power of the Cave Void Karma Fire was directly raised by a level. The Nanming Fire and the Cave Void Karma Fire hedged against each other, and in the end, with the pure white flames gradually being suppressed, in the Cave Void Karmic Fire, a giant dragon soared out, opening its mouth and swallowing the Vermilion Bird split. Boom! In the dragon's mouth, the Nanming Fire exploded, blasting the dragon's head apart. The body of the Vermilion Bird's doppelganger, however, was bright and dark. Looking at the battle-hardened Little Gold and the karmic flames inside, Gu Changqing should have dragged him into the Vermilion Bird Academy. Chang Muchuan's green dragon power was put away, and he said indifferently, it is not a good place for him to go there. Lord Vermilion Bird, just now, I was rude. There's no harm in that. It's us. Instead, who should say we're sorry? After all, we are beasts. In certain ideas, it is different from the conventional thinking of the human race. After the Vermilion Bird finished speaking, it took one last look at the Qilin split, and then dissipated into the air with a bang. Kirin he, too, is not harming the human race. Aoki Chuan nodded and said towards the place where Vermilion Bird disappeared. Right and wrong are only relative. He has his insistence and we have our own stubbornness. That's all. On the other side, the Black Dragon and the Peach Girl were in perfect sync. The two of them were only as strong as the White Tiger doppelganger, and they were pressing from the start. Two juniors. The White Tiger bilocation was empty of anger, but there was no way the bilocation's strength was limited. The Black Dragon's tail, heavily thrown on his tiger head, hit the White Tiger doppelganger and staggered. I'm sorry, Great Elder. If your true form arrived, we wouldn't dare to come out. You said that it's all at the end of the lineage awakening Great Circle. Why should we get involved in something we don't even want to? The Black Dragon, who had gotten a cheap shot, crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head in a didactic manner. Is it hard to believe that you also believe that the method of assimilation can take that step? But the former sages proved with facts that it was wrong. Peach Girl snorted coldly. Greed. It knows no bounds. Being taught a lesson by two juniors in public. Where could the White Tiger split endure it? Just as he was about to make a move, he was overwhelmed by the double pressure of the Black Dragon and the Peach Girl. I've heard that after being killed by you, it will become a devourer only loyal to you. I've only heard about it. Why don't you summon it for us to see? Peach Girl glared at the mouthy Black Dragon. Elder White Tiger's devourer. Its strength is certainly not weak. When it really comes, will you come to kill it? Forget I said that. As the Vermilion Bird bilocation collapsed, the White Tiger bilocation sighed in the same way after noticing it. Two juniors, I won't play with you. That fellow is entangled in karma and involved in a wide range of things. Since you guys dare to stand up to protect him, you naturally know about it. The Peach Girl indifferently said, we have our own ideas about him. There is no need for Senior to tell us. Just, the White Tiger split was like porcelain that had been hit with a heavy hammer, cracking little by little. Black Dragon, I remember you. Leaving behind a vicious sentence, the White Tiger split also dissipated into thin air, and below, the students of the Green Dragon Academy and the elites of the Imperial Beast Master General Association, all of them had a look of disbelief like they had seen a ghost. The three sacred beast splitters were almost invincible in the human race. Today, the impression of invincibility was shattered with a bang. My God, I must not be awake and still dreaming. Who put the illusion on me? Lords Vermilion Bird and White Tiger. To be defeated? What's the origin of that firebird? Lord Vermilion Bird's Nanmingli fire is no match? Gu Changcheng, is that Gu Changqing's beast pet? Not only did it not die under Lord Qilin's strike, it evolved instead? Outrageous. This version is unplayable. If I don't cut Gu Changcheng, I'll quit. Shut up, Jiang Weiman bellowed. His original spiritedness after the Qilin's appearance was all gone, and various expressions surfaced frequently on his pig liver-colored face. That's a holy beast alter ego, not the main body, understand? As soon as Lao Jin saw Jiang Weiman break his defense, he immediately fell on his sword. Sacred beast split. That's not something an ordinary person can fight against either. Look at Gu Changcheng, chasing the Qilin doppelganger around. Outrageous, no. Envious or not. Jiang Weiman, why don't you simply disband your general association, treating pearls like gravel? You're not afraid to laugh your ass off. For a while, the war of words resumed. Gradual increase in mom content. Gu Changqing had already slashed out an unknown number of blades. The scaly armor of this unicorn alter ego, though all lifted up and still can't do much damage. The Qilin doppelganger, however, was slowly figuring out Gu Changqing's abilities. The darkness spirit power is not released, and all the strength is only used for defense. Wanted to use this to drag Gu Changqing down, and Gu Changqing was able to have the battle power to fight against one of them, all because of the heart of darkness. Gradually, there was a stutter in Gu Changqing's sharp momentum. The Kirin doppelganger seized the opportunity, and the Kirin seal whistled out. Gu Changqing raised his sword to counteract it and fell back another 100 meters before stabilizing himself. The black luster of the giant phantom displayed by the body vein phantasm was also dimming, and the starry fires, too, appeared to be decrepit. Phew, worthy of a Qilin. It seems that with my current power, I'm still undefeatable. But, Gu Changqing raised his head openly, only to see all the power of the fire in the giant phantom begin to surge towards the spirit beheading ancestral blade. Last cut. Gu Changqing raised his sword to the sky with one hand. Thousands of blade shadows whistled and flew out from the spirit chopper ancestral blade. Your power. Lend it to me. Gu Changqing was like the supreme of swords, emanating a stern and domineering blade intent all over his body. I only saw those sword shadows. They were hanging flat towards Gu Changqing, submissive in general. Immediately afterward, countless blade intentions of various natures and differences were shrouded towards Gu Changqing. The final move of the spirit beheading ancestral blade, 10,000 blades extinguished the vault of heaven. Lord Kirin, watch out. Snort. All kinds of sword intent are added to the body. Below, at the Green Dragon Academy, the building collapsed abruptly, the cut leveled. An unseen blade fills the air. nearly encompasses the surrounding seas, accompanied by the sudden change in the more and more evil intent of the spirit-beheading ancestor blade. Gu Changqing's body, too, cracked open, a wound and blood burst out. This is just one of my bilocations. Trading one life for it. Your family is crazy. Gu Changqing laughed. So what? Even if you're a lunatic, it's a lunatic with an attitude and ideals. And you? Just unabashedly crazy. Don't try to be a smart-ass. As the two men were building up to their final blow, suddenly a palm rested on Gu Changqing's shoulder. The majestic vitality was continuously poured into his body, and the 10,000 swords to destroy the vault of heaven stance that was building up momentum was also disintegrating a little bit. The griffin doppelganger likewise stopped moving and, gazing at Gu Changqing's back, he faintly said, "Finally, he can't sit still. You old Qilin, you really like to make things worse. I know your plans and intentions, and wanting the Green Dragon Academy to merge into the General Association. I'll oblige. However, I have conditions. You say, I can only give you the outer courtyard. As for the inner courtyard, don't even think about it." The griffin doppelganger nodded. "I promise. And this kid, don't use it to make an issue out of it. The lord of the inner court, the future is him. Do you understand?" The unicorn doppelganger hesitated slightly. Instead, Xinglong laughed. "Still have to think about it? Then I'll have to consider my decision just now as well. Actually, it would be good to team up with him for a bit and go to Kyoto to have some fun with your original body. Even though I'm injured and can't kill you, I can still do it by making you unable to move for 100 years. The unicorn doppelganger appeared to be angry, but then it recovered as before. "Good, I promise as well. But you also have to promise me one thing. His origin is too sensitive, and he cannot enter the human city unless it is absolutely necessary. If you don't promise, I'll take you two away even if I have to fight to the death. Deal." The green dragon grabbed Gu Changqing and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chang Muchuan looked at the old ancestor who appeared and left, and laughed helplessly. "Old thing, you're selling really fast." Gu Changqing only felt that time and space shifted before his eyes. When he returned to normal, he was already at the top of the main peak of the inner courtyard. He immediately said sharply, "You don't have to sacrifice the entire Green Dragon Academy for my sake." Xinglong's handsome face grunted disdainfully. "For you? Where's the face? The consolidation of the human race's power is a great trend. Kid, I have a question for you." Gu Changqing didn't understand the meaning of Xinglong's remark and said, "Fine, ask, know everything. Can you tell me a little bit about your beast pet?" Gu Changqing's heart thumped. It seemed that it was impossible to hide. Chapter 181 Dean, which do you want, the date or the slap? Seeing Gu Changqing's concern, Xinglong wasn't in a hurry, but was slowly waiting. "I know that for you. If that secret were to come to light, what would be brought to you would be extinction. But now, with the appearance of the spirit-beheading ancestral blade and the body vein dharma phase that your parents inherited to you with a special secret method, the impact it will bring is beyond your imagination, because this represents a very different promotion system." Su Ruoxing, who was in charge of the Jinling ancestral blade, contracted only one blade pet before it was abolished. With the spirit-beheading ancestral blades overbearing and extreme plundering, it allowed her to rise to a different level. Gu Changling, the contracted body vein phantasm, likewise only contracted one. His fleshly body was peerless, and he shook the spirit-beheading ancestral blade hard, causing the imperial beast world at that time to nearly turn upside down. This preserved the system of job titles that had been passed down after both men had fallen to the mortal world. However, there are many followers who follow suit. Without exception, they all end up failing, and they spend their lives doing nothing. Now, two types of transcendent job title systems, the spirit-cutting ancestral blade and the body vein dharma, are gathered in the body of one man. What was even more ed up was that with this, Gu Changqing was able to shake a Qilin doppelganger of Zun-level strength. It has gone beyond the norm, making those in high places behind them jittery. As the head of the four saints, the green dragon could not know what the Qilin had done. He didn't come out for a long time, and was also looking at how far Gu Changqing could go after combining the two. Beyond his imagination, in the midst of adversity, Gu Changqing was able to absorb dark spiritual energy and was unaffected by it. So he made a decision to cede the Green Dragon Academy to preserve Gu Changqing, and not to be coerced. Having placed such a heavy bargaining chip, Xinglong also wanted to know how Gu Changqing had done it. After hesitating for a long time, Gu Changqing spoke. "You are good to me, high and low, so it would be too much of a bastard to hide anything more. My secret is that at certain life-threatening times, something special will appear in my body out of nowhere. You should be well aware that back then, the Chen clan wanted to snatch my beast pet. The beast pet would rather burn its bloodline than leave, and the shattering of the imperial beast space put me in danger. It was at that time that strange powers first appeared, allowing my beast pet to rise from the dead and gain an overwhelmingly strong bloodline." Gu Changqing was 2 parts true, 8 parts false, and vaguely stated the functions of the infinite gold phrase, associating the cause and effect mentioned by Vermilion Bird. He did not dare to say it explicitly, afraid of scaring the green dragon. After all, a gold phrase at level 1, especially the recent trifecta of extreme gold phrases, was beyond the rules of the Imperial Beast world. Defense is the foundation on which he stands. Qinglong froze at his words, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't bother to doubt the truthfulness of Gu Changqing's words. Even with all the discounts he's made, it's still like the sky's the limit. That bird of yours, did you say Little Gold? Its bloodline is mythic rank Great Sun Golden Flame. And your other beast pets? They are much weaker, and not worth mentioning compared to Little Gold. Gu Changqing told the truth and didn't hide it. Indeed, compared to Little Gold, Black Egg and the others combined might not be able to withstand a few mouthfuls of flames from Little Gold. The green dragon contemplated, and contemplated again, and finally his handsome face twisted into a ball, rubbing his head of green hair vigorously. He no longer knew how to describe Gu Changqing. A divinely ordained beast master? Too inappropriate. Fae favorites? Still not good. Pervert? Yeah, it's just sick. The Great Sun Golden Flame. He had heard of it, not seen it. That was still a small account in a magnificent shrine in the Misty region. No wonder the Vermilion Bird split lost to Shao Jin's cave Void Karma Fire. No offense. It's not wrong at all. Is there anything else you would like to ask? The green dragon looked up, tempted to say, why don't you indenture me too, and get me some of those special energies in the meantime? No more. Today's words are known only to you and me. Go back to your seclusion. If you don't work hard, you kid will be able to catch up with me. Qinglong was about to leave when he suddenly said, you can absorb dark spiritual energy and not be negatively affected by it. Also, yes, two energies that fused and cancelled it out. Mud. Let's go. The inner courtyard. You see to the whole thing yourself. The battered green dragon disappeared into green light. Gu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief, but he could be considered to have gotten away with it. Looking down at the inner courtyard below the peak that was in shambles because of the war, in his heart, he carved the General Association of Imperial Beast Masters into his list. Over the next few days, the inner courtyard returned to its usual silence. The paperwork for the transfer on the outer courtside was done quickly. The consultation made by Qinglong himself with Kiren was made by the teachers down to the students. On the side of the General Association, after deliberation, Jiang Weiman was left behind. It was said that he was going to co-manage with Aoki Chuan, but in reality, he was monitoring every move of the inner court. In response, Aoki Chuan almost stormed off again, or it was Aoki Dragon who transmitted his voice, stopping him from hitting Kyoto. Aoki Chuan decisively resigned from the post of dean and hid in the inner courtyard. Out of sight, out of mind. After this battle, Gu Changqing's prestige in the inner courtyard rose. The identity of the commander-in-chief of the inner house is also thoroughly implemented. On this day, Gu Changqing was sitting in the house with Cheng Muxiang, discussing about the matter of the 10 great honorable position candidates. A shrill cry, right from beyond the boundary formation, swirled in. Gu Changqing, you big lecher, get out here. Cheng Muxiang looked at Gu Changqing next to him in shock and said, I go, who is it this? You kid can just come a few days, and you have the academy. Gu Changqing balled up the list and shoved it into his mouth. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. I'll go and come. Outside the boundary formation, Lu Jiyin rode the green one bird and cried out in exasperation. No wonder she was so furious. After the Imperial Beast Master General Association took over the Qinglong Academy, they made drastic reforms to the students, perhaps avoiding conflict between the parties by proposing the strategy of exchanging students. 40% of the students from Qinglong Academy were transferred to Kyoto's Kirin Academy, and Lu Jiyin is one of them. But the criteria for selecting students for the Four Elephants Academy were set from the beginning. Like the Green Dragon Academy, the main intake of Imperial Beast Masters of the two elemental beast pets of wood and water. Vermilion Bird Academy was fire elemental based and so on. A rash exchange is designated to fall out of the first tier. In the heat of the moment, this is the only way out. Big sister, can't you let me settle down for 2 days and run a good operation? The boundary formation opened a gaping hole, and Gu Changqing came out of it with a dark face. Lu Jiyin finished the matter. I can't wait. The General Association's people are just fooling around. Gu Changqing understood their movements after taking over and said, well, in that case, I'll accompany you on your journey. That's more like it. Gu Changqing jumped onto the back of the green lawn bird, who was still trying to resist. Instant honesty after feeling the eagle eyes from the soul shuddering. The two of them went to that conference room and, at this time, Jiang Weiman was checking out the past materials of Qinglong Academy. When she saw Gu Changqing arrive, her body could not help but tremble, and subconsciously she was about to call out to someone. It wasn't because of fear, but he was thinking about how to count Gu Changqing out and make him cause some trouble so that he could hold him again. Dean Kong, busy. Gu Changcheng, with a bright smile, familiarly called for a stool and sat beside Jiang Weiman. How dare you come out? Facing the cold-faced Jiang Weiman, Gu Changcheng said indifferently, why don't you dare to come out? The condition that the Green Dragon and the Qilin agreed upon was that I couldn't enter the human city at will. It didn't say that I couldn't sneak around the academy. Saying that, he pointed at the restrained Lu Jiyin and continued, what about her? My school sister Lu Jiyin. She was selected by the inner academy a long time ago, and due to my negligence, I jeopardized her future. Now, people have once again reached the standard. As the acting administrator of the inner courtyard, I've come to tell you to transfer her file into the inner courtyard. Can you see? Can you go through the process? Jiang Weiman grunted coldly. Gu Changcheng, if Lord Qinglong hadn't personally intervened to compromise, do you think that generation management could have done it? Come to negotiate with me? Are you worthy? Gu Changcheng spread his hands and said to Lu Jiyin, see, Dean Jian doesn't agree. Alas, having just taken over the inner courtyard, I also rummaged through some information. It seems like the Four Elephants Academy conducts some sort of Four Elephants competition every year. In previous years, it was the people from the inner courtyard who held up the rankings, and this year, I'm afraid they're going to have a collective diarrhea. I just don't know if the absence of the Qinglong Inner Academy has any effect on Dean Zhang's prospects. Jiang Weiman was stunned. Then he said angrily, you're threatening me? Gu Changcheng shook his head as dark spiritual energy saved in his palm. Kirin's power is pretty good at isolating off space. Do I need to threaten you? Gu Changcheng waved his hand to dispel the dark spiritual energy. I think that Dean Zhang is a strong person who recognizes the time. Kirin will not forcefully take over the academy without a reason. And sending President Zhang here to hold down the fort isn't just for surveillance. If you have made certain great accomplishments, I believe it is time to take off the word vice before president. Gu Changcheng's eyes were glittering with a sinister sheen. Looking at Jiang Weiman's heart was hairy. After all, the current president, Yu Guotao, was single-handedly supported by the surname Lu. I also heard that for you, the vice president. That old thing is not very polite. The Green Dragon Inner Academy, in addition to receiving monsters, was also excellent for intelligence information. With Aoki Xiang by his side, the Imperial Beast's world knew everything, no matter how big or small the matter was. It seems that the Aoki family has really pressed their treasure on you, and even that organization has willingly handed over to your control. Gu Changcheng told his situation one by one, as if he were counting his family's possessions. The toughness on Jiang Weiman's face disintegrated a little. Okay, the file can be transferred for you, but what can I get out of it? Dean Jiang, you've already been favored. The Lu family's favor is also a big help. If anything else, there is also one more. That would be the Lu family, whom I will perish. With this layer of favors, am I not being sincere? Jiang Weiman nodded and suddenly laughed. Lord Qilin may have been a bit radical in certain things, but it was also for the sake of the human race. Otherwise it will always be scattered, which is not good for the future. Evergreen having you manage the inner court, it sort of saves me a lot of trouble. Thanks for the compliment, Dean. I'll take the men then. Good. Come for tea when you can. Lu Jiyin looked on in confusion as Gu Changcheng settled the matter in a few words. On the way back to the inner courtyard, she was surprised. The people from the General Association, so nice to talk to? Gu Changcheng smiled coldly and said, there's a saying that says, if a cunning rabbit dies, the traitor cooks. If the flying bird is exhausted, the good bough hides. How good you talk now, how vicious you will be later. It just so happens that you've come at the right time. 4 of the top 10 honored positions are vacant. Go for it. Chapter 182, Burial of an Era. Burial Ground. Lu Jiyin held her chin and curiously sized up Gu Changcheng. She realized that the person in front of her seemed to have changed, and then she didn't seem to have changed. That overpowering and domineering pressure was still there, or Gu Changcheng, who had fought the Qilin split with force that day. Only, at certain times there was a mellowness that was not there before. Hey, did you really put it down? Gu Changcheng looked at the boundless sea, raised his hand and pointed to the hazy front, saying, what's there? Lu Jiyin shook her head. I don't know. 10,000 nautical miles. This is the deepest limit that the Green Dragon Academy can explore. Further on, there are mists, and within the mists, there are unknown and terrifying existences. That's just it. The living environment of the human race has been completely changed as early as when the abyss descended. What we have seen is merely the tip of the iceberg, and the ferocious beasts are merely the first bump in the road faced by the human race. So, what about when the mist clears? In Gu Changcheng's eyes, a different look flowed. The General Association arrested me, so I naturally resisted because our philosophies differ. As for what karma is, it's all just rhetoric. But just because of that, we can't let Qinglong Academy and the General Association completely tear their faces apart. Gu Changcheng turned back. Qinglong knows what I want, so how can I fail him? since the human territory can't accommodate me. It's not bad to be an idle man in the sea. And are you willing to do that? I'm not willing to do it, so I have to hibernate. One day, I will kill back. Ask the human race. Ask the Qilin for an account. It won't be long. Soon. Very soon. Lu Jiyin nodded and followed Gu Changqing's gaze. The sea is calm, and from time to time a big fish jumps out of the water. The next second, a much larger fish bursts out from underwater and swallows it in one gulp. Lu Jiyin was in a trance for a moment. Gu Changqing was the hidden fish. Lu Jiyin is just a small episode. After returning to the inner courtyard, Gu Changqing began to get busy. On the one hand, utilizing the Aoki family's intelligence capabilities, they began searching for information about the aftermath of the mist. On the other hand, there was the headache of considering how to lead the inner court. The monsters of the inner court pressed him to lead. Gu Changqing also knew that the so-called management was a shackle put on him by King Muchuan and Qinglong. It's also a form of protection. Gu Changqing scratched his head, looking at the thick pile of information on the desktop. His head was huge. What? Can't find a program that works? Sho Aoki savored a cup of coffee. Program? What a program? Everyone is a genius. Not to say that all have a huge family, but also are not generalized. People have their own way. I want to insert, not qualified. At those words, Sho Aoki laughed out loud. Now you know how I spend my time, right? Waking up every day and looking at them drudging on their own. I even suspected that I was just a janitor. Now that you've tasted frustration as well, I'm glad. You're sick, and it's not mild. Pushing the information away, Gu Changqing got up to stretch and said, if you have this time, you might as well go for an upgrade. The Heart of Darkness has raised the body vein phantasm to a certain level. Moreover, once cast, the rules of the abyss could not be added. The fact that the overdrawn power could not be replenished in time when the time came was considered Gu Changqing's only drawback at the moment. Well, your rank is hard. Putting aside your terrifying undercard, in a regular battle situation, you wouldn't even be able to beat any member of the inner academy. Sho Aoki interjected from the side. If the rank level of the title can't keep up, you won't be able to touch the deeper levels of power. For the enchantments and senses of your base cards, it's a bit of an anti-aircraft gun hitting mosquitoes. I'm curious, did you trip all the way over here with just your beast pet? Gu Changqing wanted to deny it, but still nodded. Aoki Xiang gave him a thumbs up. As expected, having a powerful beast pet is so capricious. Unlike me, even though my beast pet isn't bad, Grandpa still whips and sticks me to pay attention to the basics. But you can do it too. It's only been a few months. You're almost catching up to my efforts since I was a kid. When he finished, he deflated. In front of talent, is hard work or anything else? Yeah. One gold word for one level. Whoever uses it. Effort? What's that? Get out. Get out. Get out. Chang Muxiang was not tired of pushing Gu Changqing out. There are quite a few wild copies along the shores of the East Sea, most of which have been raided. There are none around the academy. Unless you can't think of diving under the deep sea to pick on the deep sea remnants, there's no hurry. It'll be their turn. Gu Changqing summoned Little Gold, mounted the bird's back, and once again became a shirker. Instead of going alone, he came to Desolate Peak and invited Su Nanyuan to join him. When Su Nanyuan learned of his coming, he did not want to accompany him. After all, he's already a half-step king level. Wanting a promotion has nothing to do with experience. However, with Gu Changqing citing the reason of asking for sword instruction, he still agreed. Xiao Jin unfolded his wings and carried Gu Changqing and Su Nanyuan towards the shore of the East Sea. The golden sand, however, only flickered below, and the little gold did not mean to stop. Su Nanyuan wiped the spirit beheading sword, and seeing that the destination was not here, he said, further on, it could be Jinhai City. Gu Changqing nodded. I know, the closer the replicas are to the city, the level and experience of the ferocious beasts are too low. With your current strength, if you want to level up quickly, the few replicas on the shores of the East Sea are the best. Moreover, have you forgotten that condition? No. Gu Changqing rested his chin. It's been too rushed for a while. So many things had to be put down. There's a copy that the current me should be able to explore a bit. Saying that, Gu Changqing looked at the spirit beheading sword in Su Nanyuan's hand. With my parents, there should be some relationship. Su Ruoxing? Gu Changqing didn't care about Su Nanyuan calling his mother by her first name. After all, mother and the Su family have severed their relationship. Yes, and, perhaps, learn a few more secrets of the evil god. Gu Changqing had a rough guess as to the identity of the evil god. He didn't know what the evil god's ultimate goal was when he jumped up and down. Though, Gu Changqing had the intuition that he wasn't just because of that unknown virus. Maybe through that virus of unknown origin. Knowing certain things, whether it's pulling in exotic organizations or working with the human hierarchy, it's all about running for the end goal. I'm not interested in the evil god. If Su Ruoxing is fine, despite the mouthful of names. Su Nanyuan's eyes were solemn. Mouthy guy. Little Gold's speed was like lightning, but he still flew for half a day before arriving over the replica light gate. Gu Chongqing frowned slightly. Based on the previous distance, he would be able to arrive in 2 hours. Now, the speed has increased and the time has increased by almost 4 hours. It seems that the world of imperial beasts is still changing. Gu Chongqing and Su Nanyuan landed on the ground, and the personnel of the Jinhai City Imperial Beast Master Association immediately noticed the two. It was only after seeing Gu Chongqing's appearance that he breathed a sigh of relief. So it's Captain Gu of the North City District City Guard. I thought it was a ferocious beast coming. Gu Chongqing didn't recognize them and was puzzled. You guys know me? Can it be that condition has not yet reached Shanghai City? Naturally, I know you, but you've stayed in your mech before, and I haven't seen your real face. Gu Chongqing was stunned and then realized. It seems that Lusheng has invented a lot of good things in Shanghai City. Good. Then my friend and I will go down to the copy first. The player was just about to block it when another man pulled him back. Captain Gu is the heroic offspring and pride of Jinhai City, and he was the first to beat this copy. The man's realization dawned on him. I'm sorry, I was transferred from another town. Gu Chongqing nodded, so he walked towards the replica light door and reached out to touch it. Wild copy, beast-tide disaster. Copy level, unlimited. Copy description, no one knows what really happened here. The hand that brought death and destruction seems to be brewing secrets that endanger humanity. Replica reward, depending on the clearance. Not capped. Entry requirements, Zune level strength, special equipment. The rules of the abyss are detecting and evaluating your battle power. Battle power assessed as Zune level, can enter. Whether or not to enter the copy with teammate Su Nanyuan? Gu Chongqing looked at Su Nanyuan. Su Nanyuan nodded his head. Yes, you are entering a special level copy. Please note that you can only leave the copy if you pass it completely. Copy entered successfully. Congratulations on triggering the hidden side quest, Burial of the Old Age. The hidden quest was at a standstill since rescuing Morong Templar. Now that the side quest is active. Also, Burial's Old Age is not a douchebag mission at first glance. The copy glowed, obliterating the two. When they reappeared, the two of them were already in the middle of a large rift valley with no visible edges. On either side, there are mountains as far as the eye can see. Within the 10-foot wide canyon, an unknown entity lay sprawled out. Next to the bodies, there is equipment, armor, weapons, etc. However, it had obviously been too long ago, and Gu Chongqing's curious gentle touch turned it into ashes. In the air, there was a scent of decay. All was silent except for the sound of the two men's moving footsteps. No life, no death. There is, just loneliness. It was as if time, in the copy, had stopped. Jean, Chopper, Gu Chongqing and Su Nanyuan called out their beast pets. When the two beast pets appeared, they flew separately one in front of the other to scout. The two men's eyes floated with the sight of things seen by the beast's pet. The height of the mountains on both sides was so high that even Xiao Jin, who had flown upwards for a long time, had not reached the top. With no choice but to recall it, Gu Chongqing had no choice but to recall it. Not quite right. Su Nanyuan reached out and caressed the smooth mountain wall. His eyes just closed and, suddenly, his expression widened in horror. The cold sweat ran down his face in an instant. This is not a naturally formed rift valley, and the mountain wall has an overwhelming sword intent. It's been slashed out with a knife. Ha! Gu Chongqing was also shocked by Su Nanyuan's words. Looking up in consternation. The knife split out of the canyon? What kind of blade breath? What kind of strength? To be able to explode with such a radiant slash? Are they? At that moment, the demonic lotus flower came out of the imperial beast space on its own. There was a rare look of panic on his childish and evil face. Here, it's that burial ground battlefield. Chapter 183, What is a God? Hannah, you have memories of this place? The Devil's Lotus doesn't answer. Walking through the Rift Valley, the Devil's Lotus karmic flame in his right hand rises and, from time to time, he touches the weathered bodies and equipment. Su Nanyuan, on the other hand, continued to perceive that blade, and sharp blade awnings surged up and down his body. The blade intent was also floating and showing signs of a breakthrough. Gu Chongqing's entire body went numb. Spirit level and king level, except for wall hangers like him. To make a breakthrough, you need special situational epiphanies. The human race numbered billions, and those who could take that step were 1 in 10,000. But Su Nanyuan, just by virtue of the residual image left behind by that blade, the blade intent began to metamorphose and, a breakthrough towards that hurdle of the king's rank. This, just one cut, it contains such powerful might. He couldn't imagine how strong the person who had slashed this blade was. From memory, perhaps only the 4 saints, who had exploded into full strength, were estimated to be able to do so. This place is known by the hidden quests as the old days. Which era, that era, is being referred to? Before the fall of the abyss? Or after? With strong doubts, Gu Changqing also followed Su Nanyuan's example and touched the stone wall, hoping to gain some insight. But, apart from the gusts of coolness that traveled through his palms, the chopper ancestral blade isn't responding. The body chakra phantom didn't respond, either. The heart was even more devoid of the slightest sensation. I'm not worthy? Gu Changqing was greatly speechless. Maybe I don't have enough rank. That was all he could comfort himself with. All buried, the product of an era, all turned to dust and gone up in smoke. The Devil's Lotus murmured to herself, with sadness, nostalgia, and indignation in her eyes. But those flashed by, and at best there was struggle. Gu Changqing didn't bother. Granted, Devil Lotus appearance is roughly similar to that anticlimax. It will be revived when given a gold word, but whether it is or not, is debatable. Looking at its demeanor, Gu Changqing was skeptical. The magic lotus flower in remembrance, tattered memories only speckled. If he is familiar with this old-time battlefield, it can only mean that, buried here is the age of feudalism, which he knew so well, but is not possible. Little Gold's bloodline, even the god of the imperial beasts is attracted to it. That was the first person in the imperial beast world to be crowned a god. He was not even a god, let alone any other imperial beastmaster. In the age of the sealed god, it wasn't a question of god or not. Buzz! A sword roar resounded through the Rift Valley. Su Nanyuan's entire body was suspended in mid-air, surrounded by powerful sword awnings weaving through. The spirit-beheading sword stood on top of his head, dropping down a wash of sword intent. His body was changing rapidly. There seemed to be invisible barriers within a meter of space around them, isolating them. Gu Changqing's heart shook tremendously, and invisibly, it seemed like there was a guillotine hanging above his neck. Only after hearing the resonating sound from the spirit-beheading ancestral blade did the invisible blade slowly disperse. His domain, is it so overbearing? Along the way, Gu Changqing had crossed paths with quite a few king-level powerhouses, but none of the domains made him feel like he was going to be killed at any moment. Even Shen Hai, Shan Go, and Lu Mosheng, who had borrowed the power of the evil god. There is only the powerlessness of a poor realm, not a state of panic. Su Nanyuan's domain for the first time. Bells on swords. Is this the feedback after contracting just one beast pet and tilting everything in it? The rank badge in front of Su Nanyuan's chest had changed, and the rank number had changed from 49 to 50. One level of difference makes a world of difference. Collect! Su Nanyuan roared lowly, and his blade domain converged into his body. There was a qualitative change in his spirit and aura. Congratulations! Gu Changqing clasped his fists. Thanks! Su Nanyuan's cold and icy face rarely showed sincerity. You're welcome. Gu Changqing acknowledged this thanks and understood the other meanings in his thanks. If he hadn't dragged Su Nanyuan here to make a copy, he was struggling for enlightenment in the inner courtyard, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to be promoted. Let's go! Since it's a chasm split by a sword, there must be an end to it. Good. The two men headed toward one end of the Rift Valley. Magic Lotus was still touching, sighing as she did so. No useful answers from it. The two had been walking for an unknown length of time when, at last, a glimmer of light revealed itself on the dimly lit road ahead. Not waiting for Gu Changqing to look happy, the bright light was actually getting more and more dense. The entire stone wall of the Rift Valley in front of us was shimmering. Stop! Gu Changqing sensed that something was wrong and stopped, giving Xiao Jin a wink. Jin understood immediately. Cave karma fire condenses and builds up strength. With a nicking cry, the raging flames, like waves of, it lifted up dozens of feet high waves of fire and raced toward the front. Fine voices rose steeply, followed by more and more. Only on the stone walls of the Rift Valley, a human-like bat, stirred into awakening, was seen to. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed slightly as the bat's information appeared. Sphinx Devil Bat, Fierce Demon Beast, Level, 50, Bloodline, Unknown, Green, Attributes, Unknown, Skill, Unknown. Introduction, a product of the olden times that survived, feeding on decay and burying for strength. They are born with a fear of flames, and are favored by karmic fire. Their bodies are branded with the marks of the old era. Please inquire carefully. A beast that survived the old days? Cyan Bloodline, or Lord Level, Little Flower. Can we find the secret in them? Gu Changqing informed the Devil Lotus of the information. The Devil Lotus flower paused for a moment, and the lotus root pole changed out as the Devil Lotus karmic fire rose. It flew up at breakneck speed, and the rooted pole stabbed through the body of a Sphinx Devil Bat, which it brought back. This human-faced devil bat is no different from a bat, except that it has a body size close to that of a human. On its forehead, there was a black, inverted hook-shaped mark. Is this the mark of the old days? The Devil Lotus flower was lightly familiar with the situation. and the devil lotus karma flame in his palm tumbled and pressed heavily on the forehead of the human-faced devil bat. Open! Su Nanyuan let out a low gulp, and his blade domain instantly covered the surrounding area. Under the suppression of the blade domain, the human-faced devil bat completely lost its ability to resist. Gulp! Gulp! Suddenly, the sound of the devil lotus heartbeat was as clear as a beating drum. Its face, filled with a complex expression of, in less than a minute, the human-faced demon bat was burned to ashes by the devil lotus karma fire. That mark of the old days, too, dissipated. What's in it? Gu Changqing immediately inquired. After a moment's pause, the devil lotus blandly said, war, endless war. There is nothing I want. Again, the devil's lotus seems to have seized something, and as if it were experimenting, one by one, the Sphinx devil bats were used as test subjects. The results were less than satisfactory, because not every Sphinx devil bat has an old-time mark. Gu Changqing, however, crooked his mouth with joy, simply because the experience given by the Sphinx demon bat was too good to be true. Congratulations on killing the fierce demon-level beast, man-faced demon bat, gaining plus 5 million experience and plus 350,000 extra experience. Congratulations on killing the fierce demon-class beast, man-faced demon bat. Under the coverage of Little Jin's cave void karmic fire, the human-faced demon bat was completely powerless to resist. In the midst of the flames, it was reduced to flying ash. The devil lotus flower didn't know how much it had grabbed, but its eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Congratulations on your leveling up by 1 level. Unlimited gold words to be drawn. Congratulations on leveling up 1 level. Unlimited gold words to be drawn. Until Gu Changqing's level rocketed up to the 29 bottleneck, there were only a handful of dozens of Sphinx devil bats left on the stone wall. The level of the magic lotus flower, likewise, came to 29, reaching the criteria for promotion. Su Nanyuan looked at Gu Changqing in surprise. There's a bug in your experience bar, isn't there? With such a large number of individual experience numbers stacked, I'm fully leveled as a teammate who only got 30%. Look the other way and you're still good friends. Gu Changqing glared at him, disgruntled. This weakness of yours, I remember. Gu Changqing didn't bother with him. Little flower, what else did you see from that mark? Shinji, the devil lotus flower was succinct. Countless powerhouses, countless races, gathered here to snatch that one chance to become a god. However, they all failed, and the chance to become a god is a fake. God? Su Nanyuan took the initiative to speak. Su Ruoxing once said that the so-called gods are nothing more than individual beings with greater strength. Take it down to the extreme and you are the so-called god. After saying that, he stroked the spirit-beheading sword. God? What is God? Part of the truth of this land of burial and destruction was learned through the memories of old times. Gu Changqing thought of that god of the imperial beasts for a moment. Thinking of the 4 saints, they were all supreme beings under this starry sky, just one step short of being sub-gods, but in the eyes of the imperial beast masters, they were gods. Black Egg's path to heavenly destiny is to continuously break through the thorns and transform into a god. That limiting golden frankincense into God ultimately points to God as well. But no one knows what God is. I don't know. Some say that gods are omnipotent. The distinction of rank and bloodline will be discarded. And once a god is transformed, there will be no more obstacles between heaven and earth. One thought of life, one thought of death, living with heaven and earth. I am heaven and earth. Gu Changqing felt something in his heart and shook his head. In my perception, God is a belief, not an individual. God, everywhere. When the beast tide comes, the imperial beast masters who bravely stand in the front line to protect the weak are gods. The one who bows down and overdraws everything for the bright future of the human race is a god. When in the darkness of despair a ray of hope dawns, it is also God. God, not in ferocious beasts, not in beast pets, not in the human race, not in heaven and earth. God, only in hope. God, who is only offered in the heart. In the Rift Valley, strangely quiet. After Gu Changqing had finished speaking these words, he only felt that his thoughts were clear and refreshed. Su Nanyuan, on the other hand, looked at the top of Gu Changqing's head in shock. The devil's lotus even sat up in shock, as if she had seen a miracle. What's wrong with you guys? Gu Changqing twisted his head in surprise and, are you going to die? Not to become a god? At those words, Gu Changqing's head was filled with black lines. That's excessive. Even though you're nominally my cousin and cursing me to death still upsets me. Su Nanyuan rubbed his eyes. Everything in front of him was not an illusion. No, you're really going to become a god. The devil lotus flower also nodded her head frostily. Yes, that's becoming a god. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Becoming a god is not in external forces, but in oneself. Chapter 184, Starry Lake, Pilgrimage Site. You have something coming out of your head. Su Nanyuan pointed at the top of Gu Changqing's head and his voice began to stutter as he spoke. Gu Changqing froze and hastily reached out to touch it. But he didn't touch anything. Disappeared? Looking at Gu Changqing's empty head, Su Nanyuan said in surprise. Gu Changqing once again blackened his face. Excessive ah. No, I saw that too. Devil Lotus opened her mouth and proved for Su Nanyuan. A small person sitting in a blur, like your soul body that way, but without any soul fluctuations. As you just said, that kind of god. God? The words of the magic lotus were winding and quite difficult to understand. Even it couldn't stop shaking its head after that. Perhaps it was a genuine misreading. Can't explain it, forced to look at it wrong. These two are not reliable. After taking a break, the two continued on their way. The Sphinx devil bats occupy a limited area of the stone wall. After walking for some time longer, a sudden gust of stiff wind traveled through the rift valley. There's a wind, then it's not far to the exit. Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel emotional again. If this blade were to be placed in reality, I'm afraid it could split from Jinhai City to the shore of the East Sea. It has gone beyond perception. Master, there's something up ahead. Xiao Jin, who was on guard high in the sky, sprayed out a mouthful of cave void karma fire after the warning. But the next second, the fireball, which flew hundreds of meters away, seemed to dive headfirst into the water and disappeared in an instant. Just as Gu Changqing summoned the spirit-beheading ancestral blade, only to see the cave void karma fire reappear, several times larger than its earlier size, bared his fangs at them. Blade domain, decimate, caveat emptor, magic flame. Almost simultaneously, the two men and the two favorites spoke in unison. Su Nanyuan's blade domain covered in countless blade awnings converged as if locusts were crossing the border, pouncing towards the cave void karmic fire. Gu Changqing held the chopping spirit ancestral blade, and the blade energy slashed out, tearing a gap in space and chopping the cave void karma fire into two pieces. Little Gold and the devil lotus flower, catalyzing their own karmic fire, carried the waves of fire and began to shelter and refine them. Fortunately, this bizarre flame, nearly a few times more powerful, returned back to its kernel is still cave karma fire. As Little Gold completely withdrew the cave void karma fire, Gu Changqing asked, "There are ferocious beasts?" Jin shook his head. "No, it's a corpse, an undecayed corpse. Don't attack, let's get closer and see. Tighten up your psychic fluctuations and turn another small corner." A behemoth that bisects the Rift Valley. It was a round monster, still as alive despite being long dead. The Little Gold tentatively flew around twice, not seeing any reaction from the corpse. Gu Changqing's fire control technique spawned a small cluster of flames that struck towards the corpse, only to see that the fire was absorbed into the body just as it touched it. Immediately afterward, there was a small drumming in the bulbous body of a gaping hole in the skin. Gu Changqing's cluster of flames was already the size of a faceball. Swiftly it struck the stone wall. Boom! The flames scatter in all directions and the ringen G echoes. Phew! Gu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. The corpse has no ability to initiate an attack. The ability to devour damage taken and return it with several times the energy. Such a ferocious beast is unheard of. However, looking at its size, he thought of a creature he remembered. Chaos? Spinning around, he shook his head. No, that is the head of the four ferocious beasts in the myth. The mighty one who punched the poor Qi, kicked the legend, and suppressed the Tao Tai. How did it come to be in a place like this? Not chaos. The demon lotus also heard his speculation and gave a negative answer. There was a bit of its bloodline, though, unfortunately, it's dead. Gu Changqing was also a bit lost. Chaos? That's a tough character with full attribute points and a lot to eat, compared to the absorption and recovery abilities of Little Gold and the demon lotus flower. It's nothing compared to that one. Down to the wood, rice, oil and salt, up to the chaos of the blue sky. As long as the belly fits, the world eats you up. We'll just have to go over the top. The unknown body, though large, has its limits. Xiao Jin pranced hundreds of feet into the air before he crossed the high wall. Beyond the high wall of corpses lies the exit. Gu Changqing looked down on Xiao Jin's back end. At the top of the body, there was a horrible stab wound that he felt his eyes stinging and tears streaming down his face after just one look. The blade Qi that split the Great Rift Valley. After an unknown number of years, the knife aura was still there, though this beast is dead, and its body is incorruptible. It was more like, the soul was dissipating and the flesh was still fighting against the blade energy. Su Nanyuan was also attracted by that blade Qi. It was only when his own blade intent was at risk of going berserk that he painstakingly averted his gaze. Gu Changqing, what kind of bull ***** copy did you bring me here? Gu Changqing was also in a daze. Mud, where's the promised hand of evil? What happened to the promised secret of the town's disappearance? Where's the promised wave of beasts? Not only did one not show up, what emerges is sick to the core. It's hard to believe that the evil god is on the same level as them. Stop it, okay? I'm sorry, I wouldn't have dragged you into this if I'd known. Su Nanyuan was sullenly silent and resentful. Little Kim leapt the rift valley, and in the split second it took to rush out of the mouth of the valley. The entire heaven and earth instantly lit up, but Gu Changqing and Su Nanyuan, their faces instantly turned white. The latter was even less composed than before, and cried out for the abyss with all his might. Rift Valley, on the edge of an endless swamp, looking down from hundreds of feet above, the things in the eyes of the two men, not only did they not shrink, instead, it shrinks in on itself. In the midst of the swamp, a large blister rose up and, after the blister's burst, the spiritual elements of darkness, 5 elements, light, and so on, kneading together, a mushroom cloud rose and spread through the air. A corpse of unknown origin was swallowed by the swamp, revealing only the giant horns of the prime. As far as the eye could see, a corpse lay flat on its side. Despite being dead, the remnants of the terrifying power still remained. In the sky, it was even more so that the two were mesmerized and their souls trembled in shock. A star, shape unknown for tens of thousands of miles, just be in the middle of the sky. It's as if you can reach out and touch it. With a careful fixation of the eye, one can still see on the surface of the star that it also has a huge number of bodies. Gu Changqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered, "What kind of monsters are they? They use astral bodies as mounts? Both up and down. They were like a speck of dust that flew into the human world in general." Gu Changqing's heart is full of curses. Abyss, Ocho Mogasa. No, Mo. At this time, Gu Changqing's mission column lit up. Hidden side quest, Burial of the Old Age. Mission, in the land of burial and destruction. Find out where the divine opportunity is located. Reward, this quest is tied to talent, so please be sure to complete it. Penalty, if the quest fails, the abyss will take back the unlimited golden word talent. The gold words that have been given will also be withdrawn as well. Gu Changqing scratched his head vigorously. The more and more he couldn't understand the rules of the abyss. His biggest card is the golden word. In the beginning, the abyss's continuous behavior of letting him die had always made Gu Changqing think that the talent is buggy and the abyss rule needs to be fixed. But now, there is a connection between the divine opportunity and the gift here. Beast Masters, there is no such thing as talent, and Gu Changqing is the only. Is it really as rumored outside that he is a heavenly sentenced imperial beast master, favored by the rules of the abyss? But, the body vein dharma phase and the spirit beheading ancestral blade told him that even without the rules of the abyss, the gift still exists. Phew, it's a mess that I can't figure out and I'm too lazy to think about it. He turned his head and asked the demonic lotus, "Did you see that so-called divine opportunity in those seals?" Magic Lotus shook her head. No. Gu Changqing couldn't help but be disappointed. So how should he look for it? Here they are dust, so small they can barely be seen, but I see the main battlefield. The Devil's Lotus is breathing heavily. What was said was even more thunderous. Here, is still not the main battlefield? Okay. In the face of old times, the Magic Lotus is the authority. Take me. You're going to get yourself killed? Su Nanyuan stopped Gu Changqing. We should find our way out. Gu Changqing spread his hands out in a roguish manner. Now what? There are 2 ways out. 1. You stay here until I find a way out and come get you. 2. Search with me, and perhaps you can even make your blade domain. Further, freedom is yours. Choose. Su Nanyuan's face was hideous, and he wanted to slice Gu Changqing with a knife. This ship of thieves can't get off. Okay, I'm with you. That's my good cousin. Su Nanyuan dodged Gu Changqing's arm that was wrapped around him and said in a bad mood, "I'm not your brother." The magic lotus flower organized the memories in the imprint and showed the direction to the little gold. 2 men, 2 favorites, moving slowly through a world of giants. I don't know how long I've been flying, but Kogane's stamina is starting to run out. This swamp had only just managed to fly to the edge. Beyond the swamp is a lake, and the water in the lake, which is not liquid. Instead, it's a shining star. Xiao Jin stopped at a high ground, and Taiyin mouthful of yen turned into a line of fire and plunged headlong into the lake. Only the gray line of fire changed color abruptly. It changed into starlight and couldn't stop pouring into Xiao Jin's body. Originally exhausted, Xiao Jin was glowing with energy in no time at all. Full-blooded resurrection. Looking at Gu Changqing, he froze. His eyes focused on that lake of stars that, before my eyes, the rules of the abyss fill the air. A message surfaced. The Sea of Stars, a pilgrimage site of the olden times. Introduction, one of the ancient lakes of the olden times, filled with meteorites from the stars, with the power of starlight as water, with miraculous restorative powers. This place is a place of pilgrimage and sacrifice for an ancient clan, guarded by a mysterious guardian. A place of pilgrimage? The ancient ones? See the last sentence. Gu Changqing was horrified and said, "Go!" Available at. The surface of the originally calm star lake fluctuated violently. Between the swirls of starlight, a black shadow of unknown size emerged from the bottom of the lake. Gu Changqing and Su Nanyuan, who had just jumped onto Xiao Jin's back, before they can take to the air. Beneath the bottom of that lake, several dozens of feet-thick tentacles broke through the surface of the water and, attacking towards them. Mud. It's just sucking up some energy. Too stingy. Gu Changqing made a couple of belly laughs. The body vein phantasm and the spirit beheading ancestral blade appeared at the same time. The cards are out. Here, he didn't dare to have the slightest contempt. Chapter 185, Star Branding. Evil God Present. Chop. The huge body chakra phantoms had no size advantage at all before the tentacles. Dark spiritual energy surged out through the heart of darkness. The divine limit gold word, nourishing Gu Changqing's spirit. While resisting the dark negativity, it also allowed Gu Changqing to immerse himself in an ancient and marvelous state. The body chakra dharma is united with the expression and movement of the body. Looking at the tentacles that would draw up, Gu Changqing's lips slightly opened. The spirit-slaying ancestral blade was raised, and the void resonated with the darkness of spiritual energy. Meeting the tentacle, he slashed up. Snort! The black blade awnings, cutting the space apart. The first tentacle that drew up, split in two from it. Cave karma fire. The flames of the little gold, followed by the Su Nanyuan's blade domain, also unfolded in time. The king-level battle power exploded as much as it could, fighting hard against the other tentacle. Cave karma fire, burning the decapitated tentacles. Suddenly, the tentacles shook, and a strange power rippled out of the chopped open space, the black blade, and the cavernous karma fire that, it was smoothed out in a matter of moments. Spatial cracks that healed at an extremely fast speed. What's the situation? Su Nanyuan's blade domain was shaken open by that power, and the strong rushing power poured in, churning the blade field to pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow, his eyes filled with horror. Gu Changqing waved the spirit-beheading ancestral blade and slashed all around him with blade chi. Space ripped open, forming a barrier that temporarily resisted the tentacle attack. Our power, it seems, cannot be captured. Su Nanyuan pulled out an elixir and swallowed it, opening his mouth to remind, as he unfolded his blade domain resistance at full power. The blade energy seemed to hesitate, especially when slashing at the tentacles. Gu Changqing's eyes flowed with divine radiance, looking at the spatial cracks constantly repairing and compensating. The spirit-beheading ancestral blade continued to slash, until the strange power in the tentacles reappeared. Gu Changqing decisively put away the body vein phantasm and the spirit-beheading ancestral blade, and the abyssal rule condensed his eyes. No need to attack to resist. After he shouted, information about the tentacles appeared. 10,000 myriad willow branches, unknown level guardian. Introduction, the mysterious guardian of the pilgrimage land, possessing the powerful secret power of an ancient clan. All kinds of laws can be erased in front of it. It is almost impossible to defeat it. The information given by the rules of the abyss is basically useless. However, in the moment when the divinity enveloped him, Gu Changqing detected something. Mud. I should never have gone out. Su Nanyuan withdrew all his spiritual energy and closed his eyes, waiting for the tentacles to attack. But, after a long time, the pain did not come, and he slowly opened his eyes and, what was seen was tentacles crossing their bodies. Su Nanyuan was filled with disbelief. What we see are the fallen imprints of the old times. In other words, although we are on the battlefields of the olden times, the body soul is separated from them by distant ages. If we continue to attack, not only will we be ineffective, but we will be treated as foreign objects and erased from the old age. Gu Changqing was also alarmed. If the divinity of the ultimate golden word hadn't seen through this at the last minute, then they can't die anymore. Phew! Su Nanyuan's entire body was deflated, lying down powerlessly, his mouth chanting, just this once, just this once. In the future, I will still play copies with you. I am a dog. Exciting me to death. Gu Changqing laughed out loud. He was just about to open his mouth to mock Su Nanyuan for a few moments. Suddenly, the devil Lotus looked horrified, looked behind Gu Changqing, and said in shock, not good. It's Gu Changqing and Su Nanyuan's gazes, which had just turned to the back of the, just see the huge tentacles, attacking again. This time, Gu Changqing only felt his scalp tingle and his soul tremble. The body instinctively wants to move to escape. Still a step too late. The tentacles were still passing through the bodies of Su Nanyuan and Xiaojin. Only Gu Changqing was rolled up and quickly dragged down to the Star Lake. It all happened so suddenly. By the time they came back to their senses, the Starry Lake had already regained its calmness. As if nothing had happened. Master, little Kim is furious. He's about to dive headfirst into the lake. Stopped by the magic lotus. Big sister, calm down. Calm down. He's fine. We'll be the first to have a sense if something happens to him. If it's impulsive, it will cause unnecessary trouble, and in time it will harm him instead. Little Gold sniffed, which stopped his dive and pulled up over the lake. I thought it wasn't in the same era? Su Nanyuan was also caught off guard by the sudden change of events. It was in a different time, and the fact that the tentacles didn't attack us proves he was right. Then why did he get swept away? The Devil Lotus looked serious, his brain running at breakneck speed. Eventually, a conclusion was reached. There is something of the olden days in him. It is through this medium that the tentacles can touch him. Su Nanyuan froze. Something from the old times? Looking at the incredible everything around him, Su Nanyuan frowned. Bloodline? Or equipment? Or his secret? Magic Lotus shook her head. It should have nothing to do with the bloodline. The few of us, we have all been inflicted with special bloodlines by him. And the fact that the tentacles didn't reach Big Sister proves that it's not related. Most likely, it's the equipment. What kind of equipment Gu Changqing had? A few beast pets knew it all. After thinking about it for a while, I wasn't sure. Now, take your time and wait. In saying that, Gu Changqing, after being swept into the Star Lake by the tentacles of the, oddly enough, there was no water. The flow was a pure spiritual liquid made of the power of the stars. The body soaked in it, not only no obstacle, but in the hot springs like, comfortable do not want to come out. All of his imperial beast spaces were absorbing the power of the stars with all their might, especially the space belonging to Little Kim. The speed of absorption was several times faster than other beast pets. Gradually, the power of the stars filled Little Gold's space. On the spatial barrier, a shining star of light imprinted its form. This is, Gu Changqing's spirit lingered in space, watching the stars and light flickering on the barriers. Counted, no more, no less, the whole 365 stars shine, and in the center of them, two of the largest stars are dim. One of them, with only a weak starburst. The other, completely dimmed, was like a dead star. As the spirit returned to the physical body, Gu Changqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No way. 365 stars against the two biggest dead stars. Star power. Xiao Jin's bloodline, 2, is evolving towards chaos. Great Sun Golden Crow. Chaos Bell Body. A drop of cold sweat that fell into the star spirit liquid. My god, where that Death Star is located. It shouldn't be. Just as Gu Changqing was startled by the changes in the royal beast space, a powerful suction was born, and the tentacle let go of him. A paroxysm of heaven and earth. With the pain that traveled through his back, he grunted in pain and rose from the ground. Gu Changqing, this is the first time we've met, so let's cut the crap and hand over that atlas. Without realizing it, he dropped into a large hall and, directly opposite him was a magnificent and sumptuous throne. A guy in a black cloak and hood. It was sitting on the throne, and the pair of eyes that were exposed were glowing with a purple demonic luster. Gu Changqing stared, the spirit beheading ancestral blade in his hand, and said coldly, "Evil god? Or, that virus-stained fruit?" Chapter 186, Old-Time Evil Under the Lake. Gu Changqing's spirit-chopping ancestral blade was offered up, and the manic blade chi slashed out. This great hall under the Star Lake was completely formed by the power of the stars. Blade chi streaked across the room, shadows were cast, and the scene in the great hall became blurry and turbulent. I advise you not to be impulsive. After all, there is still a vicious presence from the olden times out there. The reason it didn't attack you is entirely because of that thing on your body. Gu Changqing paid no attention to his words, just as the blade energy was pushing straight towards the evil god on the throne, and it looked like it was about to cut into it. The evil god blandly probed out two fingers and clamped the spirit chopper blade chi, and with a forceful and easily written clip, the blade chi snapped in response and dissipated into nothingness. There is absolutely no need for so much hostility. In my opinion, you and I both belong to the same mindset and situation. If the two of us were to unite, not only would we have the power, but even this imperial beast world would be out of the question. This guy is a little too strong. As expected, Little Gold was not present, and the body vein Dharma phase and the spirit beheading ancestral blade alone were not enough to deal with him. In Gu Changqing's mind, he vaguely deduced the strength of the evil god, between the height of the Four Saints segment. After all, it's the last fruit born by that immortal tree, plus the immeasurable increase in holdings after being infected by the virus. I'm not like you, at least, not abandoning the pack. When the evil god heard Gu Changqing's words poking at his soft underbelly, he didn't get angry and instead laughed. It seems that you've been to the capital of immortality. Then that corpse, you've seen it as well. I'm curious as to how they programmed me. The evil god's eyes, little by little, became cold. Don't you think it's strange? That virus originated from a stronger being, while the undying capital is safe and sound. Humans, their biggest flaw is that they only believe in what they see and hear, never thinking about whether it's true or not. It's no wonder that that body was placed in the trunk of a tree. But, the evil god violently stood up from his throne, and the palace made of star power began to ripple violently. Can an infected and decayed heart, immersed in the darkness of the crazy freedom of wandering and revelry, really be cleaned and restored by external objects? No, because I knew it was a dying struggle. I resolutely accepted everything and left everything behind. Just like your cheap father. After knowing that their children can't climb out of the abyss, they decisively choose to give up and find another way to create the next poor person to fulfill their selfish desires. What? What did you say again? Gu Changqing's heart, beating violently. The self-exposition of the evil one. Something of which, referring to the parents, more references to the true nature of that body. You will know later. Light and darkness, only one can survive. I think Shengo is right. You are indeed the best and most suitable peer. The evil god stretched out his right hand, spreading it out in his palm. Come on, give me that atlas. In your hands, it won't be able to utilize its proper abilities and is just a chicken rib. The Book of 10,000 Beasts? Gu Changqing found it out in his backpack space. This booklet, since its activation, had only recorded one or two types of ferocious beasts. He had hunted and killed countless ferocious beasts, but they failed to meet its requirements. The evil god stared at the 10,000 Beasts atlas, his eyes glowing. Doubtful? There's nothing to be puzzled about, after all. It's mine in its own right. After saying these words, the 10,000 Beasts atlas seemed to be summoned and actually flew to the evil god's hands on its own. Snort! The invisible blade of chi slashed across the evil god's wrist, and black, translucent blood, spattered across the all beasts atlas. Under the dark energy infestation, a bizarre energy overflowed from the 10,000 Beasts atlas. Boom! A beam of black light filled the room, forming a black dot that, floating in the middle of the great hall, the black dots drifted, and in a short time they stopped and, Gu Changqing's gaze, however, was frozen with incredulity. The locations covered by those black dots were exactly the same as the star program that was inscribed in Little Gold's Imperial Beast space. The evil god was exceptionally excited, tilting his head back to look at those black dots and laughing. I see it. I see that radiant and peerless fallen great world. The secrets that the god of Imperial Beasts and the others wanted to hide have finally been uncovered by me. What exactly do you guys, want to do? Gu Changqing was a bit confused. The evil god was undoubtedly insane, falling into darkness and transforming into a dark essence. The center of power in Kyoto, the General Association of Imperial Beast Masters, and even the Kirin, who was on par with the Four Saints. He even listened to the words of the evil gods and began to cooperate with them, simply because the law of assimilation can help the human race cope with the next catastrophe? But where did the disaster come from? Digging your own grave? Or is it the unknown on the other side of those undestroyable portals that can't wait to enter this world of Imperial Beasts? Gu Changqing, a word of advice. The meaning of the clan is not to hold on to the warmth of the group. What is the truth in your heart that you are practicing? Perhaps even you don't know. What do you get in exchange for those ridiculous big words in the end? It's abandonment. It's cowardice. It's confusion. Why? Because you can't even do it for yourself. So how can you talk about protecting and guarding? I recognize your ability, your talent, even that secret that makes me so jealous I go mad. But you are not as good as me. Not as pure and through as I live and do. The evil god's body, in front of the throne, slowly became blurred. Time is running out. I hope that the next time we meet, you will no longer be this childish. The evil one has disappeared. The vision triggered by the 10,000 Beasts atlas went with it. Gu Changqing stopped at the Great Hall for a long time and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. For the first time, he admitted that the evil god was right. That hidebound dog is as smart-mouthed as ever. In the Imperial Beast space, the voice of the demonic lotus flower rang out. Hannah, I can see why you don't resent him. It has nothing to do with repugnance or lack thereof. Good and evil, darkness and light, are not themselves defined by relying on words. What he says is right or wrong has nothing to do with you either. Following through with yourself takes experience, and you've only been going through it for how long? The magic lotus sought a comfortable position and continued. Do you know why I stayed? When I learned that you gained infinite potential in a desperate situation, yet you still managed to maintain positive sanity. It doesn't matter if you have a soft nature or a saintly mother's heart. At least it hasn't discarded the essence of a human being. Listening to the demonic lotus flower's boasts, Gu Changqing smiled knowingly and asked rhetorically, what about you? Where's the pot calling the kettle black? Right? I'm not human. Why should I be expected to follow human norms? Gu Changqing gave a thumbs up. What it said, it was really right. Suddenly, a majestic suction and pulling force was born in the Great Hall. A mangled and ancient voice rang out. Get out. Okay, I'll roll right away. Gu Changqing went along with the suction and pulling force. In the next instant, his body rushed out of the lake of stars. The moment he left the surface of the lake, he saw the bottom of the lake below. There was a behemoth lying on its back. The vile, corroded, majestic body, like a giant dragon. It's just that it has 9 heads. After all, Unidentified fluids flowed out of all 9 heads. The star power of the entire lake seemed to be suppressing it. 9 heads? Corrosion? And a dragon body. At that. Could it be Ayanami? Chapter 187, The Main Battlefield. Master, it's really great that you're fine. Just now, I couldn't even go back to the royal beast space if I wanted to. Gu Changqing leaped out of the water and was caught by Xiao Jin. Not without worry. It's okay, it's a blessing in disguise. If the so-called guardians of the olden days had not dragged him into the water, even if Gu Changqing thought about it, he wouldn't have thought that the power of the stars could still trigger changes in the little gold imperial beast space. As for those engraved star patterns, it was still unknown what kind of assistance they would provide to little gold. Sunan Yuan saw that he came back safe and sound, and put down the heart he was carrying, still as cold as ever. He grunted, "Your family, all of you are undead monsters. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does." His words also made Gu Changqing think about some of the secret stories the evil god had said, and he followed the conversation. How so? I don't know. Sunan Yuan did not take the bait, perhaps because he did not understand the inside of the middle, a mouthful of words to block the words. You really don't have any friends when you're like this. Not rare. Gu Changqing smiled bitterly. This guy, arrogant attribute pull full awe. Let's go. Finish the job and get the hell out of here. With one last deep look at the Lake of Stars. Just fly in the direction of the main battlefield. And regarding the unknown level ferocious beast in the pilgrimage land, after pulling him into the lake, it never appeared again. What happened in this old age of burial? Not only those ridiculously powerful beasts and guardians. Surprisingly, even the mythical creature suspected to be the Sagittarius was subdued under the lake. Gu Changqing believed that the 9-headed creature was not dead. Flying over the starry lakes, a mountain peak connecting heaven and earth stood out, and a dim mist of light enveloped it, as if it were an extinguishing. The stress and fear that comes with it spreads through the mind. At this time, the demonic lotus flower appeared from the imperial beast space, gazing at the divine mountain with its light and shadow drifting away, and murmured, "The divine pillar that connects heaven and earth." After the appearance of the divine opportunity, countless unknowable monsters descended. However, they also do not know what a god is. There is a thought that lingers in the sea of divine consciousness, ruling or killing all contenders. The divine machine appears to submit itself and climb to that supreme position. After reciting, the devil lotus took a deep breath. The memory fragments in the human-faced devil bat. Up to here is all there is. As for who wins and who loses, and whether any creature achieves true domination and obtains the divine opportunity, it is all unknown. Gu Changqing frowned. The memory fragments of this human-faced devil bat were obviously messy. When I first read it, Magic Lotus said that the God Machine was a scam, but the instructions for the hidden quest were to find the God Machine. The memories are now, again, for the consolidation of the acquisition of the divine opportunity. For a while, Gu Changqing's brain stormed and ran, wanting to restore the information obtained to its true order, thinking left and right. I still can't figure it out. Good. Hard work. Cheer up. If the final victor survives, it will have to be by the grace of God. Any of the things from the olden days had a strength that was not inferior to the 4 saints. If the ultimate victor was still around, Gu Changqing and the others wouldn't have a chance to resist at all. The sacred mountains are vast and rolling. Little Kim flew through it, barely visible. Taking advantage of this time, Gu Changqing summoned the body vein phantasm, and under the beating of the heart of darkness, some of the energy factors associated with darkness that are free in the air. As the heart of darkness pulsed, it rapidly converged on the cage. Su Nan Yuan, on the other hand, quietly looked at Gu Changqing, who was shrouded in dark spiritual energy, while his eyes did not blink. The spirit beheading sword held in his hand was sometimes sheathed and sometimes sheathed. The mind is smooth and ancient. As if to do something, the thought was stopped the moment it arose. The cycle goes on, and the spirit beheading sword in his hand was no longer as it was before, with its cold aura flashing and its blade intent overbearing. Master, you have to be careful of him. Little White's voice resounded in the imperial beast space. Pink-colored seductive energy occupied Gu Changqing's eyes. Although his eyes were closed, the charm energy was like a scanning machine, scanning the Su Nan Yuan at the moment. His whole body is white, only his brain, which appears white and black, like a light bulb that shuts off and turns on in a hurry. It goes on and off. He tried to make a move on me? The power of control over malice has reached an extremely high level. It is impossible to see through and see through. White's power lies in seduction, and the main thrust of seduction is to manipulate emotions. Even she couldn't see through it, so she could only say that Su Nan Yuan's mind was already very human. The heart of darkness continues to gulp down dark spiritual energy. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, opened his eyes and faintly said, "Back then, after the loss of the spirit-beheading ancestral blade, the Su family held a grudge against my mother, right?" Su Nan Yuan immediately picked up on his words. "Yes, The way a blade pet is passed down is different from a beast pet. The spirit beheading ancestral blade is the seed of blade intent, and after observing and sensing it, it will give birth to a blade spirit in the imperial beast space. However, after the loss of the spirit beheading ancestral blade, the spirit beheading blade's blade spirit, too, was damaged to a certain extent. If Su Ruoxing hadn't merited the family, she wouldn't have spent those years in Jinhai City peacefully. Gu Changqing nodded. Now the spirit beheading ancestral blade has reappeared. Or she and someone else intentionally left it to their offspring using a secret method. As a member of the Su family, the last thing you want to see is a tragedy like that happening again. Right? Right. That's why I want to snatch the spirit cutting ancestral blade over. No, it's not that I want to, but all the blade spirits that have been awakened by the spirit beheading ancestral blade think this way. Why don't you do it? I've never had any suspicions about you, and it would only be an instant before you try to kill me. As soon as I die, they will dissipate with me, and will not threaten you. Su Nanyuan could not hide his emotional fluctuations, and the spirit beheading sword in his hand was humming. It seemed to be an accusation against Gu Changqing, but it also seemed to be persuading Su Nanyuan. Eventually, Su Nanyuan's brain resumed its pure white color and faintly said, Su Ruoxing said that gods are just more powerful imperial beast masters. This sentence, there is another sentence after it. Thinking back to the memory of the man and his demeanor when he said it, he opened his mouth, reverence as well as faith in his voice. I have seen God. The 4 short words brought a mountain of shock. Gu Changqing was also stunned for a long time before he said, my mother, who has seen God? Su Nanyuan turned back to his cold demeanor. That's what she said. After that, she and the 2 surnamed Gu, after disappearing for a while, came back as trash. For a moment, Gu Changqing had the illusion that their disappearance had something to do with the corpse that looked exactly like him. So, you still want to kill me for the sword? If so, let's try. Su Nanyuan fiercely got up, the spirit beheading sword in his hand, and his king-level blade intent surged out. Only in the next second, he held the spirit beheading sword upside down and knelt down on one knee toward Gu Changqing. If you are that god she spoke of, then I, Su Nanyuan, am willing to offer all my loyalty and faith. I only wish, in the future, to touch the realm of the tip of that blade. Su Nanyuan's sudden action caused Gu Changqing to be stunned. The important thing was that the god Su Ruoxing was talking about was actually himself. Just then, Little Gold suddenly spoke. Master, we've reached the edge of that main battlefield. Cousin. Afterward, Gu Changqing put away his body vein phantasm and stood up, looking ahead. Next, I just feel dizzy. This is the main battlefield? Why? Why are they there? How many secrets were buried in the old days? Chapter 188, the divine mechanism has become the only gift. The main battlefield. Gu Changqing finally saw the so-called main battlefield. It was a river of stars that had been shattered into thousands of pieces, evenly spread out in the chaos. Each shard, uniquely sui generis, has a space that, strange and powerful energy fluctuations fought and scrambled against each other. Little Gold flew above the chaos, letting the chaotic air currents blow through him. To Gu Changqing and the others, there was no impact. There were corpses, there were soldiers of war, there were mountains cut down, there were rivers evaporating. On those fragments of starry rivers, the spiritual energy of various elements intertwined and collided with each other. Gu Changqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and braced himself for the mental onslaught. Su Nanyuan, on the other hand, fell on his butt and muttered, this is clearly a side of the broken world. But in the copy, it is just a corner. Then what are we? A speck of dust in a river of stars? The sand and dust of a vast chaos? He raised his head and looked blankly at Gu Changqing. What are those in your eyes? Gu Changqing took a deep breath and said faintly, the fall of a myth, the beginning of a disaster. On those thousands of starry river fragments, Gu Changqing saw all kinds of ferocious beasts, some with human heads and serpent bodies, and some that were amalgamations of various beasts. Even, he saw the skeletons of pure human beings. The devil's lotus flower looked at the fragments of the starry river below in silence. There was sadness, anger, resentment, and more than anything else, hatred in the pupils. I'll go first, it whispered. And the devil lotus karma flame rose beneath its feet, lifting it into the vast chaos, gradually heading towards a fragment of the star river in the center. Master, it's, Gu Changqing shook his head, let it go. Perhaps, it was here that it was summoned to reality by the evil god using the altar. The devil lotus flower's memory was damaged, and it was the state of being beaten into a lotus root form and losing all of its power that allowed the evil god to get his hands on it. Apparently, the evil god knows about this place. Perhaps the purpose of that altar was to find this land of burial and destruction from it. After observing for a long time, Gu Changqing's hanging heart was only calmed down. Although the various creatures that entered the eye were powerful and boundless, except for a few that were somewhat similar to those true great powers that he remembered, the others were all unseen. None of them were really worth his attention. Gu Changqing stroked Xiao Jin's head, and the latter yelped in surprise. It would be bull if a golden crow appeared in this shattered battlefield. After a while, a black lotus flower exploded and it was only then that Gu Changqing allowed Little Gold to approach the chaotic Star River fragment. When they were close to the Star River fragment, a powerful force sucked them in. This place is a space of its own. The spiritual energy is chaotic and patchy. Be careful. The earth is desolate and devoid of any breath of life. Elemental energies of all kinds filled the room with mania. It's a big space. You can't see the end of it. From time to time, flames, cold ice, boulders and waves would fall from above. Gu Changqing's fire control technique unfolded, forming a fire shield around him. Su Nanyuan's blade domain opened, cutting apart the elemental forces that frequently fell. Following the footprints on the ground, he soon found the magic lotus flower. At this moment, it was kneeling in front of a ruin worn down by the power of the. There was supposed to have been a magnificent building there once. Only a few remain at the moment. My memories tell me that this is my hometown. The devil lotus slowly opened her mouth and spoke in a shocking manner. But it perished to the temptation of the divine machine. Gu Changqing didn't know how to comfort it. It is an Antipodean who, like that great god, has had similar experiences and has a similar character. But it wasn't him after all. It's really close. But those are given by the golden words. It's okay, you still have us. Gu Changqing's hand rested on its shoulder. As you advance in rank, you will awaken more memories. Tell us about it then. Devil Lotus suddenly pointed at the ruins and said, go inside. Perhaps there will be an answer to getting out there. Gu Changqing was surprised. The divine machine is here? I don't know. I just have a vague feeling that it's important there. Good. Gu Changqing didn't doubt it and took a step towards the few remaining ruins of the relics. Master, I'll stay with you. Little Gold followed closely, but was blocked by a force as he entered the range of the ruins of the relic. I'll do it myself. It is obvious that this ruin is identified. On a macro level, what remains of the ruins is very small. It's still as big as it gets when you actually step into it. In this old era full of giant object views, Gu Changqing had gotten used to that. Follow the direction pointed out by the magic lotus flower and proceed cautiously. I don't know how long I've been walking. On the ground, there was only a string of footprints reminding Gu Changqing that he was advancing. Suddenly, a stone statue with its head cut off appeared on the horizon ahead. In the air, those disordered and unsettled elements, generating powerful skills. The frequent blasts at the stone statue, but the skill was dissolved by a strange energy when it touched the stone statue's circumference of a few meters. Even so, those elements are happy to be there. It was as if he had a deep grudge against the stone statue. When Gu Changqing slowly approached, the elemental senses an outsider intruding. All of a sudden, the elemental spiritual energy in the entire sky above was like boiling water, pouring down like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. *********. Gu Changqing was startled, and his body chakra dharma phase was fully open. Desperately, he approached the stone statue. Boom, boom, boom. The flames that explode and burn, the ice that freezes at absolute zero, the water that rages and rages, the lightning that destroys everything, and so on. Even though the body vein phantasm had an extreme increase in defense with the heart of darkness, still struck brightly and uncertainly, with a tendency to collapse at the next blow. Decimate. Gu Changqing summoned the Spirit Chopper Ancestral Blade and utilized the Void Gold Word Entry feature to a crack in space. After having most of his power swallowed up by the chaotic aura pouring in, Gu Changqing borrowed the impact and stepped narrowly into the stone statue's range. The body chakra phantasm returned to the Imperial Beast space in an instant after it was safe. The Spirit Beheading Ancestral Blade also buzzed, with a few more notches on its blade. Luckily, the mortal danger is over. It was then that he took a closer look at the headless statue. It is worn in a very old-fashioned robe. The skin exposed outside the clothes was etched with many unintelligible words. Behind them, 7 swords hovering to guard. In his right hand, he held aloft a torch with the same inscriptions. Gu Changqing circled around the stone statue a few times and did not find anything related to the source of its power. Not on the stone statue. Is it down there? He started digging with his bare hands along the edge of the stone statue that he had just dug not more than a few handfuls of soil when suddenly a small line appeared in front of his eyes. These fonts. Are the fonts used in reality? As he softly read the line that read, his brow furrowed into a glazed frown. The fact that you're here proves that I'm still alive. Gu Changqing's head was full of fog, suspecting that someone carved it down on purpose. On second thought it seems impossible. He continues to dig down. At about 1.5 meters or so, another line of text. This time, Gu Changqing was horrified, subconsciously grabbing the heart position. The divine opportunity has been realized. The only gift. Chapter 189, Returning to Zhenhai City. The divine machine has become the only gift. 8 short words, but in Gu Changqing's heart, they set off unparalleled waves of shock. Crouching on his butt on the ground, he gazed up at the headless stone statue, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. Seeing this line, Gu Changqing still couldn't understand it. Infinite gold phrases, a gift he awakened. At the beginning of the human race's journey towards harnessing beast pets and towards the path of the beast master to the present, no one else but him has the talent, and the only gift that fits. But shouldn't that be his golden touch? How could it be linked to the divine opportunity that countless powerhouses fought over in the old days? Abyss, abyss, you come out. Gu Changqing had a flash of brilliance in his head as he stood up from the ground and began to call out the rules of the abyss. If, at this point, there was anyone else who could puzzle him out, it was Abyss. But his voice was a little muffled from shouting, and the rules of the abyss didn't pay any attention to him. Playing dead with me? Okay, you're good. No wonder. Ever since the talent awakened, it has been targeting me one by one. Emotionally, what little master I have awakened is not a talent, but a divine opportunity. It's just that this god machine is too perverted. Infinite gold words, especially extreme gold words above and beyond gold words that, each one, a path to godhood. Gu Changqing gradually understood that the Qilin was targeting him. The karma involved is too great. Is this a big deal? Undoubtedly all of them are included. Phew. Gu Changqing inhaled deeply. This shock, it was hard to accept for a moment. I've found the god machine, so it's time for the mission to be completed. Passive acceptance. And just have to accept it. Hidden side quest completed. Congratulations on obtaining a strand of the power of creation. Hints of the rules of the abyss follow, only to see that from the headless stone statue's mutilated neck, a wisp of gas permeated with the aura of chaos floated out from it. It spun around in front of Gu Changqing's eyes twice before it disappeared into his body. The power of creation was absorbed successfully, and you gain the ability to draw on the golden word once. Golden words? I'm able to use it too? Gu Changqing flipped through his backpack, and his eyes fell on the limit gold lexicon incense into God. With an attitude of trying it out, he took out the limit gold word and applied it to himself. The ultimate gold phrase, incense to God, has been successfully drawn. Congratulations on opening the first step of your chi to become a saint. Incense to become a god. Hidden side quest, the Sage of the Undisputed opens for an unlimited period of time with unknown rewards. Phew. Gu Changqing took several breaths in a row, forcibly suppressing the agitation within. Extreme gold phrase incense and fire becoming God was applied to his body by the power of creation, but there was no obvious change. Abyss, the act doesn't even play. Your words are beyond the cognizance of the abyssal rules. Please follow the mission process strictly. Goodbye. The dog was about to run. Gu Changqing hurriedly shouted, the main quest is stuck. The rewards owed to me haven't been given yet. The main quest has not yet been completed, and the rules do not authorize the early release of rewards. Goodbye. Not finished? As Gu Changqing pondered, abyssal rule dived to feign death. Mud, you send me out of the copy instead. The duplicate light door, at the very end of the words, appeared in front of him. Gu Changqing stepped in, and after a moment of heavenly, after recovering, it had appeared outside the copy. Su Nanyuan and Xiao Jin, they had been waiting here for a long time. At that moment, the light of the replica light door began to fade slowly and eventually disappeared. Master, Xiao Jin, who had changed into the form of a nighting crow, fluttered his wings and flew into Gu Changqing's arms. Anla, I'm fine. Tranquilizing Xiao Jin in his arms, Gu Changqing looked at Su Nanyuan. In the next second, he revealed a look of surprise. On Su Nanyuan's right shoulder, a fire burned slowly and, the green smoke that was lit up seemed to have a special channel between it and him, transmitting uninterruptedly into his body. Is this the incense that becomes a god? Su Nanyuan took a step forward and said, those words in the copy are from my heart. His tone was firm, afraid that Gu Changqing wouldn't believe him. It was also just as he was repeating it that the fire grew in size, a little larger. I know, cousin. Su Nanyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go back then. Wait a minute, I'm going into town. Su Nanyuan froze. That condition of the Imperial Beast Master General Association. No harm done. Gu Changqing shook his head unconcernedly before heading towards Shanghai City. Su Nanyuan froze for a moment and sighed helplessly. Sister-in-law, may your words be right. It wasn't long before Gu Changqing and Su Nanyuan arrived in front of the gates of Shanghai City. Captain, a cry of surprise came from him, and he saw Lu Ziyi, who was covered in high technology, pouncing at him in surprise. Gu Changqing smiled and hugged him before tutoring. Not bad. It seems that Lu Shang is treating you well. Lu Ziyi angled his head. That's right, we're iron brothers, but the person you found is really powerful. Any material can be played with in his hands. After catching up, Gu Changqing wondered, our squad, why are we here as city guards? Oh, our base has expanded, and City Lord Zhao has asked our teams to help the other city guard teams to slow down and alleviate the pressure these days. You don't know. The ferocious beasts outside the city are restless these days. Then I'll go back and wait for you tonight. Saying goodbye to Lu Ziyi. While entering the city, Gu Changqing's cell phone rang. When I took it out, it was a string of unfamiliar numbers. He had just picked up when a familiar voice rang out. Gu Changqing, you've crossed the line. Gu Changqing lazily smiled. Dean Jiang, it's not that I'm intentionally breaking the rules. It's true that there's something wrong with entering the city. If the Imperial Beastmaster General Association side pursues the responsibility, I'll take it on myself. The caller was silent for a moment. 2 days? You can only stay in the city for 2 days. Upon your return, you will be required to reorganize your team and head to Vermilion Bird Academy. To the Vermilion Bird Academy? Why? What happened? No. Normal college interaction. This. Gu Office Gu Changqing hung up the phone and stepped into the city. Jinhai City's main mansion. Zhao Zhaxiong looked at the top secret information in front of him with an ugly expression. City Lord, please make a decision at your earliest convenience. The killing intent in Shenlin's eyes was undisguised. If it hadn't been for the early warning, if it hadn't been for the addition of Lu Shang, who had made more than half of the Imperial Beastmasters in Jinhai City use mecha products in a short period of time, then in several attacks by the ferocious beasts, the defenses on all 4 walls would suffer heavy losses. Why her? Zhao Zhaxiong struggled with his expression, unwilling to believe it. City Lord, please take the overall situation of Jinhai City into consideration. Personal feelings should be put aside in the face of great justice. You are the City Lord, deciding the life and death of a city's people. Zhao Zhaxiong waved his hand, signaling Shenlin to stop talking. Shenlin sighed. Whoever encountered such a thing would have a hard time choosing. City Lord, why did she choose Jinhai City? Zhao Zhaxiong snapped his head up and said, Gu Changqing, can you contact Gu Changqing? Coincidentally, is the City Lord looking for me? The office door opens and Gu Changqing and Su Nanyuan pushed their way in. Shenlin was surprised when he saw Su Nanyuan. It's you.